Chapter 1 Awakening Ceremony. The nation's once-a-year Beastmaster Awakening Grand Meeting has already begun across the whole country. This meeting will last for 2 days. We hope all you countless students can awaken Beastmaster talent and obtain the initial spirit beast you long for. Latest news from our station. Student Li Huan from First High School of the Imperial Capital has successfully awakened talent, and has obtained what is suspected to be a 9-star level spirit beast egg. At Weibei City First High School, Zheng Cheng followed the class team and stood in the corner, looking at the pushed messages on his phone. His heart had no wave at all, he even wanted to laugh a little. Traveled through? He never thought that after one sleep and waking up he actually traveled through to this magical world called Blue Star. About 100 years ago, on Blue Star suddenly and for no clear reason a large amount of red fog appeared. What followed immediately was a large number of space cracks appearing in all parts of Blue Star. Countless demon beasts, wild beasts, and other monsters that only existed in legends, poured out like a tide. In just a little more than 1 year, the whole world population sharply reduced by half. With the appearance of these monsters, a magical place called Holy Land of Spirit Beasts also descended at the same time. All adults on Blue Star who are full 18 years old can enter it through special methods, awaken Beastmaster talent, and at the same time have a chance to obtain an initial spirit beast in the Holy Land of Spirit Beasts, thus obtaining the ability to control spirit beasts and gradually strengthen their own power. And this group of people are then called Beastmasters. For 100 years, Beastmasters have continuously struggled for the life and death survival of mankind, and finally built a large number of base cities, guarding a large number of ordinary people. But in the wild, there still exist a large number of monsters. And today is exactly the once-a-year Beastmaster Awakening Grand Meeting. As long as one enters the Beastmaster Holy Land, everyone has the possibility to awaken Beastmaster talent, thus obtaining an initial spirit beast from the Holy Land. These initial spirit beasts, some are beast eggs, some are newborn young beasts, and they have natural closeness with Beastmasters. And this group of people are then called Beastmasters. Beastmasters, this is somewhat similar to Pokemon of the previous life. The difference is that in Pokemon the trainer has not the slightest combat power, but the Beastmaster of Blue Star can grow together with the spirit beast and obtain extraordinary power. Recalling the memories in his mind, Zheng Cheng's eyes became brighter and brighter. If I can awaken Beastmaster talent and become a Beastmaster. Hua! At this time, from the front came a burst of excited noisy shouting. Class 3 Grade 1 has finished awakening. I heard someone obtained a high star level spirit beast. Damn! It's Li Yu. Li Yu's beast egg seems to be a 7-star level shadow cheetah beast egg, truly worthy of young Master Li. Li Yu is a second generation of Beastmaster. His old father is a Beastmaster. He drank awakening potion as water since childhood. What is strange about obtaining a high star beast egg? Listening to the discussion of the people around, Zheng Cheng also stood on tiptoe and looked toward the front. Beside the awakening divine stone on the high platform, a group of people were surrounding there. Most were 17 or 18-year-old youths. There were also many teachers, and reporters carrying cameras and other people. At this moment all people were surrounding one fair-faced, straight and upright youth, excitedly discussing something. This beast egg is definitely a 7-star shadow cheetah. This should be the highest star-level spirit beast awakened in our Weibei City this year. Student Li Yu, which Beastmaster University are you preparing to apply for? Naturally it is Imperial Capital Martial University. Only Imperial Capital Martial University is worthy of me. The youth who spoke had a flying expression, and in his tone was also full of excitement that could not be suppressed. The chaos in the front quickly calmed down. After all, the awakening ceremony had just begun. After Class 1 ended, more than 40 students of Class 2 also stepped onto the high platform one by one, coming beside the awakening divine stone, preparing to enter the Holy Land of Spirit Beasts. At this time, Zheng Cheng again heard a burst of discussion. Quick look, Li Yu has come down. Why did Lu Xianna run over? Damn! She is smiling so happily, the class beauty of our class. Zheng Cheng followed the sound and looked over. Li Yu was standing next to a girl dressed in a white skirt, her smile like a blooming flower, her expression eager. It was unclear what Li Yu said, but it made Lu Zuner tremble, her crisp laughter audible to everyone nearby. Zheng Cheng gave a glance but didn't pay attention after that. Lu Zuner, the class beauty. She had a good figure, and she wasn't shy about dressing up. She often wore shorts or skirts, exposing her smooth, white thighs, attracting countless admirers in the class. Even Zheng Cheng had secretly had a crush on her in the past and had written her a love letter. Unfortunately, that was a thing of the past. Now, Zheng Cheng couldn't care less about such superficial girls. At this moment, his best friend Su Kuan also came over, whispering, TSK, having a high star level spirit beast is great. Even the class beauty is shamelessly chasing after him. Isn't that just like a puppy? Zheng Cheng glanced at him and said, What? Are you jealous? He, Zheng Ji, do you think if I got a high star level spirit beast, the class beauty would go on a date with me? You? Looking at his best friend, who weighed nearly 200 pounds and had a bowl cut hairstyle, Zheng Cheng could only shake his head helplessly. Enough talk, it's our class's turn now. Zheng Cheng took a deep breath and walked with the crowd to the awakening divine stone. It was a stone about 2 meters tall, golden all over, with numerous complex and intricate patterns engraved on its surface. Principal Yang Shili said, "Don't be nervous, relax, think back to the beast taming knowledge the teacher taught you, and you might awaken your beast taming talent, attracting the spirit beast's favor." After waiting a few seconds, once the entire class fell silent, Yang Shili formed a hand seal and pressed his hands onto the awakening divine stone. Soon, a strange wave surged from the stone, enveloping the entire class of 45 students in an instant. In front of Zheng Cheng, a white light suddenly appeared, filling his vision. When he regained his awareness, he found himself standing in a clear, deep blue space. It was like being beneath the deep sea, or perhaps like floating in the cosmic sky. Around him, several phantom-like figures appeared. Zheng Cheng knew these figures were other students from the class. He looked up to see countless stars sparkling in the starry sky, beautiful beyond words. At that moment, Zheng Cheng noticed that among the dense stars in the sky, more than 10 stars suddenly burst into bright light, shining down upon their group of several dozen people. And on his own body, there was a bright star. Zheng Cheng's heart stirred, and he quickly thought of something. The star's light represents a successful talent awakening. Does this mean I have the potential to become a beast master? But I don't know what my first spirit beast will be. As he was thinking, the more than 20 students who hadn't been illuminated by the star's light all disappeared. They had failed the awakening, and they were kicked out of the spirit beast's sacred ground. At that moment, numerous figures rushed towards them again, like swimming fish, surrounding them. Zheng Cheng widened his eyes and looked closely. These figures were none other than beast eggs, each with different shapes, colors, and sizes. Some of them were even small beasts curled up together, incredibly cute. A yellow beast egg passed right in front of Zheng Cheng. Without thinking, he reached out, wanting to grab it. The yellow egg slipped past his fingertips, and at that moment, another blue-purple beast egg suddenly collided with it from the side, forcing the yellow egg away. The two beast eggs were fighting for position in front of Zheng Cheng, much like animals vying for attention. This is... Zheng Cheng froze. Could it be, my talent is so strong that it's attracting so many beast eggs? He tentatively reached out both hands, wanting to grab both beast eggs at once. Just as this bold thought crossed his mind, 5 or 6 more beast eggs seemed to sense something and turned towards him, flying in his direction. Damn! Zheng Cheng couldn't help but curse. The scene before his eyes completely overturned the common knowledge his teacher had taught him. Normally, an awakened one can attract at most 2 or 3 beast eggs, and it requires a difficult choice. In the end, only one can be chosen. Where has there ever been a case like now, where beast eggs are rushing toward him? A green beast egg brushed against his arm, emitting a faint buzzing sound. Next to it, a silver-white beast egg, unwilling to fall behind, directly shoved its companion away and took a closer position. Further away, several other beast eggs were desperately pushing forward. This is too exaggerated. Zheng Cheng's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Which one should I choose? Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that the other dozen or so classmates who had received the Beast Master's gift had already left the sacred land of beasts. Only he was still struggling with which one to choose. Just as he hesitated, the entire sacred land of beasts suddenly shook. All the beast eggs stopped at the same time, as if sensing some terrifying presence. Zheng Cheng's hair stood on end, an indescribable sense of pressure came from deep within. He slowly turned around and saw a black-red beast egg, nearly a meter high, breaking through the starlight, charging toward him with great force. The other beast eggs scattered like they saw a natural enemy, and some even panicked, crashing into each other. What is happening? Chapter 2, 9-Star Beast Egg. The black-red beast egg was covered with vicious patterns, and one could vaguely see dark currents swirling inside. It arrogantly smashed through all obstacles, and before Zheng Cheng could react, it directly collided into his arms. Bang! Zheng Cheng was knocked back 2 steps, instinctively holding onto the fierce beast egg. It was heavy and cold to the touch, and the patterns on its surface even began to glow a dark red as he touched it, as if declaring its ownership. Wait, I haven't chosen yet. A flash of white light passed, and the scene in the sacred land of beasts quickly faded away. Zheng Cheng blinked, and when his vision cleared, he had already returned to the awakening ceremony site. Zheng Cheng, awakening successful. The initial spirit beast is. The teacher in charge of registration stopped abruptly, staring wide-eyed at the huge egg in his arms. What is this beast egg? The whole room instantly fell silent, all eyes focusing on the black-red beast egg. It was simply too eye-catching, at least 3 times the size of the other beast eggs, with its surface patterns flowing like a living creature, emitting a chilling aura. My god! What kind of spirit beast is that? So big. It's even bigger than Liu's shadow leopard egg. The color is so strange. Could it be a mutant species? Looking at its color and patterns, according to the Complete Guide to Initial Spirit Beasts, it should be a 7-star flamingo. Impossible. Flamingo eggs are only about 30 centimeters in diameter. This one looks at least 1 meter. Maybe it's the Flamingo King? I feel like it's a magma giant snake. The discussions rose and fell. Zheng Cheng could feel countless gazes, either envious or jealous, piercing into him. He lowered his head and looked at the beast egg in his arms, vaguely sensing the faint heartbeat within, thump, 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 steady and strong, gradually syncing with his own heartbeat. Quiet. Principal Yang Xinli quickly walked over, his eyes flashing with shock. Zheng Cheng, let me see your beast egg. Zheng Cheng carefully handed over the beast egg, and as soon as Yang Xinli's hands touched its surface, he suddenly inhaled sharply, as though burned, retracting his hand. This energy fluctuation. His voice trembled, and he turned to whisper to several teachers nearby, at least 8 stars, no it might be 9 stars. 9 stars? A female teacher wearing glasses exclaimed in surprise, Principal, are you sure? We've never had a 9-star spirit beast in Wei North City. Yang Xinli didn't answer. Instead, he looked deeply at Zheng Cheng. Kid, go rest over there. This beast egg needs further identification. Zheng Cheng nodded and walked off the stage, holding the beast egg. He could feel the principal and several teachers quickly gathering together, their faces solemn as they discussed something, occasionally pointing at him. Shang Gu! Shang Gu! Su Kuan squeezed through the crowd, rushing over with an excited look on his round face. You're amazing. The teacher said it might be a 9-star spirit beast. Zheng Cheng smiled. What about you? Did you succeed in awakening? Of course. Su Kuan proudly raised a colorful beast egg in his hand. Look, a 5-star, 7-colored pheasant. Though it's not as good as yours, it's still one of the best in our class. Zheng Cheng was about to speak when a fragrant breeze suddenly blew by. Lu Zuner, who he didn't know when had appeared in front of him, was wearing a white skirt today, showing off her long, fair legs. Her makeup was exquisite, and her lips carried a sweet smile. Zheng Cheng. Her voice was so sweet it almost made one sick. Congratulations to you for getting such a powerful spirit beast. Zheng Cheng looked at her expressionlessly, having seen too many such flattering faces in his past life as a corporate slave. Lu Zuner had just been fawning over Liu, but now she turned to flatter him. Her change of attitude was quicker than flipping a book. Is there something? He asked coldly. Lu Zuner's smile stiffened for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure. I just wanted to congratulate you. She took a step closer, her chest almost brushing Zheng Cheng's arm. By the way, my emerald scale snake is only a 1-star level, so weak, how about? She batted her large eyes, which had false eyelashes, and pretended to be innocent. How about you give me your beast egg? I can be your girlfriend, you know, dating, holding hands, kissing, even. She bit her lower lip suggestively, anything. The surrounding area instantly quieted down, as everyone was shocked by her blatantly explicit words. A few girls showed expressions of contempt, while the boys wore complicated looks. Some were envious, some were disgusted. Su Kuan opened his mouth wide. Damn, that's 2. Lu Zuner waited confidently for Zheng Cheng's acceptance. In her mind, no boy could reject her request. Especially Zheng Cheng, who had once written a love letter to her as a licking dog. If he showed the slightest hint of interest, they would rush at him like real dogs. Not giving it. Zheng Cheng rejected her decisively. Please move, you're in my way. What? Lu Zuner's smile completely froze, and her delicate face twisted for a moment. Zheng Cheng, do you know what you're saying? I was giving you a chance. I said, not giving it. Zheng Cheng repeated word by word. Did you hear that clearly? Lu Zuner's face instantly turned red, then became pale. She had always been the goddess surrounded by stars, who had never suffered such humiliation before. You. Who do you think you are? She screamed, completely losing her composure. You're just a poor bastard who got lucky. Without this beast egg, you're nothing. Zheng Cheng couldn't be bothered with her and walked away with the beast egg in his arms. Lu Zuner stomped her feet behind him, shrieking madly, Zheng Cheng. Just wait. I'll have my dad deal with you. My dad is a Beast Master Association member. Su Kuan jogged to catch up with Zheng Cheng and glanced back at the raging Lu Zuner, shrinking his neck. Brother Cheng, you really pissed her off. Her dad does have some influence. Whatever. Zheng Cheng stroked the beast egg in his arms, feeling the warm pulse coming from it. With this, what do I care about associations? At that moment, the beast egg in his arms suddenly vibrated slightly. Zheng Cheng looked down and saw the surface of the egg glowing brightly, with black-red energy flowing like liquid, vaguely forming a hideous beast head pattern, silently roaring in Lu Zuner's direction. This is... Zheng Cheng's heart skipped a beat. He quickly covered the beast egg with his hand. The pattern flickered a few times and gradually faded away. In the distance, Lu Zuner, who had been throwing a tantrum, suddenly shivered, as though something terrifying was watching her. Her arrogant demeanor instantly extinguished, and she hurriedly retreated into the crowd. Zheng Cheng thoughtfully watched the beast egg that had returned to calm, both surprised and happy. A beast egg spirit? According to the complete guide to initial spirit beasts, only 8-star or even 9-star spirit beasts can do this. Looks like I really picked up a treasure, huh? At that moment, voices of discussion floated into his ears. Ah, what a shame, even the goddess only got a 1-star spirit beast. Why does that beast egg look so strange? It doesn't seem to be recorded in the complete guide to initial spirit beasts. What's so strange about it? The spirit beast sanctuary has descended for 100 years, and every year, different beast eggs appear. But there have been fewer in recent years. Lian Yining? Lian Yining? The school beauty of their school? Zheng Cheng looked up and saw a tall girl standing in front of the awakening stone, with waist-length hair and a perfect oval face. In his memory, this girl was far superior to Lu Xian'er in family background, appearance, temperament, and figure. However, at this moment, her face was full of frustration and sadness. At that moment, she was holding a very strange beast egg in her hands. It was the size of a basketball, with what seemed like slime dripping from it. At the top of the egg, there was a ring of flesh-like petals, tightly gathered together like a chrysanthemum. Chapter 3, Exchange 9 stars for 1 star. Lian Yining, Awakening Successful. The initial spirit beast is. The teacher in charge of the registration spoke with obvious regret in his voice. He could sense that the beast egg in Lian Yining's hands was only a 1-star grade. But what species it was, he had never seen before. Lian Yining, could you please check what species your spirit beast egg is? Beast Tamers, after awakening their beast taming talent, would receive a semi-dataized panel. At that point, the beast tamer could see the basic information of their initial spirit beast. Lian Yining appeared a little confused and somewhat in disbelief. She couldn't believe that she had received a 1-star grade insect spirit beast. After thinking for a moment, she still decided to check the beast egg in her hands. 1 star, Facehugger worm beast egg. Just looking at the name and star grade, Lian Yining resignedly closed her eyes. 1 star. Insect spirit beast. These two pieces of news immediately extinguished any hope in her heart. Facehugger worm? Never heard of it, is it a new spirit beast? The registration teacher also shook his head and recorded it down. It is well known that 1-star spirit beasts are the weakest of all spirit beasts. And insect-type spirit beasts are the weakest of the weak, the trash among trash. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd erupted into an uproar, with discussions surging like a tidal wave. What? The school beauty only got a 1-star grade? And it's an insect spirit beast, the most trashy kind. I remember her father is also a beast tamer, how is this possible? It's over, it's over. The Lian family is going to lose face big time. Hearing the discussions around her, Zheng Cheng's gaze passed through the crowd and fell on the girl holding the strange beast egg. Lian Yining stood there, her slender fingers tightly gripping the beast egg, her knuckles turning white from the force. Her delicate oval face had drained of color, and even her lips were trembling slightly. Facehugger worm. Could it really be that kind of monster? Zheng Cheng's pupils contracted, his heart trembling violently. This name represented a terrifying existence in his past life memories, but in this world, it seemed to be just the lowest level insect spirit beast. He pushed forward a few steps, carefully examining it. Basketball-sized, covered in slime, looking like a fleshy tumor. Most importantly, the top of the egg, with its chrysanthemum-like cracks. There was no doubt that the facehugger worm beast egg in Lian Yining's hands was exactly the kind of monster Zheng Cheng remembered. Principal Yang Xinli quickly walked toward Lian Yining, sensing something carefully. Indeed, it's a 1-star insect spirit beast. Yang Xinli sighed, the energy fluctuations are very weak, but the corrosiveness is strong. Lian, you need to keep it safe. A flicker of unwillingness flashed in Lian Yining's eyes. Principal, could it be that the test was wrong? My talent is clearly very high, can I? You know that the spirit beast sanctuary never makes mistakes. Yang Xinli shook his head, interrupting her, but don't lose heart. Your father is a high-level beast tamer, and he can definitely buy you a higher-star insect beast egg. Although insect spirit beasts don't have a high potential, once you sign a contract and form a spirit beast space, you can use that space to raise other insect spirit beasts. I don't want a bug-type spiritual beast. Lian Yining suddenly raised her voice, then realized she had overreacted. Biting her lip, she whispered, Uncle Yang, you know, my dream is to get into the Imperial City Beast Master University, but with a 1-star bug-type spiritual beast, there's no hope. It was clear that Lian Yining was familiar with Yang Xinli. Her family background was not ordinary either. Zheng Cheng watched the scene, his heart pounding wildly. He knew better than anyone the true value of that facehugger bug beast egg. It was definitely not a product of this world. If he could get that facehugger bug beast egg, all those 8-star and 9-star spiritual beasts, they were nothing. Changgu, what are you looking at? Su Koan leaned over, following Zheng Cheng's gaze. Oh, it's Lian Yining, such a pity. A beautiful genius like her only got a 1-star spiritual beast, and it's the trashiest bug type. Zheng Cheng didn't respond. Holding the black and red giant egg, he strode towards Lian Yining. The crowd automatically parted, all curious about the lucky person who had just received what appeared to be a 9-star spiritual beast. Classmate Lian. Zheng Cheng stood in front of Lian Yining, his voice calm. I want to make a deal with you. Lian Yining lifted her reddened eyes, looking at him in confusion. What deal? I'll trade my beast egg for your facehugger bug. These words exploded like a bomb among the crowd. What? Is he crazy? Trading a 9-star for a 1-star? He must have a crush on Lian Yining. His desperate nature is showing. Lian Yining widened her eyes, staring at Zheng Cheng in disbelief. What did you say? Zheng Cheng held the black and red giant egg forward. This beast egg, the principal said it's 8-star or even 9-star. Although I haven't checked its attributes yet, it must be a high-star beast egg. I want to trade it for your facehugger bug beast egg. Yang Shenli suddenly grabbed Zheng Cheng's shoulder. Zheng Cheng. Do you know what you're saying? This beast egg might be the highest star level initial spiritual beast in the history of Weibei City. I know. Zheng Cheng nodded, but I still want to trade. Why? Lian Yining's voice trembled, but that's a 9-star. Zheng Cheng shrugged. I don't have high talent, I can't handle such a strong spiritual beast. Rather than being hurt by it later, it's better to exchange it for a gentler one. Also, I'm the only child in my family. Signing a high-star spiritual beast means going to the battlefield. This reason clearly didn't hold up, and the surrounding crowd erupted into boos. A few boys even mocked loudly. What are you pretending for? He obviously just wants to woo the campus beauty. A dog's loyalty ends up with nothing. A 9-star spiritual beast for a smile from a beauty? Totally worth it. Lian Yining's face changed, shifting from shock to doubt, and finally to a complex mix of embarrassment and anger. Zheng Cheng, I don't need your pity. It's not pity. Zheng Cheng stared into her eyes. I'm serious, this facehugger bug beast egg, it's special. I think it's suitable for me. Yang Shenli frowned deeply. Zheng Cheng, think this through. Once the exchange is made, you can't back out. Zheng Cheng spoke firmly. I've thought it through. Lian Yining bit her lip, her gaze shifting between Zheng Cheng's black-red giant egg and her own facehugger bug. She could feel the various looks from the people around her, pity, ridicule, and schadenfreude. Uncle Yang. She looked at Yang Shenli for help, not caring about the looks around her anymore. Yang Shenli pondered for a moment and gestured for Lian Yining to come with him behind the platform. Lowering his voice, he said, Yining, a high-star initial spiritual beast is something you can't easily find. Haven't you always wanted to get into the Imperial City Beast Master University? With this 9-star beast egg, your chances will increase a lot. But that was originally Zheng Cheng's. He volunteered to exchange. We can compensate him later. Yang Shenli said meaningfully, don't forget your father's expectations, and your own dreams. Lian Yining's body trembled, a look of struggle flashing in her eyes. After a long while, she took a deep breath and turned to walk towards Zheng Cheng. I agree to the exchange. But I want to make it clear, this was your proposal, not something I forced. Zheng Cheng smiled, of course. Also. Lian Yining hesitated for a moment. I will remember this favor, and if there is an opportunity in the future. No need. Zheng Cheng shook his head. We each get what we need. The two exchanged the beast eggs in front of everyone's eyes. When Zheng Cheng took the slippery facehugger beast egg, he felt the creature inside suddenly tremble violently. The 4 fleshy petals of the egg slightly squirmed, as if cheering and jumping with joy. A strange connection was established between him and the beast egg, much stronger and more compatible than the connection he had with the black-red giant egg earlier. Ha, this is killing me. Lu Xianer's sharp laugh came from the crowd, exchanging a 9-star for a 1-star. Zheng Cheng, you're the dumbest simp I've ever seen. Lian Yining, you're really amazing, just a little finger, and a fool walks right into your hands. Lian Yining's face turned pale, her hands holding the black-red giant egg trembling slightly. But then, she angrily said, this is between me and Zheng Cheng, what does it have to do with you? You? Lu Xianer glared at Lian Yining, but then remembered something, her face turned pale, and she almost collapsed. She asked Zheng Cheng to trade, but Zheng Cheng completely ignored her. And Lian Yining, she said nothing, did nothing, and just got a 9-star level beast egg. This, without a doubt, was a huge blow to her. Zheng Cheng, however, seemed to have not heard anything, his full attention on the facehugger beast egg in his arms. Shang Gu. Su Kuan squeezed through, his face full of heartache. Are you crazy? That's a 9-star spirit beast. Just to please the school beauty? Zheng Cheng smiled mysteriously. You don't understand. I don't understand. Su Kuan stamped his feet anxiously. Now, the whole school thinks you're a fool, blinded by beauty. Yes, the goddess is indeed beautiful, but if you can raise that 9-star beast egg, the goddess might even become your woman. Yang Shili walked over, looking at Zheng Cheng with a complicated expression. Kid, I don't know why you're doing this, but, thank you. Lian Yining is a rare good seed, this high-star beast egg is very important to her. Zheng Cheng said, Principal, I also really like this Facehugger beast egg. We each get what we need. Yang Shili pondered for a moment. Alright. I will record today's events honestly, but no one will make things difficult for you. He lowered his voice. The Lian family owes you a favor, this is more important than anything. Zheng Cheng did not respond, holding the beast egg as he turned and left. Behind him, murmurs filled the air. What a show-off, he must regret it deep down. Exchanging 9 stars for 1, has his brain turned to mush? Lian Yining really made a huge gain, getting a 9-star spirit beast for nothing. Hearing the discussions behind him, a faint cold smile appeared on Zheng Cheng's lips. Idiot? Useless? A trash 1-star spirit beast? Wait until it grows up, I'll see what you all look like then. Arriving at the corner of the playground, he eagerly bit his finger and squeezed out a drop of blood, which he dripped onto the Facehugger beast egg. Then, following the knowledge taught at school, he began to sign the contract. He drew symbols in the air, and something magical happened. The drop of blood slowly seeped into the beast egg. Blood contract, united hearts, soul marks remain forever, spiritual hearts shine together, fate walks the same path. Contract. The next second, the 4 fleshy petals at the top of the Facehugger egg slowly opened, like a chrysanthemum blooming. After the blood sacrifice, it could accelerate the spirit beast's growth. Most low-star spirit beasts would mature the moment the blood sacrifice was completed, or even hatch. Accompanied by a strange insect-like cry, a bizarre arthropod creature with 8 thin legs, a long tail, and a body resembling a fusion of a scorpion and a crab crawled out of the beast egg. Creak. Perhaps because of the blood sacrifice, Zheng Cheng could feel a strange, bloodline connected aura emanating from this Facehugger. Facehugger, it's really a Facehugger. And it's the only one of its kind on this planet. After finding the right host to hatch, it will grow into a Xenomorph queen. At that time, I will have countless Xenomorphs to control. Remembering the media about alien creatures from his past life, Zheng Cheng became so excited that he couldn't speak. At that time, what would a mere 9-star beast matter? Creak. The Facehugger quickly crawled up Zheng Cheng's pants, its 8 sharp claws gripping his left shoulder, and affectionately pressed against his cheek. Cold, slimy, and fearful. In just a few seconds, Zheng Cheng's heartbeat almost stopped. He truly feared that the Facehugger might accidentally leap into his mouth and treat him as a host for its parasitic spawn. However, in this world, as a beast master, he naturally couldn't let that happen. With a flash in his eyes, after the baptism in the sacred beastland, he immediately activated his personal attribute panel. All beast masters, after awakening their beast taming talent, receive a personal attribute panel. At that point, they can not only view their own attributes accurately, but also examine different beasts, allowing them to cultivate, capture, and more. Name, Zheng Cheng. Talent, Life Symbiosis, All-Seeing Eye. Realm, Black Iron Realm, First Stage. Physique, 5. Spirit, 4. Beast, Facehugger. Life status, why do I have 2 talents? Life Symbiosis, All-Seeing Eye? A normal beast master only has 1 talent, right? Could it be because I'm a transmigrator that I have 2 talents? Zheng Cheng muttered to himself. This should be the talent he received in the sacred beastland. And it was precisely because of these 2 talents that so many beast eggs fought for the chance to become his pet. In the end, a beast egg, possibly a 9-star beast, snatched the opportunity to become his beast. But in the end, he ended up with a Facehugger. With a mental shift, the specific details of these 2 talents appeared before him again. Life Symbiosis, special talent, all your beasts can share life energy with each other. As long as one beast survives, you will not die. All-Seeing Eye, you can view detailed information about any beast, including their weaknesses, advancement direction, current status, and more. Sharing life? Zheng Cheng's pupils contracted sharply as he stared intensely at the last sentence of Life Symbiosis. As long as one beast survives, you will not die? No wonder those beast eggs fought to become my pet. It turns out they sensed this talent. Zheng Cheng's mind quickly raced as he thought of something. Alien creatures are hive organisms, and as long as there is enough flesh and energy, they can reproduce endlessly. In other words, as long as the alien creatures under my command haven't all died, I won't die. From another perspective, doesn't that mean I could live forever? Amazing. And the All-Seeing Eye allows me to see all the weaknesses and advancement paths of beasts, their current state? I wonder if it will work on wild monsters. Zheng Cheng excitedly began to check the attributes of the Facehugger. Name, Facehugger, Larval Stage. Star rating, 1 star. Realm, Black Iron, First Stage. Owner, Zheng Cheng. Skills, Parasitism, Choking Hug Kill, Mimicry and Stealth, Acid Blood Armor. For skills, nice. No wonder it's the larval stage of an alien. It actually has 4 extremely useful skills. Such abilities are naturally perfect killers in dark and cramped spaces. As Zheng Cheng was immersed in the shock brought by the facehugger, suddenly, a cold and disdainful laugh came from behind. Oh, isn't this Zheng Cheng? What happened? You gave up the 9-star beast egg and ended up with a bug? Liu crossed his arms, walking over with a sarcastic smile at the corner of his mouth. On his shoulder perched a small beast, pitch black, with glowing green pupils and resembling a blue cat. It was the larval stage of the shadow leopard, a 7-star beast known for its speed and stealth. The shadow leopard looked down at Zheng Cheng, growling low in its throat, as if mocking the foolish beast master before it. Liu. Zheng Cheng glanced at him indifferently, too lazy to respond. What's wrong? Feeling guilty? Liu sneered, deliberately raising his voice. I heard you caused quite a stir in the sacred beast land. Even the 9-star beast egg has shown favor towards you, and yet, you, in order to please Lian Yining, actually chose to give it up and pick this thing? He pointed to the face-hugging insect on Zheng Cheng's shoulder, his face full of disdain, a 1-star spirit beast, and it's just a bug, tsk. Zheng Cheng, you really opened my eyes. Many students around heard the noise and turned their curious gazes towards them. Zheng Cheng's expression remained unchanged as he gently stroked the cold shell of the face-hugging insect, saying faintly, my choice is not for you to judge. Ha ha ha. Liu laughed exaggeratedly, Zheng Cheng, you can't really think that with this bug, you can still turn things around, right? Don't dream. A 1-star spirit beast, no matter how you train it, its potential has limits. By giving up the 9-star beast egg, you're giving up the chance to become strong. He took a step closer, lowering his voice, his tone cold, I advise you to stay away from Lian Yining in the future, she is not someone like you can reach. So that's how it is. This guy came here entirely for Lian Yining. Previously, when Zheng Cheng obtained the 9-star beast egg, it caused quite a stir, all the attention that had been on him turned to Zheng Cheng. How could he swallow this bitter pill? One mountain can't have 2 tigers, unless one is male and one is female. But then the change left him completely stunned. Zheng Cheng actually gave the precious 9-star beast egg to the school beauty Lian Yining, and instead chose a 1-star beast egg. And it was a bug-type beast egg. This was simply ridiculous, this isn't how you chase a girl. Zheng Cheng's gaze turned slightly cold, just about to speak, when suddenly, a cold female voice came from the side. Liu, clean up your mouth. Lian Yining quickly walked over, her pretty face frosty, her beautiful eyes glaring at Liu. Zheng Cheng's choice is not for you to comment on. Lian Yining said coldly, besides, his talent is much stronger than yours. His future achievements may not necessarily be lower than yours. Liu's face darkened, clearly not expecting Lian Yining to defend Zheng Cheng like this. He gritted his teeth and said, Lian Yining, don't be fooled by him. He gave up the 9-star beast egg, it's simply self-destruction. Is this kind of fool really worth you speaking up for? Whether it's worth it or not, that's my business. Lian Yining stood her ground, as for you, relying on your family background, swaggering around every day, do you really think you're a genius? Liu's face turned ashen, his fists cracking as he clenched them tightly. He glared at Zheng Cheng, his eyes full of hatred, good, very good. Zheng Cheng, you sure know how to hide behind a woman. Zheng Cheng shrugged, his face innocent, I didn't say anything. Humph. Liu snorted coldly, we'll see. After saying that, he turned and was about to leave. However, at that moment, the shadow leopard on his shoulder suddenly bristled, letting out a terrified hiss from its throat. Meow. It suddenly shrank behind Liu's neck, its limbs tightly gripping his clothes, as if it had seen something extremely terrifying. Liu was stunned and turned his head. He saw the face-hugging insect on Zheng Cheng's shoulder slowly raise its body, its 8 long appendages slightly spread apart, its tail gently swaying, making an eerie creak-creak sound. The sound wasn't loud, but it seemed to directly pierce the soul, carrying an oppressive feeling that sent chills down one's spine. The shadow leopard trembled all over, not daring to lift its head, completely losing its previous arrogance. Liu's face changed, and he snapped, useless thing. What are you scared of? He yanked the shadow leopard down, but the little beast struggled desperately, even scratching several bloodstains on his arm. After breaking free, it ran to a distance, curling up and refusing to come near again. The surrounding students showed astonishment upon seeing this. What's going on? The shadow leopard is actually scared like this? That bug, it's kind of eerie. Liu's face turned extremely ugly, glaring at Zheng Cheng with deep hatred, you wait for me. After saying that, he chased after his spirit beast, leaving in a huff, defeated. Even Lian Yining was a bit surprised, looking at the facehugger bug with more curiosity in her eyes. Zheng Cheng, what's going on here? Zheng Cheng smiled faintly, gently patting the facehugger bug. It might be because the facehugger bug is making its first appearance. The shadow leopard hasn't heard its sound before, so it's a bit nervous. The facehugger bug let out a creaky sound, as if responding, then lazily crawled back onto his shoulder, as though the earlier intimidation was just a casual gesture. Lian Yining nodded thoughtfully, then smiled, but Li Yu is the type to hold grudges, so you'd better be careful from now on. Don't worry. Zheng Cheng's gaze was deep. If he dares to come, I wouldn't mind letting him experience what true horror is. By the way, what about your spirit beast? What kind is it? Thank you, Zheng Cheng. Lian Yining's gaze and tone were incredibly sincere and serious. I've already blood sacrificed it. Perhaps because its star rank is too high, it hasn't hatched yet, so I sent it into the spirit beast space. The spirit beast space is created after every beast tamer awakens their talent. Each beast tamer forms a unique spirit beast space. In this space, spirit beasts can rest and live freely based on their size, habits, and attributes. In here, they can also recover slowly if they get injured. But I already know what kind it is. She whispered, it's a 9-star beast, a fiery flame dragon phoenix, a spirit beast that combines the bloodlines of both dragons and phoenixes. It's incredibly powerful. Zheng Cheng, this spirit beast is so precious, Stop. Zheng Cheng interrupted, since we made the exchange, it's yours now. No need to keep thanking me. If you really want to thank me. Zheng Cheng suddenly had an idea, speaking in a low voice, just give me some money, that'll be enough. The facehugger bug needs its host to hatch it before it can evolve into an alien form, even into the alien queen. But he couldn't just go around killing people for that, right? Unless he could buy an appropriate humanoid spirit beast and use it to breed the alien queen. And buying a humanoid spirit beast? That would cost a fortune. His family was just an ordinary one, and his parents weren't beast tamers. It wouldn't be easy for them to buy him a spirit beast. Sure, ordinary spirit beasts could also hatch aliens. But the hatching of aliens had a lot to do with the intelligence of the host. The smarter the host, the more cunning the alien would be. On the other hand, if the host was less intelligent, he didn't want to casually pick any random alien beast for the facehugger bug to parasitize. After all, if the alien that hatched only had brute strength but no intelligence, it would be worse than the fiery flame dragon phoenix. But right now, isn't there a little rich girl in front of him? Money? Lian Yining's delicate, oval-shaped face scrunched up, her clear peach blossom eyes widened in surprise as she murmured, a 9-star spirit beast is priceless. Every time it appears, it costs tens of millions at the very least. I don't have that much money. How much do you have? Lian Yining tilted her head in thought for a moment. She then started counting on her fingers, speaking softly, I've saved my New Year's money for over 10 years. I probably have a little over $1 million. But my dad said that as long as I awaken my talent this time, he'll reward me. The higher the initial star level of the spirit beast I get, the higher the reward. When I get back, I'll transfer all this money to you. How about that? Alright, it's a deal. Lian Yining smiled brightly, by the way, let's add each other as friends. Okay. Although they were classmates, they weren't in the same class, so they still hadn't exchanged contact information. After adding each other as friends, Lian Yining's profile picture was of a cute little white cat, staring with innocent big eyes, looking very adorable. Alright, I'll head home first. If anything comes up, I'll contact you. So soon? You're not staying. Stay for what? That group of reporters is so annoying. With that, she waved her hand and walked out of the school gate alone. Watching Zheng Cheng leave, Lian Yining's beautiful eyes were filled with gratitude and excitement. Zheng Cheng, no matter what happens in the future, you will always be my precious friend. I will protect you for the rest of my life. Soon, Zheng Cheng returned home. A dilapidated neighborhood located in the corner of Weibei City, part of the poor district, the outskirts of the city. His parents, too, were ordinary people running a small convenience store together, the business barely enough to get by. Looking at the convenience store on the street corner, Zheng Cheng hesitated. After thinking for a moment, he decided to put the facehugger into the spirit beast space. The spirit beast space, exclusive to the facehugger, was a cave of just over 100 square meters. It was extremely damp inside, the floor covered with slimy mucus, and even the air was filled with moisture. This kind of environment was perfect for the facehugger, or any alien-like creatures to survive. Taking a deep breath, Zheng Cheng walked towards the convenience store. Zheng Cheng pushed open the glass door of the convenience store, and the copper bell hanging on the doorframe rang crisply twice. The store's lighting was dim, and an old television was playing the news, the reporter's excited voice echoing in the small space. Breaking news! A 9-star beast egg appeared during the awakening ceremony at our city's high school, the first in Weibei City in nearly a century. However, unexpectedly, the student Zheng Cheng, who originally possessed the beast egg, exchanged it for a female classmate. The TV cut to the footage of the awakening ceremony, and the camera perfectly captured the moment when Zheng Cheng handed the beast egg to Lian Yining. Zheng Cheng paused, cursing inwardly, these reporters are really quick. Xiao Cheng? His mother, Lin Xiaolan, heard the sound and immediately jumped up from her chair, her eyes a bit red, clearly having been crying recently. She quickly walked over, grabbing Zheng Cheng's hand and examining him from head to toe. Are you okay? How was the awakening ceremony? Did you get hurt? Zheng Cheng shook his head and forced a smile. Mom, I'm fine, the awakening went smoothly. Lin Xiaolan breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly pulled him to sit down, and turned to get some water. You rest for a bit, Mom will pour you some water. His father, Zhang Weiguo, sat silently in the old rattan chair behind the counter, staring at the television with a furrowed brow. His right pant leg was empty, the monster attack from more than 10 years ago having cost him half a leg forever. At that time, Zhang Weiguo was not a beastmaster, but he was a soldier and volunteered to assist the beastmasters outside the city. Unexpectedly, they encountered a beast tide. Zheng Cheng noticed his father's gaze, and his throat tightened. Dad. Zhang Weiguo didn't speak, only giving him a deep, complicated look. At that moment, the store door was pushed open again, and a middle-aged woman poked her head in. Old Zhang, give me a pack of salt. Coming. Zhang Weiguo stood up, leaning on the counter, and walked with his cane to the shelf to get the goods. His movements were smooth, but the sound of the cane striking the ground hit Zheng Cheng's heart like a hammer. In today's era, mechanical prosthetics and electronic AI limb assistance technology were highly advanced. Unfortunately, their family had no money to make use of that, so they could only rely on the simplest cane. Lin Xiaolan handed Zheng Cheng the water cup, lowering her voice. Don't blame your dad, he's just feeling bad inside. I know. Zheng Cheng stared at the water cup, the steam blurring his vision. Lin Xiaolan sighed, softly saying, Zheng Cheng, I don't care what spirit beast you chose, as long as you're safe. Those reporters talking about 9 stars and genius, I don't care, you're my only son. Her voice choked, and Zheng Cheng quickly grasped her hand. Mom, don't worry, my spirit beast may have a low star level, but it's very suitable for me. That's good, that's good. Zheng Weiguo finished with the customer and slowly shuffled back to the rattan chair, sitting down, finally speaking, what's your spirit beast? Zheng Cheng hesitated for a moment, then decided to tell the truth. 1 star, Facehugger. Facehugger? Zheng Weiguo's brows furrowed even deeper. A bug-type spirit beast? Yeah, but it's very special. Zheng Weiguo waved his hand, interrupting his explanation. Forget it, since you've already chosen. Just train well. His tone was calm, but Zheng Cheng could hear the disappointment in it. The room fell silent for a moment, with only the reporter on the TV still chattering away. Experts analyze that Zheng Cheng's behavior is related to Gene Wuxiao AI, but the cost seems a bit too high. We hope Zheng Cheng will not regret it in the future. Slap. Zheng Weiguo suddenly grabbed the remote and turned off the TV, his face darkening. Lin Xiaolan quickly tried to smooth things over. Old Zheng, the child just came back. Let's eat first. I've stewed some ribs. You guys eat. I'm not hungry. Zheng Weiguo stood up with the help of his cane, limping toward the backyard. Zheng Cheng watched his father's back, his fists unconsciously clenching. He knew what his father was disappointed about. Although Zheng Weiguo was just an ordinary man, he still carried the blood of a soldier deep inside. When he lost his leg back then, his greatest regret was not being able to return to the battlefield to kill enemies. He placed all his hopes on his son, hoping Zheng Cheng would become a powerful beast master to serve the country. But now, Zheng Cheng gave up on a 9-star beast and chose a 1-star insect. In his father's eyes, this was equivalent to voluntarily giving up the opportunity to become strong. For the unyielding Zheng Weiguo, this was no different from being a deserter on the battlefield. However, since it was his own son, he could only respect his choice. Dad, don't worry, I'll never disappoint you. Chapter 6, The Shock of Lianyu Mountain. Dad, Mom, I'm back. When Lian Yining stepped into the house, she found that her parents had already been waiting in the living room for quite some time. Her father, Lianyu Mountain, was sitting in the main seat with a serious expression. Her mother, Su Qinghe, was standing beside him, her eyes filled with worry. Yining, I heard you got the spirit beast egg of the fiery dragon phoenix? Su Qinghe quickly stepped forward and took her daughter's hand. Is this true? Lian Yining nodded, her expression unchanged. It was Zheng Cheng who gave it to me. Lianyu Mountain suddenly stood up, his eyes flashing with shock. A 9-star beast egg, he just gave it to you? He paced back and forth, then suddenly stopped. You didn't. No. Lian Yining interrupted her father's guess decisively. We're just ordinary classmates. No? Lianyu Mountain looked astonished. Then why would he give you a 9-star beast egg? It wasn't that he didn't believe his daughter, it was just that this matter was too unbelievable. Su Qinghe exchanged a glance with her husband and spoke softly. Yining, that's a 9-star spirit beast egg, worth a fortune. If he didn't have special feelings for you, who would? Dad, Mom, you know I never lie. Lian Yining's expression was calm, but a trace of confusion appeared in her eyes. As for why Zheng Cheng did this, I don't know either. This was the truth. Even now, she still couldn't understand Zheng Cheng's actions. Although they had been classmates for 3 years, she had almost no interaction with him. Could it be that he has a secret crush on me? Even so, would it be enough for him to give such a precious gift? That was a 9-star beast egg. If he raised the fiery dragon phoenix, and it advanced to an epic level powerhouse, or even a legendary level powerhouse, then if he came to pursue me, I surely wouldn't refuse. So why now? So urgent? Recalling Zheng Cheng's actions at the time, Lian Yining's beautiful eyes couldn't help but show a trace of doubt. Oh? Seeing that his daughter didn't seem to be lying, Lian Yu Mountain was momentarily speechless. They really haven't been involved? He had originally thought that Zheng Cheng was deeply in love with his daughter, even to the point of being willing to give up everything for her, which is why he made such an astonishing move. But the two of them weren't even a couple? Then what was this kid after? Was he just an infatuated fool? Is there really someone this foolish in the world? Not even a simp would go this far. It must be said that Zheng Cheng's actions truly left many people scratching their heads. The three of them guessed for a long time but still couldn't understand Zheng Cheng's motives, and in the end, they could only conclude that he was so obsessed with Lian Yining that he didn't care about the cost. Now that things are like this, we can only try to compensate him. Lian Yu Mountain thought for a moment and said, if he can come back alive from the trial, I will ensure his life is full of wealth and honor. This was not an empty promise. With the power and resources of the Lian family, it would be easy to give an ordinary person a life of luxury. The trial. The Ministry of Education of the Summer Kingdom has stipulated that all new students who awaken the beast mastery talent and obtain spirit beasts will undergo a special trial 10 days later. Only by passing the trial can they qualify for the subsequent Beast Master University Joint Entrance Exam. The 10-day period is to allow beast masters to develop a rapport and bond with their spirit beasts, as well as foster growth, to maximize their potential in the trial. Every year's trial comes with a corresponding number of death quotas. Lian Yining glanced at her father and said calmly, a 1-star spirit beast, and it's the weakest insect-type spirit beast, its power can barely be unleashed. Zheng Cheng's current strength might only be slightly stronger than an average person. In this situation, passing the trial is almost impossible. Lian Yu Mountain furrowed his brows and pondered, I have some connections with the deans of several intermediate academies. Yining, go ask Zheng Cheng, if he needs help, I can assist him in getting into a school. With my connections, this little thing won't be difficult to arrange. Even if he doesn't pass the trial, he can still enter the academy as a special talent student. After a pause, he added, however, those top-tier schools. I'm afraid they won't be able to help. Their admission standards are extremely strict. The difference between intermediate academies and top-tier schools is like the gap between ordinary schools and top-notch universities. No need. Lian Yining said indifferently, I've already solved his enrollment issue. What? Lian Yu Mountain was stunned, how did you solve it? Earlier at the academy, after I performed the blood sacrifice on the beast egg, many schools sent people to recruit me. Lian Yu Mountain nodded, this is normal. A beast master with a 9-star spirit beast is rare across the country, any academy would fight to recruit. Could it be that you? At this point, his eyes suddenly widened, as if he realized something. Sure enough. Lian Yining's tone remained calm, I made a condition to the admissions people. If they want me to enroll, they must also accept Zheng Cheng. Most schools couldn't agree because of rules, but in the end, only 6 schools compromised, and I chose the strongest, Imperial City Academy. Imperial City Academy? That's the #1 ranked school in the country. Would they really accept Zheng Cheng? Yes, Imperial City Academy has a department called the Rare Spirit Beast Research Academy, dedicated to studying rare or endangered spirit beasts. Zheng Cheng's face-wrapped bug is the first of its kind to appear. There's only this one in the world. As long as he passes the trial and performs well in the subsequent college entrance exam, he can be admitted to Imperial City Academy. These words left Lian Yu Mountain speechless. Reproach? But his daughter was repaying a favor. Moreover, compared to Zheng Cheng's sacrifice, this was nothing. After a moment of silence, Lian Yu Mountain smiled bitterly, Yining, I understand that you want to compensate Zheng Cheng, and I don't oppose it. But Imperial City Academy is a top-tier school, and those who get in are all exceptionally gifted. Forcing him in may not be a good thing. In the trial, no one would want to team up with a beast master who only has a 1-star spirit beast. He'll be facing danger alone, and that will only make things. As he said this, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked at his daughter with shock. Even Su Qingha also seemed to have thought of something, looking at her in surprise. And Lian Yining did not disappoint her parents. He has teammates. She said calmly, I'm his teammate, and I'm willing to team up with him to pass the trial. Her tone was light but left no room for doubt. Lian Yu Mountain almost fainted. Daughter, don't be foolish. The trial is extremely dangerous, and if you bring a burden, neither of you will survive. By doing this, you not only harm him but also doom yourself. Didn't you swear to step into the legendary realm? Now that you have the Crimson Flame Dragon Phoenix, as long as you find strong teammates, you can obtain more resources in the trial. Get stronger fast. On the trial path, one misstep means a misstep at every turn. If you're burdened from the start, you'll never become strong, let alone seek revenge. You want to make it up to Zheng Cheng? There are many ways to do that, why risk it all for yourself? In order to persuade my daughter, even the great Lian Yu Mountain had to plead with her earnestly, repeatedly. But to my surprise, Lian Yining didn't listen at all. Instead, she said, "By the way, Mom and Dad, didn't you say that if I awakened my beast control talent and got a spirit beast, you'd give me a red envelope? I've not only awakened my talent, but also obtained a 9-star spirit beast. You have to give me a huge red envelope now." Chapter 7, Purchasing Spirit Beasts. The next morning, Zheng Cheng got up early. He opened his phone, and the balance in his bank account almost made him freeze. Balance, 3,001,585.5. 3 million. Late last night, Lian Yining had chatted with him and mentioned that her father had given her a big red envelope, and she transferred it all to him. At the time, it was already late, and he hadn't paid attention. To his surprise, when he checked this morning, it was actually 3 million. He quickly sent a message to Lian Yining, "Lian Yining, this 3 million is too much. I'll return it to you." Soon, Lian Yining's reply came. "Compared to the fiery flame dragon phoenix you gave me, what's 3 million? If you consider me a friend, don't say things like that." "Okay, thanks. Also, we're already good friends. Just call me Yining from now on." Zheng Cheng blinked. What was this girl imagining? But seeing the message she sent, he still typed back, "Alright, Yining. By the way, I'll give you a surprise in the next few days, so don't go running around, okay?" Surprise? What surprise? If you already know, then it's not a surprise. You'll find out in a few days. Lian Yining typed quickly, and another message soon followed. "By the way, the school is on holiday these days. What are you planning to do?" "I'm planning to visit the Spirit Beast Association and buy some spirit beasts." Buying spirit beasts? Well, the Facehugger bug is only a 1-star spirit beast, it's just too weak. Buying a few 3-star spirit bugs to cultivate might give us some combat power for the trials later. By the way, do you want me to go with you? The Facehugger bug is weak? Zheng Cheng really wanted to show this girl how strong the Facehugger bug would become later. But for now, he decided to wait a bit more. "No need, if you go, it'll draw too much attention. Let's meet up again when there's a chance." "Okay, then. I can only do that. Hope you find the spirit beast you like." Looking at Lian Yining's profile picture turning gray, Zheng Cheng also turned off his phone. 3 million. With this 3 million, he could buy the right spirit beasts. He could even change his parents' living environment. And his father's crippled leg could also be treated. But when he thought of his stubborn father, Zheng Cheng still decided to hold off on telling them about the 3 million for now. This 3 million source is hard to explain. If my father finds out it came from selling spirit beast eggs, he might start thinking weird things. No rush, once my exotic creatures are cultivated, making money from that will be more natural. Thinking of this, he quickly washed up and prepared to head to the Beast Master Association. At that moment, through the bathroom door, he seemed to hear his mother talking to someone on the phone. "Hello, second brother? Graduation banquet? No need for that. Xiao Cheng is already grown up, he can handle his own matters." "What? How Tian has become a beast master and contracted a 4-star spirit beast? Alright. Once he's admitted to the Beast Master Academy, we'll definitely attend the graduation banquet. MHM. Listening to his mother's voice, Zheng Cheng quickly figured something out. His cousin, Lin Haotian, was the same age as him, just a few months older. However, he was studying at the 26th middle school in the provincial capital of Qinzhou. It looked like he had also awakened his Beast Master talent this year and had contracted a 4-star exotic beast. Now, they were planning to have a graduation banquet for their relatives? The trials hadn't even started yet, and the upcoming college entrance exam hadn't started either. Why was the graduation banquet being planned so soon? Thinking about the snobbish and petty behavior of my second uncle and aunt, Zheng Cheng couldn't help but furrow his brows. I had traded a 9-star beast egg for a 1-star beast egg, and this news had spread across the country, sparking a lot of discussions. They must know about it too. Now, they're calling under the guise of a graduation celebration, clearly trying to annoy me. He walked out and saw his mother just putting down her phone, looking somewhat displeased. "Xiao Cheng? You're awake. The meal is in the pot, let me serve it for you." "Mom, I can do it myself." "Where's Dad?" "Your dad went to get some supplies." "Oh. Even though his father was disabled, he had always been self-sufficient, doing whatever he could on his own and never asking anyone for help. While eating a simple meal of steamed buns and porridge, Zheng Cheng thought for a moment before organizing his words. Mom, I want to go out for a while. Out? Where to? The Beastmaster Association. The Beastmaster Association? You want to buy a beast? Although Lin Xiulan was just an ordinary housewife, she still understood some basic knowledge about beastmasters. Yeah, I just want to take a look. Oh. While eating, Lin Xiulan slightly furrowed her brows, lost in thought. Ding dong, welcome. A customer entered the small convenience store, and Lin Xiulan quickly stood up to attend to them. Zheng Cheng finished his breakfast in a few bites and walked out the door. Mom, I'm leaving. Oh. After taking the bus for over an hour, Zheng Cheng arrived at the Beastmaster Association Plaza in the south of the city. The association's building was made entirely of silver-white alloy, gleaming coldly under the sunlight. The giant screen above the main entrance constantly displayed images of rare and precious beasts. The Beastmaster Association was an independent department, separate from other government bodies, managing the qualification assessments, task assignments, and rank evaluations for Beastmasters nationwide. It also had a business selling beasts. Although Weibei City is just a small city, all the beasts in the Beastmaster Association are networked, so you can buy a beast and have it delivered within 3 days. I hope the beasts here won't disappoint me. Zheng Cheng muttered to himself, tightening the slightly worn backpack on his shoulder and stepping into the lobby. As soon as he entered, the cold air and noise hit him, making Zheng Cheng furrow his brows slightly. The spacious lobby was bustling with people, most of them well-dressed parents bringing their children to choose beasts. They gathered in small groups around the various display areas, frequently expressing their admiration. Zheng Cheng, dressed in a simple school uniform, felt out of place among the crowd. A few rich kids even deliberately distanced themselves from him, as if afraid that his poor aura would rub off on them. Only the rich or noble could afford to buy beasts the day after the awakening ceremony. The reason was simple. The prices of beasts were always sky-high. Even the lowest grade 1-star beast could cost tens of thousands of yuan. This was almost the annual income of an ordinary family. Let alone those higher grade beasts, whose prices were astronomical. After walking around, Zheng Cheng approached an available staff member. The staff member was in her 20s, wearing light makeup and styled with slightly reddish curly hair. She looked sharp and professional, with a name tag reading Wang Lily, Senior Consultant. Zheng Cheng got straight to the point. Hello, I want to buy a beast. Wang Lily quickly scanned Zheng Cheng from head to toe, from his faded sneakers to his slightly old backpack. Her lips curled in a barely noticeable sneer. Oh? She elongated the word, the cheapest 1-star beast cub here starts at 100,000 yuan. Are you sure? Zheng Cheng's brows twitched ever so slightly. Was there really still a salesperson who looked down on others like this? Her words were interrupted by a burst of commotion as a family of 3 walked in, the father in a suit and the mother dressed in luxurious jewelry. In the middle was a haughty young man, dressed in extravagant clothing. Oh my! Isn't that Mr. Zhang? Wang Lily's expression instantly changed from indifference to flattery. Are you here to pick a spirit beast for your son? We've just received a batch of 5-star spirit beast cubs, especially suited for. She completely forgot about Zheng Cheng, twisting her waist and quickly walking toward the family. Zheng Cheng shook his head, already used to people like this who only cared about status. He looked around, preparing to find the purchasing area by himself. Hello, do you need help? A slightly nervous voice came from the side. Zheng Cheng turned his head and saw a young girl with a ponytail standing next to him. The nameplate on her chest read Lin Xiaoyu, Intern Consultant, and she had a shy smile on her face. I want to buy a spirit beast. Okay. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes brightened. Do you have any specific requirements? Like attributes, star level, or? I need a humanoid spirit beast, preferably with intelligence. Zheng Cheng interrupted her, the smarter, the better. Star level. He estimated the prices of different star level spirit beasts and then said, 5-star, or even 6-star would be fine. Lin Xiaoyu blinked, humanoid? These spirit beasts are quite rare, but we do have a special area for them. Please follow me. She led Zheng Cheng through the crowded hall and toward a smaller exhibition area on the right side. Along the way, Zheng Cheng noticed that many people were looking at them with strange eyes. An intern consultant leading a poor student seemed out of place in this wealthy area. Some people were even whispering, pointing fingers at them. It was obvious that someone had already recognized him. After all, Weibei City was just a small town, with only a few wealthy people. And Zheng Cheng, who had just become famous yesterday for swapping a 9-star spirit beast egg for a 1-star spirit beast egg, naturally attracted countless people's attention. This is the humanoid spirit beast area. Are you sure you want this type of spirit beast? Zheng Cheng asked curiously, why do you say that? Although humanoid spirit beasts are smart and can assist beast masters well, because they are too smart, sometimes they might choose to defy the commands given. Some humanoid spirit beasts, when facing danger, might hesitate, choose to flee, or avoid fighting, making them harder to control compared to animal-type spirit beasts. Lin Xiaoyu was clearly a beginner, as normally, such sales tactics would never be shared with customers. What if the customer gets scared and leaves? But Zheng Cheng didn't mind. After all, he was just here to buy spirit beasts as expendables. Lin Xiaoyu pointed to a row of transparent cultivation pods. Currently, we have a 4-star Kodao Fishman, a water-type spirit beast. It can use some water-based magic and has some melee ability. Its underwater combat power doubles. This is a 5-star Thorn Giant Troll, a melee spirit beast, with a thorny aura that can reflect physical damage. And here's the Ghost Shadow Harpy, a 6-star flying spirit beast, very rare. We only have this one in Weibei City. Zheng Cheng carefully examined these spirit beasts. They all had a humanoid shape, but they were clearly still in their juvenile stage, small in size with innocent eyes. Some looked like fishmen, others resembled gorillas. Especially the last one, the Ghost Shadow Harpy, which was pitch black with a sharp face, looking like a small dark creature with a pair of wings. Don't you have any adults? Zheng Cheng furrowed his brows and asked. He was buying spirit beasts purely for the face-burrowing worms to parasitize. These juvenile spirit beasts were clearly not suitable. Adults? Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened in surprise. Generally, beast masters prefer juvenile spirit beasts, as it's easier to establish a contract and spiritual connection. I need adults, preferably ones that are injured. High-star adult spirit beasts are hard to control. But those that are injured are different. The face-burrowing worm can easily parasitize them. This strange request only made Lin Xiaoyu more confused. She bit her lower lip and thought for a moment, then suddenly her eyes lit up. Wait, I think I remember. She quickly flipped through the tablet in her hand, browsing the inventory records. Got it. She said excitedly, last week, we did receive an adult humanoid spirit beast, a 7-star King Kong Berserk Ape. But it wasn't in our Weibei City, it was in Lulin City. If you want it, you can only reserve it, and we can have it delivered to you as soon as today. But what? It was severely injured during a trial, the kind of injury that cannot be healed. Lin Xiaoyu lowered her voice. The original owner thought the treatment cost was too high, so he sold it to the association. But Mr. Zhang, this kind of spirit beast might not be suitable for a contract. Zheng Cheng's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. Let me see. But Lin Xiaoyu hesitated. That King Kong Berserk Ape is in very bad condition, and the price. The price is not a problem. Zheng Cheng said calmly. Normally, the price of a 7-star spirit beast cub would be between 5 to 10 million. But this is the price for a cub, which is most suitable for beast tamers to tame and raise. As for an adult spirit beast, the price is often lower. Not to mention this severely injured King Kong Berserk Ape, its price would be even lower. He had 3 million on hand, which was enough. Lin Xiaoyu stared in surprise at this plainly dressed student, and after a moment, she nodded. All right, please take a look. Taking the tablet, Zheng Cheng looked at the King Kong Berserk Ape that Lin Xiaoyu mentioned. In the video, there was clearly a large iron cage, resembling a prison. Inside, there lay a massive ape-like creature. Even lying down, this King Kong Berserk Ape was nearly 5 meters tall. Its golden fur was dull and lifeless, and there was a horrifying wound on its chest, its breathing weak. As if sensing the presence of the photographer, it suddenly opened its eyes, a fierce light flashing in its golden pupils, letting out a deep growl. This is the King Kong Berserk Ape. According to the management staff, its spine was broken during a fight, and it can no longer stand, plus its heart was severely damaged, and it can't be treated. The best fate for it now is to become food for other spirit beasts, or... But Zheng Cheng showed a satisfied smile. This King Kong Berserk Ape was strong, muscular, and even though it was on the verge of death, it still radiated a powerful aura. Moreover, ape-type spirit beasts were universally acknowledged as the smartest spirit beasts. Though this King Kong Berserk Ape was severely wounded, its vitality was still strong, making it the perfect host for the faceworm. How much? Zheng Cheng asked directly. Lin Xiaoyu checked the record. Because it's an injured individual, the price has been reduced to 2 million. Zheng Cheng didn't hesitate. I'll buy it. What? Lin Xiaoyu thought she had heard wrong. Mr. Zhang, are you sure? This King Kong Berserk Ape might not survive. Swipe the card. When they returned to the front desk to complete the paperwork, Wang Lily had just sent away a wealthy merchant. Seeing Zheng Cheng and Lin Xiaoyu, she sneered and said, Xiaoyu, did you just show the cheapest 1-star spirit beast to the guest? No, Wang Jia. Lin Xiaoyu blushed and said, this Mr. Zhang wants to buy the King Kong Berserk Ape that was delivered to Lulin City a few days ago. The hall suddenly fell silent for a moment, and several consultants and guests around looked at Zheng Cheng in surprise. King Kong Berserk Ape? A 7-star spirit beast, that should cost at least several million. This kid is so rich? Do you have a King Kong Berserk ape cub here? I want it, bring it out quickly. The surrounding guests were immediately stunned, and many shouted that they wanted to buy the King Kong Berserk ape. 7-star spirit beast cubs were basically priceless and rarely encountered. Every time they appeared, they would cause a lot of competition, usually sold through auctions. Unexpectedly, there was a 7-star King Kong Berserk ape here, which naturally drew many inquiries. Wang Lily was first stunned, then burst into laughter. Don't joke around. That 7-star spirit beast costs 2 million. Can he afford it? Everyone, don't rush. The golden violent ape from Lulin City is already at the adult stage, and it's severely injured, unable to move at all, so it only costs 2 million. But, can this kid afford it? Zheng Cheng couldn't be bothered to reply, simply handing over his bank card to Lin Xiaoyu. Please hurry up, I'm in a rush. Lin Xiaoyu nervously took the card and began operating the computer. When the payment success notification sound echoed, the entire hall fell silent. Wang Lily's expression froze, as if she had just been hit with a powerful punch. Payment successful, 2 million exactly. Lin Xiaoyu's voice trembled slightly with surprise. Mr. Zhang, here's your receipt and purchase proof. Please leave an address, our Beastmasters Association will deliver it to you by 6 p.m. at the latest. Thank you. Soft murmurs and quiet laughter filled the air. Some people had already guessed what was going on, looking at Zheng Cheng with curiosity. Who's that kid? I've never seen him before. Did you not watch the news? He's Zheng Cheng from number 1 high, the one who exchanged a 9-star beast egg for a classmate's 1-star beast egg yesterday. Damn. It's him. That female classmate, I think she's the president's daughter, no wonder she's so rich. TSK, so generous, looks like the rumors about him and the president's daughter are true. What rumors? Of course, they're a couple, haha. By the way, I heard that the advisor's sales commission is 5%? So Miss Lin should get a 100,000 bonus this time? Wan Lily's face instantly turned pale. That should have been her client, her commission. She had, of course, heard about what happened at number 1 high yesterday. But she never expected the young man before her was the protagonist of the awakening event yesterday. And the president that people were talking about was none other than the emblem of the Beastmasters Association in Weibei City, Lian Yuishan. Could it be that the young man she offended was the son-in-law of President Lian? Realizing this, she regretted even more as she watched Zheng Cheng's retreating figure. Zheng, young Master Zheng. She quickly took a few steps, her smile even more fawning and flattering. I'm really sorry, I was blind earlier. Chapter 9, Second Uncle, this spirit beast is for my son. When Zheng Cheng stepped out of the Beastmasters Association, the sun was blazing. He squinted at his phone, it was already past 2 p.m. He touched the purchase proof and contract in his pocket, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. A 7-star golden violent ape, I wonder what kind of mutation will hatch when the faceworm parasitizes it. And the incubation time, it better not take too long, there are only 9 days left until the trial. Zheng Cheng thought as he hailed a taxi and headed home. Meanwhile, in Zheng Cheng's family convenience store, the atmosphere was so tense it felt like water could be squeezed out of it. Xiaolan, it's not that second brother is criticizing you, but Haotian is now the first beastmaster from our Lin family. Second uncle Lin Haidao puffed out his beer belly, tapping his fingers on the glass counter. He even contracted a 4-star black iron ape. The future is limitless. Second Aunt Wang Chunmei chimed in, exactly, your little Chang might have awakened, but what use is that 1-star bug? It's got no future. Why not lend the money to Hao Tian? Once Hao Tian becomes successful, he won't forget to take care of you. Lin Xiulan's face turned pale, her fingers unconsciously twisting the edge of her apron. Second brother, this money is for Chang's tuition, we also want to buy him some spirit beasts with the same attributes for training. Tuition? Lin Haotian sneered, dressed in his new Beastmaster uniform. Aunt, that 1-star spirit beast of my cousin's can't even meet the threshold for Beastmaster University, what tuition? And as for buying spirit beasts, what's the point of his 1-star bug? Even if you buy him 100, they won't form any battle power. Forget it, talking to you about this is pointless. Just know that Cheng's spirit beast is useless, and he'll only ever be a failure. In his wheelchair, Zhang Weigua slammed the armrest sharply. Haotian. How dare you speak to your aunt like that? Uncle. Lin Haotian looked down from above at the disabled Zhang Weigua. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. I am speaking the truth, a 1-star spirit beast, the weakest insect species. Cousin, in this lifetime, you'll only ever become a black iron level beast master at best. He deliberately released a faint beast master's mental pressure, and Zhang Weigua's face immediately turned pale. You. Lin Xiulan hurriedly blocked her husband. Haotian, your uncle's leg isn't well, don't. On the side, Lin Haitao and Wang Chunmei smiled proudly as if they saw nothing. This was their son, the Lin family's prodigy. If it were before, if Zheng Cheng had contracted a 9-star spirit beast, they would never dare to so openly come asking for money. They would even have to offer money themselves, trying to win Zheng Cheng over. But now, a 1-star insect, what use is it? Mom, I'm back. Zheng Cheng pushed the door open and immediately sensed the strange atmosphere in the room. He glanced at the second uncle's family, finally landing on his parents' unhappy faces. What's going on? Why is the second uncle's family here? Zheng Cheng had 2 uncles, both living in the provincial capital. The difference was that the eldest uncle's family was honest and close to Zheng Cheng's family. As for the second uncle's family, they were greedy for wealth, a group of snobs, rarely coming into contact with them. Xiao Cheng, you're back? The second aunt immediately changed her face and smiled. We were just talking about you. Your cousin has become a beast master and needs money to buy a spirit beast. He wants to borrow 500,000 from your family. Who knew your parents would make excuses? You quickly persuade them. Zheng Cheng raised an eyebrow. Borrow money? Lin Haotian strode over, his 4-star badge shining under the sunlight. Cousin, now you're also a beast master, you should understand what the star level difference means. He lowered his voice. Your face insect will never break through black iron level in its lifetime. Since that's the case, it's better to lend me the money to help my growth. Zheng Cheng's eyes turned cold, but before he could speak, his father, Zhang Weigua, had already shouted angrily, Lin Haidao. Take your wife and children and get out. No matter what, my son doesn't need your interference. Zheng Weigua. The second uncle's face turned pale. You're being ungrateful. Haotian is going to a provincial key beast master university in the future. What about your Xiao Cheng? He can't even get into a third-rate university. Lin Haotian disdainfully added, Uncle, do you know what a 4-star spirit beast means? As long as the resources are enough, I have an 80% chance of breaking through to the golden rank. At that time, I will be the top powerhouse in Weibei City, even ranking in the entire Qinzhou province. He turned to Zheng Cheng and said in a patronizing tone, Cousin, lend me the 500,000. After I break through to the golden rank, I'll arrange a good job for you, how about it? Zheng Cheng suddenly laughed. Cousin, what spirit beast did you contract? A 4-star black iron ape monkey, how about it? This black iron ape monkey is considered high quality among all 4-star spirit beasts, and can even rival some ordinary 5-star spirit beasts. Black iron ape monkey? A monkey-type spirit beast, I heard they're very intelligent? Of course. Lin Haotian proudly raised his head, monkey-type spirit beasts are the smartest. If we can form a group, their combat power doubles. That's why I need to buy another one. Just as he was speaking, a heavy truck's roar suddenly came from outside. A truck with the words Beast Master Association Special Transport parked at the convenience store entrance, followed by a black sedan. Is Mr. Zheng Cheng here? A well-dressed middle-aged man got out of the car, followed by 4 staff members in uniforms. I am. Zheng Cheng walked up. Who are you? I am Wang Ning, the business manager of the Spirit Beast Biancel Department of the Weibei City Beast Master Association. The 7-star Diamond 8 beast you ordered has been delivered. Please sign for it. The convenience store instantly became silent, everyone staring in shock. Lin Haotian's eyes almost popped out. Diamond 8 beast? Zheng Cheng calmly walked out. It's mine. Wang Ning respectfully handed over the documents. As per your request, we've made special anesthesia arrangements. It is now in a deep sleep state. Do you need help transporting it to the designated location? Uncle and his family followed out. Lin Haotian looked at the huge metal cage on the truck, inside which lay a golden giant ape more than 5 meters tall, and his breath grew rapid. 7-star golden gorilla? This is impossible. He suddenly turned to Zheng Cheng. This golden gorilla, is the one that was seriously injured in Lulin City. It must cost at least 2 million. Where did you get the money? As someone who had contracted a monkey-type spiritual beast, he naturally paid attention to high-star spiritual apes. When he first found out about the seriously injured golden gorilla, he immediately thought of buying it to raise it as his own spiritual beast. Spiritual beasts want to grow and increase their power. In addition to killing other demon beasts and wild beasts to gain battle experience, as well as absorbing soul power, they can also increase their strength by devouring the life core of other spiritual beasts of the same type, species, or attribute. When he learned that this golden gorilla required 2 million, he immediately began pestering his parents to borrow the money. If he could feed this seriously injured golden gorilla to his black iron monkey, his black iron monkey could very likely break through its current star level. He didn't expect that the golden gorilla, which he had been thinking about, would appear in front of him so quickly. No, wait. This is my money. You used my money to buy the golden gorilla? Or are you saying, you specially bought it to give to me? To butter me up? Zheng Cheng's eyes grew cold. Cousin, it's still daytime. What dream are you having? And also, speak with evidence. This is my money. Evidence? Lin Haotian pointed frantically at Zheng Cheng's parents. With your dad and mom running this small, shabby shop, they could never save 2 million in a lifetime. They must have stolen the money my dad left at your house. Lin Haotian. Zheng Weiguo trembled with anger. You're spitting slander. Wang Ning frowned and said, Sir, Mr. Zheng's funds are completely legitimate. They were personally verified this morning by President Lian Yu of the Beast Master Association. President Lian? Lin Haotian was struck as if by lightning. That Lian Yining who traded a 9-star spiritual beast egg for your facehugger, her dad? The president of the Beast Master Association in Weibei City? Zheng Cheng ignored him and said to the middle-aged man, Please transport it to my backyard. I've already prepared the accommodation. Watching the staff start unloading the goods, Lin Haotian suddenly grabbed Zheng Cheng's arm, his eyes full of greed. Cousin. Transfer the golden gorilla to me. My black iron monkey and it are of the same species and can form a group. This way, as long as you transfer the golden gorilla to me, I promise that after I get into Beast Master University, I'll take you as an auditor. Even when I advance to a golden-ranked Beast Master, I'll arrange a job for you, so you can live your life in luxury. Zheng Cheng shook off his hand. Not for sale. You. Lin Haotian's face twisted. You, a 1-star Beast Master, what use do you have for a 7-star spiritual beast? It could crush your broken bug with a single finger. Uncle Lin Haitao grew anxious and hurriedly said, Xiao Chang. Why are you so clueless? Good things should go to useful people. You've only contracted a 1-star bug, far inferior to my Haotian. Aunt Wang Chunmei also shouted sharply, You can't even get into Beast Master University. What use is such a powerful spiritual beast to you? It'd be better to give it to our Haotian, we're family. At this moment, a luxury hovering car emblazoned with Imperial Capital Beast Master University slowly descended by the roadside. The car door opened, and a middle-aged woman with gold-rimmed glasses stepped out. Excuse me, is this the home of Zheng Cheng, the student? Chapter 10, Lin Haotian couldn't believe it. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. Everyone froze, their eyes all focused on the suddenly appearing middle-aged woman. She wore a well-tailored dark blue business suit, with the golden school badge of the Imperial Capital Beast Master University pinned to her chest, sparkling dazzlingly in the sunlight. Zheng Cheng furrowed his brow slightly, filled with confusion. The Imperial City Beast Master University? Isn't that one of the top 3 universities in the country? How could they come to me? I am Zheng Cheng. He answered cautiously, while subtly observing the other person. Who are you? The woman elegantly extended her hand, with a delicate silver watch on her wrist, instantly noticeable for its considerable value. Hello, Zheng Cheng, I am Yang Shui, the director of the admissions office at Imperial City Beastmaster University. Her voice was gentle yet commanding, carrying the calmness typical of someone accustomed to a high position. Hello, Director Yang. Zheng Cheng politely shook her hand, feeling the cold and dry touch. Yang Shui took out an admission letter with golden edges from her briefcase and smiled. After the special recommendation from President Lian Yuishan of the Beastmaster Association in Weibei City, the Board of Trustees has decided to admit you as a freshman to the Rare Beast Academy this year. This sentence exploded like a bomb in the small shop. What? Lin Haotian's scream almost blew the roof off as he quickly rushed forward, his 4-star Beastmaster badge swinging violently on his chest. This is impossible. He contracted only a 1-star beast. He doesn't even meet the entrance requirements of an ordinary Beastmaster Academy. Zheng Cheng's second uncle, Lin Haitao, also turned red, shouting with a rough voice, This leader, are you mistaken? My son Lin Haotian contracted a 4-star black iron ape, he's the real talent here. Yang Shui pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses, her gaze behind the lenses sharp as a blade. This student, the way of the Beastmaster is vast and profound, how can it be measured by simple star ratings? She turned to Zheng Cheng, her expression softening again. Although Zheng Cheng's facehugging bug is only a 1-star species, it is the first of its kind to appear, with great research value and cultivation potential. It can enrich the country's beast species encyclopedia, so our university's decision to admit you is quite reasonable. Zheng Cheng's second aunt, Wang Chunmei, suddenly interrupted. What potential? It's just a trash bug. My son said that a 1-star beast can't even break through to black iron level. Yang Shui didn't even spare her a glance, continuing to speak to Zheng Cheng. This admission is completely legitimate. As long as you can ensure that the face-hugging bug doesn't die during the upcoming freshman trial, you will be able to enter the Rare Beast Academy for further study. Additionally, the school will provide an extra scholarship and research funding for you, along with a dedicated mentor. Hearing Yang Shui's words, Zheng Cheng quickly recalled what Lian Yining had said to him this morning. Surprise? Could this be the surprise Lian Yining had prepared for him? These words were like a series of loud slaps, leaving Lin Haotian's family pale with anger. Lin Haotian clenched his fists so tightly that they creaked, his nails digging deep into his palms, but he felt no pain. Jealousy burned in his eyes. Why? Why should this useless cousin of his get such an opportunity? Before Zheng Cheng could answer, his mother Lin Xiulan rushed over with tears streaming down her face and tightly hugged him. This usually frugal woman was crying like a child at this moment. Go! Of course, go! Son, I knew it, I knew you'd amount to something. Her voice choked, unable to continue, as she repeatedly patted her son's back, as if venting years of pent-up frustration. Father Zhang Weiguo wheeled over in his chair, his rough hands tightly grasping his son's. The tough man who had lost a leg in the war without shedding a tear now had red eyes. Good boy, you're better than your old man. A few short words, but they were as heavy as 1,000 pounds. At this moment, Zheng Cheng finally felt the importance ordinary people placed on Beastmaster University, especially the higher institutions of it. Even more than the prestigious Tsinghua and Peking University in his past world. The expressions on Lin Haitau's family's faces were a sight to behold. Lin Haitau's face went from red to white, then from white to green. Wang Chuanmei's lips trembled uncontrollably. The carefully drawn eyebrows twisted into strange shapes. Lin Haotian stood frozen in place as if struck by lightning, the disbelief in his eyes gradually turning into resentment. Thank you, Director Yang. Zheng Cheng said calmly, his voice without the slightest fluctuation. I will consider it carefully. Yang Shui nodded in satisfaction and handed him the golden acceptance letter. This is the official notification, give me your reply within 3 days. She suddenly glanced at the 4-star badge on Lin Haotian's chest, as if noticing him for the first time, and casually added, by the way, our school's regular admission line for this year in Qinzhou province is starting from 6-star spirit beasts. Of course, special talents are not included in this category. These words were like the final blow, crashing heavily into Lin Haotian's chest. He staggered back 2 steps, his face as pale as paper. 6-star. He was only a 4-star, that was the threshold he couldn't even dream of. And now, this cousin, whom he had regarded as useless, could be admitted as an exception? After watching Yang Shui's hovering vehicle disappear, Zheng Cheng turned to the family of his second uncle, whose faces were ashen. Is there anything else? Lin Haitau's face changed repeatedly, and finally, he glared at his sister fiercely. All right, Lin Xiulan. Your son has climbed up the ladder and now even refuses to acknowledge his own brother, huh? He roughly dragged the stunned Lin Haotian. Let's go. Don't come begging us in the future. Wang Chunmei, before leaving, didn't forget to mock sharply, what's so impressive? A 1-star spirit beast is destined to be trash. My son will soon get lost. Zhang Weiguo suddenly shouted, his lung capacity, built from years of hard labor, shaking the products on the shelves. The second uncle's family immediately fled in panic like a pack of stray dogs, with Lin Haotian tripping on the door threshold and causing the neighbors to burst into laughter. Watching their miserable retreating figures, Zheng Cheng let out a long sigh. His father patted his shoulder forcefully, his rough palm trembling slightly. Son, that King Kong furious ape. Dad, I am useful. Zheng Cheng smiled, you don't need to worry about money either, your son won't do anything illegal. His mother wiped away her tears but couldn't hide the joy on her face. Mom will make you some braised pork. I'll buy the freshest pork belly. Today we celebrate well. Zheng Cheng looked toward the backyard, where workers were installing a giant beast cage. The enormous body of the King Kong furious ape was quietly sleeping under the effect of a special anesthetic, its golden fur gleaming in the sunlight. Feeling the still sleeping facehugger in the spirit beast space, a flicker of expectation flashed in his eyes, and a meaningful smile curved at the corner of his mouth. 7-star King Kong furious ape. He muttered softly to himself, I wonder what kind of mutant it will give birth to. Chapter 11, Facehugger Parasite. The night fell, and Zhang Cheng's small courtyard finally returned to peace. His father, Zhang Weiguo, rarely had a couple of drinks of white liquor and was now snoring loudly, lying on the bed. His mother, Lin Xiulan, had finished cleaning the dishes and also went to bed early, her face still holding the smile that hadn't faded. Zheng Cheng quietly made his way to the backyard, the moonlight like water, casting a cold glow on the giant iron cage. The King Kong furious ape in the cage had already woken up, its golden fur under the moonlight looking like flowing liquid metal. Roar! Sensing someone approaching, the huge creature immediately let out a threatening growl. Although its spine was broken, preventing it from standing, its amber vertical pupils still radiated fierce light, and its thick forearm slammed against the iron cage, shaking the ground slightly. Zheng Cheng stopped at a safe distance, his eyes faintly glowing with a blue light as he activated his all-seeing eye. Name, King Kong furious ape, middle-aged/severely injured. Star rating, 7 stars. Strength, Diamond Realm, currently declined to Bronze Realm. Status, broken spine/heart-piercing wound. Skills, King Kong Body, Furious Ape Frenzy, Shockwave, Rock Throwing. Special Note 1, Ape-type Spirit Beast with Intelligence Level A, still poses a lethal threat while severely injured. Special Note 2, in a severely injured state, it remains highly dangerous. The state of full recovery is no longer possible. Still dangerous even in a severely injured state? Zheng Cheng furrowed his brows, this was an unexpected discovery. He wondered if the facehugger would successfully parasitize. He rubbed his chin, deep in thought, but the arrow is already on the string, it must be shot. After all, the Facehugger excels in stealth and speed. If it can successfully implant and parasitize, it will all be worth it. Also, my all-seeing eye ability is so powerful, it can even detect this? The spiritual beast space opened, and a bizarre creature, completely black and resembling a scorpion spider, slowly crawled out. It was only the size of a basketball, but its agile tail segment was nearly as long as its body, with a sharp ovipositor at the end. The Facehugger. The little creature immediately became restless as it appeared, its 8 appendages rapidly tapping the ground. Its head, with no eyes, opened and closed its mouthparts continuously, as though it had sensed a heavenly delicacy. Go! Zheng Cheng whispered a command, that is your parasitic host, I hope you don't disappoint me. The Facehugger instantly transformed into a streak of black lightning and squeezed through the gaps in the iron cage. The diamond rage ape clearly sensed the danger and let out a piercing roar. It desperately twisted its body, trying to escape. But its paralyzed lower body made it struggle like a trapped beast, only able to wave its forearms wildly. Bang! The muffled sound of a slap on the iron cage startled the night birds from the treetops in the distance. Zheng Cheng stepped back half a step, watching as the Facehugger nimbly avoided all attacks, quickly climbing up the diamond rage ape's back. It was already deep into the night, and the surrounding neighbors had all gone to sleep. But Zheng Cheng, in order to allow the Facehugger to parasitize, didn't care about that anymore. As the Facehugger approached the diamond rage ape's neck, the ape suddenly exploded with an astonishing force. It pushed itself up with its forearms and slammed backward. Boom! The iron cage crashed heavily onto the cement ground, sparking a shower of sparks. Zheng Cheng's eyes suddenly shifted, watching as the Facehugger was pinned under the diamond rage ape's body, its appendages twisted and deformed. As expected of a 7-star spirit beast, even in a half-paralyzed, heavily injured state, it was able to suppress the Facehugger. But the next moment, the scorpion-like ovipositor suddenly pierced into the side of the diamond rage ape's neck. Arg! A heartbreaking howl tore through the night sky. The diamond rage ape thrashed wildly, its muscular arms bulging with veins, even bending the iron cage bars with sheer force. Its pupils had completely turned blood red, and it spat out frothy breaths, its berserk state forcibly triggered by pain. Zheng Cheng immediately activated his all-seeing eye. Target enters temporary berserk state. Strength increased by 300%. Pain perception blocked. Hostility locked on. The continuous notifications came through, and even these prompts had a bloody red glow to them. Not good. Zheng Cheng hurriedly activated his mental power, trying to recall the Facehugger. But it was too late. The berserk diamond rage ape had already grabbed the Facehugger's body, ready to tear it apart. At the last moment, the Facehugger's abdomen suddenly swelled, spewing out a stream of dark green acidic liquid. Hiss! The sound of corrosion accompanied by a sharp, pungent smoke echoed. The diamond rage ape's right hand was instantly melted down to the white bones, and the intense pain forced it to release its grip. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the Facehugger completed its final action. Its tail segment deeply stabbed into the diamond rage ape's throat, and its abdomen violently contracted, injecting the embryo into the ape's body. The tail also tightly wrapped around the diamond rage ape's neck, preventing it from moving, while also maintaining its breathing. The entire parasitic process lasted no more than 10 seconds, but for Zheng Cheng, it felt like half an hour. His back was already soaked with cold sweat. Only when he saw the Facehugger's tail slowly loosen did he let out a long breath. The Facehugger, having completed its mission, fell off the diamond rage ape's body like a deflated ball. This little life that had completed its task twitched slightly a few times, then stopped moving. The diamond rage ape's struggles also gradually weakened, eventually collapsing to the ground, with only its violently heaving chest proving it was still alive. He activated the all-seeing eye once again, and another piece of information appeared. Name, King Kong Furious Ape, middle-aged/severe injury, parasite. Star rating, 7 stars. Power level, Diamond Realm, currently weakened to Bronze Realm. Status, spinal fracture/heart-piercing wound frenzy parasitized. Skills, King Kong Body, Furious Ape Frenzy, Shockwave, Rock Throw. Special Note 1, this spirit beast has been parasitized by a special spirit beast, the Facehugger bug, and is destined to become a breeding ground for unknown creatures. Special Note 2, the incubation period for the unknown creature is estimated to be 120 hours. It worked. 120 hours, that's 5 days? As expected of a 7-star spirit beast, it actually takes 5 days for incubation. Zheng Cheng trembled as he extended his hands, opening the spirit beast space and storing both the Facehugger bug's corpse and the parasitized King Kong Furious Ape inside. Under normal circumstances, adult spirit beasts that have not signed a contract cannot be stored in a spirit beast space by Beast Tamers. But now, the King Kong Furious Ape was parasitized by the Facehugger bug, and in this state, it was considered an extension of the Facehugger bug, so it could naturally be stored. In the spirit beast space, strange changes were happening. The King Kong furious ape was wrapped in a semi-transparent gooey cocoon, like a prehistoric creature trapped in amber. Its abdomen twisted in a strange way, sometimes bulging into sharp shapes, at other times, it seemed like sharp tail wings were passing through. Zheng Cheng even noticed that faint golden lines were forming on the surface of the King Kong furious ape's abdomen, though he wasn't sure what they were. When he exited the spirit beast space, Zheng Cheng noticed that his hands were still slightly trembling. It wasn't fear, but an uncontrollable excitement. He looked up at the night sky, for the first time truly hearing the sound of fate's gears turning. When the aberration breaks free from the cocoon, he whispered, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth, those who look down on the facehugger bud will definitely have some very interesting expressions. The moonlight in the backyard was still cold, but Zheng Cheng knew that, inside some dark cocoon, a creature capable of overturning the common sense of the beast taming world was being nurtured. Right, there's something important tomorrow. I should rest early. At the outpatient clinic of the prosthetics department at the People's Hospital, Zheng Cheng pushed his father's wheelchair, feeling the sympathetic gazes from around him. Zhang Weiguo sat straight, but his face was growing darker and darker. The 3 million that Lin Yining had given was down to 1 million, and Zheng Cheng was thinking of taking advantage of the next few days to consult about his father's prosthetic options. Next, Zheng Weiguo. The nurse's crisp voice rang out. In the examination room, Dr. Zhou, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, carefully examined Zhang Weiguo's stump. The wound has healed very well, and the condition of the blood vessels and nerve endings is also good. It's very suitable for installing a prosthetic. Zheng Cheng asked, Doctor, what is the best type of prosthetic available now? Dr. Zhou pushed up his glasses and brought up a holographic projection. Currently, there are 3 mainstream options. The most basic one is the mechanical-powered prosthetic, which uses a titanium alloy frame and hydraulic drive. It can perform basic walking functions, with a price range between 100,000 and 300,000. A mechanical leg with a metal structure was shown in the projection, with obvious drive mechanisms at the joints. The second option is the bionic prosthetic. Dr. Zhou switched the display. It uses psychic energy conduction materials and special vocal bone structures. It can simulate muscle movements and even transmit tactile signals. The price is around 500,000 to 1 million. The prosthetic shown was covered with bionic skin, looking almost identical to a real leg. Zheng Cheng's eyes lit up. This one's good. Dad, let's choose this one. But Zhang Weiguo frowned as he stared at the price tag. It's too expensive. Dr. Zhou smiled. There's a third option, but what? Zheng Cheng asked. The price isn't an issue. It uses the limb regeneration technology of healing-type spirit beasts. It can grow you a real new leg, identical to your previous limb. Really? Zheng Cheng's eyes brightened. Just like a real leg? Of course it's real. The healing-type spirit beasts have skills that can manipulate spiritual power. Drive the regeneration cells, making other spirit beasts heal wounds, and even regenerate severed limbs. This technology has been used on humans over 30 years ago, and through years of clinical trials, it has been successful. Dr. Zhou shook his head with regret, but we don't have such advanced spirit beasts in Weibei City. You would need to go to the Spirit Ability Medical Center in Chang'an City, and even then, there's a long waiting list, since there are very few treatment-type spirit beasts. The cost starts at least 3 million. The room fell into silence, and Zhang Weiguo suddenly burst out laughing. Ha, 3 million for a leg? My life isn't worth that much. I just need the cheapest mechanical leg, as long as I can walk. Dad. Zheng Cheng became anxious. We can figure something out. What can we figure out? Zheng Weiguo slammed his hand down on the wheelchair armrest. Sell the house or take out a high-interest loan? Xiao Cheng, I know you're filial, but we have to face reality. Lin Xiulan gently placed her hand on her son's shoulder. Let's first listen to the doctor's advice. Dr. Zhou adjusted his glasses. The mechanical leg is indeed the most cost-effective. Our hospital has recently introduced a new model with a load capacity of 200 kilograms, which suits Mr. Zheng's physique very well. When leaving the hospital, Zheng Cheng pushed his father's wheelchair, feeling like a heavy stone was pressing on his chest. Zhang Weiguo kept praising the benefits of the mechanical leg along the way, saying things like you can add weapon modules later, run faster and carry more weight, and it can even become a robot later, but Zheng Cheng knew his father was just comforting them. Dad, give me 6 months. In the taxi home, Zheng Cheng suddenly whispered, I will make enough money and take you to Chang'an for treatment. Zheng Weiguo stared out the window at the scenery rushing by and, after a long while, said, Silly boy, I'm okay like this now. Looking at his father's gray hair, Zheng Cheng silently made up his mind. To make money, he could only rely on the faceworm. Or rather, the alien. 3 days later, in the middle of the night, Zheng Cheng suddenly woke up from a dream. The spirit beast space emitted a violent fluctuation, as if something was about to break out of its cocoon. His eyes flashed, and his breath started to quicken. Is it finally here? With a thought, he summoned the spirit beast space. In the damp and dim spirit beast space, the massive mucus cocoon was trembling wildly. It's coming out. Suddenly, a shark shape bulged from the surface of the cocoon, followed by a second and third bulge. With a sound that made teeth ache, a jet-black front claw pierced the cocoon membrane. SSSHH. The mucus cocoon was torn open entirely, and a jet-black creature shot out suddenly. It was about 2 meters long, its streamlined head extending back into a smooth curve. It had no eyes, but Zheng Cheng could feel it looking at him. Roar! A deep, hoarse scream came from its mouth. Unlike the brutal rage of the King Kong violent ape, this sound carried a cold, calculating tone. The most important thing was that Zheng Cheng could feel an intimacy with this alien creature, coming from the bloodline. It felt like a close friend, or even a family member. Bloodline contract. Under the effect of the bloodline contract, this alien creature was now a part of him, never to be separated for all eternity. Zheng Cheng's gaze suddenly shifted, focusing on its abdomen. There, he saw an organ resembling a bee's abdomen, shaped like a uterus. That was the ovipositor. The alien queen. Sure enough, as the first alien in this world, after hatching, it spontaneously evolved into the alien queen under the influence of life and inheritance. Ha. What shocked Zheng Cheng even more was that the King Kong violent ape had not died yet, and let out a weak, hoarse roar. No wonder it's a 7-star spirit beast. Suddenly, the alien queen turned and pounced on the dying King Kong violent ape, and its inner nest teeth shot out, piercing through the skull. Feeding began, and the strong acid blood dissolved the bones of the King Kong violent ape into a nutritional fluid, causing the alien queen's body to expand at a visible rate. Zheng Cheng's mind moved, and the eye of all sight immediately opened. Name, Xenomorph Queen, newborn. Star rating, 7 stars. Power, Silver Realm, first stage. Status, extremely hungry/preparing for reproduction. Skills, strong acid blood, inner nest tooth projectile, stealth hunting, egg laying, diamond bone armor, berserk. Special talent 1, gene optimization. Can absorb the host's superior genes to enhance itself. Special talent 2, queen's pressure. Absolute control over its kind. Special talent 3, egg laying. The xenomorph queen will lay eggs when food and energy are sufficient. Zheng Cheng sucked in a cold breath, 7 stars. And, it was born into the silver realm? This was completely beyond his expectations. Black iron, bronze, silver, gold. No wonder it's a natural biological machine, born to exist for slaughter. And diamond bone armor? What is that? His mind focused on this skill, and he quickly received feedback. Diamond bone armor, a skill derived from absorbing the 7-star level spirit beast's diamond violent ape genes. It enhances the strength and resilience of bones and skin, forming a bone armor to protect itself. As if sensing Zheng Cheng's presence, the xenomorph queen suddenly stopped eating and turned towards him. It slowly lowered its head, and its tail, covered with sharp bone joints, curled up gently. A strange mental connection was established between them, and Zheng Cheng could feel every thought it had. Hunger, loyalty, and a desire for its species. You want to lay eggs? Zheng Cheng was surprised he could understand its intention. Sure enough, food and reproduction are the most basic needs of life. The xenomorph queen's abdomen wriggled, and a translucent egg sac faintly appeared. Zheng Cheng immediately understood, it needed more hosts to reproduce its species. Not now, this is a human gathering place. Zheng Cheng shook his head, rejecting the xenomorph queen's suggestion. Though he controlled the xenomorph queen, he wouldn't be foolish enough to make humans hosts for the xenomorphs. Though doing so would rapidly reproduce xenomorphs, what difference would it make to beasts if he did that? After all, Zheng Cheng was human. The main reason was that Blue Star was a beast master world, a world with extraordinary powers. Who knew how strong the powerful creatures in this world could be? Also, parasitizing humans could never be as powerful as parasitizing spirit beasts. But the newborn xenomorph queen could already lay eggs? The xenomorph queen seemed to understand, and its head gently swayed as if responding to Zheng Cheng's thoughts. Zheng Cheng noticed a few golden lines on its back, probably from absorbing the genetic traits of the diamond violent ape. With you, 3 million means nothing. Zheng Cheng's eyes glinted with ambition. Dad, you'll definitely rise again. I need to test the xenomorph queen's power first. I wonder how many facehugger eggs it can lay in a day. Also, I need to lie low, slowly build my power, and explore how strong the top forces in this world truly are. Chapter 13, Spirit Beast Training. Cheng Gu, you need to give a clear answer. Su Koan poured a cup of beer, then grabbed a chicken leg to shove into his mouth, his fat body sinking into the sofa. Before next week's actual combat assessment, we need to find a place to practice, right? My colorful pheasant has grown to over half a person tall after these few days of training, and it's already at the Black Iron Realm, hey. Zheng Cheng sensed the situation in the spirit beast space. The xenomorph queen was currently asleep within. The body of the diamond violent ape had already been fully consumed by the Xenomorph Queen. The newborn Xenomorph Queen, born 3 days ago, had now grown to 2.5 meters in length, and the golden patterns on its back were even more pronounced. Next to the Xenomorph Queen were 15 beast eggs the size of basketballs. Those were Facehugger eggs. In just 3 days, the Xenomorph Queen had hatched 15 Facehugger eggs, an average of 5 eggs per day. And this was just the hatching speed of the newborn Xenomorph Queen. After it grows up, the number of Facehugger bugs hatched will surely be even more, and they will hatch faster. The association's training ground is too expensive, and the wild areas are too far and dangerous. The teacher repeatedly warned us, new students without guidance from teachers or senior students, cannot just go into the wild on our own. Before he finished speaking, his phone suddenly vibrated. The words Lin Yining on the screen made Zheng Cheng's finger freeze. What the heck? Su Koan leaned over, his chubby face almost touching Zheng Cheng's. Isn't this that campus beauty? What does she want with you? Zheng Cheng slid to answer the call, and the girl's cool voice immediately came through. Zheng Cheng, I'm at Beast Master Association Training Ground number 3. The fiery flame dragon phoenix has successfully hatched. Do you want to come see? In the background, a high-pitched creature's cry echoed, making the phone speaker buzz loudly. Now. Zheng Cheng exchanged a look with Su Kuan. I applied for group training access. Lian Yining paused. I can bring 2 friends. What the heck, Chang Gu? Lian Yining? She's inviting you? Su Kuan grabbed Zheng Cheng's shoulder, lowering his voice. Chang Gu, you're not really with her, are you? Zheng Cheng rolled his eyes at him. What are you thinking? She's just inviting us to the Beast Master Association's training ground. Training ground? Su Kuan's eyes lit up. Isn't that perfect? We've been worrying about where to train in real combat. Zheng Cheng nodded. The training ground has magical beasts captured from the wild. It's a place for beast masters to train, just right for us. Let's go have a look. Su Kuan rubbed his hands together, grinning. Alright, Cheng Gu, looks like you've latched onto a big fish. Zheng Cheng ignored him, but inside, he was thinking about the alien queen. Beast Master Association, Training Ground number 3. The dome of the training ground was dozens of meters high, with walls made from special alloys capable of withstanding high-level spiritual beast attacks. In the center of the field, Lian Yining stood quietly. Beside her floated a massive spiritual beast, the fiery flame dragon phoenix. It was a spiritual beast fused with the bloodlines of both dragons and phoenixes, its entire body crimson, dragon head and phoenix tail, and when its wings spread, they spanned 5 meters, with each feather seeming to burn with a faint flame. Just standing there, it exuded a suffocating pressure. Zheng Cheng, Su Kuan. Lian Yining nodded slightly when she saw them. Su Kuan opened his mouth wide, staring blankly at the fiery flame dragon phoenix. This is a 9-star level spiritual beast? Such a strong pressure, my rainbow pheasant would look like a wild chicken in front of it. Zheng Cheng's gaze fell on the fiery flame dragon phoenix, and his all-seeing eye quietly activated. Name, Fiery Flame Dragon Phoenix, Newborn. Star level, 9 star. Strength, Golden Realm. Status, High Battle Intent. Skills, Dragon Flame Breath, Blood Flame Wings, Blazing Flamestorm. Special Talent 1, Dual Bloodline. Possesses both Dragon and Phoenix bloodlines. Special Talent 2, Dragon's Might. Can pressure the souls of lower-level beings, reducing their strength. Special Talent 3, Rebirth Through Fire. Can automatically enter a state of fire revival when close to death, slowly recovering life. No wonder it's a 9-star spiritual beast, it's already at the Golden Realm right after hatching. Zheng Cheng was shocked, it was much stronger than his alien. But he wasn't discouraged, after all, for the alien, individual strength wasn't everything. Its greatest strength was still in reproduction and parasitism. Lian Yining gently stroked the fiery flame dragon phoenix's wings, her tone carrying a hint of gratitude. Zheng Cheng, thanks to you, otherwise the fiery flame dragon phoenix wouldn't have. Zheng Cheng shook his head. This is your own opportunity. Lian Yining smiled slightly, then looked towards the gate in the center of the training ground. I've applied for 3 hours of training today, we can all fight here. As soon as she finished speaking, the gate slowly lifted, and a massive silver-rank magical beast, the iron-armored rhinoceros, was released. The iron-armored rhinoceros was covered in thick metal armor, its horn flashing cold light, and as soon as it appeared, it let out a deep roar, stomping its 4 hooves, shaking the entire training ground slightly. As a powerful armored rhinoceros, even some gold tier scouts cannot break its defense. Lian Yining softly called out, Little Fei, go. The flaming dragon phoenix let out a clear cry, flapping its wings, soaring into the sky in an instant, with scorching flames swirling around its body. Dragon Flame Breath. With a command from Lian Yining, the flaming dragon phoenix suddenly opened its mouth, and a column of red-gold fire erupted, spilling downward like lava, instantly engulfing the armored rhinoceros. Roar! The armored rhinoceros let out a painful scream as its heavy metal shell melted quickly under the intense heat. Wounded, it tried to retaliate but could not hit the flaming dragon phoenix flying in the air. After charging forward for several meters, it crashed heavily to the ground, turning into molten iron that poured out onto the earth. In just a few seconds, this silver-tier beast was burned into charcoal. Sukoan took a sharp breath. Damn. This power is insanely strong, right? Zheng Cheng squinted his eyes slightly. No wonder it's a 9-star spirit beast. This is only its juvenile form. If it grows up, even Diamond Tier or Transcendence Tier experts might not be able to match it. This is just a newborn, Gold Tier 9-star spirit beast. How powerful would a 9-star spirit beast in Transcendence, Epic, or even Legendary form be? Lian Yining called back the flaming dragon phoenix and let it land on her shoulder, turning to Zheng Cheng. So, what do you think? Zheng Cheng nodded, very strong. If raised well, it will definitely step into the epic realm, or even the legendary realm in the future. Lian Yining's eyes flashed with a trace of joy. Thank you. Sukoan clicked his tongue and muttered softly, Brother Chang, this should have been your spirit beast. Zheng Cheng only smiled faintly. Fate is like this, it can't be forced. Lian Yining seemed to have heard Sukoan's words, her gaze flickered slightly, but soon she returned to calm. So, do you want to try now? Sukoan was eager to try and said, Brother Chang's spirit beast is just a 1-star facehugger, how about I try first? Go ahead. Chapter 14, First Battle with a Different Species. Sukoan rubbed his hands together and excitedly said, Brother Chang, then I'll go first. He took a deep breath, waved his right hand, and a 7-colored light flickered, as a rooster over half a man tall appeared on the scene. The 7-colored rooster. This spirit beast had brilliant feathers, 7 different colors flowing in the light, like a rainbow condensed into shape. Its comb had a metallic texture, its claws were sharp as knives, and its eyes were sharp, clearly not an ordinary farm bird. Haha, what do you think? Sukoan proudly patted the 7-colored rooster's wings. I spent quite a bit of resources training it these days, and now it's at the peak of black iron. Zheng Cheng glanced over, and the all-seeing eye activated automatically. Name, 7-colored rooster. Star level, 5 stars. Strength, peak of black iron. Status, full of fighting spirit. Skills, elemental manipulation, fire, water, wind, thunder, earth, light, dark, iron claw ripping, low-altitude gliding. Special talent, 7-colored feather coat. Temporarily enhances resistance to one element. Zheng Cheng nodded, not bad, an elemental spirit beast. Lian Yining also slightly tilted her head. Although the 7-colored rooster is a 5-star spirit beast, its ability to control 7 elements shows great potential. Sukoan grinned, of course. The training began. The gate opened again, and this time a bronze-tier beginner Wind Blade Wolf was released. It was extremely fast and excelled in wind-based attacks, with sharp claws capable of easily tearing through rocks. 7-colored rooster, go! Sukoan shouted loudly. The 7-colored rooster flapped its wings and leaped into the air, its 7-colored feathers leaving a beautiful trail in the air. The Wind Blade Wolf growled lowly and suddenly pounced, its speed so fast it was almost a blur. Wind Blade! The Wind Blade Wolf opened its mouth and spat, several green wind blades howling out, directly aiming at the 7-colored rooster. Fire element! Sukoan quickly ordered. The 7-colored rooster flapped its wings, releasing scorching flames that collided with the wind blades, causing a violent explosion of energy. However, the Wind Blade Wolf's speed was just too fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already closed in on the 7-colored rooster. The sharp claws fiercely grabbed toward its abdomen. Bang! The colorful pheasant was slapped away by a claw, feathers scattered, but it quickly steadied itself and rapidly adjusted its posture. Damn, it's too fast. Sukoan's forehead was covered in sweat. Thunder element, paralyze it. The colorful pheasant let out a sharp scream, lightning flashing around its body, and a bolt of lightning suddenly struck the Wind Blade Wolf. Boom! The lightning hit accurately, and the Wind Blade Wolf trembled, its movements immediately slowing down. Opportunity! Sukoan's eyes brightened, iron claws tear. The colorful pheasant dove down, its sharp claws fiercely gripping the Wind Blade Wolf's back, blood instantly spurting out. Awah! The Wind Blade Wolf howled in pain, struggling madly, but the paralysis effect from the lightning made its movements slow, and the colorful pheasant took the chance to release the fire element again, engulfing the Wind Blade Wolf in raging flames. Seconds later, the Wind Blade Wolf fell to the ground, blackened, completely losing its fighting ability. Phew! We won! Sukoan wiped his sweat and let out a long breath. Zheng Cheng nodded, not bad, the element switch was timely. Lian Yining also commented, the colorful pheasant has good potential, if it can reach the Golden Realm, its elemental power will be even stronger. Sukoan grinned, of course. My colorful pheasant is a potential stock. The colorful pheasant flapped its wings beside them, making clucking sounds. Though it had some injuries, it was very happy because its master was happy. Soon, it was Zheng Cheng's turn. Lian Yining and Sukoan both looked at him with curiosity in their eyes. Brother Chang, can your facehugger worm fight? Su Cohen scratched his head. How about we switch to a weaker beast? Lian Yining also said, there are bug-type beasts at the black iron level in the training ground, I can have someone. Zheng Cheng smiled slightly, no need. He raised his hand, and the spirit beast space opened, revealing a pitch-black figure slowly emerging. The Alien Queen. A 2.5-meter tall dark body, a streamlined head, smooth exoskeleton shimmering with a metallic glow, golden patterns on its back like some ancient runes. Its tail was raised high, with a sharp tail blade emitting a cold, eerie light. With the appearance of the Alien Queen, a bloody and brutal aura immediately rushed out, making both Su Cohen and Lian Yining feel a chill down their spines. What? What kind of monster is this? Su Cohen widened his eyes, his voice trembling. Cluck, 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 cluck. Even the colorful pheasant beside Su Cohen instinctively flapped its wings and fled, hiding behind Su Cohen, its feathers trembling. Seeing this, Su Cohen hurriedly opened the spirit beast space and took the colorful pheasant back in. Lian Yining's pupils contracted, instinctively taking half a step back. Zheng Cheng, your spirit beast, isn't it the Facehugger worm? This monster? Just the aura, I can already feel it's a silver-level spirit beast. Zheng Cheng explained, it is the Facehugger worm. When I checked its attributes before, I found it had a parasitic skill. A few days ago, I tried it out, and it unexpectedly hatched this. Lian Yining suddenly remembered something, the King Kong barbarian ape you bought a few days ago. As the daughter of the president of the Weibei City Beastmasters Association, she naturally knew what had happened a few days ago. Zheng Cheng nodded, yes, I had the Facehugger worm parasitize it, and then this hatched. Su Cohen swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Brother Cheng, your spirit beast, looks a bit scary. Lian Yining also happily said, so the Facehugger worm can actually hatch such a spirit beast, it seems not weak. Zheng Cheng, you'll definitely pass next week's trial. But I wonder how strong this monster is? Zheng Cheng smiled, we'll find out by trying. The gate lifted again, and this time it released a silver mid-level shadow blade leopard, known for its speed, adept at shadow attacks, and with sharp claws that could easily tear through steel. As soon as the shadow blade leopard appeared, it turned into a shadow and instantly disappeared from sight. Be careful. Lian Yining instinctively reminded. However, the Alien Queen stood motionless, as if it hadn't sensed the danger. In the next instant, the shadow blade leopard suddenly leaped out from the shadow, its sharp claws aiming straight for the Alien Queen's throat. Swish! The Alien Queen's tail suddenly swung out, the sharp tail blade precisely stabbing towards the shadow blade leopard's abdomen. Pfff. Blood splattered. The shadow blade leopard's claws hadn't even touched the Alien Queen yet, when the tail blade pierced through, pinning its entire body violently to the ground. Roar! The shadow blade leopard let out a painful screech, struggling wildly, but the Alien Queen's tail blade remained completely still. In the next moment, the Alien Queen suddenly lowered her head, and her internal fang darted out. Pfff. The shadow blade leopard's head was instantly pierced through, brain matter bursting out. The battle was over. The entire process lasted no more than 5 seconds. Whoa! What the hell? Su Cohen's mouth hung open, unable to speak for a long time. Even Lian Yining's expression changed. Is this really a newborn creature? Zheng Cheng retrieved the Alien Queen and smiled faintly, it's okay. Su Cohen stammered, Brother Cheng, your spirit beast is too monstrous, right? It's so fast, and its claws and tail can be considered weapons, especially the hidden tongue. Incredible! Lian Yining took a deep breath. Zheng Cheng, your spirit beast, it might not just be a first star level. Zheng Cheng shrugged, who knows? Anyway, it's mine now. Lian Yining gave him a deep look but didn't say anything more. But in her gaze, there was already a trace of indescribable complex emotion. The stronger Zheng Cheng's spirit beast became, the less guilty she felt inside. After all, the Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix originally belonged to him. Now that Zheng Cheng has such a strong spirit beast, she was also happy. By the way, do you know what this year's trial is? Zheng Cheng asked curiously, isn't it the usual outdoor training? What, has it changed? It has indeed changed. Lian Yining looked around to confirm that there was no one else in the training ground, then lowered her voice. 3 days ago, the association received a report from an adventuring beastmaster. They discovered a newly appeared fragment of a small world deep within the Weibei mountain range. Small world fragment? Zheng Cheng raised an eyebrow. They had studied small world fragments in their Beastmaster school courses. They are miniature spaces independent from the main world, with varying internal environments. Sometimes, they give birth to unique magical beast species. In fact, some of these small worlds with slightly perfected natural laws might even give birth to intelligent species. Exactly. Lian Yining nodded. This small world fragment is very special, and it houses a magical beast group called the Stone-Armored Lizard. According to the preliminary survey, their strength mostly ranges from black iron to bronze level, with a few elite individuals reaching silver level. Su Cohen scratched his head. Stone-armored lizard? Just sounds like some lizards with stone armor. What's so special about that? The problem lies in the area where they live. A glint of excitement flashed in Lian Yining's eyes. That small world fragment contains a vast amount of rare minerals, including star iron, moonlight silver, and even a small amount of condensed fire essence. Zheng Cheng's pupils slightly contracted. These minerals were top-tier materials used to craft high-level spirit beast equipment. Even a single piece could be worth a fortune. Especially moonlight silver, which is a foundational material for constructing large-scale teleportation arrays. It's been controlled by the country for years, priced by the gram, with no market to speak of. So why not send high-level beast masters to mine it? He keenly grasped the key point and had a guess in his heart. Lian Yining looked at him in surprise, then spoke. The space structure of this small world fragment is unusually fragile. Beast masters above silver level would cause the space to collapse if they entered. After urgent discussions at the association's higher-ups, they decided to make this small world the site for this year's new trial for Weibei City. Su Cohen whistled. That's a big move. Does this mean we can mine for treasure while doing the trial? When we go in, just grab a shovel, and we'll get rich just by digging a small chunk of moonlight silver. Don't think it's that simple. Lian Yining shook her head seriously. The stone-armored lizards are pack animals, and their territorial instincts are incredibly strong. And also. She paused for a moment, her voice became even more low and heavy. Among them, a very small number of individuals can drop soul skill. Soul skill? Su Cohen suddenly opened his eyes wide, his voice rose 8 degrees without control. Zheng Cheng's heart also moved. Soul skill is a special skill crystal formed after a magic beast dies, when the remaining soul power combines with its own bloodline talent. After a spirit beast of the same attribute absorbs it, it can master the corresponding skill. Because the forming conditions are harsh and cannot be made by humans, soul skill has always been a treasure with price but no market. For example, his alien can also learn some skills through soul skill. But because of the special nature of the alien, at most it can only learn close combat skills like invisibility, hiding, or assassination, critical strike. Like Lian Yining's Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix's Dragon Breath, Su Cohen's 7-colored pheasant's element skills, even if there is a soul skill, they cannot absorb it at all, it is completely a waste. Wait. Zheng Cheng suddenly thought of a question. What soul skill can stone armor lizard drop? It won't be defensive skills like stone armor technique, right? Lian Yining smiled mysteriously. Ordinary stone armor lizard indeed can only drop basic defensive soul skills like stone armor technique or rock skin, but its elite individuals, those silver-level stone armor lizard leaders, have a very small probability to drop petrification technique soul skill. The training ground instantly became so quiet that even a needle falling could be heard. Petrification technique? Su Cohen stuttered and repeated, that abnormal skill in the legend that can make the opponent turn into stone in an instant? Lian Yining nodded seriously. That's right, although the duration time is different according to the strength gap between both sides, at a critical moment it is enough to turn the battle situation. As far as I know, in the whole Weibei City, even in Qinzhou province, the beast masters who have petrification technique soul skill do not exceed 10 people. And they are all some high-star magic beasts like Medusa, Gargoyle, Petrified Savage Bull. Low-rank magic beasts do not have it at all. Zheng Cheng's brain ran at high speed. He asked, how much money can one petrification technique soul skill crystal sell for? At least 500,000. 500,000? Zheng Cheng's heart moved. One petrification technique soul skill crystal is 500,000 yuan. Doesn't that mean 6 of them can gather enough for father's treatment surgery cost? Plus the price of some rare ores, maybe this one trial can gather 3 million. Su Cohen said, there are only 2 days left before the trial, that is next Monday. It seems we have to make preparations early. Lian Yining said, The school will organize all freshmen who participate in the trial on Sunday night to hold a briefing meeting and explain in detail the matters needing attention inside the small world. She looked at the time and continued, it is already not early today, let us go back and prepare well. Zheng Cheng nodded, I understand, thank you for the reminder. The 3 people walked out of the training ground together. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the tall building of the Beast Master Association, putting a layer of golden color on everything. Brother Chang. Su Cohen suddenly came close and lowered his voice. You say can my 7-colored pheasant absorb petrification technique? Zheng Cheng thought for a moment. In theory it can. 7-colored pheasant has earth element control ability. It fits the attribute of petrification technique. But whether it can absorb it specifically still depends on the compatibility between the soul skill and the spirit beast. Then I must think of a way to get one. Su Cohen rubbed his hands, excitement light flashed in his eyes. If 7-colored pheasant learns petrification technique, in future battles just one look can freeze the opponent, how cool that would be. Lian Yining shook her head helplessly. Do not think too beautifully, the drop rate of petrification technique soul skill is probably even less than 1 in 1,000, and the strength of elite stone armor lizards is all above silver realm, not so easy to deal with. We must try. Su Cohen did not care. By the way, Lian Schoolflower, can we form a team in the trial? Yes, at most 5 people in one group. Lian Yining answered, and the final score will consider team contribution degree. Su Kuan immediately turned to Zheng Cheng, his eyes shining bright. Brother Cheng, let's team up. With that monster of yours, taking down a few silver tier beasts is a piece of cake, right? Zheng Cheng didn't answer immediately. He did need a powerful soul skill to make money, but he was also concerned about Su Kuan's safety. The danger level inside the small world was unknown, and if something unexpected happened. The silver tier stone armor lizard, I imagine it will only be deep in its lair. Are you sure you want to go? Of course, opportunities like this don't come often. Su Kuan grinned. Anyway, I definitely want to try the silver tier stone armor lizard. The petrification technique, just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Zheng Cheng nodded. Since that's the case, let's go together. Thanks, Zhang bro. Su Kuan laughed. Lian, what about you? Me? Lian Yining brushed her hair by her ear, then glanced at Zheng Cheng with her beautiful eyes. Of course, I'll go. I already said I would help him. Oh, by the way, you guys should prepare some antidote potions. The stone armor lizard's claws carry a paralyzing toxin, it's quite troublesome. Got it. 2 days passed in a flash. On the outskirts of Weibei City, Zheng Cheng sat in the last row of the school bus by the window, closing his eyes to rest. This trip was for the new Beast Tamers of Weibei City this year, heading to the wilderness for their trial. His consciousness, however, had already descended into the spirit beast space. At this moment, strange changes were happening inside his spirit beast space. Chapter 16, Slapping Liu's Face. Zheng Cheng's consciousness sank into the spirit beast space, and the sight before him made him slightly surprised. The originally 2-meter-tall alien queen had now grown to around 3 meters. Her pitch-black exoskeleton was even thicker, and the golden patterns on her back spread like burning flames, emitting an oppressive and terrifying aura. Her tail was longer, and the tail blade gleamed with a chilling cold light, as if it could easily tear through steel. In just 3 days, she has evolved again? Zheng Cheng was secretly shocked. Truly, she was an alien. He activated the all-seeing eye, and data immediately appeared before him. Name, Alien Queen, Larval Stage. Star level, 7 stars. Strength, Silver Tier 3rd Stage. Status, Normal. Skills, Corrosive Blood, Nest Tooth Projectile, Stealth Hunting, Egg Laying, Diamond Bone Armor, Frenzy. Special Talent 1, Genetic Optimization. Can absorb the host's excellent genes to strengthen itself. Special Talent 2, Queen's Pressure. Absolute control over her own kind. Special Talent 3, Egg Laying. The alien queen will lay eggs when there is enough food and energy. But the larval stage alien queen had already stepped into the silver tier 3rd stage. Normally, a regular alien queen would mature in a very short time once it had enough food. But now, the alien queen was consuming the flesh and energy of the 7-star beast, the diamond gorilla. Under such conditions, her growth period could be extended infinitely. But at the same time, her strength was countless times greater than that of an ordinary alien queen. Stronger now, stronger in the future. Around the alien queen, 25 facehugger bugs were gliding like ghosts. Their appearance was like a combination of a spider and an octopus, with 8 long, flexible tentacles crawling on the ground. Their smooth heads were covered in hard shells, ready to pounce on prey at any moment. They were greedily devouring the remaining corpse of the diamond gorilla. With every piece of meat they ate, their bodies seemed to swell slightly. Looks like the flesh of the diamond gorilla is a great supplement for them. Zheng Cheng thought to himself, if I can hunt more high-level or high-star beasts, perhaps the alien queen can evolve even further. He tried communicating with the alien queen using his mind. She immediately lifted her head, her cold pupils locking onto his consciousness, sending out a bloodthirsty battle intent. She let out a low growl, and the surrounding facehugger bugs immediately stopped feeding, turning in unison towards Zheng Cheng, like soldiers waiting for orders. As expected of a creature with the will of a nest. As long as I control this alien queen, these creatures will become my most loyal subordinates. Other Beastmaster's spirit beasts need a lot of resources and time to form a clan. But my alien species clan only needs enough host parasites to form an alien clan in a short period of time. Zheng Cheng nodded in satisfaction. This trial is the stage for your hunting. The school bus slowly came to a stop. Zheng Cheng opened his eyes, and outside the window was a wide valley. Hundreds of new Beastmasters had gathered here, and the noise of discussions was constant. All the new Beastmasters in Wei North City who awakened their Beastmaster talents and contracted spirit beasts were here. Chang Gu, we're here. Su Kuan excitedly patted his shoulder. Come on, let's hurry and join the group. After getting off the bus, the two quickly found the team from the 8th high school. Leading the team was the head teacher of Class 1 at senior year, Jiang Yushi, a tall female teacher with black hair tied into a neat ponytail. Her gaze was sharp as a knife. 2 male teachers stood beside her, and the 3 of them were talking quietly. Teacher Jiang is a diamond-level Beastmaster. I heard her spirit beast is an 8-star frost witch, her strength is terrifying. Su Koen whispered, with her strength, she could be teaching at a Beastmaster university, I don't know why she's staying in a small place like ours. Zheng Cheng nodded and scanned the surroundings. The students from 8th High had already formed their own teams, standing in groups of 3 to 5, with only him and Su Koen standing alone at the edge. Strange, even the school beauty hasn't arrived yet? Su Koen scratched his head, could she be ditching us? Just as Zheng Cheng was about to answer, a harsh voice suddenly came from behind. Oh, isn't this Zheng Cheng? How come the facebug can also join the trial? Li Yu walked over with 4 followers, wearing a sneering smile on his face. He was dressed in a brand-name battlesuit, with a silver badge pinned to his chest, engraved with 7 stars, proving that his spirit beast was a 7-star level 1. Li Yu, what do you mean? Su Koen immediately stepped in front of Zheng Cheng, glaring at him angrily. No meaning. Li Yu shrugged, I just think it's a pity, Su Koen. You at least contracted a 5-star rainbow pheasant, why are you hanging around with a useless 1-star facebug? Isn't that holding you back? The surrounding students glanced at each other and started whispering. I heard Zheng Cheng's spirit beast really is a facebug. That's him, Zheng Cheng. I heard he swapped his 9-star spirit beast for the school beauty in your school just to chase after a girl? Yeah, that's him, a 1-star facebug, it's so ridiculous. 1-star spirit beast, isn't that just a death sentence for him? What was Su Koen thinking, teaming up with someone like this? Zheng Cheng remained expressionless, as if he hadn't heard these discussions. But Su Koen was so angry his face turned red. Li Yu, stop talking nonsense. Cheng Ji's strength is way stronger than yours. Oh? Li Yu raised an exaggerated eyebrow, a facebug beastmaster, what strength can he possibly have? Could it be that he's relying on that pretty face to flatter Lian Yining? His followers behind him burst into laughter, all mocking him. Zheng Cheng finally spoke, his tone calm, Li Yu, if you're just here to talk nonsense, you can leave. Li Yu's expression darkened, Zheng Cheng, don't think just because Lian Yining is protecting you, you can act arrogant. This trial isn't a game, be careful that your facebug gets stomped to death by a stone-armored lizard. Su Koen was about to rush forward, but Zheng Cheng grabbed him tightly. At that moment, the crowd suddenly stirred. Look! It's Lian Yining. Why is she only arriving now? Obviously, because she has a rich daddy. Wow, as expected of the school beauty, even her entrance is so grand. A black luxury car slowly drove into the venue, the door opened, and Lian Yining stepped out. She was wearing a light battlesuit today, her long hair tied into a high ponytail. She was tall and slender, especially her long legs. Her entire presence was heroic and striking, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Li Yu's eyes lit up. Li Yu immediately adjusted his collar and quickly walked up, Lian classmate. You finally arrived, our team was missing you. Lian Yining glanced at him faintly, what team? Li Yu smiled confidently, of course, our elite team from the 8th school. I've already gathered 3 Beastmasters with 6 stars or above, and with your Flame Dragon Phoenix, we are sure to get first place in this trial. He said this, and then proudly turned back to glare at Zheng Cheng, as if showing off. However, Lian Yining's response left everyone stunned. Sorry, I already have a team. She calmly finished speaking and directly walked past Li Yu, standing beside Zheng Cheng under the watchful eyes of everyone. Wait. Li Yu couldn't believe his eyes, Lian classmate, you must be mistaken, Zheng Cheng's spirit beast is just a 1-star facebug. Lian Yining didn't even turn around, so what? He will only drag you down. Li Yu became anxious, our team is the strongest choice. You can't ruin your future just because you exchanged spirit beasts with Zheng Cheng. Lian Yining finally turned around, her eyes cold, Li Yu, when did my affairs become your business? I, Lian Yining, can team up with whoever I want, what does it have to do with you? And I remember, your shadow leopard was too scared by Zheng Cheng's facebug to even make a sound. The whole place suddenly became silent. Li Yu's face instantly turned bright red, those were accidents. And his facebug has long since. Enough. Lian Yining interrupted him, my teammates are Zheng Cheng and Su Koen, no need for your concern. These words were like a loud slap, leaving Li Yu speechless. The surrounding students stared in shock, then exploded into even louder discussions. Lian Yining actually chose to team up with Zheng Cheng? A 9-star spirit beast and a 1-star spirit beast teamed up, is this for real? Lian Yining's Flame Dragon Phoenix was originally Zheng Cheng's, she's doing this to repay a favor. Sigh, Lian Yining was tricked, even if she wants to repay the favor, this is not the time. A 1-star insect spirit beast will probably be squashed by the stone-armored lizard as soon as they enter. Lian Yining chose Zheng Cheng, doesn't that mean we have a chance to compete for first place? What happened? Why is everyone arguing? At this moment, a cold voice was heard. The crowd quickly scattered, and they saw Jiang Yushi walking over with 2 other teachers. What's going on? What's all this noise about? Jiang Yushi's cold voice was like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone's heads, instantly quieting the previously noisy scene. Li Yu's eyes lit up, and he immediately stepped forward. Teacher Zheng. You came at the right time. He pointed at Zheng Cheng, exaggerating his tone. Zheng Cheng is using the favor from exchanging spirit beasts with Lian Yining to force her to team up with him. Lian Yining's spirit beast is a 9-star flame dragon phoenix. How can she team up with a 1-star face bug? Isn't that a waste of resources? The male teacher wearing glasses frowned upon hearing this. Is this true? He turned to Lian Yining. Lian classmate, is what Li Yu said true? Lian Yining didn't hesitate to shake her head. No. I volunteered to team up with Zheng Cheng. Impossible. Li Yu excitedly interrupted her. Lian classmate, we all know you're kind-hearted, but this trial is related to the honor of the school. Your spirit beast is a 9-star flame dragon phoenix. You should be teaming up with us high-star beast masters. Only then can we maximize the team's strength and win honor for the school. Another burly male teacher also spoke. Zheng Cheng, did you use any methods to force Lian classmate? A 1-star spirit beast and a 9-star spirit beast teaming up, this really doesn't make sense. Zheng Cheng's expression remained calm, and he said faintly, I haven't forced anyone. Lian Yining volunteered. Bullshit. Li Yu sneered, who doesn't know your face bug is a useless thing? Lian Yining's fiery dragon phoenix could burn hundreds of face-hugging bugs with just one dragon breath. How could she possibly willingly team up with you? The surrounding students' discussion started again. That's right, a 9-star and a 1-star teaming up, isn't that lowering themselves? I heard that Zheng Cheng sent out even a 9-star spirit beast to pursue Lian Yining. TSK, now he's trying to blackmail her with favors, how shameless. Su Koan was so angry his face turned red. You guys don't understand a damn thing. Brother Chang's strength. Enough. Zheng Cheng raised his hand to stop Su Koan, his eyes coldly sweeping over everyone. I'll say it again, I didn't force anyone, believe it or not. Lian Yining also stood up, her voice firm. Teacher Jiang, the two teachers, I really did volunteer to team up with Zheng Cheng. As for the reason. She paused, I believe in his strength. Ha ha ha. Li Yu laughed exaggeratedly, the strength of a 1-star face-hugging bug? Lian, did he brainwash you? Li Yu. Lian Yining's eyes flashed with anger, watch your words. The atmosphere suddenly turned tense, all eyes focused on Jiang Yushi, waiting for her decision. Jiang Yushi's sharp eyes scanned over the group, finally stopping on Zheng Cheng's face. The two locked eyes. Zheng Cheng calmly met her gaze, not backing down in the slightest. Lian Yining. Jiang Yushi finally spoke, are you sure you want to team up with Zheng Cheng? Yes, Teacher Jiang. Lian Yining answered without hesitation. Jiang Yushi nodded, then looked at Zheng Cheng, and you? Are you sure you want to team up with Lian Yining and Su Koan? Yes. Zheng Cheng replied briefly. All right. Jiang Yushi gave her final judgment, since that's the case, I respect your choice. What? Li Yu stared wide-eyed in disbelief, Teacher Jiang. This isn't following the rules. Lian Yining should. Li Yu. Jiang Yushi coldly interrupted him, spirit beast rankings aren't everything, what's most important is the beast master themselves. I've reminded you of this in class, but it seems you didn't understand. But? No buts. Jiang Yushi's tone left no room for doubt, team formation is the student's right, as long as both sides agree, the school has no right to interfere. The two male teachers seemed to want to say something, but under Jiang Yushi's sharp gaze, they ultimately chose to remain silent. Li Yu's face turned from pale to red, finally he could only glare at Zheng Cheng fiercely and retreat angrily to the side. Jiang Yushi turned to Zheng Cheng and the others, her tone softening a little, since you've chosen each other as teammates, I hope you can trust and cooperate with one another. This trial lasts for 1 day, and the goal is to hunt as many stone-armored lizards as possible in the small world while collecting their left ears as your trial results. She paused and gave Zheng Cheng a meaningful look, remember, teamwork is more important than individual strength. I wish you all good results. Thank you, Teacher Jiang. The three said in unison. As Jiang Yushi left, the crowd slowly dispersed, but the whispers never stopped. Brother Chang, look at Li Yu's face, it's like he's eaten a fly. Su Koan whispered smugly, his eyes filled with disdain. Lian Yining, however, looked a little worried. Zheng Cheng, Li Yu's family has connections in the Beastmaster Association, I'm worried he'll cause trouble during the trial. Zheng Cheng smiled calmly, just a jumping clown, no need to pay attention. At that moment, the space in the center of the valley suddenly began to twist, and a crack that flickered with strange light slowly appeared. The spatial passage is open. Is that the passage to the small world? How amazing. I wonder what the small world over there looks like. Jiang Yushi's voice spread throughout the area via a speaker, all students pay attention. The entrance to the small world is now stable, please enter in the order of the school. Remember, the trial lasts 1 day, and if you encounter danger, immediately use a distress flare. We proctors will also enter, but to maintain the stability of the small world, we will not intervene. It all depends on you. Now, the first batch of students from Way North First High School is ready to enter. Su Koen rubbed his hands together, excited. Finally, it's starting. Chang Ge, Li and Yining, let's go. The three of them followed the group from First High as they moved forward. When they passed the entrance, Zheng Cheng noticed that Li Yu was standing to the side with his four-person team, his cold eyes fixed on them. Be careful. Li and Yining whispered, Li Yu's team has 2 beast masters with 6-star beasts, their strength isn't weak. Zheng Cheng nodded, but his gaze fell on the spatial rift. Through the twisted light screen, he could vaguely see a gray rocky area inside, with distant mountain peaks looming in the distance. Is this the small world? With a slight dizziness, the three passed through the spatial rift. The scene before them changed in an instant. They were now standing on a barren rocky plain, with strange and large rocks scattered around, and the air was filled with a sulfur-like smell. Zheng Cheng immediately checked the beast space and confirmed that the alien queen and the facehugger worms were all in good condition before he relaxed slightly. Due to the spatial transfer, even though the three were on the same map, there was still a considerable distance between them. Looking at the towering stones around them, Zheng Cheng casually waved his hand, releasing 25 facehugger worms, which immediately hid in the shadows of the nearby rocks. Go! Scout the surroundings, and find the location of the armored lizard. Chirp chirp chirp. The 25 facehugger worms let out a series of strange cries, and then 8 of them swiftly scurried off, disappearing into the surroundings. Zheng Cheng then followed the map's guidance, and the three quickly gathered together. Wow! Is this the small world? Su Koen looked around curiously, it looks so barren. Lian Yining scanned the area warily, be careful, the armored lizard is probably hiding behind those rocks. Let's find a safe place to make a plan. Zheng Cheng asked, Yining, how much do you know about the armored lizard? Lian Yining thought for a moment, the armored lizard is a social creature. The average individual has the strength of black iron to bronze, while elite individuals can reach silver. Their shells are as hard as rocks, and their weak spots are the abdomen and eyes. The most dangerous part is their claws, which carry a paralyzing toxin. If you get scratched, your movements will slow down. What about the petrification ability? Su Koen asked impatiently, how can we find an elite individual with the petrification ability? It is said. Lian Yining lowered her voice, in the ore-rich areas, especially near the moonlight silver ore veins, the probability of encountering elite armored lizards is much higher. Zheng Cheng's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement, so, we need to find an ore vein. That's right. Lian Yining nodded, but those areas will also be where the armored lizards are most concentrated, very dangerous. Danger is what makes it exciting. Su Koen said excitedly, Chang Go, where should we go first? Zheng Cheng looked around and pointed to a vaguely visible hill in the distance, let's go there, it's higher so we can see farther. We need to get a sense of the terrain first. Alright. The three were about to set off when suddenly, there was a commotion behind them. They saw the spatial rift ripple again, and several more teams were teleported in. One of them was, of course, Li Yu's team. This is so persistent. Su Koen sneered. Li Yu also saw them, a cold smile curling on his lips. From a distance, he made a throat-cutting gesture. Don't mind him. Zheng Cheng withdrew his gaze, let's go. Li Yu's gaze turned even colder as he watched Zheng Cheng and the others leave. Suddenly, he turned to ask, you said you had a way to deal with Zheng Cheng. That's why I allowed you to join my team. So, what's the plan? The sound of light footsteps came from behind him, and a girl in tight combat gear walked up. Lu Xianer flicked her chestnut-colored long hair and smiled meaningfully, Li Xiao. Are you still angry about that waist? Li Yu turned his head, his gaze lingering for a moment on Lu Xianer's beautiful face, then he snorted coldly, Lu Xianer, if you say you have a way to deal with Zheng Cheng, I hope you're not trying to fool me. Don't forget who promised to help you complete the trial, otherwise with your 1-star level emerald scale snake, do you think anyone would want you? A faint shadow flashed in Lu Xianer's eyes, but she quickly replaced it with a sweet smile, how could I? The grudge between Zheng Cheng and me is much deeper than you think. Her slender fingers unconsciously brushed the spirit beast ball hanging from her waist. That waist was originally my loyal dog, always following me around, flattering me. He even used to write me love letters, it was so disgusting. Li Yu raised an eyebrow, oh? So how come now? Isn't it because of that bitch, Lian Yining? Lu Xianer's voice suddenly became sharp, and then realizing she had lost her composure, she lowered her voice. She must have used some trick to seduce Zheng Cheng, and that waist gave her a 9-star spirit beast egg. She leaned closer to Li Yu, the strong scent of her perfume making Li Yu wrinkle his brow. Zheng Cheng is obsessed with me, as long as I show a little kindness, he'll definitely follow me around. When the time comes. Lu Xianer made a tightening motion, I'll do whatever I want, as long as young Master Li is happy. A glint of excitement flashed in Li Yu's eyes, but he quickly calmed down, but right now, Zheng Cheng is with Lian Yining. Do you think you can get close to him normally? Plus, Lian Yining's spirit beast is the 9-star Crimson Flame Dragon Phoenix. Zheng Cheng and Su Kuan, those two wastes, will definitely stick to her, hugging her leg. It won't be easy to separate them. Lu Xianer smiled confidently. Young Master Li, from what I know, Sun Feng's spirit beast is the Mirage Fox, and its charming eyes can even influence silver-level spirit beasts for a while. As long as we let Sun Feng's Mirage Fox slightly influence the nearby stone-armored lizards, it can create a small beast tide, occupying the terrain in the cave, which will definitely crush their small team. By then, as long as I apply a little bit of strategy, I can make Zheng Cheng obedient. Sun Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. I didn't expect you to be so familiar with our spirit beasts. That's right, my Mirage Fox can indeed slightly influence low-star magical beasts through illusions. Li Yu thought for a moment, then suddenly grinned maliciously. Good. Let's do it this way. After the deed is done, I'll make sure to help you cultivate a snake-type spirit beast population, at least a 4-star one. Lu Xianer's eyes lit up, and she nodded quickly. Don't worry, young Master Li, I'll go and lure Zheng Cheng out right away. She turned to leave, then turned back to add, by the way, it's best to act near the moonlight silver or vein. There are dense stone-armored lizards there, so having a little accident is very normal. Li Yu nodded in understanding, watching Lu Xianer leave. He turned to his team. Did you all hear that? Get ready, and wait for Lu Xianer's signal to move. Remember, do it cleanly, don't leave any evidence. A tall and thin boy in the team hesitated. Li Gu, won't this be too much? After all, it's just a school trial. Shut up. Li Yu cut him off sharply. Zheng Cheng, that waste, doesn't deserve to have someone like Lian Yining as his teammate. I want everyone to know what happens when they offend me, Li Yu. He clenched his fist, and the 7-star Shadow Hunter leopard in the spirit beast ball seemed to sense its master's anger, letting out a sharp cry. And who said I'm going to kill him? I just need to take out his newborn spirit beast, the face-hugging worm, destroy his spirit beast space, and make him a useless person. When he becomes useless, I wonder if Lian Yining will still care about him. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Zheng Cheng and his two companions had already arrived at the top of the hill. From here, the entire rocky plain was in full view. In the distance, a few areas shimmering with silver light stood out. That should be the moonlight silver or vein. Lian Yining pointed at the silver light. According to the data, elite stone-armored lizards usually guard near the veins. Su Kuan rubbed his hands excitedly. What are we waiting for? Let's go quickly. Zheng Cheng frowned slightly. His facehugger bugs had already dispersed to scout the surroundings, and the information they returned showed unusual movement in the southeast direction. He asked nonchalantly, Yining, under what circumstances would a stone-armored lizard actively attack a human? Lian Yining thought for a moment. Unless it's mating season or its territory is threatened, they are usually quite timid and will avoid strong spiritual beasts. She suddenly realized something. What did you find? Nothing, let's head in first. Okay. The three of them quietly stepped into a cave, following the direction. Zheng Cheng waved his hand casually, and the massive form of the alien queen appeared immediately, filling the air with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Wow. Su Kuan, standing to the side, was surprised. Brother Chang, it's only been a few days, but why do I feel like your facehugger bug has gotten bigger again? And it feels so fierce. It has a new name. Zheng Cheng replied succinctly, from now on, it's called Alien. Go ahead and scout the way. At his command, the alien queen's massive body shot forward, silently, like a fish diving into water. In places where Lian Yining and Su Kuan didn't notice, more than 10 facehugger bugs followed closely, moving swiftly along the nearby stone walls like spiders. Screech! As soon as the scarlet flame dragon phoenix appeared, its eyes suddenly widened, and it looked deep into the cave. What's wrong? Little Face seems to have found something. Never mind, let's move on. Su Kuan also summoned his rainbow pheasant and followed closely beside them. Meanwhile, Zheng Cheng unexpectedly glanced at the scarlet flame dragon phoenix. Could it be that the scarlet flame dragon phoenix had discovered the trace of the facehugger bugs? On the other side, the alien moved silently in the darkness, its exoskeleton rubbing against the rocks, making a faint sound. Deep inside the cave, several stone-armored lizards were surrounding a piece of moonlight silver or gnawing at it. These creatures were about 2 meters long, their bodies covered in gray-brown rock-like scales, with thick tails dragging on the ground. Their limbs were short and powerful, and their claws had an unhealthy purple-black color, the sign of paralyzing toxins. Their eyes were small, flickering with a ghostly green light in the darkness. The alien queen lurked in the shadows and suddenly launched an attack. Its long tail spike shot out like lightning, precisely piercing one of the stone-armored lizard's eyes, going straight to its brain. Another stone-armored lizard had just sounded the alarm when it was torn open by the alien queen's sharp foreclaws, exposing its soft belly. Hiss! The remaining 2 stone-armored lizards angrily pounced, but they were immediately knocked into the wall by the alien queen's massive body, producing a tragic scream. As they struggled to rise, they were surrounded by the facehugger bugs, which had emerged from all directions. These terrifying parasites leaped up, their 8 limbs tightly gripping the stone-armored lizards' heads, while their tail-like tubular organs forced their way into the host's mouths. The parasitized stone-armored lizards struggled violently, but soon their movements became sluggish. Out of the dozen or so facehugger bugs, only 2 successfully parasitized the stone-armored lizards. The dead stone-armored lizards couldn't become hosts. The remaining facehugger bugs made a series of strange screeching sounds, moving restlessly around, acting in a very impatient manner. The alien queen let out a deep growl, and the facehugger bugs immediately calmed down, quietly disappearing into the darkness. Soon, the bellies of the 2 parasitized stone-armored lizards began to wriggle. Puff! Puff puff! With 2 ripping, air-splitting sounds, 2 long, but gray-white streamlined heads suddenly shot out, letting out 2 tragic screeching cries. Aliens! New aliens! Born from parasitizing the stone-armored lizards, absorbing their superior genes, and giving birth to a new species of alien. Hiss! Looking at how her species had grown again, the alien queen let out a satisfied hiss. He turned and moved deeper into the cave, followed closely by the 2 stone-armored alien creatures. Behind them, over 10 face-hugging bugs followed, making a series of footsteps, matching their pace. Not long after, several figures entered the cave as well. Chapter 19, Stone-Armored Alien Creatures. 5 students carefully stepped into the cave, their flashlights casting faint beams of light. The tall boy at the front suddenly stopped, signaling his teammates to be quiet. Look at this. He squatted down, his finger lightly touching a puddle of slime that hadn't fully solidified yet. The slime was a strange gray-green, shimmering with an oily sheen under the flashlight's light. The girl in the group with a ponytail leaned in to take a closer look, suddenly covering her nose. It smells terrible blood, and something like strong acid? What kind of monster is this? Not a monster. It should be a beast spirit of some beastmaster. There was a battle here. The tall boy pointed to the cave wall, where deep claw marks were etched into the rock, with signs of corrosion along the edges. And it looks like a one-sided massacre. Seems like there's a remarkable new student in this cave. I wonder who it is. They followed the marks forward, soon discovering the corpses of 2 stone-armored lizards. One had its skull pierced, with corrosion around the wound. The other had its abdomen completely ripped open, its innards scattered on the ground. A single blow to kill. The boy with glasses pushed up his frames, his voice trembling slightly. The defense of stone-armored lizards is top tier among low-level beast spirits. What kind of beast could? Woof! Woof! Suddenly, a black-toothed hound at the back of the group started barking wildly. Its fur bristled, and it bared its teeth, staring deep into the cave, its front paws restlessly scratching at the ground. What's wrong with Xiao Wei? Its owner, a small boy, nervously tried to calm his beloved dog. It's never acted like this before. My black-toothed hound is a 4-star beast spirit. It can sense dangers we can't detect. Something ahead is terrifying Xiao Wei. The group fell into a brief silence. The girl with the ponytail hesitated. How about we go another way? The trial just started, we don't have to take risks. What are you afraid of? A burly boy scoffed. Maybe it's some elite team from another school leading the way. We should follow them, maybe we'll find something valuable. Also, haven't you noticed? Both these stone-armored lizards have their left ears cut off. It must be another beastmaster. The tall boy thought for a moment. Based on the battle marks, the beast spirit must be at least 7 stars, but this year, there are only 17 high-star beast spirits in Weibei City, and none of them have such a brutal fighting style. Could it be a newly discovered species? A new group of beasts evolving from the initial beast spirits? Like Liu from the first high school, who contracted a 7-star shadow leopard. His beast spirit also uses the one-hit kill style. And Li Zheong from the second high school, who contracted a 7-star thorn wolf. It's also good at piercing attacks. Woof! The black-toothed hound suddenly tucked its tail, letting out a mournful whine, interrupting their discussion. The 5 of them exchanged glances, and finally, the tall boy made a decision. Move cautiously. If anything abnormal happens, retreat immediately. Remember, our primary goal is to collect the left ears of the stone-armored lizards, not to take unnecessary risks. They continued deeper into the cave, unaware that, above their heads, several face-hugging bugs were silently watching their every move. Another cave. Left. Rainbow pheasant, use dazzling light. Su Kuan commanded loudly. His rainbow pheasant spread its magnificent tail feathers, and a blinding light flashed, causing the 3 stone-armored lizards charging at them to lose their sense of direction. Lian Yining didn't say anything, only giving a slight wave of her hand. The scarlet flame dragon phoenix on her shoulder let out a clear cry, its wings unfurled, and several streaks of crimson fire fell like meteors. Accurately hit the area where the stone-armored lizard group is most concentrated. Boom! In the explosion's roar, 5 stone-armored lizards instantly turned into charcoal. The remaining ones let out terrified hisses and fled hastily toward the deeper caves. Incredible! Su Kuan exclaimed, the 9-star spirit beast is truly extraordinary. Lian Yining, however, frowned slightly, something's off, these stone-armored lizards are fleeing for their lives, not just retreating. Zheng Cheng stood by, his gaze deep. Through the information transmitted by the alien queen, he knew exactly what was happening deeper in the cave. The alien species were hunting, and they had already disturbed the slumbering elite individual. This cave is more complicated than expected. Zheng Cheng pretended to observe his surroundings. We may have entered the main nest of the stone-armored lizards. Possible. Su Kuan also pretended to carefully examine something on the wall. The walls of the cave were moonlight, glowing faintly with phosphorescence, very beautiful. This meant that the stone walls contained moonlight silver. What a shame, though. This moonlight silver is too tough to mine. If we could, we'd be rich. Lian Yining's scarlet flame dragon phoenix suddenly became restless, continuously emitting warning calls towards a certain direction. What's wrong? Xiao Fei sensed something. It should be the stone-armored lizard's boss. Boss? Su Kuan's eyes suddenly lit up, a mischievous smile appeared on his face. If we can kill this boss, do you think it might drop a petrification skill crystal? Very likely. Let's go. The two moved forward, with Zheng Cheng closely following behind. But his consciousness had already sunk into the spirit beast space. There, he maintained a mental link with all the aliens. A new set of data flooded into his mind. Name, stone-armored alien, newborn. Star level, 3 stars. Strength, bronze stage level 6. Status, normal. Skills, acid blood, inner nest tooth projectile, stealth hunting, petrified skin, paralysis clawstrike. Zheng Cheng was moved. This should be the data of the stone-armored alien born after the Facehugger parasitized the stone-armored lizard. 3 stars, bronze stage level 6. And this was just the data of the newborn. If it continues to grow, how powerful would it become? However, Zheng Cheng also knew very well that the stone-armored lizard was only a 3-star beast. The stone-armored alien hatched after the Facehugger parasitism was also only 3-star. Its growth potential would at most reach the silver stage. But for now, that was enough. He opened his eyes and found Lian Yining looking at him in confusion. Zheng Cheng, are you okay? You look a little strange. I'm fine. Zheng Cheng quickly adjusted his expression. I'm coordinating my aliens. This place is like a maze, the aliens have run far away. What, you can't contact them? Lian Yining asked curiously. Spirit beasts and beastmasters are mentally connected. Unless there are special space limitations, formations, or seals, they can always sense each other's existence. I can sense them, they're not far from us. Ha! Zheng Cheng's expression suddenly changed as he looked toward another cave fork. What's wrong? A lot of stone-armored lizards. Did the stone-armored lizards riot? Beast tide? As soon as he spoke, Lian Yining and the others seemed to sense something. The ground began to shake, and loud hissing noises came from the surrounding cave forks. Even the air began to fill with a pungent, rotten smell. Not good. Beast tide. Run. Quick, get out of here. Chapter 20, Alien Nest. Half an hour ago, on the other side of the cave. Just 2 more to control, and we'll be good. Liu crouched on a protruding rock, looking at an open space ahead and said, Sunphone, tell your phantom fox to work harder. Sunphone had beads of sweat on his forehead, and the phantom fox beside him had eerie purple light flickering in its eyes. In front of them, 2 stone-armored lizards walked mechanically toward the deeper cave, their eyes dull, and their movements stiff. We've reached the limit. Sunphone panted heavily. The phantom fox's mental control can affect at most 4 stone-armored lizards at the same time, anymore and it will lose control. Lu Xianer stood with her arms crossed, a green-scaled snake coiled on her shoulder, constantly flicking its tongue. A dozen stone-armored lizards might not be enough, after all, even Yining has the 9-star scarlet flame dragon phoenix. Unless the number is doubled. Don't worry, the reason for the beast tide is simple. We just need to make a few of the beasts in the beast group go mad, and we can trigger a small beast tide. Sunphone hesitated. Li Xiao, wouldn't this be too dangerous? What if a candidate dies? What are you afraid of? Liu sneered. The trial rules only say that candidates can't fight each other directly, it doesn't say we can't use beasts. He jumped down from the rock, clapping the dust that wasn't on his hands. Zheng Cheng, that useless piece of trash, actually dares to covet Yining. I want to see if his Facehugger can block the impact of the stone-armored lizard beast tide. When they separate, Lu Xianer will trick Zheng Cheng over, and then... Sunfeng hesitated, but... No buts. Liu's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Don't forget what I told you before, this trial, I must be in the top 3, understand? Yes, Li Xiao. A rustling sound came from deep within the cave. The 2 stone-armored lizards under control had successfully drawn in 4 or 5 companions. These creatures, covered in gray-brown stone armor, nervously circled in place, occasionally letting out low growls. Good, the numbers are about right. Liu nodded in satisfaction. In 10 minutes, when they gather to more than 15, we will drive them towards Zheng Cheng's location. Before his words were finished, a sharp hiss suddenly came from the depths of the cave. The sound was like metal grinding, or the dying scream of a creature, piercing the eardrums painfully. What is that sound? Lu Xian'er instinctively took a step back. The green-scaled snake on her shoulder also let out a shrill scream, instinctively retreating into the collar of her clothes. Useless. Looking at her spirit beast's behavior, Lu Xian'er cursed inwardly. Liu narrowed his eyes, signaling the shadow leopard to check it out. This 7-star spirit beast silently blended into the shadows, disappearing into the dark cave in the blink of an eye. In less than a minute, the shadow leopard returned. Its fur was standing on end, a low growl coming from its throat, its tail restlessly swishing back and forth. What happened? Liu furrowed his brow, feeling the information sent by the shadow leopard through their mental link. Suddenly, his expression changed. Something is hunting the stone-armored lizards. What? Sun Feng exclaimed, hunting the stone-armored lizards, other candidates? No. Liu's expression became serious. It's not a human, it's a... Before he finished speaking, a slender figure suddenly darted out from around the corner of the cave. It swiftly moved through the rock wall's recesses, and its massive form suddenly pounced onto the nearest stone-armored lizard. A sharp tail spike ruthlessly pierced through the stone-armored lizard's armor, and then it jumped up violently, dragging the heavily wounded stone-armored lizard swiftly back into the depths of the cave. What kind of monster? Everyone exclaimed. The creature moved too quickly, they couldn't react in time. The stone-armored lizard group that was originally under the control of the Phantom Fox suddenly became agitated, wildly fleeing in all directions, completely unaffected by the mental control. It's out of control. Sun Feng exclaimed. The Phantom Fox's purple light flickered a few times before completely extinguishing. He staggered back a few steps, his face as pale as paper. What is that? Lu Xian'er covered her mouth, her voice trembling. The creature's appearance was somewhat similar to the stone-armored lizard, but its body was longer and more fluid. It was covered in a black, shiny exoskeleton, with several sharp bone spurs extending from its back. The most terrifying part was that it had no eyes, its smooth head slanted backward, reflecting a cold gleam under the spotlight. New type magical beasts? Liu's eyes flashed with a hint of greed. Look at its speed and strength, at least a 6-star level. What was even more terrifying was that 3 or 4 more of the same creatures appeared from the surrounding shadows. They coordinated perfectly, quickly surrounding the remaining stone armor lizards and began a one-sided massacre. We need to get out of here. Sun Feng's voice trembled. These monsters are too dangerous. Wait. Liu, however, stood still, his eyes fixed on the stone armor mutants. Don't you think this is an opportunity? A newly discovered magical beast species, if we can capture one. Are you crazy? Lu Xun'er looked at him in disbelief. They are slaughtering the stone armor lizards, and we can't even handle the stone armor lizard group, let alone these monsters. Liu turned a deaf ear, already starting to move deeper into the cave. Sun Feng, your Phantom Fox has no combat ability. You and Lu Xun'er stay here, the rest of you come with me and let's see. As soon as the words fell, his figure quickly disappeared around the cave corner, only the shadow leopard's eerie green eyes flickering in the darkness. Lu Xun'er became anxious. Sun Feng, do you think Li Xiao will be okay? He should be fine, after all, the shadow leopard is a 7-star spirit beast. Sun Feng swallowed and said, also, Li Xiao's talent is very special, even if he can't defeat these monsters, he should still be able to escape. Talent? What is that? That's not for you to know, you just need to, huh? Just as he was speaking, Sun Feng suddenly froze, looking towards another cave. Interesting, the appearance of these unfamiliar beasts has triggered a riot of the stone armor lizards, a beast tide, bigger than I imagined. We need to withdraw, go find Zheng Cheng and bring him here. Lu Xun'er furrowed her brow slightly, but still nodded. I understand, after completing the task, I'll notify you all. Alright. On the other side, Liu and 2 other teammates appeared in another cave. The cave was getting narrower, and a strange viscous substance started appearing on the walls, something like a secretion from some creature. Liu carefully avoided the glowing green substance, sensing the shadow leopard's alertness and unease. Calm down. He softly comforted his spirit beast, it's just a few unfamiliar magical beasts. Turning a corner, the sight before Liu made him suddenly stop in his tracks. The cave expanded into a natural circular space here, and the ground was covered with that viscous substance. What was even more chilling was that the viscous substance had fixed 7 or 8 semi-transparent cocoon-like objects, inside each of which the silhouette of a stone armor lizard could be vaguely seen. What is this? Liu's voice caught in his throat. He'd never seen such a bizarre scene. The cocoons seemed to be slightly wriggling, and the stone armor lizards inside had their bellies moving strangely, as if something was growing inside them. Suddenly, the shadow leopard let out a sharp howl, its fur standing on end, its eyes fixed on the depths of the cave. Liu followed its gaze and saw a massive figure slowly stand up in the darkest corner of the cave. Chapter 21, Beast Tide. It was a creature twice the size of an ordinary stone armor mutant, with a more exaggerated bone crown and longer claws. The most terrifying part was its intelligent posture. It didn't attack immediately like the other mutants, but quietly observed Liu, as if evaluating the threat level of this intruder. What is this monster? A boss? Looks like a lizard? A new species of stone armor lizard? The two teammates also cried out in surprise, guessing what it might be. Indeed, the mutant's shape and the stone armor lizard looked somewhat similar. But the mutant's body was more slender, with sharper claws and tailbones. And its breath was colder and more vicious. Liu mumbled uncertainly, cold sweat sliding down his forehead. He had never felt such pure fear before. The creature's gaze contained a wisdom that transcended instinct, making him instinctively want to run. The shadow leopard had completely collapsed, ignoring its master's orders and turning to flee. Liu took one last look at the terrifying creature, noticing it was motionless, just coldly staring at the three of them. Li, young master, what should we do? It seems like it can't move? Hiss. At that moment, a sharp tearing sound suddenly echoed. The strange cocoon, which had been hanging on the wall, suddenly burst open, and a creature similar to the one that had just hunted the armored lizard shot out from within. Hatching. This is the lair of these magical beasts. Run. Quickly run. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared into the darkness, vanishing without a trace. This was the special ability unique to Beastmasters. All Beastmasters could share their spiritual beasts' talents and abilities, thus gaining extraordinary powers. However, this sharing also had conditions. First, the shared spiritual beast must be a contracted beast, not just any ordinary beast. Second, once a spiritual beast is chosen for sharing, only beasts of the same type or even the same species can be shared, and no other beast abilities can be shared. Otherwise, there will be a severe backlash. This is why almost all Beastmasters base their strength on their initial spiritual beast, then cultivate their beast population intensively. This is also the preparation made to increase their own strength. His two teammates suddenly turned their heads and ran wildly down the path they had come from. Even the spiritual beasts beside them clenched their tails, wishing they could grow more legs. Outside the alien lair, Liu's figure stumbled out of the darkness and fell. He braced himself with his hands, almost landing face first. He had never been so embarrassed, but the instinct to survive overwhelmed all pride. When he staggered back to where Sun Feng was, he was startled by his pale face. Young Master Li, what happened? You? Sun Feng helped the stumbling Liu. Run. Get out of here right now. Liu gasped for air and said, there are new types of magical beasts hatching in this cave. The armored lizards have already been marked as prey. We are no match for them. What about Zheng Cheng's team? First, get out. This is not a place to talk. Liu almost shouted, let's take another path, as far away as possible. Huh? What about Lu Xian'er? She went to lure Zheng Cheng. Wait. Which tunnel did she go through? Liu's eyes shifted, as if he had thought of something, and a smug smile appeared on his face. Sun Feng pointed to a tunnel entrance, that direction. He, while those monsters haven't caught up yet, get your phantom fox to lead the armored lizards into that tunnel. Liu decisively said, once the armored lizards appear in that tunnel, the monsters will definitely chase after them, and we can scatter Zheng Cheng's team. I'll use the shadow leopard's ability to hide in the shadows, and take you with me. Let's move. Boom. Not long after, a large number of creatures suddenly rushed out in front of Zheng Cheng and his two teammates. Dozens of creatures covered in rock-like scales filled the tunnel. Their eyes glowed with an abnormal red light, and the acidic liquid dripping from their fangs corroded the ground, emitting strands of white smoke. The leading lizard had already spotted the three of them, letting out a piercing shriek. Attack! Zheng Cheng barked the command, and the mental signal was instantly sent to the Facehugger bug hiding in the shadows. After sending out the alien queen, there were always several Facehugger bugs around him for protection. Now, he had no choice but to unleash them. The terrifying spiritual beast shot out immediately, its 8 tentacles locking tightly onto the face of an armored lizard. The tail vertebra pierced straight and exact into its nostril. Liaoning reacted just as fast. The crimson flame dragon phoenix shot up into the air, and burning waves of fire poured down from its spread wings. The 3 stone-armored lizards in the very front row instantly turned into burning fireballs, rolling and struggling in the passage. Rainbow Wall! Su Koen shouted. His 7-colored pheasant flapped its wings and flew above the 3 people's heads, its tail feathers blooming with gorgeous 7-colored light, forming a half-transparent barrier. The stone-armored lizards rushing in after them crashed one after another into the light screen, making collision sounds that made teeth ache. Zheng Cheng took the chance to observe the beast tide. These cave-dwelling creatures that should have been gentle were now extremely violent, some even beginning to bite their own kind. Something is not right. He frowned and said, how could the stone-armored lizards here riot and even form a beast tide? It is mind control. Lian Yineng gritted her teeth and said, the crimson flame dragon phoenix sprayed out another pillar of fire, forcing 2 stone-armored lizards back. There should be other spirit beasts taking action, group hypnosis or other. Before her voice fell, the 7-colored light screen suddenly made a cracking sound of being unable to bear the heavy load. An elite stone-armored lizard with an especially huge body used its head covered with crystal-like protrusions to smash hard against the barrier, and cracks spread across the entire light screen in an instant. Damn! Brother Chang, Goddess Lian, we cannot hold it anymore. Retreat! Zheng Cheng fiercely pushed Su Kuan toward the stone cave at the side. At that very instant, the light screen behind them shattered with a loud crash, and the beast tide rushed in like a flood breaking a dam. Lian Yineng's crimson flame dragon phoenix kept spitting fire, but the number of lizards was truly too many. One fish that slipped through the net broke through the wall of fire, its sharp claws going straight for Lian Yineng's throat. GGG. In the darkness, another facehugger shot through the air and at once covered the face of that stone-armored lizard. Its long and thin tail bone immediately stuffed into its mouth, injecting essence and taking it as a host. In the chaos, the figures of the 3 people separated at once. Split up and go. Zheng Cheng shouted in the chaos, first scatter, later used the communicator to contact. Brother Chang. Be careful. Zheng Cheng. Wait for me. Go. Zheng Cheng jumped down from the rock and rushed toward another narrow forked path. The 2 remaining facehuggers followed closely behind him, from time to time turning back to spray corrosive liquid to slow down the pursuers. After moving through the winding cave for about more than 10 minutes, the roaring sounds behind him finally slowly went far away. Zheng Cheng leaned against a rock wall to rest for a short while and took out the communicator to try to contact his companions. In the electronic noise he could occasionally catch Lian Yineng's broken voice, Zheng Cheng, I am at. After that the signal was completely gone. No matter how Zheng Cheng operated he could not hear any sound. Communication interference? Zheng Cheng frowned. This was not common in underground caves. But the nest where they were now had a large amount of rare ores and also a large amount of radiation. Communication interference was very normal. With a move of his mind, 3 facehuggers immediately appeared. The stone-armored lizards rioting, it seems to have a very big relationship with the alien queen's method. You split up, 1 go to the nest to gather facehuggers and aliens, help me find teammates. The remaining 2, follow me. He was just about to arrange for the facehuggers to search for the traces of Lian Yineng and Su Kuan when he suddenly heard weak sobbing not far away. Is there anyone? Please, save me. Chapter 22 Beauty Trap. Zheng Cheng signaled the facehuggers to enter a state of alert and walk toward the sound. After turning a bend, he saw Lu Xian'er curled up inside a crack of rock. This girl who was usually arrogant was now in a miserable state, her battlesuit torn in several places, exposing white skin. Her face was covered with dust, and her carefully styled curly hair also hung down in a messy way. At this very moment, she actually looked somewhat seductive. Zheng Cheng? Lu Xian'er raised her head in surprise, tears shining under the searchlight. That is great, I thought I would die here. She struggled as if wanting to stand up, yet again weakly fell back down. Zheng Cheng did not step forward to support her, instead he stepped back half a step. How could you be here? I got separated from my teammates. Lu Xian'er sobbed, saying, those armored lizards suddenly went crazy. My teammates, they protected me. Zheng Cheng's gaze swept over her intact boots, the soles almost untouched, as if they hadn't been through a chase at all. Even more suspiciously, there was no trace of the spirit beast, the emerald-scaled snake, nearby. Under normal circumstances, beast tamers in such a dangerous environment would only rely on their spirit beasts. Where's your spirit beast? Lu Xian'er's eyes flickered. It was severely injured in the battle. I put it back in the spirit beast space. Zheng Cheng secretly shook his head, then asked, your spirit beast is only a 1-star emerald-scaled snake. Why would anyone team up with you? Who is it? Upon hearing this, Lu Xian'er shot Zheng Cheng a furious glare, but soon regained her composure and, almost coquettishly, said, although my emerald-scaled snake is only a 1-star spirit beast, it's still quite useful. At least, the emerald-scaled snake has good sensing ability, and many people want it. By the way, my teammates are Zhou Qi and the others from our class. Zhou Qi? Zheng Cheng raised his eyebrows slightly. Zhou Qi had signed a contract with a 4-star spirit beast, the Swift Wind Wolf, which also had considerable combat power. Plus, he was one of Lu Xian'er's admirers. But, he clearly remembered that when they entered the trial grounds, Zhou Qi's team did not have Lu Xian'er. She was lying. What a coincidence. Zheng Cheng said indifferently, we were also attacked by a group of armored lizards. These lizards were very organized, as if guided by someone. Lu Xian'er's fingertips trembled slightly. And maybe it's the hidden test of the trial? Can we leave here? I know a shortcut back to the safe zone. Sure. Zheng Cheng pretended to agree. But I need to find Lian Yining and the others first. After all, they are my teammates. Lu Xianer's expression instantly froze. Lian Yining? She's nearby? Yeah, we got separated. Separated? Lu Xianer's beautiful eyes lit up slightly, and she struggled to get up. Suddenly, she stumbled and fell towards Zheng Cheng, who instinctively caught her. Lu Xianer's soft body leaned against Zheng Cheng's chest, her fingers lightly gripping his clothes. When she looked up, her eyes carried a mix of grievance and coquettishness. Zheng Cheng, actually, I used to like you. Her voice was soft, trembling slightly. It's just, being a girl, you have to be a bit reserved. I only wanted to test you for a while, but then, you gave the 9-star Crimson Flame Dragon Phoenix to Lian Yining. Zheng Cheng raised an eyebrow, a smile that wasn't quite a smile appeared on his face. Oh? Is that so? His hand casually rested on Lu Xianer's waist, his fingers gently tracing the exposed skin where her combat suit had been torn. The action was suggestive, yet somehow nonchalant. Lu Xianer's body stiffened slightly, but she quickly relaxed, even leaning a little more into his embrace. Her tone carried a hint of lingering resentment. You used to treat me so well. Why did you suddenly change? Zheng Cheng sneered inside, but his face remained calm. He even purposely leaned closer to her ear and whispered, so now, you want me to treat you well again? Lu Xianer's cheeks flushed slightly, and she lightly bit her lip. You, don't do that. She said no, but her body pressed even closer, and her fingers brushed lightly over Zheng Cheng's chest. Zheng Cheng silently sighed. Her acting was quite good, but the flaws were too obvious. He continued to play along with her performance, all the while secretly observing their surroundings. In the depths of the cave, there was a faint airflow, suggesting a larger space ahead. And although Lu Xianer pretended to be weak, her steps were always guiding him toward that direction. She was leading the way. Zheng Cheng continued to follow her without a hint of suspicion, his palm lightly squeezing her waist. He said, pretending to be playful, since you like me, how about we find a quiet place, and have a good chat? A flicker of disgust flashed in Lu Xaner's eyes, but she quickly replaced it with a shy expression. You, don't be reckless, it's too dangerous here. Let's find a safe place first. Alright, Zheng Cheng smiled and nodded, we'll go wherever you say. The two of them walked ahead, and Lu Xaner occasionally leaned weakly against Zheng Cheng. Zheng Cheng was more than happy to cooperate, his hand wandering around her waist, occasionally giving it a squeeze, causing Lu Xaner to curse inwardly, but she had to force a smile. Finally, they arrived at a spacious cave. The ground here was flat, and several glowing stones were embedded in the surrounding rock walls, their faint light barely illuminating the entire space. In the center of the cave, there were several protruding rocks, like natural seats. This should be safe. Lu Xaner gently pushed Zheng Cheng away, pretending to fix her messy hair, but her gaze subtly swept toward the deeper part of the cave. Zheng Cheng pretended not to notice her strange behavior, stretched lazily, and said with a smile, this place is nice, really suitable for. Before he could finish his sentence, footsteps suddenly came from the depths of the cave. Oh? Suitable for what? A mocking voice sounded, and Zheng Cheng quickly turned his head. He saw two figures emerging from the shadows. Li Yu, and his lackey, Sun Feng. It was unclear why, from the original group of 5, only the 3 of them remained. Zheng Cheng's expression instantly turned cold. Li Yu? Sun Feng? What are you two doing here? Li Yu crossed his arms, a cold smile on his lips. What, are you surprised to see us? Sun Feng stood beside him, a proud grin on his face, his phantom fox squatting at his feet, its purple eyes flashing with a strange light. Zheng Cheng's gaze swept across the 3 of them, and finally landed on Lu Xaner. You brought me here just to see them? Lu Xaner's weak expression instantly vanished, replaced by a mocking smile. What else? Did you really think I would like someone like you, a worthless piece of trash? She stepped back a few paces, standing next to Li Yu, her eyes filled with disdain. You, with your pathetic self, think you're worthy to be close to Lian Yining? Zheng Cheng fell silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. I see now. He shook his head, seeming somewhat helpless. I thought your acting skills were good, but you were too eager. Lu Xaner was taken aback. What do you mean? Zheng Cheng didn't answer but instead looked at Li Yu. So, the beast tied with the stone-armored lizards was your doing? Li Yu sneered. So what? The trial rules didn't say we couldn't use magical beasts. Sun Feng added with a proud tone, the mental control of the phantom fox is enough to make those stupid lizards go wild. Zheng Cheng nodded, seeming unsurprised. You deliberately created the beast tide to separate me and Lian Yining, then made Lu Xaner lure me here. He paused, then suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. Too bad, you made one mistake. Li Yu frowned. What mistake? Zheng Cheng didn't answer, but suddenly raised his hand and forcefully pressed it against his lower back. Hiss. A green snake shadow sprang from his waist. It was Lu Xaner's jade-scaled snake. It turned out that, just moments ago, when Lu Xaner had gotten close to him, the venomous snake had quietly bitten him. Seeing this, Lu Zuner finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha. Zheng Cheng, did you think I was acting for what? It was to let the jade-scaled snake bite you. She lifted her chin proudly. The venom of the jade-scaled snake can paralyze your whole body in 10 minutes, and even spirit beasts can't be summoned. Li Yu also revealed a victorious smile. Zheng Cheng, you're finished. Zheng Cheng looked down at his waist, where there were indeed 2 tiny bite marks, the skin beginning to turn slightly blue. However, his expression remained calm. The poison of the jade-scaled snake, indeed powerful. He slowly said, but, did you forget something? Li Yu's brows furrowed. What? Zheng Cheng lifted his head. A cold smile curved at the corner of his lips. My spirit beast is not an ordinary one. As soon as the words left his mouth, his shadow suddenly started to squirm. Swish! A shadow shot out like lightning, instantly wrapping around Lu Xiener's emerald-scaled snake. Facehugger. What? Lu Xiener was horrified, quickly trying to recall her spirit beast, but it was already too late. Zheng Cheng's facehugger tightly gripped the emerald-scaled snake's head, its tailbone stabbing into the gap between its scales, injecting venom instantly. Hiss! The emerald-scaled snake let out a painful hiss, its body convulsing violently. Taking advantage of this moment, the facehugger opened its sharp mandibles and viciously bit into the snake's head. Crack! The emerald-scaled snake's jade-green head instantly exploded, swallowed whole by the facehugger. The emerald-scaled snake was dead. Perhaps due to size or strength, the facehugger didn't parasitize the emerald-scaled snake but killed it directly. Lu Xiener's face went pale, the backlash from her mental energy causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood, staggering back a few steps. No. Impossible. You were poisoned, how could you still control a spirit beast? The more tragic thing was that her spirit beast space was also starting to collapse due to the death of her initial spirit beast, the emerald-scaled snake. Once the spirit beast space completely collapses, it means she will never qualify to become a beast tamer again. Zheng Cheng sneered, who told you? I was poisoned? He raised his hand, his palm clearly holding a piece of thin, cicada wing-like gray-white skin. In the dim light of the cave, it was almost impossible to distinguish it from the skin surface. It was the facehugger's eggshell, which had an extremely strong resistance to poison. It turns out that as soon as the emerald-scaled snake bit him, the facehugger had already blocked the venomous fangs with its shed skin. Li Yu's face finally changed. You saw through it already? Zheng Cheng's eyes turned cold. From the moment she lied about teaming up with Zhou Qi, I knew she was faking it. He slowly raised his hand, the facehugger's tentacles twitching slightly, emitting a dangerous aura. Now, it's your turn. The atmosphere in the cave instantly dropped to freezing point. Li Yu gritted his teeth, suddenly waving his hand. Shadow Leopard. The 7-star spirit beast leaped out from the shadows, its sharp claws lunging straight at Zheng Cheng. You only have one facehugger, and it's just a trash 1-star. If it could handle Lu Xiener's emerald-scaled snake, I don't believe it can handle my Shadow Leopard. Kill your facehugger, destroy your spirit beast space, then I'll see if even Yining still values you. Roar! The Shadow Leopard's streamlined body shot forward like an arrow, speeding toward Zheng Cheng. A low, menacing growl came from its mouth. Sun Feng immediately commanded his Mirage Fox to launch a mental strike, attempting to interfere with Zheng Cheng's actions. The Shadow Leopard's sharp claws tore through the air, emitting a piercing screech. The speed of a 7-star spirit beast far exceeded that of ordinary monsters, and in an instant, it was already pouncing in front of Zheng Cheng. Die! Li Yu sneered, his pupils filled with murderous intent. Zheng Cheng's eyes narrowed, his mental command immediately sent out. Swish! The facehugger sprang out from the side, its 8 tentacles wrapping around the Shadow Leopard's front limbs like iron chains. However, the Shadow Leopard's combat instincts were incredibly sharp, its body twisting mid-air in an eerie motion, and it narrowly avoided the facehugger's entanglement. Bang! The sharp claws slammed into the facehugger's shell, sparking a shower of sparks. The facehugger was knocked back several meters by the blow, and tiny cracks appeared on its shell. Ha ha ha! Trash is just trash. Li Yu laughed wildly, a 1-star waste dares to fight my Shadow Leopard? At the same time, the Mirage Fox's eyes flared with purple light, invisible mental waves surged toward the facehugger like a tidal wave. Buzz. The facehugger's brain was instantly struck, its vision darkened, and its movements froze, almost falling to the ground. Damn it! The Shadow Leopard seized the opportunity and pounced again. SSSHH. The sharp claws sliced across the facehugger's back. Leave a deep scar. Dark green blood splashed out, landing on the ground with a sizzling, corrosive sound. Roar! The Shadow Leopard's front paw accidentally touched the blood, and immediately several charred wounds were corroded on it, causing it to howl in pain. Li Yu's expression changed slightly when he saw this, but he soon sneered again. Corrosive blood? Using poison too? For a 1-star insect beast, this is quite good, interesting, but useless. Shadow, finish it quickly. Tear it apart directly. The shadow leopard crouched down, its eerie green eyes locking onto the facehugger bug, ready to strike. Meanwhile, the phantom fox's mental interference was still ongoing, suppressing the facehugger bug's thoughts, slowing down its actions more and more. The situation was critical. Just as the shadow leopard was about to launch its lethal blow, a sound, unnoticed, suddenly rang out. Whoosh! A shadow suddenly pounced down from the top of the cave, and its target was unmistakably the phantom fox. Fast. Fast to the point that its movements were almost invisible. Put! Its sharp tail spine pierced through the phantom fox's back like a spear, pinning it hard to the ground. Squeak! The phantom fox let out a heartbreaking scream, and its purple light instantly collapsed. What? Sunfoam spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, the mental backlash causing him to collapse to the ground. My phantom fox. Li Yu's pupils contracted sharply. Another facehugger bug? Everyone quickly turned around, and to their shock, the second facehugger bug was now tangled up with the phantom fox, the two spirit beasts locked in a struggle. Zheng Cheng's lips curled into a faint smile. Now, it's 2 against 1. It turned out, he had already sent the second facehugger bug to lurk in the shadows, waiting for the right moment. The second facehugger bug succeeded with one strike, immediately wrapping its tentacles around the phantom fox's neck. The phantom fox instinctively opened its mouth to breathe. Seizing the opportunity, the facehugger bug's tail-like reproductive organ suddenly thrust into it, starting to inject its eggs. No! Stop! My phantom fox! Sun Feng's eyes nearly burst with rage as he struggled to rush forward, but the mental backlash left him unable to move. Even so, he gritted his teeth through the pain and stumbled to the phantom fox's side, pulling out a dagger and slashing at the facehugger bug's tail. Put SSH. The sharp dagger cut through the facehugger bug's skin, and the blood that flowed immediately fell onto the phantom fox, causing a harsh, corrosive sound. Its fur, skin, and even the dagger in Sun Feng's hand were corroding at a visible speed. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? The phantom fox's struggle grew weaker and weaker, until it finally went limp. But even so, Sun Feng did not give up, and he tried every way possible to pull the facehugger bug off his phantom fox. Chapter 24, Alien Brutality. Li Yu's face completely darkened. Zheng Cheng, you hit it so well. Zheng Cheng didn't answer, the facehugger bugs guarding in front of him, dark green blood dripping from their wounds, corroding small pits in the ground. What's 2 more? Li Yu suddenly grinned with a cruel smile. It's just 1 more to kill. He suddenly bit his finger, and blood dripped onto the shadow leopard's forehead, blood contract enhancement. Boom! The shadow leopard's body suddenly expanded, muscles bulging, claws lengthening, and the green light in its eyes nearly became solid. This was a beast master's desperate move, using their own blood to temporarily enhance the spirit beast. The cost was that afterward, the spirit beast would fall into a weakened state. But at this moment, Li Yu didn't care anymore. Kill it! The enhanced shadow leopard's speed skyrocketed, turning into a black flash. Whoosh! The facehugger bug immediately sprayed corrosive liquid, but the shadow leopard's figure flickered, perfectly avoiding it. It then swiped its claw, tearing off 2 of the tentacles. Roar! Its claws were once again drenched in corrosive blood, causing intense pain. But even so, the shadow leopard gritted its teeth through the pain and continued its assault. The shadow leopard, now on the offensive, went for the facehugger bug's head with its sharp fangs. At the critical moment, the facehugger bug actually leapt upwards fiercely. 8 huge arthropod claws spread wide, like a giant net, aiming for the head of the shadow leopard. With a loud bang, a dull sound echoed, and the facehugger actually landed right on the head of the shadow leopard. Its tail-like reproductive organ suddenly jerked, attempting to wrap around the shadow leopard's neck. But having watched the facehugger's action of parasitizing the phantom fox, how could it succeed now? Ignoring the facehugger clinging to its head, its sharp claws suddenly extended, thrusting into the reproductive organ, and with a violent tear, it ripped it apart. Rip! The harsh sound of tearing echoed, and the facehugger's body was directly ripped in half by the shadow leopard. Corrosive blood splattered everywhere, and chilling screams continued to rise. The shadow leopard, unable to dodge, was drenched in blood, its skin and flesh immediately torn open. Awah! It rolled in agony, its fur corroded into holes all over. Li Yu also groaned, the pain from the blood bond causing blood to spill from the corner of his mouth. But the madness in his eyes grew even stronger. Useless. Shadow leopard, tear them apart. The shadow leopard, enduring the intense pain, pounced again. This time, its target was Zheng Cheng himself. Die! Li Yu roared, looking mad. Zheng Cheng's pupils suddenly contracted, and his body jerked as he tried to dodge. Just as the shadow leopard's claws were about to reach Zheng Cheng's throat, Zheng Cheng's expression shifted from surprise to calm. Put! A long black shadow fell from the sky, and its sharp tail spine pierced through the shadow leopard's back like a spear. Roar! The shadow leopard let out an unprecedented scream of pain, its body pinned midair. Li Yu's expression froze, and he suddenly looked up. What? Before him appeared a terrifying monster he had just discovered. Its smooth head, without eyes, only a hideous mouthpart. Its black-gray exoskeleton covered its entire body, and sharp bone spines extended from its back. The stone armor Xenomorph. What kind of monster is this? Li Yu's voice started to tremble. The Xenomorph didn't give him time to think. Its inner jaw suddenly shot out, and with a crack, it bit through the shadow leopard's spine. Roar! No! Li Yu spat a mouthful of blood, the backlash from the blood pact causing him to kneel on the ground, his head spinning. My shadow leopard. The Xenomorph tossed aside the shadow leopard, which was on its last breath, and with a thud, it collapsed to the ground, slowly turning towards Li Yu. Li Yu finally got scared, stumbling back, his face pale, staring at the still twitching shadow leopard on the ground. Then he turned and ran. I can't die here, I absolutely can't. Hiss. The stone armor Xenomorph, coming to the rescue, let out a low growl, its body moving forward, seemingly wanting to continue the chase. Wait. With a command from Zheng Cheng, the stone armor Xenomorph stopped its pursuit and turned back to look at Zheng Cheng. Though it had no eyes, it seemed like Zheng Cheng could see its confusion. Zheng Cheng shook his head. They are doomed even without our help. SSSSSS. Accompanied by deep hissing sounds, one stone armor Xenomorph after another emerged from the darkness, surrounding Zheng Cheng. And along with them, the Facehugger that had returned to the nest to report. Zheng Cheng said, Thank you, the shadow leopard is yours now. SSSSS. The Facehugger emitted an excited hiss, then suddenly darted forward, directly pouncing on the heavily injured and collapsed shadow leopard, rushing towards its head. The shadow leopard seemed to sense something and began to struggle wildly. Unfortunately, with its spine broken, it couldn't resist at all and was easily wrapped by the Facehugger's head. The tail-like reproductive organ twitched, quickly thrusting into its throat and starting to inject eggs. I wonder what kind of Xenomorph the 7-star shadow leopard will hatch for me. Zheng Cheng whispered, but his gaze was fixed on the Facehugger next to the shadow leopard, which had been torn in half by it. He shook his head. Thanks to the distraction caused by the Facehugger bug, he managed to hold on until the support from the stone armor alien arrived. Otherwise, the deafening sound of the wind screamed in his ears, and Li Yu screamed wildly in his heart. The shadow leopard is done for, but after all, it is a 7-star spiritual beast, and my spiritual beast space is quite solid. As long as I get back quickly, let my father buy another shadow leopard, or any other beast of the same species and attribute to enter the space, the stability of the spiritual beast space can be maintained. Only then can he maintain his position as a beast master. On the other side, Sun Foam also ran out while holding the unconscious Phantom Fox. He didn't know why, but the Facehugger bug wrapped around the Phantom Fox suddenly lost its energy. His Phantom Fox was only unconscious, with irregular breathing, but there was no major issue. Sun Foam was overjoyed, quickly tearing it off and hugging his Phantom Fox as he started running for his life. Even Lu Xianer, who was backfiring, staggered behind him. As for her green-scaled snake, it had long since been killed by the Facehugger bug, its head crushed beyond recognition. At this moment, her spiritual beast space had already collapsed by 2/3. If she couldn't find another green-scaled snake to occupy the space, her spiritual beast space would eventually turn into a ruin. Li Xiao, what should we do next? Shut up. It's all your fault. Why didn't you tell me how powerful Zheng Cheng's Facehugger bug was earlier? I didn't know either. Lu Xianer panicked, her eyes filled with grievance and resentment. Shut up. Damn it. Hurry back. I need to go back and buy a spiritual beast, otherwise. Suddenly, the three of them stopped, staring dumbfounded at the scene ahead. At the end of the tunnel in front of them, several stone armor lizards appeared. Behind them were even larger ones, with a yellowish crystal embedded in their foreheads, strange stone armor lizards. Monsters! Run! Li Yu shouted in surprise and tried to turn and flee. But the next moment, a yellowish light shot out, hitting his body at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, under the shocked gazes of Sun Feng and Lu Xianer, Li Yu's body started to slowly petrify from his head, spreading rapidly to the rest of his body. Even his clothes began to turn to stone. Petrification. Elite Stone Armor Lizard. Hurry, run. Chapter 25, Stone Armor Alien vs. Stone Armor Lizard. Zheng Cheng stood in the center of the damp cave, surrounded by the stone armor aliens that had just come to his aid. The fluorescent moss on the stone walls emitted a dim blue light, which reflected off the smooth exoskeletons of these creatures, casting a chilling metallic gleam. These aliens were all hatched by the alien queen, who he had instructed to incubate after entering the trial grounds. Now, they had finally grown into a battle force. 25 adult ones, 10 Facehugger bugs are still hatching. Zheng Cheng closed his eyes and sensed the information coming from the alien queen, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He could clearly sense the location and condition of every alien, as naturally as feeling his own fingers. Through the mental link, the alien queen showed him the scene deep inside the nest. 10 eggs, each the size of a basketball, with the tops already cracked open, were neatly arranged on the mucus-covered nest walls, with facehugger bugs already hatched and crawling around. There were also a dozen large cocoons on the walls. These were the remnants of stone armor aliens after hatching, completely useless. This number was higher than Zheng Cheng had expected. It seemed the life-or-death crisis had indeed sped up the egg-laying process of the alien queen. Good job, alien queen. He felt the pleasure transmitted from the alien queen, a primal, pure instinct for life, excited by reproduction and slaughter. Zheng Cheng walked towards the nearest stone armor alien and gently stroked its smooth skull. This alien had just participated in the hunt for the shadow leopard. The exoskeleton still bore a few scars. Through contact, Zheng Cheng could more clearly perceive its condition. It was full of life, energy abundant, always maintaining strong combat power, truly a killing machine. Zheng Cheng's gaze shifted to another spot, where the parasitized shadow leopard lay. This once 7-star spirit beast was now motionless, with only the slight rise and fall of its abdomen proving it was still alive. A facehugger was firmly attached to its face, with its tubular reproductive organ deeply inserted into the leopard's throat. Zheng Cheng crouched down, carefully observing the state of the facehugger. Its breathing was steady, and its limbs twitched slightly from time to time, a normal reaction during the impregnation process. Through the mental link, Zheng Cheng could sense the embryo developing rapidly inside the shadow leopard's body. It seems the parasitism was successful. Zheng Cheng let out a breath. As a 7-star spirit beast, the shadow leopard's physical qualities far exceeded those of an ordinary stone-armored lizard, and it should give birth to a more powerful aberrant variant. After all, the previous aberrant queen had parasitized a 7-star diamond ape. And the shadow leopard here had the same star level as the diamond ape, so who knew what powerful aberration it might hatch? The shadow leopard's shadow attribute combined with the aberrant's killing instinct might very well create a special variant with stealth capabilities. This thought made his heart race. With each new aberrant variant, his strength would increase by a notch. Just as Zheng Cheng was about to stand, the facehugger suddenly trembled slightly. Through the mental link, he sensed that the embryo's development had entered a new phase. The aberrant larvae inside the shadow leopard had already started to modify the host's internal organs in preparation to break free. Hisses. At that moment, a sharp alarm suddenly echoed throughout the cave. Zheng Cheng quickly looked up and saw 3 facehuggers, stationed as sentries, frantically vibrating the bone plates on their backs, emitting high-frequency warnings. Their long limbs all pointed toward the same direction, the passage to the east of the cave. Zheng Cheng's mind instantly shifted. Through the facehugger's senses, he saw the threat approaching the end of the passage. At least 30 stone-armored lizards formed a team, including several elite individuals with crystals embedded in their foreheads. It's finally here. Zheng Cheng muttered softly. He had long expected this moment. When the number of aberrants reached a critical point, the native stone-armored lizard group would undoubtedly sense it and launch an attack. After all, these aberrants were birthed from their own kind as hosts. Zheng Cheng quickly issued a command through the mental link, all stone-armored aberrants, prepare for battle. Let me see your first battle in this extraordinary world. More than 20 stone-armored aberrants immediately entered combat mode, lowering their bodies, their tail spines swinging like venomous snakes, with inner fangs barely visible in their mandibles. 5 facehuggers quickly retreated deeper into the nest, guarding the aberrant queen and the unhatched eggs. The crawling sounds at the end of the passage grew louder, and the ground began to tremble slightly. Fragments of rock fell from the stone walls, creating ripples in the stagnant water. When the first stone-armored lizard charged out of the passage, it was met with 3 simultaneous black shadows attacking. Thud! 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 3 stone-armored aberrants' tail spines shot out like javelins, precisely piercing the lizard's skull, throat, and heart. Dark green blood splattered on the cave wall, making a sizzling corrosive sound. The lizard didn't even have time to scream before it crashed to the ground. Next, 5 more stone-armored lizards charged out, letting out continuous enraged roars. But soon, they met the same fate. The stone-armored aberrants used the stalactites on the cave ceiling as springboards, launching attacks from all angles. Their tail spines and sharp claws easily tore through the ordinary stone-armored lizard's scales. Each attack went straight for the vital spots. Zheng Cheng stood deep in the cave, calmly observing the battle. Through the mental link, he could almost sense every thought and movement of the alien creatures. In just 3 minutes, 12 stone-armored lizards had turned into corpses. The alien army's killing efficiency surprised even Zheng Cheng. Their coordination was becoming more and more seamless, as if they shared the same battle consciousness. It seems the instinct for collective hunting has been ingrained into their DNA. At that moment, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. The remaining stone-armored lizards stopped their offensive, raising their heads to emit a low, furious roar, and the scales on their bodies suddenly glowed with a yellowish light. Stone armor technique. The already tough scales became even thicker, as if they were covered in a layer of rock armor. Bang! An alien's tail spine sharply struck the lizard's abdomen, but it only left a white mark on the stone armor. The lizard took the opportunity to counterattack, its thick tail slamming like a hammer into the alien's chest. Crack! The exoskeleton of this stone-armored alien shattered immediately, and the alien staggered back. SSSS. The stone-armored alien let out a piercing scream, but before it could retreat, the stone-armored lizard suddenly charged, its several hundred pounds of weight slamming into the alien. The immense force of the charge directly smashed the stone-armored alien into the wall. Thick blood sprayed from the stone-armored alien's mouth, corroding the surrounding walls and even the lizard's own scales. Even worse, the other stone-armored lizards began changing their tactics. They formed a defensive circle, back to back, sweeping their heavy tails to strike at the approaching aliens. Two aliens, unable to dodge, were struck directly in the head and died instantly. Seeing this, Zheng Cheng frowned slightly. After all, the stone-armored lizards were magical beasts, capable of using the stone armor technique. They could gather earth elements and form an additional earth attribute protective shield on their scales. This shield greatly enhanced the stone-armored lizard's physical defense. The defense was so strong that it could even withstand the alien's tail wings and claws. The lizards began their counterattack, relying on the protection of the stone armor, no longer dodging the alien's attacks but charging head-on. One alien was surrounded and attacked by 3 lizards. Though it skillfully dodged 2 bites, it was hit in the leg by the tail of the third lizard. At the moment it lost its balance, the other 2 lizards had already bitten its throat and abdomen. In just a few minutes, 5 aliens had been lost, while only 2 lizards had died. At this rate, just as things were looking dire, the situation on the battlefield changed again. An alien suddenly dropped from the ceiling of the cave, its tail spine striking like a poisonous snake towards the lizard's eyeball. Puff! Yellow-green liquid sprayed out. The blinded lizard rolled in pain, and the alien used its claws to tear open its throat. Another alien displayed remarkable tactical intelligence. It deliberately spat acid in front of the lizard, and when the lizard instinctively closed its eyes to avoid it, the alien quickly circled to the side and its tail spine precisely pierced the ear canal, reaching the brain. Clever! Zheng Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help but be amazed by the battle instincts of the stone-armored aliens. These aliens not only inherited the physical traits of their hosts but also awakened powerful battle instincts. They could quickly learn and adapt to new combat methods, which was the most terrifying aspect. When faced with such a comprehensive, defense-heavy target, they quickly shifted their strategy, focusing on attacking weak points like the ears and eyes. Only by doing so could they quickly kill the target. The battle situation turned once again, as the aliens, like ghosts, swarmed through the cave, each attack going straight for the vital spots. The stone armor technique of the lizards became a burden instead. The heavy defense reduced their agility, making it harder for them to counter the aliens' precise strikes. In just 10 minutes, more than 10 stone-armored lizards had turned into corpses. The ground was covered in dark green and earth-yellow blood, mixing together to produce a pungent, foul stench. Corrosive liquid burned pits into the ground, and in some places, you could even see the faint glow of the lower caves. Just as the lizard swarm was about to collapse, the elite stone-armored lizards finally moved. These larger individuals had been watching coldly until now, but they finally joined the fight. The crystals on their foreheads suddenly glowed with an earthy yellow light, and energy quickly gathered inside the crystals. Not good. It's petrification magic. Zheng Cheng, who had already noticed this group of elite stone-armored lizards, shouted a warning, but it was too late. 3 yellowish beams of light shot out simultaneously, precisely hitting 3 of the aliens engaged in battle. The alien bodies instantly stiffened, and grayish-white stone spread rapidly from the points of impact. In just 2 seconds, the 3 aliens turned into stone statues, each frozen in a different pose. Roar! A few stone-armored lizards rushed over, using their immense strength and impact to smash the 3 petrified alien lizards into pieces, ensuring they were as dead as could be. Damn it! Retreat! Use the terrain to harass. Zheng Cheng ordered a retreat decisively. In the narrow caves, the petrification magic of the elite stone-armored lizards was a deadly weapon. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! The remaining dozen or so stone-armored aliens quickly climbed up the walls around the cave, their sharp claws gripping the stone cracks, swiftly pulling back. But the elite stone-armored lizards' foreheads once again glowed with yellowish light, flickering like lasers in the cave. 2 more stone-armored aliens failed to dodge in time and were struck by the petrification magic. In just a few seconds, they once again turned into stone statues. Zheng Cheng's figure melted into the darkness. The entire cave was in chaos. It seemed that only by meeting up with the alien queen could this crisis be solved. At that moment, a strange fluctuation suddenly appeared in his consciousness. This fluctuation felt extremely eerie, cold, and dark. Almost simultaneously, in other areas of the stone-armored lizard's lair, brutal battles were raging. Wang Ming and his armored rhinoceros turned a corner, only to crash head-on into two stone-armored lizards that were searching for aliens. What the hell are these things? Wang Ning's face went pale in an instant. His armored rhinoceros had tough defense, but it couldn't stand up against two stone-armored lizards in a berserk rage. One lizard jumped onto the rhinoceros's back, its sharp teeth sinking deeply into the gap in the neck armor. Crack! The sound of the armor plate shattering made one's teeth ache, and the armored rhinoceros let out a painful howl, violently shaking its body to try and throw the lizard off. Another lizard took the opportunity to cast the stone armor technique, its entire body covered in a rocky shell, and directly charged at the rhinoceros's abdomen. No! Wang Ming watched helplessly as his spirit beast was knocked to the ground, the lizard's claws tearing into its soft abdomen. Blood sprayed out, staining the entire cave floor. He wanted to rush to its aid, but his teammates grabbed him tightly and dragged him away. Run! These lizards have gone mad. His teammate pulled him toward the exit, while behind them came the final mournful cry of the armored rhinoceros. Another student taking part in the trial, Lin Xiaoyu, also encountered an attack. Her wind spirit sparrow, which had been using its speed advantage to scout in the cave, was suddenly grazed by a yellowish beam that struck its wing. The petrification effect spread instantly, and the wind spirit sparrow lost balance, crashing into the stone wall and shattering into pieces. Little wind! Lin Xiaoyu fell to her knees, tears streaming from her eyes. The intense pain from the spiritual beast space almost made her faint. It was the backlash from the broken contract. She forced herself to stand up, stumbling as she ran towards the exit, the sound of lizards crawling behind her. The entire underground cave system had descended into chaos, with students who had previously been fighting alone now instinctively gathering together, rushing towards the exit. Occasionally, screams echoed out, some from spirit beasts being killed, others from students who were struck by the petrifying beams of the lizards. At the entrance of the cave, Jiang Yushi frowned as she listened to the reports from the students who had escaped first. The usually gentle team leader now had a cold expression, her delicate fingers instinctively clenching together. Teacher Jiang. All the stone-armored lizards in the cave have gone berserk. A student, covered in blood, stumbled over to her. They kill anything they see, my ice crystal snake was. Jiang Yushi raised her hand to stop him. How many exactly? Did you notice any other abnormalities? At least a dozen stone-armored lizards attacked our team, even some elite stone-armored lizards. My spirit beast was struck by the petrification spell. Another student interrupted, and it seems like they're fighting something, a black monster that looks similar to the stone-armored lizards, but it's extremely fast. A flash of insight appeared in Jiang Yushi's eyes, and she immediately seized the key information: two types of monsters fighting? Yes. It should be a new monster species. Otherwise, the stone-armored lizards wouldn't have gone berserk like this. Teacher Jiang, what should we do now, should we? Retreat. Without waiting for her colleagues to finish, Jiang Yushi made the decision, used the communicator to notify all students, the trial is suspended, all students retreat. The battle between the monster species is not something these freshmen can handle. We can't let them suffer losses for no reason. Understood. The male teacher agreed and immediately announced through the communicator that the trial was temporarily ended and that all students should retreat. Another teacher suddenly said, Teacher Jiang, do you think this could be a student developing their own spirit beast species, and? Impossible. Jiang Yushi shook her head. To use your initial spirit beast as the base and cultivate your own spirit beast species, even if it's a high-star spirit beast, you'd at least need to be in the gold realm to make it possible. The strongest of the freshmen is evenly eating Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix, and its strength is only at the silver realm. Her Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix couldn't even develop a species, let alone the other students. Alright, stop discussing this, quickly gather the students. Okay. The first batch of students to escape were already in a state of utter disarray. Some were holding their dying spirit beasts, some were helping their injured companions, and more had empty hands, their spirit beasts forever left deep inside the cave. Seeing the miserable state of many students outside the cave, Jiang Yushi furrowed her brow tightly. Then, she suddenly said, Teacher Chen, Teacher He, you stay here. I'm going into the nest to take a look. Teacher Jiang, you're going in? Teacher Chen asked in surprise, this small world is very fragile. What if something happens when you make a move? Don't worry, my extreme cold banshee is also skilled at hiding. These 3-star stone armored lizards won't even notice me. As long as I don't make a move, nothing will happen. But? Alright, it's decided. Before the two teachers could respond, Jiang Yushi made her decision. Soon, a large mass of white mist suddenly surged from her body, enveloping her within it. Then, this mist quickly entered the cave, disappearing from sight. Chapter 27, Shadow Abnormality. Zheng Cheng's pupils suddenly contracted in the darkness. The figure slowly emerging from the shadow was unlike any abnormality he had ever seen. Its long, streamlined body was even more slender than the usual stone-armored abnormalities, and its pitch-black exoskeleton had a strange matte finish, as if it could absorb all surrounding light. The most striking feature was its limbs, which were no longer sharp bone claws. Like the claws of a shadow panther, the tips of its claws were surrounded by faint black mist.
Is this an alien form that hatched from the shadow panther?
Zheng Cheng instinctively held his breath, and through the mental link, he could clearly feel the cold killing intent coming from this special alien. It was a pure, highly efficient killing instinct, more focused than that of an ordinary alien. But wait, when the alien queen hatched from the body of the King Kong savage ape, it took a full 5 days.
How can this alien form hatch in less than 2 hours after gathering enough nutrients?
This is way too fast. He made a quick guess, and soon had a few possibilities. First, the alien queen that hatched from the King Kong savage ape needed to fully absorb nutrients and be nurtured, which took a longer time. Second, the alien that hatched from the shadow panther was in a crisis, so it didn't fully absorb the nutrients and cells, focusing only on absorbing the important cells of the shadow panther. Plus, with the threat of the armored lizard, it had to reduce its hatching time and be born earlier. He wasn't sure, but he wondered what was special about this alien form that hatched from the shadow panther. He immediately activated his all-seeing eye, and a set of data appeared on his retina.
Name, Shadow Alien, Newborn.
Star level, 7 star.
Strength, Silver Realm, 1st stage.
Status, extremely hungry. Skills, corrosive blood, inner nest tooth launch, shadow stealth, shadow control, fatal ambush.
Special talent 1, Shadow Invisibility.
Can completely merge with the dark environment, making the 5 senses unable to detect it.
Special talent 2, Shadow Affinity. Can control shadow energy for attack and defense.
Zheng Cheng's breath became rapid. This shadow alien not only inherited the shadow attribute of its host, but had also been optimized in some aspects.
Its star level was the same as the alien queen, both being 7 star.
Its strength had reached the 1st stage of the Silver Realm, which was already impressive for a newborn.
Go, let me see your strength. Zheng Cheng gave the order through the mental link, pointing to the elite armored lizard that was firing petrification beams not far away.
The shadow alien made no sound. It simply lowered its head slightly, and then its entire body melted into the darkness like ink dripping into water. Zheng Cheng widened his eyes. Even through the mental link, he could only vaguely sense the position of the shadow alien.
His naked eye couldn't capture its trace at all.
100 meters away, the elite armored lizard was tilting its head, its crystal forehead glowing with a yellowish light. It had just completed a petrification beam shot, turning a normal alien into a stone statue. During the charging pause of the crystal, a shadow suddenly grew out from the shadow behind it.
Phew!
The shadow alien's tail spine shot out like black lightning, precisely hitting the gap between the lizard's neck scales.
Unlike ordinary aliens, its tail spine was covered with a layer of flowing shadow energy, easily penetrating the defensive enhancement of the armored technique.
The elite lizard let out a painful roar and turned around to counterattack. But the shadow alien had already merged back into the darkness, leaving only the wound from the tail spine where shadow energy corrupted blood continued to seep out.
Roar!
The lizard wildly swung its claws but only grabbed air. The next second, the shadow alien emerged from the shadow above its head, its 2 front claws wrapped in dense shadow energy, thrusting fiercely into the lizard's eyes.
SSSHHH.
The sound of claws sinking into flesh made one's teeth ache. The elite lizard's eyeballs instantly exploded, and the shadow energy directly invaded the brain through the visual nerves. Its massive body twitched violently a few times, crashing to the ground with a loud thud.
The whole process took less than 5 seconds.
Zheng Cheng unconsciously clenched his fist. The hunting efficiency was terrifying. The shadow alien perfectly combined the alien's killing instinct with the shadow panther's stealth traits. It was the perfect creature born for assassination. The battle situation quickly reversed as the shadow alien joined the fight, and one by one, the remaining elite stone-armored lizards fell. Their proud petrifying beams couldn't capture the elusive shadow alien at all, and the stone armor technique became useless under the corruption of the shadow energy. An elite lizard seemed to sense the danger, and its forehead crystal flashed wildly, firing petrifying beams indiscriminately in all directions. The cave's stone walls were struck, quickly turning grayish-white, and the shattered stone blocks fell like raindrops. But the shadow alien demonstrated incredible tactical intelligence, not attacking directly, but instead controlling the surrounding shadow energy to form several black tendrils under the lizard's feet. These tendrils, made of pure shadow, tightly wrapped around the lizard's limbs.
Though they only restrained it for 2 seconds, it was enough.
Whoosh! The shadow alien swooped down from the shadow directly above the lizard, its inner fangs shooting out like cannonballs, directly shattering the forehead energy crystal. The lizard, deprived of its energy source, howled in pain, and the shadow alien took the opportunity to pierce its throat with its tail vertebrae, ending the hunt. Zheng Cheng watched in awe, realizing the shadow alien not only could turn invisible but also control shadow energy for auxiliary attacks. This ability had surpassed that of a typical alien, more akin to a high-level shadow-type spiritual beast.
With the last elite lizard falling, the remaining stone-armored lizards began to flee.
But the shadow alien clearly had no intention of letting them go, darting through the cave like a death god, emerging from the shadows each time to claim another life. Sometimes, it would condense shadow energy into sharp spears and throw them from a distance. Other times, it would dive into the target's shadow and strike from an impossible angle for a fatal blow. In less than 10 minutes, over 20 stone-armored lizards had turned into corpses. The entire cave was filled with the heavy stench of blood, with the ground covered in a mixture of dark green and earthy yellow blood. The shadow alien stood in the center of the pile of bodies, its jet-black exoskeleton untouched by a single drop of blood. Its kills were clean and efficient, with no extra movement. This assassination ability, it's probably even beyond the alien queen's, Zheng Cheng murmured to himself. He was about to step forward to inspect when he suddenly noticed something glowing on the body of the first elite lizard that had been killed. He walked closer, and his breath quickened. The glowing object was a thumb-sized, yellowish-brown crystal emitting a faint light. Inside the crystal, liquid-like energy flowed, occasionally forming strange symbols. This is a soul technique crystal? Zheng Cheng carefully picked up the crystal and examined it closely. Before participating in the trial, he had searched online for information about soul technique crystals. The yellowish crystal before him closely resembled some of the soul technique crystals he had seen in photos online. With a thought, his all-seeing eye activated, and the specific attributes of the soul technique crystal quickly appeared before his eyes. Name: Soul Technique Crystal. Skill: Petrification Technique. Description: a soul technique crystal containing the petrification technique. After fusion, there is a probability of mastering the special skill Petrification Technique. Requirement: control of a soil element spiritual beast or a spiritual beast with special eye techniques. Petrification Technique: after hitting a target, it can turn the target into stone for a certain period, with the effect duration depending on the target's magic resistance. Petrification Technique: at least 500,000. His eyes lit up as he looked towards the other elite stone-armored lizard corpses and quickly walked over. Chapter 28, King Meets King. Outside the alien nest, the battle had reached a boiling point. A legion of more than 50 stone-armored lizards had surrounded the entrance to the nest, preventing anyone from passing. They were divided into 3 waves, taking turns to attack. The first wave of lizards had all activated their stone armor technique, covering their bodies with heavy rock-like armor. Like a moving city wall, it advanced forward. Bang! 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 The heavy crashing sounds continued, as the 12 stone-armored xenomorphs guarding the nest leaned against the entrance, fighting with all their might. They used the terrain to their advantage, stabbing their tail spikes into the vulnerable areas of the lizards' eyes and throats. One xenomorph even leapt onto the cave ceiling, launching an attack from above, its tail spike piercing through the heads of 2 lizards like a javelin. But the difference in numbers was just too great. As soon as one xenomorph killed the enemy in front of it, 3 lizards immediately pounced on it. Their heavy tails smashed down like iron hammers, crushing the xenomorph's hard exoskeleton. Dark green acidic blood splattered out, corroding the lizard's stone armor, but it couldn't stop their frenzied attacks. Crack! The last xenomorph's tail spike was bitten off by an elite lizard, and it let out a shrill screech. Its inner teeth shot out, shattering the elite lizard's teeth. But more lizards had already surged forward, their claws and sharp teeth tearing it to pieces. The entrance to the nest had been breached. The stone-armored lizards let out a victorious screech, rushing into the depths of the nest. There, they would find the creature they hated most, the xenomorph queen, the monster that used their kind as hosts, and it must be exterminated. Just as the first stone-armored lizard was about to charge deep into the nest, the entire cave suddenly shook violently. Boom! With a deafening roar, the stone wall at the entrance of the nest collapsed. A huge shadow burst out from the smoke, moving with incredible speed. It was the xenomorph queen. By now, it had grown to over 3 meters tall, its body muscles bulging like those of a King Kong, each piece of its exoskeleton containing explosive power. Its thick tail swept across, slicing through 3 stone-armored lizards at the waist. Roar! The queen let out an earth-shattering roar, the shockwaves reverberating through the cave, causing debris to fall from the walls. She didn't give the lizards time to react, her massive body crashing into their ranks like a war chariot. Every time her sharp claws swung, a lizard was disemboweled. With every lash of her powerful tail, she sent enemies flying 10 meters away, smashing them violently into the walls. Even the stone-armored lizards, who had enhanced their defenses with the stone armor technique, couldn't withstand a casual blow from the xenomorph queen. What was most terrifying was her defense. Ordinary lizard's teeth could only leave shallow scratches on her exoskeleton. But once she grabbed hold of them, they were torn in half in an instant. The lizard formation was immediately thrown into chaos. Their proud stone armor technique was useless before the queen. The strength fused with the King Kong genes could easily crush any defense. Behind the queen, a dozen facehugger bugs took the opportunity to act. They skillfully moved through the battlefield, specifically targeting severely injured lizards to parasitize. An elite lizard, whose body had been shattered by the queen's strike, was still struggling when a facehugger bug latched onto its head, its tubular reproductive organ violently inserting into its throat. Even more astonishing, a few facehugger bugs that had already finished parasitizing sensed the danger and hurriedly accelerated the embryo's growth. 3 xenomorph infants, still underdeveloped, forced their way out of their hosts. Their exoskeletons were still coated with slime, and they were smaller than normal infants, but their killing instincts were unchanged. These premature babies pounced on the nearest lizards, using their sharp claws and teeth to attack furiously. The tide of battle reversed in an instant. Led by the queen, the xenomorphs launched a frenzied counterattack. The bodies of the lizards quickly piled up like mountains, dark green acidic blood and yellowish body fluids mixing on the ground, forming corrosive pits that bubbled with gas. Just as the xenomorphs were about to win, a roar louder than the queen suddenly echoed from the depths of the cave. All the stone-armored lizards stopped attacking at once, quickly retreating to both sides, leaving a path open. The ground began to shake, and a massive creature was walking out of the darkness. It was a giant stone-armored lizard, its size no less than that of the alien queen. Its scales gleamed in a dark golden hue, and the energy crystal on its forehead was as large as a fist, emitting a chilling yellowish light. The most striking feature was its forelimbs, which were over 3 times thicker than a regular lizard's, and its claws were like sickles forged from fine steel. The stone-armored lizard leader. The 2 king-level creatures confronted each other from a distance, and it seemed like invisible sparks were flying in the air. The alien queen struck first, her massive body charging at an unbelievable speed, her tail spine like a spear, aiming straight for the leader's throat. Clang! A huge sound, like metal colliding, echoed through the cave as the leader accurately blocked the strike with its forepaw. The crystal on its forehead flared brightly, and a petrifying beam, several times thicker than that of an elite lizard, shot out. The queen reacted swiftly, dodging to the side. The beam grazed her shoulder, instantly turning her exoskeleton grayish-white. Without hesitation, the alien queen swung her tail, smashing the petrified exoskeleton and letting out a painful cry. At the wound in her exoskeleton, visible flesh buds began to grow rapidly, twisting and knotting together. As the alien queen, her regenerative abilities were equally astounding. Boom! The 2 giants collided fiercely, the shockwave sending nearby rocks flying. The queen used her weight advantage to pin the leader to the ground, opening her blood-red jaws to bite at its neck. But the leader suddenly curled its body, its thick tail snapping like a whip, striking the queen's abdomen and forcing her back. The battle entered a fever pitch, the queen relying on pure strength and her sturdy exoskeleton, each strike powerful and forceful. The stone-armored lizard leader, on the other hand, used its rich combat experience and petrifying beams, constantly seeking opportunities to counterattack. Every collision between them shook the entire cave, and rocks rained down like heavy raindrops from the ceiling. As the 2 kings fought, their respective forces also engaged in an even fiercer battle. The regular stone-armored aliens formed a wedge-shaped formation, charging under the leadership of several shadow aliens. They targeted the lizard's eyes and throats, caring nothing for their own safety. One alien was bitten at the waist by a lizard but still used its tail spine to pierce the enemy's eye. Another alien even deliberately ran into the petrifying beam to create an opening for its companions. The lizard swarm relied on their numerical advantage, using a wheel-like tactic to wear down the alien's stamina. They split into several small groups, each with elite individuals releasing petrifying beams for cover. Soon, the ground was covered with the bodies of both sides' warriors, some twitching, others already corroded beyond recognition by acidic blood. The fiercest battle occurred at the entrance of the lair, where 6 alien larvae formed the final line of defense. Their exoskeletons hadn't fully hardened yet, but they still fought to the death. One larvae was bitten by 3 lizards at once, but before it died, it exploded its acidic blood, taking the enemies with it. Another larvae even jumped onto the back of an elite lizard, using its not-so-sharp claws to tear out its energy crystal. The entire cave became a bloody meat grinder, with walls splattered with all kinds of bodily fluids, and the ground barely had a spot to step on. The sounds of fighting, screams, and the cracking of bones intertwined, composing a symphony of death. Meanwhile, at the center of the battlefield, the duel between the 2 kings entered its final stage. The queen's tail was hit by the petrifying beam, and half of her tail lost all sensation, unable to move. The stone-armored lizard leader's left forepaw was forcefully torn off. The dark golden blood kept pouring out. They were all scarred, but still refused to retreat even an inch. This was a battle for the survival of the tribe, there was no way out. Boom! After another violent collision, the enormous body of the alien queen leader staggered, nearly falling to the ground. The stone-armored lizard leader let out a roar, its massive body lunging forward, raising its only remaining intact right front claw, and without hesitation, it slammed it towards the alien queen's head. This claw carried the force of 1,000 pounds, if it hit, it would definitely crush the entire head to pieces. What the stone-armored lizard leader didn't notice was the sly smile on the alien queen's lips. Chapter 29, Phantom Alien. In the damp cave passage, Lu Xianer's boot stepped into a puddle of blood, the splashed liquid wetting her pants legs. She didn't have time to feel disgusted, she just kept running forward, her lungs burning with pain. Sun Feng followed closely behind, the light from his flashlight shaking violently, casting their distorted shadows on the rock walls. Faster, faster. Sun Feng gasped for breath, his voice tinged with a cry, they're catching up. Behind them came the sound of scales scraping against the rocks, at least 4 stone-armored lizards were chasing them. Lu Xian'er dared not look back, the image of Liu shattered after being petrified still lingered in her mind. The one who came from a strong family background, even contracting a 7-star spirit beast, the shadow leopard, Liu had turned into a heap of dark red broken stones in the blink of an eye. Zheng Cheng, it's all Zheng Cheng's fault, it's all because of his Facehugger. If it weren't for that, he. She suddenly laughed, as if she had thought of something. The monster that killed Liu's shadow leopard was obviously even more vicious than the stone-armored lizard. If Zheng Cheng's Facehugger encounters it, it's definitely dead. Turn left. Sun Feng suddenly grabbed her backpack, there's a fork up ahead. They quickly turned into a narrow side passage, Lu Xian'er's shoulder slammed hard against a protruding rock wall, but she didn't feel any pain. At that moment, Sun Feng's communicator on his waist suddenly emitted a sharp buzzing sound. It's the Academy channel. He hurriedly pressed the answer button, and the voice of the head of the department echoed through the cave. All students, attention! Immediately terminate the trial. Repeat, immediately terminate the trial. A large-scale monster riot has broken out in the underground caves, and all teachers are organizing evacuations at the entrance. Lu Xian'er's tears welled up in her eyes, excitedly saying, we're saved. Let's run to the entrance. Hope just sparked, but then a familiar roar came from the front passage. 3 stone-armored lizards appeared from the shadows, their earthy yellow scales gleaming with a cold light under the flashlight. Back up! Quickly back up! Sun Feng grabbed Lu Xian'er and turned to run, the pursuers behind them were already within 20 meters. Lu Xian'er's heart almost jumped out of her chest as she realized in despair that they were trapped between the front and the back. It's over, we're going to die here. Her legs went weak, and she involuntarily slowed down. No. Sun Feng suddenly stopped, his expression turning very strange. Lu Xian'er asked in confusion, what's wrong, Sun Feng, what happened? My Phantom Fox, something seems off. What's wrong? Earlier, when dealing with Zheng Cheng, Sun Feng's Phantom Fox was ambushed by the second Facehugger that appeared. At that time, they didn't know what had happened, and after struggling to pull the Facehugger off the Phantom Fox's face, they found that the Phantom Fox had already died. And the Phantom Fox could still be successfully stored in the Spirit Beast space. Unexpectedly, now Sun Feng suddenly sensed a call from the Phantom Fox in his Spirit Beast space, sounding excited. Lu Xian'er quickly said, the Phantom Fox has recovered? Quickly release it, let it deal with these stone-armored lizards. Sun Feng nodded and pointed a finger forward, connecting to the Spirit Beast space. Phantom Fox. Come out. A ripple appeared in the air, and a completely silver-white fox suddenly appeared out of thin air. However, unlike usual, the Phantom Fox didn't land gracefully but collapsed straight onto the ground, letting out a heartbreaking scream. Its abdomen was unnaturally swollen, and its silver-white fur was soaked in some kind of sticky fluid, giving off a pungent sour smell. Little Silver? What's wrong with you? Sun Feng dropped to his knees, staring in terror at his spirit beast. The contract mark burned with intense pain, signaling the near-death feedback from the spirit beast. The Phantom Fox's pupils dilated, and its limbs spasmed. Suddenly, a crisp crack sounded from its chest cavity, and its ribs bulged outward. Lu Xian'er covered her mouth, eyes wide open, as a black shadow burst from the fox's body, tearing through its fur. Put! Blood and internal organs splattered out, as a front paw, covered in sticky fluid, pierced through the Phantom Fox's chest. The paw was slender and sharp, its surface covered in a semi-transparent shell, reflecting eerie rainbow-like colors under the spotlight. Then came the second paw, which, like scissors, tore outward, completely opening the fox's chest cavity. Ah! Sun Feng let out a heart-wrenching scream, feeling a burning, searing pain from the contract mark as the Spirit Beast contract shattered. Even in his Spirit Beast space, a sensation of cracking was felt, and it was collapsing at a visible speed. A damp creature crawled out from the Phantom Fox's corpse. It had a streamlined head, no eyes, and its smooth shell showed the unique silver white of the Phantom Fox, but its surface was covered with ever-changing ripples, like a mirror shimmering in the sunlight. When it stood fully upright, Lu Xian'er realized that this creature was the size of an adult hunting dog, with a long tail trailing behind, ending in a sharp bone spike. This is... Sun Feng collapsed to the ground, his face pale, the monster that killed Li Xiao's shadow leopard, the Facehugger? The two of them, being new beastmasters who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education and 3 years of high school, quickly realized what was happening. Remembering how the Phantom Fox had been embraced by the Facehugger before, they also guessed what was happening. Parasite. Egg hatching. The phantom alien, a hybrid creature blending the phantom fox's genes, shook off the sticky fluid on its body, its face without features, moving towards the approaching stone-armored lizard. It suddenly opened its mouth, releasing a series of high-frequency sound waves, the sound so strange it was unlike any creature, more like metal scraping and glass shattering mixed together. The stone-armored lizard in front suddenly froze, the energy crystal on its forehead flickering a few times before going out. The lizard's gaze grew vacant, and it slowly turned around, biting its companion's neck. The attacked lizard let out an angry hiss, and the two monsters immediately began fighting.
"It's controlling the lizard's mind," Lu Xianer said, trembling. She recognized this ability, Phantom Fox's mental interference.
The third lizard bypassed its fighting companions and lunged at the phantom alien, but the latter vanished like smoke in the air. The next second, it appeared on the lizard's back, its long claws precisely slipping into the gaps between the scales. The stone-armored lizard twisted its body in a frenzy, but the phantom alien's claws secreted some kind of sticky fluid, firmly anchoring it to the prey's back. The most terrifying moment happened. The phantom alien's smooth head suddenly cracked open, revealing inner teeth that shot out like bullets, piercing straight through the lizard's eye socket.
With a dull thud, the stone-armored lizard's head was immediately pierced through.
When the phantom alien retracted its inner teeth, Lu Xianer saw that the tubular organ was covered with tiny backward-facing barbs.
The remaining two lizards finally broke free from the mental control, but it was too late.
The phantom alien leaped off the corpse, its body becoming blurry in mid-air, as if merging with the air itself, making it hard to track. When it reappeared, the tail had already wrapped around the neck of a lizard.
The bone spines precisely pierced into the gap between its vertebrae, instantly paralyzing the lizard.
The last lizard turned to escape, but the forehead of the phantom alien suddenly glowed with a faint rainbow light.
The lizard's movements immediately slowed down, as if resisting some invisible force.
Seizing this opportunity, the phantom alien pounced, its claws tearing open the lizard's soft belly, and its intestines spilled out.
The entire killing process took less than a minute, and the phantom alien stood amidst the three corpses, its silver-white shell not stained with a drop of blood.
It turned towards Sun Feng and Lu Xianer. Although it had no eyes, both could feel a cold presence gazing at them. Lu Xianer's bladder suddenly lost control, and warm liquid flowed down her thighs.
She wanted to scream but couldn't make a sound.
She wanted to run, but her legs felt as if they had rooted into the ground.
Sun Feng's situation was worse.
His eyes rolled back, foam spilled from his mouth, clearly enduring some mental shock.
The phantom alien slowly approached, its smooth head almost touching Lu Xianer's face.
The girl could smell a strange scent from its body, a mix of blood and sourness, and saw the rainbow light swirling beneath its shell. The extreme fear finally overwhelmed her, and her vision went black as Lu Xianer fainted. Even in her unconscious state, her lower body continued to tremble, her body instinctively releasing the last of its pressure.
Chapter 30, The Power of Magic.
The stone-armored lizard king's giant claw, carrying the force of 1,000 pounds, smashed toward the alien queen's head. If this strike hit, even the hard exoskeleton fused with the genes of the diamond ape would surely be shattered. However, the alien queen's lips twisted into a strange smile.
It was smiling. Just as the giant claw was about to land, the queen's body suddenly twisted, sidestepping with an incredible flexibility.
At the same time, its thick tail whipped out like a whip, striking the right forelimb joint of the stone-armored lizard king.
Crack!
With a sharp sound, the stone-armored lizard king's right claw joint instantly twisted and deformed, its attack faltering.
The alien queen seized this momentary weakness, pouncing fiercely.
Its massive body pressed down like Mount Tai, forcing the lizard king to the ground.
Roar!
The stone-armored lizard king roared in fury, struggling wildly, but the alien queen's limbs locked onto its body like iron pincers, preventing it from escaping. The queen's fierce mandibles suddenly opened, and inner fangs shot out like lightning, aiming straight for the lizard king's cervical spine. If this strike landed, it would instantly sever its nerve center.
However, the stone-armored lizard king's reaction was also incredibly fast.
Buzz! The stone-armored lizard king's entire body erupted in a dazzling yellow-brown light, and a heavy layer of rocky armor instantly covered its body, even its neck fully armored.
Stone armor. Compared to other ordinary stone-armored lizards, the stone-armored lizard king's stone armor was undoubtedly more powerful. Clang!
The queen's sharp inner fangs crashed into the stone armor, leaving only a shallow dent, unable to penetrate.
Roar! The stone-armored lizard king seized the opportunity, suddenly rolling over.
Its thick tail swept across like a hammer, smashing hard into the queen's abdomen.
Boom!
The alien queen was violently sent flying by this blow, her massive body crashing into the rock wall, causing debris to fly. The stone-armored lizard king was completely enraged, and the energy crystal on its forehead flickered wildly, with yellow-brown light burning like flames. It suddenly raised its forepaws and slammed them heavily into the ground.
Boom!
The ground shook violently, and countless sharp stone spears shot up from the earth, raining down toward the alien queen.
Stone spear technique.
As the stone-armored lizard king, it not only mastered the stone transformation and stone armor magic, it could also use other earth-based magic. Put. Put. The queen's exoskeleton was pierced by several stone spears, dark green acidic blood splattered out, but its movements did not stop at all. In fact, it became even more violent. It suddenly swung its claws, breaking the stone spears stuck in its body, then charged forward and pounced at the lizard leader once again. The stone-armored lizard leader let out a furious roar and used its stone armor technique once more, covering its body with rock armor, and its forehead crystal flashed. Whoosh! A thick petrification beam shot out. The queen sidestepped to dodge, but the beam still grazed its left claw, instantly turning its exoskeleton into a gray-white color and rendering it unconscious. Hiss! The queen let out a painful hiss, but its battle instincts made it decisively act without hesitation. It suddenly raised its right claw and fiercely slapped its petrified left claw. Crack! The petrified exoskeleton was shattered forcefully, revealing a gruesome wound with exposed flesh. But the next second, the tissue at the wound began to wriggle violently, regenerating at a visible speed. Roar! The stone-armored lizard leader attacked once more. This time, it slammed its claws to the ground, and countless sharp rock fragments shot out like a violent storm. Pft, pft, pft. The rock fragments pierced into the queen's body like bullets, dark green blood constantly flowing, but the queen seemed to feel no pain. Instead, it became even more frantic. It leaped high, and its thick tail spine shot toward the lizard leader's throat like a spear. Clang! The stone-armored lizard leader blocked with its front claws, but the queen's tail spine suddenly changed direction and slammed into its side face. Smack! The strike was powerful, and the lizard leader's head was violently jerked to the side, with a trickle of dark golden blood dripping from the corner of its mouth. The stone-armored lizard leader was completely enraged. It suddenly retreated several steps, its forehead crystal flashing wildly, and yellow-brown energy surged into the ground like a tidal wave. Boom! The ground of the entire cave suddenly began to soften, and the hard rock collapsed like quicksand. The alien queen was caught off guard, its limbs instantly sinking into the quicksand. Hiss! The queen struggled desperately, but the quicksand's pull was incredibly strong, and its body sank lower and lower, quickly submerging up to its chest. Roar, roar, roar! At this moment, the stone-armored lizard leader let out a deep, muffled cry, as if it was laughing. This beast, which wanted to invade its home and hunt its kin, was indeed powerful, but in the end, wasn't it going to fall into its hands? As long as it killed the queen, its nest and its kin would return to peace. Roar! The stone-armored lizard leader slowly approached, its forehead crystal glowing again, this time more dazzling than before. It was gathering the most powerful petrification technique. As long as this strike hit, the alien queen would be completely turned into a statue, then swallowed by the quicksand. The queen struggled wildly, but the quicksand's grip made it hard to escape. It howled, trying to strike the ground with its tail spine for leverage, but the quicksand's pull was too strong, it couldn't break free. A cruel satisfaction flashed in the stone-armored lizard leader's eyes as it slowly raised its front claws, pointing the forehead crystal at the queen. Whoosh! A petrification beam shot out. However, just as the beam was about to hit the queen, a shadow suddenly struck from the side. Put! A sharp tail spine pierced into the stone-armored lizard leader's neck like lightning, fiercely impaling it. Roar! The lizard leader let out a painful roar, its head slammed violently into the rock wall, and the petrification beam veered off course, hitting a distant stone wall. The shadow alien finally arrived to save the day. Phew, finally caught up. The shadow alien had just arrived, and Zheng Cheng was behind it, panting heavily. Behind him were several intact stone-armored aliens. After realizing the alien queen had been restrained, these stone-armored aliens could no longer hold on, and they charged forward, attacking the other stone-armored aliens. Don't rush, save the queen first. Zheng Cheng stopped the actions of two stone-armored aliens. Let them pull the xenomorph queen out of the quicksand. With the help of two stone-armored xenomorphs, the queen finally crawled out of the soft quicksand, looking extremely disheveled. Looking at the queen, who was covered in wounds, especially with several petrified marks on her body, Zheng Cheng couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. No wonder this was a world of beast tamers, even a low-tier magical beast like the stone-armored lizard could push the xenomorph queen to this point. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the queen was still in her juvenile form and not very powerful. But without a doubt, this also highlighted the strength of the stone-armored lizard. Roar! After crawling out of the quicksand pit, the xenomorph queen let out another intense roar. At this moment, she was clearly furious, even somewhat frantic. Upon seeing the newborn shadow xenomorph from her group, she let out a muffled roar and immediately charged towards the stone-armored lizard leader without hesitation. Chapter 31, End? Roar! The stone-armored lizard leader's neck was pierced by the tailspine of the shadow xenomorph, and dark golden blood gushed out. Frantically shaking its head, trying to break free, but the shadow xenomorph had already blended into the darkness and disappeared again. Two stone-armored xenomorphs darted to the edge of the quicksand pit, their long tail wings suddenly reaching out. Taking the opportunity, the queen grabbed two tail wings, and her massive body broke free from the quicksand, covered in injuries. But in her cold, emotionless eyes burned with fury and murderous intent. She suddenly leapt, her enormous body crashing into the lizard leader like a war machine. Boom! The stone-armored lizard leader staggered back from the impact, and before it could steady itself, the shadow xenomorph reappeared, its sharp claws tearing into its side. Poochie! The scales shattered, and flesh and blood were torn apart. Roar! The stone-armored lizard leader let out a painful roar, its forehead crystal flashing frantically, and yellowish energy began to gather once more. Watch out! It's going to release magic. Zheng Cheng immediately warned. However, the xenomorph queen and the shadow xenomorph had already developed perfect coordination. The queen suddenly swung her tail spine, striking the lizard leader's forehead crystal with immense force. Pa! A crack immediately appeared on the surface of the crystal, and the gathered earth-based energy became chaotic, failing to release successfully. The stone-armored lizard leader, enraged to the extreme, suddenly raised its front claws and slammed them into the ground. Boom! The ground violently trembled, and sharp stone pillars shot up from the earth, forcing the queen and the shadow xenomorph to retreat. However, just as it prepared to gather energy again, a silver-white figure suddenly pounced from the side. Poochie! Sharp claws plunged deeply into the lizard leader's right eye. Roar! The stone-armored lizard leader let out a heart-rending scream, wildly shaking its head, and finally saw the appearance of the attacker. It was a slender xenomorph, its entire body covered in silver-white exoskeleton, radiating a strange, multicolored glow, as if it could distort light. Phantom Xenomorph! The Phantom Xenomorph did not give the lizard leader any chance to breathe. Its forehead suddenly glowed with a faint multicolored light, and a bizarre mental fluctuation instantly spread. The stone-armored lizard leader's movements suddenly slowed, as if trapped in some sort of mental illusion. Illusion? No, this is the Phantom Fox's mental interference. Zheng Cheng watched in surprise at this scene. The Phantom Xenomorph had inherited the mental control abilities of the Phantom Fox. Although it couldn't directly cause harm like petrification, it could interfere with the enemy's thinking, causing them to fall into a brief state of sluggishness. The queen and the shadow xenomorph seized the opportunity and attacked simultaneously. The queen's inner nest fangs shot out like lightning, stabbing deeply into the lizard leader's throat. The shadow xenomorph then ambushed from behind, its tail spine piercing the lizard leader's back heart like a spear. Roar! The stone-armored lizard leader let out its final mournful cry, struggling frantically, but the attacks from the three xenomorphs had completely blocked its retreat. However, just as it was about to be completely killed, a dense sound of footsteps suddenly came from the depths of the cave. Dozens of ordinary stone-armored lizards charged forward. Roar, roar, roar! They screamed wildly, trying to rescue their leader. Block them! Zheng Cheng immediately gave the order. The remaining stone-armored mutants rushed forward, and both sides fought fiercely once again. The stone-armored lizard leader, seeing the reinforcements arriving, flashed a cruel look, and the crystal on its forehead glowed once more. V-Room! A strange yellowish wave instantly spread, enveloping the entire battlefield. Slow down spell. All the mutants' movements instantly slowed, as if bound by an invisible force. Damn! Zheng Cheng's face changed. Taking advantage of the situation, the stone-armored lizard leader broke free from the siege of three mutants, raised its front claw, and stomped hard on a stone-armored mutant affected by the slowdown spell. Crack! The head of that mutant was crushed directly, and dark green acidic blood sprayed out. Roar! The lizard leader let out a victorious roar and immediately locked its eyes on the mutant queen, charging towards her. Capture the thief first, capture the king. As long as the queen is killed, the remaining mutants will be no threat. However, just as it was about to pounce on the queen, an unexpected change occurred. SSSHH. SSSHH. Two stone-armored lizards, originally following behind it, suddenly went mad and fiercely bit down on its hind legs. Roar! The stone-armored lizard leader was filled with rage and shock, never expecting its own kind to betray it. It swung its body violently, trying to break free, but the two lizards clung on tightly. This is mind control? Zheng Cheng immediately reacted, locking his gaze on the phantom mutant. As expected, the rainbow light on the phantom mutant's forehead grew stronger, clearly controlling those two lizards. Roar! The stone-armored lizard leader roared in fury, raising its front claw and slamming it down on one of the lizards. Bang! The head of that lizard was smashed to pieces. However, in that moment of distraction, the mutant queen's slowdown status was lifted, and her tail spine shot out like lightning. SSSHH. The sharp tail spine pierced directly through the lizard leader's chest. Roar! The stone-armored lizard leader let out its final scream as dark golden blood gushed out like a spring. The shadow mutant also emerged from the darkness, its sharp claws tearing through its throat. Crack! The neck snapped, and the massive body of the stone-armored lizard leader collapsed to the ground. Don't kill it! Zheng Cheng hurriedly shouted to stop. This stone-armored lizard leader, although severely injured, still had great use. If it could be parasitized by a facehugger, a stone-armored mutant could be born. And not just any stone-armored mutant, but the leader. Although the potential of the stone-armored lizard was not high, only a 3-star rating. But the magic it possessed, such as stone armor, petrification, sand flow, and slowdown spells, were very useful. If the parasitic stone-armored mutant leader could inherit these abilities, its strength wouldn't simply be 1+1. With the leader captured, the remaining stone-armored lizards fought desperately, charging forward. But under the attacks of the shadow mutant and the phantom mutant, they were all severely wounded and captured. One by one, facehuggers crawled out of the darkness, quickly wrapping around the heads of these stone-armored lizards, beginning to parasitize them. With this battle, the losses of the stone-armored mutants and facehuggers were quite heavy. Only 7 or 8 stone-armored mutants were still alive, and there were more facehuggers, around 10. But as long as these stone-armored lizards were still alive, his stone-armored mutant numbers would quickly recover. Queen, quickly recover your strength and hatch the facehuggers as fast as possible. Zheng Cheng immediately ordered. The trial time was only 1 day. And more than 10 hours had already passed. Waiting a few more hours would mean the trial would end, and it would be impossible to enter again. Under his command, the mutant queen began devouring the corpses of the stone-armored lizards to recover strength while hatching facehuggers. The other surviving mutants. He carried over a series of severely injured stone-armored lizards, allowing the facehugger parasites to infest them. One of the facehuggers, untouched by any injuries, quickly moved to the body of the stone-armored lizard leader under Zheng Cheng's command. Ignoring its desperate struggles, it quickly wrapped around its neck, forcefully inserted its reproductive organ into the lizard's mouth, and began impregnating it. Zheng Cheng sighed with relief, walking up to the phantom xenomorph, carefully observing this peculiar creature. It actually inherited the mind control ability of the phantom fox. He muttered, then used his all-seeing eye to examine its attributes. Name, Phantom Xenomorph, Neonate. Star rating, 6 star. Power level, Silver Stage Level 1. Status, Hungry. Skills, Strong Acid Blood, Inner Nest Tooth Projectile, Mental Interference, Phantom Manipulation, Deadly Ambush. Special Talent, Mental Control. Temporarily controls the minds of lower-level creatures, making them fall into illusions or obey commands. Mental Control. Zheng Cheng's eyes flashed with delight. Mental Abilities. It seems the Phantom Xenomorph is the spellcaster of the Xenomorph species. Control, very useful. The Phantom Xenomorph stood quietly in front of him. Although it had no eyes, Zheng Cheng could feel it staring at him. Interesting, is this your spirit beast species? Suddenly, an intrigued voice echoed in Zheng Cheng's ear. Whoosh! The tail of the shadow xenomorph tore through the air, stabbing straight behind it with such speed that it created a sonic boom. The massive body of the xenomorph queen simultaneously blocked in front of Zheng Cheng. The mucus dripping from the inner nest tooth projectile sizzled on the rocks, emitting a corrosive sound. Meanwhile, the light on the phantom xenomorph's forehead flared up, and a rainbow-colored halo spread out like ripples. Good reaction. The cold, female voice held a trace of admiration. But the mental fluctuations are too obvious. Zheng Cheng suddenly turned around, his pupils contracting. Several meters above in the cave, a woman dressed in white floated mid-air, the moonlight shimmering on her silver hair. What was even more shocking was the spirit beast hovering beside her. A humanoid figure with snow-white skin stretched its ice crystal-like wings, and its hexagonal pupils reflected the tense xenomorph army below. The extreme cold Demoness, an 8-star spirit beast. Unlike the 9-star spirit beast, the crimson flame dragon phoenix of Lian Yining, Teacher Jiang Yushi's extreme cold Demoness was a full-strength 8-star spirit beast, extremely powerful. Teacher Jiang? Zheng Cheng's voice got stuck in his throat as he clearly saw the tail spike of the shadow xenomorph freeze just 1 foot from Jiang Yushi's forehead, as though it had pierced into some kind of transparent gel. The tail tip was visibly forming ice crystals. The xenomorph queen suddenly let out a sharp hiss, and all the xenomorphs stepped back half a step in unison. Zheng Cheng noticed that frost-like spider web patterns had already crawled over the queen's exoskeleton. The mental fluctuations released by the phantom xenomorph had even condensed into visible ice blue particles in the air. Absolute zero field of the extreme cold Demoness. Jiang Yushi lightly tapped her toes on the ground, and ice crystals bloomed into a frost flower under her feet. Tell your little pets to stop moving, or they'll become ice sculptures. Zheng Cheng swallowed hard. With a thought, all the xenomorphs froze in place. As the queen slowly retracted its inner nest tooth, he noticed Jiang Yushi's eyebrows subtly raise. It was as though she had discovered some interesting toy. When did Teacher Jiang arrive? Don't worry, I just arrived not long ago, probably when you were dealing with the stone-armored lizard leader. Jiang Yushi suddenly reached out and pressed her hand on the Xenomorph Queen's head, causing Zheng Cheng's muscles to tense.
But the queen simply swung its tail uneasily, not attacking.
The ice-winged demoness floated in front of the phantom Xenomorph, her hexagonal pupils glowing with frost-like light.
Jiang Yushi's fingertips slid from the queen's back to its tail spike. The professionalism was as if inspecting a rare treasure. The exoskeleton's hardness is close to that of fine steel, the muscle fiber density is 3 times that of a similar tier spirit beast, and the egg-laying speed. She suddenly lifted a piece of the queen's shell on her back, revealing the squirming egg chamber beneath, and began calculating. Seeing Jiang Yushi's gaze, Zheng Cheng's eyelid twitched instinctively. At this moment, Jiang Yushi was nothing like the cold demeanor she had before, instead, she had a hint of fervor. This is your facehugger, right? How did it become like this?
Zheng Cheng answered, that's right, after I got the facehugger, I discovered it has a parasitic ability, so I tried making it parasitize other spirit beasts, and unexpectedly, it hatched into this spirit beast called Alien.
Alien?
Jiang Yushi nodded, as expected, the name suits it. This beast has never appeared before, and it's different from any other spirit beast. It truly deserves the name Alien.
From birth until now, it's been only 10 days. How many eggs can it lay now, per day?
Zheng Cheng hesitated for a moment but still said, before the trial, it was 5 eggs a day, and now it should be more.
Do you know?
The hatching cycle of the Crimson Flame Dragon Phoenix is 1 month. Lianyu Mountain spent a great deal of effort and materials to make it hatch within 7 days, forming combat power. A 9-star spirit beast, even with sufficient resources, finds it difficult to hatch its kind and form a group. At most, it will only produce some sub-beasts with its bloodline. Jiang Yushi suddenly turned around, her silver hair brushing past Zheng Cheng's nose with the cold scent of cedar, but your queen might only need 5 days to lay eggs and form combat power.
Ordinary 9-star spirit beasts might not even have such strategic value.
Zheng Cheng's heart skipped a beat.
9-star.
This evaluation, coming from his mentor, was so heavy that his temples began throbbing. A cracking sound of bones echoed from deep inside the cave, as the parasitized stone-armored lizard leader began to convulse violently. Zheng Cheng used the opportunity to calm his breathing and ordered the 2 stone-armored aliens to move forward and suppress it. When he turned around again, he found Jiang Yushi was looking at him with a complex expression.
Do you know what the Frost Witch's initial rating was?
She suddenly asked, her finger absent-mindedly stroking the tip of the Ice-Winged Witch's wing, 3-star, ice crystal butterfly.
Zheng Cheng widened his eyes. This spirit beast, radiating terrifying fluctuations, was once just a 3-star ice crystal butterfly? Indeed, spirit beasts can evolve by reaching certain levels.
Some low-star spirit beasts, as long as they have enough resources, opportunities, and luck, can evolve into high-star spirit beasts. But, such examples are extremely rare, even rarer than some powerful 9-star spirit beasts.
3-star, ice crystal butterfly? An insect-type spirit beast?
Jiang Yushi seemed quite pleased with his reaction, her lips curving into a rare smile, so, I don't mind giving special students a little more trial time. When the rune floated in front of Zheng Cheng, he could see that it was a clock pattern made of ice crystals, with the hour hand slowly moving counterclockwise.
The reason for rescuing the student is well justified, and I think you won't refuse.
As Jiang Yushi turned, the ice-winged witch unfurled her 3-meter wings and slowly departed. After all, a freshman who can control an alien army is worth the school making an exception.
I'll come to check the results in 12 hours. I hope you can give me a surprise by then. When the last wisp of ice mist dissipated, Zheng Cheng realized his back was already soaked.
The alien queen gently nuzzled his little leg with her head, letting out a confused hiss.
He squatted down and stroked the queen's battle-scarred exoskeleton, suddenly laughing out loud. Jiang Yushi, huh? Seems like she sees me as a promising junior to cultivate.
3-star ice crystal butterfly, it actually evolved into an 8-star frost witch. I wonder how much hardship teacher Jiang must have endured.
And it seems the potential of insect-type spirit beasts is much stronger than that of other spirit beasts.
Then, he turned his gaze to the alien queen. We have 12 hours, enough to turn this cave into a real incubation chamber.
However, it's going to be hard on you.
Hiss. The alien queen let out a hoarse hiss, her massive form retreating deeper into the cave. At the same time, she opened her large mouth and bit down on the body of a stone-armored lizard, starting to devour it greedily. In 12 hours, she had to produce enough facehugger embryos to complete the parasitic process. The shadow aliens and phantom aliens led the remaining stone-armored aliens as they darted out, beginning to hunt throughout the entire nest. They had to capture enough stone-armored lizards to ensure the embryos that would hatch later had enough hosts to parasitize. Zheng Cheng, on the other hand, began to patrol the entire nest, especially near the body of the elite stone-armored lizard, checking if he could find any soul crystals from the petrification technique again.
Huh, what is this? Chapter 33, Spoils of War. Delay leaving the small world by 12 hours? Outside the nest, a teacher asked in confusion, why? The nest is in the midst of a monster riot. Shouldn't we be gathering the students and leaving as soon as possible? Jian Yushi nodded and said, "That's right, under normal circumstances, it should be this way. But there are still many students in the nest who haven't had time to evacuate. What we need to do is save every student before leaving. Even their bodies shouldn't be left behind." The teacher wanted to say something, but another teacher intervened. "Jiang teacher is right, we should take all the students with us. My spirit beasts are skilled at searching. I will send them into the nest to rescue any students left behind, how about that?" "That works." Jian Yushi's eyes flashed slightly and said, "According to other students' reports, there should be another group of monsters in the nest, competing with the stone-armored lizards for territory. Try not to provoke them." "I understand." The teacher nodded and suddenly clapped his hands. A brilliant light surged out in front of him. Immediately, a large, muscular two-headed dog leaped out, towering at over a person's height. Behind it, more than 10 hunting dogs with black-red fur rushed out. Woof woof woof. As soon as the two-headed dog appeared, it started barking loudly. At the teacher's command, the hunting dogs rushed into the nest to begin their search mission. Meanwhile, inside the alien nest, Zheng Cheng stood beside the stone-armored lizard leader's corpse, his eyes scanning the battlefield. The battle had ended, but the collection of spoils was just beginning. The acidic blood of the aliens is so corrosive that it even melted through rocks. He crouched down, his finger touching the ground, and found that the originally hard rock layers had been dissolved by the acidic liquid, revealing ores inside that glimmered with a silvery white light. "This is moonlight silver ore?" Zheng Cheng's pupils contracted, and he immediately used his dagger to pry open the surrounding rubble. Sure enough, several basketball-sized chunks of moonlight are scattered across the ground, their surfaces shimmering with a mercury-like luster. Moonlight silver, an extremely rare spiritual energy metal, is a core material for forging high-level spiritual tools and is also one of the main materials for building teleportation arrays. Its market price is calculated by weight, and a piece the size of a fist can sell for an astronomical price. "I'm going to make a fortune." Zheng Cheng's heart raced as he immediately started gathering the ore. He quickly collected the scattered moonlight silver ore, checking if there were any missing pieces. Soon, he found several more pieces of ore that had been corroded out by the acidic blood near the stone-armored lizard leader's corpse. After gathering them all, there were a total of 14 pieces. "This ore is enough to pay for my father's surgery." Zheng Cheng took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. However, moonlight silver was just an unexpected gain. His real target was the soul technique crystal. The most valuable thing about the stone-armored lizards was their petrification technique soul crystal. According to the pricing from the Beast Master Association, a petrification soul skill crystal could sell for a high price of 500,000. Zheng Cheng immediately checked the battlefield, and soon, he discovered 3 crystals glowing with a yellowish-brown light next to the bodies of several elite stone-armored lizards. It was exactly the petrification soul skill crystals. 3. His eyes lit up, and he immediately picked up the crystals, inspecting them carefully. He stored them away, and suddenly his gaze landed on the body of the stone-armored lizard leader. "Strange, there's no soul skill crystal on the leader's body?" Zheng Cheng frowned and carefully examined the crystal area on the lizard leader's forehead. He found that it had been corroded by acidic blood, and the crystal was shattered, not forming a soul skill crystal. It's still the stone-armored lizard leader. How come there's no soul skill crystal? Could it be that the Facehugger parasites absorbed the energy of the soul skill crystal? He thoughtfully looked at the swollen abdomen of the lizard leader, where a new aberration was growing. If that's the case, this aberration could very well inherit the petrification skill. He quietly waited, occasionally seeing stone-armored aberrations or shadow aberrations and phantom aberrations return from the darkness. Each time they returned, a heavily injured stone-armored lizard hung from their mouths, unable to move. Deep in the cave, the aberration queen was also using all her energy to hatch the Facehugger parasites. As the stone-armored lizards were brought back, newly hatched Facehugger parasites parasitized them, beginning to incubate. Until only a few minutes were left before leaving the small world, the stone-armored lizard leader's corpse finally began to show signs of movement. Crack! The abdomen of the lizard leader suddenly split open, dark golden blood gushed out, and a claw covered with thick bone armor tore through the flesh, suddenly reaching out. "It's coming out!" Zheng Cheng immediately took a few steps back, warily staring at the corpse. Put! Accompanied by the sound of tearing flesh, a brand new aberration burst out of the body. Its body was even more muscular than a normal stone-armored aberration, its entire body covered in dark golden exoskeleton, with hexagonal crystal clusters growing on its back, resembling the lizard leader's scale armor. The most striking feature was its head. It had no eyes, but in the center of its forehead was embedded a yellowish-brown crystal, emitting a strong earth element energy fluctuation. Roar! The stone-armored aberration raised its head and let out a low growl, its voice heavy like a lizard's.
Zheng Cheng immediately used his all-seeing eye to scan its attributes. Stone Armored Aberration, Newborn. Star Rating, 4 stars. Strength, Silver Realm First Stage. Status, Normal. Skills: Acidic Blood, Inner Nest Tooth Projectile, Petrification Skill, Rock Armor Skill, Earth Spike Charge. Special Talent, Earth Element Affinity. In stone and soil environments, combat power is increased by 30%, and it can absorb the Earth's energy to repair damage. 4 stars? A look of joy flashed in Zheng Cheng's eyes. Ordinary stone armored aberrations were only 3 stars, but this aberration, born from the leader, had actually reached 4 stars. Moreover, it inherited the petrification skill and Earth Spike Charge from the lizard leader, meaning it wasn't just a tank but also an aberration that could control the battlefield and explode with power. Roar! The stone-armored aberration slowly turned, facing Zheng Cheng. Even though it had no eyes, Zheng Cheng could feel it gazing at him. Come here. Zheng Cheng stretched out his hand. The stone-armored aberration let out a low growl and slowly walked to him, lowering its head in submission. Zheng Cheng patted its shoulder with satisfaction, feeling the rock-like touch of its hard exoskeleton. Good. From today, you are the petrification aberration. At that moment, a vibration came from deep within the cave. Boom, boom, boom. Zheng Cheng's eyes sharpened. Another enemy? But soon, he realized that the vibration was not from a battle but from the ground layers in the depths of the nest shifting. Something's wrong. He immediately became alert. The stone-armored lizard leader was dead, and logically, the nest should have calmed down, but the current tremor felt more like a larger creature awakening. Could it be there's an even stronger existence in the stone-armored lizard tribe? He looked at the stone armor mutant, and the stone armor mutant stared back at him blankly, not understanding what it meant. Zheng Cheng shook his head. After all, the stone armor lizard was just a low-level magical beast, not very intelligent. Even though it had been parasitized by the Facehugger worm and had hatched into a mutant, it still appeared dazed, unlike the mutant queen, which possessed intelligence. A whoa! Suddenly, a deep growl came from the distance, and a 2-headed dog, as tall as a person, appeared at the entrance of the cave. Its pair of sharp eyes immediately fixed on Zheng Cheng. The surrounding mutants instantly noticed it and began to gather around. Stop! Zheng Cheng halted the mutants' movements. He recognized that this was the spirit beast of their school teacher. It seemed that the time had come, and it was time to leave the small world. He thought for a moment, and the spirit beast space portal opened. The mutant queen, shadow mutant, phantom mutant, stone armor mutant, and a large number of stone armor lizards still parasitized by facehugger worms rushed into the spirit beast space and vanished. Next, it's time to perform the surgery for my father, and the Provincial Beastmaster Joint College Entrance Exam. I wonder how the new Beastmasters of Qinzhou Province will perform this year. Chapter 34, Mount Lianyu. Ding! As the last student boarded the bus, the engine let out a dull roar. Zheng Cheng looked out the window at the slowly retreating entrance to the secret realm, and he let out a long sigh. Although only 2 days had passed, Zheng Cheng felt as if a long time had passed. I heard that 17 people died this time. Li Yu's body was shattered into pieces. Lu Xian'er survived, but her mind. She made a gesture as if her brain was confused, shaking her head and saying, I heard from the teacher that she received a huge mental shock and is no different from a fool. She will have to spend the rest of her life in the hospital. A cold female voice came from beside him, and even Lian Yining's face turned pale. No one expected that such a simple trial would cause so many deaths. 17 new Beastmasters, this was a huge loss for Weibei City. Especially with Li Yu's death, the outstanding new student who had a high-star spirit beast, the Shadow Cheetah. Zheng Cheng's fingertips paused slightly. The girl who was always so proud and looked down on others was now driven insane? How about you? What did you gain? Lian Yining suddenly changed the subject. I heard other students and teachers talking about it. A new species of magical beasts appeared in the nest. Is it your mutants? How is the species development? Zheng Cheng replied, the time was too short, so I can only say it's average. If I had half a month. Half a month? Lian Yining laughed. That small world belongs to the Beastmaster Association and even has shares from the Ministry of Education. You think it's possible for one person to take control? Unless what? Unless you can become a transcendent Beastmaster, or even an epic Beastmaster, you could have a say in a small place like Weibei City. So everything still depends on strength? Yeah. For a moment, both of them fell silent, and even the entire bus was quiet, with hardly anyone speaking. Former companions and students, separated by just 1 day, are now forever apart, and no one knows how many are crying secretly. Zheng Cheng suddenly asked, by the way, Yining, do you know the value of moonlight silver? Moonlight silver? Lian Yining's pupils contracted suddenly. Did you find moonlight silver? Just the raw ore. I knew it. Moonlight silver is a very special energy metal.
It generally only exists in newly born worlds and is used to build teleportation arrays and new materials. It is also called the blood of space. Lian Yining's tone slowly became calm from the initial shock. Our trial's small world also has moonlight silver veins, but without special tools or means, it's impossible to mine it. Zheng Cheng said, my mutant's body fluid can corrode the rock layers and decompose the moonlight silver raw ore. I only discovered this at the end. You are really lucky. Lian Yining said, I remember the price of a gram of moonlight silver is around 3,000. The raw ore can be slightly cheaper, about 30,000 per kilogram. How much do you have? About 100 pounds? Hiss, 100 pounds? Lian Yining gasped as if she couldn't believe Zheng Cheng's words. Wait a moment, let me call my dad. Saying this, Lian Yining took out her phone and made a call, speaking softly. Zheng Cheng, bored, suddenly felt someone was looking at him, and he instinctively looked up. Jiang Yushi. That teacher who knew about his cultivation of mutant creatures and had opened many doors for him was quietly looking at him. Looking at Zheng Cheng, Jiang Yushi suddenly smiled and made a phone gesture. Zheng Cheng nodded and turned his gaze away. At this moment, Lian Yining also hung up the phone and said, Zheng Cheng, my dad asked me to bring you to see him. He'll take the moonlight silver ore. What do you think? Zheng Cheng said, sure, let's go to your place first. My place? Lian Yining's face flushed, and she punched him. What are you thinking? My dad is at the Beastmaster Association. The bus slowly entered the parking lot of the Beastmaster Association in Weibei City, with many students leaving with their parents. As for Lian Yining, she led Zheng Cheng toward the Beastmaster Association. The two of them walked through the association's hall and took the elevator straight to the top floor. When they opened the door to the president's office, Lian Yushan was reviewing documents. Zheng Cheng, please have a seat. As soon as Lian Yushan saw Zheng Cheng, he immediately stood up from behind the desk and personally welcomed him. This usually stern president of the Beastmaster Association had a wide smile on his face, and even the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes relaxed. President Lian. Thank you so much, Zheng Cheng. I should have come to thank you personally, but I was too busy with work. I didn't expect you to come. Lian Yushan grabbed Zheng Cheng's hand, continuously thanking him. Thank you for your act of kindness before returning the Crimson Flame Dragon Phoenix to Yining. As a father, I don't even know how to express my gratitude. Zheng Cheng awkwardly said, President Lian, you're overestimating me. I also like the facehugger bugs. Please sit. Lian Yushan certainly didn't believe Zheng Cheng was being sincere, chuckling as he pressed him onto the sofa and personally poured him some water. Dad, Zheng Cheng discovered moonlight silver ore in the secret realm. Lian Yining also sat beside him, with a hint of pride in her voice. Oh? Lian Yushan's eyes lit up, and then he showed a concerned expression. Forget about that for now. Zheng Cheng, did you get hurt during the secret realm trial? Do you need me to have the association's healer check on you? Zheng Cheng was somewhat flattered. Thank you for your concern, President Lian. I'm fine. Don't call me president, it's too formal. Lian Yushan pretended to be angry, waving his hand. You've done so much for our family, just call me Uncle Lian. Uncle Lian. Ha, I like this straightforward kind of young man. Lian Yushan laughed heartily. By the way, let me have a look at your moonlight silver ore. Zheng Cheng flipped his hand, took out the moonlight silver ore from the spirit beast space, and placed it on the table. There were 14 pieces of ore, glowing with a soft silver light under the illumination. After carefully inspecting them, Lian Yushan's face showed an expression of surprise. 55% purity, this quality is quite rare. The market price should be around 50,000 per kilogram. 50,000? Zheng Cheng's eyes brightened slightly. Lian Yining had said 3,000 before. It seemed to be related to the purity. This here is... He estimated and said, about 80 kilograms? That would be 4 million. Dad. Lian Yining pushed Lian Yushan and pouted. Zheng Cheng saved me once during the trial. Since Yining said so, I certainly won't be stingy. Lian Yushan waved his hand and said, alright, I'll take all this moonlight silver or 5 million, how about that? 5 million? That's enough. According to the doctor in Weibei City, the treatment for the regeneration of severed limbs in spirit beasts requires 3 million. And now, he has 5 million, plus the 4 petrification technique soul crystal he collected, which is more than enough. Thank you, Uncle Lian, let's go with what you said. Alright, give me your bank card number, and I'll transfer the money right away. By the way, Zheng Cheng, now that you have 5 million, have you thought about what to do with it? Lian Yining smiled. I recommend you buy some beast master equipment and spiritual items to raise your spirit beast's power. This will help you improve your spirit beast strength before the provincial beast master joint exam. Zheng Cheng nodded. I'll think about it, but I want to visit Chang'an City first. Chang'an City? What for? I need to book a severed limb regeneration surgery for my father.
I heard this surgery is hard to book, so I have to go early. Severed limb regeneration? A healing-type spirit beast? Lian Yushan looked up from his computer, surprised. You're going to the Chang'an City Spiritual Medical Center? Yes, my dad was injured in a beast tide during an outdoor mission more than 10 years ago. I see, I know the vice president of the Chang'an City Spiritual Medical Center. I'll arrange the surgery for you. Also, I'm heading to Chang'an City in 3 days. We can go together. Dad, what are you going to Chang'an City for? Lian Yushan replied helplessly, did you forget? The Provincial Beast Master Joint Exam is in 7 days. Of course, I have to go. And before the Provincial Beast Master Joint Exam starts, there's a Beast Master Supplies Exchange meeting in Chang'an City, which can also be seen as an auction. I'm one of the hosts, so I'll be going. A Beast Master Supplies auction? Zheng Cheng's heart stirred, and he asked, Uncle Lian, what's this supplies auction about? Every year, before the Beast Master Joint Exam, there's an exchange meeting and auction. Lian Yushan explained, the purpose is to use this opportunity for material exchanges and auctions, not only to consume surplus materials from official Beast Masters but also to improve the strength of new Beast Masters. Every year, the Beast Master Supplies Exchange is the grandest event among Beast Masters. 3 days later. Zheng Cheng sat cross-legged on the floor of his bedroom, his eyes half-closed, his consciousness fully immersed in the Spirit Beast space. In the Spirit Beast space, dim light covered a nest made of rocks and mucus. This was the habitat built by the alien queen using a special secretion. The viscous liquid spread underfoot, emitting a faint sour smell. Originally, the nest was only about 100 square meters, but as the alien queen grew, and the alien army expanded, it began to enlarge, now at least 100 times bigger, enough to house hundreds of aliens. Hiss. The first to sense Zheng Cheng's consciousness arrival was the alien queen. Its huge body slowly crawled out from the depths of the nest. After 3 days of rest and city battles, its body had grown to around 4 meters. The grayish-white petrified marks left by the petrified lizard leader had mostly faded, with only a small patch on its back remaining slightly darker. It's recovering well. For aliens, as long as they don't die completely in one go, they can continuously recover their injuries through feeding and resting. Their recovery ability is astonishing. With the queen's call, other aliens emerged from various parts of the nest. The shadow alien appeared like a ghost from the shadows. Its unique ability to merge with darkness was fully showcased, even in the spirit beast space. The phantom alien demonstrated its incredible mimicry ability, with its body color constantly changing, almost blending into the surrounding environment. Although it wasn't strong in close combat, once its illusion ability controlled an enemy, even a golden-level beast would be controlled for a few seconds. The leader of the stone-armored alien was covered in a thick layer of armor, and when it walked, it made a dull thudding sound. Around it, there were 27 regular stone-armored aliens. These stone-armored aliens were the spoils that had hatched from the stone-armored lizard nests in the small world 3 days ago. Perhaps because they were of the same species before parasitism, these stone-armored lizards instinctively surrounded the leader of the stone-armored aliens, guarding it. What excited Zheng Cheng the most were the group of newly born facehugger bugs in the corner of the nest, a total of 34 of them. They curled up in specially designed incubation sacs, ready to fight at any time. These facehugger bugs were the result of the queen's sleepless efforts over the past 3 days, and each one contained incredible potential. It seems those stone-armored lizard corpses weren't wasted. Zheng Cheng whispered. Before leaving the stone-armored lizard nest, he had instructed the aliens to gather many stone-armored lizard corpses as food reserves. Now, it seemed that the results were evident. Beep beep beep. The phone suddenly rang, and Zheng Cheng exited the spirit beast space. He saw that it was a call from Lian Yining. Hello, Yining? Zheng Cheng, we leave in half an hour. Are you and your father ready? Lian Yining's voice came through the speaker, with some background noise, as if she was doing the final preparations. We're ready. We'll be right over. He hung up the phone and walked to the living room. His father, Zhang Weigua, was already dressed, and his mother, Lin Xiulan, was helping pack things. Dad, Yining, and the others are ready. Let's wait for them at the door. Zheng Weigua nodded, shouldered the bag he had already packed, and with his cane, walked out. Xiao Cheng, don't overthink it, your dad is actually quite happy inside. I know, Mom. 3 days ago, when Zheng Cheng was preparing to go to Chang'an City with Lian Yushan and Lian Yining to treat his father's broken leg, his father had been silent. His mood was undoubtedly heavy. In his eyes, the Lian family's attention and help in treating his leg were all because his son had exchanged a 9-star level spirit beast with Lian Yining. But all of this was his son's choice, and he couldn't bear to refuse. In this situation, he could only silently accept it. I know, Mom. Let's go, we don't want to keep Uncle Lian and the others waiting. According to Lian Yushan, the human body was too frail to fully withstand the abilities of healing-type spirit beasts. So, the operation to regenerate his limb would have to be done little by little, and it would take at least a month. During this month, his father would need care in the hospital, so the whole family of 3 would go. When Zheng Cheng and his family walked out of the room, the Lian family's convoy was already waiting at the entrance of the neighborhood. More than 10 specially modified armored business cars and trucks glistened under the sunlight, with the logo of the Weibei City Beast Master Association on the vehicle bodies. Lian Yushan got out of the first car and greeted Zhang Weiguo warmly. "Brother Zhang, I've heard a lot about you. I've always wanted to thank you in person for raising such an outstanding son. President Lian, you're too kind. Chenger has come this far thanks to his own hard work." Zhang Weiguo humbly replied, but the pride in his eyes could not be hidden. Lin Yining popped her head out from the other side of the car and waved at Zheng Cheng. "Hurry up and get in the car, we need to reach the safe zone outside of Chang'an City before dark." Zheng Cheng helped his father into the first car and then sat next to Lian Yining. The interior of the car was much more spacious than it looked from the outside. The leather seats were comfortable and roomy, and there was a small fridge in the middle with various drinks and snacks inside. This car was specially made by the association. Lian Yining noticed Zheng Cheng's curious gaze. It can withstand a direct attack from a 4-star monster. The windows are made of composite bulletproof materials, and the chassis can withstand an ambush from ground spike monsters. Zheng Cheng nodded and said, "I know the wild is very dangerous. But why so many cars? It's not just us." Lian Yining shrugged and said, "Apart from the Beastmasters Association staff, there are also teachers from 10 high schools in Weibei City. They're also heading to Chang'an City to make some early preparations, so we're all going together." "I see." Lian Yushan and Zhang Weiguo were chatting happily in the front seat, the topic ranging from the Beast Wave from years ago to the current Beastmaster training system. Zheng Cheng, however, was observing the scene outside the window, watching as the city wall of Weibei City gradually disappeared in the distance. "First time leaving the city?" Lian Yining handed him a chilled drink and opened one for herself. Although they had left the city 3 days ago to go to the small world, they had never truly left the influence of Weibei City. But today, they were heading to another city. The 2 cities were only about 100 kilometers apart, but the wilderness was dangerous due to the occasional appearance of spatial rifts. "Yeah, I've only seen scenes outside the city in textbooks and videos." Zheng Cheng took the drink, his gaze still fixed outside the window. As the convoy moved beyond the city's defensive zone, the surrounding landscape began to grow desolate. The once neatly arranged farmlands were gradually replaced by wild vegetation, and occasionally, abandoned building ruins could be seen. In the distance, a noticeable energy barrier flickered with a faint glow. That was the boundary of Weibei City's defense system. That's the 7th-generation city defense matrix. Almost every city has one. Lian Yining explained as she followed his gaze. "It blocks the perception of most magical beasts, making them ignore the city's presence. But it's less effective against high-tier magical beasts, so beastmasters still need to regularly clear the surrounding areas." The vehicle continued on, and they chatted about many things. About an hour into the journey, the road conditions began to worsen. The once smooth asphalt surface had numerous cracks, and in some areas, it was completely covered by plants. A spiritual beast, the Windblade Falcon, occasionally flew up for reconnaissance to ensure the path ahead was safe. "Warning! Warning! Entering a level 3 danger zone ahead, please escort vehicles to check." A voice from the escort team came through the vehicle's communicator. "A small group of magical beasts has been spotted at the 2 o'clock direction ahead. Preliminary identification suggests they are iron teeth hyenas, around 15 in number, currently moving toward us." Lian Yushan's expression remained unchanged. "Stay alert, continue moving. The iron teeth hyenas won't attack armored vehicles." Zheng Cheng saw several gray shadows flash through the bushes in the distance. The hyenas were about 2 meters long, with sharp bone spines on their backs and tusks protruding from their lips. They were staring at the convoy with greedy eyes. But as Lian Yushan had said, they only followed from a distance without initiating any attack. A threat like this doesn't even require the escort team to act. Ordinary firearms can handle them. Sure enough, when one particularly bold hyena tried to approach within 50 meters, the vehicle suddenly emitted a high-frequency sound wave. The hyena immediately let out a scream and retreated back into the group, its tail between its legs. After traveling for another 10 minutes, the vehicle suddenly braked sharply. Everyone lurched forward, but fortunately, their seatbelts kept them in place. "What's going on?" Lian Yushan asked in a deep voice, and the others also looked out the window. "Report, President, the bridge ahead is blocked by the military. They say a new spatial rift has been discovered in the Wei River." "Whom? The military? Spatial rift? Spatial rift?" Zheng Cheng and Lian Yining asked in unison. They exchanged a glance and saw the surprise and a hint of unease in each other's eyes. Lian Yushan had already unbuckled his seatbelt, his face grim as he pushed open the car door. "I'll go take a look." "Stay here and don't move."
Zheng Cheng, through the car window, saw that about 500 meters ahead, a bridge crossing the Wei River was blocked by a temporary military roadblock. Soldiers in camouflage uniforms, holding weapons, stood guard at the bridgehead, with several armored vehicles parked nearby. The gun barrel pointed towards the direction of the river. What caught more attention were the spirit beasts accompanying the military beast masters. 3 massive steel-armored rhinos lay at the bridgehead, like living roadblocks. Why would the military suddenly block the Wei River bridge? Lian Yining furrowed her brows. This is the main route connecting Wei North City and Chang'an City. Zheng Cheng's gaze, however, was drawn to the sky above the Wei River in the distance, where a deep purple crack about 10 meters long hovered in the air, as if a piece of fabric had been torn apart by an invisible hand. The space around the crack showed distorted ripples, with occasional flashes of purple lightning. Even from such a great distance, Zheng Cheng could feel an inexplicable sense of pressure. The two of them also got out of the car and walked to the side, looking towards the distant Wei River. How about it? Quite a spectacle, right? The two of them jumped in surprise and turned around to see a familiar face behind them. Jiang Yushi wasn't wearing a teacher's uniform today but instead was dressed in a black combat suit that was more convenient for movement, her long hair simply tied into a ponytail. What a coincidence, both of you, students. Jiang Yushi's smile was as gentle as ever, but Zheng Cheng noticed her gaze occasionally darting towards the distant spatial rift, her eyes flashing with a trace of worry. Teacher Jiang, how come you're here? Lian Yining asked curiously. As the teacher representative from Wei North High, isn't it normal for me to attend the college entrance exam preparation meeting in Chang'an City? Jiang Yushi explained, I didn't expect to encounter a spatial rift on the way, it's really rare. Zheng Cheng pointed towards the purple crack in the distance, is that the newly appeared spatial rift? How dangerous is it? Jiang Yushi looked in the direction he was pointing and her expression became serious. Based on my experience, it should be a sea-level small rift. So far, there's no sign of beasts crossing. However, the danger of a spatial rift cannot be judged solely by its size. Some seemingly small rifts have led to high-risk otherworlds. Could you teach us about spatial rifts, teacher? Lian Yining suddenly asked, her gaze somewhat strange, as she looked between Jiang Yushi and Zheng Cheng. Jiang Yushi glanced around, confirming that Lian Yushan wouldn't be back anytime soon, then said, alright, since we have a bit of time, I'll give you a quick lesson. Saying that, she took out her phone, tapped on it a few times, and a blue light screen unfolded inside the car, forming a 3-dimensional holographic projection. First, spatial rifts are categorized into 5 levels based on size and stability. As she spoke, the light screen displayed 5 different colored rift models. E-level is a micro rift, typically only a few centimeters to tens of centimeters long, and will close by itself soon. D-level is a small rift, ranging from 1 to 5 meters in length. C-level is a medium rift, 5 to 20 meters. B-level is a large rift, 20 to 100 meters. A-level is an ultra-large rift, longer than 100 meters. The projection changed, showing several famous large spatial rift events in history. In 2115, the Magic City incident, an A-level rift suddenly appeared in the city center, causing over 100,000 magic beasts to flood into the city. Although it was eventually suppressed, it caused massive casualties. Lian Yining gasped, then what about the rift we see now? It's currently judged as sea level, with a length of about 12 meters. Jiang Yushi reassured them, and its location is quite favorable. It's above the river, so even if a beast crosses, it will fall directly into the water, giving us enough time to react. Zheng Cheng noticed the subtle tone when Jiang Yushi said, currently judged, teacher, do you think the military's evaluation might be wrong? Jiang Yushi gave him a meaningful glance. The most dangerous thing about spatial rifts is their unpredictability. The rift's level can change, and the worlds behind them vary. Some rifts connect to resource-rich, safe worlds. Some lead to the hell where wild beasts roam. Her words were interrupted by the sound of footsteps. Lian Yushan had returned, his face even more serious than when he had left. Dad, how did it go? Lian Yining asked urgently. Lian Yushan said, the military has agreed to let us through, but only this once. Starting tomorrow, all vehicles heading to Chang'an City must detour around Qingfeng Mountain Tunnel, which will add at least 3 hours to the journey. Why the sudden strictness? Zheng Cheng asked, confused. Lian Yushan shook his head and said to Jiang Yushi, Teacher Jiang, please notify the convoy behind us, we continue forward. All right. Jiang Yushi nodded, then turned and left. Lian Yushan also got in the car and started the vehicle, following the military convoy ahead, slowly driving towards the bridge. Although the spatial rift is stable for now, the military has detected that its energy readings are slowly rising. No one knows if it will suddenly expand or if higher-level beasts will pass through. The convoy slowly passed the checkpoint, and Zheng Cheng noticed that every soldier was fully armed, their expressions tense. Several beast masters stood at the head of the bridge, their spirit beasts in a state of high alert. As the vehicle drove onto the bridge, the full view of the spatial rift finally became clear. It looked like a huge purple blade, spanning about 30 meters above the Wei River. The edges of the rift flickered with small purple lightning, occasionally bursting out small light spots that drifted through the air. It's so beautiful. Lian Yining couldn't help but sigh, but then immediately felt ashamed of her thoughts. I mean, although it's dangerous, it does have a strange kind of beauty. Zheng Cheng said nothing, his full attention on the spatial rift. Look closely at the color change in the center of the rift. Lian Yushan suddenly pointed at the rift and said, the darker the purple, the greater the degree of spatial distortion. Right now, it's showing a deep purple, which means the physical laws of the world behind it are vastly different from ours. This also means that once it fully forms, the creatures from that world will be of a higher level. No wonder the military guards are so tight. Zheng Cheng carefully observed and noticed that there was indeed a dense, deep purple vortex at the center of the rift, slowly spinning like the eye of an abyss. Watching it, Zheng Cheng felt an odd dizziness, as if his soul was about to be sucked in. Xiao Cheng, don't stare at it too long. His father's voice suddenly snapped Zheng Cheng out of it. The spatial rift interferes with human mental perception. Staring at it for too long can cause dizziness or even fainting. Dad, how do you know? Over 20 years ago, I was injured while monitoring a rift in the wild. That rift could have erupted at any moment, causing a beast tide. The group continued discussing, but until they had fully crossed the Wei River Bridge, the spatial rift showed no further change. Lian Yushan looked at his watch and said, alright, it seems like the rift won't cause any issues for the short term. Get ready, we'll be arriving at Chang'an City soon. When the outline of Chang'an City finally appeared on the horizon, Zheng Cheng couldn't help but hold his breath. The walls of Wei Bei City were already quite tall and majestic, but compared to Chang'an City, they seemed like a child's toy blocks. The walls of Chang'an City stood 50 meters high, constructed entirely from a special material that gleamed with a metallic sheen. Every so often along the walls stood a defensive tower, with massive spiritual energy cannons mounted on top. What was even more shocking was that the city was surrounded by a semi-transparent energy barrier, which refracted the sunlight into a rainbow of colors. That's the spiritual defense system of Chang'an City. Lian Yushan noticed Zheng Cheng's shocked expression and explained with a smile, it can withstand the full force attacks of beasts below the 7-star level. It's said that when fully activated, it can even hold off legendary beasts for a while. The convoy slowly approached the city gate, and only then did Zheng Cheng notice that the surface of the city wall was covered with intricate patterns, which were engraved energy array runes used to enhance the wall's defense capabilities. At the city gate, a team of well-equipped guards were inspecting the incoming vehicles, accompanied by various combat spirit beasts. The most eye-catching was a 6-legged armored beast, as large as an elephant, with 2 small energy cannons mounted on its back. That's the city defense team's Iron Wall Beast, a 5-star defensive spirit beast. It's said to be able to withstand attacks from extraordinary beasts head-on. As they passed through the gate, Zheng Cheng noticed that the guards showed special respect to the vehicles from Lianyu Mountain, almost standing at attention and saluting before letting them through. It seemed that the president of the Beast Master Association held significant weight in this large city as well. Upon entering the city, the sights before Zheng Cheng were even more overwhelming. The wide streets were bustling with traffic, but the most striking were the beast masters riding various spirit beasts. Some were flying at low altitudes on wind god eagles with 5-meter wingspans, others were leisurely riding giant tortoises, and there were even some floating, carried by a group of small spirit beasts. The buildings on both sides of the street also had unique characteristics, many incorporating elements of spirit beasts. A building shaped like a giant eagle with outstretched wings stood out, with a few real flying spirit beasts perched on its roof. Another building was designed in the shape of a giant tree, with small spirit beasts darting through its branches. That's the headquarters of the Beast Master Association of Chang'an City, as well as the provincial headquarters of the Beast Masters of Qinzhou Province. It's much more impressive than the one in Weibei City, isn't it? Zheng Cheng could only nod. The scene before him far exceeded his imagination. Textbooks and videos could never convey the overwhelming sense of being here in person. Let's go to the Energy Medical Center first and take care of Zhang Leo's treatment, then we'll report to the association. Thank you, Uncle Lian. The Energy Medical Center was located in the eastern part of the city, a massive complex of pure white buildings with a prominent green cross symbol on top of the main building. The convoy stopped at the entrance to the medical center, and Lianyu Mountain led Zheng Cheng's family toward the main entrance. As soon as they entered, a middle-aged man in a white lab coat approached them. President Lian. Welcome, welcome. The man enthusiastically shook Lianyu Mountain's hand. As soon as I received your call, I immediately arranged for the best treatment team. Dr. Zhang, you're too polite. Lianyu Mountain smiled and introduced, this is Mr. Zhang Weigua, whom I mentioned to you. His left leg requires severing and regrowth treatment. This is Zheng Cheng, the outstanding new Beast Master of Weibei City this year. Dr. Zhang examined Zhang Weigua carefully, then nodded to Zheng Cheng, young and capable. Come with me, let's do a full checkup. The next 2 hours saw Zhang Weigua undergoing a series of complex tests. Zheng Cheng noticed that the medical equipment here integrated energy technology. The scanners were embedded with energy crystals that enhanced perception, and the treatment beds were made from a kind of spirit wood, emitting soothing energy waves. Once everything was arranged, Lien Yu Mountain took his leave from Zhang Weigua and the others. After all, he had come to Chang'an City for official business, and he was only able to do all this because of his daughter, Lien Yining's, connections. Lien Yining also left with her father, waving at Zheng Cheng and making a phone gesture. Soon, a series of tests were completed.
The results are excellent, beyond my expectations.
Dr. Zhang looked at the data on the holographic projection and said, Mr. Zhang's physical condition is much stronger than his peers. He can fully withstand the pressure of the severing and regrowth treatment. He pulled up a treatment plan. We plan to proceed in 3 stages. In the first stage, we will use the Fountain of Life Spirit Beast's bodily fluids to cultivate the cellular activity at the severed limb site. The second stage summons the Regenerative Touch Spirit Beast to stimulate the regeneration of the body. The third stage is then handled by the Healing Angel for the final healing adjustments.
The entire process takes about a month. Zheng Cheng listened carefully, and the heavy stone in his heart finally fell. Director Zhang, what is the success rate of the surgery? Given Mr. Zhang's condition, the success rate is over 95%.
Director Zhang said confidently, our center completed 127 limb regeneration surgeries last year, with only 3 cases having minor complications, which were quickly resolved. Lin Xiulan spoke with concern, but, I wonder about the cost.
Don't worry, madam, even the president has made arrangements. Our academy only charges basic examination and recovery fees. However, the treatment costs involve using spirit beasts from other beast masters, so this part of the price cannot be low. How much is it approximately?
Director Zhang thought for a moment, then looked at the computer and said, for a month, it would be around 2.2 million.
Yes, that's so much? Mom and Dad, don't worry, I have the money.
Zheng Cheng quickly reassured them, not expecting that with just one word from Yushan, the price was reduced by about a third. Zhang Weigua also let out a long sigh, taking Lin Xiulan's hand and saying, Xiulan, the child has grown up, let's listen to Xiao Chang. Then Zheng Cheng helped his parents settle into the hospital room. It was a spacious single room, with a view of the medical center's garden outside the window, and the environment was very comfortable.
Chenger, his mother Lin Xiulan suddenly lowered her voice, what is your relationship with Miss Lien?
Zheng Cheng, who was organizing his luggage, froze when he heard this, just a classmate, Mom, why are you suddenly asking about this?
Lin Xiulan glanced at her husband, who was stretching his muscles on the balcony, and lowered her voice even further. The Lien family has been so good to us, with President Lien personally arranging the treatment, and we're even staying in such a high-end room. Mom is worried. Worried about what? Worried that the Lien family might have some other intentions.
Lin Xiulan carefully chose her words, Miss Lien comes from such a good background, and she's beautiful, but our family.
Zheng Cheng finally understood his mother's concern and couldn't help but laugh and cry, Mom, you're overthinking it.
President Lien is helping me mainly because I gave the spirit beast to Lien Yining, and those moonlight silver really are worth that much.
Lin Xiulan was still somewhat skeptical but didn't say anything more.
Zheng Cheng couldn't help but think of Lien Yining's every frown and smile, a strange feeling rising in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it. The next morning, after Zheng Cheng had breakfast with his parents, there was a soft knock on the door of the hospital room. When he opened the door, Lien Yining, dressed in casual clothes, stood outside holding a paper bag.
Good morning. She greeted with a smile, I brought some local breakfast from Chang'an City. I'm not sure if Uncle and Aunt will like it.
Lin Xiulan quickly took the paper bag and thanked her repeatedly. Zheng Cheng noticed that his mother's gaze toward Lien Yining had become a bit more scrutinizing, and he couldn't help but feel a little awkward.
Are you ready? Lien Yining winked at Zheng Cheng, the auction starts at 10, we have to hurry.
After bidding farewell to his parents, Zheng Cheng followed Lien Yining into a luxurious car parked downstairs. Inside the car, Lien Yushan was looking through a document. When they got in, he put it away.
How did you sleep last night?
Lien Yushan asked with concern. Very well, thank you for asking, Uncle Lien, Zheng Cheng replied sincerely, my father has started the first stage of treatment, and the doctor said the response is very good.
That's good. Lien Yushan nodded, today's auction is quite large.
I heard there are some rare items from newly discovered secret realms.
If there's anything you like, feel free to let me know.
Thank you, Uncle Lien, but I have some money here, I'm just going today to broaden my horizons. Lien Yushan said, that's also fine, then let Ninger show you around. The materials exchange and the auction are in the same venue, but the auction will take some time to start. You can look around the exchange first.
Okay, thank you, Uncle Lien.
The Beastmaster Association headquarters was even more magnificent than Zheng Cheng had imagined. The pyramid-shaped building was covered in special materials that could absorb sunlight, shimmering with a faint golden glow in the morning light. At the entrance stood 2 massive statues of the sub-dragon spirit beast, lifelike and seemingly ready to come alive at any moment.
That is the statue of the association's guardian spirit beast, golden armored dragon horse, which is rumored to be the first president of the Beastmaster Association's spirit pet, possessing the strength of the legendary realm. Lian Yining explained, it is said to have protected Chang'an City for over 100 years and can be considered the most powerful spirit beast in our Qinzhou province.
500 years. Zheng Cheng exclaimed, it's still alive? Of course, it's still alive.
Lian Yining gave him a white glance. Spirit beasts of the epic realm live a long time. I've heard they can live for 500 or 600 years, let alone the legendary ones.
What about the Beast Masters? They're alive too.
Lian Yining said, a Beastmaster's strength increases slowly with the strength of their contracted spirit beast, and as they control extraordinary powers, their lifespan naturally becomes quite long.
Our Qinzhou province's first president of the Beastmaster Association is still alive.
Hiss.
After passing the security check, the three of them took the elevator to the third basement level. As the elevator doors opened, a wave of bustling voices immediately hit them.
In front of Zheng Cheng was a huge round exhibition hall, with an auction platform in the center and hundreds of booths surrounding it, with people flowing like a stream.
The auction will officially start at 10, so we still have some time.
Lian Yushan glanced at his watch. You can stroll around the free trade area for now. Ninger, take Zheng Cheng to look around while I handle some business.
Okay, Dad, you go ahead.
Lian Yining led Zheng Cheng through the booths with familiarity, constantly introducing things to him, making Zheng Cheng feel dizzy with all the sights. There were booths selling spirit beast cubs, booths selling all kinds of spiritual materials, and even a booth dedicated to selling ancient beast master manuals.
This is a flame lion cub, cute, right?
Lian Yining pointed to a small cat-like animal in a cage. It's a 5-star spirit beast, can become a high-star contracted spirit beast, and is perfect for fire-type beast masters. Zheng Cheng crouched down, curiously watching the small creature, which was entirely red. It seemed to sense Zheng Cheng's gaze and suddenly opened its mouth, spitting out a small flame.
Be careful.
Lian Yining smiled and pulled him back. It's still small, but its temperature is low. They continued walking, and Zheng Cheng's attention was drawn to a booth selling spirit energy crystals. The booth displayed crystals of various colors, with several purple ones standing out in particular.
Young man, you've got a good eye. This is a thunder crystal core. The vendor enthusiastically introduced, it's from the Thunderstorm Gorge and can enhance the power of thunder-type spirit beasts. Interested?
Zheng Cheng shook his head. His alien army didn't need such items. Just as he was about to leave, a strong feeling of desire suddenly came from the alien queen in his spirit beast space.
What's wrong? Lian Yining noticed Zheng Cheng's change in expression. Zheng Cheng didn't immediately answer, instead following the queen's sense to look toward a corner of the booth.
There, several unremarkable black stones lay, their surfaces covered with honeycomb-like small holes.
What's this?
He pointed at the stones and asked. The vendor seemed a bit surprised. Oh, that's void honeycomb stone. It was recently mined from a newly discovered secret realm. It's said to be useful for space-type spirit beasts, but its exact effects are still unclear.
Zheng Cheng could feel the alien queen's longing for these stones far stronger than before.
He was about to ask the price when a clear male voice suddenly came from behind him.
Yining? Is it really you?
Zheng Cheng turned around and saw a tall young man walking toward them. The man looked about 18 or 19 years old, wearing a well-tailored white suit, with a handsome face wearing a surprised smile. Behind him were 4 or 5 people of similar age.
It looks like they're all beast masters. Lian Yining's expression clearly froze for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Xiao Tianyu? What are you doing in Chang'an City? Of course, I'm here for the auction. I didn't expect to run into you.
The man named Xiao Tianyu stepped closer, his gaze eager as he looked at Lian Yining.
It's been more than half a year since we parted last time, hasn't it?
His gaze then turned to Zheng Cheng, and his smile faded a little. Who is this?
My classmate, Zheng Cheng.
Lian Yining briefly introduced, then said to Zheng Cheng, this is Xiao Tianyu, from the Xiao family of Chang'an City. The heir of the Xiao family, and also a good friend of Lian Yining. Xiao Tianyu confidently took over the conversation and extended his hand to Zheng Cheng.
Nice to meet you. Zheng Cheng shook his hand and immediately felt a probing force transmitted through the handshake. He maintained a calm expression and subtly exerted force. Nice to meet you.
The two hands parted quickly, but Zheng Cheng had already sensed the hostility from this simple exchange. Not a true enemy, but a warning against another man in the presence of someone he was interested in. A hint of surprise flashed in Xiao Tianyu's eyes, but he quickly returned to his confident smile. Yining, after the auction, there's a private gathering with old friends.
Why don't you come along?
Lian Yining politely declined. Sorry, I already have plans. Xiao Tianyu's smile froze for a moment, his gaze shifting between Zheng Cheng and Lian Yining, as if understanding something. He slightly lifted his chin, as if thinking of something. Zheng Cheng.
I remember now, you're the one who returned the 9-star spirit beast, the fiery flame dragon phoenix, right? The suitor? TCH. A few of Xiao Tianyu's classmates behind him immediately sneered, looking at Zheng Cheng with curiosity. So it's him, huh? I was wondering who it was. Exchanging a 9-star spirit beast for a 1-star spirit beast and a bug type, that he must be an idiot. He looks pretty handsome, but I didn't expect him to be dumb. Lian Yining's face immediately changed, her brows furrowing. Xiao Tianyu, control your dog. My business with Zheng Cheng is none of your concern. Xiao Tianyu's expression slightly changed, but he didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled faintly. Yining, you're right. Your friends are also my friends. In 3 days, the provincial Beast Master exam is coming up. Let's get closer then. By the way, I heard there's a vermilion bird feather being sold at tonight's small gathering. If you're interested, I'll send you an invitation. Saying that, he didn't care about Lian Yining's displeased expression and turned to leave. After Xiao Tianyu and his group of followers walked away, Lian Yining's expression remained tense. She bit her lip, her fingers subconsciously twisting her clothes, her eyes filled with anger and worry. Sorry you had to deal with this. Lian Yining took a deep breath, turning to Zheng Cheng. That guy is Xiao Tianyu, the heir of the Xiao family in Chang'an City. Zheng Cheng noticed that when she spoke, her shoulders tensed slightly, clearly wary of Xiao Tianyu. Is the Xiao family really that powerful? He asked, but his gaze was unconsciously drawn to the black stone on the booth. The queen from the spirit beast space was still restless, transmitting strong desires. More than powerful. Lian Yining pulled Zheng Cheng to a quieter corner and lowered her voice. The Xiao family is one of the oldest beast master families in Qinzhou province. Their family tree can be traced back to the time of the Great Cataclysm. They once had an epic-level powerhouse in their family, and now there are more than 10 extraordinary-level experts in their clan. Zheng Cheng raised his eyebrows. The extraordinary level was already a height few ordinary people could reach, and the epic level was a legendary existence. No wonder Xiao Tianyu carried himself with an innate arrogance in every movement. Xiao Tianyu himself is no simple person. Lian Yining continued, in his second year of high school, the Xiao family sent him to the capital for further study. I didn't expect that this time, the Beast Master exam. He actually came back. Why? Zheng Cheng asked in confusion, isn't there better resources in the capital? Lian Yining gave a faint, bitter smile at the corner of her mouth, because in the capital, there are too many geniuses like him, and he's nothing special, but in Qinzhou province. He is almost the strongest among his peers. I heard his contracted spirit beast is a 9-star thunder golden eagle, a lightning attribute flying beast, incredibly fast, with immense attack power. Zheng Cheng nodded thoughtfully. 9-star spirit beasts are indeed rare, let alone the thunder golden eagle, a rare breed that combines speed and lightning attributes. But he wasn't afraid. Although the alien queen's star level is low for now, her terrifying potential for evolution gave him enough confidence. And? Lian Yining hesitated, seemingly considering her words carefully. Xiao Tianyu appears gentle and refined, but in reality, he's extremely arrogant, and he holds grudges deeply. When he wants something, he will stop at nothing to get it. You need to be careful. Zheng Cheng noticed that when she said this, her eyes flickered, and her ears slightly reddened. Did he pursue you? Lian Yining was stunned for a moment, then bitterly nodded with a smile. It was back in middle school. After I rejected him, he actually spread the word that no other boy could approach me, or else. He was that domineering? Didn't anyone stop him? Worse than you think. Stop him? It's impossible. Though his family's power isn't at the top in Qinzhou province, it's still a prestigious family, and ordinary people wouldn't dare provoke him. Besides, he's very clever. He doesn't mess with those from prominent families, he only bullies people of ordinary backgrounds. Lian Yining sighed. In high school, a few boys just spoke to me a little more, and he had people beat them into the hospital. It wasn't until he went to the capital that this issue finally died down. Recently, he awakened his beast-controlling talent and contracted a 9-star Thunder Golden Eagle. His strength skyrocketed countless times. Even the Xiao family quickly established him as the third heir, and even the descendants of other well-established Beast Masters families didn't dare to provoke him. Now, he sees you with me, and my little Fei was supposed to be yours. He might cause you trouble. Zheng Cheng said, don't worry, I'll be careful, and with the Provincial Beast Master Union's joint college entrance exam, under everyone's eyes, he won't dare do anything to me. I hope so. He reassured her and then turned to walk toward the stall selling spiritual energy crystals, but right now, I'm more interested in those black stones. Lian Yining was stunned for a moment, clearly not expecting Zheng Cheng to brush off the topic so casually. She quickly caught up, those void hive stones? What's so special about them? My spirit beast reacts strongly to them. Zheng Cheng explained briefly, not mentioning the alien queen's strange behavior. He crouched down and picked up a honeycomb-shaped black stone to observe it carefully. The stone felt cold to the touch, its surface covered with tiny holes. At first glance, it seemed ordinary, but when he focused his mind, he could feel a strange energy fluctuation within it.
Boss, how much are these? Zheng Cheng asked.
The stall owner was a middle-aged man with a goatee.
He glanced at Zheng Cheng, then at Lian Yining standing nearby, and a glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. 1 for 10,000, no bargaining.
10,000?
Lian Yining exclaimed, that's so expensive.
In the Beast Master Association's materials, this kind of stone is worth at most 5,000. The stall owner shrugged. Miss, that was last time.
Now this stone has been proven to assist space-type spirit beasts, so naturally, the price has gone up. Zheng Cheng ignored Lian Yining's objections and continued asking, where were these stones mined from? The stall owner's eyes flashed with sharpness. Why do you ask?
Just curious, Zheng Cheng said casually. If it works well, I'd like to see the source.
The stall owner stroked his goatee and pondered for a moment. I don't mind telling you, but this news, it'll cost extra. Zheng Cheng, don't be deceived.
Lian Yining tugged at his sleeve and whispered, this kind of information isn't worth much. You can easily find the public data from the association.
Hee, little girl, what you're talking about is just ordinary void hive stones.
These void hive stones of mine were mined from a different place, and the energy contained in them is at least twice as strong as ordinary void hive stones.
The boss chuckled and said, good stuff naturally comes with a premium price. And the location is quite hidden, ordinary people can't find it.
But Zheng Cheng had already made up his mind. The alien queen's reaction was too strong, and this material might have a special effect on its evolution. He spoke directly in armor, 50,000, including these stones and the location information. The vendor's eyes lit up, but he quickly put on a troubled look. Brother, this.
60,000. If you don't sell, then forget it.
Zheng Cheng made a move to stand up.
Wait.
The vendor quickly said, these are high-quality goods, 6 pieces for 60,000, and that's including the location information. The two of them started an intense bargaining session, attracting the attention of many people. But when they saw that the discussion was about void hive stones, they immediately rolled their eyes, and no one cared. Indeed, void hive stones are precious, but they are somewhat underwhelming. They are useful for spatial-type spirit beasts, but spatial spirit beasts in the entire Xia country are very rare, with no more than 100, and most of them are low-level spirit beasts. The demand is limited, so the price never goes up. In the end, Zheng Cheng bought all the void hive stones and the detailed coordinates of their origin for 100,000. Lian Yining shook her head from the side, but seeing Zheng Cheng's firm attitude, she didn't say anything more.
You're too impulsive.
After leaving the stall, Lian Yining couldn't help but say, these stones aren't worth that price, and the secret realm is newly discovered.
It's highly dangerous.
Zheng Cheng stored the stones in the spirit beast space and immediately felt the joy from the alien queen. As soon as a few stones entered the space, the queen used her forelimbs to grab them and began greedily absorbing the energy within. My spirit beast has a special sensitivity to them. Zheng Cheng explained, maybe it can help it evolve.
Alien? Lian Yining looked at him skeptically, isn't it an insect? How can it respond to spatial materials? Zheng Cheng smiled but didn't answer.
Just then, there was a violent fluctuation coming from the spirit beast space. After absorbing the energy of the void hive stones, strange black patterns began to appear on the surface of the alien queen's body. The honeycomb-like holes seemed to resonate with the stones. Even the shadow alien, phantom alien, and stone-armored alien leaders, 3 special aliens, gathered around, sensing the extra energy spilling out.
Are you okay? Lian Yining noticed Zheng Cheng's suddenly stiff body and asked with concern.
Zheng Cheng shook his head, suppressing the shock in his heart. The changes in the alien queen exceeded his expectations, but now was clearly not the time to study this.
I'm fine.
By the way, Yining, I want to buy more void hive stones.
Do you know? That's simple.
The Beast Master Association in Chang'an City has these in stock. I'll take you there later.
Thanks.
At that moment, a crisp broadcast echoed through the hall.
Ladies and gentlemen, the annual auction of the Beast Master Association is about to begin. Please proceed to the central auction hall if you hold an invitation.
Lian Yining glanced at the time, it's almost 10 o'clock.
My dad should already be waiting for us at the auction. Let's hurry. Okay. Through the bustling crowd, Zheng Cheng followed Lian Yining towards the entrance to the second floor of the auction hall.
A dazzling energy barrier blocked the stairs, with 2 uniformed guards standing there, each wearing the Beast Master Association badge.
Please show your invitation.
Lian Yining took out a silver glowing card from her small bag. The guard took the card and gently swiped it on the nearby device. The device emitted a soft beep, and the barrier immediately parted like ripples in water, opening a passage.
Miss Lian, please.
The guard respectfully handed the card back, his gaze lingering on Zheng Cheng for a moment.
He is my friend.
Lian Yining naturally hooked her arm around Zheng Cheng's. Father is already waiting for us in the private room. The guard nodded and stepped aside to clear the path. Zheng Cheng followed Lian Yining up the stairs, feeling the curious gazes from around him. The second floor was clearly not an area accessible to ordinary guests. The second floor private rooms are only for the higher-ups of the association and specially invited guests. Lian Yining explained in a low voice, each private room has its own protective array to ensure privacy and security. At the top of the stairs was a circular corridor, with more than 10 private rooms on either side. Lian Yining led Zheng Cheng to the room marked 27 and casually released his arm before pushing the door open. The space inside the private room was much more spacious than Zheng Cheng had imagined. In the center, there was a half-circle leather sofa facing a huge floor-to-ceiling window that overlooked the entire auction hall. The window used a special one-way glass technology, allowing a clear view of the outside from inside, but from the outside, it appeared as just a mirror. Lian Yushan was sitting on the sofa, conversing with a middle-aged man with a square face. Upon seeing the two enter, Lian Yushan smiled and waved, "Yining, you're just in time. The auction is about to start." The man with the square face turned his head, his sharp gaze sweeping over Zheng Cheng like a blade. He appeared to be in his 40s, with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a face as chiseled as an axe. He wore a neat black uniform, with a golden shield insignia embroidered on his shoulder epaulette. Even sitting down, his towering stature and the iron-blooded aura of someone who had seen many battles were evident. "Dad, Uncle Zhao. Ha ha ha, Yining has grown up." The middle-aged man laughed heartily. "The last time we met was last year. I never imagined that in the blink of an eye, Yining has become a beast tamer." Lian Yining walked to the other side of the sofa. "Thank you, Uncle Zhao. By the way, where is Sister Hongxiu? She still has a mission and couldn't come today, but she asked me to pass on a message, telling you to study hard and strive for the top scholar of Qinzhou province this year." "Top scholar, huh? I'll do my best." Zhao Qicheng chuckled and looked at Zheng Cheng, "And this is?" Lian Yushan introduced, "Old Zhao, this is Zheng Cheng, Yining's classmate." "Zheng Cheng, this is Director Zhao Qicheng, Deputy Director of the Extraordinary Bureau of Chang'an City." "Zheng Cheng." Zhao Qicheng muttered, then smiled, "So you are Zheng Cheng. This name has been buzzing in my ears for a while now." Zheng Cheng froze, not understanding why such a big shot would know him. Lian Yining seemed to sense his confusion and softly explained, "The Extraordinary Bureau is the official organization in charge of Beast Tamers in Xia country, independent from the government system, directly reporting to the Supreme Elder Council. Uncle Zhao is the Deputy Director of the Extraordinary Bureau in Chang'an City, a powerful expert at the Extraordinary Realm. So, you're the guy who used a 9-star level Fiery Phoenix Dragon to exchange for a 1-star level Facehugger worm. It's you, isn't it?" Zhao Qicheng suddenly spoke up, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. "This event is the first of its kind in 100 years of beast taming history. I imagine it's hard for anyone to not know about it." Zheng Cheng felt a wave of embarrassment. Indeed, that event had become his label. He cleared his throat, preparing to repeat the usual explanation about spirit-beast compatibility, but Lian Yining spoke up first. "Uncle Zhao, there's more to this matter," she said firmly. "Zheng Cheng's choice has its own reasoning, and as it turns out, his decision was correct. That Facehugger worm has now evolved into a very special spirit beast." Zhao Qicheng raised his eyebrows, his gaze flickering between the two of them. Suddenly, he laughed. "It's good that young people have their own ideas. I'm just curious, what kind of being would make a beast tamer give up a 9-star level spirit beast?" In the early stages, insect-type spirit beasts are very weak, but if one can find the right hatching method and opportunity, it is possible for them to evolve into high-star spirit beasts. Although such situations are rare, they are not unheard of. It seems we have an insect-type spirit beast raised by a beastmaster in our Qinzhou province that evolved into a high-star spirit beast. Now, it should be nearing the extraordinary realm. Zheng Cheng nodded in understanding, as he had seen an example where a low-level insect-type spirit beast evolved into a high-star spirit beast. It was his school's teacher, Jiang Yushi. Her original spirit beast was only a 3-star ice crystal butterfly, but now it had evolved into an 8-star ice queen. Even among all high-star spirit beasts, the ice queen was considered to be among the top tier. However, this Facehugger insect is truly the first time I've seen it. Ninger said you've already evolved, so it seems quite special." Zheng Cheng's heart tightened. The deputy director of the Extraordinary Bureau had an unsettlingly sharp intuition. He was contemplating how to respond when the auction hall suddenly darkened, and a spotlight illuminated the central circular stage. "The auction has begun. Don't stand, please sit down." Lian Yushan timely shifted the topic and waved at the two of them. Zheng Cheng quietly let out a breath, sitting down with Lian Yining on the sofa. His attention was soon drawn to the setup of the auction. Around the stage were hundreds of seats, nearly all occupied. What stood out more was that on both sides of the hall stood dozens of staff in uniform, each with a floating light screen in front of them. "Those are online bidding agents." Lian Yining noticed Zheng Cheng's gaze and whispered an explanation. "Some VIPs can't be here in person, so they participate in the auction through a remote system, with the staff raising paddles on their behalf.
though a certain agent fee is charged. On the stage, a woman in a red gown gracefully walked out. She was tall, with fair skin and flowing hair, exuding a strong, capable air. As she moved, a huge holographic projection appeared above the stage. Honored guests, welcome to the Beastmasters Association annual auction. The host's voice echoed throughout the hall. I am Linyu, the host of this auction. Today, we will present 37 precious items, including 5 special items from newly discovered secret realms. Zheng Cheng was originally very interested in this auction, but with the appearance of the Void Beehive Stone, his attention gradually shifted from the event to his spirit beast space. The Alien Queen and the 3 special aliens, after absorbing the Void Beehive Stone, showed increasingly noticeable changes. The Queen's carapace had formed black lines that connected into intricate geometric patterns, emitting faint spatial fluctuations. Even more surprising was that the 3 special aliens had each undergone different mutations. The Shadow Alien's body became more ethereal, as if it could merge with the shadows at any moment. The Mirage Alien's body surface developed small scaly structures. The Stone Carapace Alien Leader's shell had holes resembling a beehive. The first item for auction is the Heart of Molten Fire from the Tianhua mountain range. The host's voice came through. This is a naturally formed fire attribute spiritual crystal, which has a significant evolution-promoting effect on fire-type spirit beasts. A fist-sized red crystal floated in mid-air on the stage, with what appeared to be flowing magma inside, emitting tremendous heat. Even through the protection shield of the VIP room, Zheng Cheng could still feel the intense heat. The bidding quickly began, and the price soared. Zheng Cheng wasn't very interested in these items. His thoughts were entirely on the unusual changes of the aliens. These Void Beehive stones were definitely not simple. Ordinary space-type materials could not possibly trigger such a violent reaction. Or, perhaps these Void Hive stones, just as the boss said, are not ordinary Void Hive stones? Deal. Congratulations to buyer number 37 for winning the Heart of Molten Fire at the price of 1.2 million. The host's voice snapped Zheng Cheng back to reality as the first lot was finalized, with staff carefully placing it into a special safe. The next few lots were all various spiritual beast materials and rare spiritual herbs. Though valuable, they did not capture Zheng Cheng's special attention. He noticed that even Lian Yushan and Zhao Qi Cheng seemed indifferent to the auction, whispering to each other. They did not try to avoid Zheng Cheng and Lian Yining, suggesting it wasn't a matter of utmost secrecy. His ears perked up, and their conversation seemed to be related to today's events. Chapter 41, Vermilion Bird Feather. The spatial rift over the Wei River has been fluctuating abnormally lately. Monitoring shows it is slowly expanding, with traces of unknown creature activity, and it could form a true spatial passage at any moment. Lian Yushan furrowed his brow. What do you need the association to do? Send more personnel. Zhao Qicheng spoke in a low voice. The Transcendent Bureau has limited staff in Chang'an City, and the rift is only 10 kilometers from Weibei City. I hope you can mobilize the Beastmaster Association members from Weibei to assist with monitoring. No problem, I'll handle it personally. Lian Yushan nodded. But spatial rifts usually stabilize on their own. Why the urgency this time? Zhao Qicheng's gaze grew serious. This rift is different. Ordinary spatial stabilizers are nearly ineffective against it, and we found this nearby. He took out a small projection device from his chest, placed it on the coffee table, and activated it. A holographic image appeared, showing a black stone covered with honeycomb-like holes, almost identical to the Void Hive stone Zheng Cheng had just purchased, except much larger in size. Zheng Cheng's pupils contracted sharply, and Lian Yushan also showed a surprised expression. Is this a Void Hive stone? But how could it be so large? This is not an ordinary Void Hive stone. It seems even you've been deceived. Zhao Qicheng turned off the projection, his voice lowering further. We detected unusual spatial fluctuations within it, exactly matching the frequency emitted by the rift. Experts at the Bureau believe this stone could be a catalyst for the rift's expansion or a byproduct of some biological activity. In recent years, spatial rifts, passages, and even small worlds have all seen these special stones, so we suspect they may be traces of the same species, or even the same kind of biological activity. Zheng Cheng's heart raced. If what Zhao Qicheng said was true, the Void Hive stone he had just purchased could be related to this spatial rift. And what did the Alien Queen's strong reaction to them mean? Next item up for auction, a rare item from the newly discovered secret realm, Shadow Valley Claw of Shadows. The host's voice suddenly rose in volume, interrupting Zheng Cheng's thoughts. A pair of pitch-black claws appeared on the display stand, about half a meter long, with a dark gleam on their surface, as though absorbing the surrounding light. Even through the protective shield, Zheng Cheng could feel the chilling aura emanating from them. Claw of Shadows comes from an unknown shadow-type spiritual beast, and has been authenticated to be of 8-star quality. The host gave a detailed introduction to the item's features, causing many people to look up. Lian Yining leaned close to Zheng Cheng's ear. These claws are perfect for shadow-type spiritual beasts, greatly enhancing stealth and attack capabilities. Too bad my little Chi is a fire type. Zheng Cheng nodded, but his mind was still on the information Zhao Qi Chang had shared. The Wei River's spatial rift, the abnormal void hive stone. The alien queen's reaction seemed to show some kind of connection between these clues. Seeing that Zheng Cheng wasn't interested in the Shadowclaw, even Lianing didn't say anything more. The auction continued, with one valuable item after another being presented on the stage, and buyers taking them away one by one. While keeping an eye on the auction, Zheng Cheng was secretly observing the changes inside the spirit beast space. The alien queen and the other 3 special aliens had absorbed all 6 void beehive stones, and now they were lying in the center of the nest, their black markings on their bodies flickering like breathing. What was even more surprising was that the air around them had visibly twisted, like a transparent membrane. The difference was that the alien queen was asleep, while the other 3 special aliens were only dazed and not asleep, indicating that they hadn't absorbed as much energy as the alien queen. Next up is the 25th item of today's auction, the psychic resonator from an ancient relic. The host's voice once again drew Zheng Cheng's attention. On the stage appeared a metallic disc, about 30 centimeters in diameter, with intricate patterns carved on its surface. In the center of the disc, 7 gemstones of different colors were embedded, arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper. The psychic resonator can greatly enhance the mental connection between beast masters and spirit beasts, especially effective for controlling multi-spirit beast groups. The host continued, starting bid is 3 million, and each bid must increase by at least 100,000. Zheng Cheng's eyes lit up. This item might be a huge help for his alien legion, but the price was clearly beyond what he could afford. 3,500,000. 4 million. The price quickly climbed, soon surpassing 6 million. In the end, the psychic resonator was sold to a mysterious buyer for 7,200,000. The next 3 items will be the highlight of today's auction. The host's tone became mysterious. First, a complete vermilion bird feather. Zheng Cheng noticed that Lian Ying's body suddenly stiffened, and a longing light flashed in her eyes. On the stage, a red feather about 1 meter long slowly floated up, with tiny flames dancing on its surface, exuding a pressure that made people's hearts race. Vermilion bird feather is said to be a feather shed by the divine beast vermilion bird, containing pure fire-based primal power. The host explained, it has an extraordinary transformative effect on fire-type spirit beasts, and if the spirit beast has the phoenix bloodline, the absorption rate will be even stronger. Lian Ying's hand involuntarily clenched, her knuckles turning white. Zheng Cheng knew that this feather would definitely be very beneficial to her scarlet flame dragon phoenix. However, according to what Xiao Tianyu had said earlier, the vermilion bird feather was supposed to appear at the small exchange meeting after the auction, so how is there one here at the auction? Is this another one, or is this the one Xiao Tianyu mentioned? Starting bid is 5 million, and each bid must increase by at least 200,000. 5,500,000. Lianing almost immediately pressed the bidding button, her eyes fixed on the vermilion bird feather. But the price was quickly surpassed by other buyers, and within just a few minutes, the price of the vermilion bird feather had soared to 9 million, and it was still rising. Lian Ying's expression gradually darkened. This price was clearly beyond her budget. At this moment, Lian Yushan suddenly reached out and pressed the bidding button, 10 million. Dad. Lian Yushan smiled and said, your little Scarlet needs this vermilion bird feather. With it, you'll have a good chance of competing for the top spot in the college entrance exam. Lian Ying's face was full of excitement as she nodded vigorously. 11 million. Suddenly, a voice from box number 9 on the second floor interrupted the bidding, causing both Lian Ying and Zheng Cheng's expressions to change slightly. This voice. Xiao Tianyu. Zheng Cheng didn't expect that he was also interested in the vermilion bird feather. Lian Yushan raised his eyebrows slightly. Although he was the president of the Beast Master Association in Weibei City, his personal wealth wasn't much. Even so, he still pressed the bidding button once again. 12 million. 13 million. Xiao Tianyu's bid followed closely, as if he was determined to have the vermilion bird feather. Even the many beast masters on the first floor looked up, whispering among themselves. Lian Yushan raised his hand for a moment, then let it fall again. 13.5 million. 15 million. This time, Lian Yushan was momentarily stunned, then smiled and leaned back on the sofa. The younger generation really loves to compete. Ninger, it seems this vermilion bird feather is not destined for you. Even Zhao Qichun laughed and said, haha, old Lian, looks like we're getting old. We're starting to be cautious with things worth millions. Lian Yining gave a strange look but still smiled and said, Dad, I don't want it. I believe that my little fiery phoenix, even without these external things, will still grow into an epic tier spirit beast, even a legendary tier spirit beast. Good, as expected of my Lian Yushan's daughter, full of ambition. Without Lian Yushan's competition, the vermilion bird feather was quickly won by Xiao Tianyu. Next, the second highlight of this auction, an 8-star spirit beast egg of the thorned bird.
With the host's announcement, an egg, over half a person's height, glowing with a faint green light, was carried in. The thorned bird, an 8-star wood element spirit beast, is rumored to have a trace of the Qing Phoenix bloodline. Just then, there was a knock on the door of their private room. When opened, it was a staff member from the auction. He had a big smile on his face, holding a crimson-colored wooden box about a meter long. "Excuse me, is Miss Lian Yining here?" Lian Yining stood up, asking curiously, "Is there something?" "It's like this item was bid by Mr. Xiao Tianyu from Box 9 and is specially sent to Miss Lian. Please sign for it." "Sent to Ninger?" Lian Yushan suddenly sat up straight from the sofa, his gaze shocked as he looked at the crimson wooden box. Through the translucent box lid, one could clearly see the vermilion bird feather lying quietly inside, the fiery patterns on the feathers glowing with a magma-like luster under the light. Zhao Qicheng held his teacup, suspended in midair, his surprised gaze also drawn to it. As the vice director of Chang'an City's Extraordinary Bureau, and a beast master at the extraordinary level, he wasn't lacking in wealth. However, not lacking in money and casually spending millions on gifts for someone was another matter. The staff respectfully bent over. Mr. Xiao said, "This gift is to make up for the birthday present for Miss Lian last year." The room fell silent, and the voice explaining the thorned bird beast egg could be heard from the stage. Zheng Cheng noticed that Lian Yining was unconsciously twisting the corner of her clothes, her fingers turning white from the pressure. She turned to look at her father, her neck stiff. "Dad, I can't accept this." "Ninger." Lian Yushan furrowed his brow and said, "Do you know how much this 8-star material, worth 15 million, could help your fiery flame dragon phoenix improve? And it's from Tianyu. I remember Xiao Tianyu was your classmate, right? I have some connections with the Xiao family's beast masters. Old Zhao, do you remember? Tianyu always came to the association to play with Ninger when he was young. I said back then this kid would amount to something." Zhao Qicheng sipped his tea, his eyes slightly squinting behind his glasses. "Xiao Tianyu's third son, right? Last year, his older brother violated the rules in the Northwest Rift Zone. The investigation report is still locked in the main office archives. But, young people, they're naturally proud. We used to do stupid things to impress girls, like tossing star cores we grabbed from secret realms like stones skipping on water, remember?" "Exactly." Lian Yushan laughed loudly, patting his daughter's shoulder. "Take it now, and after the college entrance exam, just return the favor with something of the same value." Zheng Cheng remained silent, and the alien queen suddenly turned over in the spiritual beast space, its transparent membrane shrinking and expanding like a jellyfish. It looked like it was about to wake up. "I wonder, what kind of improvement will these void hive stones bring to it?" "I don't want it," Lian Yining suddenly said firmly, pushing the wooden box with too much force, causing the lid to slide open and reveal half of the vermilion bird feather. The intense fire spiritual energy instantly made the temperature in the room rise sharply. "Why?" Lian Yushan asked in confusion. "I remember you two used to have a good relationship. What happened?" "Dad, that was all in the past. He's not the same as he was when he was a kid. He hurt my best friend, and I will never forgive him." She suddenly fell silent halfway through her words, her gaze quickly flicking over Zheng Cheng before looking down. Zhao Qicheng suddenly burst out laughing. "Old Lian, your daughter has someone in her heart now." He looked at Zheng Cheng, who was observing the abnormalities in the space, with a suggestive glance. "When it comes to relationships, let's leave it to the young ones and not meddle." Lian Yushan's expression froze on his face as he slowly turned to look at Zheng Cheng, then at his daughter's reddening ears, his gaze shifting between uncertainty and anger. Zheng Cheng, this young man, he did thank him for sending the 9-star Phoenix Flame Dragon to his daughter. But, if his daughter fell for Zheng Cheng because of this and rejected Xiao Tianyu, to be honest, he wasn't happy about it. Zheng Cheng's calm personality, his good relationship with his daughter, his respect for elders, all of that was admirable. But compared to a beastmaster, he was still lacking. In short, one sentence, right now, Zheng Cheng wasn't qualified to pursue Lian Yining. As the staff held the wooden box, stuck in a dilemma, the auction gavel suddenly slammed down with a loud thud. 120 million, third time. Congratulations to the VIP of box number 3 for winning the 8-star thorn bird beast egg. The uproar in the crowd temporarily broke the awkwardness in the private room. Zheng Cheng took the opportunity to get closer to the one-way glass and saw 12 staff members in silver uniforms escorting the beast egg out with anti-gravity devices. The surface of the eggshell revealed bluish patterns forming a blurry bird shape, and every time it flashed, it left behind dandelion-like glowing particles in the air. An 8-star thorn bird actually sold for 120 million, an astronomical price. I wonder who ended up buying it. Taking advantage of this moment, Lian Yining closed the private room door, keeping the staff holding the vermilion bird feather outside. This price is inflated. Lian Yushan suddenly said, "The thorn bird can cast the Song of Life, a miraculous healing technique that can bring the dead back to life. But its growth period requires devouring a large amount of wood-based rare materials.
The cultivation time is very long, at least several decades, and the price for simple growth is also sky high.
I wonder who sold it.
Zhao Qicheng said, the Bai family bought it.
The Bai family?
Yes, their ancestor was seriously injured in the battlefield between the two realms. None of the existing healing-type spiritual beasts could suppress the injuries, and only the 8-star thorn bird has a chance of working. But we don't know if the Bai family's ancestor can hold on until the thorn bird grows.
The Bai family's ancestor?
Lian Yushan frowned and said, to heal the injuries of an epic-level powerhouse, at least an extraordinary healing-type spiritual beast would be required to have any effect.
The Bai family is really making a huge investment.
The sudden sound of an exclamation from downstairs interrupted his words. The last item to be auctioned did not appear on the stage, but was instead projected in 3D in the center of each private room. In this blurry footage, several irregular polyhedral crystals were floating in an underground cave, their surfaces oozing black tar-like substance. When the black liquid dropped, it actually floated upward against gravity, forming grotesque beast shapes as though being molded by an invisible hand. What you are seeing now is an unknown crystal discovered 3 days ago in the depths of Secret Realm Number 7 in the Qinling Mountains. The host's voice trembled with excitement. After testing, the energy fluctuation released by this crystal doesn't match any known attributes of spiritual beasts, but it grants those who touch it a brief space travel ability. According to the Beastmaster Association's transfer speculation, this is a newly discovered type of ore containing spatial energy, which can cultivate space-type spiritual beasts and create space-type equipment. It's a completely new kind of energy ore. After explaining this, the host paused intentionally before continuing. The coordinates of the new space-type spiritual ore vein can yield at least 3,000 tons of the new spiritual ore. The starting price is 300 million, and each bid must increase by no less than 10 million. Before the host finished speaking, the entire auction hall erupted into loud discussions.
A new type of spiritual ore vein? And its space type, how many new types of spiritual ores have been discovered? 235. TSK, 300 million, we can only watch, only a few old families can afford it.
Among the chatter, nearly everyone looked up toward the second floor boxes. Especially the boxes with the highest ranking numbers.
400 million. A calm voice came from box number 2. 450 million. Box number 5 followed closely. 500 million. 600 million.
The price quickly soared, soon surpassing the 1 billion mark. Amid such excited bidding, the box where Zheng Cheng and the others were sitting remained unusually calm. Zhao Qicheng's phone suddenly rang, and after answering, he spoke for a few moments before his face suddenly changed.
He abruptly stood up.
Old Lian, I have an urgent task, I must leave now.
What task is so urgent?
A spatial crack erupted on the Wei River, causing spatial tides, and a spatial passage could form at any moment.
I need to go and oversee it in advance.
He paused suddenly. By the way, how many Beastmasters are there in the Wei North City Beastmaster Association? Never mind, just send all the Beastmasters above the gold rank to the Wei River.
All right, I'll make arrangements right away.
Lian Yushan nodded and left with Zhao Qicheng.
Dad.
Ninger, if nothing's wrong, head back to the hotel.
The Beastmaster joint entrance exam is about to begin, so get ready. Don't worry, Dad, I'll work hard.
Lian Yushan nodded and then glanced at Zheng Cheng. Zheng Cheng, you also do your best. Even though you've been admitted early to the Imperial City Beastmaster University, they still have their own Beastmaster assessment standards.
Don't let Ninger down.
Don't worry, Uncle Lian, I'll do my best.
Chapter 43, The Furious Xiao Tianyu.
In box number 9, the crystal chandelier cast a soft light, illuminating Xiao Tianyu's face, which carried a hint of arrogance. He lazily leaned on the genuine leather sofa, playing with a deep purple ring in his hand, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips.
Brother Tianyu, you really went big this time. 15 million for the Zhuke feather, just like that?
Lian Yining must be really touched. A young man with silver hair grinned obsequiously, pouring Xiao Tianyu a glass of spiritual wine. Yeah, although Lian Yining is the daughter of the Beastmaster Association president, she's just an ordinary Beastmaster.
If she weren't pretty, she wouldn't be worthy of our brother Tianyu.
Another girl in a luxurious gown covered her mouth and giggled, her eyes full of flattery. Xiao Tianyu snorted lightly, a gleam of pride flashing in his eyes. She indeed wasn't worthy of me.
But, well, who let her have such good luck? A fool was willing to trade a 9-star level fiery dragon phoenix for her 1-star face bug? The box immediately erupted into laughter.
Ah, that Zheng Cheng is really a joke.
9 stars for 1 star?
That's not even a loyal dog, he must have something wrong with his brain. When I first heard about this, I thought it was just a joke.
I didn't expect it to be true. This kind of fool actually got early admission to Imperial City Beastmaster University? He probably took some shortcut, right? Otherwise, with his strength. How is that possible? I know about this. It should be because Lian Yining felt sorry for him and took the initiative to contact the admissions officer from the imperial capital Beast Tamer University, offering him a spot at the Rare Beast Academy. So it's the Rare Beast Academy. I thought it was something else. Isn't that where all those useless second-generation Beast Tamers go? Ha ha ha. The crowd exchanged words, mocking Zheng Cheng, with their words full of contempt. Xiao Tianyu listened to the discussions of the crowd, the smile on his face deepened. He picked up his glass, gently swirling the amber-colored liquid, and leisurely said, "But it's actually good. If he weren't so stupid, Lian Yining would just be an ordinary beast tamer now, not worth me putting so much effort into." That's right, that's right. Brother Tianyu makes a move, and Lian Yining will definitely obediently fall into line. Brother Tianyu, you're a genuine 9-star beast tamer, and Lian Yining's Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix is just something she found. The spiritual compatibility is definitely not as good as your Thunder Gold Eagle. For you to take a liking to her, it's her blessing. At this moment, the host on the auction stage suddenly raised their voice. New coordinates for a space-type spiritual stone mine vein, starting price 300 million, and each increase must be no less than 10 million. The crowd in the room immediately turned their attention, moving toward the one-way glass, watching the holographic projection of the mine vein's image. TSK, space-type mine vein, this is a strategic resource. I bet those big families will fight over it. I wonder who will snatch it up. Xin family? Bai family? Or Zhao family? The Bai family is out because of the situation with the thornbird beast egg. The Xiao family will probably act this time too, right? Xiao Tianyu smiled faintly. I don't intervene in family matters, but this type of mine vein is indeed worth fighting for. As soon as he finished speaking, Box 2 was the first to place a bid, 400 million. Immediately after, Box 5 followed, 450 million. The price soared quickly, soon surpassing 1 billion. The people in the room were dumbfounded, amazed at the boldness of these big families. However, just as everyone was immersed in the shock of the bidding, the door to the room was suddenly knocked on gently. Come in. Xiao Tianyu said without looking up. The door opened, and the staff member holding the Zhuke feather walked in awkwardly, still holding the bright red wooden box in his hands. Young Master Xiao, this. Miss Lian Yining refused to accept the gift. The air in the room instantly froze. Xiao Tianyu's smile froze on his face, his fingers unconsciously tightening around his glass, knuckles turning white. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze dark and cold as he stared at the staff member. What did you say? The staff member broke out in cold sweat, forcing himself to say, Miss Lian said, she doesn't want it. Bang! Xiao Tianyu suddenly slammed his glass onto the coffee table, the liquid splashing everywhere. His face instantly turned ashen, his eyes burning with fury. Did she really say that? Yes. The people in the room looked at each other in disbelief, none of them expecting things to turn out like this. The silver-haired youth, who had just been praising Xiao Tianyu, now fell silent, too scared to speak. Interesting. Xiao Tianyu sneered, his voice chilling, Lian Yining, you really don't know how to appreciate kindness. At that moment, suddenly, there was a commotion outside the room. Someone looked through the one-way glass and gasped, isn't that Lian Yining? The crowd quickly gathered around, and they saw in the auction hall, Lian Yining and Zheng Cheng walking out side by side, chatting and laughing, appearing very close. The people in the room looked strange, none of them expecting Lian Yining not only to reject Xiao Tianyu's gift but also to walk so closely with Zheng Cheng. Xiao Tianyu's face darkened completely. He stared at Zheng Cheng's back, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Zheng Cheng, good, very good. He spoke slowly, each word heavy, his voice as cold as a ghost crawling out of hell. Dragons don't live with snakes, and tigers don't walk with dogs. I didn't expect Lian Yining to be such a self-degrading woman. I even thought you were different from other women before. The people in the box were as quiet as mice, no one daring to upset him at this moment. The silver-haired young man swallowed and cautiously said, Tianyu, should we send someone to teach that kid a lesson? Xiao Tianyu gave him a cold glance, saying nothing, but the viciousness in his eyes spoke volumes. Meanwhile, outside the auction house, Zheng Cheng and Lian Yining walked side by side on the street, the night breeze coolly sweeping away the noise from inside the auction house. You really don't want that vermilion bird feather? Zheng Cheng turned his head to look at her and asked. Lian Yining pouted, I don't want anything from Xiao Tianyu. Just looking at it annoys me. But it would be really helpful for your Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix, wouldn't it? So what? Lian Yining snorted, I'd rather cultivate it slowly myself than owe him a favor. Zheng Cheng smiled and didn't say anything more. Lian Yining secretly glanced at him and suddenly asked, Zheng Cheng, you really don't regret it? Regret what? Using the 9-star Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix to exchange for my face-hugging worm. She mumbled softly, now everyone thinks you're a fool. Zheng Cheng laughed and shook his head, I never do things I would regret. Lian Yining was stunned for a moment, then her lips curled slightly.
By the way, this year's Provincial Beastmaster Joint College Entrance Exam has quite a few strong new students. Besides Xiao Tianyu, there are several powerful spirit beasts. I have their information. I'll send it to you when we get back. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will be victorious in every battle. Zheng Cheng said, thank you. The night breeze blew, and their shadows stretched under the streetlights, gradually merging into one. What they didn't know was that, from the distant shadows, a pair of eyes filled with rage were staring at them. Chapter 44, A New Mode. Zheng Cheng returned to the hospital, chatted with his parents for a while, then headed back to the apartment. Inside the spirit beast space, a violent mental fluctuation was already happening. As soon as he checked, the overwhelming smell of blood hit him, making him frown slightly. The once empty space was now filled with thick organic matter. The ground seemed to be covered with a black fungal carpet, rippling slightly with his footsteps. The changes are so big. Looks like there's been quite a harvest. The alien queen's massive body was coiled in the core of the nest, the once injured shell fully healed, now glistening with a metallic cold light in the dim light. The most eye-catching feature was the smooth bone helmet on its head, now displaying strange purple patterns that slowly flowed like living things. Its overall size had increased again, and its height alone had shot up to over 5 meters. At this height, it had already caught up to its previous parasitic host, the 7-star level diamond gorilla. All-seeing eye. A blue light flashed in Zheng Cheng's eyes, and the alien queen's new attributes immediately appeared before him. Name, Alien Queen, Growth Stage. Star level, 7-star. Power, Silver Realm, Stage 3. Status, Well-fed/Evolution Stable Period. Skills, Strong Acid Blood, Enhanced, Inner Nest Tooth Projectile, Enhanced, Stealth Hunting, New Spatial Concealment Effect, Egg Laying, Diamond Bone Armor, Enhanced, Frenzy, New Bloodthirsty Effect. New skill, Void Perception, can detect spatial fluctuations within a 100-meter radius. Special Talent 1, Gene Optimization, Enhanced. Can absorb host's excellent genes to strengthen itself, and selectively inherit to offspring. Special Talent 2, Queen's Pressure, Enhanced. Has absolute control over same-species beasts, can temporarily intimidate low-star spirit beasts. Special Talent 3, Egg Laying, Enhanced. Laying speed increased by 50%, egg strength enhanced. From Silver Realm, Stage 1, it directly surged to Silver Realm, Stage 3? Zheng Cheng couldn't hide his excitement. He guessed that the Void Beehive Stone had greatly boosted the Alien Queen's strength. As the Alien Queen grew, its strength would continue to increase. He noticed the Alien Queen's tail blade had become longer and sharper, with signs of spatial distortion along the edges. At that moment, the Alien Queen suddenly opened its eyes. The cold, compound eyes flashed with a hint of purple. It slowly raised its front limbs, its sharp claws lightly scratching, and the air in front of it seemed to tear open a small crack like fabric. Space tear? Zheng Cheng gasped in surprise. No, not quite yet, but if there were enough Void Beehive Stones, perhaps the Alien Queen could really comprehend space abilities? 3 special aliens also emerged from the shadows, their bodies noticeably bulkier, and faint purple lines appeared on their shells as well. Through the all-seeing eye, Zheng Cheng noticed that their strength had also increased. Pure strength had already reached the 2nd tier of the Silver Realm. Other skills, talents, and so on had also been enhanced. The effect of the Void Beehive Stones is so strong. If there were more Void Beehive Stones? Zheng Cheng thought to himself, recalling the coordinates he had bought from the vendor for 100,000. After exiting the spirit beast space, Zheng Cheng noticed several unread messages on his phone. Opening them, he was surprised to see a document sent by Lian Yining, and a detailed file immediately projected in front of him. This year's key candidate files. Xiao Tianyu, Xiao Family, Chang'an City. Spirit Beast, Thunder Golden Eagle, 9-star level. Traits, Wind and Thunder dual attributes, mastering Thunderstorm Field and Hurricane Wings. Strength Evaluation, Silver Realm 5th tier. By Yue, by Family, Chang'an City. Spirit Beast, Xianbing Flood Dragon, 9-star level. Traits, Ice Attribute, Skill Absolute 0 can freeze spiritual power operation. Strength Evaluation, Silver Realm 4th tier. Qin Zhan, Qin Family, Chang'an City. Spirit Beast, Ancient General Soul, 9-star level. Traits, Unknown. Strength Evaluation, Silver Realm 6th tier. Zhao Wuhan, illegitimate son of the Zhao family, Chang'an City. Spirit Beast, Sword Spirit, 9-star level. Traits, Unknown. Strength Evaluation, Silver Realm 3rd tier. Among all the new students in the entire Qinzhou province this year, 5 had contracted 9-star spirit beasts. Almost all of them came from Beastmaster families. Originally, there was a place for Zheng Cheng on this list. Unfortunately, his Crimson Flame Dragon Phoenix had already been given to Lian Yining. In addition to these 5 new students with 9-star spirit beasts, more than 20 others had contracted 8-star spirit beasts. Although their potential wasn't as high as Lian Yining and the others, they were still strong and had a chance to challenge the epic realm.
Zheng Cheng's gaze, however, lingered on the files of Qin Zhan and Zhao Wuhan. Ancient General Soul? Sword Spirit? Why had he never heard of these two new spirit beasts before? Even in the intelligence information sent by Lian Yining, other than the names, everything else was marked as unknown. It seemed that the abilities and strength of these two were still a mystery. How strong could they be, he wondered? Just as he was carefully reading the files, Lian Yining suddenly sent another message. Zheng Cheng, I just received the latest news. This year's Provincial Beastmaster Joint College Entrance Examination has changed its evaluation method. Oh? What has it changed to? Zheng Cheng asked curiously, as the content of previous year's exams had been mostly the same. The first item was to test the various information of the spirit beasts, including their star level, size, skills, strength, potential, and so on, graded into different categories. The second item was a drawing of lots to pair the candidates for combat. The winner advances, the loser retreats, until the final winner is selected. This year's examination method has changed? What kind of format would it be? Lian Yining, I heard from my father that this year's exam evaluation rules have changed to a Battle Royale mode and a point system. Battle Royale? Zheng Cheng's heart stirred, as if he had guessed something. Lian Yining sent another message, I heard it's because the Weha Rift suddenly expanded, and all the candidates will be dropped into the out-of-control zone outside the rift. In the out-of-control zone, a large number of magical beasts have appeared. Killing these magical beasts will earn different points, and all candidates will move towards the target circle. Those who move too slowly will be engulfed by the toxic mist and lose their qualification for the exam. Zheng Cheng furrowed his brow and asked, the Space Rift, the Beastmaster Guild is doing this, but why? Aren't you worried about the spatial rift causing a beast tide, affecting the exam candidates? Lian Yining said, I asked my dad. He said our assessment is actually a reconnaissance preparation for the contents on the other side of the spatial rift. The beasts appearing in this uncontrolled spatial rift zone are quite special. Preliminary investigations show they are insect-type beasts, like spiders, cockroaches, and such. Also, after they die, they drop void hive stones, with varying qualities. These can be used as the score assessment standard. Void hive stone? After reading this message, Zheng Cheng's eyes suddenly brightened. If there are a large number of void hive stones? Chapter 45, The 5 Great 9-Star Spirit Beasts. On the Weha Plain, the morning fog had not yet cleared, but over 10,000 young figures had already gathered at the temporary camp on the outskirts of the spatial rift. Zheng Cheng stood in the formation of Wei North City, feeling the slight tremors of the ground beneath his feet. It was the unique wave caused by the instability of the spatial rift. I heard that this time the assessment zone has new types of insect beasts. Even the guild hasn't fully figured out their habits. A boy wearing glasses pushed up his frames, his voice trembling. My cousin is in the reconnaissance team. He said those insects can spit out corrosive slime, and there are many of them. I heard that too. It seems like a new type of insect spirit beast that just appeared. Ha ha ha, what's so scary about insect spirit beasts? Over 100 years of beast taming era, insect spirit beasts have been at most 3-star level, relying on swarm tactics. As long as you kill their queen, you can wipe out the whole tribe. Just don't know what level the insect beasts in this spatial rift will be? We won't know until we go in, we'll find out soon. Listening to the discussions of the freshmen around him, Zheng Cheng calmly touched the spirit beast space mark on his left wrist. The alien queen sent an excited mental wave. Since devouring the void hive stone, her sensitivity to spatial fluctuations had become sharper. At this moment, she was restless and eager to hunt. Quiet. Zheng Cheng reassured her through their mental link, your time to shine will come soon. Suddenly, a giant holographic projection in the center of the camp lit up, displaying the real-time map of the assessment. The Weha Rift was like a hideous scar cutting across the plain, with 5 differently colored ring-shaped zones radiating out from it. Look! It's the Thunder Golden Eagle! A sudden exclamation erupted from the crowd. Zheng Cheng looked up and saw a golden lightning bolt slicing through the morning fog. A giant bird with a wingspan of over 10 meters swooped down, suddenly hovering 30 meters above the ground. Every feather of the bird was surrounded by blue and purple electric light. As its sharp eagle eyes scanned the crowd, many low-star spirit beasts shrank back and hid behind their masters. The boy standing on the golden eagle's back had one hand in his pocket, and with the other, casually combed through his wind-blown black hair. He wore a well-tailored combat suit, and his long, narrow eyes were filled with pride. This was the entrance he had planned for several days, with a powerful 9-star flying spirit beast, enough to make him look down on all other spirit beasts of his generation. Xiao Tianyu is here. Lian Yining appeared beside Zheng Cheng at some point. She had tied her crimson hair into a high ponytail today, and the cuffs of her combat suit were embroidered with delicate flame patterns. This guy bragged a lot at the preparatory meeting yesterday, saying he's going to take the top spot on the leaderboard for the first 3 days. According to this year's new rules, the Beast Tamer joint entrance examination would last for 3 days. Over the 3 days, they had to kill all encountered magical beasts, obtain void hive stones of varying quality, and accumulate points to prove themselves for the subsequent ranking.
Zheng Cheng was indifferent, saying, "The champion isn't that easy to take. This is the heir raised by a big family? With such a flashy entrance, isn't he afraid everyone will see him as their opponent?" Lian Yining covered her mouth and giggled. "I've always said that Xiao Tianyu's brain has been a bit off since he was a kid. Often says some shocking words. Later, I heard he changed a bit, but now, it still seems the same as before. When a person becomes successful, they go wild. The 9-star Thunder Golden Eagle really gives him the confidence to act so arrogantly." Xiao Tianyu leaped down, the Thunder Golden Eagle transformed into a streak of light, entering his forehead. When he landed, sparks of electricity exploded around him, scorching the grass within a 5-meter radius, turning the leaves black. A few students who had planned to approach immediately stopped. "A bunch of useless fools." Xiao Tianyu's voice was neither loud nor soft, just enough for those around him to hear, causing a few freshmen to glare at him angrily. But they quickly hid their gaze. "This year, there are no more than 3 opponents who can make me take them seriously, hee. His gaze swept across the crowd, pausing slightly when he saw Lian Yining, before finally landing on Zheng Cheng, a mocking smile appearing on his lips. "Oh? Isn't this the good man who gave away the 9-star spirit beast?" Zheng Cheng's expression remained unchanged, as if he was listening to the buzzing of a fly. "Young Master Xiao, how imposing." A cold female voice came from behind, and the temperature in the air suddenly dropped, fine ice crystals forming on the ground. Bai Yue walked on ice, with a crystal-clear Xianbing dragon circling behind her, snowflakes falling with every breath the dragon took. Xiao Tianyu's expression changed slightly, his tone wary. "Bai Yue." Bai Yue did not answer. Her indifferent gaze swept over everyone, and she gave a slight nod to Lian Yining. The two knew each other before, and Lian Yining's fiery flame dragon phoenix deserved her respect. Her eyes brightened slightly when they fell on Zheng Cheng, as if seeing something of interest. Her nose slightly wrinkled. "So, you're the one who gave the fiery flame dragon phoenix to Yining? Heh, boring man, boring socializing." With that, Bai Yue left alone, and the students around her quickly avoided her. Zheng Cheng's lips twitched. "Bai Yue, is she always like this?" Lian Yining explained, "She's actually a nice person, just doesn't like men much." "Don't mind her." Zheng Cheng shook his head. "Why would I care about a little girl's opinion?" He. Xiao Tianyu laughed softly. "Zheng Cheng, I'll be waiting for you in the spatial rift." With that, he turned and left without any hesitation. Suddenly, there was a stir on the other side of the crowd. Zheng Cheng turned his head to see a tall youth in a black combat uniform surrounded by a group of people. The youth had a cold face, a brutal scar on his left eye, a strong build, and a fierce murderous aura in his eyes. "It's Qin Zhan, a descendant of the Qin family from Chang'an City. I heard this guy entered the secret realm to fight beasts before becoming a beast master, and killed magical beasts with his human body. This guy is just a fighting machine, and his spirit beast is said to be very special. Stay away from him." Qin Zhan ignored the surrounding noise, focusing intently on the holographic map, occasionally making notes on his tactical tablet. "That kid has military connections. If there's no need, don't provoke him, or it'll be like a crazy person sticking to you." A lazy voice sounded in Zheng Cheng's ear. At some point, a slender youth in a black trenchcoat had leaned against a nearby guard post, as if speaking to Zheng Cheng. The youth had a slim figure, a melancholic look, and black long hair casually tied in a ponytail behind his back. He looked a bit handsome. But what caught the most attention was his long bangs, which were dyed white, covering his forehead and most of his eyes. "Zhao Wuhan?" Zheng Cheng asked, testing him. He had heard of this illegitimate son from the Zhao family, but the photo didn't match the real person. The youth smiled, revealing 2 tiger teeth. "Don't be nervous. I was just curious about someone who could make Miss Lian look at him differently. But after observing you for a few minutes, I just think you're a bit handsome, no other qualities. Of course, still not as handsome as me." As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed his lower lip forward and blew a strong gust of air upward. He blew his beautiful bangs. Zheng Cheng twitched his mouth. How could this kid be so foolish? I should say, the new Beastmaster with a 9-star spirit beast this year seems to have a bit of a problem with his brain. Xiao Tianyu is too arrogant, making countless enemies. Bai Yue has a cold personality, and ice-cold beauty. Qin Zhan hasn't interacted with him yet, but from the looks of it, he's probably a proud type too. As for Zhao Wuhan, he really looks like a foolish son of a landlord's family. Maybe only Lian Yining seems normal. When he stood up and walked over, Zheng Cheng finally saw clearly that this kid was actually disabled. His left sleeve was empty, clearly missing his left arm, fluttering in the wind. "Where's your arm?" Zheng Cheng asked curiously. He remembered that the information didn't mention Zhao Wuhan being disabled. What to do now? Lian Yining, with a black line on her forehead, said, Zheng Cheng, don't be fooled by him. This kid also has some issues with his brain. He's obsessed with novels and keeps saying he's some one-armed hero. He even once said he would cut off one arm, and Uncle Zhao chased him around and beat him up a few times. Later, he hit his left arm and pretended to be disabled, saying it would confuse the enemies. Zheng Cheng twitched his mouth. What kind of extreme people are these? Zhao Wuhan was upset. Hey Lian Yining, why did you give me away so fast? We're old friends, Zheng Cheng is just an outsider. You're the outsider. Ha ha ha. Hey Chang bro. Goddess Lian. A familiar voice suddenly rang out, and Su Kuan squeezed through the crowd to Zheng Cheng's side. The place you said was hard to find, I looked for it for more than 10 minutes. Hey, who's this guy? A non-mainstream? Zhao Wuhan flicked his head, brushing his white bangs, and glanced at Su Kuan with his right eye. I am Zhao Wuhan. Also, just to remind you, this is not non-mainstream, it's a hero's journey. Hero's journey? Su Kuan twitched his mouth, looking at Zhao Wuhan who was once again blowing his hair, then quietly leaned closer to Zheng Cheng. Chang bro, where did you find this lunatic? Chapter 46, The Test. Everyone, attention. On the podium, the Invigilator's loud voice echoed through the entire plane via the PA system. The 107th Beastmaster Joint College Entrance Examination of Qinzhou Province starts now. The teleportation will begin in 3 minutes. Please confirm the stability of your Spirit Beast Space and Teleportation Array. Zheng Cheng touched the Spirit Beast space mark on his left wrist, and the alien queen sent an excited battle intent. He looked around and noticed Xiao Tianyu was glaring at him provocatively, while Bai Yue stood alone at the edge of the crowd, radiating a cold aura that screamed keep away. Beneath his feet, a complex pattern appeared, resembling a chrysanthemum, enveloping everyone. This was the teleportation array of the spatial rift, capable of sending everyone into the uncontrollable zone of the spatial rift. Lian Yining said beside him, Zheng Cheng, good luck. The teleportation array has huge spatial fluctuations due to the spatial rift, and after everyone is sent in, it will be a random teleportation. I'll try to find you. Yining, don't worry, I will find him too. Zhao Wuhan flicked his head again, his bangs flying sideways, revealing a teasing look. Su Kuan said, what are you trying to do with Cheng bro? Are you gay? Get lost, you're the gay, your whole family is gay. Don't say that, with this hairstyle, if you wore women's clothes, it might actually look quite good. Damn you, fatty, you want to die? Teleportation countdown, 10, 9, 8. As the countdown ended, more than 10,000 white lights simultaneously lit up. Su Kuan and Zhao Wuhan were still arguing, but their voices were soon drowned by the intense white light. The new students on the plane disappeared in the blink of an eye, like pencil drawings erased by an eraser, leaving no trace. Only the spatial rift continued to emit an unstable buzzing sound, and the countless grass leaves trampled underfoot remained on the ground, proving that there had once been a bustling crowd here. Can my little Hai pass the test? A plain-looking middle-aged woman tightly gripped the prayer talisman in her hand, her eyes staring fixedly at the direction of the rift. Her husband beside her patted her shoulder, but even he couldn't hide the worry in his eyes. Don't worry, although Xiao Hai's spirit beast is only a 3-star, he's very smart. He'll definitely pass the test. I wonder who will be the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. You don't have to think about it, of course, it's going to be someone from the 5 9-star spirit beasts. It should be the young master of the Qin family, Qin Zhan. His strength is really powerful. I think so too, but this time, the test isn't just about the spirit beasts. It's also about the Beast Tamers themselves. That's right, the strength of the Beast Tamer is also very important. I heard that Qin Zhan can kill magical beasts even when he was just an ordinary person. I actually think Xiao Tianyu is stronger, even though I don't like that kid. He has the flying system, and it's even thunder attribute. The flashes of the camera in the press area kept going off, and the main anchor of the provincial TV station was passionately commenting in front of the camera, ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, 12,000 new students have entered the uncontrollable area at the edge of the spatial rift. According to previous data, the elimination rate on the first day will reach an astonishing 30%. The latest intelligence report reveals that Zheng Cheng, the student from Wei North City who exchanged a 9-star spirit beast with a female classmate, is also participating in this test. Although Zheng Cheng only has a 1-star insect-type spirit beast, he entered the uncontrollable area to participate in the test despite the danger to himself. This embodies the fighting spirit of humanity that has allowed us to survive and thrive even under the invasion of the Beastman tribe. We all should learn from Zheng Cheng. In the back of the media area, representatives of major corporations were whispering to each other. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was flipping through the materials in his hand. Focus on the 20 people on the priority list, especially the ones with 9-star spirit beasts. After graduation, we must secure them for our group. Come on, Oldly, how could a 9-star beast tamer possibly come to our company?
A woman in a red business suit scoffed. The Bai family and the Xiao family already have their own family businesses. There's no way they'll come to your Hengyuan group. I actually think the civilian beast tamers who contracted with 7-star or 8-star beasts are more worthy of our investment. For example, Xiong Gang, who contracted with the 8-star Earth Magic Bear, and Wang Chen, who contracted with the 7-star Ironback Silver Dragon. In the military management area, several figures were sitting inside a military tent, observing the entire test area. President Lian, Wei North City really has a lot of talent this year. The president of the Chang'an City Beast Tamer Association, Zhou Mingyuan, pointed at the sand table where there were many dense light spots, 1 9-star spirit beast, 2 8-star spirit beasts, and several 7-star spirit stones. Lian Yu Mountain waved his hand. President Zhou, you're overpraising. Qin Zhan from Chang'an City is the real dark horse. I heard that after contracting with an ancient war spirit, he single-handedly entered a low-level secret realm and wiped out all the magical beasts in the realm? That's savage. Wang Jing, the representative of the Ministry of Education, pushed up his glasses. Beast tamers should focus on harmonious coexistence with their spirit beasts, nurturing them, and controlling them in battle, not fighting magical beasts themselves. Director Wang, now is not the time to discuss educational philosophy. The military representative, Li Wangjun, coldly interrupted, his military star shining under the lights. According to the reports from the frontline scouts, the energy readings in the depths of the spatial rift have risen by 15% since yesterday. And there's been a strong biological energy fluctuation, but we still haven't figured out what these creatures are. The tent immediately became silent, and the faces of several people turned grim. Zhao Qicheng frowned as he looked at the red area on the edge of the sand table. So fast? At this rate, the core area will be. That's why we need these new students. Li Wangjun tapped the table. The more insect-type magical beasts they kill, the stronger the reaction of the mother body in the spatial rift, and the military scout team can lock onto its exact location. Lianyu Mountain's face turned dark. You're using the kids as bait. If the mother body wakes up early. This is an order from the military. Li Wangjun said expressionlessly. Moreover, the military, together with the Beastmaster Guild, has already stationed in the spatial rift, and with that lord overseeing it, they can withstand the beast tied in the rift. Wang Jing suddenly stood up. What exactly is the military hiding? The mother body of ordinary insect monsters can't cause such a scale of energy fluctuation. The air in the tent seemed to freeze. After a few seconds, Li Wangjun slowly spoke. 3 days ago, the reconnaissance team found this deep in the rift. He brought up a blurry holographic image, which showed a giant insect egg half buried in crystal veins, with strange purple patterns covering its surface. This is the mother insect's nest? Lian Yushan sucked in a cold breath, but his tone was not very certain. It's still unclear, but the mere aura is already close to the epic level, which is why we must assess it in advance. And according to the initial investigation, the world inside this spatial rift is very vast, with a preliminary measured area comparable to all of Asia. Also, this insect egg is just the first one we found. There may be a second, third, or even more. According to the decision of the Elders' Council, the world on the other side of this spatial rift might be the first large world we've discovered, one that is suitable for human survival and may allow us to carry out interstellar migration. Chapter 47, Void Insect Tribe. After the glaring white light dissipated, Zheng Cheng felt a dizzying sensation. When he regained his balance, the soles of his boots had sunk into some soft, grainy substance. The air, carrying a metallic smell, rushed into his nostrils, making him cough reflexively. Is this the out-of-control zone? When he opened his eyes, Zheng Cheng's pupils slightly contracted. What unfolded before him was not the jungle or valley he had imagined, but an endless desert. The sand particles were an unhealthy gray-blue color, glowing faintly under some unknown light source. The most bizarre thing was the sky. There was no sun, no clouds, only a thick darkness as black as ink. And deep within that darkness, countless stars were arranged in a way that defied the natural laws, forming a dizzying spiral pattern. He looked down at his communicator, and sure enough, there was no signal. It seemed that for the time being, he couldn't contact Lian Yining and the others. The spatial parameters are completely disordered, and there is no signal. It looks like I'll have to wait for the teleportation array to activate automatically in 3 days. He glanced down at his right palm, where a silver-white special rune, shaped like a chrysanthemum, was engraved. This was the teleportation array symbol, a method used by the Beastmaster Association to ensure the safety of all the new arrivals. As long as he activated it voluntarily, or if he was severely injured, it would activate automatically, sending him back to the previous location. In this way, the safety of the new arrivals could be guaranteed. Zheng Cheng squatted down and grabbed a handful of sand, watching as the grains slipped through his fingers. These sand particles were lighter than quartz sand on Earth, with surfaces covered in honeycomb-shaped holes, as if they had been corroded by some strong acid. On the distant horizon, several towering stone pillars leaned toward the starry sky, their surfaces covered in glowing purple veins. Looking up, he saw several figures on the distant sandslope, looking around. They were other new arrivals, scattered around just like him. Random teleportation is indeed troublesome. I wonder where Ning and the others are. With a thought, the shadow alien appeared first. The 3-meter-tall, pitch-black killing machine quietly knelt on the sand, its smooth exoskeleton perfectly absorbing the surrounding light. The shadow beneath it flickered, as if it were distorting at any moment, creating an eerie appearance. Next appeared the phantom alien. Its shell continuously refracted light, creating distorted afterimages visually. The stone-armored alien leader appeared, its thick carapace making a metallic, crisp sound when it collided, and the yellowish-brown crystal embedded in its forehead was almost dizzying to look at. Behind it were dozens of ordinary stone-armored aliens. The pitch-black, mixed with the earthy yellow bone armor, gave these stone-armored aliens a strong, powerful look. Looking at these more than 40 aliens, Zheng Cheng couldn't help but feel a bit proud. At this moment, the other newly born spirit beasts had at most 1 or 2, and had not yet reached the level of a group. As for him, he already had more than 40 aliens, including 4 leaders and elite soldiers. Compared to other newcomers, he was already countless times stronger. All aliens, scout in a fan shape, prioritize searching for underground caves or rock layer structures, and find a suitable temporary nest for the alien queen. Also, search for the presence of Lian Yining and Su Koan, and determine their location and safety. The aliens dispersed silently, their sickle-shaped forelimbs leaving slender marks on the sandy surface. Inside the spirit beast space, except for the alien queen and the Facehugger, all other aliens had already been released to quickly determine the environment of this world. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of aliens quickly rushed across the soft sand. However, at this moment, these dozens of aliens suddenly stopped as if a pause button had been pressed. At this moment, the sand dune ahead suddenly collapsed. Gray-blue sand grains sank like flowing water, forming a whirlpool 3 meters in diameter. All the aliens simultaneously turned toward the source of danger, and the forelimbs of the shadow aliens emitted a faint glow, ready to launch a shadow ambush. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening screech, a massive creature burst out of the sand. The flying sand crystals in the air scattered like countless tiny blades. Zheng Cheng instinctively raised his hand to shield himself, and through the gaps in his fingers, he saw the creature lift its sickle-shaped forelimbs. Those weren't limbs but chitinous curved blades that gleamed with a metallic shine. Insect-type monster? Zheng Cheng narrowed his eyes. The creature resembled a 10 times enlarged dung beetle, but its abdomen had 6 pairs of centipede-like legs. The most terrifying thing was its mandibles, for jagged jaws that constantly opened and closed, dripping mucus that corroded the sand, leaving wisps of white smoke. The shadow alien reacted faster than its master. One of them turned into black lightning and pounced, leaving several afterimages in the air. Just as the insect monster raised its forelimbs, the shadow alien already wrapped its tail spike around its neck joint. Crack! With the painful sound of bones breaking, the shadow alien's tail spike accurately pierced the gap between the insect monster's compound eyes. Purple-black fluid sprayed out, and the insect monster twitched violently a few times before falling still. From the ambush to the kill, the entire process took no more than 5 seconds. Other aliens quickly rushed to the monster's corpse, cautiously watching their surroundings. Zheng Cheng slowly walked closer to the body, his boots making a crisp sound as they stepped on the crystallized sand. Upon closer inspection, the insect monster's carapace was covered in a honeycomb-like pattern, and the pattern was losing its luster at a visible speed. All-seeing eye. A beam of light emerged from the depths of Zheng Cheng's pupils, and immediately, a translucent data panel appeared above the insect monster's corpse. Name, Sandblade Predator. Race, Void Insect Species. Level, Bronze Stage 3. Skills, Sand Submersion, Acid Spray. Weakness, Nerve Ganglia at the compound eyes connection. Remarks, social creatures, typically move in groups of hundreds. Bronze Realm? Zheng Cheng murmured, this insect's strength wasn't very high. But what surprised Zheng Cheng more was that this time, by using the all-seeing eye to examine the monster, he was able to identify its weakness. As long as he focused on attacking its weakness, he could kill it in a very short time. Zheng Cheng's tone suddenly changed, his gaze fixed firmly on the last line of the attribute panel. Social creatures typically move in groups of hundreds. As the words left his mouth, the surrounding sand began to tremble. At first, there was a faint rustling sound, which quickly developed into a continuous booming. Zheng Cheng saw the sand within a radius of hundreds of meters rolling like boiling water, countless mounds moving rapidly beneath the surface. The nearest one was less than 20 meters away from him, and the sand was rising at a visible speed. Then, one after another, black and yellow creatures, the size of a calf, with 8 segmented limbs, began to emerge from the sand, at least 100 of them. Sandblade predators. Screech, screech, screech. It was unclear which of the killers emitted a sharp, screeching cry, and immediately, the 100 sandblade predators surged forward like a tidal wave, charging toward Zheng Cheng and the strange creature in front of him. Chapter 48, Thunder Golden Eagle. Lian Yining's teleportation point landed in a sand valley filled with wind-eroded rock pillars. The moment she landed, she immediately took out her communicator to check. No signal? It seems like the association staff hasn't set up camp yet. Otherwise, there would be signal. Looks like I'll have to rely on myself for these 3 days. Her brows furrowed slightly as her gaze looked ahead. The sand suddenly began to tremble, and the ground began to roll. Lian Yining's pupils contracted sharply, and with a tap of her toes, she floated back 3 meters. At the spot where she had been standing, 3 side-like insect limbs broke through the sand, dripping with corrosive slime. Insect-type magical beasts. Sand blade predators? As the daughter of Lian Yuishan, a beast master from Weibei City, she naturally knew some information about this spatial rift, though not much. She calmly assessed the insect species, and with her right hand, she formed a summoning seal, Xiaofei. Clang! A clear phoenix cry tore through the silence of the desert, and blazing white flames erupted from thin air. A crimson phoenix, with a wingspan of 3 meters, was reborn from the flames, each feather shimmering like molten lava. The high-temperature shockwave melted the sand into glass, and the 3 insect creatures were sent flying over 10 meters by the blast wave. Burning sky feathers. As Lian Yining softly issued her command, the fiery dragon phoenix spread its wings and soared into the sky. Countless burning feathers rained down like meteors, precisely covering the landing spots of the insect creatures. The shells of the sandblade predators carbonized as they touched the flames, and their compound eyes reflected the last image of Lian Yining's cold, frosty face. Bronze 3rd rank, with blood that carries highly corrosive venom. She stepped on the still warm insect carcasses, quickly analyzing the data. Suddenly, her ears twitched, and the sand began to roll violently, signaling the movement of a large number of insect creatures. Boom rumble. The entire sand valley suddenly collapsed. Hundreds of sandblade predators surged out like a fountain, and even more terrifying were the silver-white figures that flickered in the sandstorm. These were insect creatures the size of adult wild bulls, resembling spiders. Shadow Weaver ambushers. Hiss. Hiss. 3 Shadow Weaver ambushers opened their large mouths, and pale white spider silk shot out like arrows toward Lian Yining. In midair, the spider silk even formed webs, covering a radius of 10 meters around Lian Yining, turning her into the prey. Insect swarm and silver-ranked Shadow Weaver ambushers. Lian Yining's gaze grew sharp, and the fiery dragon phoenix immediately folded its wings around her. The venomous threads hissed as they made contact with the flames. Through the gaps in the flames, she saw the Shadow Weaver ambushers letting out a series of eerie screeches. At the same time, a slightly smaller Shadow Weaver ambusher, with 8 segmented limbs, swiftly moved across the sandblade predators, heading toward the rear. Trying to surround me? She suddenly withdrew her flame shield, and as the insect swarm charged, she made a decisive gesture and shouted, "True Dragon Phoenix Fire!" A 10-meter-wide pillar of fire descended from the sky, vaporizing half of the insect creatures. But Lian Yining didn't want to fight. Instead, she quickly used the shockwave from the explosion to escape the battlefield. Crimson flames continued to fall from the scarlet flame dragon phoenix's body, even forming a fiery barrier behind her, blocking the insect nest behind her. So many insects. Run! My spiritual beast is trapped. We can't escape, hurry save it. On a patch of sand, more than a dozen new beastmasters were surrounded by dozens of killer predators. Their spiritual beasts were all of ordinary strength and star level, and had no ability to resist when surrounded by these dozens of killer predators. Although they managed to kill more than a dozen killer predators with their formation and spiritual beasts. But when facing the sea of insects formed by the killer predators, they could only hold them off for a few minutes. They were soon surrounded, and their entire force was at risk of being wiped out at any moment. At that moment, Xiao Tianyu suddenly appeared, landing on the ground by stepping on the shoulder of a new student. "Get out!" He casually threw the unlucky student down the sand dune, hitting 2 probing sand blade predators. When the side-like forelimb of the insect pierced the new student's chest, Xiao Tianyu didn't even twitch an eyebrow. Golden Eagle. He grinned savagely and activated his spiritual beast space. "Today, I'll let you feast to your heart's content." Screech. Golden lightning split the dim sky as the thunder golden eagle with a wingspan of over 5 meters burst through the air. Each of its feathers sparked with high-voltage arcs, and its sharp claws easily crushed the head of a sandblade predator. The purple-black brain matter hadn't even fallen to the ground before it was charred by the electricity. Thunderstorm. Xiao Tianyu spread his arms wide, his expression utterly arrogant as he laughed loudly. The violent lightning net erupted centered on the golden eagle, and within a radius of 20 meters, it turned into a lightning purgatory. Dozens of insect creatures thrashed violently within the electric web, their shells exploding one after another. The air was filled with the foul stench of burning protein, but Xiao Tianyu took a deep breath, his expression one of intoxication. So weak. He crushed an insect corpse at his feet. They don't even have the qualification to let the golden eagle warm up. If the space rift is filled with these kinds of trash, it's not worth the Beastmasters Association making such a big fuss. So strong.
Xiao Tianyu, is this the terror of a 9-star spiritual beast? Young Master Xiao, can you take us with you? You? Xiao Tianyu sneered coldly, speaking in a low voice, you bunch of trash, do you think I'd bother helping? A few new students' faces suddenly changed. They knew these new students from Beastmaster families were very arrogant, but they didn't expect them to be this conceited. Suddenly, a cry for help came from afar. A new student was being attacked by a swarm of insects, his spiritual beast already corroded by acidic liquid, revealing its white bones. Help! Help! The new student saw Xiao Tianyu and, in despair, stretched out his hand. Xiao Tianyu's lips curled into a cruel smile. He slowly adjusted his sleeve, and only when the insect's side-like forelin was at the new student's throat did he lazily raise his hand. Thunder Prison. The golden eagle's wings suddenly closed, and a 10-meter-wide lightning cage enveloped both the new student and the insects. Amidst the screams, Xiao Tianyu enjoyed the sight of the current jumping through flesh and blood. His pupils suddenly constricted. 3 shadow weavers, using the cover of the lightning, shot poisonous threads from the shadows of the sand. An ambush? He laughed in anger, and the golden eagle instantly teleported in front of him with a flash of lightning. The poisonous threads were instantly backfired by the high-voltage electricity upon contact with the feathers, and the 3 silver-level insects writhed in pain. Now that's more like it. Just as Xiao Tianyu was about to give the order to torture them, the ground beneath him suddenly trembled violently. A ground-shaking giant jaw beast, as large as a truck, emerged from the earth, its massive jaws sweeping through the air with a storm-like force. Boom! The golden eagle was sent flying hundreds of meters, and Xiao Tianyu spat blood as he crashed headfirst into the sand. When he struggled to crawl out, he saw a golden-level insect locking its compound eyes on him, its mandibles gathering a deadly acid liquid cannon. Damn! He wiped the blood from his lips and for the first time, his expression grew serious. The beast of the golden realm, damn it! Roar! Boom! Thunder, kill! 3 minutes later, a shrill scream came from the air. The thunder golden eagle was injured all over, even its left wing feathers had been corroded away, desperately flapping its wings, flying far away. On its back, Xiao Tianyu's face was pale, his eyes filled with hatred. Damn earth-shaking jaw beast, right now I'm no match for it, but just wait for me. Roar! Behind him, the earth-shaking jaw beast, though covered in wounds, still raised its head and let out an unwilling roar. On the ground, there were countless corpses of beast masters and spirit beasts. Chapter 49, Powerful Spirit Beasts. Bai Yue's landing was very quiet, and she appeared as if she had walked out from the white mist, an elf-like presence with an air of coldness. All the sand grains within 100-meter radius crystallized, reflecting a faint blue light under the starlight. She looked down at her watch, her gaze cold and emotionless. Interesting, no signal? Does that mean I can do as I please? At this moment, her cold, beautiful eyes turned forward, and the sand grains slightly trembled. Boring. She didn't even raise her head, simply tapping her foot lightly. Crack! Brilliant blue frost spread out in a radial pattern, and the 3 sand blade predators that had just appeared were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Bai Yue flicked her finger, and the ice sculptures shattered into countless crystal powder, sparkling with a mournful light under the starlight. Xianbing. With her indifferent call, a 5-meter-long silver-white frost dragon spiraled out from the void. Each scale was engraved with ancient runes, and its breath caused the moisture in the air to directly crystallize into ice. Over 10 sand blade predators pounced from all directions, and the Xianbing dragon lazily raised its eyelids, and in an instant, a 100-meter radius became an absolute zero field. The insect-type creatures charging forward froze in place, and inside the ice layer, their terrifying compound eyes spun wildly. Bai Yue strolled through the ice sculptures, and wherever she passed, the insect corpses automatically disintegrated into quantum-state ice dust. Suddenly, she stopped. On the ice surface ahead, several almost invisible threads appeared, connecting far off. Shadowweave stealth creatures? She finally showed a hint of interest. If you could show your true power in a forest cave, it's a pity that this is the desert. 5 spider-like insect creatures appeared from their optical camouflage, shooting toxic threads like a torrential rain. The Xianbing dragon's long tail swept across, and most of the toxic threads were frozen into brittle ice lines, but 3 of them still broke through the defense and wrapped around Bai Yue's left arm. The moment the poison threads touched her skin, a purple bruise appeared, but she didn't even furrow her brow. Eternal freeze. The absolute zero cold wave spread along the poison threads, and the 5 shadowweave stealth creatures turned into lumps of ice before they could sever the connection. Bai Yue looked at her poison arm, the ice energy inside her body quickly condensing, soon enveloping her entire left arm. The black belly threads were forced together, finally turning into a translucent ice needle, which she firmly grasped in her hand. With a flick of her hand, the ice needle shot out, embedding itself deeply into one of the shadowweave stealth creatures, making it scream in agony. A rumbling sound came from the distance, and a giant earth-shaking jaw beast, as large as a small mountain, crashed through the ice plane. The
The golden level pressure made the Xianbing dragon take on a defensive posture for the first time. Bai Yue's eyes flickered slightly, but she turned and walked away. A golden realm beast, right now I'm no match for it, staying here is a waste of time. Boom! In the tranquil forest, a figure suddenly smashed into the sand like a cannonball, creating a large pit in the sand. In the 3-meter deep sand pit, Qin Zhan shook his head and climbed up, just stepping on the skulls of 2 sand blade predators. Purple-black fluid splashed onto his bronze-colored chest, corroding it and releasing strands of white smoke, yet he laughed even more wildly. Ha ha ha! So satisfying. The intense pain on his skin made Qin Zhan's laughter even more arrogant. It was as if, in his body, pain could only fuel his battle spirit. Ancient battle soul. Blood-red patterns burst out from beneath his skin, his muscle fibers tightening like steel wires. A 3-meter-tall giant spirit phantom enveloped him, holding a bronze battle axe engraved with the ancient seal 10,000 enemies. Several sandblade predators pounced at once, but Qin Zhan did not dodge or retreat, instead punching straight into the swarm. Mountain crash. A shockwave exploded in a fan shape, instantly vaporizing the front row of the insect swarm, while the ones behind were knocked flying like bowling pins. He grabbed a predator's tail stinger, spun it around, and smashed it into the insect swarm, the sound of shattered exoskeletons like popping beans. Not enough power. Qin Zhan laughed wildly as he ripped open a bug's abdomen. Give me something stronger. You're all trash, ha ha ha. As if responding to his provocation, 3 shadow-woven lurkers emerged from the darkness. The silver-grade neurotoxic threads wrapped around Qin Zhan's limbs, trying to paralyze his nerves. Now this is more like it. Qin Zhan's muscles bulged as he forcefully broke the toxic threads. The giant spirit phantom's battle axe swept horizontally, cutting one lurker in half at the waist. The other 2 quickly retreated into the shadows, but he predicted their locations and slammed his fists together. Mountain shock. The shockwave lifted the sand into a 3-meter-high wave, causing the 2 silver-grade bugs to bleed from their 7 orifices. Qin Zhan was about to finish them off when a terrifying suction force suddenly came from below his feet. A 20-meter-wide sand vortex formed instantly, and a golden-grade earth-shaking jaw beast emerged from the sand like a submarine. The force of the beast's massive jaws was enough to shear through tank armor. Qin Zhan barely managed to block with his battle axe, but was still sent flying several hundred meters. Ha ha ha! What a thrill! He spat blood and got up, his battle spirit even stronger. A golden-grade beast? Now this is a fight. Come at me, beast! Boom! In an instant, Qin Zhan's figure collided fiercely with the earth-shaking jaw beast. Qin Zhan was directly sent flying 10 meters, crashing violently into the sand. The massive front jaw of the beast, however, had its first tooth broken off. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Too good. Qin Zhan laughed loudly, his blood flowing, but it only fueled his battle spirit further. The ancient battle soul phantom behind him solidified even more, and his eyes, once filled with black smoke, turned a fierce crimson. In an instant, Qin Zhan's figure charged once again. Elsewhere. Zhao Wuhan lightly landed atop a sand dune, not disturbing a single speck of dust. His long fingers brushed through his white bangs, disturbed by the hot wind, as the long sword on his back let out a faint dragon's hum. Below, nearly 100 sandblade predators were crazily tearing apart a dozen spirit beasts. Some of these spirit beasts had already turned into corpses, their faces unrecognizable. Further off, a dozen new arrivals were also fighting hard, suffering heavy casualties. Amid the screams, Zhao Wuhan sighed, crude. Sword spirit. At his elegant call, a translucent blue long sword appeared out of thin air. The sword was inscribed with delicate carvings of preface to the Orchid Pavilion, and its tassel was adorned with millennia-old cold jade. The insect swarm noticed him, and acidic liquid rained down like a storm, but Zhao Wuhan closed his eyes and focused. Just as the poison reached the edge of his clothing, he suddenly disappeared. Qinglian Sword Song, First Style. His figure flashed 9 times within the insect swarm, each time leaving behind a beautiful arc of sword light. Kill 1 in 10 steps, no trace left for 1,000 miles. As the final sword mark appeared, the 9 sword energies formed a blooming blue lotus. Return. The crisp sound of the sword returning to its scabbard triggered a wave of destruction, with 30 insectoids shattering simultaneously. Zhao Wuhan stood with his back to the insect corpses, letting the purple blood spray out in a fan shape behind him, his white robes untouched by a speck of dust. Too weak. He was about to leave when suddenly, he sidestepped and avoided 3 transparent threads. Shadow-woven lurkers attacked from 3-dimensional angles, their poison threads weaving into a death trap. Zhao Wuhan finally opened his eyes. The sword spirit automatically unsheathed and blocked, sparking dazzling fire. Interesting. He twirled the sword, third stance. The sword light transformed into a roaming dragon, weaving through the swarm of insects, cutting through the nerve nodes of the hidden ones with precision at every turn. The lone swan flies across the sea, the pool cannot afford to care. It's Zhao Wuhan. There's hope.
We're saved. Quick, go to him. Sigh. Looking at this group of newcomers, Zhao Wuhan's eyes were full of helplessness, as if saving them was a pressure on him. But deep in his pain, there was his image laughing wildly to the sky. Ah, this feels great. So great. This is the best way for me, Zhao Wuhan, to make my entrance. Praise me, you ordinary people. Chapter 50, Alien vs. Insect Horde. Gray-blue sand grains float under the aliens' feet, and hundreds of sandblade predators formed a tide of insects, surging like ocean waves. Their sickle-shaped forelimbs reflected a cold gleam under the strange starlight, and the sound of their 6 pairs of centipede-like legs scraping was enough to make one's teeth ache. Defense formation. Zheng Cheng's command was instantly transmitted to every alien through the mental link. Even in the face of this 100-strong tide of sandblade predators, Zheng Cheng, at this moment, chose to defend first. The crystal on the forehead of the stone-armored alien leader suddenly lit up, and a yellow-brown wave spread outward from it. All the ordinary stone-armored aliens immediately formed a rock-like outer layer, quickly forming a half-circle around Zheng Cheng, protecting him in the center. The stone armor technique on the aliens greatly enhanced their physical defense, and even in the face of such a charge from so many sandblade predators, they could resist it. When the first wave hit, the air exploded with the sharp clink of metal meeting metal. The sickle forelimbs of the sandblade predators struck the stone armor, sending sparks flying, and the 3 aliens at the front were pushed back half a step by the immense impact, but the heavy stone armor perfectly blocked the attack. Zheng Cheng noticed that the edges of those sickles glowed with an abnormal purple light, coated with corrosive venom. Ordinary spirit beasts would probably have their skin melted away in an instant. A toxin attack? Shadow, prioritize eliminating those that spit acid. Zheng Cheng's pupils reflected the whole battlefield, and under the eye of omniscience, the weaknesses of these sand-blade predators could not escape his gaze. The figure of the shadow alien transformed into a black light and sank into the ground, disappearing without a trace. If it weren't for the fact that it was not the normal owner of the shadow alien, it would have been really difficult to spot it at first. A sand-blade predator that was bulging its abdomen suddenly froze. Black spikes appeared in the center of its compound eyes without warning, and purple-black fluid poured from the tail of the shadow alien. By the time the nearby insect horde reacted, that black shadow had already vanished, leaving only its twitching comrade slowly collapsing. Eee! A sharp, shrill screech came from behind the swarm, and the remaining sandblade predators suddenly changed their tactics. They no longer charged blindly, but began to form groups of 3 for mutual cover. Zheng Cheng narrowed his eyes and saw subtle mounds moving quickly under the sand. These insects actually understood how to divide their forces and flank. At that moment, the Mirage alien activated its ability, and the prism structure on its shell began to vibrate at a high frequency, distorting the light across the entire battlefield. The charging insect horde fell into chaos, and the positions of the aliens reflected in their compound eyes were all misaligned. Ga. A sharp, hoarse screech echoed from the Mirage alien's mouth, and almost formed a visible sound wave that enveloped a range of several dozen meters. The first few sandblade predators at the front suddenly swung their sickles at the air, as if there were enemies ahead. More sandblade predators began to kill each other, and after being affected by the Mirage alien's mental control, they were unable to resist at all. Now! Zheng Cheng clenched his fist, and the stone armor alien leader suddenly stomped the ground, causing dozens of sharp spikes to burst from the sand below. The Earth Spike Assault. These rock spikes precisely pierced the softest part of the insectoid's abdomen, stringing together 7 sandblade predators into a terrifying skewer. Purple-black bodily fluid gushed along the grooves of the spikes, corroding the sand and emitting wisps of white smoke. The battlefield began to tilt as the shadow alien, like a death god, moved silently through the insect swarm, each appearance inevitably piercing one of the insectoid's nerve nodes. The phantom alien continued to create multiple illusions and mental manipulations, causing the insectoid's counterattacks to miss time and time again, with many sandblade predators even beginning to kill each other. Meanwhile, the stone armor alien leader constantly altered the terrain, sometimes raising rock walls to block acid sprays, and sometimes creating quicksand traps to entrap enemies. When the last sandblade predator was torn apart by 3 ordinary aliens, the area within 100 meters was left with nothing but a sea of corpses. Among these corpses were those of the sandblade predators, but many were also the bodies of stone armor aliens. Although the aliens were powerful, this was, after all, the domain of the sandblade predators. Additionally, there were over 10 severely wounded sandblade predators emitting waves of agonizing screams. These sandblade predators had been left behind by Zheng Cheng on purpose, preparing for them to be parasitized by facehugger bugs. He crouched down to inspect the insect corpses, noticing that the inside of their shells was filled with purple, nerve fiber-like threads, clearly not a structure that could have evolved naturally. These insectoids are so strange, their body structure is unlike normal beasts, with little muscle or fat, mostly just a nervous system and limbs. Zheng Cheng's thoughts suddenly halted as the sand beneath his feet collapsed without warning, and a sticky white substance shot toward him from all directions. The 5 nearest stone armor aliens were instantly wrapped up in cocoons, and the spider-like substance made a sizzling sound as it corroded the rock armor.
The shadow alien's figure suddenly appeared behind Zheng Cheng, pulling him away from the spot quickly. Roar! In Zheng Cheng's eyes, monstrous creatures, the size of a yellow cow but resembling huge spiders, leaped from the yellow sand. These spider-like monsters were pitch black, with yellow streaks on their 8 spider-like legs, exuding a savage aura. Zheng Cheng's eyes flashed with light, the eye of all-seeing. Name, Shadow Weaver Stalker. Race, Void Insectoid. Rank, Silver Grade 1. Skills, Sand Burrow, Web Spinning, Paralytic Toxin. Weakness, Nerve Node at the compound eyes connection. Remarks, Assassin of the Void Insectoids, best at stealth and assassination. A new type of insect beast? Silver Grade. The way the Shadow Weaver Stalkers rose from the sand was chilling. They did not stir the sand at all, appearing as silently as ghosts rising from the water. These silver-grade insectoids resembled enlarged wolf spiders, but their abdomens had scorpion-like organs for spraying. What was most unsettling was that they had several raised pupils surrounded by long hairs, making them uncomfortable to look at and sending shivers down one's spine. Phantom, Mental Strike. Zheng Cheng made a swift decision, and the phantom alien's head suddenly turned in the same direction. An invisible wave swept across the battlefield. The Shadow Weaver Stalkers hit by it froze in place, and the second batch of webs they had just shot fell limply to the ground. 2 of the Shadow Weaver Stalkers even opened their large mouths and bit at their fellow species nearby. This moment came quickly and left just as fast. But it was enough. The Shadow Alien seized this fleeting opportunity, its dark figure splitting into 3 phantoms as they pounced from different angles toward the nearest Shadow Weaver Stalker. The tail stinger of the first phantom pierced the spraying organ, and the second phantom's forelimbs severed 3 pairs of legs. And the third eye protection device directly pried open the carapace gap, and fiercely nailed the inner nest tooth into the nerve center. But more shadow-weaving lurkers were rising out of the sand surface, at least more than 20. The spider silk of these silver-level insect race carried nerve poison, and the ordinary aliens wrapped inside were losing life signs one after another. The stone armor alien leader kept raising rock walls, but those spider silks could actually corrode stone, and the battlefield space was being slowly compressed. Seeing that these shadow-weaving lurkers had all appeared, a trace of relief finally showed in Zheng Cheng's eyes. Silver Realm Elite units, the number should not be many, these should be all of this group of bugs. Stone Armor, Petrification Skill. Chapter 51 Golden Realm Insect Race. As soon as Zheng Cheng's command was given, the earth-yellow crystal on the forehead of the Stone Armor alien leader suddenly burst out with blinding light. That light spread like a tide, and wherever it passed, sand grains solidified, the air stagnated, and even time itself seemed to be forcibly frozen for a moment. Petrification Skill. Buzz. A visible earth-yellow ripple swept across the battlefield, and the 5 nearest shadow-weaving lurkers instantly stiffened. Gray-white stone patterns quickly crawled over their pitch-black carapaces, 8 spider legs froze while struggling, and finally completely turned into stiff stone statues. Crack! The shadow alien's figure flashed past like a ghost, the bone tail swept across, and 3 petrified shadow-weaving lurkers burst on the spot, shattering into debris all over the ground. The remaining ordinary stone armor aliens also roared and rushed up, their scythe-like forelimbs crazily chopping those petrified insects, purple-black body fluid mixed with crushed stone splashing everywhere. Roar! The remaining shadow-weaving lurkers let out sharp hisses, they seemed to realize the danger, quickly pulling back, 8 spider legs drawing strange tracks on the sand, trying to open distance. However, the phantom alien had already locked onto them. GAA. Another mental scream erupted, invisible sound waves swept the battlefield, the movements of the remaining shadow-weaving lurkers suddenly paused, and the light in their compound eyes became chaotic. 2 of them even directly turned direction, pouncing toward their own companions, sharp pincer limbs fiercely stabbing into the carapace gaps of their own race. It's going to end. What these shadow-weaving lurkers are best at is hiding and assassination. Head-on fighting is not the opponent of the aliens. Zheng Cheng coldly watched the battlefield, the shadow alien shuttling through the insect group like a god of death, every flash accompanied by one shadow-weaving lurker falling down. The stone armor alien leader kept changing the terrain, ground spike raids, quicksand traps, making the remaining shadow-weaving lurkers unable to move even an inch. In just 3 minutes, more than 20 shadow-weaving lurkers were already dead and wounded more than half. The few left were also heavily injured, limp on the sand, carapaces shattered, limbs broken, only able to let out weak hisses. Leave them alive. Zheng Cheng raised his hand to signal the aliens to stop attacking, his gaze sweeping over those heavily injured shadow-weaving lurkers. In the spirit beast space, the Facehugger phantom hosts hatched at this time. This was also the reason Zheng Cheng specially left a few alive of every kind of insect beast. He did not know how strong the aliens hatched from these insect beasts would be. However, just when he was preparing to summon the Facehuggers, the sand under his feet suddenly shook violently. Boom! The entire desert seemed to be stirred by some gigantic thing, sand waves rolling, the ground collapsing, and a huge shadow broke out from underground. Roar! A deafening roar echoed through the sky, a terrifying giant beast with a body comparable to a small truck burst through the sand layer, 6 pairs of thick jointed limbs deeply inserted into the ground, and between the opening and closing of its huge jaw teeth, even the air was squeezed into explosive sounds. Another kind of insect beast. And moreover, the aura shown from this insect beast was a feeling that other insect beasts simply did not have at all. Zheng Cheng's pupils suddenly shrank, and the all-seeing eye instantly parsed out the data. Title: Earth-Shaking Behemoth. Race: Void Insect Tribe. Level: Gold Tier 1. Skills: Earthquake Pulse, Giant Mandible Bite, Corrosive Acid Mist. Weakness: Abdominal Nerve Ganglion. Note: Mid-tier unit of the Void Insect Tribe with immense physical destructive power. Gold Tier? Zheng Cheng's heart sank. This was no longer a foe that ordinary alien creatures could handle. As soon as the earth-shaking behemoth appeared, it displayed its terrifying destructive power. Its thick tail swept across, sending 3 ordinary stone armor aliens flying in an instant. The heavy rock armor shattered like paper in front of the gold tier strength. Roar! The stone armor alien leader roared angrily, stomping the ground fiercely. Dozens of sharp spikes burst from the earth, piercing straight towards the earth-shaking behemoth's abdomen. However, the giant beast simply took a light step, causing the ground to collapse violently, and all the spikes shattered into pieces. Shadow! Mirage! Restrain it! Zheng Cheng quickly commanded, and the shadow alien instantly transformed into a black line, charging straight at the giant beast's compound eyes. However, the earth-shaking behemoth reacted incredibly quickly. Its massive mandible snapped shut with a sudden force, and the shadow alien barely avoided it but was still grazed, leaving a horrific crack on its exoskeleton. The Mirage alien then unleashed a mental shock, trying to interfere with the giant beast's movements. However, the earth-shaking behemoth had extremely high mental resistance. It merely shook its head, then roared and charged at the Mirage alien. Damn! Zheng Cheng gritted his teeth. The gold tier strength was far beyond his expectations. Even the 3 great hero aliens combined couldn't resist. Looks like only the queen can act. He swung his hand fiercely, opening the spirit beast space, and a massive black shadow slowly descended onto the battlefield. The alien queen. Her 3-meter-tall body, covered in pitch-black bone armor gleaming like metal, had a grotesque head with inner mandibles slowly writhing, radiating a suffocating oppressive feeling. Roar! The earth-shaking behemoth seemed to sense the threat. Its giant compound eyes locked onto the alien queen, and its 6 pairs of limbs dug deep into the ground, preparing for action. The next second, the 2 massive beasts collided violently. Boom! A sandstorm erupted, waves of air surged. The alien queen's inner mandibles sank viciously into the earth-shaking behemoth's mandibles, the screeching metallic friction making one's teeth ache. The shadow alien and the Mirage alien seized the opportunity and attacked simultaneously. The shadow alien turned into a streak of black light, charging directly at the behemoth's abdominal nerve ganglion, while the Mirage alien unleashed full mental interference, trying to make the behemoth briefly freeze. Crack! Finally, under the terrifying biting force of the alien queen, one side of the earth-shaking behemoth's mandibles was forcefully snapped off. Purple golden blood gushed out, and the giant beast let out a painful roar, struggling frantically. The sand on the ground was also corroded by the blood, sending out piercing sounds. From then on, the battlefield belonged to the earth-shaking behemoth and the alien queen. The 2 colossal beasts began rolling and fighting in the sand, with roars and crashes echoing. At this moment, even the 3 great hero units, the Shadow Alien, the Mirage Alien, and the Stone Armor Alien Leader, could only serve as a distraction. In the end, the Stone Armor Alien Leader, disregarding its own safety, charged with its massive body into the earth-shaking behemoth. The yellow crystal atop its head flickered wildly, unleashing petrification magic. Boom! The earth-shaking behemoth's massive body slammed hard into the Stone Armor Alien Leader, its mandibles even penetrating half of its body. But it was precisely because of this that Zheng Cheng found his opportunity. Now! Zheng Cheng's eyes flashed with cold light. The alien queen's tail spike shot out like lightning, precisely piercing the earth-shaking behemoth's abdominal nerve ganglion. Roar! The earth-shaking behemoth's struggle suddenly stopped, its massive body crashing to the ground, sending a cloud of sand into the air. It's over. Zheng Cheng let out a long breath, his eyes scanning the battlefield. The alien queen slowly withdrew her tail spike, and the Shadow Alien and Mirage Alien were both battered and scarred. The leader of the Stone Shell Alien was even half kneeling on the ground, its crystal dull, half of its body crushed and mangled beyond recognition. But even so, the leader of the Stone Shell Alien was still alive, just severely injured. As long as there was enough food and energy, it would recover. The ordinary Stone Shell Aliens were mostly dead, with limbs and arms scattered all over the battlefield. But they had one. Zheng Cheng quickly waved his hand, opening the spirit beast space and storing the severely wounded leader of the Stone Shell Alien inside. He then approached the corpse of the earth-shaking jaw beast and carefully examined it. A void hive stone, as big as a goose egg, appeared beside its body, and Zheng Cheng collected it. A golden grade void hive stone, this energy is more than 10 times the amount absorbed earlier. It seems that all the insect beasts' corpses have void hive stones, which are also the points for this college entrance exam. He immediately gave the order for all the remaining aliens to start searching for void hive stones on the insect beast corpses. Ha! Zheng Cheng's gaze fell upon the massive pit left behind when it emerged from the ground. This is... Beneath the pit, there was actually a huge underground cavern, its rock wall smooth as if they had been corroded by some acidic substance. This pit is truly a natural nest. A glimmer of joy flashed in Zheng Cheng's eyes, and he immediately ordered the alien queen, transform this place into a temporary nest. The alien queen growled lowly and slowly crawled into the cavern, her inner mandibles secreting corrosive fluid to begin transforming the environment. Soon, this insect nest would be completely turned into an alien hatchery. Half a day later, over 50 large cocoons appeared inside the nest. The massive form of the alien queen crouched in the corner, as one egg after another appeared from her face, quietly hatching. At this moment, the abdomen of one cocoon suddenly moved. In the darkness, Zheng Cheng's figure slowly appeared. This is about to hatch? Crack! The surface of the first cocoon cracked with fine lines, revealing the cocoon of a sandblade predator, purple-black slime oozing from the crevices. Suddenly, a sharp bone claw pierced the cocoon wall, followed by a second claw. The newborn alien tore open the cocoon and slowly stood up. Zheng Cheng's pupils slightly contracted. This alien, hatched from the sandblade predator, retained the original host's side-like forelimbs, but its overall shape was more elongated and smooth. Its exoskeleton was deep blue with a metallic sheen, and 6 pairs of centipede-like auxiliary legs extended from its back, each leg tipped with backward hooks. Its eyes flashed, activating the all-seeing eye, immediately revealing the attributes of this sandblade alien. Name, Sandblade Alien. Race, Alien, mutated. Level, Bronze 9th stage. Skills, Sand Burrow, Acid Spray, Group Resonance. Sand Burrow, in certain environments, its combat strength can double. Zheng Cheng muttered quietly. What surprised him even more was that when the second Sandblade alien hatched, the exoskeletons of the two aliens actually produced a frequency resonance, and their coordination improved significantly. Group resonance? What does that mean? It should mean that the more Sandblade aliens there are, the stronger their combined strength becomes, a swarm strategy? At this moment, the cocoon of the Shadow Weaver Stalker also began to crack. The newborn alien completely overturned the spider-like form, with 8 walking legs evolving into 4 pairs of sharp bone blades, and its abdomen spraying organ fused with the alien's inner mandibles, able to launch corrosive neurotoxin webs. The strangest part was its head. There were no eyes, only a mouth full of sharp teeth, surrounded by 6 sensory antennae, giving it an eerie and unsettling appearance. Name, Shadow Weaver Alien. Race, Alien, mutated. Level, Silver 3rd stage. Skills, Psychic Sensory, Paralyzing Web, Shadow Stealth. Shadow Stealth, it's somewhat similar to the ability of the Shadow Alien. Looks like in the future, they can't be treated as regular troops, only used as surprise forces. The entire nest violently shook. In the center, the massive cocoon trembled, and the surface of the earth-shaking giant mandible beast's cocoon cracked into spiderweb-like patterns. A suffocating sense of pressure spread, causing even the alien queen to stand up warily. Boom! At the moment the cocoon exploded, Zheng Cheng had to raise his hand to shield himself from the splashing acidic liquid. When he lowered his arm, a colossal creature stood in the center of the nest. This alien, hatched from the earth-shaking giant mandible beast, retained its host's enormous size, standing 3 meters tall and about 5 meters long, resembling a massive truck but with a more coordinated body structure. Its forelimbs had evolved into 2 pairs of giant bone blades, its back was covered with sharp spines, and its tailbone extended into a 3-segment heavy weapon, with purple-gold corrosive liquid dripping from its tip. Name, Earth-shaking giant mandible alien. Race, Alien, Hero Unit. Level, Gold Tier 1. Skills, Earth Pulse Tremor, Corrosive Breath, Crystal Strengthening. The earth-shaking giant mandible alien threw its head back and let out a deafening roar, the sound waves echoing through the nest. All the newborn aliens bowed their heads in submission. Zheng Cheng could feel that this newly born gold tier alien was already close to the strength of the alien queen. But unfortunately, like the Shadow Alien, Phantom Alien, and Stone-Armored Alien leaders, it was still just a hero unit, not an alien queen. Deep within its bloodline, it still had to submit to the alien queen. There can only be one alien queen in each world. When the first alien queen is not dead, other Facehugger alien hatchlings can only be normal aliens. Perfect. Zheng Cheng stroked the cold shell of the earth-shaking giant mandible alien. 3 completely new aliens, and all perfectly inherit their host's special abilities. Especially the earth-shaking giant mandible alien strength, which is almost on par with the alien queen. This time, the newly born aliens included the largest number of Sandblade aliens, totaling 47. There were 5 shadow-weaving aliens. The earth-shaking giant mandible alien had the fewest, only 1. Just as he was about to further inspect them, a strong psychic wave suddenly swept across the entire nest. The alien queen suddenly raised her head, and the internal nest teeth squirmed uneasily. The shadow aliens and phantom aliens immediately entered battle mode, and the newborn aliens all turned toward the same direction.
What's going on?
Zheng Cheng pressed his temples, the psychic wave making him feel dizzy. All the newborn aliens, at this moment, were all lying on the ground trembling, too afraid to raise their heads. Even the gold-tier earth-shaking giant mandible alien was lying on the ground, trembling all over.
Hiss. As if its authority had been threatened, the alien queen let out a low growl.
All the newborn aliens, including the earth-shaking giant mandible alien, struggled to rise, letting out low growls.
What exactly happened?
Watching all this, Zheng Cheng was filled with confusion, observing the newborn aliens, a growing suspicion rising in his mind.
Did the Facehugger alien parasite provoke something behind the void insect race by hatching new aliens? A mother insect? Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away, in a massive nest made of biological tissue, a worm-like creature, the size of a small hill, was slowly waking up. Its exoskeleton was covered with purple veins resembling nerve pathways, dozens of pairs of compound eyes opening at the same time, radiating suffocating fury. Roar!
The psychic roar turned into a tangible shockwave, and the sand grains in the uncontrolled area trembled. All the insectoid creatures within a 100-mile radius went into a frenzy, abandoning their original territories and rushing toward this direction without hesitation. Leading them were countless sand blade predators, at least several thousand. Behind them were the shadow-weaving ambushers, leaping and gliding with the help of spider silk.
And beneath the sand, massive waves rolled, signaling the frantic running of earth-shaking giant mandible beasts. Not only that, behind these insect beasts, there also appeared a large number of new insect beasts. There were strange insects growing 4 pairs of wings, shaped like dragonflies. There were also insect beasts growing dozens of body segments, like centipedes at one glance. There were even insects with huge pincers growing on their backs, their whole bodies pitch black, armor hard like iron, giving off an extremely sharp and fierce aura. The first to suffer were exactly the freshman beast masters who were still training to join the whole province beast master joint college entrance exam. Chapter 53 Despair. Ah!
A shrill and tragic scream tore apart the silence of the desert, spreading far away. A freshman beast master was pressed onto the sand by 3 sand blade predators, and his spirit beast, a bronze-level iron armor mountain borer, had already been corroded by acid until only a skeleton was left. Side-like forelimbs pierced through his abdomen, purple-black blood splashing onto the sand grains, making a sizzle corrosion sound.
Save me.
He stretched out his hand while trembling, but only grabbed a handful of burning hot sand grains.
Not far away, another small team was fleeing desperately. We can't run away. Form a formation. Quickly form a formation.
Hold the line and ask for rescue, this is the world of the insect race. The leading boy roared, his spirit beast rock shield giant turtle raising a layer of earth yellow light cover. However, in the next second, 5 shadow-weaving lurkers shot out poison silk from the shadows, and the light cover shattered like foam.
No. Impossible. How could a silver-level spirit beast?
Before the boy's words fell, a sharp tail stinger had already pierced through his throat. In every place of the out-of-control area, the same tragic scenes were being performed, and almost the entire region was seeing large numbers of insect race ambushing and killing freshman beast masters.
A group of freshmen gathered under a rock pillar trying to resist, their spirit beasts forming a crude defensive circle. Firefox, Ice Wolf, Iron Armor Rhinoceros spirit beasts of various attributes released skills, but could not block the endless insect tide. Hold on. The association will definitely find a way to rescue us out. Damn it! So many insects, how could there suddenly be so many insects here? Beast tide. It is absolutely a beast tide. Hold on for another half hour. Damn.
I quit, quickly activate the teleportation array talisman.
Boom.
The sand ground suddenly exploded, and a gold-level earth-shaking giant jaw beast broke out from under the ground. Its giant jaws swept across, and 3 freshmen together with their spirit beasts were cut in half at the waist. Internal organs and fresh blood splashed onto the rock pillar, forming a terrifying abstract painting. Even more terrible was the sky. Dozens of 4-winged dragonfly-shaped insect race were diving down, the edges of their wings sharp like knives, and each time they passed they brought up a spray of blood rain. Under this kind of situation, some beast masters were still resisting to the death. But there were also some freshman beast masters who could not hold on, throwing down their companions and turning around to run. There were even some freshmen who activated the teleportation array talisman on their arms, and with waves of white light rippling, many people quickly disappeared from the out-of-control area after the teleportation array talisman was activated. But from activation to effect, the teleportation array talisman needed at least 3 seconds of charging time. Within this time, beast masters absolutely could not be in battle state, otherwise they simply could not stabilize the space energy, and the teleportation array talisman could not take effect. And under this kind of situation, even more people died. Mom! I want to go home. A girl held her dying moonlight rabbit, kneeling in a pool of blood and sobbing. In the next second, acid liquid drowned out her crying sound. Inside the whole out-of-control area, there was a burst of chaos. But at the moment when the insect race rioted, there were also quite a few powerful freshmen either acting alone or forming formations to protect themselves. While escaping, they were still constantly hunting and killing these insect race, seizing the void beehive stones. This kind of situation, for powerful beast masters, instead was a piece of good fortune. Zheng Cheng stood at the entrance of the nest, his pupils shrinking violently. On the horizon, sand waves rolled like a tsunami. Countless sand blade predators formed a black flood, and wherever they passed even rocks were not completely clean. In the sky, insect swarms shaped like bronze formed a dark cloud covering the sky and blocking the sun, sending out bursts of ear-piercing and hoarse hissing sounds. Hiss! The alien queen let out a battle roar, and the 47 sandblade aliens immediately formed a defensive formation. Their exoskeletons resonated and synchronized, creating visible energy ripples on the sand. Sand burrow ready. Zheng Cheng calmly issued the command. Shadow Weaver aliens are ambushing in the rock crevices, and the Earthshaker giant mandibles are guarding the cave entrance. When the first wave of the insect swarm reached a distance of 100 meters, all the sandblade aliens suddenly sank into the sand. The vanguard of the insect tide didn't have time to stop and instantly stepped into a death trap. Put! Dozens of dark blue figures shot out from the sand, their scythe-like forelimbs precisely piercing the nerve ganglia between the compound eyes of the insect enemies. The collective resonance of the sandblade aliens made them act as one, each ambush taking the lives of several insect enemies at once. Squeak! 3 Shadow Weaver ambushers tried to counterattack with venomous threads, but were dragged into the shadows by the waiting Shadow Weaver aliens. Having no eyes, the Shadow Weaver aliens were completely immune to optical confusion. They used sensory tendrils to lock onto their targets, with their inner nest fangs shooting out corrosive spider webs that dissolved their foes into pus and blood. Boom! The ground suddenly bulged, and 2 Earthshaker giant mandibles burst out of the earth. Their massive jaws opened to the extreme, aiming to crush the entire cave entrance. Bang! An even larger figure charged out of the cave, with the Earthshaker giant mandible alien fighting 2 at once. Its 3-section heavy tail smashed the head of the first giant mandible beast like a warhammer, while its forelimb blade pierced the chest of the second. The golden-level corrosive breath sprayed from its mouth, turning the area within 30 meters into a death zone. Looking at the pile of corpses, the sand corroded by acidic liquid, and the shadow aliens constantly ambushing and killing large numbers of elite insect enemies, Zheng Cheng's face kept changing. Even with a large number of void hive stones, he couldn't bring himself to feel happy. The insect tide had not decreased in numbers at all, instead, it was growing more and more. What was even more terrifying was that 3 types of insects, never seen before, appeared on a distant sand dune. They resembled a combination of scorpions and tanks, with purple crystal stones embedded in their carapaces. Each of their steps left burning footprints on the sand, clearly indicating their ability to launch high-temperature attacks. This strange-looking insect species was at least as powerful as the Earthshaker giant mandible beasts, both of which were high-tier golden-level creatures. Moreover, Zheng Cheng sensed that these new insects surely had control over elemental powers. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a violent aura emanating from them. Whoosh! Boom! At this moment, a brilliant light shot out from the southeast, rising from the horizon and shooting up to a height of 100 meters, then exploding into a dazzling firework. Is this the Association's rally firework? Zheng Cheng's eyes flickered. It seemed the Association had sensed something was wrong. Looking at the swarm of insects appearing all over the mountain, Zheng Cheng immediately made a decision: retreat. Move towards the southeast, there's a rescue signal from the Association. The alien army immediately followed the order, with the sandblade aliens providing alternating cover, using acidic liquid to corrode a separation zone in the sand. The Shadow Weaver aliens set up paralyzing spider webs along the retreat route. The Earthshaker giant mandibles held the rear, each seismic shock delaying the pursuit of the enemy. The Phantom and Shadow aliens fell back, especially the Phantom aliens, whose bodies emitted a dazzling multicolored light, covering an area of over 30 meters. Within this range, all the sandblade predators began to wildly attack each other or screamed in frenzy. Meanwhile, the Shadow aliens continued to leap out from the shadows, killing one insect enemy after another that still retained consciousness. Finally, after dropping more than a dozen aliens and over 100 insect corpses, Zheng Cheng led the remaining alien forces and temporarily shook off the insect swarm's encirclement. The next morning, as dawn broke, Zheng Cheng's figure approached the location where the rally firework had been launched. It was a vast stone forest, with over 100 massive stone pillars standing on the sandy ground, each one as thick as a person's embrace. Dozens of meters-high stone pillars. As Zheng Cheng approached, several figures immediately appeared on the stone pillars. All new Beastmasters, put away your spirit beasts before entering. Chapter 54, Temporary Gathering Point. Deep underground, where Zheng Cheng couldn't see, the nerve network of the mother insect was trembling violently. It sensed the departure of the alien queen, and that disgusting aura was moving southeast. Angry mental waves swept across the entire insect nest like a tsunami, and purple lines on the exoskeleton flashed wildly. Humans, alien species, must be destroyed. Dozens of pairs of compound eyes on the mother insect lit up simultaneously, and an unprecedented mental command spread across the insect network. At the edge of the out-of-control zone, spacecraft suddenly twisted violently. The originally stable teleportation portal was eroded by some purple energy, like prey wrapped in a web layer by layer. A few freshmen, who were activating the teleportation array talismans, were terrified to find that the white light just lit up before suddenly going out, and the runes on the talismans shattered into pieces. No way. A girl desperately slapped the failed talisman. How could this happen? The sand behind her suddenly rose, and 3 sand blade predators broke through the ground. Their sharp forelimbs shot out suddenly, instantly cutting the girl and her spirit beast in half. The same tragic scene unfolded across the entire out-of-control zone, whether it was survivors hiding in the cracks or squads trying to break through, all the teleportation array talismans failed. Despair began to spread. Zheng Cheng withdrew all the aliens and walked alone towards the stone forest. The supervising teacher outside, after confirming his identity, allowed him to pass. Zheng Cheng thought for a moment and asked, "Hello, teacher, what happened? Why are there so many insects?" The teacher inspecting Zheng Cheng was a man with a buzz cut, wearing black leather armor, his skin rough, and his eyes bloodshot. Beast wave. Something in this year's college entrance exam provoked the mother insect of the insect tribe, triggering this beast wave. It's already a miracle that you're alive and here. Hurry and go in. Another teacher said, "There's a special aura hiding formation here, it can conceal our aura, and the insect tribe temporarily can't sense us here. Hurry inside." Yes, teacher. Zheng Cheng entered the stone forest, only to later realize that it was actually a large canyon, with a whole new world inside. Soon, a wide open space appeared before him, and the noise of a crowd hit him in the face. Hundreds of freshmen were crowded in the center of the open space, some were bandaging wounds, some were crying and searching for their companions, while more sat with pale faces, dazed. The air was filled with the smell of blood and burning flesh, and several healing spirit beasts were tirelessly casting healing skills. Have you heard? Everyone in the northern district is dead. All my teammates are dead, all dead, I'm the only one left. The association people said the teleportation talismans failed. We're trapped here. I was thinking of killing a few more insects before leaving, but I didn't expect that since last night, the teleportation talismans stopped working. Sob, we're doomed. The murmurs entered Zheng Cheng's ears, and his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. He squeezed through the crowd, only to be suddenly grabbed by a boy covered in blood. Bro! Have you seen Zhao Zhimei from second high school? She's our school's beauty, have you seen her? Sob. Zheng Cheng shook off his hand and continued searching for familiar figures. In the distance, several association staff were setting up a temporary command post, but Su Cohen's chubby figure had not appeared. Where on earth is Su Cohen? Could he be dead? And Lian Yining, she has the fiery phoenix dragon, and she's the daughter of the Wei North City Beastmaster Association. She shouldn't have big problems. I heard those teachers say the insect mother was angered and is looking for something. Could it be, it's looking for me? The alien queen? Zheng Cheng speculated in his heart, his face growing more and more grim. Just then, a loud commotion came from nearby. It's Qin Zhan. He's still alive. The crowd automatically parted as Qin Zhan, drenched in blood, strode forward. His left arm twisted unnaturally, but his expression remained unchanged, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. In front of him, an invigilator was leading the way, the two of them heading deeper into the canyon. On the platform at the highest point of the stone forest, the temporary command center was in the midst of an intense argument. We must organize a breakout immediately. Although the spatial rift is blocked, if we work together, we can open it up in a short time. The chief invigilator, Wang Yan, slammed his hand on the table. Every minute we delay increases the danger. There are over 10,000 new students here, we must consider their safety. Yang Shinli, the steward of the Beastmaster Association in Chang'an City, shook his head. The spatial rift is completely sealed. A forced breakout will only cause a larger scale of spatial turbulence. What we need to do now is wait for news from headquarters. The blocked area's space will eventually be detected by the association. So, are we just going to wait here to die? Xiao Tianyu suddenly stood up, his splendid uniform already torn, not caring about the disapproving looks from the other teachers, gritting his teeth and saying, "My Golden Eagle Scouts have detected at least tens of thousands of insectoids approaching, including many elite ones from the Golden and even Diamond realms. If we stay here, we will die for sure. We must find a way to break out." The entire tent immediately erupted into chaos. Some agreed to break out immediately, while others suggested holding the position. After all,
there was an array of defense here that could block the mental detection of the insectoid queen. As long as we stay here, we can wait for the association's rescue. Fool. Suddenly, Bai Yue's words interrupted the discussion. Yes, there is a blocking array here, but what about other places, other people? Over the course of tonight, at least 1,000 new students will enter the blocking array. The insectoid queen can't sense the array, but surely, it can sense these new students. When the breaths of these new students disappear here, even a fool will know there's something wrong here, let alone the insectoid queen. As soon as she finished speaking, several faces changed slightly. Especially Yang Shenli, who seemed to have thought of something. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Bai Yue was right, this stronghold would eventually be discovered by the insectoid queen. At that time. Just then, the tent was lifted, and Xinjiang walked in. After glancing around, he spoke, Teacher Wang, Steward Yang, have you reached any conclusions? Xinjiang, do you have any news? Xinjiang walked to the table and sat in the main seat confidently, saying in a deep voice, before I entered, my father gave me a special item, the double fish barrier. The double fish barrier. Yang Shenli's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Isn't that the spatial travel device made from the corpse of the spirit beast leaping fish, which ignores space passages and allows free travel between two worlds? Correct. Xinjiang nodded and said, just now, my double fish barrier emitted a fluctuation. It seems that someone outside knows what happened here and is sending someone in. Then hurry and open it. Who will the association send? My double fish barrier is only the lowest level. Depending on the size of the space it crosses, it can only transport at most 3 people. The stronger the person, the fewer people it can bring. Xinjiang nodded, then grabbed something in his hand. A special item, the size of a palm and shaped like fish scales, appeared. With the chanting of a spell, the fish scale jade pendant emitted a burst of starlight, then formed a pitch-black beam of light that was taller than a person. Soon, 2 figures slowly walked out of it. The dark spatial rift slowly closed, and the 2 figures fully emerged. The leader, a burly man nearly 2 meters tall, his bronze skin covered in terrifying scars, with a claw mark running through his right eye, leaving only a sharp left eye, which gleamed like an eagle. He wore a dark red beast skin cloak. A string of pendants made from various animal teeth hung at his waist, and every step he took caused the ground to tremble slightly. Second uncle. Xinjiang rarely showed a smile as he quickly stepped forward. Qin Jihao, the youngest beastmaster in the Qin family's current generation, was a legendary figure who once single-handedly wiped out a low-level secret realm. He slapped Xinjiang's shoulder with a heavy hand, enough to make those around them wince in pain. Not bad, you're still alive. Second uncle, why are you the one here this time? Ha ha, what, can't I come? No, if you're here, it means this operation is dangerous. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been dispatched. Ha, you brat, still so clever. Qin Jihao laughed heartily. Yes, the spatial rift in the Lost Zone was suddenly sealed, and there's a powerful life force detected outside. So, they sent me. Another figure appeared, completely different from Qin Jihao. He intentionally stepped aside to let her pass. Zhao Hongxiu, the 25-year-old super genius who entered the extraordinary realm at such a young age, was the daughter of Zhao Qicheng, the deputy director of Chang'an City's Extraordinary Bureau. She wore dark red light armor that outlined her fit figure, with her black hair tied into a neat ponytail, and a pair of uniquely designed short blades at her waist. Sister Hongxiu. Lian Yining ran over in excitement and grabbed her hand. Zhao Hongxiu's cold face finally showed a hint of a smile as she reached out and pinched Lian Yining's cheek. Little girl, I'm glad to see you're fine, or Uncle Lian would have had to come himself. Is my dad okay? He's fine, but he's quite worried about you. If it weren't for the fact that he had to stay at the spatial rift, he would have come himself. The two of them spoke as they held hands and moved to the side, making room for Qin Jihao. It was clear that this operation was led by Qin Jihao. Qin Jihao strode to the center of the command tent, flicked his animal hide cloak, and his voice boomed like a bell. Everyone, listen up. Instantly, the tent fell silent, and almost everyone's gaze turned toward Qin Jihao. It wasn't just because he was from the Qin family, but mainly because he was a major general in the military with immense authority. The spatial rift has been sealed by the mother bug using a special method, and conventional methods cannot break through. Qin Jihao took out a blood-red crystal stone from his chest and placed it on the table. The association headquarters has activated the Blood Moon Plan. This is the latest directive. The crystal stone projected a holographic image showing the terrain map of the Lost Zone. A huge red dot flashed at the northwest corner of the map, surrounded by countless smaller red dots. The location of the mother bug's nest has been confirmed. It's in a valley 120 kilometers from here. Qin Jihao's single-eye scanned everyone present. Conventional tactics cannot break through the insect swarm, so we will execute a decapitation operation. He pointed to 3 winding blue lines on the map. The new students will be led by the Proctors and Beastmaster Association staff to split into 3 groups for feints, trying to lure the main forces of the insect race, while Zhao Hongxiu and I will lead an elite team to strike at the heart.
As for the members of the elite team, they are the 5 new students from this year's Qinzhou Province exam zone who possess 9-star beasts. Qin Zhan, Zhao Tianyu, Lian Yining, Bai Yue, Zhao Wuhan, 5 of them. Qin Jihao announced loudly from the main seat, but Zhao Hongxiu pulled Lian Yining aside to whisper.
I heard someone exchanged a 9-star beast for your 1-star beast? Lian Yining's ears turned bright red instantly. That was a special situation.
Oh? Zhao Hongxiu raised an eyebrow. Seems the rumors are true. Our ice princess has finally.
Sister Hongxiu.
Lian Yining stomped her foot anxiously, and her mind involuntarily recalled Zheng Cheng's figure.
At that moment, Xiao Tianyu couldn't help but interrupt. Just us?
The mother bug is at least at the epic level.
Idiot. Bai Yue said coldly, didn't you see the markings on the map?
The mother bug is in its egg-laying phase, its strength has dropped to the extraordinary realm. Qin Jihao glanced at the two of them and said, your guesses are half right and half wrong. After our investigation, we found that this insect race mother bug is severely injured for some reason.
The strength has dropped to the extraordinary realm.
But it has gathered too many insect beasts around it, so the task for the other teachers and new students is to attract the insect beasts away as much as possible to provide convenience for our decapitation tactics.
The heavily wounded insect queen in the extraordinary realm?
General Qin and Lord Zhao are both extraordinary realm beast masters. 2 extraordinary realm beast masters dealing with a heavily wounded extraordinary realm magical beast, the success rate is very high. This is an opportunity. The insect queen's nest must have high-quality void honeycomb stones, if we can. Soon, the teachers and new students in the tent started discussing excitedly. In their view, with General Qin Jihao and Lord Zhao Hongxiu, 2 extraordinary realm beast masters, the insect queen, who was also in the extraordinary realm, could definitely be easily suppressed.
Good. Since that's the case, I will assign the next tasks.
Just as Qin Jihao was assigning the tasks, a harsh alarm sounded suddenly from outside the tent.
A proctor teacher, covered in blood, rushed in. Not good. The insect tribe has discovered our base. The advance team has broken through the outer defense line.
On the holographic map, red dots representing the insect tribe were rushing in from all directions. The nearest group was less than 3 miles from the canyon.
Qin Jihao cursed and suddenly threw open the tent. All proctor teachers, listen up.
Immediately organize the new students into 3 teams and breakthrough, creating the illusion that we are forcefully breaking through the spatial rift.
He turned to Qin Zhan and the 5 of them. You 5, come with me.
The crowd erupted instantly, cries, questions, and the shrieks of spirit beasts mixed together. Several teachers desperately tried to maintain order, dividing the new students into 3 teams. In the chaos, Lian Yining's figure suddenly stopped. A familiar young man appeared not far in front of her.
Zheng Cheng.
Without caring that Zhao Hongxiu was right beside her, Lian Yining hurried over.
Are you okay? I'm fine, how about you? I'm fine too. By the way, have you seen Su Kun? I asked the others, they said he activated the teleportation array rune yesterday and already teleported out.
Hey, this kid is really clever.
Are you Zheng Cheng? The one who gave the 9-star level Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix to Yining?
As they were talking, Zhao Hongxiu's voice suddenly interrupted. Zheng Cheng was also drawn to the appearance of the older sister who suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking at Zhao Hongxiu's figure and face, even Zheng Cheng, with his sharp eyes, couldn't help but be slightly stunned.
Compared to Lian Yining's gentle and cool demeanor, this older sister was more mature, and her confidence was even more apparent.
Her bright eyes were carefully examining Zheng Cheng from top to bottom. Zhao Hongxiu looked at the lick dog boy from the rumors with interest. To her surprise, there was no obsession in Zheng Cheng's eyes, only pure worry and a trace of a complicated emotion she couldn't read.
Zheng Cheng asked curiously, hello, miss, is there something you need?
Lian Yining quickly whispered, Zheng Cheng, this is Sister Zhao Hongxiu, the daughter of Director Zhao, and also an extraordinary realm beast master. You should address her as Lord. Extraordinary realm beast masters. It was the ultimate destination that all ordinary beast masters could never reach in their entire life. In the present, where epic realm and legendary realm beast masters either retreat into seclusion, travel far, or disappear without a trace, extraordinary realm beast masters are the strongest force in the human world.
Alright, we are all on the same side, just call me Hongxiu sister.
Zhao Hongxiu waved her hand, no time for pleasantries, the insect tribe is coming. You each follow your team leader's orders.
Kid, take this for Yining's sake. In a critical moment, it might save your life. With that, Zhao Hongxiu pushed something into his hand and then pulled Lian Yining away.
As they walked, Lian Yining kept looking back, her eyes full of concern. Zheng Cheng looked down at what Zhao Hongxiu had given him, it was a crimson scale, glowing with a warm light.
A plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Chapter 56, The Insect Beasts Pursue. Everyone follow me. Don't fall behind. Teacher Yang Shenli's roar echoed through the chaotic jungle.
This usually cheerful middle-aged teacher was now covered in blood, his right arm hanging unnaturally, clearly broken. But his eyes remained sharp as an eagle, constantly scanning the shifting shadows of the trees around him. Zheng Cheng followed closely in the middle of the group, carefully observing his surroundings. Around him were more than 20 other students, equally disheveled, their faces marked by fear and exhaustion. Under Qin Jihao's orders, hundreds of freshmen from the original temporary camp, along with several teachers and staff from the Beast Master Association, were attempting a breakout. The team led by Zheng Cheng's teacher was led by none other than teacher Yang Xinli. But what puzzled them was that the number of insect creatures hunting them was just too much. In less than a day, the original team of over 100 had been reduced to less than half, with heavy casualties. Now, their greatest hope was simply to pray that the elite team led by Qin Jihao could kill the queen insect in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, they were doomed. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, the bushes on the left shook violently, and Zheng Cheng's pupils contracted. He instinctively summoned his phantom abomination. The semi-transparent figure flashed by him, blending into the surrounding air. Watch out on the left. Someone screamed. 3 sand blade predators, nearly 2 meters tall, burst out of the bushes. Their forelimbs were like the sides of death, gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Mountain smash! Teacher Yang Xinli shouted, and a massive figure suddenly appeared before him. It was a giant mountain goat, standing nearly 3 meters tall, its curved horns sharp like 2 scimitars. Its muscles were thick and powerful, full of explosive strength. Boom! The mountain smash goat kicked off the ground with its hind legs, and its body shot forward like a cannonball, colliding with the lead sand blade predator. The insect creature didn't even have time to react before being impaled through the chest by the goat's horns, green blood spraying out. Bah! The mountain smash goat let out a deafening roar, violently shaking its head and tossing the sand blade predator's corpse at the other 2 creatures. Taking advantage of the gap, several quick-thinking students had already released their spiritual beasts, firefoxes, armored turtles, windblade falcons, and other attribute-based spiritual beasts, all launching attacks together. Zheng Cheng didn't act rashly, but instead, using the cover of his phantom abomination, quietly observed the battlefield. He noticed a strange phenomenon: the eyes of these insect creatures all had an abnormal red glow, and their movements were much more frenzied than regular insect creatures, completely disregarding their own injuries. This is berserk mode. It seems the queen insect received a death threat, that's why she's giving these crazy orders to the insects to attack them. Or maybe, she's giving the insects orders to kill themselves. Ah! A piercing scream interrupted Zheng Cheng's thoughts. He turned his head to see a male student being bitten by a sand blade predator that suddenly emerged from the ground, dragging him toward the earth. Nearby students tried to help but were blocked by another sand blade predator. Zheng Cheng's eyes sharpened, and with a thought, the shadow abomination lurking in the shadows suddenly sprang into action, its sharp tail slicing into the sand blade predator's compound eye. The insect creature let go in pain, and the male student seized the opportunity to escape, being dragged to safety by his companions. Thank you, thank you. The boy's face was pale as he trembled, thanking Zheng Cheng. After a day together, the team had begun to understand each other a bit. To his teammates, Zheng Cheng was just someone who acted like a loyal dog for the woman he loved. The hatching face-eating insect had parasitized an unknown magical beast, creating a new type of spiritual beast called abomination. Zheng Cheng just nodded and turned his gaze back to the battlefield. The mountain smash goat had already taken care of the 3 sand blade predators, but teacher Yang Xinli's face grew even more serious. Everyone, speed up. We are being targeted. Teacher Yang shouted loudly, there are too many of these insect creatures, Before he could finish his words, the ground suddenly shook violently. A huge crashing sound of falling trees came from the distance, as if some gigantic creature was approaching. The sand and stones on the ground began to roll again, and the figures of several sandblade predators reappeared. Behind them, there were even more massive shapes. What is that? Someone pointed at the sky in terror, their voice shaking. Zheng Cheng looked up and saw a giant black shadow rush over the treetops. It was a giant flying insect more than 5 meters long, its body a metallic bluish gray, with 2 pairs of transparent wings vibrating rapidly, producing a teeth-grinding buzzing sound. It had a pair of huge compound eyes on its head, below them a saw-toothed mandible, and sharp hooked claws at the tips of its 6 legs. Skycleaver Locust. Peak of the Golden Realm. Teacher Yang Xinli's face instantly turned pale. Everyone scatter. Quick! But the warning came too late. The Skycleaver Locust swooped down, so fast it almost left an afterimage. A girl didn't have time to react before the pair of hooked claws grabbed her waist, her scream abruptly cut off as the insect's mandibles severed her in half. Run! Run! Teacher Yang Xinli's eyes reddened. Mountain crash, landslide. The mountain crashing goat raised its head and let out a long howl, its fur standing on end as yellow energy gathered around its body. It suddenly lifted its front hooves and stomped down heavily. Boom! The ground within a 20-meter radius around the mountain crashing goat rippled like waves, several sharp stone spikes bursting from the earth, piercing the Skycleaver Locust in midair. The dozen or so sandblade predators that had surged from the sand were heavily injured by this attack from Teacher Yangshenli. The locust nimbly dodged but was still grazed by a stone spike, leaving a wound on its wing. It let out an angry screech and turned to dive toward the mountain-crashing goat. Bang! The mountain-crashing goat did not dodge and collided directly with the skycleaver locust. The huge shockwave knocked down nearby trees, and several students who were too close were blown over by the blast. Zheng Cheng lay on the ground, squinting his eyes to observe the battle. The mountain-crashing goat was clearly stronger than the skycleaver locust, but the locust's speed and agility were far superior. The two giant beasts fought, each collision causing small earthquakes. You all go. Teacher Yangshenli spat blood from the corner of his mouth, clearly sharing the damage with the spirit beast. I'll hold it off. Teacher. The students hesitated, unwilling to move. In this situation, leaving would be like abandoning them at the last moment. Go! Yangshenli shouted angrily, and then took out a red crystal from his chest and crushed it. A violent surge of energy flowed into the mountain-crashing goat's body, its size instantly expanding, and crimson energy wrapped around its horns. The skycleaver locust seemed to sense the danger and tried to pull away. But the mountain-crashing goat suddenly leaped up, its height surpassing the locust. Its horns, now wrapped in red energy, struck the skycleaver locust's abdomen fiercely. Screech! With a teeth-grinding tearing sound, the skycleaver locust's abdomen was sliced open, green blood raining down. The locust let out a painful screech, desperately flapping its wings to pull away. But the mountain-crashing goat also paid a price, as one of the locust's hooked claws deeply pierced its shoulder, nearly tearing off its entire front leg. Bah! The mountain-crashing goat cried out in pain, kneeling on the ground as its body began to shrink, clearly reaching its limit. Teacher Yangshenli spat another mouthful of blood, kneeling on one knee. He struggled to raise his head, seeing the skycleaver locust, though heavily injured, still circling in the air, clearly preparing for a final strike. It's over. Teacher Yangshenli closed his eyes in despair. At that moment, a shadow suddenly shot up from the ground. Straight to the crack in the sky, the flying locust. Its speed was astonishing, almost a flash before it landed on the back of the flying locust. That is... Zheng Cheng? The one from number 1 high, the simp? What is he doing? He's crazy. Get down. Zheng Cheng indeed jumped onto the back of the flying locust, gripping its wings tightly with both hands and clamping his legs around its body. The phantom alien and shadow alien appeared simultaneously, attacking the wing joints of the locust from the left and right. Hiss! The flying locust twisted its body wildly, trying to shake off the unwelcome rider. But Zheng Cheng was like a parasite, not moving an inch. His right hand turned into a claw, his fingertip suddenly oozing a faint green liquid, which was the corrosive acid from the alien blood. Put! Zheng Cheng thrust his finger deeply into the locust's wound, and the acid reacted violently when it came into contact with the insect's blood. The locust writhed in agony, spiraling almost vertically into the sky. High in the air, Zheng Cheng felt his eardrums almost bursting from the pressure, but he gritted his teeth and held on. This heavily injured flying locust was the flying spirit beast he desperately needed. As long as he caught it and allowed the Facehugger worm to parasitize it, he would have a powerful flying alien. Hiss! The flying locust let out a painful screech, realizing that the human on its back was the target the mother insect needed. It immediately unfurled its 3 pairs of giant wings and flew rapidly towards the direction of the mother insect. It was going to deliver the human on its back to its mother. The flying locust sped forward, the roar of the storm deafening in Zheng Cheng's ears. Even the shadow alien and phantom alien could only stretch their forepaws into the locust's body, struggling to maintain their balance and not fall off. 1 insect, 1 human, and 2 aliens had long since left the original position of the team. In just a few minutes, they had flown several kilometers away. Zheng Cheng fought to maintain his position as he saw the desert landscape appear beneath him again, but there were almost no more insect beasts around. The 3 breakthrough teams, plus the elite squad led by Qin Jihao, were closing in on the mother insect. If the mother insect didn't want to die, it could only recall a large number of insect beasts to protect itself. Now, it was his chance. He gripped the locust's body tightly with his right hand, and with his left hand, he slapped fiercely at his own body. Come out! Boom! With a loud roar, a giant insect about 3 meters tall and 5 meters long, like a giant truck, appeared beneath Zheng Cheng. At the same time, it slammed heavily onto the flying locust. The Earthshaker alien. This powerful alien, hatched from the earth-shaking giant mandible beast, weighed over 10 tons. Under the immense pressure of its weight, the flying locust let out a painful scream. Flying spirit beasts had much lighter bodies to maintain flight and speed compared to ground spirit beasts. With the 10-ton Earthshaker alien crashing down, the young flying locust couldn't hold its ground and plummeted towards the ground. In just a few seconds, it crashed heavily to the ground. Boom! A massive roar, accompanied by a cloud of dust, and the flying locust let out miserable shrieks. Hiss! But under the Earthshaker alien's suppression, it couldn't escape. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zheng Cheng quickly summoned a Facehugger worm and shoved it into the flying locust's mouth. As Zheng Cheng faced increasingly stronger magical beasts, the Facehugger worms had grown smaller. Their long tails could no longer wrap around their necks and some were nearly strangling themselves. When facing this flying locust, the Facehugger worm simply crawled directly into its mouth and made its way towards the abdomen. Before long, the heavily injured flying locust calmed down, its body trembling slightly. Seeing this, Zheng Cheng opened the passage to the spirit beast's base again. He took it in. The sky-splitter locust had just entered when a swarm of face-hugging bugs gathered together, spitting out thick liquid, and tightly wrapping it up, forming a large cocoon, placing it to the side. After doing all this, Zheng Cheng temporarily exited the spirit beast's base, and turned to look around. A desert spread out before him, and Zheng Cheng had no idea where this place was. However, strangely, there weren't many insect beasts around. It seemed they had gone to hunt other students or protect the queen bug. Seeing this, Zheng Cheng immediately leaped onto the back of the phantom mutant, while retracting the shadow mutant and earthquake mutant. In such a perilous situation, traveling with the phantom mutant, with its ability to distort surrounding light and hide itself, was undoubtedly more suitable. He oriented himself and swiftly headed in the opposite direction of the sky-splitter locust, speeding away. In a valley 120 kilometers northwest, the heavy smell of blood had almost turned into a blood-colored mist. Qin Shihao stood on a raised piece of basalt, his beastskin cloak fluttering loudly in the hot wind. His single eye squinted slightly, staring at the writhing nest in the center of the valley, made of flesh and blood, his throat moving. It's worse than expected. This queen bug has been alive for at least 300 years, and the rings on its shell have turned into runes. Zhao Hongxiu silently landed beside him, her dark red light armor stained with green insect blood. Her long fingers gently touched the double-edged blades at her waist, the spirit beast's face markings on her palm faintly glowing. Half of the guardian insect swarm is gone, it looks like they were sent to hunt. Behind them, in the darkness, were 5 new students, including Lian Yining and Xin Zhan, each of them holding their breath and carefully observing the surroundings. At the same time, their eyes were filled with battle intent, worry, and fervor. They could all feel the mental pressure coming from the depths of the valley. It was the madness of an epic-level creature before death. We're almost out of time. If we hesitate any longer, when the guardian insect swarm returns, we'll be attacked from both sides. Remember. Qin Shihao tore open his blood-stained shirt, revealing strange markings on his chest, and said in a low voice, "This is not a test, it's war. Hesitation means death. This is the test for you elite new students. Kill it. Roar." With a thunderous roar, a 5-meter-high giant bear burst out of the ground. It stood on 2 legs, blocking the sky, its bare paws slammed into the ground, causing shockwaves. The pressure from this extraordinary spirit beast caused the insect swarm within 100 meters to hesitate. Zhao Hongxiu reached out at the same time, and a blood-red flame suddenly formed in front of her, dancing wildly. Dragon Blood Valkyrie. Screech. With a clear dragon's cry, a phantom figure stepped out from the dancing flame. The Valkyrie who walked out of the flames held a double-headed dragon spear, with lava dripping from its tips instead of blood. The 2 extraordinary spirit beasts stood side by side, their auras stirring up the wind and clouds. Roar. Not far away, in the nest, the presence of the 2 extraordinary spirit beasts was detected, and immediately a shrill and piercing cry rang out. In an instant, the thousands of insect beasts surrounding the queen's nest all went mad and charged toward the group. Attack! The earthquake demon bear's paws dug into the ground, suddenly lifting an entire layer of rock and smashing it toward the insect swarm. Boom! The boulders collapsed, and the first few killer predators didn't even have time to react before being smashed into a pile of meat paste. The Dragon Blood Valkyrie turned into a red shadow and charged forward, her long spear spinning up and down, causing any approaching dragon beasts to explode violently, creating thick blood mist. Ancient War Soul! Xin Zhan shouted loudly, and a 3-meter-high golden phantom appeared behind him. It was a battle general clad in armor, swinging a giant halberd, sweeping through thousands of enemies, perfectly coordinating with Qin Shihao's charge. Thunderbolt! Xiao Tianyu pointed his sword at the sky, and from the clouds, thunder and lightning struck down, with 9 bolts of lightning hitting the insect swarm trying to encircle them in the center. A cry echoed through the air. The thunder golden eagle swiftly swooped through the swarm of insects, letting out a triumphant screech. But before the sounds of the thunder golden eagle and Xiao Tianyu's laughter could fade, a swarm of black dots suddenly shot out from the dim sky, charging toward them. Sky-splitting locusts. At the sight of this, Xiao Tianyu's expression changed drastically. However, after glancing at Qin Shihao and Zhao Hongxiu in front of him, he gritted his teeth and commanded the Thunder Golden Eagle to charge ahead. In an instant, a surge of deep blue lightning surrounded the Thunder Golden Eagle, transforming the bird into a nearly glowing ball of lightning. Boom! Chapter 58, Desperate Battle with the Mother Insect. Bai Yue gently caressed the creature in her arms, its green pupils shrinking sharply. With her as the center, the temperature within 100 meters plummeted, freezing the sand blade predators charging at the front into ice sculptures. Moreover, the icy aura continued to spread, and ice blades began to form on the ground, causing the insect creatures rushing over them to scream in agony. Zhao Wuhan, who had been silent until now, casually walked to the front lines, hands clasped behind his back. Zhao Hongxiu noticed him immediately and frowned, saying, "Zhao Wuhan, what are you up to?" "Senior Hongxiu, do you know what shines the brightest in this world?" Zhao Hongxiu's eyes filled with suspicion, wondering what this illegitimate son of the Zhao family was up to. "It's the brilliance of a flying sword cutting through the sky." Screech. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Wuhan suddenly flicked his right hand while quietly opening the spiritual beast space. In an instant, a sword about 3 feet long, pale green in color, flew out, tracing a sword pattern in the air and emitting a faint glow. "Watch me unite 1,000 swords." Zhao Wuhan shouted, wildly gesturing with both hands in the air. The pale green flying sword vibrated slightly before splitting into 10 illusory shadows, descending from the sky. Thud. Thud thud. The 10 flying sword phantoms pierced through the bodies of the sand blade predators frozen into ice sculptures, instantly chilling them to the core. Unfortunately, the sand blade predators were too large, and the damage from the flying swords was too small. Only 3 of the 10 that were attacked were struck in critical areas like the head and died instantly. The remaining predators, however, became enraged, struggling violently. Despite this, Zhao Wuhan remained indifferent, still standing with his hands behind his back, his voice low. "I have a sword, capable of moving mountains, filling seas." "Crazy woman." Bai Yue rolled her eyes, and the Xianbing serpent by her side immediately pounced, releasing waves of cold air that once again froze several sand blade predators into ice sculptures. The biting cold spread, causing Zhao Wuhan to shiver uncontrollably. "Crazy woman, no grace at all. Get lost." Lian Yining's right arm flared with fire, and the crimson flame dragon phoenix spread its wings to soar, spewing fireballs that detonated the toxic insects attempting to dive. Before the green poisonous mist could spread, it was purified by the fiery storm created by the dragon phoenix's wings. "Maintain a triangular formation." Zhao Hongxiu's voice pierced through the roar of the battlefield. "Qin Zhan, left wing. Xiao Tianyu, right wing. Bai Yue, center. Zhao Wuhan." Her voice hesitated for a moment, but she finally said, "You can act freely." The elite team, like a sharp blade, pierced the insect swarm. Qin Jihao's earth magic bear constantly altered the terrain, sometimes creating stone walls to block acid liquid, other times forming pits to swallow the insect tide. The Dragon Blood Warrior Princess specialized in assassinating high-level insect creatures, each shot precisely targeting their nerve centers. When they finally broke through the last insect wall, the true form of the mother insect was revealed under the blood-red moonlight. It was a half-human, half-insect monster. Its lower body was the swollen abdomen of an ant queen, with transparent armor under which thousands of insect eggs could be seen wriggling. The upper body maintained the silhouette of a human female, though covered in bronze-colored armor. The most horrifying aspect was the 36 nerve tendrils extending from its back, each connected to the brain of a golden-level insect. "Hiss, delicious, souls." The mother insect actually whispered in human language, her voice like nails scraping against glass. It suddenly raised its head, its abdomen contracting as it sprayed out dark green acidic liquid. "Earth barrier." The earth magic bear suddenly raised both hands and slammed them down hard onto the ground. 3 curved stone walls shot up from the earth, the acidic liquid corroding through the first 2, but was finally blocked by the third. However, from the shadow behind the stone walls, 3 invisible insect beasts shaped like praying mantises suddenly leaped toward Bai Yue. "Sword formation, lotus blossom." Zhao Wuhan shouted coldly, and the cyan flying sword suddenly blossomed at Bai Yue's feet, forming a sword lotus that shredded the shadow blades into pieces. The young sword cultivator's face turned slightly pale. This move consumed quite a bit of energy. Bai Yue retreated as the Xianbing Jiaoyu's blue light in its eyes grew brighter. The air around the mother insect suddenly crystallized into ice, its movements obviously slowing. What an opportunity! Xiao Tianyu's eyes flashed with lightning, and the thunderhawk in the sky folded its wings in dove, turning into a golden bolt of lightning that struck down at the mother insect's head. Boom! When the thunder exploded, the mother insect let out a piercing shriek. Its 3 pairs of compound eyes exploded simultaneously, but its nerve tendrils wildly writhed. All the golden tier insect warriors under control suddenly self-destructed, and the shockwave sent everyone flying. Mental storm! Get back! Zhao Hongxiu cried out in alarm, and the dragon blood warrior swiftly moved to block everyone, positioning herself in front. At the same time, blood-red flames ignited on her body, shaking violently. Invisible mental stabs swept across the area, causing the earth magic bear's rock armor to crack, and the dragon blood warrior's flames dimmed by a third. Next was Zhao Wuhan. His flying swords had already moved to protect Bai Yue, and he was unable to react in time. Affected by the mother insect's mental storm, he immediately fainted. Qin Zhan's 7 orifices bled, but he still tightly gripped his battle axe, while Xiao Tianyu desperately held his head. In midair, the Thunderhawk's figure quickly descended, protecting its master. The most dangerous was Lian Yining, who, in order to protect others, had used the Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix to absorb the mental shock, and now she was kneeling on one knee, nosebleed dripping onto the scorching sand with a sizzling sound. Yining. Zhao Hongxiu's eyes were filled with rage, and the dragon blood warrior in front of her suddenly turned into a streak of bloodlight, shooting toward the insect queen. The blood-colored light blade slashed toward the mother insect, and with one strike, it cleaved through half of the insect's body, green blood pouring out like a waterfall. Hiss. The mother insect, in excruciating pain, counterattacked, one of its nerve tendrils shooting like lightning toward the dragon blood warrior's back. In a split second, Bai Yue's Xianbing Jiaoyu leaped up to intercept. Its breath of extreme cold froze the tendril in midair, and a cold mist surged, drastically slowing its speed. It's almost done for. Qin Jihao wiped the blood from the corner of his eye. Hongxiu. Zhao Hongxiu and the dragon blood warrior leaped together, the female general's twin blades crossing into a cross, while the dragon blood warrior's spear began to spin at high speed, the tip creating plasma flames by rubbing against the air. Dragon flame cross slash. Star-piercing spear. 2 streaks of red light intertwined, and the remaining compound eyes of the mother insect froze before its head and chest both showed a cross-shaped burn, its entire upper body slowly slipping away. But the near-death mother insect actually revealed a strange smile, its remaining tendrils all stabbing into its abdomen, die, together. Not good. It's going to explode the insect eggs. Qin Jihao's face changed drastically. Everyone, fall back. The earth magic bear slammed both palms onto the ground, and a circular earthen wall surrounded everyone. Others quickly retreated, while the earth magic bear's spiritual energy poured in wildly, creating more and more earthen walls, putting in all its strength to protect everyone. Boom! In the earth-shaking explosion, the entire valley was covered in green slime. This slime had strong corrosive and parasitic properties. Wherever it touched, rocks melted, and plants mutated into fleshy tumors. Inside the earthen wall, Qin Jihao counted the numbers. Is everyone alright? I'm fine. Second uncle, Zhao Wuhan fainted, but he's still breathing. Be careful, the mother insect might not be dead yet. The earthen wall began to collapse, revealing the tragic environment outside. Bai Yue suddenly pointed toward the center of the explosion. Look! When the dust cleared, a crystal-clear diamond-shaped crystal was floating at the center of the mother insect's remains. Inside, star-like lights flow like a galaxy. Void Hive Stone. This aura, extraordinary realm? Or epic realm? Zhao Hongxiu rarely showed a shocked expression, leading the group up. Qin Jihao's single eye sparkled. No wonder the queen insect concealed a space rift. Something's wrong. Why hasn't the space rift seal been lifted yet? The insect queen isn't dead. No, wait, she's not dead, she's escaped? Everyone! Spread out and search around the mother nest, we must find the queen's trace. Yes. Chapter 59, Rift Sky Locusts. Zheng Cheng suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils still holding the image from the spiritual beast space. The corner of his mouth involuntarily curved upward, the cocoon of the Rift Sky Locust had completed its hatching, and a brand new alien form was quietly floating in the space. Come out! Zheng Cheng softly called. The ripples of the spiritual beast space twisted in the desert heat wave. Hiss! Accompanied by a sharp screech, a dark green monster burst out of the air. Its size was a third smaller than the original Rift Sky Locust, but the metallic sheen of its exoskeleton was more noticeable. 6 pairs of wings had evolved into 4 pairs of semi-transparent membrane wings, their edges flashing with serrated cold light. The most terrifying part was its mandibles, which had transformed from a chewing structure into a retractable tubular form, with the outline of its inner teeth vaguely visible. Name, Rift Sky Mutant, Newborn. Star level, 7-star level. Power, Golden Stage, 3rd tier. Status, extremely hungry. Skills, Strong Acid Blood, Sonic Boom Ambush, High Altitude Dive, Acid Spray, Group Intimidation. Special Talent 1, Supersonic Cruise. 4 pairs of membrane wings combined with a streamlined body allow for supersonic flight. Special Talent 2, Storm Control. Wing vibrations can trigger local cyclones, forming cutting storms. Golden Stage. Zheng Cheng stroked the Rift Sky Mutant's cold exoskeleton, feeling high-frequency vibrations through his fingertips. This was even stronger than he had anticipated. It seemed the alien genes had enhanced the locust's flying traits during fusion. And compared to the original host, this mutant was undoubtedly countless times stronger than the previous host after hatching. Suddenly, the sound of rustling came from afar. A dozen sandblade predators were crawling toward them, following the scent. Their exoskeletons were covered with battle scars, clearly a scattered patrol squad. Just in time to test the power. Zheng Cheng leapt onto the back of the Rift Sky Mutant, used Sonic Boom Ambush. The Rift Sky Mutant's membrane wings suddenly unfolded, its high-frequency vibrating wings leaving afterimages in the air. When it dived, Zheng Cheng felt as though his internal organs were being crushed. The sound barrier was broken, and in the explosive boom, the first 3 sandblade predators didn't have time to react, they were directly blown into green blood mist. The shockwave sent the remaining insectoids flying, their exoskeletons cracking like spider webs. Continue. Acid spray. The Rift Sky mutant hovered 20 meters above the ground, its mandibles retracting before suddenly expanding. A dark green acid spray scattered in a fan shape, causing the sandblade predators that were hit to scream in agony. Their exoskeletons dissolved at a visible speed, revealing the pulsing organs inside. In just 3 minutes, this patrol squad turned into bubbling wreckage. Such powerful strength, especially the sonic boom ambush, this is the ultimate sneak attack skill. If I could hunt Rift Sky locusts on a large scale and form a team of Rift Sky mutants, my strength could skyrocket in a short time. A sudden thought struck Zheng Cheng's mind. Right now, there were still 12 facehugger worms in the spiritual beast space, and the mutant queen was still laying eggs non-stop. As long as there were enough Rift Sky locusts, he could build a huge Rift Sky locust army. Above the clouds, Zheng Cheng narrowed his eyes, activating the all-seeing eye. His vision instantly penetrated the clouds, locking onto a group of Rift Sky locusts circling above. There were about 10 of them, patrolling low, seemingly searching for something. 10 Rift Sky locusts? Why are they wandering here? Rift Sky locusts are considered an elite species within the insect swarm. The number isn't very large. Zheng Cheng sneered coldly, just right, catch them all in one go. He patted the shell of the Rift Sky Beast, whispering, let's first deal with the ones at the edges, don't let them escape. The Rift Sky Beast made no sound, but Zheng Cheng could feel its excitement. In the next second. Boom! The Rift Sky Beast suddenly dove, its speed instantly breaking the sound barrier, and the air was squeezed out into visible white shockwaves. The outermost Rift Sky locust didn't even have time to react before the Rift Sky Beast was already closing in on it from behind. Put! The Rift Sky Beast's inner nest fang shot out, instantly piercing the locust's head, and acid fluid injected, directly dissolving its nervous system. The locust didn't even scream before its body plummeted to the ground. He wanted to capture this small group of Rift Sky locusts alive, but it was impossible. What could be done was to kill some of them and then capture the remaining Rift Sky locusts. Nice! The Rift Sky Beast didn't stop, its figure flashing as it charged toward the second prey. This time, it didn't use the inner nest fang but directly swung its forelimbs. The blade-like claws slashed, and the Rift Sky locust's wings were instantly cut in half, its body losing balance and tumbling down. Hiss! The remaining Rift Sky locusts finally noticed the danger, emitting sharp screeches as they quickly gathered, attempting to counterattack. However, they were facing a Rift Sky Beast of the Golden Realm and a hunter with an all-seeing eye. Roar! The Rift Sky Beast suddenly opened its vicious mandibles and let out a deafening roar. Group intimidation. The invisible mental shock instantly spread, causing all the Rift Sky locusts to freeze for a moment, as if they were terrified by some monstrous presence. And in that moment, the Rift Sky Beast had already charged into the locust swarm. Put! 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 The claws swung, the inner nest fang shot out, and acid fluid splattered. The Rift Sky Beast was like a cyan lightning bolt, wildly darting through the locusts, each strike precisely hitting the critical points. The ordinary Rift Sky locusts could not keep up with its speed, not even getting a chance to counterattack. One locust tried to fight back with acid fluid, but the Rift Sky Beast easily dodged, swinging a claw to rip open its abdomen. Another locust tried to escape, but the Rift Sky Beast's membrane wings flapped, instantly catching up, and the inner nest fang pierced through its chest, injecting acid fluid that corroded its internal organs in just a few seconds. In just half a minute, more than half of the dozen or so Rift Sky locusts were killed or wounded, with the remaining few scattering in panic. Don't let them escape, Zheng Cheng said coldly. The Rift Sky Beast's figure flashed again, directly locking onto the farthest fleeing locust. Supersonic cruise. Its speed soared again, the air compressed into sonic booms, and in just 3 seconds, it caught up with the fleeing locust. Put! With a swing of its claws, the locust's head was directly severed, and its body fell to the desert. The remaining few were also hunted down one by one, with none escaping. Bang! Bang bang! In the end, the original dozen or so Rift Sky locusts in the patrol squad were reduced to just 4 alive, violently crashing to the sand. Zheng Cheng then waved, and 4 face-hugging bugs leaped into the air, opening their 8-jointed claws to pounce on these 4 Rift Sky locusts, drilling into their mouths. 4 Rift Sky Beasts. Zheng Cheng's eyes brightened as he opened the spiritual beast space again, capturing the 4 struggling Rift Sky locusts inside. His gaze then turned back to the far-off sky in the northwest. There, why are there so many insect beasts? At the end of his line of sight, countless black dots appeared in the sky, and at a glance, there were at least 100 Rift Sky locusts. And on the ground, smoke was rising, obviously many creatures were running wildly on the surface. Another beast tide? Zheng Cheng didn't care about the beast tied on the ground but focused on the densely packed rift sky locust swarm in the air. These rift sky locusts. It's just the prey I was looking for. He slapped the cracked sky alien, and its massive body soared back into the sky. Another prey is coming, but there's no need to rush. Let's wait for the other 4 cracked sky locusts to hatch first. Chapter 60, Flying Aliens? A few hours later, Zheng Cheng's figure walked out from a hidden stone forest. Inside the spirit beast space, the 4 newly hatched cracked sky aliens slowly stretched their membrane wings, their shells glistening with a cold metallic sheen in the dim light. Their size is slightly smaller than the first one, but they are still longer and fiercer than regular cracked sky locusts. Zheng Cheng stood on a sand dune, his gaze sweeping over these 5 golden-level killing machines, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold arc. As expected, the first one is an elite unit, the others are just ordinary individuals. He checked their attributes with his all-seeing eye. Name, Cracked Sky Alien, Normal Body. Star level, 6 star. Strength, Golden Realm, First Stage. Skills, Strong Acid Blood, Sonic Boom Charge, High Altitude Dive. Special Talent, Supersonic Cruise. Although not as strong as the first one, these 5 golden-level Cracked Sky Aliens are more than enough to wipe out a Cracked Sky Locust squad. In the distance, the black swarm of insects was approaching. The cracked sky locust swarm in the sky was rolling like dark clouds, at least 100 of them, while on the ground, the sandblade predators and giant beetles were densely packed and charging toward this direction. Looks like they've sensed my presence. Zheng Cheng sneered, perfect, saves me the trouble of finding them. He leapt onto the back of the first cracked sky alien and whispered, all units, ascend. Target, cracked sky locust swarm. SSSS. The 5 cracked sky aliens all emitted sharp hissing sounds as their membrane wings suddenly shook, breaking the sound barrier and shooting toward the sky with Zheng Cheng. The cracked sky locust swarm clearly hadn't expected a proactive attack from the same kind. They were originally hovering low, searching for prey on the ground. However, when 5 streaks of green light shot into their formation at supersonic speed, everything fell into chaos. Put. Put. The first cracked sky alien launched its attack, launching its internal fong projectiles, instantly piercing through the heads of 2 cracked sky locusts. Acidic liquid poured in, directly dissolving their nervous systems. Before the bodies even fell, it was already diving toward its third prey. The other 4 cracked sky aliens were just as fierce. They weaved through the locust swarm at incredible speed, claws slashing, internal fong projectiles firing, each attack landing a deadly blow. SSSS. The cracked sky locust swarm finally reacted, emitting piercing hisses, attempting to fight back. However, their speed couldn't match the cracked sky aliens. Not even their acid sprays could hit the target. Boom! One of the cracked sky aliens suddenly dove, triggering a sonic boom attack. The air was compressed into a white shockwave, instantly tearing 3 cracked sky locusts into a cloud of blood. Keep going. Don't give them a chance to breathe. Zheng Cheng ordered coldly, but his eyes instinctively glanced toward the cracked sky locust swarm. For some reason, he just felt like a gaze swept over him. That gaze carried coldness, malice, and hunger. Change the combat strategy. Don't kill all the cracked sky locusts, just severely injure them. Caw! The cracked sky alien beneath him emitted a screeching sound like friction, and the other 4 cracked sky aliens responded in kind. They spread their forms once more, charging into the cracked sky locusts, continuing the massacre. Unlike before, this time they focused on attacking the locusts' wings, abdomen, and other parts. They weren't aiming for their lives but just injuring them severely. The 5 cracked sky aliens moved like shadows of death, crazily reaping lives among the locust swarm. In just a few minutes, nearly 1/5 of the hundreds of cracked sky locusts had been killed. At the same time, one by one, the heavily injured cracked sky locusts, unable to fly, were constantly falling from midair, like dumplings dropping into boiling water. It slammed heavily onto the ground. Caw caw. Roar. The sandblade predators, earthquake jaw beasts, and other insect beasts on the ground saw this, and surprisingly, they instinctively moved away from the area where the sky rift locusts fell, leaving an open space. Zheng Cheng, who noticed this, suddenly brightened his eyes, and immediately opened the spirit beast space, releasing one facehugger insect after another. Facehugger insects, go! He swung his hand suddenly, and the remaining facehugger insects in the spirit beast space all flew out, accurately pouncing on the heavily injured sky rift locusts. Put! Put! The tails of the facehugger insects wrapped around the locusts' necks, and their mouthparts pierced in, injecting embryos. Some facehugger insects directly crawled into the locusts' mouths, moving even faster. Soon, the bodies of these locusts started twitching, then gradually quieted down, entering the parasitic state. The surrounding sandblade predators, earthquake jaw beasts, and other insect beasts had no idea what had happened and still moved aside, as if guarding these sky rift locusts. A few more rounds, and this group of sky rift locusts will be completely done for. Excitement flashed in his eyes, as if he had already seen an air force made up of sky rift aberrations. However, just as Zheng Cheng thought victory was in his grasp, an unexpected change occurred. Hiss. From the center of the Sky Rift Locust group, a strange hissing sound suddenly erupted, and the sound wave spread as if it was solid, distorting the air for a moment. The next second, the previously chaotic Sky Rift Locust group all stopped fleeing, and instead, they charged frantically toward Zheng Cheng and the 5 Sky Rift aberrations. They were even faster, crazier, as if they had entered a berserk state. What? Zheng Cheng's pupils shrank. What was even more terrifying was that the 5 Sky Rift aberrations under his command seemed to have suffered a mental shock, their movements immediately slowing down, and even 2 of them lost balance and began to fall toward the ground. Bang! Bang! 2 of the Sky Rift aberrations crashed heavily to the ground, and before they could struggle to get up, the insect swarm on the ground surged up and instantly overwhelmed them. Damn! Zheng Cheng's face changed drastically. Mental attack? He suddenly looked up, his gaze piercing through the chaotic locust group, locking firmly on the central area. There, floating, was a creature twice the size of an ordinary Sky Rift locust. Its carapace was dark purple, and an eerie flesh lump bulged on its back, shaped like a twisted human brain. That is, the Sky Rift locust boss? Zheng Cheng's heart skipped a beat. The creature's compound eyes flashed with strange mental fluctuations, clearly the source of the earlier mental shock. No wonder this group of Sky Rift locusts went berserk so suddenly. Zheng Cheng's gaze turned cold, and he quickly adjusted his strategy. The 3 Sky Rift aberrations let out a roar, and Zheng Cheng also contacted the aberration queen in the spirit beast space, directly suppressing the 3 Sky Rift aberrations with the queen's aura. Under the aberration queen's suppression, the 3 Sky Rift aberrations immediately shook off the mental shock caused by the Sky Rift locust boss. Looking at the more than 50 Sky Rift locusts that had fallen into a berserk state, Zheng Cheng hesitated not at all, issuing an order, and the 3 Sky Rift aberrations turned and ran. Sonic cruising. Boom boom boom. 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 The 3 Sky Rift aberrations, in their sonic cruising mode, madly fled, with more than 50 berserk Sky Rift locusts and the giant boss with a human brain-like lump on its back chasing behind. Zheng Cheng crouched on the back of the first Sky Rift aberration, his gaze coldly watching the rear. We can't run too fast, we need to drag them. With a thought, the 3 Sky Rift aberrations immediately adjusted their speed, keeping a distance of about 100 meters ahead of the Sky Rift locust group. Hiss. The Sky Rift locust boss let out a sharp hiss, and another mental shock erupted, trying to influence Zheng Cheng's Sky Rift aberrations. However, this time Zheng Cheng was well prepared. The oppressive pressure of the alien queen enveloped the 3 Rift Sky aliens, directly counteracting the effects of the mental shockwave. Counterattack. Zheng Cheng coldly ordered. Whoosh. The 3 Rift Sky aliens suddenly turned, and their inner Fong projectile shot out, instantly piercing the heads of the 3 leading Rift Sky locusts. PSHH. PSHH. Acidic liquid injected, and the 3 Rift Sky locusts died on the spot, their bodies falling. Keep running. Zheng Cheng did not linger on the battlefield. After landing a successful blow, he immediately ordered the Rift Sky aliens to keep fleeing. Hiss. The Rift Sky locust boss was furious, and the remaining locust swarm crazily pursued, their speed increasing again. However, their speed could not match that of the Rift Sky aliens at the Golden Realm level, and they were continuously dragged and exhausted by Zheng Cheng. Again. Zheng Cheng sneered, once again ordering the Rift Sky aliens to turn and attack. Boom. A sonic boom attack was launched, the air exploded, and 2 more Rift Sky locusts were blasted into a blood mist. PSHH. Another Rift Sky alien slashed with its claw blade, directly severing a Rift Sky locust's wing, causing it to lose balance and crash heavily to the ground. Facehugger, go. Zheng Cheng quickly threw out a Facehugger, which precisely landed on the heavily injured Rift Sky locust, successfully parasitizing it. Collect. He opened the spirit beast space and placed the parasitized locust inside. Thus, Zheng Cheng continued to pull and counterattack. In just half an hour, the original swarm of more than 50 Rift Sky locusts had been reduced to just over 20. Meanwhile, the number of newly parasitized Rift Sky locusts in his spirit beast space had reached 15. Hold on a little longer, once they all hatch, it's time for the counterattack. A cold light flashed in Zheng Cheng's eyes. Hiss. The Rift Sky locust boss seemed to have sensed Zheng Cheng's intentions, suddenly emitting a shrill screech. The lumps on its back squirmed violently, and strange blood-red patterns began to appear on its dark purple shell. The next second, its body suddenly inflated, and thick blood mist erupted from the cracks in its shell. The remaining 20-odd Rift Sky locusts were also affected, their bodies turning bright red as their speed and power skyrocketed. What? Zheng Cheng's pupils contracted. Was it preparing to fight to the death? Boom. A blood-colored Rift Sky locust suddenly accelerated, rapidly closing in on a Rift Sky alien, its claw blade slashing down hard. Crack! The Rift Sky alien's shell was torn open, and green blood sprayed out. Roar! The Rift Sky alien cried out in pain and immediately counterattacked. Its inner fang projectile shot out, piercing the blood-colored locust's head. However, even in its final moments, the locust continued to madly bite and tore off one of the Rift Sky alien's membrane wings. Damn, they've gone into a berserk state. Zheng Cheng's face turned serious as he immediately ordered the 3 Rift Sky aliens to create distance. However, the speed of the blood-colored Rift Sky locust swarm had reached its peak. They crazily chased after, and a few even self-destructed, attempting to use acidic liquid to splash and injure the Rift Sky aliens. Boom! Boom! 2 Rift Sky aliens were splashed with acidic liquid, their shells corroded, and their movements became slower. Hold on a little longer. Zheng Cheng gritted his teeth, his gaze scanning the distance. It's almost here. Hiss. The Rift Sky locust boss let out a victorious hiss, thinking Zheng Cheng had no way to escape. However, just as it prepared to launch its final attack, dozens of azure streaks of light suddenly appeared on the horizon. That is... The Rift Sky locust boss's compound eyes flashed, thinking that its kind had come to assist. It immediately issued a command, trying to have these reinforcements surround and kill Zheng Cheng. However, as these reinforcements drew closer, its mental wave suddenly froze. They were not Rift Sky locusts, but more than 20 Rift Sky aliens. Roar! The newly hatched Rift Sky alien swarm let out a deafening roar and instantly charged into the battlefield. PSHH. PSHH. Inner fang projectile shot out, claws swinging, more than 20 Rift Sky aliens like grim reapers descending, crazily harvesting the remaining blood-colored Rift Sky locusts. Hiss! The Rift Sky locust boss finally panicked. It desperately flapped its membrane wings, trying to flee the battlefield. However, Zheng Cheng would never let it escape. Surround and kill it. At the same time, he waved his hand again. The 15 sky-splitting locusts that he had captured during the pursuit period had hatched into sky-splitting aliens, and they joined the battle against the sky-splitting locusts in a frenzy. Boom! 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 5 sky-splitting aliens launched sonic boom assaults at the same time. The air exploded, and the membrane wings of the sky-splitting locust boss were torn apart, its body crashing heavily to the ground. Bang! Dust and sand flew up as the sky-splitting locust boss struggled to rise, but over 20 sky-splitting aliens had already surrounded it. Hiss! It let out its final screech, and the flesh tumor on its back writhed wildly, as if it was about to launch a mental shock again. However, Zheng Cheng sneered, "Alien Queen, suppress." Buzz. An invisible mental pressure descended, crushing the sky-splitting locust boss's mental shock directly. Kill. Over 20 sky-splitting aliens pounced at the same time, claws, inner cavity fangs, acid pouring down crazily. Put. Put. The exoskeleton of the sky-splitting locust boss was torn apart, its flesh corroded, and finally, with a tragic screech, it died completely. Boom! The huge body of the sky-splitting locust boss then fell from midair, smashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a storm of sand and dust. Zheng Cheng leaped off the back of the sky-splitting alien and walked toward the corpse of the sky-splitting locust boss. Golden Realm's Void Hive Stone. He reached into the shattered chest cavity of the boss and dug out a translucent diamond-shaped crystal, which sparkled with star-like lights inside. Good stuff, Zheng Cheng said, satisfied, as he pocketed the crystal. However, when he looked back at the boss's corpse, his brows suddenly furrowed. Wait, where is the flesh tumor on its back? The twisted brain-like flesh tumor, which had been there before, had now completely disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a strange empty hole, as if something had forcibly dug it out. Something's wrong. Zheng Cheng's nerves instantly tensed, and his all-seeing eye fully activated, scanning the surroundings. However, before he could detect anything unusual, the ground beneath his feet suddenly trembled violently. Boom! A menacing mouthpart with a diameter of more than 5 meters erupted from the ground, instantly swallowing Zheng Cheng. What? Zheng Cheng felt his vision go black as his entire body was dragged into the ground. Roar! The sky-splitting aliens let out furious screeches, rushing towards the giant beast that had suddenly appeared. However, the creature had already burrowed deep into the sand, disappearing without a trace. Underground, Zheng Cheng was surrounded by an immense feeling of pressure, with wriggling meat walls and corrosive slime all around him. King of sandworms? He suddenly realized that he had been swallowed by a giant sandworm lurking underground. You want to digest me? Dream on. Zheng Cheng sneered, thrusting his right hand forcefully into the sandworm's inner wall, injecting a surge of acidic blood. Hiss. The sandworm writhed in agony, and the underground passage trembled violently. However, Zheng Cheng's eyes suddenly narrowed. Because, on the sandworm's meat wall, he saw a familiar flesh tumor. It was the same one that had disappeared from the back of the sky-splitting locust boss. At this moment, it was wriggling, as if laughing. Zheng Cheng's pupils constricted sharply. What the hell is this thing? Chapter 62, The Seventh Motherworm. Boom. The intense vibrations inside the sandworm forced Zheng Cheng to hold tightly onto a protruding piece of meat wall tissue. The surrounding cavities continued to shrink and compress, and the strong acidic digestive fluid seeped out from the cracks in the meat walls, corroding holes into his combat suit. Golden-level sandworm, no wonder it can silently burrow beneath the battlefield. His all-seeing eye glowed faintly in the darkness, allowing him to clearly see the situation inside the sandworm. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on the wriggling flesh tumor on the front meat wall, which was the same brain-like organ that had disappeared from the back of the sky-splitting locust boss. The surface of the flesh tumor was covered with purple-red blood vessels, now pulsating rhythmically, like a heart. Even stranger was that when Zheng Cheng looked at it, all those blood vessels suddenly turned toward him, as if countless eyes were watching him at once. Hiss. A chilling scraping sound came from inside the flesh tumor. Suddenly, it detached from the flesh wall and swam toward Zheng Cheng like a massive leech. Stone armor alien. Without hesitation, Zheng Cheng summoned his most durable defensive alien, and a flash of yellow light appeared as the muscular stone armor alien manifested between him and the fleshy tumor, its body covered in thick rock armor. PFFF. The flesh tumor suddenly split open, spraying a jet of dark green slime. The stone armor alien immediately spread its arms, and the rock armor instantly expanded into a shield, blocking in front of Zheng Cheng. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A horrifying sound erupted as the rock shield was corroded at an observable rate, and in the blink of an eye, it was half as thin. Zheng Cheng's pupils contracted. This corrosion was several times stronger than the digestive fluid of the sandworm. Human, surrender. A cold mental wave directly entered Zheng Cheng's mind, and the voice sounded like the screeching of millions of insects layered together, causing unbearable pain in his head. Be obedient and become my food. Hand over the alien queen. Zheng Cheng gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with sharp light. Alien? Are you referring to the alien queen? He stalled for time while secretly commanding the stone armor alien to prepare for a counterattack. What the hell are you? And why have you been chasing me? Lowly creatures, you are not worthy to ask questions. The flesh tumor suddenly expanded violently, and a distorted human face outline appeared on the surface, with the mouth wide open, spraying more slime. Stone armor technique. The stone armor alien's entire body glowed with yellow light, and the shield that was corroded instantly regenerated, even becoming thicker. However, this time the slime not only had corrosive properties but also contained countless tiny mental spikes, piercing through the physical defenses and attacking the stone armor alien's consciousness directly. Roar! The stone armor alien let out a painful roar, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on its rock armor. Zheng Cheng could feel his spiritual beast suffering a heavy blow on the mental level, and its consciousness was rapidly dissipating, like a receding tide. Useless, your alien is too weak. The flesh tumor wriggled closer, and the twisted human face revealed a grimace of a smile. Zheng Cheng then saw clearly that beneath the flesh tumor, dozens of long, thin tentacles had grown, each with a small mouthpart at the end, greedily opening and closing. Now, hand over the queen, or... The flesh tumor suddenly accelerated, bypassing the injured stone armor alien and charging directly toward Zheng Cheng's face. At the critical moment, a determined glint flashed in Zheng Cheng's eyes. Since you want the queen, I'll give it to you as you wish. Boom! A terrifying pressure suddenly exploded, and the entire sandworm's internal chamber shook violently, the flesh walls twitching wildly. The space in front of Zheng Cheng twisted, and a massive creature slowly revealed itself. It was the fully developed form of the alien queen, a colossal figure standing 5 meters tall, nearly filling the sandworm's internal cavity. Its long crown nearly touched the upper flesh wall, and its powerful tail swung restlessly, leaving deep gashes across the flesh wall. This is impossible. The flesh tumor emitted a shrill mental scream, and the twisted human face displayed an expression of disbelief. It retreated frantically, its tentacles waving wildly as if it had encountered something extremely terrifying. The true form of the alien queen, why is it so powerful? What the hell is this thing? Zheng Cheng didn't answer. He lightly jumped onto the alien queen's shoulder and coldly stared at the panicking flesh tumor. Now, it's my turn to ask you, what the hell are you, and why have you been coveting my alien? Vile human! You are not worthy to know the secrets of my race. The flesh tumor suddenly erupted, and all its tentacles simultaneously shot out slime and mental spikes, this attack 10 times fiercer than before. However, the alien queen simply swiped her front claws lightly, and the attacks were blocked in midair by an invisible force field. Mental control? Useless against me. Zheng Cheng sneered. Through the mental link, he could feel the alien queen's fury at this moment, a natural hostility of a superior predator toward an offender. The alien queen let out a deafening screech and lunged at the fleshy lump. Its speed was astonishing, and the fleshy lump was unable to dodge before a claw slammed it against the flesh wall. No! Let go of me!
I am the seventh mother nest of the Void Insect clan. You cannot. Crack. The alien queen's tail spike ruthlessly pierced the center of the fleshy lump, and the twisted human face let out a silent scream of agony. Zheng Cheng could feel a powerful mental force struggling inside the fleshy lump, attempting to counterattack. Facehugger. Zheng Cheng calmly summoned a facehugger, the alien larva born specifically for parasitism, trembling excitedly as its 8 tentacles continuously opened and closed. No! Don't come near me! The fleshy lump clearly guessed the function of the facehugger, sending out a wave of fearful mental energy. Human. We can negotiate. I can give you power. Knowledge. The secrets of the Void Insect clan. Too late. Zheng Cheng coldly interrupted it, grabbing the facehugger and forcefully pushing it into the fleshy lump's twisted mouth. Since you claim to be the seventh mother nest, then let's let you experience the feeling of being parasitized. Gurgle, gurgle. The fleshy lump twitched violently, its surface veins bulging, and the human face twisted to the point of almost tearing apart. The facehugger's tentacles firmly anchored into the internal tissues of the fleshy lump, starting to inject embryos. Ah! You vile, alien insects. You will regret this. The mental energy of the fleshy lump grew weaker. Our Void Insect clan will find you. As the last bit of mental energy disappeared, the fleshy lump became completely silent, its surface starting to form a translucent cocoon-like substance. Zheng Cheng could feel a new life growing inside it. Hiss. The alien queen gently rubbed Zheng Cheng, seemingly asking what should be done next. Zheng Cheng looked around. The sandworm's chamber was already badly damaged from the previous battle, digestive fluids leaking from wounds, and the entire space was shaking violently. Let's get us out of here first, then I think we should interrogate our guest properly. The alien queen understood, and her sharp foreclaws suddenly stabbed into the sandworm's flesh wall, beginning to dig upward. Roar, roar. With the alien queen's movements inside the sandworm began to struggle violently, its speed suddenly increasing. But no matter how it struggled, it could not stop the alien queen's actions. Zheng Cheng stood on the queen's shoulder, thoughtfully watching the fleshy lump that was turning into a cocoon. From the brief exchange earlier, he had already confirmed that this fleshy lump was the mother insect of the Void Insect clan. What concerned him more was that the insect clan seemed to have an unusual hostility and fear toward the aliens. And the seventh mother insect? Seventh? Was it the seventh in terms of number, or just a title? Could it be that on the other side of the spatial rift, there were 6 other insect mothers? Alien insect. Zheng Cheng softly repeated the term. It seems there is a connection between the alien queen and the Void Insect clan that I don't know about. It seems that once we get out, we'll have to interrogate this guest properly. Chapter 63, The Void Tomb. Boom! A huge sandstorm suddenly erupted in the desert, and the massive sandworm writhed painfully as it broke through the ground. Its mouth, filled with ringed teeth, opened wide, emitting a deafening screech as its thick body twisted wildly in midair, flattening the surrounding sand dunes. Boom! The sandworm slammed heavily onto the sand, sending a sandstorm shooting up dozens of meters high. A 10-meter-long tear appeared on its back, and dark green blood poured down like a waterfall, corroding the golden sand grains and causing white smoke to rise. Sizzle! A pair of sharp black foreclaws suddenly extended from the wound, tearing the crack open even further. Immediately after, the alien queen's fierce crown poked out first, followed by its massive 5-meter-high body. Zheng Cheng stood firmly on the queen's shoulder, his all-seeing eye flashing with alertness as it scanned the surrounding desert. Safe. After confirming that there were no other insectoids or humans nearby, Zheng Cheng gently patted the queen's tough exterior. The queen understood, pulling her tail stinger out of the sandworm's corpse, drawing a string of sticky bodily fluids with it. Zheng Cheng closed his eyes, sensing the position of his alien army through the mental link. A moment later, he opened his eyes and pointed to the northeast, over there, about 30 kilometers away. Tisk, TSK, these sandworms are so fast. In less than half an hour, they've already covered such a distance underground. The alien queen let out a low hiss, as if she wanted to personally carry Zheng Cheng there. But Zheng Cheng shook his head. Your size is too noticeable, and you're not fast enough. Besides, you still have the important task of hatching facehuggers. Return to the spirit beast space first. Hiss. The alien queen hissed again, as if agreeing. A flash of light passed, and the queen's massive body disappeared. In its place stood a slender sandblade alien. His shadow alien, phantom alien, and rift alien were all far off, too far to contact. Zheng Cheng mounted the sandblade alien and took out the fleshy tumor that was cocooning from the spirit beast space. At this moment, the surface of the fleshy tumor was completely covered by a semi-transparent membrane, and one could vaguely see something squirming inside. Stop playing dead. I know you can still communicate. Zheng Cheng said coldly, and with a thought, the facehugger inside the queen's body moved slightly. Hiss.
The membrane on the fleshy tumor suddenly trembled violently, sending a weak but resentful mental wave. You despicable human, how dare you treat a void insect queen like this? Looks like the Facehugger's effect isn't strong enough. A cold light flashed in Zheng Cheng's eyes as he strengthened the Facehugger's activity through the mental link. The fleshy tumor immediately began to twitch violently, and the twisted human face under the membrane became faintly visible, showing a painful expression. Stop, stop. The queen's mental wave was full of terror. What do you want to know? I'll tell you. Zheng Cheng relaxed his control slightly, and the twitching of the fleshy tumor lessened. He urged the Sandblade alien to head in the direction of his alien army while he began the interrogation. First question, what exactly are you? Why are you hunting me? The fleshy tumor remained silent for a few seconds, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. When it sensed Zheng Cheng's killing intent, it reluctantly responded, I am the 7th queen of the void insect tribe, you can call me the 7th queen. I hunted you because I sensed the life fluctuation of a new alien insect queen. A trace of greed suddenly appeared in the queen's mental wave, such a pure alien insect queen. If I could devour it. Zheng Cheng narrowed his eyes, alien insects? Are you referring to aliens? Why call them alien insects? Alien insects are alien insects. The queen suddenly became agitated. Your queen is called an alien? That's really a strange name. This type of queen's presence is something I've never sensed before. If I can devour it, my life level will increase further. Zheng Cheng sharply caught the anomaly in the queen's words. Queens? Are there other insect races besides your void insect tribe? Of course. The queen replied, the universe is vast, with countless planets and dimensions. You humans don't know anything, you're just a small, low-level carbon-based life form. Zheng Cheng sneered but didn't continue probing that point. Instead, he asked, what exactly is the void insect tribe? Where do you come from? This time, the queen's answer was much smoother, as though reciting a certain doctrine. The void insect tribe is the most perfect life form in the universe. We devour, we evolve, we are immortal and indestructible. We come from the depths of the void, where it is our cradle, and also our. Enough. Zheng Cheng interrupted its pointless boasting. Why are you here? What is on the other side of the spatial rift? The face on the surface of the tumor suddenly twisted, and hesitation was clearly visible in the mental fluctuations. Here, this is the borderland, the other side of the rift is. Zheng Cheng did not hesitate and urged the face-hugging worm. The tumor immediately let out a silent scream, the membranous surface bulging wildly as if something was about to break through its body. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. The mother worm begged in pain, it's the void tomb over there. It's a place of abandonment. Zheng Cheng slightly loosened his control, explain in detail. The void tomb is the battlefield of the ancient wars. The mental fluctuations of the mother worm weaken significantly. There, it's filled with the bodies of various cosmic races, as well as their leftover technology and treasures. We, the defeated mother worms, could only escape to such borderlands to struggle for survival. Defeated? Zheng Cheng seized on the keyword, who are you fighting? The tumor suddenly shook violently, its mental fluctuations filled with fear. The mother worms. Other mother worms. Although our void worm race is vast, there is also competition. All the mother worms can only grow by killing other mother worms and devouring their life cores. Only then can they continue to grow, become the sole void mother worm, and become the true king of the void worm race. Zheng Cheng's brows furrowed, his intuition telling him that the mother worm wasn't lying this time. He changed the question, is the spatial rift natural, or did you open it? It's natural. The mother worm replied, the structure of the void tomb space is unstable, often producing temporary rifts. I escaped the pursuit of other mother worms using a feigned death technique and fled here, hoping to recover, but I didn't expect to encounter you. Zheng Cheng pondered this information. If what the mother worm said was true, then the void tomb on the other side of the rift was both a dangerous place and possibly a huge treasure trove. But the question was, how much of what this cunning mother worm said was true? His gaze kept flickering, his eyes continuously assessing the tumor, his coldness growing deeper. One last question. Zheng Cheng stared at the tumor. Apart from you, have any other mother worms come through this rift? The face on the surface of the tumor showed a strange smile. No, this spatial rift is extremely secretive, hidden beneath the body of an ancient alien god, covered by its death aura. Other insect races can't sense it at all. I only stumbled upon it by chance. Zheng Cheng's tone subtly changed, as if he was deep in thought about something. The mother worm sent another mental wave. Human, I've told you everything I needed to. You must keep your promise and let me go. Oh. Zheng Cheng said coldly, you also said that you would keep the promise between us, but you lied to me. How could I possibly let you go? What? The mother worm cried out, when did I lie to you? He immediately cut off the mental link with the mother worm and ordered the face-hugging worm to hatch with all its power. The tumor struggled wildly, its surface membrane quickly turning black and hardening. No. Stop. I can tell you the real secret. About the origin of the alien insects. About the truth of the void worm race. The mother worm screamed desperately, her bloated body beginning to squirm. Zheng Cheng watched the tumor lose its vitality with an expressionless face. Too late. Since you refuse to cooperate, I'll have the alien devour your genes and memories directly. You'll regret this. The mother worm's mental fluctuations grew weaker. When they come knocking, you'll wish you had never been born. With the last mental wave dissipating, the tumor completely turned into a pitch-black cocoon. Zheng Cheng could sense that a new alien was being incubated inside, a special alien fused with the voidworm motherworm's genes. Speed up. Zheng Cheng gave the command to the sand blade alien, but his mind couldn't help but wonder. Before the death of the mother insect, her words made him wary. Who did she mean by they? Were they other void insect races, or even more terrifying existences? And what is the unknown connection between the aliens and the void insect race? The speed of the sandblade alien suddenly increased, leaving behind a trail of afterimages in the desert. At the edge of his sight, a group of black dots appeared in Zheng Cheng's vision. They were his crack sky aliens. Screech! At that moment, a sharp screeching sound suddenly came from the sky behind him, followed by a dull rumble, approaching at an incredible speed. Boom! A golden lightning bolt streaked across the sky, and the sharp screeching made the sand particles tremble. Zheng Cheng looked up and saw a giant eagle with a wingspan of over 10 meters diving down. Its golden feathers crackled with blue-white electricity, leaving the air smelling of scorching ozone. Thunder Gold Eagle? Zheng Cheng's pupils constricted as he instantly recognized the 9-star spiritual beast, Xiao Tianyu. On the giant eagle's back, a young man in silver battle armor stood proudly. He had a handsome face but carried a hint of coldness, his right hand gripping a long spear crackling with lightning, and a Qin family direct descendant badge on his left chest. It was none other than Xiao Tianyu, with whom Zheng Cheng had a grudge. Bang! The Thunder Gold Eagle landed heavily on the sand dune, kicking up a hurricane that twisted the surrounding sand into a spiral curtain. Xiao Tianyu scanned Zheng Cheng from above. When his gaze landed on the pitch-black insect cocoon in his hand, a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. I thought someone was sneaking around in the desert. Turns out it's you, useless fool. Xiao Tianyu's mouth curled into a mocking smile. What happened? Did the garbage spirit beast you traded for with the crimson flame dragon phoenix die? Is that all that's left, these ugly bugs? Zheng Cheng ignored his ridicule and calmly put the insect cocoon back into the spiritual beast space, a move that immediately caught Xiao Tianyu's attention. Wait! He shouted sharply, hand over what you're holding. That's the mother insect Lord Qinjihao wants. Why should I? Zheng Cheng coldly countered, simultaneously sensing the position of his alien army through the spiritual link. Less than 3 kilometers away, he felt at ease immediately. Xiao Tianyu pointed his spear, and the Thunder Gold Eagle let out a menacing screech, because my golden eagle can smash you to pieces. He narrowed his eyes and suddenly revealed a malicious smile, but, if you kneel and beg me, maybe, out of respect for Lian Yining, I'll spare your life. At the mention of Lian Yining's name, a flash of coldness appeared in Zheng Cheng's eyes. Lian Yining doesn't like cowards. Zheng Cheng said calmly, she despises fools who bully others with their power. You're asking for death. Xiao Tianyu's face instantly turned ashen. The Thunder Gold Eagle sensed its master's anger and flared its feathers, gathering violent lightning between its wings. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the mother insect. Zheng Cheng remained silent, simply raising his right hand. In an instant, dozens of sandblade aliens erupted from the ground, forming a circle that surrounded Xiao Tianyu. At the same time, the imposing stone-armored alien stood in front of Zheng Cheng, its rock-like armor gleaming coldly under the sun. These garbage? Xiao Tianyu sneered disdainfully. The Thunder Gold Eagle flapped its wings powerfully and shot into the sky. Let me show you the true power of a 9-star spiritual beast. Boom! The sky suddenly darkened. Dark clouds gathered above the Golden Eagle at a visible speed. Blinding lightning raced through the clouds as if the apocalypse was coming. Thunderous strike. With Xiao Tianyu's roar, dozens of lightning bolts, as thick as barrels, fell from the sky, accurately striking each sandblade alien. The sand was instantly turned into massive, charred craters, with high temperatures melting the grains into glass-like crystals. Puff! Puff! 6 sandblade aliens were struck first, their acidic blood vaporizing before it could splatter, their severed limbs scattered all over the place. The remaining aliens immediately scattered, forming a defensive formation. At the same time, he threw his head back and sprayed corrosive venom, trying to hit the Golden Eagle high in the sky. Ridiculous! Xiao Tianyu laughed loudly. Thunderstorm domain. The thunderstorm Golden Eagle fully spread its wings, and a lightning force field with a diameter of 100 meters instantly formed. All the venom shot towards the sky was ionized and broken down in the force field, turning into harmless mist that dissipated. Is this the spiritual insect hatched by the Facehugger bug you got using the 9-star level Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix? No matter how many there are, what does it matter? They are still trash, just like you. Your bugs can't even touch my golden eagle. Xiao Tianyu looked down at Zheng Cheng proudly, just like how you'll never deserve Lian Yining. Zheng Cheng remained silent, only ordering the remaining Sandblade mutants to continue feigning an attack. Do you know? Xiao Tianyu manipulated the golden eagle to weave through the thunderclouds, occasionally lowering to strike with lightning and reap the lives of mutants. He suddenly said, Zheng Cheng, do you know that even with so many spiritual insects, you still don't deserve Lian Yining? The gap between a 9-star level and a 1-star level is like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. You will never catch up to her. Only I am worthy of her. A lightning bolt struck down, and 3 Sandblade mutants were turned to charcoal. Zheng Cheng's mutants were halved, but he still wore an emotionless face. Looks like you can only hide behind your spiritual beast. What a coward. Xiao Tianyu saw that his words were ineffective and suddenly changed tactics. Then let's kill your spiritual beast first, and then slowly torture you. His gaze was firmly fixed on the stone-armored mutant leader that was guarding Zheng Cheng. To him, this strange-looking spiritual insect with black and yellow patterns was Zheng Cheng's biggest reliance. The pure aura alone had already entered the Silver Realm. If it were anyone else's spiritual beast that had reached the Silver Realm, their power would undergo a tremendous change, becoming above others. But now, against his Thunderstorm Golden Eagle, it was no match. Even though his Thunderstorm Golden Eagle had just been born and was also in the Silver Realm, it was still no match. Thunderstorm Assault. The Thunderstorm Golden Eagle turned into a golden lightning bolt and dove down, aiming directly at the stone-armored mutant in front of Zheng Cheng. The stone-armored mutant roared and its entire rock armor glowed with a yellowish light, instantly tripling in thickness. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the stone-armored mutant was directly knocked back dozens of meters, its thick rock armor covered in cracks. But the Thunderstorm Golden Eagle just flapped its wings lightly and soared back into the air, the lightning sparks on its feathers undiminished. Too fragile. Xiao Tianyu sneered, next strike will take your life. Zheng Cheng looked at the dying stone-armored mutant and suddenly spoke, do you know why Lian Yining looks down on you so much? Xiao Tianyu paused, what? Because. Zheng Cheng smirked coldly, she has better judgment than you. Go die. Xiao Tianyu was completely enraged, wrath of the thunder god. The Thunderstorm Golden Eagle's body surged with electric light, and the thunderbolts in the dark clouds gathered wildly, eventually forming a giant thunder column with a diameter of more than 5 meters, striking straight down towards Zheng Cheng's head. Stone Armor Art, Absolute Defense. The stone-armored mutant had somehow crawled back in front of Zheng Cheng. It burned its last life force, injecting all its spiritual energy into its rock armor. A crystal-clear, jade-like rock shield instantly formed, completely enveloping Zheng Cheng. Boom! Blinding white light covered a radius of 100 meters, and the shockwave from the explosion flattened all the surrounding sand dunes. When the light faded, the stone-armored mutant had turned into a charred statue, still maintaining its defensive pose with arms crossed. Zheng Cheng knelt on one knee, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The stone-armored mutant had blocked this fatal blow with its life, but the aftershock still caused internal injuries to Zheng Cheng. But it didn't matter. With the life-sharing talent, as long as his mutants didn't die completely, he wouldn't die either. Even if only one remained. He won't die. Ha ha ha. Xiao Tianyu laughed wildly, now you know the consequences of offending me, right? He urged the Golden Eagle to lower its altitude, the long spear pointing at Zheng Cheng. I'll give you one last chance, hand over the queen bug, and I can make your death quick and painless. Zheng Cheng slowly raised his head, suddenly showing a strange smile, do you know? You've made a fatal mistake. What? Xiao Tianyu froze, his face filled with confusion. You're too focused on your prey. Zheng Cheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and you forgot to observe the surroundings. Xiao Tianyu suddenly became alert, and the Thunder Golden Eagle also sensed something, uneasily screeching. He hurriedly looked around, instinctively raising his head to look into the distance. In that direction, dozens of black dots were rapidly flying towards them at an incredibly fast speed. Upon closer inspection, they were bugs with 3 pairs of wings. Crack sky locusts? How come there are so many? But his face quickly changed, glaring at Zheng Cheng, so what if they're crack sky locusts? My Thunder Golden Eagle is faster than them, as long as I kill you before they arrive. Scree! An ear-piercing screech suddenly erupted, and the largest crack sky locust, which was obviously bigger than the others, surged forward. Its speed was so fast that it created a sonic boom. How is this possible? As he exclaimed, the enormous crack sky locust had already flown right in front of him. With a flap of its wings, a violent wind created a huge wind blade, sweeping towards the Thunder Golden Eagle. The Thunder Golden Eagle, with its massive size, instinctively began to retreat, emitting a sharp cry. This is impossible. Xiao Tianyu's face turned pale, glaring at Zheng Cheng. In his view, the incoming crack sky locusts were insect beasts, which would treat both him and Zheng Cheng as enemies and prey. But now, the huge crack sky locust and the dozens of others behind it had all flown behind Zheng Cheng, not moving at all. Especially the leader of the crack sky locusts, which was now guarding in front of Zheng Cheng, almost like a spiritual beast protecting its master. How is this possible, a spiritual beast? Aren't these crack sky locusts? How could they protect you? How could you have so many spiritual beasts? Xiao Tianyu's mind raced, and soon he realized something. Facehugger bugs. Is this the true ability of the Facehugger bug? No wonder you traded a 9-star Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix for Lian Yining's Facehugger bug. Bingo! You got it right. Too bad, there's no reward. Zheng Cheng slowly stood up, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. The most terrifying thing about the Facehugger bug has never been its individual combat power, but the swarm tactics. Scree. Roar. In an instant, dozens of crack sky creatures screeched sharply. Even behind Zheng Cheng, a large number of sandblade creatures and earthshaker creatures rushed out, trapping Xiao Tianyu tightly within. The combined sound created a terrifying sonic wave, even dispersing the thunderclouds in the sky. The crack sky creatures unfolded their membrane wings and soared into the sky, while the sandblade creatures burrowed underground, forming a complete army of alien creatures from all directions, charging at Xiao Tianyu. No! Xiao Tianyu hastily commanded the Golden Eagle to ascend. Thunder Golden Eagle, retreat at full speed. If he were only facing dozens of sandblade creatures, which were only at the silver level, he was confident he could annihilate them all. But now, the ones surrounding him were at least 30 crack sky creatures. Especially the leader of the crack sky creatures, whose aura was at least at the gold level. Right now, he was no match for them. The Thunder Golden Eagle's wings flapped fiercely, and its golden body immediately soared into the sky, attempting to leave the area. However, it was already too late. The 30 crack sky creatures had blocked all aerial routes, launching suicidal attacks against the Golden Eagle and using their acidic blood to corrode its feathers. The sandblade creatures on the ground simultaneously shot acidic liquid bombs, forming a deadly acid rain net in the air. Ah! Boom! The Thunder Golden Eagle's wings flapped violently. The violet lightning erupted from within, forming a circle of lightning barriers that sent all approaching skycracking alien creatures flying back. However, these aliens were fearless and relentless. Even when their shells were charred by the electricity, they kept charging forward, eager to kill. Damn it! Why are these bugs so troublesome? Xiao Tianyu gritted his teeth and roared angrily, swinging his lightning spear wildly in his hand. Strikes of thunder shot out, blasting several of the approaching aliens into pieces. However, there were just too many aliens. Screech! The Thunder Golden Eagle let out a shrill cry. Its wings were already corroded with several holes from acidic liquid, and its flying speed dropped sharply. But after all, it was a 9-star spiritual beast. Even though it was injured, it still unleashed terrifying combat power. Thunder Strike! Xiao Tianyu roared, and the Thunder Golden Eagle's body exploded with electric light. The clouds in the sky were instantly stirred, and countless thick lightning bolts came crashing down, striking the surrounding aliens. Boom! 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 Dozens of sandblade aliens were instantly reduced to charcoal under the thunder's assault, with deep craters forming on the ground as sand and dust flew up. Ha ha ha! You think these trash can kill me? Xiao Tianyu laughed wildly, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. Zheng Cheng, you underestimate the power of a 9-star spiritual beast. However, his smile quickly froze. Because the alien corpses that were shattered by the thunder were rapidly dissolving, their strong acid blood turning into mist, spreading throughout the air. SSSSSSSS. The Thunder Golden Eagle's feathers were corroded by the acidic mist, making a harsh sound. Its movements became slower. What made Xiao Tianyu feel most desperate was that the leader of the skycracking aliens, the golden-level creature, was coldly hovering in the sky, 3 pairs of membrane wings slowly flapping as if waiting for the perfect moment. Escape! I must escape! A loud alarm rang in Xiao Tianyu's mind as he immediately ordered the Thunder Golden Eagle to break out with all its might. Thunder Sprint! The Thunder Golden Eagle's body surged with electric light, transforming into a golden lightning bolt and dashing off toward the distance. It moved at an incredible speed, almost becoming a blur, instantly covering hundreds of meters. Trying to run? Zheng Cheng sneered, raising his hand and waving, skycracking aliens, intercept. Whoosh! 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 The remaining more than 10 skycracking aliens simultaneously exploded into supersonic speeds, surrounding and attacking from all directions. Especially the leader of the skycracking aliens, whose speed far exceeded the others, almost instantly catching up with the Thunder Golden Eagle. Hiss! The leader of the skycracking aliens flapped its membrane wings violently, its body accelerating sharply as it directly collided with the Thunder Golden Eagle. Boom! The Thunder Golden Eagle was hit hard, its massive body flipping in the air several times before almost crashing to the ground. Xiao Tianyu was also shaken so hard that his blood surged, almost falling off the eagle's back.
Damn it!
He roared, thrusting his lightning spear violently at the skycracking alien leader.
Boom!
Thunder erupted, and a crack appeared on the alien leader's shell, but it did not retreat in the slightest. Instead, it opened its horrific jaws, and its inner sharp teeth shot out.
Put!
The Thunder Golden Eagle's chest was pierced, blood splattering. Screech! The Thunder Golden Eagle let out a painful screech, its body exploding with electric light as it tried to push back the skycracking alien leader. However, more skycracking aliens had already surrounded it, fearlessly biting and tearing at the Thunder Golden Eagle's wings with their claw blades, using acidic liquid to corrode its flesh.
No! No!
Xiao Tianyu's eyes turned red with rage as he frantically swung his spear, trying to carve a bloody path.
However, the number of aliens was simply too great. Boom!
Finally, the Thunder Golden Eagle could no longer hold on, its electric light dimming as its massive body crashed heavily to the ground.
Boom!
A sandstorm erupted as the Thunder Golden Eagle slammed down heavily, its blood staining the yellow sand. Xiao Tianyu tumbled off the eagle's back in a sorry state, covered in wounds. He looked up at the surroundings, only to see countless aliens already surrounding him, their cold compound eyes fixed on him, as if they were staring at a corpse. And Zheng Cheng was slowly walking toward him, his eyes cold and indifferent.
Xiao Tianyu, it's over.
Xiao Tianyu sat helplessly on the sand, the massive body of the Thunder Golden Eagle lying beside him. Feathers were charred and broken, fresh blood kept gushing out in streams from the bull-mouthed big wound in his chest. His right arm twisted at a strange angle, the lightning-long spear had long been snapped into 2 pieces, scattered 3 steps away.
Zheng Cheng.
Xiao Tianyu coughed out a mouthful of blood, the arrogance in his eyes had already been replaced by fear. Don't kill me, we can talk. Zheng Cheng slowly walked over, the rift sky alien circled above his head, the sandblade alien slowly rose from the sandground. He looked at this once powerful enemy with a blank face, there was not the slightest pity in his eyes.
Talk about what?
Zheng Cheng's voice was ice-cold, asking from above with a look down. Xiao Tianyu struggled to prop up his upper body, his left hand pressed on the wound of his right arm, fresh blood still seeped out from between his fingers.
I am willing to pay any price.
The Xiao family's resources, money, spirit beast crystal cores as long as you speak. His voice trembled because of pain, yet he still forced himself to hold the pride of a family child.
Also I swear, from now on I will never again pester Lian Yining.
The corner of Zheng Cheng's mouth hooked into a cold sneer, he stepped forward slowly, his boot stepped on the sand ground making slight creaking sounds, every step was like stepping on Xiao Tianyu's tightly stretched nerves. Xiao Tianyu, from the moment you had killing intent toward me, we were already enemies who will not rest until one dies. Xiao Tianyu's face instantly turned pale like paper, he suddenly raised his head, a trace of madness flashed in his eyes.
You cannot kill me. I am the Xiao family's first-rank heir. My father is Xiao Zhentian.
Kill me, and the Xiao family will fight you until death. In the whole Xia country there will be no place for you to stay. Zheng Cheng quietly listened to his roar, his gaze became even colder. He slightly tilted his head, one sandblade alien immediately stepped forward, its sharp forelimbs shone with cold light under the sunlight.
What are you going to do? No, don't
Xiao Tianyu finally collapsed, he struggled to move backward, yet dragged out a shocking blood trail on the sand ground.
Go in peace.
The sandblade alien's forelimbs slashed past like lightning, almost in an instant it rushed to Xiao Tianyu's front.
Poochie.
Fresh blood splashed onto the golden sand ground, Xiao Tianyu's body was neatly split into 2 halves, his eyes were still wide open, inside them froze the final fear and unwillingness. Zheng Cheng stood in place, quietly waiting for a few seconds. The desert wind rolled up fine sand, gently covering Xiao Tianyu's corpse. He raised his head and looked around, confirming that within several kilometers there was no living person.
Phew.
He let out a long breath, his tightly stretched nerves finally relaxed a little. Next was the time to count the losses. Zheng Cheng's mind moved, the surviving aliens began to gather from all directions. His brows gradually frowned, the situation was even worse than he imagined. Originally there were more than 30 Rift Sky aliens, now only 12 remained, and everyone was injured.
The leading gold-grade Rift Sky alien leader had charred marks all over its membrane wings, the second pair of membrane wings on the left side was almost burned through by lightning.
It quietly floated behind Zheng Cheng, fierce light still flashed in its compound eyes, but its aura was clearly much weaker. The sand ground wriggled, the surviving sandblade aliens drilled out of the ground. Originally there were more than 20 sandblade aliens in the team, now only 11 remained, among them 3 had lost their forelimbs, their battle power greatly reduced. What made Zheng Cheng's heart ache the most was that the stone armor alien leader who had followed him the longest was gone. When it protected Zheng Cheng, it was directly hit by Xiao Tianyu's overwhelming thunder, turning into charcoal. The stone armor alien leader was one of the earliest elite aliens to follow him, its defense power was shocking, it had many times saved his life in crisis. Sadly, it died under the thunder of the Thunder Golden Eagle. The Earthshaker alien staggered over from afar, thick cracks covered its heavy armor shell, 2 of its 6 legs were broken. The Shadow alien and the Phantom alien were slightly better, but each also suffered not light injuries. The entire alien army had losses of more than half. Zheng Cheng closed his eyes, sensing the condition of each alien through his mental link. Although the losses were severe, the core elite units were still alive. And his consciousness sank into the spirit beast space, where a massive insect queen lay quietly on the ground. The Void Insect Queen, the 7th of its kind, his newly acquired parasitic host. As long as it exists, combined with the reproductive capabilities of the alien queen, the lost forces would quickly be replenished, even stronger than before. But Zheng Cheng opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance in his gaze. Perhaps I can try a new direction. Just as he was about to leave, a faint crack sound suddenly came from behind him. Zheng Cheng spun around, his vision instantly locking onto the source of the sound. It was the Thunder Golden Eagle, which had been presumed dead. The vitality of a 9-star spirit beast is indeed tenacious. Despite having its chest pierced by the Rift alien leader, its feathers burned and fallen, the Thunder Golden Eagle still had a faint breath. Its beak slightly opened and closed, the golden pupils dimmed, yet still not completely extinguished. Zheng Cheng walked closer, cautiously maintaining his distance. The Thunder Golden Eagle noticed his approach, struggling to raise its head, but it couldn't even perform such a simple action. Such tenacious vitality. Zheng Cheng murmured in admiration. He crouched down, carefully observing this powerful spirit beast. A 9-star spirit beast is rare even across the entire planet, not to mention the Thunder Golden Eagle, a top-tier flying spirit beast renowned for its speed and offensive power. A bold idea flashed in Zheng Cheng's mind. Without hesitation, he summoned a Facehugger, a more refined version than the usual one, with faint golden patterns on its shell. This was an elite unit specially modified by the Alien Queen, designed for parasitizing high-level creatures. As soon as the Facehugger appeared, it sensed the Thunder Golden Eagle's powerful life wave and immediately began wriggling with excitement. Zheng Cheng gently tossed it, and the Facehugger accurately landed on the Thunder Golden Eagle's head, its 8 legs gripping tightly onto the eagle's head, while its tail wrapped around its neck. The Thunder Golden Eagle emitted a final faint cry, then completely ceased moving. The Facehugger's abdomen swelled as it began injecting its embryo. Rest well. Zheng Cheng softly spoke, when you wake up again, you will be reborn. He placed the parasitized Thunder Golden Eagle into a special section of the spirit beast space, alongside the 7th insect queen. Looking at Xiao Tianyu's body and the surrounding corpses of the insectoids and aliens, Zheng Cheng had no intention of cleaning up the battlefield. Only by keeping the scene untouched could he hide his traces, making others think that he perished along with the insectoids. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate, retrieving the other aliens, leaving only the Phantom alien, riding it as he quickly left the area. Half a day later, as the setting sun dyed the desert blood red, several figures appeared at the edge of the battlefield. At the forefront were Qin Jihao, Qin Zhan, and others. They had received Xiao Tianyu's signal, claiming to have discovered the trace of the insect queen, so they quickly rushed over. But unexpectedly, they were too late? Here. Zhao Hongxiu keenly noticed something unusual. She crouched down and picked up a blackened metal fragment from the sand. This is a piece of Xiao Tianyu's thunder lance. Qin Jihao quickly walked over, taking the fragment and examining it carefully. His expression grew serious. This is indeed Zhao's thunder steel, only direct descendants are qualified to use it. The other members of the search team spread out, soon discovering more traces. The sand, corroded with acid, had holes all over it, charred fragments of alien shells, and bloodstains deep in the sand, not fully covered by the wind yet. Captain! Over here! The group gathered, and they saw half of a human body half buried in the sand, mostly covered by wind and sand, but the remnants of clothing fragments confirmed that. It was Xiao Tianyu. He's dead. The time of death was about 5 hours ago, exactly when we received the message about the Zerg Queen. Zhao Hongxiu furrowed her brows slightly, but still carefully examined the surroundings. Qin Jihao crouched down and began to inspect the body. His gaze lingered on the body's neatly severed edges for a moment, then he looked at the surrounding environment. It's a Zerg Queen's guardian soldier species. He said in a deep voice, from the marks, at least 30 or 40 high-level Zerg units must have attacked at the same time. Xiao Tianyu must have been tracking the queen here, but unfortunately, he fell into an ambush set by the Zerg. After a fierce battle, he tragically died at the hands of the Zerg Queen. Qin Zhan questioned, but Xiao Tianyu's Thunderbolt Golden Eagle is a 9-star spiritual beast, the fastest one. Even if he couldn't win, he should have been able to escape, right? Qin Jihao pointed to a scorched black patch of sand in the distance. There are traces of the Thunderbolt Golden Eagle using Thunderclap. Xiao Tianyu must have tried a desperate last-ditch effort, but the Zerg were too many, and here, there are traces left by a particularly large flying Zerg, likely the guardian leader of the Zerg Queen's nest, a boss-level Rift Sky Locust. Plus the siege of dozens of Rift Sky Locusts, his death here is not an accident. Ha! Zhao Wuhan, who had been standing on the outside, gave a light sneer. He deserved it. Lord Qin already said not to act rashly after finding the queen, yet he was so impulsive. Tisk, lack of strength led to the loss of his life.
Zhao Wuhan.
Bai Yue frowned and said, although I don't like Xiao Tianyu either, he was still our classmate.
At least have some decency. He.
At this point, Zhao Hongxiu also approached. I've seen at least dozens of Zerg beast corpses around, most of them are sandblade predators, but there are also the corpses of a dozen rift sky locusts and earthshaker jaw beasts.
It seems like he really was ambushed and unfortunately sacrificed. But what's strange is... What's strange? The Thunderbolt Golden Eagle is gone. His spiritual beast?
Qin Zhihao furrowed his brows. The Thunderbolt Golden Eagle was probably consumed by the Zerg Queen or other high-level Zerg. After all, the Thunderbolt Golden Eagle is also a powerful spiritual beast, very useful to the heavily injured queen.
But where is the queen?
If Xiao Tianyu really found her, the queen should still be nearby.
Qin Zhihao shook his head. She must have run.
The Zerg Queen has the ability to clone herself, attaching to other Zerg, which makes her very tricky. He stood up, brushing the sand off his hands. Take Xiao Tianyu's, remains back to the association.
As for the queen...
He gazed toward the distant, rolling sand dunes. Continue searching, she must still be nearby. The originally scheduled 3-day window has already passed. If we can't find the queen and break the space blockade, the association will assume we're all dead. Also, inform the other students to join the search team. We need to find the queen's trace in the shortest time possible.
Move out. Yes.
Qin Zhan, Lian Yining, Bai Yue, and Zhao Wuhan all answered, then scattered in different directions.
7 days later.
Deep in the desert, yellow sand filled the sky.
3 massive earthshaker jaw beasts suddenly emerged from the sand.
They resembled giant beetles, their heads adorned with sharp, sawtooth-like jaws capable of easily tearing steel apart. They warily scanned their surroundings, seemingly sensing some dangerous presence.
However, just as they were about to burrow back into the sand, something unexpected happened. Boom! 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 3 shadowy figures shot out of the sand, 3 earthshaker abominations.
They were slightly smaller than the earthshaker jaw beasts, but their shells were harder, their limbs longer, and their claws gleamed with cold light.
The earthshaker jaw beasts roared, swinging their massive jaws to fight back. The 2 sides instantly clashed in a fierce battle.
Sand and dust flew, and the ground trembled violently, resembling a mini earthquake.
Crack! One of the earthshaker abomination's forelimbs viciously stabbed into the jaw beast's joint, instantly crippling one of its legs.
Another earthquake-like creature suddenly ambushed from the side, its sharp tail blade piercing directly through the giant jaw beast's abdomen, spraying green insect blood everywhere. In just a few minutes, all 3 of the earthquake giant jaw beasts were severely injured and fell to the ground, struggling but unable to rise again.
SSSSSS.
The sand on the ground slightly wriggled, and 3 facehugger bugs quickly crawled out. They were as agile as spiders, climbing swiftly to the heads of the giant jaw beasts. Their size was far too small to wrap around the necks of the earthquake giant jaw beasts, so they simply burrowed their entire bodies into them and began injecting their eggs.
Roar!
The earthquake giant jaw beast let out a miserable scream and struggled fiercely. But at this point, due to its severe injuries, it was completely unable to do anything, only thrashing around in helpless rage.
Not bad.
Zheng Cheng's figure appeared from a distance, watching the scene with satisfaction. For the past 7 days, he had been using the mental waves of the queen bug to attract the insect swarm within a kilometer radius, then surrounding them with superior forces, killing most of them, leaving only the elite insects, and using the facehugger bugs to parasitize and transform them into his own alien army. The 17th earthquake giant jaw alien. His mind moved, and he stored the 3 giant jaw beasts being parasitized into his spirit beast space.
In just 7 days, the number of his alien army skyrocketed.
The alien army, which had suffered heavy losses during the battle with Xiao Tianyu, not only fully recovered but had even grown far larger than before.
Inside the spirit beast space, it had transformed dramatically.
The number of sandblade aliens had surpassed 100, among which was an elite sandblade alien, whose strength had reached the golden realm.
Its shell now showed a dark golden color, and its claws were sharper. There were 17 earthquake aliens, all transformed from earthquake giant jaw beasts, massive in size and skilled at underground ambushes. If the number of earthquake giant jaw beasts hadn't been so small, the number of earthquake aliens under his command would have been even larger. There were 35 skysplit aliens, with the leader still being the Golden Realm skysplit alien, but its injuries had fully healed and it was even stronger than before. In total, there were more than 150 aliens. If not for the limited egg-laying speed of the alien queen, his alien army would have been even larger. What a pity, the insect swarm in the uncontrollable zone is getting fewer and fewer.
Zheng Cheng sighed deeply and shook his head. Since the queen bug was captured, the insect swarm in the uncontrollable zone had lost its reproductive ability, and their numbers had sharply decreased. Furthermore, with Qin Jihao and others continually expanding their search radius, even cooperating with other surviving newborns, the area he could hunt had become smaller and smaller. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before they find out. The secret of the facehugger bugs had only been known to Lian Yining until now. And even she only knew a little, not understanding the true horror of the aliens. He still wanted to keep the alien's secret hidden, at least until his strength was great enough. Originally, he had planned to stay here until the Queen Bug's aliens hatched successfully, but now it seemed he had to leave early. It's time to go. He was just about to retrieve all the aliens and leave the uncontrollable zone. Buzz. Suddenly, a violent mental wave erupted from the spirit beast space. Zheng Cheng's pupils shrank. The Queen Bug's alien is about to hatch? The energy inside the spirit beast space suddenly began to shake violently. As Zheng Cheng's consciousness just entered, he was stunned by the sight before him. The giant cocoon, which had originally wrapped the seventh queen bug, was now wriggling violently, the surface covered in purple blood vessel-like patterns. The cocoon shell emitted a painful tearing sound. With a crack, 3 shining metallic claws pierced through the cocoon wall from the inside, and thick green nutrient fluid began to pour out through the cracks. It's about to hatch. Zheng Cheng held his breath, watching as the claws slowly tore open the entire cocoon. The first thing to emerge was a fierce head that combined both alien and insect characteristics. The smooth, streamlined top bone extends backward, with 6 translucent nerve tendrils quivering slightly like a crown. On either side of the mouthparts, the unique inner nest tooth structure of the alien species is preserved, but the mandibles have evolved into the acidic salivary glands unique to the insectoid race. When this creature fully broke free from its cocoon, Zheng Cheng couldn't help but inhale sharply. It possesses the long, slender torso of the alien queen and the reproductive structures of the insectoid mother, with its upper body covered in an obsidian-like exoskeleton, and the ends of its 4 pairs of leg-like arms are sharp bone blades. Beneath the exoskeleton, a vaguely squeezed mass resembling a human brain can be seen. Its lower half is a huge, sac-like ovary, with glowing purple nerve nodes densely covering its surface. The most striking feature is the 3 pairs of translucent membrane wings behind it, dripping with light purple energy liquid. Its eyes flashed as the all-seeing eye activated. Name: Void Mother Queen Alien, Mutated Queen. Race: Alien/Void Insect Hybrid. Level: Golden Peak. Skills: Strong Acid Blood, Inner Nest Tooth Projectile, Stealth Hunting, Void Stealth, Spatial Ability. Special Talent 1, Void Facehugger Egg Hatch. Can produce 5 special facehuggers with spatial leap abilities daily, can improve with strength, but. Special Talent 2, Hive Resonance. Can sense all insectoid life signals within a 200-kilometer radius. Special Talent 3, Spatial Mark. Can leave a spatial coordinate on an object that lasts for 72 hours, allowing real-time tracking. Special note, a mutated individual formed by consuming the void insect's 7th mother, breaking the alien race's single queen restriction. Breaking the clan's restriction? Zheng Cheng's pupils shrank sharply. In his knowledge, the alien race could only have 1 queen, a hard rule written into their genes. But the information from the all-seeing eye doesn't make mistakes. The monster before him has indeed broken the norm. As if to confirm this discovery, an ear-piercing roar suddenly echoed from deep within the beast space. The primal alien queen stomped out of its nest with earth-shaking steps, its truck-sized body with each exoskeleton plate slightly opening in anger, acid dripping from its tooth gaps onto the rocks, corroding them with white smoke. The newly born mother queen alien immediately reacted, fully unfolding its 3 pairs of membrane wings, and its nerve tendrils burst with dazzling purple light. 2 completely different pheromones violently clashed in the air. The primal queen released an aggressive, acidic biological scent, while the mother queen alien emitted energy ripples with spatial fluctuations. Roar! The primal queen suddenly charged, its thick tail blade sweeping through the air with a breaking sound. The mother queen alien instantly disappeared and reappeared 10 meters away, the ground where it stood previously crushed into a 3-meter-wide deep pit. Before the primal queen could retract its attack, the 6 nerve tendrils of the mother queen alien suddenly shot out, stabbing into the gaps in its opponent's exoskeleton like javelins. Stop! Zheng Cheng's mental power surged into the battlefield like a tsunami, freezing both queens. The primal queen's tail blade hung in midair, and the mother queen alien's tendrils stopped their advance. But to his shock, when the mother queen alien's attack was forcibly stopped, the tips of its tendrils flashed with ripples of spatial distortion. Had he not stopped it just now, these tendrils would have likely torn through space and injured the primal queen's internal organs. Spatial attack ability. The void queen alien before him had faintly mastered spatial attack powers. Everyone, retreat. Zheng Cheng reinforced his mental pressure. The primal queen growled unwillingly but finally retreated slowly back into its nest. The mother queen alien obediently folded its wings, but Zheng Cheng noticed that its dangling tendrils were still trembling slightly, as if brewing something. With the immediate crisis averted, Zheng Cheng began to carefully inspect this anomalous mutated body. As his mental power scanned the reproductive chamber on the mother queen alien's abdomen, 5 egg-like bodies with purple patterns were rapidly forming, visible to the naked eye. The surface of these eggs was covered with glowing, neural network-like patterns, and inside, the embryos of facehugger bugs could be seen swimming in the energy fluid. Directly hatching void facehugger bugs? Zheng Cheng's eyes lit up. Ordinary alien queens needed to first lay basic alien eggs, which would then hatch into facehugger bugs. But the queen alien skipped this intermediate step, which meant that his true production speed would increase exponentially. Just as he was about to take out the newly born facehugger bugs, the queen alien suddenly transmitted a set of blurry images through the mental link. In the void, where the distance could not be determined, some colossal presence was awakening. The images flashed past with fragments of purple golden shells and an overwhelming swarm of bugs, eventually freezing on the terrifying image of a 12-eyed mother bug opening its blood-red mouth. The Void Bug Queen. Zheng Cheng instantly understood. The birth of the queen alien had evidently stirred another void bug queen, and the images were transmitted through a unique quantum entanglement effect of the insect species as a warning. As if to confirm this guess, the queen alien's neural tendrils suddenly stiffened, and bright purple light burst from their ends. It conveyed a strong sense of urgency to Zheng Cheng, and its abdominal reproductive chamber began to operate at full capacity, rapidly expelling 5 more special eggs. It's preparing for battle. Zheng Cheng squinted. Through the mental link, he could feel the queen alien using some spatial ability, and unstable distortions began to appear at the edge of the spirit beast space. This was a sign of marking a spatial coordinate, meaning the pursuers had locked onto a general location. However, the queen alien transmitted another message. While the void bug queen had located its position, the distance between them was incredibly vast. Even with the existence of spatial rifts, it would still take years or even decades. Meanwhile, in the deep void, there were no stars, no light, only eternal darkness and silence. But at this moment, the silence was broken. Virum, a formless mental wave suddenly exploded, like the first ray of light at the birth of the universe, instantly piercing through the entire void. In the instant the wave passed, the once silent darkness erupted into a boil, countless dormant insect units simultaneously opening their blood-red compound eyes. Boom, 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 the void trembled, like the heartbeat of some ancient giant beast. In the deepest part of the darkness, a massive nest formed from piled-up biomass slowly wriggled. Its surface was covered in purple golden shells, and countless neural veins flowed over it like a living galaxy. And in the very center of the nest, there was an even more terrifying presence. Hiss! A pair of gigantic eyes suddenly opened. 12 purple golden compound eyes, like burning stars, erupted with a suffocating sense of oppression in the darkness. Wherever its gaze landed, the void twisted, as if even space itself feared its existence. The 6th Void Bug Queen. Its body was as large as a mountain, its purple golden shell branded with ancient insect runes, each line containing destructive power. Its neural tendrils moved like living creatures, and with each tremor, the surrounding void rippled. The 7th is tainted. Its mental wave echoed like thunder, resounding through the void. In an instant, the entire insect nest boiled. Boom! 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 Countless high-level insect units awoke from their slumber, their shells shimmering with a cold metallic gleam, their compound eyes reflecting the queen's will. Starship reavers, with a body length of a kilometer, their shells flowing with destructive energy, capable of easily tearing apart a planet's surface. Void whale lice, in swarming groups, each carrying hundreds of elite insect warriors. Abyssal devourers. Like a moving black hole, capable of devouring all matter and energy. They all faced the mother, waiting for its command. Find it. The mental waves of the mother became more violent, and the void began to collapse, countless tiny space rifts spreading around it. Destroy, the source of contamination. Roar! Countless insects let out ear-splitting roars, their compound eyes reflecting the same target. The Queen Alien. Zheng Cheng. And their future. Chapter 69, Thunder Alien. Zheng Cheng's consciousness withdrew from the spirit beast space, and the scorching wind of the desert immediately hit his face. He took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. It's time to go back. He whispered to himself. The originally set 10-day trial had turned into a 10-day task in one go. He didn't know how much shock the Beastmasters Association outside would experience. The most important thing was, with the Void Queen alien being hatched, it meant the death of the 7th Void Queen insect. With its death, the spatial blockade in the out-of-control zone had collapsed. Sooner or later, the Beastmasters Associations from outside would come in. His secret couldn't be exposed in the short term, so for now, he had to pause the plan to continue hunting the remaining insectoids in the out-of-control zone and head back to the gathering point. The space rippled, and a dark shadow shot out like lightning, casting a huge shadow on the sand. Screech! The sharp cry tore through the sky. Zheng Cheng looked up, and his lips unconsciously curled up. The creature floating in the air was no longer recognizable as the original Thunder Golden Eagle. It had a body length of over 5 meters, a wingspan close to 10 meters, and its body was covered in black-purple metallic armor. The original golden feathers had been replaced by fine, scale-like exoskeletons, each of which flickered with electric arcs. What was most eye-catching was its head. The smooth, streamlined bone armor extended backward, forming a crown-like structure, and its eyes had turned into purple-black compound eyes, identical to the Queen Alien.
Name: Thunder Alien, Elite Unit. Species: Alien/Thunder Element Spirit Beast Hybrid. Level: Golden Beginner. Skills: Hover Stealth, Thunder Strike Assault, Electromagnetic Shield, Thunder Dive, Advanced Thunder Spells. Special notes: transformed from the 9-star Spirit Beast Thunder Golden Eagle, retains 90% of the original host's lightning talent, can freely release all mastered lightning skills. Zheng Cheng gently jumped up, and the Thunder Alien accurately dived to catch him. As his palm touched the back armor of the alien, tiny electrical currents flowed up his arm, but it didn't cause any pain. This was the unique energy resonance after recognizing the master. Let's go.
Zheng Cheng patted the alien's neck, and with a piercing screech that tore through the sky, the Thunder Alien's 3 pairs of membrane wings fully spread out, and the violent air currents blew the surrounding sand and dust into a 20-meter diameter vacuum zone.
Boom! The sonic boom exploded behind them, and Zheng Cheng had to crouch and press tightly against the alien's back. The scenery on both sides blurred into color bands, and the sound of air being torn apart continued to ring in his ears. The speed was extremely fast. The view from high above was exceptionally clear. Zheng Cheng noticed that the spatial barrier at the edge of the out-of-control zone had indeed disappeared, and the originally twisted boundary line had now fully restored to normal. This meant that the spatial ability that had been blocking the out-of-control zone had completely dissipated. At this moment, anyone could use teleportation symbols to leave.
Further in the distance, he could even see the temporary camp set up by the association, with curling smoke rising.
It seems the death of the queen insect really lifted the blockade. Luckily, I withdrew quickly.
Zheng Cheng squinted, and through the Queen Alien's perception, he confirmed that there were almost no traces of insectoid activity within a radius of 200 kilometers. The remaining insectoid units had either been wiped out by his alien army or had fallen into madness and self-inflicted killing due to losing the Queen Insect's guidance. The Thunder Alien suddenly let out a warning screech, and Zheng Cheng followed its line of sight. He saw a column of light shooting up from the horizon. The Association's teleportation array was starting up.
So soon?
Zheng Cheng furrowed his brows and immediately ordered the Thunder Beast to lower its altitude. After landing, he put away the Thunder Beast and summoned the Mirage Beast instead, using the sand dunes as cover to approach. He needed to observe the situation first before deciding how to return. After all, although the Thunder Eagle Beast had undergone a great transformation, if looked at carefully, its resemblance to the Thunder Eagle was still apparent. To avoid being suspected, it was better to wait a while before revealing the Thunder Eagle Beast.
Meanwhile, at the teleportation array.
With the buzzing sound caused by spatial distortion, 3 figures stepped out from the light curtain first. The leading middle-aged man was wearing a dark red Beastmaster robe, and he was none other than the president of the Weibei City Beastmaster Association, Lian Yushan.
On his left stood Zhao Cheng, the deputy director of the Extraordinary Bureau of Chang'an City, dressed in a black uniform, unaffected by the desert heat.
On his right was Zhou Mingyuan, the president of the Chang'an City Beastmaster Association.
This usually composed middle-aged man was now visibly excited. Finally, we're in.
Zhou Mingyuan's voice was hoarse.
10 days. A full 10 days. The Elders' Council nearly devoured me alive. Zhao Cheng's sharp gaze swept the surroundings. The spatial parameters are stable. The follow-up troops can enter safely. He pressed his earpiece. Action team, advance.
Prioritize searching for surviving students. Lian Yushan closed his eyes, his eyelids trembling slightly. Strange.
The insect swarm's activity has almost dropped to 0.
The Queen's mental fluctuations have completely disappeared.
This seems to be the best news for us. The spatial blockade disappeared because the Queen insect is dead, not because.
More figures poured out of the teleportation array. The medical team quickly set up a temporary first aid station, while the combat team split into smaller units to radiate out in search.
The entire camp became busy in an instant. President.
A familiar voice came as Qin Jihao and Zhao Hongxiu arrived, leading more than 10 surviving students. They were all ragged, but their eyes gleamed with the joy of surviving a catastrophe.
Zhou Mingyuan stepped forward, placing his hands heavily on Qin Jihao's shoulders. Good. Good. It's good that you're still alive. What's the casualty situation?
Qin Jihao's face darkened. Preliminary statistics, the survival rate is less than 70%.
The scene fell into a heavy silence.
Zhao Cheng clenched his fists, the sound of his knuckles cracking.
Over 10,000 new students from Qinzhou province, and we lost 30%? Over 3,000 people. What exactly happened? Zhao Hongxiu spoke. President Zhou, let me explain.
Captain Qin and I used Qin Zhan's special item to enter here and found that the entire out-of-control zone had been sealed by the Insect Queen.
Our job was to kill the Queen and break the blockade.
We had already found the location of the queen, but what we didn't expect was. After a long pause, Zhou Mingyuan, Lian Yushan, Zhao Qichang, and the others finally understood what had happened. Zhou Mingyuan asked, "So you're saying you searched for the queen for 7 days, but until now, you still haven't found her?" "Yes." Qin Jihao nodded, "But now that the spatial blockade is lifted, it means the queen has been killed. Maybe a student accidentally found the wounded queen and killed her. Otherwise, I really can't think of another possibility." Lian Yushan's expression grew serious. Even if the queen was seriously injured, her strength is at the golden level. Ordinary students can't do that. It must be a student with a high-star beast. "Send the order down, ask the students we gathered, who exactly killed the insect queen." Zhao Hongxiu smiled, "Uncle Lian, don't worry. This time, the exam is point-based, with the void hive stone being worth a few points. After the queen's death, there must be a void hive stone inside her body. That kind of high-quality void hive stone represents tens of thousands of points. As long as this student takes out the void hive stone, we'll know who killed the queen." Zheng Cheng put away the phantom alien, blending into the flow of people heading back to the temporary base. He deliberately walked in the crowded areas, making himself look like an ordinary survivor who had endured great hardships. Immediately, his ears were filled with noisy discussions, and various pieces of information rushed in like a tidal wave. "Have you heard? The 17th squad of Chang'an City's No. 8 high school was completely wiped out, not a single person survived." A boy covered in dust lowered his voice. "They encountered the insect swarm, and didn't even have time to send a distress signal." A girl wearing glasses immediately retorted, "No. My cousin is in the rescue team, and they found 3 bodies. The others were probably swept away by a space rift." "Damn it. Too many people died in this assessment. I feel like at least 1,000 people have died." "Take out the feeling, be confident, it's definitely more than 1,000, I heard even Xiao Tianyu died." "What? Xiao Tianyu? He had a 9-star spirit beast, the Thunder Golden Eagle, and was a potential epic, and he died here? Genius? A dead genius is no longer a genius. There have been so many 9-star Beast Tamers who died without growing up over the years." "Yeah." The crowd was discussing endlessly, all focused on this trial. "Who do you think killed the mother insect?" A red-haired boy asked mysteriously. "I bet on Qin Zhan, his spirit beast is Ancient General Soul, a true war freak." "Stop it. No matter how strong Qin Zhan is, he's at most silver rank, and his close combat is powerful, but he will eventually be worn down by the insect swarm." "I think it's Zhao Wuhan." "I agree, his spirit beast sword spirit can split into many sword energies, if. I think it's Bai Yue, her Xianbing Jiao can freeze in a large area." Zheng Cheng's lips curled into a slight smile. These arguments were exactly what he hoped for. The more people focused on those geniuses, the safer he would be. At this moment, the discussions of another group of people caught his interest. "Have you heard? Because of the accident during this trial, the Elders' Council is adding rewards." A tall, thin boy said excitedly, "I heard that the first place not only gets many rewards, but the military will directly grant them the rank of colonel." "Colonel rank? Damn. That's not all. My uncle works in the association, and he says the first place can even get an unclaimed small world." "Do you know what that means?" "A completely new resource dimension. If they can merge this heart of territory with their spirit beast space, it's possible to create a small world." A collective gasp echoed around, and Zheng Cheng secretly felt a shock. This reward indeed exceeded expectations. In this world, an unclaimed small world meant endless spirit beast resources and cultivation sanctuaries, usually only available to diamond-ranked or higher strong people. But since it was offered as a reward, the resources in it must be limited, otherwise, it wouldn't be his turn. Second place isn't bad either. Someone continued to spill the news: a villa in the central district of Chang'an City, plus 3 treasures from the association's treasury. Third place is much less impressive, just an automatic admission to one of the 4 major Beast Tamer academies. Less impressive? You call that less impressive? The acceptance rate of the 4 major Beast Tamer academies is less than 0.1% each year. Suddenly, the discussions were interrupted by a stir. A large light screen was raised in front of the tent area, showing the rankings of the points. Zheng Cheng squinted and saw a few familiar names. Temporary rankings. 1. Qin Zhan, 16,872 points. 2. Lian Yining, 16,210 points. 3. Zhao Wuhan, 15,321 points. 4. Bai Yue, 15,012 points. As expected. Zheng Cheng understood in his heart. These noble heirs relied on high-level spirit beasts and family resources, making it easy to harvest points. Zheng Cheng quietly stepped to the edge of the crowd, and his consciousness sank into the spirit beast space. The Void Mother Queen alien immediately responded. In its huge ovary, a purple crystal the size of an egg was emitting a mysterious glow. It was the void hive stone extracted from the seventh mother insect's body. A smile curved up at the corner of Zheng Cheng's mouth. Once this hive stone was submitted, who knows how many points it would bring. But he was certain it would crush the current first-place score, not to mention that the corpse of the mother insect could earn extra points. Next. The shout from the registration desk interrupted his thoughts. Zheng Cheng straightened his collar and walked towards the registration counter. The person in charge of registration was a weary middle-aged female teacher, who mechanically asked without looking up. Name? School? Zheng Cheng, Weibei First High School. The teacher suddenly looked up, pushed up her glasses, and asked, "Are you the one who exchanged a 9-star Phoenix Flame Dragon for a 1-star Facehugger worm?" Her sentence was unfinished, but those who knew about the matter understood the meaning. Zheng Cheng remained unfazed. "Yes, teacher." The teacher lowered her head to record. "Take out your loot and place it on the testing table according to quality." "Yes, teacher." Several students in the line nearby had already started to snicker, some even whispering softly. "That's Zheng Cheng, the one who traded a 9-star Phoenix Flame Dragon for a 1-star Facehugger worm? That's him. I didn't expect him to still be alive. He's really lucky. Even Xiao Tianyu is dead, but he's still alive. He must have found a safe place and hid for 10 days. Makes sense. I'll bet 50 cents. He'll only have a few black iron hive stones to show for it." Ignoring the taunts, Zheng Cheng first took out more than 200 regular hive stones from his bag, almost stacking them into a small hill. These were trophies from his previous hunts on the insectoids, ranging from black iron to silver quality. In the past 10 days, at least 1,000 insectoids had perished by his hand. But some corpses didn't have time to collect void hive stones and were left behind, only to be eaten by other insectoids. Therefore, it was hard to find any wild void hive stones still lying around. Hiss, so many? Where did he get all these void hive stones? Damn. At least 100 or 200 of them. What kind of luck did this guy have? Even the teacher was a bit surprised. The testing table immediately lit up with a soft glow. Black iron void hive stone * 120, 5 points /piece. Bronze void hive stone * 85, 10 points /piece. Silver void hive stone * 25, 100 points /piece. Total, 7,350 points. The teacher raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. Not bad, 7,350 points. This could get you into the top 100. A few surprised exclamations came from the surrounding students. Zheng Cheng didn't stop, taking out 3 golden glowing hive stones from his inner pocket. "This is it. Gold tier void hive stones?" The teacher suddenly stood up. 1,000 points each. 3 of them is 3,000 points. The testing table glowed brightly. Gold tier void hive stone * 3, 1,000 points /piece. New total, 10,350 points. The crowd in line started to stir. This score was already enough to place him in the top 30, far beyond the level of ordinary students. A few of the students who had previously mocked Zheng Cheng now looked stunned. How is that possible? 10,000 points? Are you kidding me? Where did this guy get so many void hive stones? Damn. Gold tier void hive stones. Those can only drop from killing Earthshaker behemoths or Rift Sky locusts. What did this guy do? Is there more? The teacher's voice trembled, her eyes slightly unfocused. Oh, right, there's one more. Chapter 71, Elder Council Rewards. In the temporary command room, smoke filled the air. The people here were all heavy smokers, having smoked at least 10 packs, turning the air in the command room into a faint blue haze. Lian Yushan slammed a stack of data onto the metal table with a loud bang. 70% of the survivors have been counted, but that kid still hasn't been found. He pointed to the rolling numbers on the light screen, his voice hoarse. The highest score so far is 16,000 points, and no one has even seen the core of the mother insect. Zhou Mingyuan, reclining on the couch, sipped some tea and said, "Old Lian, why the rush? 3% of the students haven't returned yet. I think the students who killed the mother insect might not be in a hurry to submit their tasks. Besides, if the mother insect can escape from Qin Jihao and the others' pursuit, he probably escaped to a very remote place, and it would take some time for the student who killed the mother bug to come back, right? Bullshit." Lian Yushan yanked open his collar. "That's 100,000 points. Plus the mother bug's body, at least 150,000. What student would? I do have an idea, you guys discuss it." Zhao Qicheng suddenly interrupted the two of them. "What if we increase the reward a bit more, and add my position at the Extraordinary Bureau?" The room suddenly fell silent. Zhou Mingyuan didn't even notice that the tea in his hand had spilled. Lian Yushan glanced at him and said, "Extraordinary Bureau? You have your eyes on this kid?"
Ha ha ha, my extraordinary bureau picks talented individuals from the freshman exams every year. I think this kid is quite suitable for our bureau. He has strength, courage, and intelligence, and he managed to hide the information about killing the mother bug so deeply. You're crazy. The current reward is already the highest specification in the Beastmaster Association in 100 years, even the Elder Council has issued the reward. Zhao Qicheng calmly unfolded the document. Listen, the first place reward from the Elder Council is an undeveloped small world, whether you develop the small world or integrate it into the spirit beast space. Besides that, there's also a senior colonel military rank, admission to one of the 5 major Beastmaster universities, 10 million in money, and access to the 3 major secret realms. The reward from the Chang'an City Beastmaster Association is special equipment for Beastmasters, 10 jade flesh beasts, 3 days of use in the association's secret realm, Ancestral Dragon secret realm, and a villa of no less than 500 square meters in Chang'an City Center. Hiss. Lian Yushan sucked in a cold breath. Ancestral Dragon secret realm? Isn't that the ultimate secret realm of your Chang'an City? Zhang Mingyuan nodded. Yes, in the Ancestral Dragon secret realm, there are a large number of dragon spirits. When spirit beasts enter, they might gain the dragon spirit's power, which naturally resists mental pressure and control, and there's even a chance to comprehend dragon might. Lian Yushan suddenly laughed loudly, banging the table with his hands. Good. Good. Now this is exciting. Old Zhao, tell me honestly, have you already locked onto a suspect? Zhao Qicheng smiled without answering, his finger lightly tapping the gilded seal at the bottom of the document, which was the Elder Council's mark of Xia Kingdom. Zhou Mingyuan suddenly lowered his voice. Do you think it could be that Xiao kid from the Xiao family? After all, the Thunderbolt Golden Eagle does have the strength. Impossible. Lian Yushan said firmly, I've seen the body, it definitely died before the mother bug. Then Qin Zhan. Ancient battle spirits can't kill the void mother bug, and as a member of the Qin family, he has no reason to lie to us. The three fell into silence, and the noisy chatter of the students outside the window could be faintly heard, with some of them shouting loudly. Zhou Mingyuan suddenly waved his hand in frustration. Old Zhao, let's do as you say, give him a position at the Extraordinary Bureau. How about Level 1 Investigator? That works. Level 1 Investigator? Freshmen entering the Extraordinary Bureau are Level 3 Investigators. They must work for at least 3 years, complete over 100 D-level missions, and at least 3 C-level missions before they can be promoted to Level 1. Are you crazy? Ha ha ha, a freshman who can kill the Void Bug Queen, even if it's just wounding the mother bug and solving our big problem, is worth this price. Zheng Cheng's spirit stayed in the spirit beast space for a moment, the corner of his mouth subtly lifted. When the egg-sized purple crystal was taken out, the entire registration desk seemed to be pressed with the mute button. This is... The female teacher's eyes widened, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. The testing platform suddenly emitted a blinding purple light, illuminating the entire tent like a dream. The void energy circulating on the surface of the crystal formed visible ripples, and the air itself started to twist. Special item detected, comparing with database. The mechanical voice suddenly glitched, and after a few seconds, the voice returned. Matching complete, Void Hivestone Mother Nest Core, quality, epic. Points, 100,000 points. 100,000 points? The female teacher exclaimed, and the recording board fell to the ground with a loud clack. This number exploded in the crowd like a bomb, and the students in the back who were waiting in line pushed forward frantically. Move aside. Let me see. What the hell is worth 100,000 points? Damn. Could it be that the Void Hive Stone from the Mother Worm appeared? Is it Zheng Cheng? No way, he only has a 1-star Facehugger. It must be that the Mother Worm was seriously wounded and dying, and this kid picked up the scraps. In the midst of the commotion, Zheng Cheng calmly placed the crystal back on the detection table. As soon as the purple light touched the surface of the table, it transformed into a pillar of light that soared into the sky, illuminating the entire tent. The female teacher hurriedly pressed the emergency communicator. Director Lee. Contact the president immediately. The core of the 7th Mother Worm's hive has appeared. Really? Wait for me, the president will be here soon. Yes. The scoreboard on the screen suddenly flickered violently, and Zheng Cheng's name shot up like a rocket, finally settling at the top. First place, Zheng Cheng, Weibei No. 1 High School, 110,350 points. This number was nearly 10 times higher than second place, Qin Zhan, and the entire camp erupted. There must be a mistake in the registration system. How can someone have 100,000 points? Did the Void Mother Worm's Void Hive Stone appear? 110,000 points, damn. That's 10 times higher than Qin Zhan in second place. Zheng Cheng? Why does that name sound so familiar? Weibei No. 1 High School. Damn, he's the one who swapped a 9-star Flaming Dragon Phoenix for a 1-star Facehugger, that lickspittle. I remember now, that kid did all that just to chase after Wei Bei #1 high school beauty, Lian Yining. You're the fool. That kid is #1 in points now, he's the top scorer in this year's Gaokao exam in our Qinzhou province. Amidst the countless discussions, Qin Zhan, who was eating inside a tent, also received the news from his subordinates. 110,000 points? Zheng Cheng? The image of the boy who had stood next to Lian Yining quickly appeared in his mind, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. How could a one-star facehugger kill a mother worm, even a seriously wounded one? Looks like this kid has a lot of secrets, but it doesn't matter. A kid who can kill a mother worm, he's worth me making a move. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and strode towards the door. Chapter 72, The Prize. Zheng Cheng stood in front of the registration table, and the students around him had completely lost control. 100,000 points? Are you kidding? A tall boy squeezed to the front, staring intensely at the purple crystal on the detection table, his eyes filled with disbelief. That's the void hive stone from the mother worm. Even a gold-level beast master might not be able to get something like that. How could a facehugger beast master like him have it? Exactly. He must have gotten lucky. A short-haired girl sneered, maybe some powerful person severely injured the mother worm, and he took advantage of the situation to deal the finishing blow. Otherwise, with his strength, how could he possibly kill the mother worm? Hey, Zheng Cheng. A boy wearing a bronze school badge directly shouted at him, dare to tell the truth? Where did you really get this void hive stone? Zheng Cheng's expression was calm, and he glanced at the crowd indifferently, a barely perceptible smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Picked up the scraps? He chuckled lightly, well, why don't you go pick one up and try? This statement instantly ignited the crowd's anger. How arrogant. Isn't it just good luck? Exactly. Does he really think he can kill a mother worm? What a joke. I bet he must have used some shady methods. Maybe he stole it. The discussions grew more intense, and some even began to maliciously speculate that Zheng Cheng had used some kind of cheating method to obtain the void hive stone. The female teacher saw the situation and immediately stepped forward to maintain order. Enough! She shouted sharply, the points for the void hive stone are automatically determined by the system, there is no possibility of cheating. Since Zheng Cheng was able to bring back the score, it proves his strength. Teacher, you're wrong about that. A boy wearing gold-rimmed glasses pushed up his frames and said coldly, the system determines the points, but it hasn't judged whether this void hive stone was actually obtained by him. What if it was taken from someone else? Yeah. Maybe it was murder and robbery. Xiao Tianyu's death might actually be related to him. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene instantly fell silent for a moment. Xiao Tianyu, a genius with a 9-star Thunder Golden Eagle, fell during this trial. And it happened while investigating the Zerg Queen. If Zheng Cheng really obtained the void beehive stone from the Queen, then Xiao Tianyu's death. Zheng Cheng's gaze suddenly turned cold. You can eat whatever you want, but don't say whatever you want. His tone was deep, and his gaze swept like a blade towards the boy with glasses. Do you have evidence? The boy flinched slightly under his gaze, but quickly straightened his back and sneered. Evidence? Then explain how you killed the Queen with a 1-star facehugger? Zheng Cheng sneered, too lazy to pay attention to these people. Believe it or not. He reached out to take back the void beehive stone, but at that moment, a commotion suddenly came from the back of the crowd. Move aside. A low, cold voice rang out, and the crowd automatically parted to make way. A tall, slender boy walked over, his black battlesuit outlining his fit figure, and a sharp, murderous aura lingered between his brows. Qin Zhan? Qin Zhan, the genius from the Qin family in Chang'an City, with the spirit beast Ancient War Soul, possessing terrifying close combat abilities. He ranked second in this trial, only behind Zheng Cheng. He walked up to the registration desk, his gaze locking directly onto Zheng Cheng, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile that was both fierce and battle-ready. Zheng Cheng, right? Zheng Cheng raised his eyes and met his gaze. Is something the matter? Qin Zhan grinned, his eyes shining with excitement. I heard you killed the Queen? Yes. Good. Qin Zhan nodded. I, for one, enjoy fighting strong opponents. Since you killed the Queen, that means you are qualified to be my opponent. He raised his hand and pointed toward the temporary gathering spot's open space. Let's have a match. If you win, I'll acknowledge your strength. If you lose. He paused, and his battle intent grew stronger. That will prove you are nothing special. The crowd immediately erupted. Holy crap! Qin Zhan is challenging Zheng Cheng? This is going to be good. Zheng Cheng is finished now. Qin Zhan's ancient war soul is invincible in close combat. Zheng Cheng, don't chicken out. A real man should fight. Countless cheers erupted, everyone eagerly waiting for Zheng Cheng's response. Zheng Cheng remained silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. A match is fine, but... He reached out to press the void beehive stone and stared directly at Xinjiang. Since it's a match, there should be something at stake, right? Xinjiang raised an eyebrow. Oh? What do you want? Zheng Cheng said indifferently, I'll stake this void beehive stone worth 100,000 points, what about you? The entire place immediately went silent. Holy crap! Are they betting that big? Crazy. 100,000 points as a stake? A trace of surprise flashed in Xinjiang's eyes, but soon, his smile grew even more excited. Interesting. He reached into his chest and pulled out something, a small black puppet, about the size of a palm, but covered in complex runes. Death Substitute Puppet. Xinjiang grinned, after being refined with essence blood, it can take one fatal blow for its master, even blocking a deadly attack from an epic-level expert. How about it, is it worthy as a stake? The crowd instantly erupted again, many people excitedly pushing forward. A death substitute puppet? Isn't that a secret treasure of the Qin family? I heard the Qin family only has 3 of them, and Xinjiang is willing to use one. Crazy. This stake is even more valuable than the void beehive stone. However, Zheng Cheng shook his head. Sorry, I don't need it. Xinjiang was taken aback. Why? Zheng Cheng said indifferently, I have my own way of saving my life, the death substitute puppet is useless to me. His first talent was life-sharing, as long as the creatures under his command didn't die completely, he wouldn't die. The death substitute puppet was completely useless to him. Xinjiang frowned, thought for a moment, then took out something else from his storage ring. A crystal-clear silkworm pupa. A faint golden light floated on the surface. Heaven's silkworm pupa. He explained, produced from the high-rank secret realm Heaven Silkworm Valley, it can push insect spirit beasts to advance in rank, and even has a certain chance to let a spirit beast awaken a special talent. He stared at Zheng Cheng, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Your spirit beast is a face-hugging worm, right? This thing should be very useful to you. Zheng Cheng's eyes moved slightly. Heaven's silkworm pupa, it was indeed a good thing. He did not know whether this Heaven's silkworm pupa would have an effect on his 2 alien queens. His Void Mother Emperor alien was already powerful, but if it could use the power of the Heaven's silkworm pupa to evolve further, its strength would surely rise to a higher level. Okay. He nodded, I accept. Xinjiang laughed loudly, straightforward. The two reached a bet agreement, and the students around them completely boiled over. Damn. A real bet? Now this is exciting. Xinjiang's Heaven Silkworm Pupa versus Zheng Cheng's Void Beehive Stone. Go go go. Hurry to the training ground and grab a spot. The crowd rushed toward the training ground like a tide, and at the back of the crowd, several figures were quietly watching all of this. Old Zhao, why are you stopping me? Lian Yuishan frowned and said, since the Void Beehive Stone has already been registered under Zheng Cheng's name, then it is his thing. Why make some kind of match? Zhao Qicheng smiled slightly, a deep light flashing in his eyes. After the trial ends, Zheng Cheng will join my supernatural bureau. I want to know his real strength. Besides, don't you want to know the young boy your daughter has taken a fancy to, how many Jin and how many Liang he truly has? Lian Yuishan was stunned, then snorted coldly. Oomph, I want to see what ability this kid truly has. Zhao Qicheng smiled without speaking, his gaze turning again toward the direction of the training ground, a trace of expectation flashing in his eyes. Zheng Cheng, I hope you do not let me down. Chapter 73 True Strength? On the open ground of the temporary gathering point, the crowd had already formed a huge circle. 4 teachers stood at the 4 corners, both hands forming seals, and a light blue energy barrier rose from the ground, forming a temporary arena. The formation is complete, the match begins. As the referee teacher gave the order, Xinjiang stepped forward first, his right hand suddenly pressing against his chest. Ancient Battle Soul, appear. Boom! A violent aura suddenly burst out, and behind him appeared a 3-meter-tall phantom figure. That figure wore bronze battle armor, held a huge axe spear, and its eyes burned with crimson battle intent, like a war god walking out from an ancient battlefield. It's Xinjiang's Ancient Battle Soul. Such a strong pressure. This Battle Soul is at least gold rank, right? Zheng Cheng is finished. How could his face-hugging worm beat this level of spirit beast? Soul-type spirit beasts are extremely rare, and they can attach to the master and fight together. Their pure strength is much stronger than ordinary spirit beasts. Amid the discussion sounds, Zheng Cheng's expression was calm as he slowly raised his right hand. Come out. Buzz. The air suddenly twisted, and a pitch-black figure suddenly appeared. It was a ferocious monster nearly 3 meters in size, its whole body covered with black exoskeleton, and its head also covered with black armor, looking extremely hard. Its front limbs were like 2 huge sickles, flashing with cold and grim light, and from its back extended several sharp bone spikes, like the hooks of the god of death. This is what? Isn't Zheng Cheng's spirit beast a face-hugging worm? No. This is not a face-hugging worm. This is what ghost thing? Earth-shaking giant jaw beast. Damn it, this is an earth-shaking giant jaw beast. How does Zheng Cheng have this thing? Not exactly an earth-shaking giant jaw beast, but 5 or 6 parts similar. Did he tame an earth-shaking giant jaw beast, or? In the crowd, a boy wearing detection glasses suddenly activated a skill, data streams flashing in his pupils. Gold rank earth-shaking giant jaw beast? What? The whole place was in an uproar. Gold rank? Zheng Cheng's spirit beast is gold rank? Didn't he only have a face-hugging worm? Damn. No wonder he could kill the mother worm. So he hit a trump card. The battle intent in Qin Zhan's eyes grew stronger, and he grinned, a gold rank spirit beast? Interesting. Only this is worthy to be my opponent. All the new students present, including him, from awakening the beast taming talent, signing a contract with the newly born spirit beast, until now, it has only been more than a month. In such a short time, he has cultivated the spirit beast to this level, and Zheng Cheng is qualified to be his opponent. Before his words could finish, he suddenly swung his hand, and the ancient battle soul instantly fused with him. Battle soul merge. Qin Zhan's body suddenly expanded, his muscles bulging, and bronze battle patterns appeared on the surface of his skin. He gripped the axe spear with one hand and charged fiercely at the earth-shaking jaw beast. Kill! The axe spear tore through the air, accompanied by a terrifying wind-breaking sound, striking down from above. The earth-shaking jaw beast did not retreat but charged forward, crossing its scythe-like forelimbs to block the attack. Clang! A huge metallic collision exploded, and the shockwave swept through, causing the students watching to retreat. Such powerful strength. In the battle soul merge state, Qin Zhan's strength is comparable to a platinum-level spirit beast. Zheng Cheng's alien beast can actually block it? In the center of the battlefield, Qin Zhan laughed wildly, and the axe spear suddenly changed its move, sweeping horizontally. The earth-shaking jaw beast's figure flashed, its side-like forelimbs scratching deep grooves on the ground, then it used the momentum to leap into the air, its bone-spiked tail whiplashing toward Qin Zhan like a venomous snake. Smack! Qin Zhan dodged sideways, but his armor was still scraped and cracked. A glint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by excitement. Again! The two immediately clashed together, the axe spear and the scythe constantly colliding, sparks flying. The earth-shaking jaw beast was extremely fast, its body massive, while Qin Zhan, relying on the brute force of his battle soul merge, made every blow powerful and heavy. So fierce. Is this really a battle between new students? Zheng Cheng's alien beast can actually fight Qin Zhan on equal terms. No wonder he was able to kill the mother worm. This spirit beast definitely has the strength of a peak golden level. The battle grew more intense, and suddenly, Qin Zhan roared, the axe spear igniting with crimson battle intent, sweeping the alien beast back, then holding the spear with both hands and stabbing it into the ground. Battle soul earth shatter slash. Boom! The ground instantly cracked, and a terrifying shockwave rushed towards the earth-shaking jaw beast. The alien beast screamed, its forelimbs digging into the ground to forcefully resist the blow, but its exoskeleton still cracked with several fissures. Qin Zhan seized the opportunity, leaping into the air, raising the axe spear high over his head, and the battle soul phantom behind him solidified. It's over. Battle soul breaking army. This strike contained all of Qin Zhan's strength. The earth-shaking jaw beast looked up, a strange light flashing in its eerie green eyes. It did not dodge but suddenly opened its massive jaws wide, its claws smashing hard into the ground. That's a skill attack? Not good. Qin Zhan, quickly dodge. Hurry, dodge. But it was already too late. Boom! A massive thrust suddenly erupted from the earth-shaking jaw beast's front, directly colliding head-on with Qin Zhan's axe spear. The explosive shockwave instantly blasted away several students nearby, even shaking the protective array violently. After the smoke cleared, everyone was shocked to see. Qin Zhan was kneeling on one knee, the axe spear embedded in the ground, and the battle soul phantom had become extremely faint. Meanwhile, the earth-shaking jaw beast lay to the side, its exoskeleton shattered in many places, clearly having lost its fighting ability. However, its body was still writhing and struggling, seemingly trying to get up. A tie? No. Qin Zhan can still move. Qin Zhan, panting heavily, slowly stood up, and although his battle soul was on the verge of collapse, he still wore a victorious smile. Zheng Cheng. I win. Your void hive stone is mine. A burst of cheering erupted from the surroundings. Qin Zhan is awesome. As expected of the Qin family's genius. He can even defeat a golden-level alien beast. Zheng Cheng may have lost, but he deserves respect. He was able to push Qin Zhan to this extent. In the back of the crowd, a few high-ranking officials were also watching the match. Is this it? Zhao Qicheng said somewhat disappointedly, although being able to cultivate a golden-level spirit beast is impressive, it's still far from killing the mother worm.
Lien Yuashan, however, narrowed his eyes and murmured, "Don't rush, it's not over yet." His mind involuntarily recalled what his daughter had told him earlier. Zheng Cheng is not an ordinary beast tamer. As expected. Just as Qin Zhan was about to approach Zheng Cheng, the latter suddenly smiled. Not bad, being able to defeat a single bug. He slowly raised his hand, and a faint light shimmered at his fingertips. Then next, face my true power. Buzz. Another jet-black figure appeared beside him. It was a slightly smaller but much more agile creature, its entire body covered in streamlined exoskeleton, with 2 pairs of semi-transparent wing membranes extending from its back and its forelimbs shaped into long bone blades. Buzz buzz buzz. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, the creature rapidly shot up into the air, hovering tens of meters above the ground. Its bone blades pointed down at Qin Zhan, emitting a sharp and piercing shriek. A second spirit beast? Holy crap! Zheng Cheng has another spirit beast? This is a Sky Splitter Locust. A spirit beast evolved from the Sky Splitter Locust. A flying spirit beast. Zheng Cheng is terrifying. Flying spirit beasts naturally have an advantage over ground targets. The man with the reconnaissance goggles activated his skill again, his voice now noticeably different. Sky Splitter creature. Another golden realm? The entire arena fell silent. Qin Zhan's smile froze on his face, unable to believe his own eyes. He looked at the Sky Splitter creature flying in midair, then glanced at Zheng Cheng, who appeared to be at ease, his mouth twitching involuntarily. You guy. Chapter 74, The Invitation of the Extraordinary Bureau. Qin Zhan stared at the Sky Splitter creature hovering in the air, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. The battle spirit projection on him was on the verge of collapsing, and his spiritual power was almost exhausted. Ha! He suddenly grinned, shook his head, thrust his axe spear heavily into the ground, and raised his hand to dispel the battle spirit possession. I surrender. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Qin Zhan surrendered? Holy crap! Zheng Cheng won? Sigh, even though Qin Zhan's team has a 9-star spirit beast, it's only been awakened for a little over a month. To have cultivated it to the Golden Realm is already impressive. Zheng Cheng is a monster. In just over a month, he has 2 Golden Realm spirit beasts. What exactly did he do? Look, Zheng Cheng's spirit beast looks very similar to the Void Insect Clan. Could it be that he inherited the legacy of the Void Insect Clan? 2 Golden Realm spirit beasts. What kind of monster is this guy? Whispers surged like waves, and everyone was stunned, watching Zheng Cheng. Who could have imagined that a person, once ridiculed for exchanging a 9-star flaming dragon phoenix for a 1-star Facehugger, would hide such terrifying power? Zheng Cheng withdrew the Sky Splitter creature and walked slowly toward Qin Zhan, extending his hand. Good game. Qin Zhan stared at him for 2 seconds, then suddenly burst out laughing, grabbing his hand and standing up. Interesting. Truly interesting. He patted Zheng Cheng's shoulder, his fighting spirit undiminished in his eyes. I lost this time, but next time, I'll definitely win. Zheng Cheng smiled faintly, saying nothing further. At that moment, a commotion came from the back of the crowd. The surrounding students stepped aside, making way as several figures walked over slowly. President Lien? And Director Zhao? Hiss. Even President Zhang has come. Lien Yushan, Zhao Qi Chang, and Zhang Mingyuan walked side by side, several high-ranking association officials trailing behind them. As soon as they appeared, the noise in the entire arena immediately quieted down a bit. Lien Yushan's gaze swept over Zheng Cheng, and he slightly nodded. Zheng Cheng, come with me. His tone left no room for argument, and after speaking, he turned and walked away. Zheng Cheng raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit puzzled but said nothing, stepping forward to follow. Zhao Qi Chang lagged half a step behind, observing him with great interest, a faint smile on his lips. Interesting kid. In the temporary meeting room, Zheng Cheng sat at one side of the long table, with Lien Yushan, Zhao Qi Chang, and Zhang Mingyuan sitting across from him. Zheng Cheng. Lien Yushan spoke first, his voice deep. You killed the mother insect and solved the biggest crisis of this trial. Both the association and the military will remember your achievement. Zheng Cheng nodded, showing little emotion. Lien Yushan stared at him, continuing. However, I'm curious. How did you do it? With your strength, even having 2 golden great spirit beasts, it's almost impossible to kill the queen bug alone. Zheng Cheng had already expected this question and answered calmly. I found the severely injured queen bug on the edge of the out-of-control zone. It seems to have just gone through a fierce battle, in very poor condition. I seized the opportunity, surrounded it with spirit beasts, and eventually killed it. His answer was half true and half false. He neither revealed the existence of the Void Queen's abnormal form nor completely denied his strength. Lien Yushan squinted his eyes, clearly not fully satisfied with this answer, but he did not press further. Zhao Qi-Chang suddenly chuckled lightly and interjected. No matter what, being able to bring back the queen bug's core is your skill. Also, your spirit beasts are very similar to the void insect race. Did you gain quite a bit from it? Zheng Cheng's heart stirred. He said, indeed, after killing this queen bug, I seem to have inherited something from the insect race, allowing me to cultivate some void insect race spirit beasts. But they are not exactly the same as the true void insects. No wonder, that explains everything. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze deep. Zheng Cheng, are you interested in joining the Extraordinary Bureau? Zheng Cheng raised an eyebrow. Extraordinary Bureau? Zhao Qi-Chang nodded, his tone carrying a hint of temptation. The Summer Kingdom's Extraordinary Bureau, directly under the jurisdiction of the Elders Council, is responsible for handling extraordinary events nationwide, exploring secret realms, and hunting high-level magical beasts. By joining us, you will gain far more resources and authority than an ordinary beast master. Zheng Cheng did not respond immediately but instead asked in return. What benefits do I get from joining the Extraordinary Bureau? Zhao Qi-Chang smiled, seemingly having anticipated this question. First of all, as the top performer in this trial, you will receive the following rewards. He waved his hand, and a holographic projection appeared on the table, displaying a series of tempting rewards. 1. An undeveloped small world, which can be integrated into a spirit beast space or developed for resources. 2. A military colonel rank, enjoys military privileges and can mobilize certain resources. 3. Guaranteed spot at one of the 5 major beast master universities, choose one. 4. A cash reward of tens of millions of Summer Kingdom coins. 5. Entry qualifications for 3 major secret realms, including 3-day access to the Ancestral Dragon secret realm. Zheng Cheng's eyes shifted slightly. These rewards were indeed generous, especially the undeveloped small world, a resource even transcendent level powerhouses would envy. Zhao Qi-Chang seemed to sense Zheng Cheng's confusion and continued. In addition, if you're willing to join the Extraordinary Bureau, we will directly grant you the position of Level 1 Investigator. Level 1 Investigator? Zheng Cheng asked, puzzled. Normally, new recruits to the Extraordinary Bureau start at Level 3 Investigator. Zhao Qi-Chang explained, you would need to complete hundreds of tasks and accumulate merit to be promoted to Level 1. But you will bypass all of that and directly obtain this position. Zheng Cheng pondered for a moment before asking. What privileges come with being a Level 1 investigator? Zhao Qi-Chang's lips curled into a slight smile, as if everything was already within his grasp. Within your authority, you can access resources from local associations. A fixed monthly quota of high-level spirit beast cultivation materials. The qualification to freely enter most secret realms. And most importantly. He paused, his tone heavy with meaning. You will come into contact with the truth of this world. Zheng Cheng's eyes flashed. The truth? Zhao Qi-Chang did not directly answer but instead said with deep meaning. You will know once you join. The room fell into a brief silence. At that moment, hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Dad! A clear female voice sounded, and the meeting room door was pushed open. A graceful figure quickly entered. Lian Yi-Ning. She was wearing a silver-white combat suit, her hair slightly messy, clearly just returning from completing a mission. Her gaze immediately locked onto Zheng Cheng, a complex look flashing in her eyes, but she quickly returned to calm. Lian Yushan furrowed his brow. Why are you here? Lian Yi-Ning took a deep breath and said, I heard about the trial. Zheng Cheng killed the queen bug? Her tone carried a hint of disbelief, her beautiful eyes fixed firmly on Zheng Cheng. Lian Yushan nodded. Yes, we are discussing the follow-up arrangements. Lian Yi-Ning turned to Zheng Cheng and suddenly said. Congratulations. Zheng Cheng smiled slightly. Thank you. Their conversation was short and restrained, but the few old foxes present sensed the subtle atmosphere. Zhao Qi-Chang cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Zheng Cheng, have you thought about it? Everyone's eyes were focused on Zheng Cheng. He remained silent for a few seconds, then slowly looked up, his gaze firm. The college entrance exam just ended, let me think about it. Zhao Qi-Chang nodded in satisfaction and said, all right, I will wait for you. Let me know any time before you go to Beastmaster University. Lian Yushan suddenly smiled and said, by the way, Zheng Cheng, your spirit beast is an insect-type beast. The small world that the Elders meeting is issuing should be very useful to you. Oh? What type of world is it? You will know when the time comes. Chapter 75, The Queen's Transformation. In front of the spatial rift, the last batch of students were passing through the teleportation array in an orderly manner. Zheng Cheng stood in the line, but his gaze never left the huge rift that spanned across the Wei River. The pitch-black crack was like a scar in the sky, with faint purple energy flowing within, resembling a portal to another world. Is that the entrance to the Void Tomb? He thought to himself, his mind still haunted by everything the mother insect had said. The Void Insect Clan, the hunt by the sixth mother insect. Especially when the sixth mother insect was hatched into the Void Mother Queen's aberration, the mental fluctuations that came, and the images he saw, it was the sixth Void Mother insect. The pure sixth mother insect had already reached the legendary realm in strength. Not to mention the vast insect swarm under its command. Zheng Cheng. A deep voice came from behind, and Zheng Cheng turned around, finding Zhang Mingyuan, Lian Yushan, and Zhao Qicheng standing behind him, their expressions serious. 3 seniors. Zhang Mingyuan took a step forward and lowered his voice. About the Void Tomb you mentioned earlier, can you elaborate more? Zheng Cheng had already mentioned the situation of the Void Tomb on the other side of the spatial rift to the 3 of them back in the out-of-control zone. The 3 of them took it seriously and had already reported it to the Elder Council. Zheng Cheng had anticipated this question, and with a calm expression, he responded, "These are all the pieces of information I gathered from the remaining mental fluctuations of the mother insect. The authenticity cannot be guaranteed." However, before it died, the mother insect did show fear toward the other side of the rift, as if something even more terrifying than it existed there. Zhao Qicheng frowned tightly. More terrifying than the mother insect, could it be the sixth mother insect? Lian Yushan shook his head. The sixth mother insect, an insect queen of legendary strength? The 3 of them exchanged glances, each seeing the solemnity in the other's eyes. "No matter what, we will strengthen monitoring," Zhang Mingyuan finally said. "Zheng Cheng, remember to come to the Extraordinary Bureau headquarters in 3 days to receive your reward." "Understood." Zhao Qicheng patted his shoulder. "Rest well, you'll be busy soon." Chang'an City, Spirit Energy Medical Center. Zheng Cheng stood outside the hospital room, looking through the glass window at his father, who was receiving treatment inside. On the bed, his father's left leg was surrounded by a ball of emerald green energy, and the newly formed flesh was slowly growing. A spirit beast resembling a jellyfish floated above, constantly emitting healing light waves. "He's recovering well." The attending physician walked over and handed him a report. The first stage of treatment was very successful. After 2 more treatments, he will recover completely. Zheng Cheng took the report and saw the evaluation results. His tense nerves finally relaxed a little. "Thank you, doctor." "No need to thank me, this is what you deserve." The doctor smiled. "Your father has always been proud of you." Zheng Cheng was silent for a moment, then gently pushed the door open and walked in. "Dad." His father on the bed opened his eyes and, seeing his son, smiled with relief. "You're back? How was the trial?" "It was all right." Zheng Cheng sat by the bed and casually said, "I took first place." Zheng's father's eyes lit up. "Good boy. I knew you could do it." He tried to sit up, but Zheng Cheng pressed him down. "Don't move, the treatment isn't finished. This small injury is nothing, I can already walk by myself." Zheng's father dismissed it, but didn't insist. "By the way, I heard the reward this time is very generous?" Zheng Cheng nodded. "A small world, plus some other resources." "A small world?" Zheng's father was stunned, his eyes wide. That's something even extraordinary experts would envy. Although Zhang Weiguo wasn't a beastmaster, he had many beastmaster friends when he was in the military in his youth, so he still knew some basic information about beastmasters. "Yeah, I was lucky." The father and son chatted for a while, and seeing that his father was getting tired, Zheng Cheng stood up to say goodbye. "Rest well, I'll come back to see you in a couple of days." After leaving the hospital, the evening sunlight bathed the towering buildings of Chang'an City, casting a golden glow over the whole city. Zheng Cheng took a deep breath, feeling the long-awaited peace. In the hotel, Zheng Cheng locked the doors and windows, pulled the curtains, and after ensuring everything was secure, he sat cross-legged on the bed. His consciousness sank into the spirit beast space, and the scene before him made him pause for a moment. The previously empty space had undergone a tremendous transformation. At the center stood a massive nest, dark purple in color, its surface covered in a honeycomb structure, with countless tiny pipes extending out like living things, slightly wriggling. 2 alien queens were crouching around the nest. Upon seeing Zheng Cheng's consciousness, they immediately emitted respectful low hums. What surprised Zheng Cheng even more was that deep within the nest, a massive purple cocoon-like object was pulsing in a rhythmic manner, as if something was being nurtured inside. Is this evolution? Zheng Cheng could sense that the Void Queen alien was undergoing some kind of transformation. What made him even more delighted was that dozens of Facehugger bugs had hatched around the nest, busily moving some purple crystals. The Void Hive Stone. After registering the Void Hive Stone as the first-place prize in the trial, these Void Hive Stones had been returned to Zheng Cheng. Especially the one, obtained from the 7th Mother Bug's Void Hive Stone. After that, Zheng Cheng ordered the 2 queens to handle the Void Hive Stones by themselves. He didn't expect that they would refine so many Void Hive Stones into such a huge nest. He carefully sensed the changes in the space and found that although the Facehugger bugs had weak combat abilities, their work efficiency was extremely high, constantly expanding the nest. Further inside, many Facehugger bug eggs were hatching, with newborn Facehugger bugs wandering around.
As the strength grew, the number of facehugger bugs hatched by the alien queen also increased. Now, even without exhausting her life force, she could hatch about 20 facehugger bugs every day. As for the Void Queen alien, she could only hatch about 10 Void facehugger bugs every day. Perhaps it was because the Void facehugger bugs were stronger and had greater potential. Zheng Cheng's eyes widened as he suddenly noticed the differences between the two alien queens. The Void Queen alien was now just drifting around the nest, as if surveying her territory. The original alien queen, however, was curled up in the center of the nest, holding the deep purple void hive stone in her arms, as if absorbing its energy. Zheng Cheng wondered what would happen once all the energy from the stone was absorbed. Hisses. Perhaps sensing Zheng Cheng's arrival, the Void Queen alien suddenly lifted her head and emitted a series of sharp cries. Zheng Cheng could hear an urgent feeling from this sound, as if sensing some impending crisis. The sixth mother bug. It seemed that the Void Bug tribe's sixth mother bug was a threat to the Void Queen alien. Far bigger than he imagined. Looks like I need to find a way to grow stronger quickly. Exiting the spirit beast space, Zheng Cheng picked up his phone and dialed Zhao Qiqing's number. Beep beep. A few seconds later, the call connected. Hello, Zheng Cheng? It's me, Director Zhao. I've made up my mind. I'm willing to join the Extraordinary Bureau. That's great. Our Extraordinary Bureau has been hoping to have a promising newcomer like you join. Zhao Qiqing laughed loudly. Come report in 3 days, I'll send your details up. Thank you, Director Zhao. By the way, I'd like to ask about the Ancestral Dragon Secret Realm. Chapter 76, The Ancestral Dragon Secret Realm. 3 days later, at the headquarters of the Beastmaster Association in Chang'an City. Zheng Cheng stood in front of the massive bronze gate, looking up at the vivid dragon relief carved on the doorframe. The dragon's eyes on the relief seemed to stare at him as if alive, and an invisible pressure quietly descended, making the spiritual energy within him momentarily freeze. The Ancestral Dragon Secret Realm. He whispered, and beside him, Lian Yining's expression was equally serious. Are you nervous? Lian Yining suddenly spoke, her voice cold. Zheng Cheng shook his head. A little excited. Lian Yining glanced at him, her lips curling into a barely noticeable smile. Me too. In the college entrance examination assessment, Zheng Cheng took first place and was allowed 3 days in the Ancestral Dragon Secret Realm for trials. As for Lian Yining, she placed in the top 5 and was granted 1 day in the Secret Realm. After some discussion, the two decided to enter the trial on the same day. Following the staff, the two passed through a corridor and arrived at a circular hall. In the center of the hall floated a massive dragon crystal, emitting a faint golden halo. Several powerful members of the association stood around it, nodding in acknowledgement when they saw the two. Zheng Cheng, Lian Yining. A familiar voice came over, and it was Zhang Mingyuan. The Ancestral Dragon Secret Realm consumes an immense amount of energy every time it opens. Be sure to cherish it, especially you, Zheng Cheng, with a full 3 days of comprehension time. Yes, Zhang Qianbei, we understand. Good. He raised his hand, and the dragon crystal suddenly blazed with light. A golden beam of light descended from the sky, forming a complex teleportation array pattern on the ground. The rules of the secret realm are simple: endure the dragon's might, comprehend the dragon's soul. The dragon's might will continuously increase with time. The longer you hold out, the greater the reward. If you can't hold on, crush this jade talisman to be teleported out. Zhang Mingyuan handed each of them a green jade talisman, and when Zheng Cheng received his, he could feel the spatial fluctuations within it. Ready? Zheng Cheng and Lian Yining exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. Start the teleportation. The golden light surged. Zheng Cheng felt his vision blur. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a strange space. The sky was dark golden, with no sun or moon, only countless dragon-shaped light bands swimming through the air. The earth was vast, with countless dragon bones standing tall, each emitting an oppressive aura that made his heart race. This is the Ancestral Dragon Secret Realm? Zheng Cheng took a deep breath and immediately summoned 2 alien queen beasts. Screech! The alien queen let out a sharp screech as soon as it appeared. Its exoskeleton even developed fine cracks. The Void Mother alien, even more so, directly crawled on the ground, its 6 bone spurs deeply embedded in the earth, as if resisting some invisible force. Dragon's might. Zheng Cheng immediately understood that the dragon's might in the secret realm was suppressing the spirit beasts. He sat cross-legged, connecting his consciousness with the 2 aliens, enduring the pressure together. As time passed, the dragon-shaped light bands in the sky began to converge, gradually forming a massive 5-clawed golden dragon's illusory figure. The dragon's eyes opened, and an intense pressure 10 times stronger than before crashed down. Roar! The ethereal dragon's roar exploded in the mental realm. Zheng Cheng grunted and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth.
The exoskeletons of the two alien queens completely shattered, dark purple blood seeping out, but they still stubbornly raised their heads, their eerie green eyes locked on the dragon image in the sky. Hold on. Zheng Cheng gritted his teeth and endured. He could feel that under this pressure, the alien queen's mental power was undergoing some sort of transformation. The first day passed, and the dragon aura in the secret realm had increased to a suffocating level. Even though the scarlet flame dragon phoenix of Lian Yining had the dual bloodlines of a dragon and a phoenix, it still struggled terribly in this environment, constantly emitting sharp cries. After one day, Lian Yining's realization time was up, and she could not help but crush the teleportation talisman and teleport out. But Zheng Cheng's two alien queens displayed incredible resilience, especially the Void Mother Queen alien, which even began to actively absorb the dragon energy floating in the air. This is adapting? Zheng Cheng was surprised to find that under the broken exoskeleton of the alien queen, faint dragon patterns appeared on the newly grown shell. On the second day, the scenery of the secret realm suddenly changed. The dragon bones on the ground suddenly came to life, transforming into countless dragon souls that launched an attack against them. These attacks were not physical but directly targeted at the mind. Mental illusion. Zheng Cheng's vision blurred, and he found himself in a blood-colored battlefield. Hundreds of giant dragons circled in the sky, and the ground was covered by an endless sea of insects. The two alien queens were submerged by the insect swarm, letting out tragic cries. Fake, it's all fake. He gritted his teeth, enduring the headache, and injected spiritual power into the alien queen's body. The Void Mother Queen alien suddenly tilted its head and let out a sharp scream. The sound waves actually formed a solid impact on the mental level, tearing a crack in the illusion. In the real dragon ancestor secret realm, all the dragon souls froze for a moment, then retreated like a tidal wave. On the third day, the final test arrived. The five-clawed golden dragon in the sky completely solidified and slowly descended. Each of its dragon scales was clearly visible, and the terrifying dragon aura made the space start to distort. Human. The golden dragon spoke, its voice directly resonating in Zheng Cheng's mind. Your spirit beast is interesting. Zheng Cheng struggled to keep himself from kneeling. Senior. The golden dragon said nothing more but deeply looked at the two alien queens. Then it opened its mouth and released a golden light orb. The light orb split into two, each entering the body of an alien queen and the Void Mother Queen alien. Roar. Both aliens let out a deafening roar, their dragon patterns glowing brightly, and a completely new power awakened inside them. Suddenly, a piece of information appeared in Zheng Cheng's mind. Dragon Aura Talent Beginner. Effect, causes intimidation to all low-level lifeforms, reducing their 10% attributes. Intimidation to all low-level lifeforms? Reducing their 10% attributes? Looking at the explanation of Dragon Aura, Zheng Cheng couldn't help but brighten his eyes. This was a full-range debuff for low-level lifeforms. Just as he finished checking the attributes of Dragon Aura, the secret realm suddenly began to collapse. Time's up. A flash of golden light passed, and Zheng Cheng was teleported out. In the hall, Zhang Mingyuan and Lian Yining and the others had been waiting for a long time. Seeing the two of them appear, they immediately stepped forward. How was it? Zheng Cheng nodded and said, "Thank you, Senior Zhang, for the guidance. I lasted for 3 days. This is Dragon Aura?" Zhang Mingyuan's eyes widened. As the president of the Beast Master Association of Chang'an City, how could he not sense the aura from Zheng Cheng? Good. 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 Zhang Mingyuan repeatedly said 3 good words, laughing as he patted Zheng Cheng on the shoulder. In nearly 30 years, you are the first new recruit who could last this long, and you've even realized Dragon Aura. This is something that non-draconic bloodline spirit beasts can hardly achieve. You have great potential. Thank you, Senior Zhang. Alright, since yesterday, that guy Zhao Qicheng has been calling me non-stop asking about your situation. Seems like he can't wait any longer. Zhang Mingyuan turned around and led the two away, saying as they walked, "By the way, a driver from the Supernatural Bureau is already outside. You can just go with him to the Supernatural Bureau." So soon? I heard that there seems to be a problem with the small world prepared for you, and you'll need to solve it yourself. Little world, is there a problem? What kind of problem? Don't worry, the rewards issued by the Elder Council are not something anyone would dare to covet. It's the world itself that has a problem. Once you get to the Extraordinary Bureau, you'll understand. Thank you, Senior Zhang. Chapter 77, Surge in Strength. The black sedan drove smoothly on the road towards the Extraordinary Bureau. Zheng Cheng leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and focused, his consciousness sinking into the spirit beast space. After 3 days of refinement in the ancestral dragon secret realm, the spirit beast space had undergone a tremendous transformation. The originally dark purple nest now had delicate golden patterns on its surface, as if it had been coated with a layer of dragon scales. The two alien queen Zoras had also become several times stronger than before, especially the Void Mother Queen alien, whose 6 bone spurs were entwined with faint dragon energy. Each movement left subtle ripples in the air. Zheng Cheng concentrated his thoughts and brought up the latest attributes of the two aliens. Name: Alien Queen, mature. Star level: 8 star. Strength: Golden Realm 9th stage. Status: energy saturated / reproductive active period. Skills: strong acid blood, inner nest tooth ejection, stealth hunting, diamond bone armor, berserk. Special talent 1, gene optimization. Selectively absorbs excellent genes from the host to strengthen itself. Special talent 2, Queen's pressure. Expands control range to a 500-meter radius for the same species. Special talent 3, efficient egg laying. Can stabilize the hatching of 30 facehuggers daily, up to 50 when overexerted, but. Special talent 4, primary dragon's might. Creates deterrence to all life forms below the Golden Realm, reducing their attributes by 10%. Name: Void Mother Queen alien, mutated. Race: alien / hybrid void insect tribe. Star level: 9 star. Level: Golden Realm 9th stage, peak. Skills: strong acid blood, inner nest tooth ejection, stealth hunting, void stealth, space rift. Special talent 1, void facehugger hatch. Can produce 10 special facehuggers with space jumping ability daily. Special talent 2, insect nest resonance. Can sense all insect tribe life signals within a 500-kilometer radius. Special talent 3, space mark. Can leave a lasting space coordinate on an object for 168 hours. Special talent 4, dragon's might domain. All hostile targets within a 100-meter radius have their attributes reduced by 15%. Special remark: a mutated individual created from devouring the 7th mother worm of the void insect tribe. It has broken through the single queen limit of the alien species. Golden Realm 9th stage. Zheng Cheng opened his eyes, a trace of satisfaction flashing in his gaze. In just 3 days, the two aliens' strength had increased by an entire realm, especially the Void Mother Queen alien, which was just 1 step away from the Diamond Realm. And the Alien Queen star level, under the combined cultivation of the Void Hive Stone, the Ancestral Dragon Secret Realm, and the Sky Silkworm Cocoon, had reached 8 star. Given time, perhaps the Alien Queen star level might even reach 9 star. We're here. The driver's voice broke into his thoughts. Zheng Cheng looked up and saw a uniquely designed black building standing before him. The building's surface was flowing with dark blue runes, and above the entrance hovered the golden letters Extraordinary Bureau of Xiao Country, Xinzhou Branch. As soon as he got out of the car, a familiar figure approached him. Zheng Cheng? Zhao Hongxiu was dressed in a black uniform today, her long hair tied neatly in a ponytail, highlighting her slender waist. Especially the ample fruits on her upper body, which had already matured, exuding an enticing fragrance, constantly tempting beasts to come closer. Zhao. Senior. Ha. Zhao Hongxiu let out a soft laugh, giving Zheng Cheng a thorough once-over, saying, not bad, not bad. No wonder that Yining girl values you so much. From now on, just call me Hongxiu sis. Zheng Cheng's heart stirred, and he nodded, all right, Hongxiu sis. Follow me. Zheng Cheng followed her into the lobby, immediately stunned by the sight in front of him. In the center of the lobby, a huge holographic projection hovered, showing the fluctuations of magical beasts across Xinzhou. Dozens of staff members moved back and forth in front of the light screen, each followed by a spirit beast of different shapes. That's the Thousand-Eye Eagle from the Reconnaissance Department. You can monitor up to hundreds of targets at once. Zhao Hongxiu walked while introducing to Zheng Cheng. That over there is the Lava Giant of the Special Forces, which once suppressed a diamond-level volcanic riot. Zheng Cheng followed her direction and saw a rock giant over 3 meters tall, quietly standing in the corner, with lava-like patterns occasionally flashing across its surface. That is an emerald tree, a very rare plant-based spirit beast. Along the way, Zheng Cheng saw more than a dozen kinds of spirit beasts that were rarely seen, but his confusion grew more and more. Hongxiu sister, don't spirit beasts need to stay in spirit beast space to grow steadily? Why are? You want to ask why the spirit beasts in the Supernatural Bureau stay outside, right? Zhao Hongxiu answered while walking, it's simple. Spirit beasts do indeed grow by absorbing external spiritual energy in the spirit beast space, but they remain in a dormant state and cannot synchronize with their beastmasters' minds. So, some beastmasters bring their spirit beasts along when it's safe. Of course, those spirit beasts that can stay in the outside world are generally small and have relatively gentle temperaments. After passing through several corridors, Zhao Hongxiu stopped in front of a large black door. Also, in addition to combat-type beastmasters like you, the Supernatural Bureau recruits scout-type, healing-type, support-type beastmasters, etc. For the Bureau's proper functioning, their spirit beasts are also considered staff. Zheng Cheng suddenly understood, I see now, I understand. The director is waiting for you inside.
She hesitated for a moment, then lowered her voice. Be careful, the old man isn't in a good mood today. Zheng Cheng raised his eyebrows, but before he could ask, the door automatically opened. Zhao Qiqing's office was simpler than expected. Apart from the necessary office equipment, the most striking feature was the huge map of the Summer Kingdom on the wall. The map was marked with dozens of red dots, each labeled with a danger level. You're here? Zhao Qiqing looked up from the documents, signaling Zheng Cheng to sit. I heard you had a big gain in the Ancestor Dragon's secret realm? Zheng Cheng nodded. Fortunately, I made a breakthrough. Fortunately? Zhao Qiqing chuckled softly. The first new recruit in 30 years to last 3 full days, and you call that luck? He didn't say more, stood up, and walked to the map, his finger pointing to a particularly noticeable red dot. Do you know what this is? Zheng Cheng looked closely and saw that the red dot marked the location of the Weha spacecraft. The entrance to the Void Tomb? Clever. Zhao Qiqing's expression turned serious. Since you brought back the news, we've strengthened surveillance of the crack and sent an advance team inside to investigate. He pressed a button on the remote, and an image was projected in the middle of the office. The world in the image was a silent, barren land. The dark red sky hung low, almost within reach, with no clouds, no sun or moon, only countless shattered star fragments floating in the sky, emitting a faint, cold glow. The earth was cracked, with purple mist oozing from the fissures, like some decaying life slowly evaporating. As far as the eye could see, the ground was covered in bones. There were huge beast skeletons, ribs towering like mountains, skulls hollow with remnants of ferocity from when they were alive. There were humanoid remains, bones shimmering with a metallic luster, still maintaining a battle stance even though they had been dead for many years. Farther in the distance, one could even see the remains of a giant machine, its rusted shell covered in dark red vine-like creatures that pulsed like veins. The air was filled with fine dust, shimmering with strange phosphorescence under the faint light. At the horizon's end stood a black spire built from bones, entwined with chains of dark purple energy, continuously sending out ripples in all directions. At the top of the tower, a massive dark red crystal hung suspended, beating slowly and heavily, like the heart of some kind of creature. The entire world was terrifyingly silent. There were no insect sounds, no wind, and even the passage of time seemed to have come to a halt here. This place didn't feel like a world, it felt more like a massive grave, burying countless forgotten lives. This is the Void Tomb? Yes, this is the Void Tomb. Zhao Qiqing turned off the projection, and the office's smart system automatically dimmed the lights. He walked to the holographic sand table on the wall, quickly sliding his finger across the control panel, and a miniature 3D model of the Void Tomb appeared instantly. Take a look at this. He zoomed in on an area where bones were piled up, revealing dozens of twisted bodies that looked both human and alien, stacked together like random piles of goods. What is this? The advance team discovered 27 well-preserved alien bodies here, as if someone had deliberately placed them here. Zheng Cheng leaned in to observe, and the sand table precisely restored the details of these bodies. Their bodies were covered with crystalline scales, and they had a third vertical eye in the middle of their foreheads. Even after years of death, faint purple energy mist still surrounded their bodies. After the initial investigation by the Elder Council, these aliens' bodies are very similar to ours, but their size is over 3 meters. The biggest difference is that they have a third eye in the middle of their foreheads, and the Elder Council calls them the Star Eye Clan. Zhao Qiqing brought up an anatomy report, and this is classified. Since you are the first Beastmaster with control over the void insect species, and you have had close contact with the mother insect, the Elder Council granted you a special dispensation to view it. The screen showed that inside the body's chest cavity was not a heart, but a polyhedral crystal emitting a ghostly blue light. An energy core? Zheng Cheng's pupils contracted. Yes, more precisely, it should be a spiritual energy core, similar to the magic cores or magic crystals inside magical beasts. There's more. Zhao Qiqing zoomed in on the internal structure of the crystal, and countless nano-level rune chains intertwined like blood vessels. Each rune can independently absorb void energy. Initial tests by the research department show that a single crystal can support the energy consumption of a city with a population of 1 million for 3 days. And here. The screen again displayed something resembling a firearm, hanging from the waist of the Star Eye Clan's corpse. A prototype energy weapon. Among the 27 bodies, we found 2 functional prototypes. Zhao Qiqing's voice trembled with suppressed excitement. Once activated, it can fire a beam equivalent to the full force of a diamond-level strike, yet the energy consumption is only 1% of that of traditional energy cannons. These are energy technologies we have not yet mastered. If we can fully control their technology. Zhao Qiqing paused, but Zheng Cheng knew what he meant. Zheng Cheng, however, was staring at the corner of the monitor, where half a piece of insect armor lay. The corrosion marks on the surface perfectly matched the wounds caused by the Star Eye Clan's weapons. Clearly, these Star Eye Clan people had fought a great battle with these insect species. The Void Tomb contains the most bodies of the Star Eye Clan. The 6th mother insect is extremely powerful. We could easily destroy the space rift and close off this passage, cutting off all contact with the sixth mother insect. But how? The office suddenly fell into dead silence, and Zhao Qicheng silently brought up a new image. Around the space rift stood 12 silver-white towers, each 100 meters tall, with crystals floating at their peaks, radiating terrifying energy fluctuations. The Annihilation Matrix. He lightly tapped the screen, and the beams shooting from the towers intertwined into a net in the void. This was set up by 2 legendary array masters personally. When necessary, it can instantly annihilate everything within 100 kilometers. Zheng Cheng noticed that there were even more deployments at the edges of the sand table. 300 of the latest type of psychic mechas, 50 missile sites equipped with antimatter warheads, and his gaze suddenly froze on a certain mark. Legendary beast wings of the sky? The Elders' Council has even summoned the National Divine Beast? Not just that. Zhao Qicheng showed a meaningful expression. 3 legendary realm predecessors have already brought their spirit beasts to reside in the Void Tomb, ensuring that the outer base of the Void Tomb is secure. And this. A new image appeared on the screen, showing a broken giant corpse, resembling an octopus but with metal bones. As the camera zoomed in on its nerve cluster, there was actually a psychic core embedded there, identical to the Starite clans but hundreds of times larger. We found this in the Abyss area, and our initial judgment is that it's a weapon of war from the Starite clan. Zhao Qicheng zoomed in on the surface of the core. The research department calls it the Titan Remains. Just the reverse-engineered secondary energy module alone has pushed our country's psychic technology forward by 50 years. Zheng Cheng wanted to say something, but Zhao Qicheng suddenly pressed the communicator. Send the X9 sample. Soon, the assistant brought a lead box, inside which floated a small purple crystal the size of a grain of rice. This is a small piece of biological psychic crystal extracted from the Starite clan's Titan remains. Just one piece can provide the electricity needed by a population of 1 million for an entire day. Seeing Zheng Cheng's shocked expression, Zhao Qicheng closed all the images. Now, do you understand the Elders' Council's determination? This Void Tomb, it's not just a crisis, but an opportunity. Whether it's the Starite clan's relics, the corpses of the magical beasts, or even this outer world realm, it's an immeasurable treasure. That's why the Elders' Council is expending so much effort to develop it. Do you understand now? Zheng Cheng remained silent and could only nod. Indeed, the Void Tomb held great risks. Whether it was the sixth motherworm, other outer world species, or magical creatures, they all posed a huge threat to humanity. But at the same time, the psychic technology left behind by the Void Tomb could bring a leap in Xia country's technology. Alright, you only need to understand this much for now. After all, we still need you to sense the movements of the sixth motherworm. Next, it's the reward for your victory in this assessment. Saying this, Zhao Qicheng took a file from his drawer and pulled out several items. This is the first reward, a bank card with 10 million Xia country dollars. The first item was a global pass for a Beast Master bank card. Inside is a 10 million prize. The password is the last 6 digits of your ID number, and you can withdraw it at any time. Zheng Cheng took the bank card, and with this money, his father's subsequent treatment and future life were now secured. The second is a villa by Xuzhong Pool. Zhao Qicheng took out a document and a set of keys, handing them over. From now on, this row house villa is yours. You can move in at any time. This is a reward for winning the assessment, and also for discovering the true origin of the Void Tomb. Thank you. Zheng Cheng took the documents and keys, his heart lifting. With this villa and 10 million in prizes, his parents' lives should be better now. The third reward is exclusive Beast Master equipment manufacturing. Zhao Qicheng took out a document and handed it to Zheng Cheng. This is the construction requirement file for exclusive Beast Master equipment. You can fill it out based on the guidelines so that the psychic artisans can create it for you. Zheng Cheng took it and saw that the document was actually a survey form. Equipment type, part, grade, materials, etc. The fourth reward is the ownership of a small world. A small world? Zheng Cheng's fingers subconsciously tightened around the file folder, and his eyes flickered slightly. He had once read in textbooks that legendary beast masters could create independent spaces, but he had never imagined that one day, he would have one himself. Zhao Qicheng slightly raised the corner of his mouth and drew a new interface on the holographic sandbox. A lush forest projection unfolded in the center of the office, and in the 3D image, one could even see the dew rolling on the leaves. Serial number X37 would element small world, covering an area of about 220 square kilometers, equivalent to the area of a small county. As the image advanced, Zheng Cheng saw squirrel-like magical beasts leaping among the towering ancient trees, their tails shimmering with green light spots. But then, the image suddenly distorted, and dense white spider webs appeared on the tree trunks. The glowing squirrels were wrapped into cocoons, being drained of bodily fluids by black creatures with 8 legs. This small world was originally just a very ordinary wood element world, home to many low-level magical beasts and plant-based magical beasts, with a complete ecological system.
Zhao Qicheng brought up a comparison image. It wasn't until 3 months ago, when abnormal energy fluctuations were detected, that a group of spider-like magical beasts were discovered. The screen switched to an infrared scan, showing that the forest's surface was covered in red spider web veins, resembling some kind of evil neural network. An assistant knocked on the door, entered, and placed a gold-trimmed dossier on the table. Zhao Qicheng took out the holographic chip from the envelope and inserted it into the console. Immediately, 3D models of dozens of spider magical beasts floated in the air. The smallest were as big as a fingernail, and the largest were the size of an off-road vehicle, with barbed shells. Spider-like magical beasts? Yes. The preliminary investigation revealed 3 types of spider-like magical beasts, with the lowest level being silver and the highest reaching diamond level. Here is the information about these spider-like magical beasts. You can check it when you return. Thank you, Zheng Cheng nodded and asked, have the origins of these spiders been clarified? Not yet. The preliminary investigation suggests that it might be a small rift, but the exact location is still unknown. You'll need to investigate that. Zhao Qicheng smiled. After all, the small world now belongs to you. Though there are some dangers, once you fully master it, the benefits will be immeasurable. I understand, thank you, Director. Next, the 5th reward. Zhao Qicheng's voice pulled Zheng Cheng back to reality. The office wall transformed into a panoramic screen, and the emblems of 5 universities lit up one after another. As usual, the national exam champion can choose any Beast Master University. These materials are about 5 universities, their specialties, research directions, and so on. You can take a look. Zheng Cheng's gaze turned toward the screen. The materials of the 5 Beast Master Universities appeared one by one in front of him. 1. Imperial Capital Beast Master University. Characteristics: the top Beast Master institution in Xia country, with a profound history, abundant resources, and close ties to the military and the Extraordinary Bureau. Specialties: psychic technology, advanced Beast Master training, and legendary Beast Master research. Notable figure: President Qin Wuyan, legendary Beast Master. Target group: Beast Masters pursuing ultimate combat power and those wishing to engage with top-tier scientific research. 2. Deep Sea Beast Master University. Characteristics: located in a coastal fortress city, it houses the world's largest marine magical beast ecological research base. Specialties: water system/deep sea system magical beast cultivation, mutated magical beast research, and psychic vein development. Special resource: deep sea psychic veins, providing cultivation resources far superior to those of other universities. Target group: Beast Masters with a preference for water or mutated magical beasts. 3. Xiamen United Beast Master University. Characteristics: jointly built by Xia country and the United States, highly internationalized, adopting a dual mentor system, Xia country plus American professors. Specialties: cross-civilization beast master theory, hybridization of exotic magical beasts, and psychic magical beast research. Special courses: cross-civilization beast master theory and psychic symbiosis system. Target group: beast masters hoping to explore cutting-edge global beast master technology and those seeking diverse development. 4. Southern Beast Master University. Located in the tropical rainforest zone, it has the largest monster gene database in the world. Specializes in plant-type monsters, insect-type monsters, and poison-type monster breeding. Special resources: Rare Monster Ecological Park, direct contract with rare monsters available. Target audience: beast masters interested in insect, plant, or poison-type monsters. 5. Northwest Beast Master University. Characteristics: a military directly affiliated academy, focused on practical combat, directly connected to the alien battlefield. Specializes in warfare-type beast training, psychic technology application, battlefield command studies. Secret research: reverse analysis of the Star Eye race's psychic weapons. Target audience: beast masters aiming to enter the military, eager for real combat experience. Zhao Qicheng smiled and said, based on your insect-type monsters, I was originally going to recommend you to the Southern Beast Master University. It is the university with the most in-depth research on insect spirit beasts in our country. However, there's no need to decide right away. Zhao Qicheng seemed to see his hesitation. All the Beast Master universities won't start for another 2 months, and the registration is still half a month away. You only need to make a decision in half a month, and then go directly to the school to register. As he spoke, he took a silver badge from the safe, with a relief of an eagle spreading its wings on the surface. A military colonel rank, although currently a nominal position, it allows you to access some resources. Zhao Qicheng continued, our country has universal military service, especially for beast masters, who must serve in the military for 2 years after graduating from university. But since you have joined the Extraordinary Bureau, you are exempt from this military service, and the colonel position will be kept for you. Such a benefit? Zheng Cheng's eyes flashed, and after thinking for a moment, he asked, Director Zhao, if I go to another place to study in the future, will my identity in the Extraordinary Bureau
Don't worry about that, the Extraordinary Bureau is a self-contained system, and all investigators within it share the same identity. No matter where you go, you just need to transfer your file, but if you don't want to, you can still conduct investigations as an external investigator. Zheng Cheng's heart suddenly stirred, and he asked, Director Zhao, I want to know what the specific job duties of our Extraordinary Bureau investigators are? Zhao Qicheng smiled, gently tapping his fingers on the desk, and said, Since you asked, I'll explain in detail. The main mission of the Extraordinary Bureau, in short, is to maintain order and eliminate threats. First, suppress monster riots. Whether it's a high-level monster rampage in the wild, or a contracted beast of a beast master going out of control, as long as it threatens the safety of ordinary people, we must suppress it immediately. Second, monitor and investigate spatial rifts. Since the Great Catastrophe, spatial rifts have appeared occasionally around the world. Some connect to unknown worlds, and some may release dangerous monsters. Our task is to assess the danger of these rifts and block or destroy them if necessary. Third, track down fallen beast masters. Zhao Qicheng's tone became slightly colder. Some beast masters will go to any lengths for power, even colluding with monsters or alien races, harming our own people. Once we find them, they must be eliminated. Of course, in addition to these three core tasks, there are some other responsibilities. Fourth, explore unknown secret realms. The small world you just obtained is one of them. We not only have to clear the threats inside but also study the resources, technologies, and even possible ancient civilization ruins inside. Fifth, gather and analyze intelligence. Whether it's the movements of beast masters at home or abroad, or signs of alien activities, we need to be aware of them. Sometimes, a key piece of information can prevent a disaster. Sixth, handle special events. For example, certain forbidden experiments, out-of-control psychic technologies, or even super-specification threats like the Void Tomb. Zheng Cheng nodded thoughtfully after hearing this, so, the scope of the Extraordinary Bureau's mission is broad, ranging from regular monster suppression. Will you cover high-risk investigations into alien species as well? That's right. Zhao Qicheng nodded slightly, so, the investigators of the Extraordinary Bureau have high authority, but they also bear great responsibility. Since you've joined, you need to be prepared to face danger at any time. Of course, since you're still a newcomer, we won't assign you difficult tasks right away. He smiled, once you've chosen your university, we will arrange tasks based on your situation. Zheng Chengxin understood, nodding, got it. Zhao Qicheng stood up, patted his shoulder, alright, that's all I need to say. You can go back and rest now. In half a month, let me know your university choice. Yes, Director. Chapter 80, The Small World. The morning sunlight streamed through the curtain gap into the hotel room. Zheng Cheng sat at the desk, with the holographic projector displaying detailed information about the X-37 small world. His father was still in the hospital receiving treatment, and his mother was staying with him, so they couldn't move for now. Zheng Cheng wasn't in a hurry. He needed to first understand the situation of the small world and ensure safety before making any plans. In the projection, the three-dimensional models of three spider monsters slowly rotated. The first one, 8-legged poison spider, silver rank. Its size was about half a meter, entirely black, with dark purple patterns on its abdomen. It was good at stealth and could secrete a paralyzing neurotoxin. It usually hunted in groups. These poison spiders were the most numerous, almost filling the entire small world. The second one, giant blade wolf spider, gold rank. It was almost 2 meters in size, with 4 legs as sharp as scythes, and its exoskeleton was as hard as metal alloys. It was highly aggressive and could easily tear apart monsters of the same rank. These wolf spiders should be the elite breed among the spiders, not only possessing deadly poison but also very strong in close combat. The third one, Dreamweaver Spider Queen, diamond rank. Its size exceeded 5 meters, with a dark red body and strange human-like face patterns on its back. It could release psychic waves to trap its prey in illusions, slowly draining their life force. Only 3 of these Dreamweaver Spider Queens had been identified so far, but there might be more hidden among them, requiring Zheng Cheng to investigate on his own. Zheng Cheng furrowed his brows, lightly tapping his finger to bring up the 3D map of the small world. The entire forest was covered in spider webs, especially in the central area. Infrared scans showed high-energy reactions, which were likely the lairs of the Spider Queens. The 3 Dreamweaver Spider Queens were hidden inside, guarded by hundreds of giant blade wolf spiders. Diamond rank. With my current strength, I might have a chance against one alone, but if I'm surrounded, it will be troublesome. He murmured to himself. There were more than 200 alien creatures in his beast space, and a quarter of them were flying monsters. By normal standards, these spiders should be easy to crush, but this small world environment was a forest, greatly limiting the combat power of the flying beasts. Facing 3 Dreamweaver Spider Queens, unless I released the 2 alien queens, I might not stand a chance. Looks like I'll have to deal with them one by one. But, if I could transform all these spider monsters into aliens, my strength would increase.
At that moment, the phone on the table suddenly rang. He looked at it and was surprised to see it was a call from Lian Yining.
Zheng Cheng, have you decided which university you're going to?
Lian Yining's voice came through the communicator, filled with a hint of expectation.
Zheng Cheng was slightly stunned, then smiled. What, you've decided so quickly?
Lian Yining's voice was lively. I plan to go to the imperial capital Beast Taming University. After all, among the 5 major beast taming universities, it has the strongest overall strength and the richest resources.
Zheng Cheng pondered for a moment.
The imperial capital Beast Taming University was indeed the best choice, especially its research in spiritual energy technology. It might help him uncover the secrets of the mother insect and the Starite tribe faster.
What about you? Where are you planning to go? Coincidentally, I plan to go to the imperial capital too.
Really?
Lian Yining's voice clearly brightened. Then we can go together.
Zheng Cheng smiled. Sure, we'll go together.
After a brief silence, Lian Yining suddenly asked, by the way, I heard you got a small world? How's it going inside?
It's okay, just some spider-like monsters need to be cleared. Zheng Cheng spoke lightly, not wanting to make her worry.
Spiders?
Lian Yining's voice paused slightly. Do you need help?
I can request family support.
No need. Zheng Cheng shook his head. I can handle it.
Okay then. After hanging up the communication, Zheng Cheng's gaze became determined.
Just as he was preparing the materials, his phone rang again.
Shang Gu.
Su Kuan's voice came through the phone, sounding very excited.
The matter you told me about earlier is resolved. The teacher from the Rare Spirit Beast Academy of the Imperial Capital University really contacted me. I can go to Imperial Capital University with you.
Zheng Cheng laughed and said, congratulations, we'll go together when the time comes.
Shang Gu, was this spot given to me by you?
I got first place in this assessment, and I already have a spot to go to Imperial Capital Beast University, so the spot at the Rare Spirit Beast Academy is yours.
Awesome Changgu, you actually got first place, truly making me look at you with new eyes. You don't know, the school even painted a portrait of you and hung it in the hallway. I'm not dead yet. Ha ha, tonight, it's all on me at Quanjude.
After hearing that I got into Imperial Capital University, my dad gave me a whole 10,000 yuan for activities.
Sounds good, then I'll have to treat you to a big meal.
After hanging up the phone, Zheng Cheng immediately packed up the materials and prepared supplies. He was planning to go to the small world tomorrow, trying to take control of it before starting college. One night passed with no further events. The next morning, Zheng Cheng drove to the small world entrance recorded in the materials. The entrance to the small world was located in a hidden valley on the edge of the Qinling Mountains, guarded jointly by the military and the Extraordinary Bureau. After Zheng Cheng presented his identification, the officer stationed there immediately saluted. Colonel Zhang, the control of the small world has been transferred to you. We will stay on standby outside. Please contact us if you need support. Zheng Cheng nodded in thanks, then walked alone toward the teleportation array deep within the valley. The teleportation array was made up of 12 stone pillars inscribed with runes, with a space crystal the size of a fist floating in the center. Zheng Cheng inserted the permission card Zhao Qicheng had given him into the control panel, and the crystal immediately lit up with a faint blue glow. Whir! The space twisted, and Zheng Cheng's figure vanished instantly. The scene in front of him suddenly changed. Zheng Cheng found himself standing among towering ancient trees, the air filled with the fragrance of grass and trees, but faintly mixed with a trace of decay. Looking up, the sunlight filtered through the dense tree canopy, casting mottled light and shadow. The surroundings were eerily silent. But what made Zheng Cheng frown was that almost all the trees around him were covered with gray-white spider webs, swaying in the wind. Some of the webs even had large cocoons hanging from them, clearly the remains of bodies that had been devoured.
The ecosystem has already been damaged.
Zheng Cheng squatted down, his fingers lightly touching the ground. There were fine spider silk remnants in the soil, and he could even feel a faint vibration.
Something was moving underground.
Rustle, rustle, rustle. Suddenly, a subtle sound came from the bushes on the left. Zheng Cheng's eyes narrowed, and his battle blade instantly slashed horizontally.
Splat!
A half-meter-long venomous spider was severed in half, its green bodily fluids splattering out.
But the next second, more rustling sounds came from all directions. The entire forest seemed to come alive.
Zheng Cheng's lips curled slightly. Looks like I don't need to go looking for them. He reached out and grabbed, and soon, a space fluctuation rippled out. Before long, more than 100 sandblade creatures appeared out of nowhere, slamming heavily onto the ground. Come on, let me see what secrets this small world holds.
Chapter 81, Venomous Spider Colony.
Green venom slowly oozed from the remains of the venomous spider, corroding tiny pits into the ground. Zheng Cheng squatted down. He used a battle blade to pry open the toxic spider's shell, carefully observing its body structure. Its whole body is covered with fine hairs, the venom glands are concentrated near the mouthparts. He muttered softly, its strength is at the intermediate silver level, but its poison is enough to threaten even the golden rank. Suddenly, a thought appeared in his mind. What would happen if facehugger worms parasitized these venomous spiders? Rustle, rustle, rustle. A dense scratching sound came from the depths of the forest, and Zheng Cheng quickly looked up. He saw more than 10 venomous 8-legged spiders leaping down from the treetops, their compound eyes gleaming with ferocity, and their sharp pincers already spread wide. Just in time. Zheng Cheng thought to himself, and hundreds of sandblade creatures surged out like a black tide. They screeched sharply, instantly drowning the group of venomous spiders. The sound of claws tearing through exoskeletons rose and fell, and green body fluids splattered everywhere. Stop. Leave some alive. Zheng Cheng quickly ordered, as the bloodthirsty and warlike creatures sometimes killed their targets before he could even finish giving orders. 3 heavily injured venomous spiders were pinned to the ground by the creatures, their limbs broken, but they were still struggling wildly. Zheng Cheng took out 3 facehugger worm eggs from the spirit beast space. These sticky creatures wriggled violently as soon as they touched the air. Go! The facehugger worms darted towards the venomous spiders, firmly wrapping their tails around their heads. The venomous spiders twitched violently a few times and quickly went still. It will take 12 hours to hatch. Zheng Cheng stood up and looked around. Let's find a suitable place to build a nest. He closed his eyes and issued commands to all the creatures through their mental link. First, scatter to scout for underground caves or natural caves to serve as the temporary nest for the queen of the creatures. Second, try to capture spiders alive, prioritizing higher-ranking individuals for parasitism. Hundreds of sandblade creatures vanished silently into the deep forest like black ghosts. Meanwhile, the facehugger worms that hatched from the Queen of Creatures and the Void Queen were following closely behind, always ready to parasitize. Zheng Cheng mounted the phantom creature, whose shell could refract light, making it nearly invisible in the jungle. The shadow creatures entered the shadows, always ready to assassinate elite units among the venomous spiders. The rift-wing creatures flew into the sky, scouting the environment from different angles. The earth-shaking giant jaw creatures burrowed into the ground, secretly protecting themselves. As they ventured deeper, the forest became increasingly strange. Twisted tree trunks revealed patterns resembling human faces, and branches stretched out like arms. Some trees even trembled slightly as the creatures passed by, as if they were alive. Zheng Cheng noticed that the roots of these tree people were entangled with fine spider silk, as if they were being controlled by some force. Something's wrong. He reached out to touch an ancient tree, and the bark actually transmitted a faint heartbeat sensation. Tree people? Or is it? Suddenly, the rift-wing creature ahead issued a warning. Zheng Cheng immediately urged the phantom creature to speed up, and soon they arrived at an open area. This area was supposed to be a clearing in the forest, but it was now completely covered in spider webs. Dozens of huge cocoons hung in mid-air, some of them wriggling slightly. The ground was piled with countless white bones, most of them from various magical beasts. The most chilling thing was that these skeletons had been rewoven by spider silk and piled around, forming some kind of totem. Totem? Has the strongest individual of this demon spider species gained intelligence? Or is it the instincts of magical beasts? The Dreamweaver spider Queen Ashikis woke from her slumber, and her 3 pairs of compound eyes reflected countless broken images. Through the neural network formed by the spider webs, she sensed the massacre occurring at the edge of her territory, as those black monsters were tearing apart her kin. Hiss hiss. She emitted a low-frequency tremor, and the spinnerets in her abdomen contracted violently. The entire nest's web trembled, passing the queen's fury to every corner of the forest. Hundreds of giant blade spiders awoke from their slumber, their sharp forelimbs tearing through the silk cocoons that wrapped them, bloodthirsty light flashing in their dark green compound eyes. Ashax used its forelimbs to gently caress its swollen abdomen, where the next generation of spider eggs was growing. Since coming to this world through a spatial rift 3 months ago, its clan had expanded threefold. This fertile forest provided abundant food, and those foolish herbivorous magical beasts were completely powerless to resist. But now, the invaders had come. Through the eyes of a dying venomous spider, Ashax saw those black creatures. They had smooth exoskeletons, streamlined bodies, and what made Ashax most uneasy, those creatures were actually capturing its kin alive. Click, click. Ashax tapped its keely against the petrified ancient tree at the center of the nest, the throne it had reinforced with special spider silk. 3 guard spider queens emerged from the shadows, all direct descendants of Ashax, possessing the strength of beginner diamond rank. Go, bring those black monsters back. Ashax released a pheromone. I need to know what they are, their scent unsettles me. At the same time, it ordered thousands of venomous spiders to weave a giant trap web throughout the forest. These webs were soaked with its specially made neurotoxin, enough to paralyze even diamond-ranked beasts instantly. In an instant, the entire forest seemed to come alive, wriggling and rushing towards the edge of the forest. The shadow creature perfectly blended into the shadow of an ancient tree, its special exoskeleton absorbing light, making it almost invisible in the dim forest. 3 venomous spiders were passing beneath it, their antennae swaying warily, but unaware of the danger above them. Hiss! The shadow creature's tail silently shot out, precisely piercing the brain of the middle venomous spider. Before the other two could react, its claws had already cut through their ganglions. The entire process took less than 2 seconds, with no sound at all. Through its mental link, it transmitted the information about this area to Zheng Cheng. Suddenly, its exoskeleton shuddered slightly, something was approaching. It immediately curled into the shadow, seeing 5 giant blade spiders patrolling towards it. These creatures had an extremely sensitive sense of smell, and one had already stopped at the place where it had just hunted, using its chelae to flip its fallen comrade's corpse. It patiently waited, and when one of the blade spiders passed by its hiding shadow, it struck with lightning speed. Its sharp tail spike pierced directly into the wolf spider's mandibles, passing through its brain from the inside. The other 4 blade spiders immediately let out alarmed screeches, but it had already vanished back into the darkness. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The 4 giant blade spiders screeched sharply, their body hairs fluttering as if sensing the air's scent. As golden rank beasts, how could they allow their prey to simply escape like this? Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! The 4 giant blade spiders immediately shot out large amounts of webs, entangling the surrounding trees. Their massive bodies used these webs to rapidly chase after the direction the shadow creature had fled. Chapter 82, Alien vs. Venomous Spider. 3 pairs of translucent wings reflected cold light in the sunlight, as the rift alien slid perfectly in a streamlined posture across the tree canopy. Its compound eyes continually adjusted focus, capturing the heat sources within a few kilometers in its vision. Suddenly, a group of unusually dense heat source signals caught its attention, a canyon area covered by thick spider webs. Just as it was preparing to lower its altitude to investigate, nearly invisible transparent spider silk suddenly wrapped around its right wing. These special spider silk threads are covered in a thick neurotoxin that begins to corrode the exoskeleton the moment it makes contact. The rift sky abomination reacted as fast as lightning, suddenly twisting its body, and the sharp bone spines on the edges of its wing membranes cut through most of the web. Screech! 5 flying stinger spiders, lurking in the treetops, simultaneously leaped out, shooting out toxin-laden threads glowing with purple fluorescence, weaving a deadly web in midair. The rift sky abomination's 3 pairs of wings suddenly vibrated at high frequency, producing 6 crescent-shaped wind blades. The first 2 flying stinger spiders were instantly shredded into pieces, with green bodily fluids raining down like a storm. The remaining 3 spiders changed tactics and attacked from different angles. The rift sky abomination suddenly folded its wings and rapidly plummeted. Just as it was about to crash into the treetop, it spread its wings wide. One spider failed to dodge in time and was split in half by its sharp claws. The second spider's poisonous fangs just grazed its back before being impaled through the brain by the suddenly thrust tail spine. The last and largest flying stinger spider suddenly inflated its abdomen, launching dozens of poison barbs. The rift sky abomination's left wing was pierced with 3 holes, but instead of retreating, it charged forward, using its downward momentum to smash the spider's compound eyes with its crown. As they both fell to the ground, the rift sky abomination's inner nest teeth pierced the spider's skull. The moment they hit the ground, the surrounding bushes shook violently. 7 giant blade wolf spiders arrived in response, their forelegs gleaming with a metallic sheen. The rift sky abomination issued a challenging hiss, its 3 pairs of wings fully spread. Its massive body suddenly shot up, producing a sonic boom. After ascending, its enormous body dubbed like a fighter jet, instantly tearing apart the treetop. Along with 2 giant blade wolf spiders lying on the treetop, they screamed and were torn in half. In the forest, Zheng Cheng was riding on the phantom abomination, in the center of a calm control. Roar! Suddenly, a chilling roar echoed ahead, accompanied by continuous hissing sounds from the sand blade abominations. Something's happening? Have we found the poison spider nest? With a thought, the phantom abomination under him immediately darted forward, heading towards the source of the sound. Soon, the surrounding trees thinned out rapidly, and a massive canyon appeared before Zheng Cheng. At the entrance of the canyon, black tidal waves collided fiercely with the gray-white surging waves. The sand blade abominations emitted sharp hissing noises, their smooth exoskeletons glowing coldly in the dim light. The first wave of more than 30 abominations charged like unsheathed blades, their sickle-shaped forelegs precisely stabbing into the connection points between the 8-legged poison spider's compound eyes and mouthparts. Green bodily fluids splashed onto the rock walls, making a sizzling corrosive sound. The 8-legged poison spider group immediately retaliated, with the front row charging fearlessly at the abominations, using their pincers to firmly grab the abominations' forelegs. The rear row of poison spiders seized the opportunity to spray sticky webs. These specially made threads immediately hardened when exposed to air, trapping 3 abominations tightly to the rock wall. More poison spiders surged out from the rock crevices on both sides, forming a pincer movement. The battlefield was immediately plunged into a bloody tug-of-war, with the sand blade abominations displaying their terrifying killing instincts. Their streamlined bodies weaved through the spider group with agility. One abomination was surrounded by 5 poison spiders. It suddenly curled its body, and its tail spine shot out like a venomous snake, piercing through 2 of the spider's brains. The other 3 spiders' poisonous fangs barely touched its exoskeleton before being shattered by the sudden emergence of the inner nest teeth, crushing their skulls. But the number of poison spiders was simply too large, and for every one that fell, 3 more filled the gap. They began to employ suicidal tactics, with a dozen poison spiders charging simultaneously at one abomination, using their body weight to pin it to the ground. Although the abomination quickly managed to break free, it was already covered in several new wounds, corroded by the venom. Zheng Cheng stood on a protruding rock above the canyon, calmly observing the battlefield. Unnoticed by him, several smaller creatures were quietly separating from the main battle, using the shadows of the rock walls as cover, climbing toward his position. These tiny poisonous spiders were no bigger than a palm, but the purple glow on their exoskeletons indicated that their venom was far more potent than their kin. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, Zheng Cheng made a swift decision and clapped his hands, summoning the alien reserve force. Earth-shaking juggernaut aliens. In an instant, the beast space unfolded behind him. 17 massive earth-shaking juggernaut aliens landed with a loud thud, their heavy bodies causing rocks to fall and scatter. As these heavy units entered the battlefield, the situation immediately began to turn in their favor. The leader of the juggernaut aliens charged directly into the most densely packed area of the spider swarm, its massive jaws snapping shut and severing 3 poisonous spiders in half. Its thick tail swept across, sending 5 poisonous spiders flying like ragdolls. Another juggernaut alien suddenly burrowed underground, and the next moment, it erupted from the earth behind the spider swarm, its back spine shooting out several earthen spears, impaling the venomous spiders that were shooting webs, nailing them to the rock wall. The venomous spiders began to scatter, instinctively trying to retreat, but their escape route was cut off by the sand blade aliens. The juggernaut aliens moved like moving fortresses, and wherever they passed, the spider swarm collapsed like a house of cards. One juggernaut alien was surrounded by 6 elite poisonous spiders. It suddenly stood upright and slammed its front limbs into the ground. Sharp earth spikes shot up from the ground, impaling 3 of the poisonous spiders in a row. Watching the battlefield swing in their favor, Zheng Cheng smiled faintly. The strength of these 8-legged poisonous spiders was only around the silver level. The sandblade aliens, who were fighting them, were also at the silver level, making them evenly matched, unable to gain the upper hand over one another. But this was still the spiders' domain, and as long as they held out for a while, reinforcements would arrive. However, now that the earth-shaking juggernaut aliens had entered the fray, with 17 aliens of gold-level strength, the battlefield situation immediately tilted heavily in the aliens' favor. These 8-legged poisonous spiders were simply no match for Zheng Cheng's aliens. At that moment, a faint click sound came from the rock wall behind him. Several tiny poisonous spiders had quietly reached behind Zheng Cheng, using the concealment of the canyon's rock face, suddenly opening their sharp fangs, dripping with purple-black venom. Then, with a powerful push of their 8 legs on the rock wall, their entire form shot forward like arrows released from a bow, charging toward Zheng Cheng. Capture the king before capturing the thief. As long as they killed the human in front of them, the strange monster horde would collapse on its own. This experience had been gained over the past 3 months, where they had killed several humans. Screech, screech, screech. Screech. The shrill, high-pitched screech rang in Zheng Cheng's ears as 6 tiny poisonous spiders shot out from the rock wall's shadow like purple lightning. Their pincers were fully extended, revealing their glowing venomous fangs, aiming straight for Zheng Cheng's neck and vital spots. Put. The sound of venomous fangs piercing flesh echoed repeatedly, as the leading tiny poisonous spider trembled with excitement, its compound eyes quivering. It could feel the venom being injected into its prey's body. But in the next moment, it sensed something was wrong. The human's blood temperature was off, and the texture of its exoskeleton. The scene before their eyes distorted like ripples in water, disappearing. There was no human at all. What they had struck was actually a phantom alien, glowing with eerie blue light. The elite alien was looking at them with mocking eyes, its sharp front limbs already raised high. Hiss. The phantom alien let out a chilling hiss, and its front limbs turned into a blur. 3 tiny poisonous spiders were instantly sliced into 6 pieces, green fluid spraying across the rock wall. The remaining 3 tried to escape, but they were immediately pierced through the skull by the inner nest teeth that shot out with perfect precision. Zheng Cheng's figure appeared from behind a rock 10 meters away, a cold smile playing on his lips. Is this all you've got? He had already detected the ambushers through his mental link and had intentionally let the phantasmal alien create illusions to lure them out. The battle in the canyon was nearing its end. With the arrival of the tremor jaw alien, the defense of the 8-legged poison spider completely collapsed. 17 golden-level aliens, like moving meat grinders, left nothing but the severed limbs and broken bodies of the poison spiders in their wake. Leave a few alive for the Facehugger to parasitize. Zheng Cheng issued the command through his mental link and received confirmation from the aliens. The Sandblade aliens immediately changed their tactics, no longer targeting vital areas but instead using their tails to precisely pierce the jointed legs of the poison spiders. Soon, over 30 immobile 8-legged poison spiders were gathered at the center of the canyon. They writhed in agony, green fluid oozing from their wounds. Zheng Cheng walked up to the prisoners, and with a thought, more than 30 facehuggers sprang from his back, rushing toward the severely wounded poison spiders. More facehuggers surged out from behind him, seemingly ready to pounce on the remaining 8-legged spiders. Seeing this, Zheng Cheng suddenly raised his hand to stop them. Enough. He looked around. There were still over 100 dying poison spiders in the canyon, but Zheng Cheng had already lost interest. These silver-level 8-legged poison spiders were too weak. Even if they were successfully parasitized, the enhancement would be limited. From now on, his minimum standard for facehuggers would be golden-level beasts. SSSSSS. The remaining facehuggers let out unwilling hisses, but under Zheng Cheng's mental suppression, they obediently retreated back into the shadows. They craved to parasitize stronger hosts, a desire that made their exoskeletons faintly redden. Zheng Cheng began to carefully survey the canyon. The cliffs on both sides were towering, and the entrance was narrow, easy to defend and hard to attack. The interior space was vast, with naturally formed caves on the rock walls, making it an excellent location for a temporary base. This is the place. With a thought, he summoned the Alien Queen and the Void Mother Alien. The two massive creatures crashed to the ground. The Alien Queen was over 6 meters long, with heavy bone plates covering her entire back. The Void Mother Alien was even more elongated, its body covered with eerie purple patterns, a trait inherited from the void bug species. SSS. As soon as they appeared, both alien queens let out a shrill, tearing hiss, glaring at each other with a hint of hostility. However, under Zheng Cheng's mental suppression, the two queens obediently lowered their bodies, showing submission to him. Queen, take the eastern cave, Void, take the western one. Zheng Cheng pointed to the sides of the canyon and ordered, focus on hatching facehuggers. I want to occupy the entire small world within the next half-month. The two mothers emitted compliant hisses and walked toward their designated positions. Their abdominal ovipositors began to twitch, and thick eggs were laid in the prepared slime pools. These eggs developed at a visible speed, and within an hour, new facehuggers would hatch. Zheng Cheng then sent out 20 Sandblade aliens to clean the battlefield. They piled the poison spider bodies at the canyon entrance, forming a natural defense structure. The corrosive mist produced by the mixture of acidic blood and spider silk was enough to make most beasts hesitant to approach. Tremor Squad, dig tunnels inside the rock walls. Zheng Cheng continued setting up, make sure there are at least 3 escape routes. 5 Tremor Jaw aliens immediately began working. Their sharp jaws easily crushed the rocks, while their sturdy tails swept the debris behind them. Other aliens were responsible for moving the rubble to designated spots to reinforce the defense structures. In just 2 hours, a simple yet functional alien nest began to take shape. The eastern side was the Alien Queen's hatchery, and the western side was the Void Mother Alien's breeding room. The central open space served as a gathering zone, with several watchtowers carved into the rock walls, guarded by the crackling, abnormal creatures. Zheng Cheng stood at the highest watchtower, gazing down at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Although the nest was rudimentary, it was enough to support his plan to wipe out the entire small world. After dealing with the 3 Dreamweaver spiders, this place could easily be transformed into a permanent base. As nightfall slowly descended, a faint mist began to rise in the canyon. The eggs of the facehugger began to rhythmically pulsate, signaling that the first wave of new forces was about to be born. Just as Zheng Cheng was about to rest for a moment, suddenly, crack! A mental link in his mind snapped without warning, causing Zheng Cheng to jump to his feet, his pupils shrinking violently. That was, the link with the Shadow Abnormal. The broken mental link meant that the Shadow Abnormal was dead? In this forest, there was actually something that could kill the Shadow Abnormal in such a short time? The Dreamweaver Spider Queen. He immediately searched through the fragments of memories from other abnormal creatures via the mental network but only caught some vague images. A dark forest, a few flickering purple lights, and then sudden, excruciating pain. How could this be? Zheng Cheng frowned deeply. Although the Shadow Abnormal hadn't reached the Golden Realm yet, it was birthed from the body of the 7-star level spiritual beast, the Shadow Leopard, and was skilled in stealth and assassination. Even when facing diamond-level opponents, it could hold its own. But what was unexpected was that it had died in this forest. Who could have done it? The giant blade wolf spider? Or perhaps, a Dreamweaver Spider Queen hiding deep in the forest? Because, according to intelligence, the Dreamweaver Spider Queen was a diamond-level beast. If it led a large number of golden-level giant blade wolf spiders to surround and kill the Shadow Abnormal, even with the Shadow Abnormal's abilities, it would be hard to escape their deadly grip. It seems the Dreamweaver Spider Queen in this small world isn't as weak as I imagined. I underestimated it. But it's alright, there's still a chance. In a soft mutter, inside the spirit beast space, a sudden flash of black and purple lightning streaked across. The shadow abnormal pressed its body against the shadow of an ancient tree, its exoskeleton perfectly absorbing the surrounding light. Below, four giant blade wolf spiders were pacing restlessly, their sharp pincers snapping open and shut, making a bone-chilling clacking sound. The compound eyes locked onto the largest of the wolves, the one closest to them, its back covered in battle scars, clearly the leader of the pack. But to the shadow abnormal, this giant blade wolf spider was the perfect target. Whoosh! Its tail stinger shot out like a venomous snake, piercing the wolf spider leader's mandibles with precision. Before the other three wolves could react, the shadow abnormal leapt from the shadows, its right claw slicing through the air in a graceful arc, decapitating the left side wolf spider's three compound eyes along with half its head. The remaining two wolves finally emitted alarmed hisses, their back hairs standing on end as they shot out thick, sticky webs. The shadow abnormal had already anticipated this. It twisted its body unnaturally, dodging to the right, almost brushing against the webs. Its inner fang shot out, shattering one wolf spider's poison glands with a direct hit. The last remaining wolf spider desperately retreated, its 8 legs carving deep furrows in the fallen leaves. The shadow abnormal slowly followed, deliberately allowing the prey to escape for a dozen meters before, just as the spider was about to turn a corner. Its tail stinger shot out like a spear, piercing the wolf spider's nerve ganglion from behind. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Soon, all 4 of the giant blade wolf spiders that had been chasing it were dead at its hands. Feeling the surroundings, a dead silence filled the air, only the sound of venom corroding the ground and trees remained. It opened its wide mouth, its long and sharp tongue stretching out, carefully sensing the air for any scent. For some reason, it felt that the surrounding forest. It was so quiet. Just as it was about to report to its master through the mental link, it suddenly detected something unusual. More than 10 targets, identical in scent to the giant blade wolf spiders from before, were quickly approaching. A deep, rumbling hiss came from the shadow alien's throat, and its slender form vanished into the darkness, quickly disappearing from sight. The spider webs in the forest began to vibrate at a specific frequency, at least 20 giant blade wolf spiders surrounded from different directions, cleverly using the webs between the trees to move quickly, forming a shrinking encirclement. Soon, the shadow alien sensed something. There were giant blade wolf spiders behind, to the left, and to the right, but none in front, like a half-surrounded trap. The shadow alien tried to break through the encirclement, but every time it dove into the shadows, webs would block its path in advance. These wolf spiders seemed able to sense positions through vibrations in the webs. No matter which direction it changed, the encirclement continued to shrink steadily. The shadow alien's body suddenly twisted and sprang out from the darkness, a giant blade wolf spider unable to dodge, its head instantly slashed off. But not far away, 2 more giant blade wolf spiders sprang out, ferociously lunging towards the shadow alien. Sensing these, the shadow alien's body once again sank into the darkness, vanishing without a trace. More giant blade wolf spiders rushed in, forcing the shadow alien to keep moving forward. The wolf spider group ahead suddenly opened a passage, and the shadow alien keenly sensed it was a trap. But the pursuers were already closing in from behind, and it had no choice but to charge toward the seemingly safe passage. At the end of the passage was a strange circular clearing, in the center stood a totem pole woven from white bones and spider silk. As soon as it stepped into this area, the surrounding trees suddenly came to life. Twisted branches opened hundreds of compound eyes, and all the tree people simultaneously shot purple webs. The shadow alien darted and dodged in the rain of webs, its tail stinger and sharp claws dancing in a blur. 3 elite wolf spiders lunging at it were torn to pieces, but more enemies followed in a relentless wave. Its exoskeleton was now covered in spider webs and the corrosive traces of venom, and its movements began to slow. At that moment, a chilling hum echoed from deep in the forest. All the wolf spiders stopped attacking and respectfully retreated to the sides. A cold psychic wave locked onto the shadow alien, and the pressure from it caused the muscles under its exoskeleton to tremble involuntarily. Such a beautiful creature. With a soft female voice, a massive figure slowly descended from the treetops. The upper body was a seductive female form, with pale skin covered in purple patterns. But the lower body was a huge spider abdomen, 8 sharp legs easily piercing the ground. The most unsettling thing was the 3 pairs of main eyes on its forehead, flickering with an intelligent gleam. The Dreamweaver spider Queen Ashakis, she had personally appeared, all for the sake of the powerful creature before her. Without hesitation, the shadow alien launched a surprise attack the moment the spider queen appeared. Its speed exploded to the extreme, almost turning into a black lightning bolt, with its tail stinger aimed directly at the center of the spider queen's main eye. Cling! The sound of metal clashing echoed. The tail stinger was blocked by a sudden purple crystal barrier, just 3 inches from the spider queen's eye. The spider queen chuckled softly, her slender finger gently tapping. Boom! An invisible psychic shockwave slammed the shadow alien into the ground. It struggled to rise but found that the webs around it had wrapped around it like living creatures. These specially crafted webs were not only incredibly tough, but also continuously secreting toxins that numbed the nerves. I admire your courage, little one. The Spider Queen elegantly walked around the shadow alien, her legs tapping an eerie rhythm on the ground.
It's a pity your master should never have provoked my territory.
The shadow alien suddenly exploded, using its last ounce of strength to spray the long-planned acidic blood. This corrosive liquid rushed straight toward the Spider Queen's face, but was suddenly blocked midway by a rising wooden wall, as the tree men moved to act as shields. The Spider Queen's eyes grew cold. "You are ungrateful." Her abdomen spinnerets contracted violently, launching dozens of spider silk threads glowing with purple light. These threads, like living creatures, burrowed into the exoskeleton seams, directly eroding the nervous system. At the same time, the eye on the Spider Queen's forehead glowed with a strange light, and a powerful psychic shock slammed into her consciousness. In the final vision, there was the Spider Queen's cruel smile on her red lips, and her foot, sharp as a blade, slowly raised.
"Tell your master."
The Spider Queen's voice seeped into the fading consciousness like venom. "I will deal with each of his pets one by one, and then slowly enjoy him."
Crack!
The sharp foot pierced through the skull, and the Spider Queen gracefully withdrew it, licking the acidic blood off, showing an expression of intoxication. She used spider silk to suspend the corpse in midair, hanging it on the bone totem pillar like a display of spoils.
The first.
The Spider Queen looked toward the canyon, the cold light flashing in her 3 pairs of compound eyes. "Soon, there will be a second, a third." She turned and disappeared into the depths of the forest, and the surrounding tree men returned to stillness. Only the alien corpse suspended in midair swayed slightly, with acidic blood dripping onto the bone pile below, making a sizzle sound as it corroded. Meanwhile, in the canyon not far away, a distant rumble of thunder could vaguely be heard.
Chapter 85, The Spider Tide Returns. At dawn 3 days later, Zheng Cheng stood on the highest watchtower in the canyon.
The forest in the morning mist was deathly silent, but through the alien sensory network, he could clearly feel the unusual tremors from the ground.
"It's finally here."
As he murmured to himself, the sea of trees in the distance suddenly surged like a tide. Thousands of octopus-like poison spiders emerged from the forest, their gray-white exoskeletons gleaming with a cold shine in the morning light. What was even more shocking were the over 100 giant blade wolves among the swarm. These elite golden-level units lined up in a neat charge formation, their sharp forelegs like unsheathed military knives.
Boom! Boom! 2 deafening explosions shook the canyon as 2 purple giant spiders, over 10 meters long, crashed into towering ancient trees, revealing their terrifying forms. Their carapaces were adorned with vivid human-like face patterns, and every time their 8 legs landed, deep craters were left on the ground. These were the 2 guard spiders that had been omitted from the intelligence report, each with a strength at the beginner diamond level. Zheng Cheng narrowed his eyes. The 3 days of calm in the alien nest were indeed suspicious. He had originally thought that this time, the Dreamweaver Spider Queen would launch a full-scale counterattack, but instead, there was an eerily quiet silence.
Within a 10-mile radius, there were no signs of the poison spider army, only a few remaining poison spiders. Zheng Cheng guessed what was going on, and specially sent out aliens to drag the severely injured poison spiders back to the nest to begin parasitism. The Dreamweaver Spider Queen was organizing all the poison spiders, preparing to strike a decisive blow. At the beginning, she wasn't confident that she could eliminate Zheng Cheng in one go, so she deliberately left 3 days' time. These 3 days were the time the Dreamweaver Spider Queen used to gather her forces, and also the time for Zheng Cheng to heavily develop his aliens. And this day, after 3 days, had finally arrived. At dawn, a dense rustling sound suddenly came from the forest edge outside the canyon. Thousands of octopus-like poison spiders poured out of the woods like a gray-white tide, their sharp pincers scraping the ground with a harsh sound.
"Sandblade team, move out."
With Zheng Cheng's mental command, over 100 Sandblade aliens suddenly burst from the ground. These silver peak-level killing machines perfectly utilized the advantage of the terrain. Launched the assault from the area with the densest spider swarm.
SSSSSS.
Sharp claws sliced through the morning light, leaving dozens of cold gleams. The first wave of the charge immediately severed the nerves of over 100 octopus venom spiders, with green fluid spraying like a fountain. The Sandblade aliens displayed astonishing killing efficiency, their streamlined bodies darting through the spider swarm like lightning, each alien able to eliminate 3 to 4 venom spiders in just 3 seconds. But the venom spiders quickly reacted, the rear spiders simultaneously raising their abdomens, spraying thick webs. These specially made threads hardened the moment they met the air, and in an instant, more than 20 Sandblade aliens were entangled in the webs.
The trapped aliens struggled violently, but more webs came pouring in. Crack!
One Sandblade alien, completely wrapped, was pinned to the ground by 5 venom spiders, their fangs stabbing into the joint of its exoskeleton, injecting deadly poison. The same scene played out across the battlefield, and in the blink of an eye, a third of the Sandblade aliens from the first charge were lost. Although the Sandblade aliens were strong, they still couldn't hold up against the vastly superior numbers of the venom spider army.
"Octopus Squad, take over the attack."
Zheng Cheng calmly adjusted the tactics, and over 100 octopus aliens surged out from the caves on both sides of the canyon. These new troops, born from venom spiders, retained the ability to spray webs, and even mixed in acidic blood from the aliens in their silk. Poo poo poo. Corrosive webs covered the battlefield like a torrential rain. The venom spiders hit by them shrieked miserably, their shells visibly corroding, creating large holes. Even more terrifying, these webs had a sticky property, pinning the poisoned venom spiders firmly in place. The octopus aliens seized the opportunity to charge. Their sharp forelimbs specifically targeted the joints of the venom spiders, with each strike precisely disabling one of their legs. The battlefield situation reversed in an instant. The venom spider swarm, which had been rampaging, suddenly fell in large numbers. Boom boom boom. The ground suddenly shook violently, and over 100 giant blade wolf spiders charged out from the forest, their massive bodies easily smashing through the spiders blocking their way. These golden tier elite units immediately showed the difference between them and ordinary venom spiders, not just in their size dominance. Cling cling cling. The forelimbs of the giant blade wolf spiders clashed with the exoskeletons of the octopus aliens, sparking. Their webs were even more resilient, able to last several seconds without breaking, even when corroded by acidic blood. Even more terrifying was their battle instinct. Each giant blade wolf spider could handle the assault of 3 octopus aliens at once. Their enormous bodies, forelimbs, and even all 8 legs carried immense power, smashing the slender octopus aliens down into the ground or against trees. The battlefield fell into another deadlock. Although the octopus aliens were powerful, their numbers were still at a disadvantage. In the blink of an eye, over 30 octopus aliens were cut in half, their green fluid staining the entire entrance of the canyon. Giant Blade Squad, Earthquake Squad, full attack. With Zheng Cheng's order, 8 giant blade aliens rushed into the battlefield like black lightning. These elite units, born from giant blade wolf spiders, each possessed the strength of the peak of the golden tier. They perfectly inherited their host's combat skills while also merging the killing instincts of the aliens. SSSSH. One giant blade alien's forelimb drew a graceful arc, and the heads of 3 giant blade wolf spiders simultaneously flew off. Another giant blade alien directly charged into the enemy ranks, its tail spine piercing through the nerve nodes of 5 wolf spiders like a venomous snake. At the same time, 15 earthquake giant jaw aliens ambushed from underground. Their massive bodies crushed the front line of the wolf spider defense, and with each movement of their giant jaws, several wolf spiders were sliced in half at the waist. The most terrifying thing is their ground spike ability. Whenever the wolf spider swarm tries to encircle, the ground suddenly erupts with sharp soil spikes that pierce through each venomous spider. The ambush 3 days ago only cost the Earthshaker giant mandibles 2 of its own. With its strong defensive capabilities and mastery of some earth magic, the Earthshaker giant mandibles, in such large-scale battles, is undoubtedly the most powerful killing machine. Boom! Boom! 2 loud explosions shook the canyon as 2 purple giant spiders, each over 10 meters long, knocked down towering ancient trees and finally appeared on the battlefield. The human face patterns on their carapace were vividly lifelike, and their 8 legs gleamed with a metallic shine. Hiss! One of the guard spiders suddenly accelerated, its legs shooting out like spears. The 2 giant blade aliens tried to dodge but were frozen in place by an invisible mental shock. Puff! The leg easily pierced their exoskeleton, lifting them high into the air. The other guard spider then displayed its terrifying area attack ability. Its abdomen violently contracted and shot out hundreds of purple spider silk threads. These threads acted like living beings, automatically tracking their targets. In the blink of an eye, 5 Earthshaker aliens were wrapped up in cocoons. The neurotoxin on the threads quickly stopped these giant creatures from struggling. The threads wormed their way into the gaps of the Earthshaker's joints, like maggots in the bones, causing painful shrieks to echo from the Earthshaker aliens. The battle situation turned around rapidly. The alien army, which had been in the advantage, immediately fell into a passive position with the addition of these 2 diamond-level guard spiders. Zheng Cheng squinted his eyes, staring hard at these 2 dream-weaving spider queens guards. Diamond-level beasts, huh? If I could recruit these 2 diamond-level beasts. His thoughts shifted, and the spirit beast space once again unfolded. Over 30 Rift Sky aliens that he had kept alive flew out one by one. Behind them were dozens of Facehugger worms that had just hatched over the past 3 days. Go! Those 2 giant spiders are your opponents, eliminate them. Roar! The 30-odd Rift Sky aliens let out a wailing cry as they soared into the air and charged at the 2 giant spiders. Chapter 86, Diamond-Level Magic Spiders. The 30-odd Rift Sky aliens simultaneously unfolded 4 pairs of transparent membranous wings, reflecting cold light under the morning sun. These 7-star golden tier creatures emitted high-frequency hissing sounds, their streamlined bodies carving perfect arcs through the air. They broke the sound barrier with their supersonic cruising ability, leaving dozens of white shockwaves in the sky above the forest. Boom! The first wave of sonic booms shattered the rock walls on both sides of the canyon. The 6 Rift Sky aliens forming the vanguard team launched the attack first, their 4 pairs of membranous wings vibrating at different frequencies, forming a small vortex above the guard giant spider's head. The cutting windstorms triggered by the wind control ability sucked the giant blade wolf spiders off the ground and into the air, their sharp bone spurs turning into meat grinders in the whirlwind. At this moment, the 2 guard giant spiders also noticed the more than 30 Rift Sky aliens suddenly joining the battlefield, turning their bodies to face them. The guard giant spiders raised their abdomens and sprayed out dozens of purple spider silk threads. But the Rift Sky aliens' supersonic maneuverability allowed them to easily dodge the intercepting threads, adjusting their wing angles and making near right angle turns in mid-air. 3 Rift Sky aliens suddenly dove, spraying strong acidic blood from their mandibles. These corrosive liquids formed acid rain under the accelerated winds of the storm, sizzling as they splashed onto the back carapace of the guard giant spiders. Squeak! The left guard giant spider let out a painful cry, the human face pattern on its carapace warping under the acid corrosion, 3 pairs of compound eyes locking onto the airborne threat. Suddenly, it drove its 8 legs deep into the ground, its abdomen violently contracted, and it shot out a spider web that covered half the sky. The 3 Rift Sky aliens immediately used their group deterrence ability. A high-frequency scream that sends shivers down the soul echoed. The sound waves formed visible ripples in the air, and the flight paths of the spider's webs briefly became chaotic. They seized the fleeting opportunity, all 4 pairs of membrane wings powered up simultaneously, and they sped through the gaps in the spider web at supersonic speeds. But the battle instincts of the guardian giant spider were far beyond expectations. The one on the right suddenly stood upright, its front limbs stabbing into the air at a speed that broke the sound barrier. Put! One of the rift creatures, although it dodged in time, had its right membrane wing grazed by the giant spider's leg. The damaged wing membrane severely affected its balance, and it had no choice but to lower its altitude. The giant blade wolf spiders on the ground immediately seized the opportunity, launching dozens of venomous projectiles that whistled through the air. The injured rift creature quickly folded its membrane wings and performed a high-altitude dive. It plummeted like a meteor, and just before hitting the ground, it suddenly spread its membrane wings. The shockwave knocked over the surrounding wolf spiders, while it took the chance to pierce the nerve ganglia of 3 wolf spiders with its tail stinger. But the injuries ultimately affected its movements. A purple spider web fell from the sky, binding it tightly. The wings, as thin as a cicada's wings, collapsed at a visible speed under the corrosion of the venom, and the rift creature's life quickly drained away. Their speed was incredibly fast, and their attacks were sharp, making them one of Zheng Cheng's strongest forces. But in pursuit of ultimate speed and sharpness, they sacrificed their powerful physique and body strength. So once they were attacked, the damage to their bodies became fatal. It constantly sprayed strong acid blood in an attempt to corrode the spider web while its 4 pairs of membrane wings vibrated wildly to try and break free. But the guardian giant spider's mental shock came one after another, and in the end, this rift creature of the 3rd stage of the Golden Realm was completely dissolved by the venom. The battle situation became increasingly heated. The remaining rift creatures changed their tactics and split into 2 groups. One group continued to maintain storm control, creating chaotic air currents above the battlefield. The other group launched sonic boom assaults, continuously striking the weak points in the guardian giant spider's defenses at supersonic speeds. One rift creature suddenly broke the sound barrier, and its 4 pairs of membrane wings cut through the air, leaving dazzling white light trails. It suddenly pulled up less than 10 meters away from the guardian giant spider, and its strong acid blood accurately sprayed into the spider's damaged compound eye. Boom! The guardian giant spider swung its legs in anger, but only hit a shadow, as the rift creature that completed the attack had already escaped the danger zone using supersonic cruising. But the terrifying power of a diamond-tier beast was now fully revealed. The injured guardian giant spider suddenly released a mental storm, and an invisible shockwave swept across the entire battlefield. 7 rift creatures simultaneously lost their balance, and the vibration frequency of their membrane wings was disrupted. They fell like kites with broken strings, and were torn into pieces by the giant blade wolf spiders that had been waiting for them. These 7-star Golden Realm rift creatures were all precious forces, each possessing perfect air combat talents and terrifying destructive power. Their supersonic cruising allowed them to easily break through conventional defenses, storm control could alter the local battlefield environment, and their strong acid blood could even corrode diamond-tier defenses. But even facing 2 perfectly coordinated guardian giant spiders, they still paid a heavy price. The damage ratio kept rising, and more than half of the 30-plus rift creatures had been lost, while the 2 guardian giant spiders, though covered in scars, were still incredibly powerful. The left one had lost 2 of its legs, and the right one's compound eye was nearly dissolved by acid, but its fighting power was still astonishing. As time passed, the situation on the battlefield slowly began to tilt in favor of the poison spider group. After all, this war was taking place on the poison spider's turf, and their numbers were more than 10 times that of the rift creatures. As long as they held on for half a day, victory would ultimately belong to the poison spider group. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred on the battlefield. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, the bodies of the giant blade wolf spiders and the 8-legged poison spiders suddenly twitched unnaturally. Under the carapaces, corroded by acid and full of holes, the twitching began. A chilling, spine-tingling sound of wriggling reached the ears. Crack! The first sharp sound spread across the battlefield like a signal, and suddenly, the chest of a giant blade wolf spider exploded. Amid the splatter of dark green acidic blood, a black figure covered in slime burst out of the body. The newly hatched alien raised its head and let out a piercing screech, retaining the wolf spider's sharp front limbs, but fused with the alien's signature streamlined head crown. Then, as if triggered by a chain reaction, nearly 100 poison spider corpses on the battlefield exploded simultaneously. One by one, the newborn aliens tore through their hosts' bodies, their exoskeletons still soft from just hatching, but hardening rapidly upon contact with the air. These aliens inherited parts of their hosts' traits perfectly. The ones that burst from the giant blade wolf spiders' bodies had evolved their front limbs into scythe-like bone blades. The aliens born from the 8-legged poison spiders retained the ability to spray corrosive webs, though their bodies were smaller. Some even came from elite poison spiders, and faint purple patterns had already appeared on their exoskeletons. The battlefield situation shifted instantly. The giant blade wolf spider group, originally besieging the Rift Sky alien, suddenly came under attack from behind. A newly hatched alien leaped from behind onto a wolf spider's back, its scythe-like front limbs piercing precisely into its nerve ganglia. Another sprayed a web mixed with alien acid, trapping 3 wolf spiders at once. The guard giant spiders let out enraged hisses, attempting to direct their forces to regroup, but the newborn aliens spread like a plague within the spider swarm. These freshly born killing machines exhibited astonishing combat instincts. A giant blade alien juvenile crashed directly into the wolf spider group. Though its size was only a third of the host's, it perfectly inherited its host's wild combat style. As the scythe-like front limbs swung, 3 wolf spiders' heads flew into the air simultaneously. On the other side, 5 8-legged alien juveniles formed a perfect encirclement. They alternately sprayed corrosive webs, forcing a group of poison spiders into a corner. Whenever a poison spider tried to break out, it would be struck with a deadly blow from a sharp tail spike. Zheng Cheng stood on high ground, calmly observing all of this. These newborn aliens were the backup plan he had carefully arranged. 3 days ago, when clearing the battlefield, he had ordered the Facehugger worms to quietly parasitize the severely injured poison spiders. Now, these hidden pieces finally played a role at the most crucial moment. Some of the aliens were even from the recent battle, where he had ordered the Facehugger worms to rush into the battlefield, looking for severely injured poison spiders to parasitize. Priority was given to the giant blade wolf spiders. At this moment, these aliens had finally hatched successfully, becoming the final straw to break the battlefield. Chapter 87, The Dreamweaver Spider Queen Appears. Hisses. 2 guard giant spiders formed a defensive circle back to back. They kept spraying purple webs, attempting to block the assault of the newborn aliens. But the Rift Sky aliens seized the opportunity to regroup and launched a new round of attacks from the air. A Rift Sky alien dived down at supersonic speed, suddenly pulling up just 5 meters from the guard giant spider. This provocative move successfully drew the guard giant spider's attention, and just as it looked up, 3 giant blade alien juveniles leaped onto it, their scythe-like front limbs fiercely stabbing into its already injured leg joints. Screech! The guard giant spider let out a painful scream, wildly thrashing its body and flinging 2 of the aliens off. But the third alien's tail spike had already stabbed into its abdomen's spinnerets, injecting acidic blood into its body through the wound. Meanwhile, the newborn alien swarm had completely disrupted the formation of the poison spiders. Not only were they numerous, but the most terrifying aspect was their combat style, which disregarded their own casualties. One 8-legged alien juvenile, even after being impaled through the chest by a wolf spider's front limb, used its last strength to spray acid into the opponent's mouthparts. Every inch of the battlefield turned into a bloody slaughterhouse. The venomous spider swarm began to show signs of collapse, instinctively retreating toward the forest. But the void beasts had already blocked the retreat. The cyclones created by the storm manipulator lifted the fleeing soldiers into the sky and slammed them violently to the ground. The giant guard spider on the right suddenly let out a long scream, its remaining 6 legs deeply embedding into the ground as its abdomen contracted violently. Mental shock. Buzz. In the next moment, the mental storm released by the giant guard spider swept across the entire battlefield. The newly hatched aliens curled up in pain, their immature nervous systems unable to withstand such an attack. Dozens of newly hatched aliens struggled desperately but were immediately killed by the surrounding venomous spiders. Thanks to the giant guard spider's abilities, the venomous spider swarm regained control of the situation. The air in the canyon battlefield suddenly froze for a moment, as if some powerful creature had descended. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the massive body of the alien queen crashed through the eastern rock wall of the canyon. Her 6-meter-tall body was like a moving fortress, every step causing the ground to tremble. Her heavy exoskeleton was covered with battle scars, and her tail vertebrae drew a deadly arc through the air. The mental storm released by the guard spider was like child's play before the queen, who opened her vicious mandibles and let out a piercing scream that shattered the skies. This sound wave contained a special pheromone, which instantly neutralized the effects of the mental shock. Those curled-up newborn aliens stood up again, their exoskeletons glowing with a strange red light under the queen's pheromone stimulation. At the call of their queen, these aliens, who had been suffering from the mental shock, finally rose once again and charged at the surrounding venomous spiders. Hisses. The two giant guard spiders unconsciously took a half step back, the human face patterns on their backs distorted and deformed, their 8 legs deeply embedded in the ground, taking a defensive stance. This was the first time they had shown fear on the battlefield. The alien queen gave the enemy no time to adjust, suddenly accelerating, her massive body displaying astonishing agility. The giant guard spider on the left had just raised its front limbs to strike, but the queen's tail whiplashed its side. Crack! The sound of shattered armor was clearly audible. The giant guard spider was sent flying by the blow, crashing through 3 ancient trees before coming to a halt. The remaining dozen or so void beasts seized the opportunity and launched a coordinated attack, charging at the 2 remaining guard spiders. Screech! The right guard spider let out a painful screech. Its remaining 6 legs flailed wildly, trying to fend off attacks from all directions. But the queen's combat experience far surpassed what it could imagine. This killing machine, alive for who knows how many years, aimed every blow at the vital spots. The queen suddenly stood upright, her front limbs crashing heavily into the ground. Boom! The entire battlefield shook as more than 10 sharp bone spines shot up from the ground, forcing the fleeing guard spider into a corner. Just as it tried to jump to evade, 3 void beasts launched sonic explosions from different angles. Put! The queen's tail seized this fleeting opportunity and precisely pierced the guard spider's middle pair of compound eyes. Strong acid blood poured into the enemy's body through the queen's tail, and the guard spider's struggles immediately weakened. Its remaining legs twitched, purple bodily fluids gushing from the cracks in its armor. The other guard spider, seeing this, turned and fled. Its remaining legs dug deep grooves into the ground, moving at an astonishing speed. But how could the alien queen let this heavily injured prey escape? Whoosh! The queen's backplate suddenly opened, and her long, sharp tail wing shot out, violently piercing the ground before the guard spider. The escape routes of the guard giant spiders were all blocked. 2 Rift Sky aliens seized the opportunity to dive down, their acidic blood spraying on the already damaged joints of its legs. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided, with the new alien swarm, led by the alien queen, surging forward like a black tide, forcing the remaining venomous spiders into a corner. Every second, a venomous spider fell, its body quickly trampled into a bloody pulp by its own kind. Zheng Cheng stood on high ground, watching everything unfold, his brow furrowing tighter and tighter. It was too easy. Too easy to the point it felt strange. The Dreamweaver Spider Queen, Ashaxes, still had not shown herself. This couldn't possibly be due to fear. His thoughts drifted back to the ambush 3 days ago. The miniature venomous spider's assassination had been precise and deadly. If it hadn't been for the phantom alien's abilities, he would likely have been caught. And now... Zheng Cheng suddenly turned around, his mental senses extending to their maximum. The area around the canyon nest seemed calm, but there was an eerie spiritual fluctuation in the air. It felt like the calm before a storm, stifling enough to make it hard to breathe. All units, stay alert. He issued the command through a mental link, and the alien queen immediately responded, looking up toward Zheng Cheng's direction and letting out a low, questioning growl. At that moment, a cold female voice suddenly echoed in Zheng Cheng's mind, "Clever human." The voice slithered into his consciousness like a venomous snake, each syllable dripping with a chilling coldness. Zheng Cheng's temples throbbed, and his all-seeing eye emitted a faint blue light, enveloping the entire canyon. "You're very cautious. You even have so many insect spirit beasts under your command." The voice continued, with a tone of cruel admiration, "But it's already too late. Once I kill you, the war will end." Zheng Cheng's pupils suddenly constricted. He turned sharply to look deeper into the canyon. The ground there was unnaturally bulging, the rocks and soil wriggling as though they were alive. A shadow, even larger than the guard giant spider, was breaking through the earth. The first thing that appeared was a pair of sharp legs, their purple exoskeleton adorned with strange patterns. Then came the second and third pairs. When the figure fully emerged from the ground, Zheng Cheng finally saw its full form. The Dreamweaver Spider Queen, Ashaxes. Its upper body retained a seductive female shape, with pale skin covered in purple vein-like patterns. Its lower body was a massive spider abdomen, and all 8 of its legs shimmered with a metallic sheen. What was most unsettling was the 3 pairs of main eyes on its forehead, glowing with intelligence and cruelty. "At last, we meet, human." Ashaxes' red lips curled into a cold smile. "Your pets have performed admirably, but unfortunately." It elegantly took a step forward, its leg easily piercing the rock wall. This movement immediately made Zheng Cheng realize its intent. The Dreamweaver Spider Queen had never intended to fight head-on. It had the guard giant spiders lead the army to draw attention while it secretly dug into the canyon, all for this fatal strike. Catch the thief, capture the king first. The alien queen let out an angry hiss. She wanted to come to the rescue, but was desperately held back by the remaining guard giant spiders. The Rift Sky aliens tried to take flight to intercept, but Ashaxi simply waved her hand. An invisible psychic barrier sent them all flying back. Interesting. You're not afraid? The Dreamweaver Spider Queen, Ashaxis, fixed her gaze on Zheng Cheng, who remained calm, her mind also filled with a hint of doubt. Did you know I was here? He, not really. Zheng Cheng chuckled. I just find it strange. There should originally be 3 Dreamweaver Spider Queens in this world, where are the other 2? The other 2. Ashaxi's enchanting face smiled lightly, her long finger pointing to her forehead. There, 3 ghostly green vertical pupils were glowing with an eerie light. They are here. The reason you're not afraid, is it because of the powerful spirit insect on the west side of the canyon that gives you confidence? Ashaxis continued to laugh, although its aura and strength are strong, it's only at the peak of the Golden Realm after all. As for me, I've already entered the Diamond Realm. A mere Golden Realm spirit insect is not my opponent. Is that so? Zheng Cheng gave a cold smile, and a strange smile suddenly appeared in his eyes. Then, how about adding another one? What? The seductive face of the Dreamweaver Spider Queen, Ashaxis, showed surprise for the first time as she looked toward the back of Zheng Cheng. Zheng Cheng didn't answer, but gently raised his right hand. A figure slowly moved forward from the darkness, like a stone thrown into a calm pond, causing ripples to spread. A suffocating sense of pressure came from the void, as if some gigantic creature was crossing space toward them. Hiss. Accompanied by a chilling hiss, a monster appeared, its size no less than that of the alien queen. Its entire body was covered in dark purple exoskeleton, with strange spatial ripples flowing on the surface. 6 pairs of sharp limbs extended from its back, each one gleaming with cold light. What was most eye-catching was its semi-transparent abdomen, where dozens of embryos could be seen wriggling inside. Void Mother Alien. The Dreamweaver Spider Queen's pupils contracted slightly. She could sense the dangerous aura emanating from the monster. But soon, she regained her proud expression. I've already sensed your spirit beast, but so what? A mere Golden Realm peak spirit beast is no match for me. Zheng Cheng's smile deepened at the corners of his mouth. Oh? Is that so? His left hand suddenly snapped his fingers, and the air instantly filled with a scorching aura. The clouds above the canyon rolled without warning, and the pitch-black thunderclouds gathered at a speed visible to the naked eye. A dazzling lightning bolt tore through the sky, followed by a deafening thunderclap. Scree! A sharp screech pierced through the clouds, and a figure wrapped in black lightning dived down from the thunderclouds. It looked like a giant eagle, but upon closer inspection, one could see the signature alien features. Smooth exoskeleton, a long tail spine, and that terrifying face without eyes. Thunder Alien. The Dreamweaver Spider Queen finally changed her expression. She instinctively took a half step back, her 8 walking legs digging deeply into the ground, taking up a defensive stance. 3 pairs of main eyes flashed with cautious light. 2 Golden Realm peaks. Human, you're more interesting than I thought. Zheng Cheng had no intention of giving her time to think. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Kill. The Void Mother Alien instantly disappeared from its original position and appeared directly above the Dreamweaver Spider Queen's head. Its 6 pairs of limbs swung like the scythe of death, fiercely slashing at Ashax's neck. At the same time, the Thunder Alien erupted with dazzling electric light, and dozens of black lightning bolts locked down all of Ashax's retreat routes like chains. Arrogant. The Dreamweaver Spider Queen roared, and the spider abdomen on her lower body suddenly sprayed out a large amount of purple spider silk. These spider threads wove into a net in the air, actually blocking the black lightning's bombardment. Her upper human torso twisted in a bizarre way, avoiding the Void Mother Alien's strike at an impossible angle. Boom! One of the Dreamweaver Spider Queen's walking legs suddenly extended, like a spear, and stabbed at the Void Mother Alien's abdomen. The Void Mother Alien's form flickered and launched another spatial jump, but this time it didn't fully dodge. The walking leg brushed against its exoskeleton, leaving a deep wound, with purple corrosive liquid seeping out of the injury. Hiss. The Void Mother Alien let out a painful hiss. But it did not retreat, instead, it pounced even more fiercely. Its tail spine shot out like a venomous snake, while its terrifying mandibles opened wide, with inner fangs ready to strike. The Dreamweaver Spider Queen sneered, and the 3 pairs of main eyes on its forehead suddenly lit up with an eerie green light, mental shockwave. An invisible mental shockwave spread outward from it, causing the Void Queen's movements to freeze for a moment, and abnormal ripples appeared on its exoskeleton. This was a direct attack on the nervous system, and even with its spatial abilities, it was hard to completely resist. Boom! At the critical moment, a black thunderbolt the size of a water barrel fell from the sky, striking the back of the Dreamweaver Spider Queen with precision. Ashax let out a piercing scream, and scorch marks appeared on its human body. The Thunder Beast seized the opportunity to launch a series of attacks, its wings spread wide, and countless electric serpents intertwined in the air, forming a net. The Dreamweaver Spider Queen was forced to abandon its suppression of the Void Queen and instead turned to face the Thunder Beast's onslaught. It quickly formed a massive mental barrier, and the black lightning struck it, creating ripples of distortion.
Damn, flat-haired beast.
Ashax gritted its teeth and suddenly spat out a stream of dark green poison mist. The poison mist spread quickly, corroding even the rocks it touched, with a sizzling sound. The Thunder Beast quickly ascended to avoid it, releasing an electromagnetic shield to protect itself. But the range of the poison mist was too vast, and some still tainted its wings. The exoskeleton immediately began to show signs of corrosion, and its flight became unstable. At this moment, the Void Queen finally recovered from the mental shockwave. It did not approach recklessly, but instead opened its abdomen, and 5 small, semi-transparent aliens were ejected.
Facehugger from the Void.
These facehuggers, hatched by the Void Queen alien, were not just offspring, but also a method of attack.
As soon as these facehuggers appeared, they vanished into the air, reappearing around the Dreamweaver Spider Queen.
They used their spatial jumping ability to perfectly avoid the poison mist area and pounced on Ashax from all directions.
A small trick.
The Dreamweaver Spider Queen snorted coldly, and its 8 legs spun like a whirlwind, instantly cutting 3 of the facehuggers into pieces. But the remaining 2 had successfully closed the gap and were about to land on its face. At this critical moment, the human body of the Dreamweaver Spider Queen suddenly made a strange movement.
Its neck rotated 180 degrees, and its red lips slightly parted, spraying a fine, hair-thin purple web.
These webs pierced through the bodies of the 2 facehuggers with precision, and their acidic blood splattered on the ground, corroding deep holes.
Is that all you can do? Human.
The Dreamweaver Spider Queen laughed triumphantly. How about 2 at the peak of the Golden Realm?
In the face of an absolute gap in strength, numbers are meaningless.
Zheng Cheng stood at a distance, calmly observing the battle. He noticed that while the Dreamweaver Spider Queen's movements were still agile, the wound on its back from the lightning strike was oozing purple fluid.
And although its mental barrier was strong, each use required a brief cooldown. Keep wearing it down.
Zheng Cheng issued orders to the 2 alien creatures through their mental link. Thunder Beast, maintain long-range suppression. Void Queen, look for an opportunity to get close. The Thunder Beast, upon receiving the command, immediately changed tactics, no longer diving recklessly, but instead hovering at a high altitude, continuously releasing black lightning to harass the Dreamweaver Spider Queen. Each bolt of lightning precisely targeted Ashax's wounds, forcing it to continuously expend mental energy to maintain the mental barrier. The Void Queen, once again, disappeared from its original position, using its spatial abilities to change positions continuously, applying psychological pressure on the Dreamweaver Spider Queen. It occasionally reappeared to launch a feint, and once the Dreamweaver Spider Queen counterattacked, it immediately retreated. Perfectly explained what is called the tactic of when the enemy advances I retreat, when the enemy retreats I harass. The Dreamweaving Spider Queen very quickly sensed this change. It angrily discovered that its mind shock and poison fog attacks were both hard to hit the ghost-like Void Mother Queen. And the high-altitude harassment of the Thunder Alien made it unable to focus on dealing with them. Even worse, the wound on its back began to faintly ache, affecting the flexibility of its movements.
Despicable human. If you have ability, fight me face to face. Chapter 89. Spare my life.
Zheng Cheng gave a cold laugh and said nothing. He would not fall for this kind of low-level provocation method. The battle had gone on until now. The situation had already gradually tilted toward him. Although the Dreamweaving Spider Queen was powerful, fighting 1 against 2 in the end fell into a disadvantage. What is more, his 2 aliens cooperated with perfect understanding. One was responsible for holding back, one was responsible for wearing down, perfectly showing the advantage of team combat. The battle continued for another 10 minutes. The movements of the Dreamweaving Spider Queen clearly slowed down a lot. Its mind barrier was no longer as solid as at the beginning. When struck by black lightning, short gaps would appear. And the harassment of the Void Mother Queen also became more and more bold. Several times it even successfully left wounds on its body.
Damn.
The Dreamweaving Spider Queen panted with rough breath. In its 3 pairs of main eyes flashed a trace of panic. It realized that if this continued it would surely lose. It must find a way to break the deadlock.
Suddenly, its human body showed a strange smile. Human, you think like this you can win me? Zheng Cheng's heart tightened, instinctively feeling danger.
He saw the abdomen of the Dreamweaving Spider Queen violently contract. A large amount of purple liquid sprayed out from the spinneret. But these liquids did not attack any target. Instead they fell onto the ground, quickly forming a sticky purple swamp.
Domain Unfold Dreamweaving Poison Swamp.
Asha Kasai loudly announced, her voice carrying cruel pleasure. The purple swamp spread at an astonishing speed, very quickly covering more than half of the battlefield. Bubbles constantly rose in the swamp. Every bubble that burst released deadly nerve poison. Even more terrifying, from the swamp crawled out countless small spiders, their whole bodies purple, 8 eyes flashing with mad light.
These are my children, let them accompany you to play.
Zheng Cheng's face slightly changed, he immediately ordered the two aliens to retreat. But it was already too late, the purple swamp had already formed a closed domain, trapping both the Void Mother Queen and the Thunder Alien inside. Those small spiders surged toward the two aliens like a tide, although each one was not strong, the number was truly too many. Hiss! The Void Mother Queen activated space jump, but discovered the swamp disturbed the space structure, it could only move a short distance. And the Thunder Alien tried to rise into the sky, but was suddenly entangled in its wings by spiders silk shot out from the swamp. The dream-weaving Spider Queen proudly burst into loud laughter. In my domain, I am the master. Now, it should end. Its human body suddenly swelled and twisted, in the blink of an eye turning into a huge spider form. 8 walking legs like long spears, at shocking speed stabbed toward the trapped two aliens. At the moment of extreme danger, in Zheng Cheng's eyes flashed a trace of determination. He formed hand seals with both hands, fiercely bit open his tongue, toward the front spat hard. Spirit Beast Blood Trace. A powerful bloody aura burst out from his body, turning into 2 masses of blood mist that directly fell onto the two aliens. As a beast tamer, this kind of blood sacrifice method was completely the final means. Using his own essence blood to activate all the power and potential of the spirit beasts under his command, making the wild nature inside them explode, letting them release the strongest power. The Void Mother Queen and the Thunder Alien at the same time let out earth-shaking roars, blood-colored patterns appeared on their exoskeletons, their aura instantly surged. Boom! The 6 pairs of jointed limbs of the Void Mother Queen suddenly extended, rotating like a blade storm, shredding all the small spiders around into pieces. It no longer tried space jumping, but instead directly charged toward the Dreamweaver Spider Queen, its tail spine stabbing out like a spear. The Thunder Alien, its whole body wrapped in unprecedented black lightning, suddenly broke free from the spider webs, its wings spreading to their maximum. Countless lightning snakes swirled around it, creating a terrifying sight. Impossible, the Dreamweaver Spider Queen exclaimed, how could they break through my domain's suppression? Zheng Cheng sneered coldly, did you think you're the only one with a trump card? The Void Mother Queen had already rushed to the Dreamweaver Spider Queen's front, its inner fangs suddenly shooting out, so fast that even its afterimage couldn't be seen. The Dreamweaver Spider Queen hurriedly dodged, but still got her shoulder grazed. Her corrosive blood immediately started to erode her shell, and the intense pain made her scream in agony. At the same time, the Thunder Alien completed its charge. It flapped its wings, and hundreds of black lightning bolts poured down like a violent storm, indiscriminately striking the entire purple swamp. Each bolt of lightning contained destructive power, and small spiders turned to ash in the lightning, while the swamp rapidly shrank as it was evaporated. No! The Dreamweaver Spider Queen horrifiedly realized her domain was collapsing. She tried to retreat, only to find the Void Mother Queen had her tightly entangled. The two massive creatures fought, their acidic blood and purple venom splattering everywhere, corroding even the rocks, leaving them riddled with holes. The Thunder Alien seized the opportunity and suddenly dove down. Its claws, wrapped in concentrated black lightning, struck like a hammer of the Thunder God, smashing into the Dreamweaver Spider Queen's back. Crack! The sound of shattered armor was clear, and the Dreamweaver Spider Queen let out an unbearably tragic scream, as a huge hole was directly smashed into her back, purple fluid pouring out like a fountain. It's over. Zheng Cheng said softly, with no trace of mercy in his eyes, continuing to order the attack. The Void Mother Queen seized the moment, its tail spine stabbing like a poisonous snake into the Dreamweaver Spider Queen's wound, pumping in the acidic blood. At the same time, its mandibles opened wide, and the inner fangs shot out again, directly piercing through Ashax's head. The Dreamweaver Spider Queen's body convulsed violently a few times before finally collapsing to the ground helplessly. Her 8 legs still twitched unconsciously, but the breath of life had already quickly faded. The purple swamp rapidly evaporated with the death of its master, soon vanishing without a trace. The battlefield was left with 2 battered aliens and the corpse of the Dreamweaver Spider Queen. Zheng Cheng sighed in relief, just about to approach to check, when suddenly, a strong dizziness hit him. The aftereffects of overusing his vital blood began to show, and his vision blurred. Looks like I need to rest for a while. Hiss. Suddenly, another sharp hissing sound came, and the Void Mother Queen alien, stepping on the Dreamweaver Spider Queen, suddenly started hissing toward the left. Along with its hiss, 5 void face-hugging bugs suddenly appeared from the void, baring their fangs and claws as they rushed toward a dark direction. Soon, the light in that direction twisted, and a tiny spider-like creature appeared, hurriedly fleeing. Upon closer inspection, this tiny spider resembled the Dreamweaver Spider Queen to at least 90%, and there was even a smaller female body on its back. At this moment, it looked like a little girl, appearing incredibly pitiful. This is a clone of the Dreamweaver Spider Queen? Or chirp chirp chirp. At this point, the Dreamweaver Spider Queen had been surrounded by 5 void face-hugging bugs, and it struggled wildly, trying to shake them off. But unfortunately, the sharp limbs and tail wings of these 5 void face-hugging bugs tightly entangled the tiny spider, continuously climbing on it. Their goal was simple. That is the mouth of the miniature spider. One of the void facehugger's limbs had already crawled to the edge of Dreamweaver Spider Queen's lips. Screech ah! A heartbreaking scream echoed again, the voice of the Dreamweaver Spider Queen once more sounded. Human! Spare my life, and I will recognize you as my master ah! Chapter 90, Half Moon. Human! Spare my life, and I will recognize you as my master ah! The miniature avatar of the Dreamweaver Spider Queen was tightly entangled by 5 void facehuggers, emitting a sharp screech mixed with unprecedented fear. Her once enchanting beauty was now twisted and deformed, 8 spider legs desperately struggling, yet unable to break free from the facehugger's grip. Zheng Cheng coldly watched the scene, a mocking smile curving at the corner of his mouth. Recognize me as your master? Weren't you just saying you wanted to kill me to end the war? I can offer my mental mark. My clan, my territory, all my resources, they are all yours. The Dreamweaver Spider Queen screamed, her voice filled with unprecedented panic. Zheng Cheng squinted slightly, his gaze cold and deep. Sounds good, but I believe in another method. The Dreamweaver Spider Queen froze. What method? Zheng Cheng said indifferently, open your mouth and let my facehuggers parasitize you. What? The Dreamweaver Spider Queen's pupils suddenly contracted, and then she erupted in a hysterical roar, you wish. Her voice suddenly became sharp and piercing, and her struggling body swelled up violently, energy surging within her as if she were a bomb about to explode. Human! Even if I die, I will never become the parasitic beast under your command. Boom! The next second, the miniature avatar of the Dreamweaver Spider Queen exploded with a loud bang. A terrifying shockwave instantly swept across, the 5 void facehuggers being blown to pieces, their acidic blood splattering out, corroding the surrounding ground, leaving numerous craters. Zheng Cheng quickly retreated, ordering 2 other alien creatures to block in front of him, shielding him from the blast's aftershock. When the smoke cleared, all that remained was a pool of purple blood and flesh remnants, and no trace of the Dreamweaver Spider Queen's presence. TSK, her temper is quite fierce. Zheng Cheng shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of regret. He had originally thought that if he could parasitize the Dreamweaver Spider Queen, he might hatch a special alien creature with mental control abilities, perhaps even inheriting its diamond-level strength. Unfortunately, this Spider Queen would rather self-destruct than be parasitized, which was unexpected. It seemed that magical beasts with intelligence, especially the leaders or lords of a magical beast clan, had intelligence and traits no less than humans. It looked like he would have to be more careful in the future. But it didn't matter now. Since he couldn't obtain the Dreamweaver Spider Queen's genes, he would completely destroy her clan and use the entire spider species to make up for the loss. With the complete death of the Dreamweaver Spider Queen, the remaining magical spiders on the battlefield instantly fell into chaos. Screech! Countless magical spiders screamed in terror, their mental link completely collapsing, their once fearless fighting spirit vanishing without a trace. Some magical spiders started running wildly, fleeing deep into the forest. Others fell into a berserk state, charging recklessly at the alien creatures in suicidal attacks. But unfortunately, without the Dreamweaver Spider Queen's presence and orders, especially her mental control, these spiders were visibly collapsing at an alarming rate. Especially those 2 diamond-ranked guardian giant spiders, who now gave up resisting and allowed a swarm of alien creatures to latch onto them, constantly attacking. At the same time, 2 more clever facehuggers quickly crawled along their bodies, directly entering their mouths to begin parasitizing them. Zheng Cheng stood from above, coldly watching everything unfold. Alien Queen, Void Mother, hatch facehuggers with all your strength. I want you to hatch enough facehuggers to parasitize all the remaining magical spiders. Hiss. The 2 xenomorph queens simultaneously let out a low hiss, and immediately, their abdomens contracted violently, expelling facehugger eggs rapidly. As soon as these facehugger eggs hit the ground, they hatched, quickly crawling towards the heavily injured demon spiders on the battlefield. The xenomorph queens were still in a heavily injured state, so the egg-laying process was not fast. But soon, one xenomorph after another brought the corpses of the demon spiders, placing them respectfully beside the xenomorph queens as food. The xenomorph queens then began to consume the corpses of the demon spiders to heal their wounds, while also continuing to lay eggs. Screech! One 8-legged demon spider was simultaneously attacked by 3 facehuggers. It struggled wildly, using its sharp forelegs to pierce through one facehugger's body, but the other 2 had already climbed onto its head, stabbing their tails into its mandibles. Gurgle! Gurgle! The demon spider's body convulsed violently before going limp on the ground, awaiting the hatching of xenomorph embryos inside its body. The same scene kept playing out on the battlefield, one after another, still living, heavily injured demon spiders, giant fung spiders, and others were all parasitized by different facehuggers, beginning to hatch. Zheng Cheng received constant feedback through the mental link in his mind, the corner of his mouth curving up slightly. Good, continue. Half a month later, in the small world. Such a long time was enough to turn the entire small world upside down. After the death of the Dreamweaver spider, Zheng Cheng gave no breathing room to the demon spider swarm. He ordered the Xenomorph Queen to lead the newly born Xenomorphs in a carpet-like sweep, from the canyon to the forest, from the swamp to the caves, thoroughly clearing out all demon spider habitats. All that could be parasitized, were parasitized. All that could not be parasitized, were killed. In just half a month, the entire demon spider swarm in the small world was completely wiped out, replaced by a brand new demon spider xenomorph army. 8-legged xenomorphs, over 300 born from the parasitism of 8-legged demon spiders, they retained the agility and climbing abilities of the demon spiders, while also possessing the xenomorph's acidic blood and stealth hunting instincts, making them perfect jungle hunters. Wolf spider xenomorphs, over 100 born from the parasitism of wolf spiders, these creatures were huge and incredibly strong, with their forelegs evolving into sharp bone blades, charging like heavy war machines, easily tearing through enemy defenses. Dreamweaver xenomorphs, 2 born from the parasitism of 2 guardian giant spiders, they did not inherit the Dreamweaver spider's psychic control abilities, but their exoskeletons still bore human face patterns, allowing them to release weak psychic disturbances that disrupted the enemy's perception during battle. Zheng Cheng stood at the top of the canyon, looking down at the neatly lined up xenomorph army below, a flash of satisfaction in his eyes. Although we lost the Sandblade xenomorphs and Earthshaker giant mandible xenomorphs, this new demon spider xenomorph army is far stronger than before. He slowly raised his hand, and the mental link instantly covered the entire army. From today, you are my new fighting force. Hiss. Hundreds of xenomorphs simultaneously let out low hisses, their voices like the horns of hell, declaring the birth of this terrifying army. Zheng Cheng's gaze moved beyond the canyon, towards the deeper part of the small world. The demon spider swarm is dealt with. Next, it's time to explore the core of this small world. He faintly sensed that this small world was not as simple as just being the demon spider's nest. As early as a few days ago, through the Thunder Xenomorph's reconnaissance, he discovered a completely different energy deep within the small world. It was time to take a look. Chapter 91, Abyssal Treant. After recalling most of the xenomorphs, Zheng Cheng kept only 2 of the most unique individuals, the Phantom Xenomorph and the Rift Xenomorph. The Phantom Xenomorph can distort the surrounding light, creating realistic illusions, which help it to hide. The Rift Xenomorph can fly, making it an excellent scout. As for the Thunder Xenomorph, its loud movements would only draw unnecessary attention. Let's go. Zheng Cheng commanded softly, and the figures of the 3 quickly disappeared into the mist at the end of the canyon. The further they moved toward the core of the small world, the more bizarre the surroundings became. The originally dense forest gradually became sparse, with the tree branches twisting and deforming, their surfaces covered in a sticky black substance. The air was filled with a rotten smell, as if some organic matter was slowly decaying. Stop. Zheng Cheng suddenly raised his hand, and the 2 otherworldly creatures immediately froze in place. He crouched down and carefully observed the ground, the soil showing an abnormal purple-black color, with tiny bubbles slowly rising from the earth, popping with a faint pft sound. Even the air around them was filled with strange black-red mist. What is this? Poisonous gas? Or miasma? All-seeing eye, activate. With Zheng Cheng's whisper, a faint blue glow appeared in his pupils. As expected, after familiarizing himself, a data appeared before his eyes. Name, Abyssal Breath. Type, Extra-dimensional energy. Trait 1, Material corrosion. Long-term contact causes mutations in organic matter and gradual breakdown of inorganic materials. Trait 2, Mental pollution. At low concentrations, it causes hallucinations in living beings, and at high concentrations, it directly distorts the mind. Trait 3, Spatial distortion. Continuous release weakens the space structure, eventually forming a stable planar passage. Zheng Cheng's brows furrowed tightly. The abyssal plane is one of the most dangerous existences in the multiverse, filled with chaotic and evil powers. Any entity associated with the abyss will eventually descend into madness and destruction. The main enemies, the Beastmasters on Blue Star Face, besides the monsters everywhere, are primarily from the abyssal plane. Some even speculate that the reason for the numerous mad beasts on Blue Star is related to the influence of the abyssal breath. It seems this small world is being eroded by the abyss. We must find the source. After about half an hour of continued movement, the terrain began to drop sharply, forming a huge underground rift. Pitch black mist rolled out from the crack, wriggling like a living creature. What was more unsettling was that these mists seemed to have a special attraction to life. Zheng Cheng could feel a slight sting on his skin, as if countless tiny insects were crawling on the surface. Hiss. The phantom otherworldly creature suddenly let out a warning hiss, its scales vibrating at high frequency, a natural reaction to sensing danger. Almost at the same moment, the ground began to tremble. The trees on both sides of the crack, covered in black substance, suddenly came to life. Thick roots were pulled out of the soil, and cracks appeared on the trunks, revealing blood-red eyes. With a flash of blue light in their eyes, the attributes of these treants appeared before Zheng Cheng. Name, Abyssal Treant. Status, Abyssal Corrupted Creature. Power, Silver Realm 9th Stage. Trait 1, Physical Resistance. The wood fibers have been reinforced by abyssal energy, making normal attacks ineffective. Trait 2, Collective Consciousness. All Treants share a single consciousness network, highly coordinated in action. Trait 3, Corruption Infection. Attacks carry abyssal spores, which slowly corrupt the victim. The once lush ancient trees had now turned into grotesque monsters, with twisted human faces appearing on their trunks, and their dry branches extending like claws. Their roots were writhing out of the soil, resembling squirming tentacles. These abyss-corrupted Treants emitted a deep, mournful wail, as if enduring endless pain, yet were driven by some evil will, slowly moving toward Zheng Cheng. Hiss. The rift-winged otherworldly creature hovered in mid-air, its black bone wings trembling slightly, emitting a high-pitched hum. Its smooth exoskeleton glowed with a cold metallic sheen in the dim light, and its tail, like a venomous snake, swayed gently behind it. Always ready to strike with a fatal blow. Meanwhile, on the ground, the phantom xenomorph remained fully hidden in the shadows, with only the occasional flash of its outline proving its existence. Its body was slimmer than the typical xenomorph, and its exoskeleton was coated with a special light-absorbing layer, making it nearly blend into the darkness. Roar! A terrifying Treant was the first to attack, its thick branches crashing toward Zheng Cheng's position, causing the ground to crack instantly and rocks to fly everywhere. Swish! The phantom xenomorph suddenly flashed into view, its sharp tail spine shooting out like a spear, accurately piercing the Trent's main trunk. The strong acidic blood poured into the wound, and the Trent's torso was immediately corroded, creating a huge hole, purple-black sap gushing out. However, the Treant did not fall, instead swinging its branches even more wildly, trying to grab the phantom xenomorph. Whoosh! The Skybreaker xenomorph seized the opportunity and dived down from high above, its speed so fast it created an ear-piercing sonic boom. Its claws wrapped in wind blades struck fiercely at the Trent's neck. Crunch! The Trent's head was severed with a clean cut, rolling onto the ground, but its body continued to thrash wildly, with countless small black roots emerging from the broken neck, trying to reconnect its body. Abyss creatures, really troublesome. Zheng Cheng watched coldly, his mind constantly thinking of how to deal with the Treant. Plant-type beasts were already hard to kill, with their strong vitality. They were resistant to most attributes except for fire and thunder. Defeating these abyss Treants in a short amount of time was no easy task. The phantom xenomorph attacked again, this time leaping onto the Trent's back, its forelimb bone blades piercing deeply into the Trent's core. There, a pulsating black, tumor-like object throbbed, like a heart. Put! Black pus sprayed out, and the Treant finally stopped struggling, its massive body crashing to the ground. The surrounding forest seemed to come alive, as dozens of fierce Treants simultaneously awakened. Their branches twisted and reshaped into sharp spears, closing in on Zheng Cheng and the two xenomorphs. Skybreaker, take to the air and disrupt them. Zheng Cheng gave the command through their mental link. In the dense forest, Skybreaker's xenomorph's advantage could not be fully utilized unless it ascended into the sky, or it could suppress the Treants. Skybreaker's xenomorph immediately flapped its wings and soared into the air. Countless wind blades poured down like a torrential rain, cutting through the Trent's branches. Meanwhile, the phantom xenomorph used the chaos to travel through the shadows, each appearance precisely piercing a Trent's core. Roar! A particularly massive Treant suddenly emerged from the ground. Its trunk was covered in strange runes, exuding a thick abyssal aura. It opened its massive mouth, spewing out a purple-black toxic mist. Watch out! Zheng Cheng quickly retreated, simultaneously commanding the phantom xenomorph to dodge. Skybreaker's xenomorph rapidly ascended to avoid the toxic mist's range, then dove down again, its tail spine stabbing like a javelin into the Trent's forehead. Boom! The Trent's head exploded, but its body still thrashed violently, with countless black tendrils emerging from the severed neck, trying to entangle the Skybreaker xenomorph. Phantom, sever its roots. The phantom xenomorph instantly appeared beneath the Treant, its bone blades sweeping through, cutting off all of its roots. With no support, the Treant finally collapsed. Skybreaker's xenomorph seized the moment to release a powerful acidic breath, completely dissolving it into a pool of black liquid. Under the aerial suppression of Skybreaker's xenomorph and the shadowy hunting of phantom xenomorph, the remaining Treants were cleared one by one. In the end, the forest returned to silence, with only charred remains and traces of corrosion left on the ground. Zheng Cheng stepped forward, kicked the remains of the giant Treant, his expression serious. The abyssal corruption, much worse than I imagined. He looked up, gazing deeper into the forest. The black mist there was still thick. It seems that the real trouble is still ahead. Chapter 92, Terrifying Temptation. They bypassed the remnants of the treeman and finally arrived at the edge of the rift. The abyssal aura here had grown so dense it was visible to the naked eye, with strange red lights flashing through the black mist from time to time. Zheng Cheng gritted his teeth and endured the discomfort in his mind, carefully searching for possible clues. Suddenly, the rift creature let out a sharp screech and pointed towards the center of the rift. There, the space appeared unnaturally twisted, with a fine, hair-thin black crack floating in mid-air. What was even more shocking was that from the crack, a delicate crystal-like spider thread extended, gently swaying in the abyssal aura, emitting a faint purple glow. This is... Just as Zheng Cheng moved closer to inspect, the spider thread suddenly stirred on its own, and a vast, evil consciousness surged into his mind like a tide.
Mortal. The voice rang directly in Zheng Cheng's thoughts, carrying a chilling seductive force.
The scene before him instantly changed, the crack expanded by millions of times, turning into a vortex leading to an endless abyss. At the center of the vortex, a creature with the upper body of an incredibly beautiful woman and the lower body of a massive spider lazily leaned against a throne made of bones. She had purple-black skin, and her 8 eyes gleamed with the dangerous light of rubies. When she smiled, sharp fangs flashed, barely visible. I am Spider Queen Rose, the ruler of the 66th layer of the abyss. Her voice was as sweet as honey, yet held an irresistible authority. I saw you eliminate those disobedient servants, well done.
Zheng Cheng realized he could not move, even his thoughts had slowed.
He realized he was facing an abyss lord, a being beyond human comprehension. Or perhaps, a god. You are special, mortal. Rose gently waved one of her front limbs, causing the spider thread connecting 2 realms to tremble. I can grant you power beyond mortal bounds, immortality, authority, endless pleasure. As she spoke, illusions appeared before Zheng Cheng's eyes. He stood above millions, receiving their worship, his army of creatures sweeping through world after world, his appearance eternally at its peak.
Countless beauties from all races bowed before him.
Humans, elves, catgirls, foxgirls, mermaids, even angels, high elves, and more.
Become my follower, all you need to do is offer your insignificant loyalty.
Zheng Cheng felt his will starting to waver, those illusions were so real, each one reflecting his deepest desires. His lips involuntarily began to move, almost uttering a vow of allegiance. Hiss! Hiss! A sharp screech suddenly tore through the illusion, and Zheng Cheng snapped awake.
He discovered that 2 alien queens had somehow broken through his command and forcibly teleported here through their mental link.
They stood between him and the spider thread, hissing wildly, building a mental barrier with their own psychic power.
No! Rose's voice instantly turned ferocious. How dare these filthy insects disturb me?
The spider thread violently shook, and a terrifying mental shockwave swept toward them. The exoskeletons of the 2 alien queens cracked instantly, but they refused to budge, even severing Zheng Cheng's mental connection to the spider thread. Reality snapped back into Zheng Cheng's view, and he fell to his knees, drenched in sweat, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst from his chest. At that moment, he had been just a step away from becoming a servant of the abyss.
Retreat! Retreat immediately! He hoarsely commanded, summoning more aliens to form a defensive formation.
The spider thread still trembled, and Rosa's furious roar echoed in the mental realm, but perhaps due to the limitations of interdimensional transmission, she could not directly launch an attack. Zheng Cheng and the aliens quickly retreated from the rift area.
Only after running for several kilometers did the oppressive feeling of being watched gradually disappear. Damn it! Spider Queen Rose, is this the power of a god?
Looking at the distant rift still filled with the aura of the black abyss, Zheng Cheng's eyes were filled with deep fear. He never expected that a small world exploration would somehow involve Spider Queen Rose. Such a powerful being, even the mental control emanating from countless planes apart, was something he couldn't resist right now.
And there was also the alien queen and the void mother alien, if not for them.
Thinking of this, his consciousness quickly entered the spirit beast space to check on the 2 queens. Their shells were covered in tiny cracks, with corrosive blood seeping out, but their spirits were very excited, indicating they had not sustained serious injuries.
Thank you.
He whispered. This was the first time he had expressed gratitude to these biological weapons. The alien queen emitted a deep roar, its huge head continually tapping the ground, as if responding to Zheng Cheng. His consciousness exited the spirit beast space, and his expression became very serious. Now he understood that the Dreamweaver Spider Queen was probably the vanguard sent by Spider Queen Rose to occupy this small world. Things were going smoothly at first, but unexpectedly, the small world was also captured by humans from the Blue Star world, and in the end, Zheng Cheng entered the small world and killed the Dreamweaver Spider Queen. When the Spider Queen died, Rose noticed this place and tried to find a new agent.
We must seal that rift, or the entire small world will be devoured by the abyss.
Thinking this, Zheng Cheng did not hesitate to exit the small world and went to the Extraordinary Bureau.
What did you say? Your small world has a rift connected to the abyss plane?
Hearing this, Zhao Qiqing suddenly stood up, his eyes wide. Zheng Cheng nodded and said, yes, I spent half a month clearing all the monsters in the small world, and finally discovered a spatial rift deep inside their lairs. He didn't finish completely, as the mental manipulation from Spider Queen Rose had been blocked by the alien queen. This matter was too shocking, so it was better for him to know it alone.
Wait a moment, I'll notify the higher-ups.
Leaving Zheng Cheng behind, Zhao Qiqing quickly dialed a phone number.
Director, we have an urgent matter.
The Elder Council reported a problem with the small world. Yes, there's a rift connected to the abyss plane. The exact layer is still unclear. Yes, I understand. Soon, Zhao Qicheng hung up the phone and said to Zheng Cheng, your small world will likely be sealed for a while. But don't worry, the Bureau will replace it with another safe small world for you, you won't be left short-handed. Thank you, Director. Vice. Zhao Qicheng corrected himself and then smiled. By the way, there's one more thing I need to ask of you. What is it? Beastmaster University is about to start, and every year at this time, it's the busiest time for both us Beastmasters and other alien species, as well as the fallen Beastmasters. As an investigator for the Extraordinary Bureau, you have the responsibility and duty in this area. Also, there's another matter I need to inform you about. At this point, Zhao Qicheng's face became strange. He looked hesitant, unwilling yet uncertain. What's the matter? Do you know Su Koan? Yes, he's a good friend of mine. What happened to him? He's missing, and it's highly likely that he's been killed. Missing? Zheng Cheng was surprised. What happened? Don't panic, actually there's something even stranger. Zhao Qicheng hesitated for a moment, then finally said, the suspect is Lian Yining. Chapter 93, Su Koan missing. The high-speed train traveled between the mountains, and the scenery outside the window looked like an elongated colorful ribbon. Zheng Cheng leaned against the soft backrest of the business seat, his fingers continuously sliding on the holographic projection screen, his brows furrowing tighter and tighter. This case is problematic. He muttered to himself, reviewing the case files sent by Zhao Qicheng from start to finish. The blue light from the projection screen illuminated his face, outlining his sharply defined features. 3 days ago, Lianyu Mountain received a notice from the Beastmaster Association's headquarters, asking him to go to the capital to report. As the head of the Beastmaster Association in Weibei City, these routine reports happen every year, and it wasn't a big deal. Lianyu Mountain thought about how his daughter, Lian Yining, was about to head to the capital to report to the Beastmaster University, so he decided to leave early and take her along. At that time, I was clearing the magic spiders in the small world, completely cut off from the outside. Lian Yining and Su Koan both sent me messages, but unfortunately, I didn't receive them. It wasn't until I came out of the small world that I saw them. By then, it was too late. Zheng Cheng's finger stopped on a piece of surveillance footage, showing Lianyu Mountain at the entrance of the association before his departure. Lian Yining was sitting in the front passenger seat of Lianyu Mountain's car, while Su Koan and other association staff members boarded the bus behind them. The data showed that when the convoy reached the area near Qinglan Mountain, Lianyu Mountain suddenly received a distress signal from a nearby town, where a group of fallen beastmasters was attacking civilians. As the head of the association, Lianyu Mountain immediately set off with 2 diamond-ranked beastmasters to provide support, allowing the convoy to continue forward, agreeing to meet at a service area 50 kilometers away. The problem lies here. Zheng Cheng pulled up a map, showing that Qinglan Mountain's terrain was complex, a well-known signal blind spot. The distress signal came too conveniently, almost as if it was specifically meant to lure Lianyu Mountain away. What was even more bizarre was that when Lianyu Mountain returned to the service area after handling the attack, he found nothing but corpses. All 12 association staff members had perished, Su Koan and the 7-colored pheasant were missing, and the entire convoy was left with only Lian Yining, who was unconscious in the vehicle. All the victims had burn marks from high temperatures, and the wounds had feather-like tear patterns. Zheng Cheng opened the autopsy report, where the medical examiner's conclusion was very clear. This was a typical attack pattern of a phoenix-type spirit beast, and at the time, the only one present with a phoenix bloodline spirit beast was Lian Yining's scarlet flame dragon phoenix. Of course, Su Koan's 7-colored pheasant also had a phoenix bloodline, but it was so thin that it could almost be ignored. Zheng Cheng closed the autopsy report and pulled up Lian Yining's interrogation record. The record showed that Lian Yining insisted that she had suddenly lost control of the scarlet flame dragon phoenix during the attack, and after a wave of intense pain, she lost consciousness. When she woke up, the scarlet flame dragon phoenix had already returned to the spirit beast space on its own, and the surroundings were filled with corpses. She had asked the scarlet flame dragon phoenix about it, and the message she received was that it had not attacked the surrounding humans or spirit beasts, and it, too, had fallen into darkness, as if it had heard some kind of call. However, for some unknown reason, it suddenly woke up halfway and regained clarity. By then, all 12 association staff members were already dead. And it itself had returned to the spirit beast space. Lost control? Zheng Cheng furrowed his brows. The spiritual link between beastmasters and their spirit beasts is extremely strong, and it's nearly impossible for the beast to lose control unless the spirit beast is under great stimulus or the beastmaster's mind collapses. Unless there was a beastmaster with mental abilities far superior to hers, and their spirit beast was active around the area. He continued flipping through the documents and found key information on the last page.
The Extraordinary Bureau, during their investigation, believed that the attack was caused by a spirit beast with a phoenix bloodline, and did not rule out the possibility of the fallen organization being involved. Among them, Lian Yining was the primary suspect, and she had already been temporarily detained by the Extraordinary Bureau in the capital. After all, the entire convoy, more than a dozen people, had died, leaving only Lian Yining alive, making her a prime suspect. However, the Extraordinary Bureau had two other suspects as well. Two fallen organizations, each with a beast possessing the bloodline of the Phoenix. The Crimson Flame Brotherhood and the Nirvana Sect. Zheng Cheng silently murmured these two names, the former being a group of madmen obsessed with the ultimate destructive power of fire. The latter followed the heretical belief of the Phoenix's rebirth through flames, often hunting their own kind of spirit beasts for blood sacrifices. This is the key: to clear Lian Yining's name, we must find the real murderer. And Su Kuan. Zheng Cheng turned off the projection and rubbed his temples. He believed that Lian Yining was not a fallen one, but the reality was, over 10 people had died, Su Kuan was missing, and she was the only survivor of the entire convoy. The evidence all pointed to her spirit beast. In such circumstances, it made sense that the Extraordinary Bureau considered her a suspect. This time, as a Level 1 investigator from the Extraordinary Bureau, he had come to the Imperial capital. Officially, he was there to assist in the investigation, but in reality, he wanted to clear Lian Yining's name and find the missing Su Kuan. Alive, you find the person; dead, you find the body. Buzz. At that moment, a faint mental fluctuation suddenly rang in his mind. It turned out that the small world the Extraordinary Bureau had compensated him with had fully integrated into the spirit beast space. Closing his eyes, Zheng Cheng's consciousness sank into the spiritual world. Originally only the size of 10 soccer fields, the spirit beast space had now expanded into a vast world. At the center was a tropical rainforest, with tall trees covered in slime nests from alien creatures. To the east, there were rolling hills, where two queen aliens had established a new incubation site. To the west, there was a vast wilderness. The area has expanded at least 100-fold, over 5,000 square kilometers, almost the size of a small county. Zheng Cheng silently estimated, the most surprising thing was that the space had developed day and night cycles and a simple weather system, which was already close to the characteristics of a real small world. His consciousness reached the hilly area, where the two queen aliens immediately sensed their master's arrival, letting out joyful screeches. The cracks on their shells had completely healed, and their exoskeletons had grown thicker, gleaming with a metallic shine. Even more astonishing, their heads now had crown-like keratin protrusions, a sign of advancing to a higher level of evolution. Both queens are 8-star spirit beasts. Given time, they will definitely reach 9 stars. And this small world. Looking at the vibrant world, Zheng Cheng shook his head. According to the lifestyle of aliens, no matter what the world, it would eventually be transformed into a damp, dark, and terrifying cave-like space. Moreover, all the creatures living there would be turned into new aliens. Next stop, Imperial Capital West Station. Please collect your belongings. The train's announcement suddenly rang out, and Zheng Cheng quickly opened his eyes, looking out the window. The Imperial Capital, we've finally arrived. The train slowly pulled into Imperial Capital West Station. Zheng Cheng grabbed his backpack and walked off the platform, the overwhelming noise from the crowd making him squint his eyes slightly. The air in the Imperial capital was filled with a special energy fluctuation, a unique rhythm formed by the combined breaths of thousands of spirit beasts. Stepping out of the station, the scene before him made even Zheng Cheng, who had seen many things, stop in awe. Hundreds of meters high, buildings shot into the sky, their surfaces covered in a living plant-based ecological exterior. In the sky, various flying spirit beasts moved in an orderly fashion. There were giant eagles ridden by Beast Tamers, transport albatrosses dragging cargo, and even griffin formations clearly belonging to the military, patrolling. The most eye-catching were the cyan-colored giant dragon silhouettes hovering between two distant towers, a holographic emblem of the Beast Tamer Association headquarters. Zheng Cheng shook his head, pulled out his phone, and searched for directions to the Beast Tamer Association headquarters. An hour later, the journey continued. Zheng Cheng stood in front of the headquarters building of the Extraordinary Bureau, his mind still complaining about the traffic in the Imperial capital. Just like in his previous life, a mere 20-plus kilometers took more than 40 minutes by taxi. It was either traffic jams or blocked by spirit beasts, and compared to Chang'an City, the population here was undoubtedly dozens of times greater. This was a building shaped like an eagle with its wings spread wide, with the eagle's eyes made from some kind of spirit beast crystal core, shimmering with a mysterious light under the sunlight. At the entrance stood two statues, one on the left and one on the right, guarding the place, both sculptures of legendary spirit beasts, filling the air with grandeur. Those are the Starry Radiance Kirin and the Nine-Headed Dark Bird, legendary spirit beasts, partners of the founders of the Extraordinary Bureau. A familiar female voice came from behind him. Zheng Cheng turned around, and a flash of red appeared before his eyes. A tall figure with neat short hair, and those signature reddish eyes. Zhao Hongxiu, the daughter of the vice director of the Extraordinary Bureau of Chang'an City, Zhao Qicheng.
Hongxiu Jie?
Zheng Cheng widened his eyes in surprise. How come you're here? I heard you were coming, so I specially requested to be assigned as your guide. Zhao Hongxiu stepped forward and said with interest, it's been so long since we last saw each other, how come you become so distant, Xiao Qingzi?
The affectionate nickname made the corner of Zheng Cheng's mouth twitch, as if you weren't that much older than me. If it weren't for Lian Yining's connection. Stop spacing out, let's go.
Zhao Hongxiu patted Zheng Cheng's shoulder, signaling him to follow. I'll take you inside. By the way, take out your investigator badge, they need to scan it at the door. She led Zheng Cheng through several security gates, eventually arriving at a circular hall. A large holographic map of the imperial capital was being displayed in the center, with a dozen staff members gathered around, pointing at it. That's the real-time monitoring system, built using a network of thousands of hummingbird spirit beasts spread throughout the city.
Theoretically, as long as it's within the imperial capital, there's no one we can't find.
She led Zheng Cheng to an elevator, pressing the button for the third basement floor. Lian Yining is being held in a special detention room, where there are barriers that suppress spirit beast abilities, to prevent the fiery flame dragon phoenix from going berserk again.
As the elevator descended, Zheng Cheng couldn't help but ask, Hongxiu Jia, what's the current situation with this case? Zhao Hongxiu's expression turned serious. The surface evidence is very unfavorable for Lian Yining.
The injuries on the 12 victims have been confirmed by 3 experts to have been caused by the fiery flame dragon phoenix. What's worse is that the surveillance in the service area shows that when the attack occurred, only Lian Yining and her spirit beast were present.
No other people or spirit beasts were found? Not so far.
Zhao Hongxiu shook her head, but we've sent the Shadowhounds team to track Su Kuan's whereabouts, and based on the residual scent, he was likely taken to an abandoned spirit beast breeding farm outside the city. Also, the Scarlet Flame Brotherhood and the Nirvana sect have been very active recently, so we can't rule out the possibility that they're involved.
The elevator door opened, and ahead was a bright white corridor.
The walls on both sides were embedded with pale blue crystal stones, emitting calming energy waves that soothe the mind. These are meditation stones, they suppress irritability and are particularly effective for calming spirit beasts. At the end of the corridor was a metal door. The recognition device beside it scanned Zhao Hongxiu's iris before slowly opening. Inside was a room about 20 square meters in size, with simple tables and chairs, and a massive one-way glass wall behind which was another space. Lian Yining was sitting by the bed, lowering her head and fiddling with her fingers. Seeing the once lively and cheerful girl now in this state, Zheng Cheng felt a tightness in his chest. Lian Yining's black hair had lost its former luster, her face was pale to the point of being almost transparent, and her eyes looked somewhat vacant.
Does she have a lawyer?
Her uncle hired the best spirit beast case lawyer in the imperial capital, but according to the regulations, the lawyer cannot intervene during the investigation.
Zhao Hongxiu sighed, you can go in now, but there is a time limit, 15 minutes, I will wait outside.
Zheng Cheng took a deep breath and pushed open the inner door connecting to the detention room. Hearing the sound, Lian Yining suddenly looked up, and when she saw who it was, her eyes instantly lit up, Zheng Cheng. She almost jumped up to rush towards Zheng Cheng, but stopped abruptly just one step away, biting her lip and lowering her head.
I didn't kill anyone, really didn't. I know.
Zheng Cheng said softly, not asking any questions about the case, just gently holding her trembling hand, I believe you. These words seemed to open some kind of floodgate, and Lian Yining's tears finally poured out. She tightly grasped Zheng Cheng's collar, sobbing like a lost child. Everyone is dead, Su Kuan is missing. I shouted for Fian, but it didn't respond to me. The blood, everywhere is blood. Zheng Cheng let her vent her emotions, gently patting her back. After quite a while, Lian Yining gradually calmed down and wiped her face with her sleeve. Sorry, I've wet your clothes.
She forced a smile and sat down on the bed.
Normally strong-willed, Lian Yining had now turned into this. One can only imagine how big a blow this incident had dealt to her.
It's okay. Zheng Cheng pulled over a chair and sat down. Do you feel a little better now? How's Fian Longhuan?
It's confused, and also very scared. Lian Yining said it felt like being pulled into a dark space at the time, hearing some kind of call, and when it regained consciousness, everything had already happened.
Zheng Cheng nodded thoughtfully. Before getting on the car and during the ride, did you notice anything unusual? Any detail could be useful.
Lian Yining furrowed her brows, trying to recall. Before we left everything was normal, everyone was still chatting. Suddenly, her eyes brightened. Wait, Su Kuan said something very strange when he got on the car.
What did he say?
Before getting on the car, he suddenly said, I don't know when I'll see Cheng Gu again. I laughed at him, saying that school is starting soon, and he'd see you very soon.
He just responded with a his expression, it was hard to describe. Zheng Cheng's heart tightened. Did he say anything else?
No, then he just got on the car normally.
Lian Yining shook her head. Do you think this is important? Maybe. Zheng Cheng didn't say more. Su Kuan was his childhood friend, and that sentence sounded like a farewell? The indicator light on the wall suddenly turned red, signaling that the visiting time was almost over. I have to go. Zheng Cheng stood up. Don't worry, I will find out the truth. Lian Yining suddenly grabbed his wrist. Zheng Cheng, if it really is Xiao Fei in the end. It won't be. Zheng Cheng interrupted her. I believe in you, and I believe in Xiao Fei. There must be something we haven't discovered yet. Hm, I understand. Wait for me here, I will clear your name. Walking out of the detention room, Zhao Hongxiu was waiting by the wall. When she saw Zheng Cheng coming out, she straightened up. Did you find anything? Zheng Cheng looked toward the closed door at the end of the corridor, Su Kuan's seemingly ordinary words echoing in his mind. We need to find Su Kuan, the sooner the better. I just received news, the Shadowhound squad has caught Su Kuan's scent. Shall we go now? Let's go. Hold on tight. Zhao Hongxiu's voice sounded particularly clear in the howling wind. Zheng Cheng gripped the handle of the motorcycle seat tightly, feeling the gust of wind almost throw him off. The modified motorcycle that Zhao Hongxiu was driving was clearly no ordinary one. The engine roared, mixing with the low growl of some spirit beast, and the speedometer had already exceeded twice the city speed limit. Hongxiu Jia, shouldn't we? Don't worry, we have a special pass. Zhao Hongxiu shouted without turning her head, pulling out a badge glowing red from her pocket and pinning it on her shoulder. The traffic spirit beasts at the intersection ahead, a few giant pangolins, immediately moved aside. Clear a path for them. I don't know what she did, but the motorcycle sped up, and every time it reached 3 seconds before a red light, it turned green, making the journey smooth without any obstacles. Soon, the motorcycle left the Imperial City, heading towards the industrial park in the northern suburbs of the capital. Zheng Cheng's gaze crossed Zhao Hongxiu's shoulder, seeing the flashing red dot on the navigation screen growing closer. That was the real-time location sent by the Shadow Dog team, and it was less than 3 kilometers away. The motorcycle made a sharp turn and entered an abandoned industrial road. On both sides, dilapidated factories stood like silent giants, their walls covered in iron vine plants, which feed on metal and are among the first species to invade abandoned buildings. We're here. Zhao Hongxiu slammed on the brakes, and the motorcycle skidded to a stop in front of a rusty factory. Zheng Cheng stumbled off the bike, his stomach churning. This was definitely the most wild means of transportation he had ever been on. 3 figures emerged from the shadows, led by a middle-aged man with a face full of scars. Beside him crouched a giant black dog, with unusually large ears that rotated like radar dishes. Captain Zhao. The scarred man saluted. The target is in the B-Zone factory, confirmed 20 minutes ago. Zhao Hongxiu nodded. Zheng Cheng, this is the leader of the Shadow Dog team, Ma Feng, a gold-level beastmaster. His spirit beast is the Night Demon Dog. The 2 behind him are his team members. Zheng Cheng noticed that the other 2 were also accompanied by spirit beasts, a bloodhound with gray-white fur and an unusually developed nose, and a small, 3-eyed mutant dog. Ma Feng sized up Zheng Cheng, assuming he was just Zhao Hongxiu's subordinate, and casually nodded. What's the situation? Zhao Hongxiu got straight to the point and asked Ma Feng. Ma Feng made a gesture, and his subordinates immediately projected a holographic image showing a 3D map of the factory. Based on the scent tracking, the target, a kid named Su Kuan, should be in the basement area, but the situation is a bit complicated. The image zoomed in, showing at least 20 red dots moving inside the factory. There are quite a few of them, most are low-level beastmasters, but 3 to 4 have stronger energy signatures, likely diamond level. And there's a hidden energy point deeper inside the factory. We're not sure if it's an extraordinary beastmaster or something else. What about the rainbow pheasant scent? Zheng Cheng asked anxiously. Yes, but it's very faint. The female team member with the bloodhound replied, my blood trail detected the smell of the rainbow pheasant's feathers, but strangely, it's mixed with a strong scent of blood. We're not sure whose blood it is. Zheng Cheng's heart tightened. Although the rainbow pheasant was only a 4-star spirit beast, its rare phoenix bloodline made it a target for certain fallen organizations. Especially the Crimson Flame Brotherhood and the Nirvana cult, both of which have an obsessive pursuit of the phoenix bloodline. We have to act immediately. Su Kuan might still be alive, but he's in danger at any moment. But Zhao Hongxiu shook her head. Don't be impulsive. The enemy outnumbers us 5 to 1, and there are high-level beastmasters in charge. Charging in recklessly will not only fail to rescue him, but it might also alert the enemy. Then how long do we wait? Wait for them to deal with all the evidence? Wait for Su Kuan to turn into a corpse? Calm down. Zhao Hongxiu grabbed Zheng Cheng's shoulder. I understand your feelings, but professionals should handle professional matters. I've already called for reinforcements. The nearest investigation captain will be here in 10 minutes. Ma Feng appropriately added, Captain Zhao is right. My night demon has also detected a spirit energy shielding device in the factory. Communications and psychic links will be disturbed. Going in without proper preparation is like walking into a trap. Zheng Cheng took a deep breath. He forced himself to calm down.
He knew Zhao Hongxiu was right, but Su Kuan's words, "I don't know when I'll see Cheng Gu again," were like a thorn stuck in his heart. It felt like a warning, or rather, a farewell. "What rank is the investigation team leader?" He changed the topic, forcing himself to stay calm. "I remember the structure of the Extraordinary Bureau starts with level 3 investigators, then level 2, level 1, and above that, there's the team leader?" Zhao Hongxiu noticed Zheng Cheng had calmed down, letting go of his hand to explain. "That's basically it. The investigation team leader is usually an extraordinary beast master, leading a small team of 5 to 10 members. Above them are regional supervisors, who manage all operations in a city or large district, and at the top are the deputy directors and the director of the headquarters. Extraordinary beast masters are just one step away from the epic realm, so it's easy to imagine how special and important the position of team leader is. However, for over 90% of beast masters, reaching the extraordinary realm is already the limit. To break through to the epic realm, it takes spirit beast star levels, talent, resources, and more. It's incredibly hard to achieve." Then, "Hongxiu Jia, you. Investigation team leader, just transferred here." Zhao Hongxiu smiled. "I don't have any team members yet, do you want to join?" "Can I?" "Of course." Zhao Hongxiu added, "And, because you're a level 1 investigator, you're also my vice captain, so you hold a bit of a position." "Level 1 investigator?" Ma Feng and Ling both looked at Zheng Cheng in surprise. Among the three of them, only Ma Feng was a level 2 investigator. The other two were still just level 3 investigators. They didn't expect this boy, who looked like he was only in his teens, to be a level 1 investigator. From a distance, the roar of an engine interrupted their conversation. A bright purple hovering sports car descended from the sky, with an exaggerated wolf head logo on the front, shining in the setting sun. "Looks like our first reinforcements have arrived." Zhao Hongxiu rolled her eyes. "Get ready to meet the most unreliable team leader in the Imperial Capital's Extraordinary Bureau." The sports car made a dazzling drift and stopped in front of them, its doors opening upward like wings. A young man in a custom suit, his hair neatly combed, stepped out with a playful smile on his face, striding toward them. "Wow, Hongxiu. I was the first to arrive after getting your assembly message, surprise, huh?" As he spoke, he spread his arms as if to give Zhao Hongxiu a big bear hug. Zhao Hongxiu grabbed his wrist without expression, and with a clean shoulder throw, slammed the well-dressed team leader onto the ground. "Bai Ziyu, act serious during the mission." The man named Bai Ziyu lay on the ground but laughed even harder. "This is the Zhao Hongxiu I know, violent and charming." He swiftly sprang up like a carp, dusting off non-existent dirt from his suit, then turned to Zheng Cheng, extending his hand. "So, this must be little brother Zheng Cheng? I've heard of you. I'm Bai Ziyu, team leader of the 7th investigation team." Zheng Cheng hesitated for a moment, shaking his hand. The team leader of the 7th investigation team seemed a little off. Moreover, he spoke quite politely. Bai Ziyu winked at Zheng Cheng and said, "To trade a 9-star spirit beast egg for a 1-star spirit beast egg, you might be the first one in history. That's impressive, bro. To do that for a beauty, I have to say, I'm ashamed of myself." Zheng Cheng's face darkened. It seemed his glorious deeds weren't just well known in Chang'an City, but there were plenty of people in the imperial capital who knew about them too. "Team leader Bai, okay." Zheng Cheng twitched his mouth, pondering how to address him. "Just call me Bai Gu." Bai Ziyu grinned and put his arm around Zheng Cheng's shoulder but quickly let go when he caught Zhao Hongxiu's murderous glare. "I already understand the situation. Abandoned factory, over 20 enemies, rescue the hostage, right?" "That's right." Bai Ziyu snapped his fingers. "My Silver Moon is best at stealth and tracking. I can sneak in unnoticed to scout. Also, I just got word that Morong Shui is on her way. She'll be here in about 5 minutes." "The Ice Phoenix Morong Shui?" Zheng Cheng was surprised. The female team leader, famous for her cold beauty, was well known in the Beastmaster circle. Her spiritual beast was the rare 9-star Frost Phoenix. As one of the Beastmasters with Phoenix blood, Morong Shui had once been a suspect, but was quickly cleared. After all, Yining's beast was a fiery flame dragon phoenix, a fire type. Whereas Morong Shui's was an ice phoenix, an ice type. With their attributes clashing, even if their blood were completely drained, it would have no effect on the beast's evolution. Aside from her, over 30 other phoenix-blooded beasts in the capital's vicinity, including those from the Beastmaster Association, the Extraordinary Bureau, and the military, were all investigated, and the suspects were finally narrowed down. Zhao Hongxiu nodded. "With 2 team leaders joining, our chances of success are much higher." "Bai Ziyu, you send Silver Moon Wolf King to scout the basement, confirm Su Kuan's exact location and condition. Also, scout the number and strength of the enemies in the abandoned factory. Don't alert them. There's also an uncertain energy source deep in the factory. Avoid it if possible. Be careful not to be discovered." "Understood, my goddess." Bai Ziyu exaggeratedly bowed, then suddenly his expression became serious. He raised his right hand, and a silver beam shot out, landing next to him and transforming into a giant wolf with a completely silver-white coat. The most unusual thing was that this wolf had a crescent-shaped mark on its forehead, emitting a faint glow. "Go, Shadow." Bai Ziyu whispered the command, and Silver Moon Wolf King nodded. Its form gradually became transparent, and it completely disappeared into the air. Invisibility? Moon Shadow talent. Bai Ziyu explained proudly, under moonlight, it can become fully invisible, and even during the day, it achieves 80% transparency. My shadow is an expert at infiltration and reconnaissance. Don't worry, Zheng the Love God, your little brother big brother here will definitely save him, huh? Zheng Cheng's mouth twitched. How did he get another nickname? While waiting, Bai Ziyu opened a metal box from the car's trunk, revealing a neat arrangement of various miniature devices. Everyone take a communication earpiece, it's specially encrypted to resist spiritual energy interference. Also, these buzzing darts can emit high-frequency sound waves when thrown, especially effective against canine and feline spiritual beasts. Zheng Cheng took the equipment and couldn't help asking, Captain Bai. Brother Bai, your spiritual beast is a wolf king, why prepare weapons against canine beasts? Bai Ziyu blinked, because the cute little dogs are always the hardest to deal with. My shadow is a noble among wolves, low-level dogs would go weak in the legs at the sight of it, but there's always those fearless enough to come up and take a bite. Zhao Hongxiu chuckled, don't listen to him, he's just flattering himself. It's because some canine spiritual beasts are attracted to his music wolf king and want to. He. Want to what? Get lost. Bai Ziyu laughed loudly and quickly ran away. Zheng Cheng was thoughtful, looking at the three canine spiritual beasts sniffing in the direction where the music wolf king had disappeared, and suddenly had an idea. Low-level spiritual beasts, when facing their own kind, only have three thoughts. First, kill it and take its place. Second, submit to it and become its underling, forming a group. Third, male and female low-level beasts of the same species will try to mate with higher-level members of the same species to produce stronger offspring. This is the survival method among spiritual beasts, and even magical beasts. Ma Feng's night demon hound suddenly perked up its ears and growled. Almost at the same time, Bai Ziyu's expression also became serious, Shadow has found something. A flash of silver light, the Silver Moon Wolf King appeared again in front of everyone, a piece of cloth held in its mouth. Bai Ziyu crouched down, his forehead touching his own spirit beast, closing his eyes to share the information that had been scouted. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes, his expression more serious than ever before. The situation is more complicated than we thought. The basement is indeed holding a person, matching Su Kuan's features. But this person has been in an unconscious state the whole time, and people around are still carrying out a ritual. A ritual? What are they doing? It looks like they are extracting spirit beast bloodline. Seven-colored pheasant? Possible. Bai Ziyu said in a deep voice, and I sensed a familiar energy fluctuation. That group of lunatics from the Nirvana Church must be involved. Zhao Hongxiu immediately made a decision, we can't wait anymore. Bai Ziyu, you are responsible for the surprise attack to rescue the person. I will hold them from the front. Zheng Cheng and Ma Feng's squad will intercept any possible escapees on the outside. Once Morong Shui arrives, act immediately. Okay. Everyone nodded. They had no problem with Zhao Hongxiu's arrangement. The abandoned factory still stood quietly in the dusk, but at this moment in Zheng Cheng's eyes, it had already turned into a lurking monster, ready to suddenly rise and hurt people at any time. No matter what is inside, we must rescue Su Kuan. Zhao Hongxiu nodded and summoned her Dragon Blood War Princess. The humanoid spirit beast wore crimson battle armor, her twin pupils shining like molten gold, waves of heat visible to the naked eye circling her body. Once Morong Shui arrives, we will. Before the words finished, a deafening explosion suddenly came from the factory direction, sky-rising firelight dyeing half of the night sky blood red. Not good. Bai Ziyu's face changed greatly, they found us. They are destroying the evidence. Damn it. Move. Chapter 97 Terrifying Strength. The explosion's firelight shot into the sky. The abandoned factory's glass windows were shaken into pieces, thick smoke rolling as it rushed toward the night sky. Action. Zhao Hongxiu shouted sharply. Her figure rushed out like an arrow. The Dragon Blood War Princess followed closely behind, the crimson armor under the firelight looking like burning flames. Bai Ziyu grinned, a sharp flash passing through his eyes. Shadow, the hunt begins. The Silver Moon Wolf King gave a low growl, its figure once again hiding into the darkness. And Bai Ziyu himself turned into a silver afterimage, instantly rushing toward the square outside the factory. Outside the abandoned factory was an open square, the ground cracked, weeds growing everywhere. At this moment, more than 10 Nirvana Church believers wearing red robes were already in strict formation waiting. Around them circled all kinds of fire attribute spirit beasts, red flame tigers, lava lizards, fire feather eagles, and even a huge flame lion. Stop them! The leading red-robed man shouted sharply.
His hands formed seals, and a wall of fire suddenly rose, blocking in front of Zhao Hongxiu and Bai Ziyu. Petty tricks! Zhao Hongxiu snorted coldly. The Dragon Blood War Princess suddenly leaped up. The runes on the crimson armor lit with blinding light, and one punch blasted out. Boom! The firewall was torn apart by force. The blazing flames were shaken loose by the punch wind of the Dragon Blood War Princess, turning into sparks filling the sky. Zhao Hongxiu did not stop, directly charging into the enemy formation. Seeking death. One Nirvana Church believer roared in anger. The flame lion beside him howled as it pounced over, sharp claws burning with raging fire. Get lost! Zhao Hongxiu's eyes were cold. The Dragon Blood War Princess crossed both arms, forcefully blocking the flame lion's pounce. Then she grabbed its front claw's backhand and fiercely threw it. Bang! The flame lion was smashed hard onto the ground. The ground cracked instantly. The Dragon Blood War Princess stepped on its head with one foot. Her right fist gathered blazing dragon flames and smashed down fiercely. Poochie! The flame lion's head was blasted apart with one punch. Blood and flames splashed everywhere. On the other side, Bai Ziyu's Silver Moon Wolf King had already quietly slipped into the enemy formation. Moonlight Blade! Bai Ziyu shouted in a low voice. The Silver Moon Wolf King's figure flickered under the moonlight. Its sharp claw blade cut across one Nirvana Church believer's throat, blood spraying out. Damn it! Where is it? Another believer looked around in panic. But all he saw was his companions silently falling to the ground. The other believers quickly scattered, commanding their spirit beasts to find the Wolf King in the darkness. Behind you! Bai Ziyu's voice came softly, and the Silver Moon Wolf King suddenly appeared, biting down on his shoulder and violently tossing him away. Boom! The believer crashed into the abandoned fountain at the center of the square, and the statue of the fountain collapsed with a thunderous sound, burying him. Not worth a hit. Bai Ziyu chuckled lightly, his eyes scanning the remaining enemies, a cruel smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. If the situation weren't as it is, I'd really like to thank you. Thank you for letting me see Hongxiu again. Ha ha ha. He laughed loudly, and the Silver Moon Wolf King beside him suddenly opened its mouth wide and spat forward. In an instant, at least 10 moonblades, each half a meter long, shot out, turning into harvesting machines under the moonlight, tearing the two spirit beasts and the believers who were blocking the way into pieces. The battle in the square grew fiercer, with Zhao Hongxiu's Dragon Blood Warrior Princess acting like a killing machine, knocking down Nirvana sect believers and their spirit beasts wherever she passed. A believer tried to launch a sneak attack, but was grabbed by the wrist by the Dragon Blood Warrior Princess, his bones crushed in an instant, and then she delivered a knee strike, sending him flying several meters. Bai Ziyu moved like a ghost on the battlefield, each appearance of the Silver Moon Wolf King bringing down an enemy. Its speed was incredibly fast, and its claws were razor-sharp, easily tearing apart the defenses of spirit beasts. While fighting, it kept spitting out moonblades, an energy attack that received a massive boost under the moonlight, making it incredibly sharp at this moment. In just 3 minutes, the Nirvana sect believers in the square were wiped out, leaving only scattered bodies and howling spirit beasts on the ground. Let's go, inside. Zhao Hongxiu wiped the blood from her hands and coldly looked toward the inside of the factory. Bai Ziyu nodded, the Silver Moon Wolf King disappearing into the darkness again, and the two quickly charged toward the factory gate. Inside the factory, it was dim and chaotic, with broken machines and piles of waste forming intricate passages. The air was thick with the scent of blood and the smell of something burnt, along with a heavy stench of blood. Be careful, there might be an ambush. No sooner had the words left her mouth than several Nirvana sect believers suddenly rushed out from the shadows on both sides, wielding flaming blades and viciously slashing at the two. Seeking death. Zhao Hongxiu snorted coldly, her Dragon Blood Warrior Princess arms swinging, fiery dragon flames erupting and instantly melting the incoming blades. She flashed forward, landing a punch to one believer's chest, directly smashing him through a wall. Bai Ziyu gracefully leaped up, and the Silver Moon Wolf King pounced out from the shadows, its sharp claws slicing through the throats of two believers. Blood sprayed, and the two fell to the ground without a sound. Boom! Suddenly, a loud crash came from deep within the factory, and a pillar of scorching fire shot up into the sky, blasting a huge hole in the roof. They're destroying the evidence. Bai Ziyu's face changed. Hurry! The two quickened their pace and rushed toward the direction where the fire pillar erupted. Along the way, they were constantly blocked by Nirvana sect believers, but they easily dealt with them. The violent power of the Dragon Blood Warrior Princess and the lethal speed of the Silver Moon Wolf King made it impossible for these enemies to form effective resistance. In less than 2 minutes, they finally burst into the ruins of the abandoned factory. At almost the same moment, both of their bodies suddenly froze, staring in shock at what lay ahead. This is... Zheng Cheng stood outside the factory, his gaze fixed on every exit. Ma Feng patted him on the shoulder and said in a low voice, "Don't worry, Captain Bai and Captain Zhao are very strong. As long as there are no epic-level experts, they can handle it."
I know, but my friends are still inside. I've called for reinforcements, the police are blocking the surrounding passages. Ma Feng comforted him, we just need to hold the perimeter. Prevent anyone from escaping. Trust Captain Zhao and Captain Bai, they will definitely. At this moment, the side door of the factory suddenly burst open, and 3 Nirvana sect followers rushed out, carrying a stretcher with what appeared to be a figure lying on it. Stop them! Ma Feng shouted loudly, charging forward with 2 Shadowhound team members. Zheng Cheng, stay here. Zheng Cheng stopped his steps, holding back his desire to chase, and waited patiently. Ha! Someone is still escaping. He suddenly turned around and saw, on the other side of the factory, 4 more Nirvana sect followers sneaking as they carried another stretcher, quickly getting into a black SUV. A diversion? Zheng Cheng's eyes turned cold, and without hesitation, he summoned 2 elite aliens. Phantom Alien and Sky-Split Alien, these 2 aliens were undoubtedly the best choices for fighting in such a dark scene. Phantom, conceal and track. Sky-Split, high-altitude surveillance. The 2 aliens vanished into the darkness in an instant, while Zheng Cheng did not hesitate to chase after the black SUV. Su Kuan, please don't get into trouble. Chapter 98, Nirvana Forge True Spirit. The black SUV sped along the narrow road outside the abandoned factory, the roar of the engine especially piercing in the night. Inside the car, 4 Nirvana sect followers looked anxious, one gripping the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles white. Damn it! How did those 2 supernatural bureau captains find this place? The man in the front passenger seat gritted his teeth, constantly looking back over his shoulder, like a startled bird. The ritual was interrupted. The Holy Child hasn't completed the rebirth. A young follower in the back seat had a pale face, his voice trembling, the High Priest will kill us. Shut up! The scarred man in the lead shouted harshly, a vicious scar across his face, his eyes cold, as long as we bring the substitute back, the High Priest won't pursue us. But... Boom! Suddenly, the vehicle jolted violently, as if hit by some giant object. Ah! The SUV slid uncontrollably and crashed heavily into a wall by the roadside, the screech of twisting metal accompanied by the sharp sound of glass shattering. The car flipped twice before finally landing on its side, its wheels still spinning in the air. Cough cough. The 4 followers struggled to crawl out of the twisted wreckage, their faces covered in blood. The scarred man in the lead struggled to stand, glaring around, who? Come out. In the darkness, a shadow slowly materialized. It was a never-before-seen spirit beast, entirely black, its shell reflecting faint light like a mirror, its slender body moving silently like a ghost. It took slow steps, each one seemingly stepping on everyone's hearts, bringing an invisible sense of oppression. What is this spirit beast? Never seen it before? Supernatural Bureau. Damn it! There's an ambush outside, we've been sold out. Pretending to be ghosts. The scarred man roared angrily, biting his finger and letting blood drip onto the ground. Come out, Crimson Flame Python. The ground cracked open, and a fire giant python as thick as a water barrel emerged from the earth, its scorching heat distorting the air. The other 3 also summoned their spirit beasts, a lava hound, a fire raven, and a smaller blazing lizard. The 4 fire-type spirit beasts surrounded the phantom alien, flames swirling around them, lighting up the dark street. You dare stop us with just 1 spirit beast? The scarred man sneered, kill it. The crimson flame python was the first to strike, its giant mouth opening wide, releasing a scorching pillar of fire. The phantom alien flashed its body and actually passed through the fire like a phantom, its sharp tail blade slicing through the crimson flame python's vitals. Hiss! The crimson flame python twisted in pain, but the wound didn't bleed, instead, it started to corrode, with dark purple liquid rapidly spreading. What? The scarred man's pupils shrank sharply, it's poisonous? At that moment, a shadow descended from the sky. Whoosh! The sky-split alien's claws pierced directly through the fire raven's chest, tearing it in half. The fire raven didn't even have time to scream before it was thrown aside. There's another one above. The young follower shouted in terror, and his body suddenly dropped to the ground, narrowly avoiding the attack from the rift creature. The lava hound and flame lizard both lunged at the phantasmal creature, their fiery claws biting fiercely, but they only grabbed air. The phantasmal creature disappeared again, reappearing behind the lava hound the next second, its tail blade striking like lightning into its spine. Ayo! The lava hound howled in agony as it fell, its body rapidly corroding, twitching continuously. The flame lizard, seeing this, turned to flee, but the rift creature dived down, its sharp claws crushing its skull. In just 10 seconds, 3 out of 4 spirit beasts were gone. And no, it's impossible. The scarred man's face turned pale, the crimson flame serpent was already on the verge of death, lying weakly on the ground. He suddenly looked up, staring into the dark depths. Who's there? Come out. Footsteps echoed, clearly someone was approaching. Zheng Cheng slowly stepped out of the shadows, his gaze as cold as a blade. Where is Su Kuan?
The four of them froze, the scarred man squinting his eyes. Sukuan? Who? His spirit beast, it's a seven-colored pheasant. The four of them's expressions changed noticeably, and the scarred man sneered, so it's for that backup candidate. He licked his lips. That's the one I taught the saint's son. Do you think I'll tell you? Reincarnation saint child? Saint's son?
Zheng Cheng stopped wasting words, raising his hand with a swift motion.
Whoosh! Whoosh!
Two wolf spider creatures lunged out from the shadows, their bodies even larger than regular creatures, with sharp bone spines on their backs and 8 compound eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty light.
Kill!
A simple command was given, and the wolf spider creatures instantly leapt forward.
Ah!
One follower didn't even have time to react before the wolf spider's sharp claws pierced his chest, his body being thrown high into the air, landing far away. Another follower turned to run, but was dived upon by the rift creature, its sharp claws tearing off his head. The scarred man and the young follower stood back to back, their faces pale.
Don't come any closer.
The young follower trembled as he raised both hands. I'll tell you. I'll tell you where the reincarnation Saint Child's backup is.
Shut up!
The scarred man roared, slapping him across the face. Traitor! The young follower stumbled a few steps, suddenly pulling out a dagger from his chest and stabbing it viciously into the scarred man's back.
You!
The scarred man's eyes widened in disbelief, slowly collapsing to the ground. The young follower knelt on the ground, trembling as he looked at Zheng Cheng.
I'll tell you. The backup candidate was taken to the reincarnation altar, in the Crimson Flame Valley outside the city. The high priest is going to complete the reincarnation ceremony there. Zheng Cheng's eyes narrowed. What exactly is the reincarnation saint child? It's my sect's supreme secret technique.
The young follower swallowed nervously. Through a special ceremony, the souls of powerful beings who have undergone nirvana in my sect are reincarnated into suitable vessels.
Su Koan and several others are backup candidates.
His words were suddenly cut off, as a sharp claw pierced through his chest, dark purple blood dripping onto the ground. The scarred man had somehow gotten back up, grinning savagely as he pulled out his blood-stained hand. Traitors, all must die. Zheng Cheng's eyes turned cold, and the wolf spider creature instantly pounced, pinning the scarred man to the ground.
Now!
Zheng Cheng stepped on his head, his voice as cold as the winds of hell. Now you can tell me, where is Su Kuan?
Spit! The scarred man spat blood, sneering. Ha, didn't he already tell you? What else do you want to hear from me? Too easy.
Zheng Cheng said indifferently, I don't believe that a Nirvana sect disciple who has passed on for over 100 years would so easily betray the secrets of the sect.
Moreover, I'll ask a few more people to verify the truth of what you've said.
The scarred man closed his eyes, no longer looking at Zheng Cheng, instead muttering something under his breath. Upon listening closely, Zheng Cheng's eyes shifted slightly.
The muttering was, surprisingly, a chant. Red lotus burns my body, Nirvana forges true spirit. Flesh and blood turn to firewood. Soul returns to the sacred fire. 7 turns of reincarnation fire, burn away the world's delusions.
The day the sacred child descends, ashes, rebirth, time.
Rebirth time?
Looking at the Nirvana sect's death-defying diagram, a cold glint flashed in Zheng Cheng's eyes.
Dreaming of rebirth? I'll see how long you can hold on.
As soon as the words fell, he reached out and drew a line downwards, opening the spirit beast space gate. In the scarred face's gaze, first confusion, then fear, and finally disbelief, 2 enormous creatures slowly appeared before him.
Chapter 99, Reincarnated Sacred Child.
Deep within the factory, the fire soared to the sky. Zhao Hongxiu and Bai Ziyu charged into the core area of the ruins, the scene before them making them stop in their tracks instantly. A huge altar, shaped like flames, stood in the center of the factory, made entirely of dark red crystal stones, its surface covered with ancient runes, now emitting an eerie red glow. Around the altar, more than 10 Nirvana sect followers knelt on the ground, chanting obscure incantations in low voices, their sound like countless insects crawling, sending chills down the spine. In the 5 corners of the altar, 5 beast masters dressed in deep red robes stood motionless, their faces hidden beneath hoods, only their mouths curled into a strange arc. Reincarnated Sacred Child. Bai Ziyu's pupils contracted sharply. As someone who had been dealing with fallen beast masters, Bai Ziyu knew exactly what this thing was.
He immediately said, an epic-level strongman from the Nirvana sect has fallen.
They are performing the reincarnation ritual. Though Zhao Hongxiu didn't know what the reincarnated sacred child was, from Bai Ziyu's eyes and the altar before them, she seemed to have figured something out. Her eyes sharpened, and without hesitation, she said, destroy the altar. Without a moment's hesitation, the two rushed towards the altar. The Dragonblood warrior and the Silver Moon Wolf King erupted simultaneously, fiery dragon flames and icy moon blades intertwined, tearing apart the Nirvana sect followers, blocking their path into pieces.
Stop them!
From the 5 corners of the altar, 2 red-robed individuals suddenly raised their heads, their eyes under their hoods gleaming with scarlet light.
They raised their hands simultaneously, and two scorching fire pillars erupted from their palms, heading straight for Zhao Hongxiu and Bai Ziyu. Boom! The Dragon Blood warrior crossed her arms, forcibly blocking the fire pillars. The blazing flames exploded on her crimson armor but failed to harm her at all. Zhao Hongxiu's body flickered and instantly closed in on one of the red-robed figures. Her right fist gathered dragon flames and struck fiercely towards the opponent's face. Bang! The red-robed figure raised a hand to block but was sent stumbling backward several steps by the punch, cracking the ground beneath his feet. He sneered, ripping off his robe to reveal a torso covered in flame tattoos, a dog of the Supernatural Bureau, daring to disturb the holy sex ritual? As he moved, a massive lava giant rhino stepped out of the void. Scalding magma flowed from the cracks on its body, sizzling as it burned the ground. On the other side, Bai Ziyu also clashed with another red-robed individual. Silvermoon, slash. The Silvermoon Wolf King's figure flashed under the moonlight, its sharp claws slashing towards the red-robed figure's throat, only to be blocked by a sudden firewall. The red-robed figure slowly raised his head, revealing a face covered in burn scars. Silvermoon Wolf King? Leader of the 7th investigation team of the Supernatural Bureau? He, looks like you recognize me? He formed seals with both hands, and the ground suddenly cracked open. A giant wolf, burning with cyan flames, leaped out, lava-like saliva dripping from its fangs. Azure Flame Demon Wolf? Bai Ziyu narrowed his eyes. You are Fire Wolf Mozong. The red-robed Mozong grinned, his scars twisting like a centipede. Didn't expect the young master of the Bai family to still remember me. 3 years ago, you slaughtered a team of investigators from the Zheng Cheng branch of the Supernatural Bureau. Today, it's time to settle the debt. Bai Ziyu's voice was icy, and the Silvermoon Wolf King's figure gradually blurred, merging into the moonlight. Mozong shrugged indifferently. He patted the head of the Qingyan demon wolf and said, "It's just the law of the jungle. Go, play with young Master Bai." Awah! The Qingyan demon wolf howled to the sky, flames surging all over its body, and it suddenly lunged at Bai Ziyu. Roar! The lava giant rhinoceros roared deafeningly, its massive horn aimed at the Dragon Blood Valkyrie, charging forward with a violent force. Zhao Hongxiu's eyes sharpened, and the Dragon Blood Valkyrie did not retreat but advanced, its muscular arms bulging as it forcibly resisted the rhino's charge. Boom! The two great forces collided, and the shockwave shattered the surrounding ground into pieces. The ground beneath the Dragon Blood Valkyrie collapsed, but it remained motionless, its crimson armor glowing with dazzling runes. Get away! Zhao Hongxiu shouted fiercely, and the Dragon Blood Valkyrie suddenly exerted its strength, flipping the massive lava giant rhinoceros onto the ground. The red-robed man's face changed, and he quickly formed a hand seal. Lava explosion. Boom! Cracks on the lava giant rhinoceros body suddenly widened, and scorching magma erupted like a volcanic explosion, instantly engulfing the Dragon Blood Valkyrie. Hongxiu! Bai Ziyu caught a glimpse of the scene from the corner of his eye, his heart tightening. But in the next moment. Bang! A crimson figure broke through the magma, the Dragon Blood Valkyrie bathed in fire, yet completely unharmed. It landed a punch on the lava giant rhinoceros head, shattering its tough horn into pieces. What? The red-robed man was horrified, then he suddenly glared at Zhao Hongxiu's spiritual beast. That's the Dragon Blood Valkyrie. Oh my god, there really is such a spiritual beast, immune to over 90% of fire attacks. Dragon Flame. Burn the sky. Zhao Hongxiu's cold voice rang out as the Dragon Blood Valkyrie's fists collided, and a fiery white dragon flame erupted from its body, forming a massive fire pillar shooting into the sky. The lava giant rhinoceros didn't even have time to scream before being instantly vaporized by the terrifying heat. Put! The red-robed man spat out a mouthful of blood, severely wounded by the death of his contracted spiritual beast. He staggered back, his eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible, the strength of the Dragon Blood Valkyrie, it's actually this strong. Zhao Hongxiu slowly approached, the Dragon Blood Valkyrie's fists reigniting with dragon flame. Fallen one, die. Bang! With the final punch, the red-robed man's chest was pierced through, and his body flew back, crashing heavily on the edge of the altar. As the two fought, on the other side, beast masters of the same race also clashed. Bai Ziyu and Mo Sang stood facing each other, the Silver Moon Wolf King and the Qingyan Demon Wolf growling as they circled between them, moonlight and blue flames interweaving in the air, emitting faint cracking sounds. Bai Ziyu lightly stroked the fur on the back of the Silver Moon Wolf King, his voice cold. 3 years ago, I let you escape, but today, it's time to settle the score. Mo Sang grinned, the burn scars on his face twisted like centipedes. Young Master Bai of the Bai family still holds a grudge, but do you think I'm still the hunted stray dog from 3 years ago? Before he finished speaking, the Qingyan Demon Wolf suddenly leaped. Boom! The blue flame swept in like a tide, instantly scorching and cracking the ground wherever it passed. The Silver Moon Wolf King leaped into the air but was ensnared by 3 blue flame chains wrapping around its hind legs. Moon concealment has failed? Bai Ziyu's pupils contracted, staring intently at the three blue flame chains in midair. I specially prepared the Qingyan soul binding chains to deal with your little tricks. Mo Sang formed hand seals, and the flames on the chain suddenly surged, specifically designed to restrain your moonlight power. The Silver Moon Wolf King howled in pain, its silver fur beginning to scorch and curl. Bai Ziyu's face darkened, his right hand pressing fiercely on the ground. Moonlight formation, activate. Countless silver lines shot up from the ground, quickly forming a complex array. Moonlight flowed like a solid substance within the formation, and the blue flame chains on the Silver Moon Wolf King began to shake violently. Break! Crack! The chain snapped, and as the Silver Moon Wolf King broke free, it transformed into a silver flash, charging straight for Mo Sang's throat. Too naive. Mo Sang sneered, not dodging, as if unable to avoid it. Just as the claws were about to touch his skin, a crack suddenly appeared in Mo Zhang's chest. A claw covered in cyan scales stretched out from within, forcefully blocking the attack of the Silver Moon Wolf King. This is... Bai Ziyu finally changed his expression, staring at Mo Zhang intensely. Mo Zhang's robe shredded inch by inch, revealing his upper body covered in scales. Didn't expect it, right? I've already fused the bloodline of the Qingyan demon wolf into myself. He laughed wildly, his hands completely transformed into claws, the sharp blades glowing faintly. Now, I am the wolf. Bang! The beastly Mo Zhang's speed skyrocketed, and with one claw, he sent the Silver Moon Wolf King flying. Bai Ziyu quickly retreated, but saw Mo Zhang already appear by his side, a claw burning with Qingyan directly aiming for his heart. Moonlight substitute. SSSS. The claw pierced through Bai Ziyu's chest but only grabbed a sliver of silver light. The real Bai Ziyu appeared 3 yards away, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. You run pretty fast. Mo Zhang licked his claw, but how many times can you dodge? The Qingyan demon wolf's true body and its clone lunged at the same time, blocking all retreat routes. Bai Ziyu took a deep breath, suddenly biting his fingertip and drawing a blood symbol on the Silver Moon Wolf King's forehead, with blood as a guide. Moonlight true body activate. Awah! The Silver Moon Wolf King howled to the sky, its body suddenly swelling, and the moon mark on its forehead burst out with blinding light. Its fur turned into flowing silver flames, and its claws extended into half-an-inch long moonlight blades. Mo Zhang's smile froze on his face. Moonlight true body? You actually... The Silver Moon Wolf King's figure suddenly blurred, and in the next moment, Mo Zhang felt intense pain in his chest. He looked down to see 3 silver wounds piercing through his body, blood pouring out. Impossible, such speed. Mo Zhang knelt to the ground, the Qingyan rapidly dimming. His beastly form began to collapse, scales peeling off one by one. I clearly already. Bai Ziyu walked in front of him, the Silver Moon Wolf King's claws pressed against his throat. Speak, what is the Nirvana cult plotting? Who is the fallen epic realm expert? The Nirvana cult has 3 epic realm Dharma kings, Burning Heaven, Wheel, and Extinction. Who is it? Mo Zhang coughed up blood but showed a strange smile. You'll find out soon enough. Chapter 100, The 3 Phoenix Bloodline Spirit Beasts. Speak, what is the Nirvana cult plotting? Who is the fallen epic realm expert? Bai Ziyu's voice was as cold as ice, the Silver Moon Wolf King's claws pressing against Mo Zhang's throat, ready to end the fallen Beastmaster's life with a simple press. But Mo Zhang suddenly grinned, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his burned and scarred face twisting like a demon. You'll find out soon enough. Before his words fell, a high-pitched chant suddenly echoed from the altar. The sound was like countless metal plates grinding against each other, piercing the eardrums painfully. Nirvana rebirth, rising from the flames. Burning the mortal body, forging immortality. With our flesh and blood, we offer the sacred fire. 3 red-robed figures simultaneously raised their hands, their robes billowing without wind, dark red altar runes lighting up one by one, resembling flowing blood. In the center of the altar, a ball of crimson flames suddenly shot into the sky, forming a giant cocoon in midair, something within wriggling faintly. Bai Ziyu and Zhao Hongxiu both changed color, staring intently at the giant cocoon. Not good. The ritual is entering the final stage. Bai Ziyu no longer had time to question Mo Zhang, and without hesitation, the Silver Moon Wolf King's claws sliced through his throat. Blood gushed out, but Mo Zhang still maintained that eerie smile, his throat making a gurgling sound. It's too late, the new Dharma King is about to revive. His body crashed heavily to the ground, the light in his eyes quickly dimming. Zhao Hongxiu had already rushed toward the altar, the Dragon Blood War Maiden following like a red lightning bolt. Quick! We must destroy that fire cocoon. Just as they were 10 meters from the altar, 3 fiery red figures suddenly flew out from the altar, blocking their path. A scorching heat wave hit them hard. Zhao Hongxiu had to stop, squinting her eyes and looking ahead. In front of her were 3 spirit beasts, each one engulfed in flames, emitting a suffocating pressure. On the far left was a giant bird with a wingspan of over 5 meters. It had a peacock-like tail, but every feather was made of flickering flames, and its head was crowned with golden feathers. Its eyes were like 2 burning coals.
An 8-star spirit beast, the flame feather peacock. In the middle was a slightly smaller but more fierce-looking raptor. Its entire body was covered in crimson gold feathers, and its beak and claws were semi-transparent, crystal-like. As its wings flapped, sparks flew. A 7-star spirit beast, the red flame golden eagle. On the far right was a spirit beast resembling a crane, but its entire body was pure white with a hint of red. On its head, it had a cluster of feathers that resembled flames, and its long beak dripped molten lava like liquid. Its feet hovered in the air, and the surrounding air twisted due to the extreme heat. An 8-star spirit beast, the flame sky crane. Spirit beasts with the phoenix bloodline, and not just one. The 3 spirit beasts simultaneously emitted cries that pierced the heavens, shattering the glass windows of the factory. The flames on their bodies suddenly surged, forming a triangular wall of fire that tightly protected the altar in the center. Zhao Hongxiu's pupils constricted slightly. It looks like these are the spirit beasts of the epic-level strongman about to reincarnate. I didn't expect them to still be alive. It's rare to see a case where the beast master is dead, but the spirit beasts are unharmed. This person must have been a powerful figure with special talents in life. Let's go together. Bai Ziyu did not hesitate. The Silver Moon Wolf King turned into a silver streak and pounced directly on the flame sky crane. Zhao Hongxiu, on the other hand, faced the red flame golden eagle in the middle. The Dragonblood Warrior Queen's fists ignited with blazing white dragon flames, and she struck the proud raptor with a punch. The flame feather peacock emitted a clear, melodious cry. Its feathers behind it flickered, instantly transforming into 2 streams of fire, rushing toward the Silver Moon Wolf King and the Dragonblood Warrior Queen. The 5 powerful spirit beasts immediately clashed, turning the entire core area of the factory into a huge battlefield. Boom! The first clash between the Dragonblood Warrior Queen and the Red Flame Golden Eagle triggered a small explosion, sending all the equipment within 30 meters flying. The beak of the Red Flame Golden Eagle collided with the Dragonblood Warrior Queen's fist, producing a massive sound like gold and iron clashing. Zhao Hongxiu could feel that the strength of this golden eagle far exceeded that of the previous lava giant rhinoceros. Every strike carried a scorching airwave, and even though the Dragonblood Warrior Queen had high resistance to flames, she was still forced to retreat repeatedly. Dragon Flame Exploding Fist. The Dragonblood Warrior Queen suddenly changed tactics, compressing the dragon flame on her right fist to its extreme before it exploded suddenly. The Red Flame Golden Eagle was hit in the chest by this punch, flying back more than 10 meters, crashing through a wall. But it quickly flew back up, its chest feathers scorched black, though new fiery feathers quickly grew back. Regeneration ability? Zhao Hongxiu's heart sank. As expected, these were spirit beasts of an epic-level strongman, and their abilities were too well-rounded. On the other side, Bai Ziyu's situation was not much better. The Flame Sky Crane's attacks were elegant yet deadly. It did not engage in close combat with the Silver Moon Wolf King, but instead constantly spat out fire lines as thin as hair from its mouth. These fire lines seemed harmless, but whenever the Silver Moon Wolf King tried to break through, the fire lines would suddenly expand into walls of fire, forcing the Wolf King to retreat. Even more troublesome was the molten lava continuously dripping from the feet of the Flame Sky Crane, forming small magma pools on the ground that restricted the Silver Moon Wolf King's movement. Moonlight Slash. The Silver Moon Wolf King suddenly leaped up, crossing its front claws, sending 2 crescent-shaped blades of light flying toward the Flame Sky Crane. The Flame Sky Crane calmly spread its wings, and a curtain of fire appeared in front of it. The Moonlight Slash collided with the fire curtain, creating a shower of sparks. Bai Ziyu's forehead began to sweat coldly. These spirit beasts have too much battle experience. It's almost like a battle-hardened veteran. They are definitely not ordinary extraordinary beasts. Zhao Hongxiu continued his words while directing the Dragonblood Warrior to dodge a dive from the Crimson Flame Golden Eagle. The flaming feather peacock's tail feathers suddenly stood upright, and hundreds of fiery feathers shot out like sharp arrows in all directions. Surrounded, the Silver Moon Wolf King charged left and right but was still grazed by several fiery feathers, letting out a series of furious howls. Bang! A loud explosion echoed as the factory roof was completely blown off. The battle between the Crimson Flame Golden Eagle and the Dragonblood Warrior had ascended to the air, each collision triggering small explosions, burning debris falling like rain. The battle on the ground was equally intense. The Burning Heaven Crane suddenly changed its tactics, no longer focusing on defense, but instead taking the offensive. Its long neck stretched out suddenly, and its beak stabbed toward the Silver Moon Wolf King's eyes like lightning. Bai Ziyu quickly issued an order, Moonlight Substitute. The Silver Moon Wolf King's figure blurred instantly, and the Burning Heaven Crane's beak pierced through an illusion. The real Silver Moon Wolf King appeared behind the Burning Heaven Crane, its claws fiercely slashing toward its back. Clang! To their surprise, the Burning Heaven Crane's feathers suddenly became as hard as metal, leaving only a few white scratches on the Silver Moon Wolf King's claws. What? How did its defense suddenly? The Burning Heaven Crane turned its head, a hint of mockery flashing in its eyes. It suddenly opened its mouth, and a crimson beam of light shot out from its mouth. Silver Moon, quickly dodge. The Silver Moon Wolf King barely managed to twist its body, but still had its left front leg grazed by the beam. Its silver fur instantly charred, flesh curling and revealing the bone beneath. These beasts. There's something wrong. Bai Ziyu gritted his teeth. Their power fluctuations are too great. That strike just now was definitely of an epic level. These beasts are seriously injured. They were once at the epic realm, but now their strength has dropped to the extraordinary realm. Zhao Hongxiu was also stuck in a tough battle. The Dragon Blood Warrior had been forced to the edge of the factory by the Crimson Flame Golden Eagle's continuous attacks. Behind her was a blazing inferno. The Crimson Flame Golden Eagle seemed to seize this opportunity, suddenly raising all its feathers upright, turning into a golden light, and charging toward the Dragon Blood Warrior. Dragon Blood Absolute Defense. At the critical moment, the Dragon Blood Warrior crossed its arms in front of its chest. The crimson battle armor on its body lit up with intricate runes. The Crimson Flame Golden Eagle collided with this shield, creating a deafening explosion. When the smoke cleared, the Dragon Blood Warrior knelt on the ground, its armor covered in cracks, but it had successfully blocked this fatal blow. The Crimson Flame Golden Eagle seemed to be somewhat fatigued, hovering in the air and panting. Zhao Hongxiu wiped the sweat from her forehead and suddenly noticed a detail. Old Bai, look at their eyes. Bai Ziyu followed her gaze and saw that the eyes of the three phoenix-blooded beasts all had abnormal blackness swirling in them. Alien energy. Bai Ziyu suddenly understood, they've been corrupted by alien energy, so their power fluctuates wildly. This discovery gave the two of them a boost. If these beasts were unstable due to alien energy, perhaps there was a breakthrough point they could exploit. However, before they could adjust their strategy, the three beasts suddenly let out a long cry simultaneously. The color of the flames on their bodies turned from crimson to dark red, and their auras surged wildly. Not good, they're going all out. Bai Ziyu shouted. The flaming feather peacock's tail feathers fully opened, like a giant fiery fan, and then it suddenly swung. Countless fiery feathers shot out like a storm, covering the entire battlefield. The Silver Moon Wolf King and Dragon Blood Warrior had to defend with all their might, but still many fiery feathers pierced through their defenses, leaving scorch marks on their bodies. The Crimson Flame Golden Eagle transformed into a golden streak of light, swiftly flying through the factory, leaving a burning trail with each pass. Soon, the entire factory turned into a huge maze of flames. The attack of the flaming sky crane was the most deadly. It flew into the air, its wings fully extended, and a complex flame rune formed in front of it. At the center of the rune, a ball of pitch-black flames was gathering. That is, the flame of annihilation. Bai Ziyu's face turned pale. How could it possibly master this kind of power? These spirit beasts must have been at the epic realm before. Zhao Hongxiu also realized the danger. We must interrupt it. Dragon Blood Warrior, Dragon Flame Impact Cannon. The Dragon Blood Warrior took a deep breath, and the dragon crystal on its chest glowed with a dazzling light. Then, a thick beam of dragon flame shot out from its mouth, directly targeting the flaming sky crane in the air. However, the Crimson Flame Golden Eagle suddenly appeared in the path of the dragon flame beam, using its body to block the attack. Although its feathers were burned black by the dragon flame, it successfully protected the flaming sky crane that was casting the spell. It's over. Bai Ziyu muttered, his face drenched in sweat, pale as ashes. The Silver Moon Wolf King did not hesitate at all. Its body turned into a silver light, disregarding its own injuries, and instantly blocked in front of Bai Ziyu. The moonlight in the night sky fell, illuminating the one person and one wolf, forming a visible protective shield. Zhao Hongxiu's figure also turned into a streak of fire and darted to Bai Ziyu's side. The Dragon Blood Warrior took a deep breath and exhaled, releasing a hot and dense flame that surged out, forming a firewall nearly 3 meters high in front of the two. But even so, their faces were extremely grim. This flame of annihilation was no ordinary fire, but a flame that contained the essence of annihilation. Any living being that touched it would burn continuously, like maggots on bone, even affecting the soul. The black fireball in front of the flaming sky crane had already formed. It let out a clear crane cry, and the fireball slowly descended. At that critical moment, the temperature in the factory suddenly dropped drastically. A snowflake fell on Zhao Hongxiu's nose, followed by a second, a third. In an instant, heavy snow began to fall, and the descent of the black fireball noticeably slowed, the flames on its surface also becoming unstable. Bai Ziyu was the first to react, instinctively looking up. His expression went from shock to joy, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You. At this moment, Zhao Hongxiu also sensed something and instinctively looked up. Snow? She raised her hand, and several snowflakes fell into her palm. What happened? Bai Ziyu simply said, reinforcements have arrived, this guy always likes to strike last. The three phoenix-blooded spirit beasts simultaneously looked up at the sky, a flash of unease in their eyes. The temperature continued to drop, the flames in the factory began to extinguish, and frost formed on the ground. Even the flames on the altar grew much weaker.
A cold female voice echoed from the air. Ice seal. Just two simple words, but they seemed to carry the power of some kind of law. The heavy snow suddenly turned into a blizzard. The black fireball's surface quickly froze, and with a crack, it shattered into countless black ice crystals, scattering in the wind. The three phoenix spirit beasts let out angry cries, but the flames on their bodies had clearly dimmed, and their movements slowed. Bai Ziyu and Zhao Hongxiu looked up and saw a young girl dressed in snow-white palace attire slowly descending from the air. She was barefoot, and with each step she took, an ice lotus formed in the air. Her silver-white hair fluttered in the snowstorm, revealing a delicate yet frosty face. Morong Shui, you came just in time. Morong Shui did not answer. Her beautiful eyes looked down at Bai Ziyu with a cold, detached gaze, as if looking at a stone, full of indifference. Bai Ziyu, you are still the same useless person as before. Damn it. She gently raised her right hand and vaguely grasped towards the direction of the three phoenix spirit beasts. Ice prison. Suddenly, countless ice spikes shot out from the ground, forming a huge cage, temporarily trapping the three spirit beasts inside. The spirit beasts angrily attacked the ice prison, but each attack only caused tiny cracks to appear in the ice cage, which quickly healed as fresh cold ice filled the gaps. After doing all this, Morong Shui did not land on the ground, still looking down at the two from above. What exactly happened here? Bai Ziyu quickly explained, the Nirvana sect is conducting a rebirth ritual. The fire cocoon in the center of the altar should contain the soon-to-be-revived epic realm powerhouse. These three phoenix bloodline spirit beasts are clearly the guardians. They were originally supposed to be in the epic realm, but due to foreign energy erosion and severe injuries, their strength has been reduced to the transcendent realm. Morong Shui looked towards the altar, a trace of solemnity flashing in her ice-blue eyes. I understand. The life fluctuations in the fire cocoon are getting stronger. Looking at Morong Shui still floating in midair, Zhao Hongxiu whispered, Old Bai, has Morong Shui always been like this? Bai Ziyu rolled his eyes and said, keep your distance from her. This person is a weirdo, never speaks properly, always floating in midair and looking at people with a sideways glance. She's not even afraid of getting a squint. Hiss. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a cold chill all over his body, and even his little brother almost froze. Morong Shui turned her gaze to Zhao Hongxiu. Zhao Hongxiu? The new team leader? Zhao Hongxiu twitched her mouth. Yes, it's me, Captain Morong, hello. The mission is urgent, and what we need to do now is immediately destroy the altar. But Morong Shui shook her head, it's too late, the ritual has already entered the final stage. If we forcefully destroy it now, it could cause an energy outburst, and within 10 miles, everything will be flattened. Especially the rebirth saint child in the fire cocoon, there's no way they will survive. Then what should we do? Morong Shui gently raised her hand, a snowflake spinning in her palm. The best thing to do now is to wait. He. Before Morong Shui could finish speaking, a light laugh suddenly rang in the ears of the three. Interesting. 2 Transcendent Realm, 1 half-step epic realm investigation team leader. When did the Transcendent Bureau become so weak? The words were low and lazy, with a touch of amusement, as if commenting on a game that didn't really matter. Zhao Hongxiu and the others' pupils suddenly contracted, and they quickly turned their heads towards the altar. They saw that the fire cocoon in the center of the altar had completely shattered, and from the raging flames, a figure slowly emerged. It was a young man, slightly plump, with a handsome face and a bowl-shaped haircut. But his eyes were cold and deep, as if they contained endless years of desolation. He was bare-chested, with dark red flame patterns etched all over his skin. Every line of the pattern seemed to flow slowly like living creatures. Su Kuan? Zhao Hongxiu instinctively called out this name. The young man in front of them was actually Su Kuan, who had been missing. A month ago, during the joint college entrance exam for Beastmasters in Qinzhou province, an accident occurred, and the space rift was blocked by the insect queen. At that time, Zhao Hongxiu had been one of the rescuers. Moreover, because of Lian Yining and Zheng Cheng, she had met Su Kuan once. And since Lian Yining had been detained this time, it was completely because of Su Kuan, so she had already remembered what Su Kuan looked like. She never expected to meet him again under such circumstances. However, his temperament, eyes, and aura were completely different from the slightly plump boy that Zhao Hongxiu remembered. At this moment, he had a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. A suffocating pressure surrounded him, as if he were a fiery king from ancient times. Su Kuan? The young man chuckled softly, with a hint of mockery in his voice. That was the original name of this body. However, ever since I reincarnated, this body belongs to me. He slowly raised his hand, and a ball of pitch-black fire ignited in his palm, with countless tiny runes faintly flowing within the flames. From this moment on, I shall be the king of heaven and earth, ranking as the 4th king of the Nirvana sect. 4th king? Bai Ziyu's expression changed drastically, his voice almost squeezed out between clenched teeth. The Nirvana sect originally had only 3 legendary realm powerhouses, Burning Heaven, Will Turner, and Silent Death, each one a terrifying existence capable of shaking the world.
And now, a 4th king had appeared?
Morong Shue's gaze also became extremely serious, her ice-blue pupils narrowing with a flash of cold light.
This person has just reincarnated, and his strength hasn't fully recovered to its peak. We 3 will join forces to hold him off with our strongest moves. As long as we hold for 5 minutes, the elders or offerings in the sect will arrive.
At this moment, Bai Ziyu and Zhao Hongxiu heard a faint voice in their ears. Out of the corner of their eyes, they saw Morong Shue did not speak, clearly communicating via a secret message. Bai Ziyu and Zhao Hongxiu exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously.
Attack!
Without hesitation, Bai Ziyu pressed his right hand forcefully onto the Silver Moon Wolf King's forehead, a drop of fresh blood oozing from his fingertip, merging into the moon pattern on the Wolf King's forehead. Using blood as a guide, Moonlight True Form activate.
Awah! The Silver Moon Wolf King let out a howl to the heavens, its body suddenly expanding. Its fur turned into flowing silver flames, and its claws extended into sharp moonlight blades half an inch long. Its aura surged violently. Moonlight Heavenly Wolf Strike.
The Silver Moon Wolf King's figure blurred, turning into a streak of silver light, charging straight at the King of Heaven and Earth. The King of Heaven and Earth smiled slightly, not even attempting to dodge. He tilted his head and said, "Don't act, let this king get familiar with this body first."
"Yes, Your Majesty."
Facing the incoming attackers, the King of Heaven and Earth showed no sign of retreating.
He simply raised a single finger. Fire Realm Flame Barrier. Boom!
A blazing firewall appeared out of thin air. The Silver Moon Wolf King's claws struck the wall fiercely, but only sparks were stirred up. The King of Heaven and Earth shook his head, his tone tinged with disappointment, a transcendent beast, still too weak after all. He flicked his finger, and the firewall suddenly exploded. The violent shockwave of flames sent the Silver Moon Wolf King flying. Bai Ziyu grunted, a trace of blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes remained sharp as he quickly formed hand seals.
Moonlight Formation 1000 Shadow Kill.
In an instant, the Silver Moon Wolf King's figure split into dozens of silver afterimages, attacking the King of Heaven and Earth from all directions. The King of Heaven and Earth raised an eyebrow, as if he had finally become interested.
"Oh. This is a bit interesting."
Meanwhile, Zhao Hongxiu had already closed in, followed closely by the Dragonblood Warrior Princess, both fists ablaze with blazing white dragon flames.
Dragonblood Burning Heaven Fist.
With one punch, the scorching dragon flame transformed into a roaring fire dragon, charging straight at the King of Heaven and Earth. The King of Heaven and Earth chuckled softly, casually waving his right hand.
Fire Realm Devour Flames.
A strange scene unfolded as the dragon flame, capable of burning through steel, was directly devoured by the black flames in his palm. Zhao Hongxiu's pupils contracted sharply, but her assault didn't stop for a moment. The Dragonblood Warrior Princess immediately closed in, her fists pounding out like a torrential storm.
Bang, 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 bang.
The King of Heaven and Earth placed one hand behind his back, effortlessly blocking all the attacks with just one hand.
He even had the energy to critique. Dragonblood Warrior Princess?
Not bad, but unfortunately your realm is too low to bring out its true power. Suddenly, he grabbed with his other hand, and directly seized the Dragonblood Warrior Princess's wrist.
Fire Realm Burning Pulse. Sizzle.
The black flames spread up the Dragonblood Warrior Princess's arm, immediately invading her meridians.
Roar.
The Dragonblood Warrior Princess let out a painful scream, and all the dragon flames in her body were forcibly suppressed. Zhao Hongxiu's face changed drastically. She suddenly bit the tip of her tongue, and a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed onto her palm as she quickly formed a seal.
Dragon Blood Reverse Scales Explosion. Boom.
The dragon blood power within the Dragon Blood Warrior instantly went berserk, forcibly shaking off the restraints of the Qian Kuan Law King. But even so, her right arm had been burned black, and it couldn't recover in a short time.
Just as Bai Ziyu and Zhao Hongxiu were being suppressed, Morong Shue finally made her move.
She gently raised her hand, and a crystal ice lotus appeared in her palm, her voice cold as snow. Extreme cold ice seal for 1,000 miles.
Crack.
Centered on her, terrifying cold air exploded instantly, and the ground, walls, and even the air of the entire factory all turned to ice. The flames beneath the Qian Kuan Law King's feet suddenly extinguished, and his movements slightly stalled.
Morong Shue didn't pause for a moment.
She quickly formed a seal with both hands, and her silver-white long hair moved on its own, surrounded by bone-chilling cold currents.
Ice Phoenix, descend.
Screech. A clear phoenix cry echoed through the night sky, and a phoenix, crystal clear like ice, flew out from the void. The moment its wings spread, the snowstorm in the sky increased tenfold.
Half-step epic realm spirit beast? And it's a pureblood phoenix, what a pity.
The Qian Kuan Law King finally showed a look of surprise, followed by a flash of greed.
If it was a fire element phoenix, he would definitely snatch it. But unfortunately,
Morong Shui didn't respond, only coldly raising her hand, pointing towards the Qian Kuan Law King.
Extreme cold eternal frozen prison. Boom!
The ice phoenix flapped its wings, and countless ice spikes shot toward the Qian Kuan Law King like a violent storm, each spike containing an extreme cold power that could freeze the soul. The Qian Kuan Law King finally withdrew his relaxed expression, quickly forming a seal with his hands, and black flames ignited around him.
Fire world silence flame of extinction. Boom!
The black flames collided with the cold ice, and the entire factory was instantly engulfed by a violent energy storm. Bai Ziyu and Zhao Hongxiu didn't waste the opportunity created by Morong Shui, immediately adjusting their states and attacking the Qian Kuan Law King again.
Silver Moon Moonlight True Body Absolute Kill.
The figure of the Silver Moon Wolf King suddenly disappeared, and in the next moment, it appeared behind the Qian Kuan Law King, its claws slashing fiercely towards his back. The Qian Kuan Law King snorted coldly, his figure slightly swaying, and at the critical moment, he avoided the strike, swinging his hand back to strike the Silver Moon Wolf King.
Bang!
The Silver Moon Wolf King was knocked away by a slap, but Bai Ziyu's lips curled into a cold smile.
Moonlight Shadow Bind.
In an instant, the shadow of the Qian Kuan Law King twisted, transforming into dozens of silver chains that tightly bound him.
The
Qian Kuan Law King frowned, clearly not expecting this move. Zhao Hongxiu seized the opportunity, and the Dragon Blood Warrior exploded once again.
Dragon Blood Reverse Scales Heaven Burning Strike.
Although the right arm of the Dragon Blood Warrior was burnt black, her left fist ignited with an unprecedented blazing white dragon flame, smashing toward the Qian Kuan Law King's chest.
Boom! This punch landed solidly.
The Qian Kuan Law King's body was knocked back several steps, and a crack even appeared in his chest.
You are seeking death.
His gaze finally turned cold, and his aura suddenly skyrocketed.
Fire World Heaven Burning. Boom! The pitch-black flames erupted like a tsunami, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield.
Bai Ziyu and Zhao Hongxiu both spat blood and flew backward.
The Silver Moon Wolf King and the Dragon Blood Warrior were also scorched by the flames, their breaths weak.
Only Morong Shui's Ice Phoenix was barely holding on, but even its feathers were scorched.
Is the time not yet?
Bai Ziyu gritted his teeth, looking at the sky. The Qian Kuan Law King slowly raised his hand, and the pitch-black flames gathered in his palm, forming a long sword.
The game is about to end.
Zheng Cheng's figure moved quickly through the darkness, his step silent, like a ghost. He had just dealt with the 4 Nirvana sect believers and was preparing to return to the factory to support Zhao Hongxiu and the others, but before he got close, he was struck by a terrifying pressure that made it hard for him to breathe.
This is the oppressive feeling of the epic realm? His pupils shrank.
He swiftly climbed up to the top of a broken factory roof, using the moonlight to look down over the battlefield. He saw that in the center of the factory, 3 figures were fiercely fighting with one young boy.
And that young boy was clearly Su Kuan?
Zheng Cheng's heart suddenly jumped hard, he almost could not believe his own eyes.
Why would he be here? And how could he possibly suppress Zhao Hongxiu and the others?
Zhao Hongxiu, Bai Ziyu, Morong Shui, the 3 of them were all captain-level figures of the Super Bureau, their strength at least at the peak of the Transcendent Realm, and Morong Shui was even half-step into Epic. But at this moment, the 3 of them joining hands were actually being suppressed by Su Kuan alone.
Not right.
Zheng Cheng's eyes turned cold and sharp, staring fixedly at Su Kuan in the center of the battlefield. Although the face was the same, the aura, the eyes, the fighting style, were completely different. Especially the 3 strange fire attribute spirit beasts circling around Su Kuan, they were not spirit beasts Su Kuan had contracted at all. The real Su Kuan was only a high school student who had just awakened the beast taming talent, his spirit beast only a 4-star 7-colored pheasant. How could he possibly have such terrifying strength?
Reincarnated Holy Child.
In Zheng Cheng's mind, the information he had forced out of a Nirvana cult believer suddenly flashed past. The high level of the Nirvana cult can use a reincarnation ritual to occupy the body of a young beast tamer and be reborn.
So, the current Su Kuan is not himself at all, but some strong figure of the Nirvana cult?
Thinking of this, Zheng Cheng's fist suddenly clenched tight, his nails deeply sinking into his palm.
This group of lunatics.
He stared fixedly at the battlefield, anger rolling wildly in his heart. Su Kuan was his close buddy, the 2 of them grew up together since childhood, their relationship very good. Even though he had transmigrated here, because of the obsession of the original body, he still treasured Su Kuan, this friend.
Now, Su Kuan's body was actually occupied by people of the Nirvana cult, turned into some Dharma king of Qian Kuan? I must find a way to save him.
Zheng Cheng took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. According to the information I forced out, the so-called reincarnated holy child ritual of the Nirvana cult is somewhat similar to body seizing in immortal hero novels of my previous life. But the difference is that the Nirvana cult's reincarnation ritual has extremely strict requirements for the choice of the reincarnated holy child. Birth date, bloodline, grade level, even gender, spirit beast attribute and so on, all have different demands, only then can it ensure that the strong one reborn can quickly control the body and even recover strength. If the reincarnation ritual has already been completed, then Sukuan's soul may have already been completely erased, but now. His gaze swept over the battlefield, suddenly noticing one detail. Behind Sukuan, there was faintly a weak red line, like a thin thread, winding and stretching toward the altar deep inside the factory. That is. Zheng Cheng's eyes turned sharp, immediately thinking of something. The reincarnation ritual has not been completely finished. The Nirvana cult, in order to block Zhao Hongxiu and the others, forcibly pushed the ritual, causing the reincarnation to be carried out in haste. Now Sukuan still needs the energy support of the altar. As long as the altar is destroyed, maybe the reincarnation can be interrupted, letting Sukuan recover. The moment this thought appeared, Zheng Cheng's breathing became several degrees faster. He looked again at the battlefield. Although Zhao Hongxiu and the other two were suppressed, they were still desperately dragging time, clearly waiting for reinforcements. They hold back Sukuan. I will go destroy the altar. Zheng Cheng did not hesitate at all. His figure flashed, using the cover of darkness and ruins, quickly sneaking toward the deep part of the factory. Deep inside the factory, around the altar, 3 red-robed priests stood quietly at the 3 corners of the altar, both hands forming seals, maintaining the final energy transmission of the reincarnation ritual. Dark red flame patterns lingered around their bodies, echoing from afar with the runes on the altar, forming a stable energy circuit. One of the priests slightly raised his head, the gaze under the hood sweeping toward the distant fierce battlefield, his voice hoarse as he said, "The strength of the Dharma King of Qianquan is even stronger than expected." Another priest let out a low laugh. After all, he is a strong one personally recruited by the cult master. It is said that in his lifetime, he single-handedly suppressed 3 epic-level warriors, and if not for his life nearing its end, he would not have chosen reincarnation. The third priest, however, spoke in a deep voice, but his reincarnation ceremony has not been fully completed. If we force him to act now, will it affect his foundation? It's fine. The first priest shook his head. The body of the reincarnated holy child is highly compatible with his soul. Coupled with the fire spirit essence blood we prepared in advance, it is enough to support him to exert 70% of his power. He paused for a moment, his tone carrying a hint of reverence. Even so, it's more than enough to suppress the 3 transcendent warriors. The 3 priests fell silent for a moment, and then the battlefield trembled again as intense energy waves surged. The dark fire clashed with the icy winds of the snow phoenix, shaking the entire factory. There's not much time left. Another priest suddenly spoke. This is the outskirts of the Imperial City. Reinforcements from the Transcendent Bureau may arrive at any time. We didn't expect the Transcendent Bureau's nose to be so sharp, to have found our hiding place so quickly. The third priest sneered. No need to worry, our people inside the Transcendent Bureau have already acted. At least they can delay them for 10 minutes. 10 minutes should be enough for King Qianquan to absorb all the fire spirit essence blood and then complete the reincarnation. Not enough. The first priest shook his head. The leader said that this operation must be flawless. King Qianquan's reincarnation is crucial to our sect's grand plan, it cannot fail. Then what do we do? The first priest pondered for a moment, then suddenly took out a crimson jade talisman from his chest and said softly, "Activate the backup plan." The other 2 priests' pupils shrank as they saw this. The city burned talisman? Are you going to destroy this place? Just create some chaos. The first priest said coldly, there are still our people around the Imperial City. If we detonate a few more strongholds, the Transcendent Bureau will be overwhelmed. As long as we can draw the Transcendent Bureau's people elsewhere, King Qianquan's reincarnation ceremony will definitely finish. He finished speaking, a flame igniting at his fingertip, setting the jade talisman alight. The jade talisman transformed into a beam of fire, shooting up into the sky and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Now, we just need to hold on for 5 more minutes. The first priest withdrew his gaze. Once King Qianquan deals with those 3, we'll retreat immediately. Boom! A distant explosion sounded again, and the dark flames swept through the air. The silver moon wolf king's figure could be seen being sent flying violently. Seems like it's almost done. However, just as his words fell, the third priest suddenly turned, sweeping his sleeve. A wall of fire suddenly rose, illuminating the shadow beside the altar. Who goes there? Under the firelight, Zheng Cheng's figure slowly emerged from the darkness. The 3 red-robed priests all fixed their gazes on him. When they saw that the newcomer was just a young boy, their tense nerves slightly relaxed, and a look of disdain appeared in their eyes. From the Transcendent Bureau? The leading priest sneered, you sent just a little brat like you to die? Since when has the Transcendent Bureau fallen so low? Another priest glanced at the 4 elite alien beasts behind Zheng Cheng and sneered, for golden-level spirit beasts? Potential is good, but unfortunately, not even enough to be a snack for us. The third priest said nothing, but his aura was rapidly rising, clearly preparing to act. Zheng Cheng didn't respond, only coldly staring at the 3 of them. His gaze passed over them and landed on the dark red altar behind them. Su Kuan's body was connected to the altar by a blood-red energy thread, clearly indicating that the reincarnation ceremony was not yet complete. And these three people had been guarding the altar for what? To protect this altar, of course. Looking at the tense three, Zheng Cheng's confidence, which was originally only 50%, now clearly rose to 90%. Destroy the altar, and Su Kuan would awaken. Kid, are you mute? The leading priest squinted his eyes. State your name. My Nirvana sect does not kill nameless people. Zheng Cheng finally spoke, his voice terrifyingly calm. You, give me back Su Kuan. The three priests froze simultaneously, then burst into loud laughter. So it's for that reincarnated saint child. The leading priest laughed so hard he almost fell over. What a pity, that body now belongs to King Qiankuan. But don't worry, when Lord King Qiankuan gets bored, we'll send the remains of that body to you. Boom! Before his words could even finish, the ground beneath Zheng Cheng cracked open suddenly. He swiftly raised his hand, and the gate to the spirit beast space behind him exploded open with a deafening roar. He had no intention of wasting time talking to these three. Everything he had done was just to divert their attention. Moreover, these three were obviously stalling for time, and he would never give them that chance. Roar! Hundreds of octopus-shaped creatures swarmed out like a tidal wave, their shells glowing with a cold metallic sheen under the firelight, sharp claws tearing through the air, emitting piercing shrieks. What? How is this possible? What kind of thing is this? The three priests' smiles instantly froze, their expressions and gazes filled with shock. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of wolf spider creatures flanked them from both sides, their backbone spikes flashing with cold light, 8 legs moving quickly across the ground, making a chilling clack sound. Even more terrifying, a dozen skycleaver creatures flapped their wings and flew up. Their wingspan exceeded 3 meters, and their tail blades, like the scythe of death, carved deadly arcs under the moonlight. Spirit beast army? The leading priest's voice changed tone. How is this possible? How could a mere golden realm beast tamer cultivate so many spirit beasts? The third priest's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. Kill him. This man must be an important heir from some big family. We cannot let him leave alive. Attack. Protect the altar. Find his contract spirit beast, kill it. The three priests simultaneously formed hand signs, summoning their own spirit beast armies. Behind the leading priest, more than 20 crimson flame hounds appeared, their bodies as large as cattle, burning with blazing fire. The leader was a crimson flamehound over a human's height, its body ablaze with intense flames, clearly the leader of the pack. The second priest summoned 15 lava pangolins, their scales shimmering with a metallic sheen, able to move freely through magma. The leader was a large pangolin, 2 meters tall and about 5 meters long, its body covered in red scales. Its blood-red eyes instinctively shrank upon seeing the hundreds of enemies in front. The third priest's spirit beast army consisted of 12 fire feather vultures, circling in the air, their feathers like burning arrows. The leader of the fire feather vultures flapped its massive fiery wings, each flap sending waves of high-temperature flames around it. Kill them all. The leading priest barked harshly, his expression extremely severe. Roar. The crimson flame hound king led the charge, its magma-like claws swiping towards the nearest octopus creature. Put. That octopus creature was instantly crushed, acidic blood splattering, corroding the ground into deep pits. However, more octopus creatures were already pouncing. They fought fearlessly, their sharp claws crazily tearing at the crimson flame hound king's molten armor, while acidic blood continuously eroded its defenses. Hiss. The crimson flame hound king howled in pain, flames surging around its body, instantly turning 5 octopus creatures into charred remains. But the next moment, 10 wolf spider creatures launched a side ambush, their bone spikes piercing deeply into its joints. Boom! The lava pangolin king swung its thick tail, knocking more than 10 creatures flying. Its scales were incredibly hard, with ordinary creatures' claws only leaving shallow white marks on it. However, the skycleaver creatures had already locked onto it. Whoosh! One skycleaver creature dove down, its tail blade precisely piercing the lava pangolin king's eye socket. Roar! The lava pangolin king rolled in agony, its thick tail wildly slamming around, turning the surrounding factory ruins into rubble. The fire feather vulture king continuously spewed fireballs from the sky, each strike obliterating a mutant creature into pieces. But the wolf spider mutant's bone spurs shot toward the sky like anti-aircraft artillery, forcing it to constantly dodge. On the ground, the red flamehound pack was entangled in a brutal fight with the octopus mutants. The red flamehound's fiery breath could instantly melt steel, but the octopus mutants were terrifyingly agile, using the ruins as cover to launch surprise attacks from every angle. One red flamehound had just unleashed its flame breath when 3 octopus mutants pounced on it, their acidic blood corroding its throat. The lava pangolins charged through the battlefield, relying on their tough scales. They curled into balls, rolling like flaming meteors, crushing mutants beneath them. However, the wolf spider mutants' bone spurs could penetrate their defenses, each precise strike claiming the life of one pangolin. The battle in the sky was just as fierce. The fire feather vultures dove repeatedly, their burning feathers raining down like arrows. But the sky-rending mutants' flying skills were even more refined. They performed impossible aerial maneuvers, and with every sweep of their tail blades, they felled a vulture. Damn! The lead priest's face was ashen. What kind of spiritual beasts are these? A normal Golden Realm spiritual beast group could never compare to the fire element beasts we've carefully bred. But these strange black creatures not only had terrifying combat instincts, they were completely fearless of death. Even when facing 3 transcendent fire element spiritual beasts, they were fearless, even sacrificing their lives to create opportunities for their kin to attack. What's more terrifying is their numbers seem endless. Whenever one mutant falls, Zheng Cheng releases more from his spiritual beast space. We can't delay any longer. The second priest gritted his teeth. Kill that kid directly. The 3 priests simultaneously formed seals, and 3 transcendent realm spiritual beasts exploded with power. The red flame hound king's flames surged, turning into a fiery meteor hurtling toward Zheng Cheng. The lava pangolin king opened its blood-red mouth, spewing a torrent of lava. The fire feather vulture king flapped its wings, sending countless burning feathers, like missiles, locking onto Zheng Cheng. Faced with these deadly triple attacks, Zheng Cheng stood motionless in place. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Hiss. Chapter 105, A Life or Death Strategy. At the center of the factory, black flames and a snowstorm violently collided, and the violent energy shockwaves continued to explode, crushing the building debris within a radius of hundreds of meters. The Qianquan Law King, or, more accurately, the Nirvana sect expert possessing Su Kuan's body, was suppressing Morong Shui, Zhao Hongxiu, and Bai Ziyu with his alone power. His movements appeared casual, but he always accurately neutralized every combined strike from the 3, even finding time to offer some comments. The extreme cold power of the Ice Phoenix is indeed impressive, but unfortunately, you're still not at the epic realm. Otherwise, you might have caused me some trouble. He waved his hand, and the black flames transformed into a giant palm, forcibly dispersing the ice spear storm Morong Shui had conjured. Morong Shui gritted her silver teeth as the Ice Phoenix circled above her, its wings continuously releasing biting cold currents, but every attack was devoured by the strange black fire. Stop talking nonsense! Zhao Hongxiu shouted fiercely, her dragon blood war maiden body drenched in blood, but she still charged fearlessly. Her right arm had been scorched black by the black flames, but her left fist was still gathering blazing dragon fire, smashing fiercely toward the Qianquan Law King's chest. Bang! The Qianquan Law King caught the punch with one hand, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Courageous, but your strength, His gaze suddenly sharpened, and he turned to look deep inside the factory. There, an unfamiliar spiritual beast fluctuation was erupting wildly. This is... Bai Ziyu also noticed the abnormality, and the Silver Moon Wolf King seized the opportunity to break away from the battle, leaping to a higher point to look out. When he saw the scene in the distance, his pupils suddenly contracted. Hundreds of vicious-looking black spiritual beasts surged toward the altar like a tide, engaging in battle with the spiritual beast pack of the 3 Nirvana sect priests. Zheng Cheng? Zhao Hongxiu also noticed this scene, a trace of shock flashing in her eyes. How did he end up there? Damn it, wasn't he supposed to be on guard at the outskirts? Where's Guofeng? Although the number of his alien beasts is large, they are no match for the beasts of the extraordinary realm. Damn! Bai Ziyu couldn't help but curse. How come Zhang brother has so many spiritual beasts? Most of them are at the Gold Realm, but the number is still too outrageous. Morong Shui's gaze flickered slightly, and the Ice Phoenix's attack slowed down a bit. Alien beasts, is this the newcomer you guys were talking about? That's right. Zhao Hongxiu quickly reacted, a spark of hope igniting in her eyes. Why is he here? Looking at Zheng Cheng and his alien army constantly pushing forward, Zhao Hongxiu suddenly had a flash of insight, exclaiming, I know. He wants to destroy the altar. The 3 of them exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other's intent, and they all looked toward King Qianquan. Ha ha ha. King Qianquan suddenly burst into laughter. A mere Gold Realm ant, dare to disrupt this king's reincarnation ritual? He shook his head contemptuously. The altar is guarded by 3 extraordinary realm priests. Killing him is like slaughtering a dog. Is that so? Morong Shui said coldly. Then why are you suddenly nervous? King Qianquan's expression stiffened slightly, and he glared at Morong Shui fiercely. Because you feel it too, right? Bai Ziyu grinned, the moon pattern on the Silver Moon Wolf King's forehead suddenly glowing. That kid is not just an ordinary Gold Realm. He might really break through the blockade of your 3 subordinates and destroy the altar. Then you, ha ha ha. Damn it. Enough talk. Zhao Hongxiu shouted loudly. The Dragon Blood Warrior Princess suddenly erupted, with dragon flames burning wildly around her, even at the cost of draining her life force. Hold him off. Buy Zheng Cheng some time. Don't let Su Kuan get through.
Dragon blood reverse scales burn the sky. Boom! The blazing white dragon flames turned into a pillar of light that soared into the sky, with Zhao Hongxiu herself as the catalyst, pouring all her strength into the strike. King Qianquan's face changed slightly, and he had no choice but to respond with all his might. He formed hand seals, and pitch-black flames swirled in front of him. Fire realm swallow the sky. Extreme cold eternal frozen prison. Morong Shui also erupted at the same time. The ice phoenix cried out long and loud, its wings spread to the extreme, and a terrifying cold current instantly froze the ground within 100 meters. Bai Ziyu remained silent, but the silver moon wolf king's figure had already disappeared into the moonlight. In the next moment, dozens of silver claws slashed toward King Qianquan from all directions. Looking for death. King Qianquan finally lost his temper, black fire surging around his body. Do you really think that with just the three of you in the extraordinary realm, you can stop me? Even if I'm not in the epic realm right now, I can still kill all of you. Fire realm burn the sky and destroy the earth. Boom! Four terrifying energies collided, and the ground of the entire factory began to collapse. Puff! Zhao Hongxiu spurted out a mouthful of blood, half of the dragon blood warrior princess's body already eroded by the black flames, but she still firmly stood in front of King Qianquan. Hongxiu! Bai Ziyu's eyes were filled with rage, the silver moon wolf king charging toward King Qianquan without regard for his life. Even though his fur was scorched by the black flames, he did not retreat a single step. The ice phoenix of Morong Shui was also covered in injuries, but she remained calm, still looking for an opportunity. Every time King Qianquan tried to retreat toward the altar, an ice wall or cold current would precisely block his path. You really think you can stop me? King Qianquan's eyes turned completely cold. I was still planning to play with you, but now. His hand slowly rose, and the black flames gathered in his palms to form a long sword, fire realm blade of annihilation. Be careful! Morong Shui warned sharply. This strike cannot be received head-on. However, Zhao Hongxiu smiled. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and the dragon blood warrior staggered as she straightened her body, who said, "We have to take it." What? In the next moment, all three of them changed their moves at the same time. Zhao Hongxiu's dragon blood warrior suddenly pounced to the left side of the king of heaven and earth, disregarding her own safety completely. White Ziyu's silver moon wolf king launched a surprise attack from the right, the moonlight blade aiming straight at the throat. And Morong Shui's ice phoenix descended from the sky, with its icy crystal wings slashing down like sharp blades. This was not defense, but a style of trading life for life. The king of heaven and earth finally changed his expression, and he had to retract the blade of annihilation, switching to defend against these three deadly attacks. Madman! You are all madmen! He roared, the black fire surging wildly. Is it worth it, for a mere golden realm brat? Worth it! Zhao Hongxiu's voice was light, but her eyes were as firm as iron. Flashes of Zheng Cheng's performance during the college entrance examination appeared in her mind, flashes of him risking his life to save Lian Yining, flashes of his smile when he called her Hongxiu Jie. And her father Zhao Qiqing's regard for him. He even went so far as to personally find her, asking her to look after this little brother well. Because he is my. The dragon blood warrior's fist once again ignited with dragon flame, throwing itself down without hesitation. Friend! Boom! Chapter 106, Reincarnation Saint Child Ceremony, interrupted. Hiss! A piercing screech tore through the night sky. Just as the three powerful spirit beasts' deadly attacks were about to land on Zheng Cheng, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook violently. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by two deafening explosions, two massive black shadows broke through the earth, like two moving black fortresses standing in front of Zheng Cheng. Amidst the dust, two creatures far larger than ordinary alien creatures revealed their terrifying true forms. What the hell are these things? The three red-robed priests simultaneously sucked in a cold breath. What appeared in front of them were two giant black alien creatures. Each one was at least 5 meters tall, with 8 sharp limbs like giant scythes made of fine steel, gleaming with a chilling light under the moonlight. The shells on their backs were raised, covered with strange red markings, and the bone spurs extending from their heads shimmered with a metallic glow, exuding an overwhelming supernatural pressure. Diamond Realm? The leading priest's voice changed tone. How could this kid raise Diamond Realm spirit beasts? Impossible. This kid's aura is only at the Golden Realm. His contracted spirit beasts can only be at the peak of the Golden Realm. How could he possibly have a Diamond Realm group? So what if it's a Diamond Realm spirit beast? Kill them. You see, in this world, the strength of a beast master is judged by the level of their contracted spirit beasts. Whatever the strength of the contracted spirit beast is, that's the strength of the beast master. Of course, this method of determining strength has major flaws, because it doesn't take into account the strength of the group. For example, Zheng Cheng. His aura may be Golden Realm, but the alien's nature inherently means it cannot be defined by normal logic. For example, these two Diamond Realm dream-weaving aliens. These were the two dream-weaving aliens Zheng Cheng had hatched from his small world.
They were originally the personal guards of the dream-weaving Spider Queen. After being parasitized by the aliens, they not only retained some abilities from the dream-weaving Spider Queen's guards but also fused with the aliens' killing instincts, reaching the Diamond Realm. Although this Diamond Realm was only the most basic Diamond Realm, they were still capable of blocking the 3 superlative realm spirit beasts of the red-robed priests for a while. Especially with the assistance of numerous wolf spider aliens and sky-rending aliens around. Roar! The Crimson Flame Dog King's fiery shockwave arrived first, with scorching fire pillars erupting like lava. The dream-weaving alien on the left did not dodge, its thick shell suddenly opening. The small holes underneath appeared densely packed. Hiss! Countless thick acidic liquids sprayed out from the holes, and the moment they collided with the flames, a harsh, corrosive sound exploded. The acidic liquid and flames intertwined in the air, and unbelievably, they forcefully neutralized the fire from the Crimson Flame Canine King. On the right side, the Dreamweaver alien faced the charge of the Lava Pandalin King. This enormous extraordinary spiritual beast curled into a ball, its body covered in scorching magma, crushing forward like a burning meteor. Bang! In the deafening crash, the Dreamweaver alien's front limbs collided fiercely with the Lava Pandalin King's. Amazingly, the Dreamweaver alien didn't retreat even a single step, its front limb's bone blade deeply embedding into the Pandalin King's armored scales, dark purple acidic blood rushing out, corroding wildly along the wound. Aoo! The Lava Pandalin King let out a painful roar, the magma on its body churning violently, trying to burn its opponent. The Dreamweaver alien screamed in agony, immediately suffering heavy injuries. But even so, it still fought to the death, firmly guarding in front of Zheng Cheng. Impossible. The second priest's face turned pale with rage. The Lava Pandalin King's charge could even break down city walls, how could this spiritual beast take it head-on? The third priest couldn't be bothered with the surprise, shouting harshly, "Firefeather Vulture King, don't care about those two, kill the Beastmaster directly." As long as the Beastmaster is killed, these spiritual beasts will go berserk and become wild magical beasts. Only by killing the Beastmaster can the current dilemma be solved. Caw! The Firefeather Vulture King, hovering in the sky, let out a sharp screech, its wings suddenly stretching to their limits. Every feather ignited with blazing white flames, and as it flapped its wings, countless burning feathers rained down like a storm. Boom boom boom. The dense explosions kept coming, and the area where Zheng Cheng stood was immediately engulfed in a sea of flames. The ground was blasted into a deep, black pit over 10 meters in diameter, and the hot shockwave sent the surrounding ruins flying. Ha ha ha. The leading priest laughed maniacally. A mere golden realm, hit head-on by an extraordinary realm spiritual beast, certain death. He's done for. Once he's dead, these strange spiritual beasts won't pose any threat. Finally, we've secured the altar. I never thought we'd be forced to this point by a kid from the Golden Realm. Their laughter suddenly stopped, their eyes widening. Because, to their shock, the alien army's assault not only hadn't weakened, but had become even more frantic. The octopus aliens and wolf spider aliens disregarded their own casualties and charged towards the 3 priests' spiritual beasts with even greater ferocity. What's happening? The priests stepped back in astonishment. The Beastmaster's death should have made the spiritual beasts lose control. One of them suddenly turned pale, swiftly turning to look at the firestorm. No. He's still alive. Out of the scorching flames, a figure slowly walked out. Zheng Cheng was enveloped in a faint black glow, the flames burning around him, but not a single flame could touch him. His battlesuit had been mostly burned away, revealing skin that gleamed with a metallic sheen, a trait from the alien queen, granting him an incredibly strong resistance to flames. Flame immunity? The leading priest exclaimed in disbelief. No. Another priest's face turned ashen. An immortal body. He assimilated the Beastmaster's contracted beast abilities? The third priest's eyes flashed with horror. Could it be life sharing? No, no way. Life sharing is said to be the Beastmaster's strongest talent. As long as the beasts under the Beastmaster's command are alive, the Beastmaster cannot die. How is this possible? Zheng Cheng didn't answer. He simply raised his hand lightly and pointed behind the 3 priests. Boom! A deafening, earth-shattering explosion came from the altar direction, shaking the entire factory. The 3 priests turned in terror, only to see a giant dirt mound suddenly rise from the ground beside the altar. Suddenly, with a deafening roar, the ground erupted. A colossal creature burst from the earth, a gigantic alien creature, as large as a small hill. The Earthshaker alien. This special alien's forelimbs had evolved into massive shovel-like structures, its back covered with thick armor comparable to city walls, and 3 sharp drill-like horns extended from its head. It ambushed from underground, its enormous body crashing into the altar with unmatched force. Before the battle had even begun, Zheng Cheng had already made his arrangements. The octopus alien, wolf spider alien, sky-splitting alien charging forward, and even the dream-weaving alien summoned later, were all distractions. The final trump card was, in fact, the Earthshaker alien, which had the ability to burrow underground. As long as the three red-robed priests were led away from the altar, it would be the Earthshaker alien's battlefield. Crack! Crack! The dark red crystal altar was immediately covered in web-like cracks, and the energy threads connected to Su Kuan's body trembled violently, emitting an ear-piercing cracking sound. No! The three priests simultaneously let out desperate shrieks. Boom! With a sharp sound, the altar completely collapsed. The dark red energy scattered, and the reincarnation ritual was forcibly interrupted. Put! The three priests simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood. The backlash from the interrupted reincarnation ritual instantly wounded them severely. The fiery patterns on their bodies quickly dimmed, and their breath plummeted sharply. What made them even more desperate was that, with the destruction of the altar, the fiery thread linking to the Qianquan Law King was also collapsing at a visible speed. The reincarnation ritual for the Holy Child was interrupted. Chapter 107, The Scum of the Nirvana Sect, Tired of Living? Boom! Zhao Hongxiu's body was sent flying like a broken doll, crashing through three walls before barely coming to a stop. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, her right arm twisted at an unnatural angle, and the Dragonblood warrior's armor was covered in web-like cracks. Hongxiu! Bai Ziyu's eyes almost popped out, and the Silver Moon Wolf King turned into a silver light, standing in front of her to take a heavy black flame strike from the Qianquan Law King. Don't worry about me. Zhao Hongxiu struggled to stand, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Hold him off. Zheng Cheng is almost there. The Qianquan Law King sneered, black flames swirling around him. Just you? He raised his hand and three epic fire-based spirit beasts launched their attacks at once. The flame-feather peacock spread its dazzling tail feathers, and countless burning feathers shot like sharp arrows. The crimson flame golden eagle dove down, its wings stirring up scorching firestorms. The burning sky crane let out a long cry and spewed out flames hot enough to melt steel. Moonlight Thousand Shadows Barrier. Bai Ziyu bit her tongue and spat out a mouthful of essence blood onto the Silver Moon Wolf King. The Silver Moon Wolf King instantly split into dozens of afterimages, forming a silver barrier in front of the three. Crack! The barrier lasted only 3 seconds before it shattered violently. Bai Ziyu groaned, blood seeping from her 7 orifices. Morong Shuezai's phoenix spread its wings just in time, the extreme cold clashing with the flames, creating an ear-splitting explosion. Dying struggle. The Qianquan Law King formed seals with both hands, black flames gathering in his palms to form a grotesque long spear. Fire Realm Soul Destroyer Spear. The moment the spear was thrown, the space itself twisted. Zhao Hongxiu's pupils constricted. If this hit, the three of them would surely die. Dragon Blood Reverse Fate. She suddenly shoved the two people beside her aside, and the Dragonblood warrior erupted in its final dragon flame, sacrificing herself as a shield to take the hit. Boom! Blinding white light engulfed the entire battlefield, and almost everyone instinctively squinted. When the light faded, Zhao Hongxiu knelt on one knee. The Dragonblood warrior's armor was shattered, but miraculously, she had blocked the fatal blow. What? For the first time, the Qianquan Law King showed a surprised expression. Cough cough. Zhao Hongxiu struggled to lift her head, her blood-stained lips curling into a cold smile. Didn't expect that, huh? I'm unkillable. Ha 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 ha. She slowly stood up, revealing skin covered in dragon scales beneath the shattered armor. This was the ultimate power of the Dragon Blood Warrior, Dragon Blood Assimilation, temporarily transforming the Beastmaster's body into that of a half-dragon. In this form, the Beastmaster's power would be greatly enhanced. Crazy. Bai Ziyu muttered to herself. Although the secret technique could grant extraordinary power temporarily, the cost was the burning of one's life essence. The expression of King Qianquan darkened, since you insist on seeking death. Suddenly, he sensed something, and quickly turned his head toward the altar. He saw the red thread connecting his body starting to disintegrate at a visible speed, and the spiritual energy within his body was rapidly collapsing. No wonder. No wonder that the soul destruction gun from earlier didn't kill this extraordinary Beastmaster. It turned out that the altar, which sustained his soul energy, had been destroyed. No. Meanwhile, at the altar. Bang! Another lava pangolin was torn in half by the Dreamweaver Xenomorph, while the three red-robed priests stood back to back, surrounded by a dense army of Xenomorphs. Their contracted spiritual beasts, although extraordinary, powerful enough to crush the Golden Realm Xenomorphs, were unfortunately entangled by 2 Dreamweaver Xenomorphs and a large number of Wolf Spider Xenomorphs. They couldn't provide support for now. The Fire Feather Vulture King was circling in the air, unable to descend for a moment. One by one, their spiritual beast group was torn apart by the remaining Xenomorphs. The altar is destroyed, you lost. Zheng Cheng said coldly, slowly approaching. The leader of the priests suddenly burst into wild laughter. You think it's over? Lord Fa Wang will. Screech! At that moment, the massive body of the Fire Feather Vulture King suddenly swooped down. A wave of heat surged, flames swept across, blocking the advancing Xenomorphs. The scorching flames transformed into a fiery rocket and smashed into the earth-shaking mandible Xenomorph, instantly turning its body into a fiery mass, burning fiercely with anguished screams echoing. At the same time, the third red-robed priest leapt into the air, grabbing the feathers of the Fire Feather Vulture King, flipping onto its back, and soaring quickly. Damn it! Vulture! Where are you going? The altar is destroyed, the reincarnation ritual interrupted, King Shenkuan is as good as dead. If we don't leave now, when will we? As soon as the words were spoken, the priest's figure shot into the sky within 100 meters. Even though a few sky-splitting Xenomorphs tried to stop it, they were burned into charred corpses and slammed down to the ground. After all, the Fire Feather Vulture King was still an extraordinary spiritual beast, and ordinary sky-splitting Xenomorphs were no match for it. Damn it! The vulture's gone, we run. How do we run when our spiritual beasts are still trapped? Roar! The two immediately issued orders in their minds, and the Crimson Flamedog King and Lava Pangolin King rushed madly toward them, but were blocked by the surrounding Xenomorphs, fighting to the death. It's over, too many spiritual beasts. Damn it! As long as we're alive, we don't need to worry about anything else. Run! Before the words were even finished, a dark figure descended from the sky with astonishing speed, crashing heavily onto the ground. As the dust settled, the savage face of King Shenkuan appeared. You little bastard! Each word that came from his mouth caused black blood to spill from the corner of his mouth. I will make you wish you were dead. Although the interruption of the reincarnation ritual had greatly reduced his power, the pressure he emitted now still made Zheng Cheng struggle to breathe. What was even more terrifying was that the three epic-level fire element spiritual beasts followed closely behind, surrounding Zheng Cheng completely. It seemed that the soon-to-die King Shenkuan wanted to use his last bit of strength to kill him. Two severely injured Dreamweaver Xenomorphs immediately blocked Zheng Cheng's front, but King Shenkuan only sneered and raised his hand. Burn heaven, flame prison. The scorching black flames instantly devoured the two diamond-grade Xenomorphs. Zheng Cheng watched helplessly as their shells twisted and deformed in the flames, emitting a chilling, shrill scream. Next is you. King Shenkuan slowly raised his hand, black fire gathering in his palm. Don't worry, I won't let you die too quickly. At the critical moment, King Shenkuan's face suddenly changed drastically, and he looked up toward the distance. Whoosh! A golden light streaked across the night sky, precisely shattering the black fire in King Shenkuan's hand. Who is it? In the night sky, a figure stepped through the air. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing golden battle armor, holding an ancient-style longbow. The trash of the Nirvana sect, daring to cause trouble in the imperial capital, are you tired of living? Chapter 108, The Epic of the Extraordinary Bureau. The golden light streaked across the night sky like a rising sun falling, precisely shattering the black fire in King Shenkuan's hand. Who is it? King Shenkuan quickly looked up, only to see a figure standing in mid-air. The person wore golden battle armor and held an ancient longbow, its bowstring wrapped in burning golden flames. What caught the most attention was a strange bird spirit beast standing on his shoulder, its entire body as if cast in gold, and when its wings spread, sparks flew like the legendary sun god bird descending. An 8-star spirit beast, the Golden Crow. Golden Crow bow setting sun arrow. The middle-aged man coldly shouted, and the bowstring vibrated, the second golden arrow arriving instantly. This arrow was faster and fiercer than the last, its shaft wrapped in the intense golden crow fire, distorting the air as if even space was about to be burned through. King Shenkuan's face changed drastically, hurriedly gathering black fire to block it. Fire whirled sky curtain. Boom! The golden arrow collided with the black fire, erupting in a deafening explosion. The violet energy shockwave swept in all directions, completely flattening the already shattered factory. As the dust cleared, King Shenkuan was half kneeling on the ground, his chest blasted open with a blackened hole, dark red energy continuously leaking from within. That was the power of his remaining soul, rapidly draining away. Golden Feather Venerable. King Shenkuan gritted his teeth, recognizing the identity of the newcomer. One of the 7 venerables of the Extraordinary Bureau, Setting Sun Golden Crow Golden Feather. Golden Feather coldly stared at him, the trash of the Nirvana sect, daring to wreak havoc in the imperial capital. Are you tired of living? Facing the barely surviving King Shenkuan, Golden Feather showed no hesitation, immediately using his killing move. He drew his bow again, but this time, not 1 arrow was formed, but 9. Each arrow was wrapped in golden crow fire, targeting the vital points around King Shenkuan. Die! Golden Crow 9 arrows burn heaven and annihilate earth. Whoosh! 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 9 arrows shot out simultaneously, turning into 9 golden shooting stars, whistling towards their target with the force to destroy everything. King Shenkuan knew that in his current state, he could not block this strike. If it were before, when he was at his peak, he could have fought Golden Feather for a while. But now, with his rebirth state and heavy injuries, he could not stop Golden Feather. Flame Feather! Crimson Flame! Burn Heaven! He shouted loudly, stop him. The 3 epic level fire spirit beasts immediately charged forward without hesitation. Flame Feather Peacock spread its magnificent tail feathers, countless burning feathers flying toward the golden arrows like a rain of arrows. Crimson Flame Golden Eagle flapped its wings, creating a raging wave of fire. Burning Heaven Crane let out a long cry, spitting out blazing white flames. Boom! 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 In the constant explosions, the 3 spirit beasts, at the cost of their self-destruction, managed to block 7 of the golden arrows. The remaining 2 arrows, though they pierced through the defense, had their power greatly reduced, and King Qian Kuan barely dodged them. However, this struggle drained his last bit of strength. He collapsed to the ground, the cracks on his body increasing, the backlash from the rebirth ritual completely destroying his body. Golden Feather snorted coldly and walked up. What secret does the Nirvana sect have, to dare perform the rebirth ritual in the outskirts of the imperial capital? Cough, cough, cough. King Qian Kuan's face was pale, and he coughed up thick blood. He looked at Golden Feather's indifferent face, and suddenly a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. I am the new Law King of the Nirvana sect, do you think I will tell you? Jin Yu's eyes flashed with a cold intent, and he said indifferently, in that case, go die. As for your plans, I will naturally know after I flatten the Nirvana sect's main headquarters. He reached out, and another golden arrow appeared. Just as he was about to take the final shot, Zheng Cheng suddenly rushed forward. Senior, please wait. Jin Yu furrowed his brows, looking Zheng Cheng up and down. A person from the Extraordinary Bureau? Who are you, and why haven't I seen you before? Replying to Senior, I just transferred to the Imperial City Extraordinary Bureau, under the command of Lady Zhao Hongxiu. Hongxiu. Jin Yu thought for a moment before quickly nodding. I remember now, the one who swapped a 9-star beast egg for a 1-star beast egg in Qingzhou? Zheng Cheng was speechless. How could even an epic realm expert know about his matters? In the end, he could only helplessly nod, yes. Senior, that's me. Jin Yu's gaze swept over Zheng Cheng and the dozens of strange creatures behind him, and he chuckled. It seems that the 1-star beast egg has many secrets. These spirit beasts of yours were all hatched from that 1-star insect-type beast egg. Parasitic? Or clones? Zheng Cheng's expression stiffened, and he quickly replied, Senior, your insight is like a torch. It was only after I made the exchange that I realized these spirit insects' special traits. You don't need to explain too much to me. Jin Yu said calmly, you obtained that spirit beast, and that is your opportunity, we won't covet it. After all, insect-type spirit beasts inherently have traits like parasitism and swarms. But I still want to remind you of something. Please, Senior, go ahead. If you don't become an epic, you're just an ant. If you don't become an epic, you're just an ant. Zheng Cheng pondered over these words and nodded. Thank you for the senior's advice. By the way, why did you stop me from killing this person? This body. Zheng Cheng took a deep breath. It is my brother Su Kuan's. Please, Senior, show mercy and see if you can save his life. Jin Yu glanced at the dying Qian Kuan Law King and shook his head. Once the reincarnation ritual begins, the original host's soul will be devoured. Your friend, his soul has already scattered. Soul scattered. Zheng Cheng's face changed drastically, and he immediately recalled all the moments he had shared with Su Kuan before. Hearing this, Jin Yu's eyes flashed with surprise. Really? He quickly walked forward, placing one hand on Qian Kuan Law King's forehead, and a beam of golden light entered his brow. Zheng Cheng was overjoyed. So Su Kuan can still be saved? It's difficult. Jin Yu said in a deep voice. Even if the ritual was interrupted, the soul of the Nirvana sect's powerful being has already invaded most of it. To strip it away. Before he could finish, the body of Qian Kuan Law King suddenly began to tremble violently. Surprisingly, the sound that came out was no longer the hoarse, gloomy voice of Qian Kuan Law King, but a weak yet familiar one. Zheng Cheng's body stiffened, and he quickly crouched down. Su Kuan? Is it you? The empty eyes slowly opened, the gaze was unfocused, but a hint of clarity had indeed returned. Where am I? Seeing this, Jin Yu immediately formed a seal and chanted a spell. A golden light shot into Su Kuan's brow. Zheng Cheng grasped Su Kuan's hand, his voice trembling. What exactly happened that day? How did you end up being captured by the Nirvana sect? Su Kuan's pupils slightly focused, as though recalling something terrifying. His lips trembled as he spoke in broken sentences. Both eyes suddenly opened wide, as if they saw something extremely terrible. Su Kuan? Su Kuan! Zheng Cheng hurriedly called out, but Su Kuan had already fainted again. Jin Yu checked for a moment, and said in a low voice, his soul is too weak, and has fallen into sleep again. But if what you said is not wrong, the rebirth ritual indeed did not finish, then your friend still has one thin line of life. Lord Jin Yu. At this time several more voices came, and they saw Morongshue supporting Zhao Hongxiu, the two of them stumbling toward this side.
Chapter 1092 Great Extraordinary Spirit Beast Hosts. Lord Jin Yu.
Morongshue supported Zhao Hongxiu, who was covered in blood, staggering through the battlefield filled with the smell of burning and rot. The ice snow phoenix circling above her head kept scattering shining ice crystals. These ice crystals fell on Zhao Hongxiu's bloody and torn wounds, and immediately froze into a thin layer of ice film, stopping the blood that kept seeping out for the moment. Jin Yu turned around, golden pupils flashing sharp light in the night. He first quickly swept a glance at Morongshue's pale face, then his eyes stopped on the elegant ice snow phoenix behind her. Your spirit beast has the ability to delay injuries, first freeze that young boy, protect his life.
He pointed to Su Kuan, who was unconscious not far away, brows tightly locked. Although the rebirth ritual was interrupted, his soul has already tangled together with the remnant soul of Qian Kuan Dharma King.
He must be sent back to the headquarters as soon as possible. Only Qing Ling offering can handle this kind of situation. Morongshue did not speak more, she only gently raised her right hand. The ice snow phoenix let out a clear long cry, spread its wide wings, pure cold flow poured down like a waterfall, covering Su Kuan's whole body inside. Crack, crack. The sound of ice crystals freezing was especially clear on the silent battlefield. In the blink of an eye, Su Kuan was sealed inside a piece of transparent cold ice.
Through the ice layer, one could faintly see Su Kuan, who was unconscious and sleeping.
Take him back to the headquarters. Jin Yu ordered several extraordinary bureau members who rushed over, his voice leaving no doubt. Watch carefully, there must not be any mistake. Yes. Several extraordinary bureau beast masters immediately stepped forward, carefully lifting the ice coffin. One of them summoned a huge rock armor turtle, placed the ice coffin steadily into a special groove on the turtle's back, then quickly left this battlefield full of wounds and ruin. Jin Yu looked around, sharp eyes sweeping over every trace of battle, his brows frowning tighter and tighter. Where is Bai Ziyu? Seriously injured and unconscious. Morongshue's voice was still calm like water, but if one listened carefully, a trace of tiredness could be found. People have already been arranged to send him for treatment. That boy's injuries this time are quite troublesome. At this time, Zhao Hongxiu had already caught her breath. She pushed away Morongshue's supporting hand, staggered to Jin Yu, and barely made a salute. Jin Yu offering. Jin Yu waved his hand. No need for salute, you are badly hurt, go back first to heal. Zhao Hongxiu grinned, carelessly wiped the blood at the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand. This little injury cannot kill a person. Su Kuan was saved. It seems all this was the ghost play of the Nirvana sect. It can wash away Lien Yining's grievance. She turned her head to look at Zheng Cheng, who was cleaning the battlefield, praise flashing in her eyes, and strongly patted his shoulder. Well done. I said Ninger's way of seeing people would not be wrong. Zheng Cheng helplessly held Zhao Hongxiu, who was about to fall. Sister Hongxiu, you should first take care of your own injuries.
I already said it is a small injury.
Zhao Hongxiu waved her hand, but suddenly coughed violently, another mouthful of blood rushing out from the corner of her mouth. Besides, with Morongshue this moving medical station here, even if I want to die it is hard. Morongshue coldly glanced at her. Next time if you show off strength again, do not expect me to save you.
Enough.
Jin Yu interrupted their talk. It is not safe here, the Nirvana sect may still have ambush. Morongshue, take Zhao Hongxiu back to the headquarters for treatment first.
He then looked at Zheng Cheng. You go back too.
You made great contributions in this operation, and there will be corresponding rewards from the Bureau.
Zheng Cheng nodded but didn't leave immediately.
His gaze swept over the battlefield, which was in complete disarray, and his brows furrowed tightly. Senior, can I clean up the battlefield first? Jin Yu followed his gaze, then nodded knowingly. Did your spirit beast suffer heavy losses? Yes. Zheng Cheng gave a bitter smile. I'm not sure about the exact losses yet, but it should be a lot. After all, they were facing 3 extraordinary Beast Tamers, and even with his more than 200 mutants, they almost wiped out the entire army. Around them, piles of spirit beast corpses were scattered. To describe it as rivers of blood and mountains of bones wouldn't even be an exaggeration. Crimson flame dogs, lava pangolins, and a small number of fire feather vultures. But the largest number of corpses was still the various mutant beasts. The blood that flowed from these mutant beast bodies was accompanied by a highly corrosive liquid, which corroded large patches of the blue stone ground into pits. Even the extraordinary staff members around them walked cautiously, fearing that their shoes or equipment would be corroded by this blood. Jin Yu pondered for a moment. I'll give you 1 hour, after which a special cleanup team will arrive.
I have to leave now.
The Nirvana sect's action was significant, there might be something big about to happen. As soon as his words fell, his figure flickered and vanished into the night sky like a dazzling golden light. After Jin Yu left, Zheng Cheng immediately began to act. He first recalled all the surviving mutants. After inspecting, he shook his head with a bitter smile. Originally, there were more than 200 mutants, but now there were fewer than 50 left, and every one of them was injured. The regular mutants were reduced to 21 octopus mutants, 17 wolf spider mutants, and 6 cracked sky mutants. The earth-shaking mandible mutants and sandblade mutants were completely wiped out, all dead. But fortunately, the elite unit, the Phantom Mutants, and the crack Sky Mutant leaders were still alive. Fortunately, the Thunder Mutants didn't participate in the battle. Zheng Cheng secretly rejoiced. After all, the Thunder Mutants had once been a 9-star Thunder Golden Eagle, with immense potential. He couldn't bear to have them involved in a battle they would surely lose. If he lost them in this battle, it would be an irreplaceable blow. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly sensed something and sharply turned his head toward a pile of mutant beast corpses. This is... He quickly walked over and carefully cleared away the corpse remnants on top, revealing 2 nearly dying extraordinary spirit beasts underneath. The Crimson Flame Dog King and the Lava Pangolin King. Although these 2 spirit beasts were covered in injuries, they were still stubbornly alive. Their breaths were so weak that they were almost undetectable, but they still showed signs of life. Such tenacious vitality. Zheng Cheng couldn't help but sigh, feeling a surge of excitement in his heart. At this moment, Zhao Hongxiu's voice came from behind. According to the rules, these 2 spirit beasts are your spoils, and you have the right to handle them as you wish. Zheng Cheng turned around and saw Zhao Hongxiu standing not far away, watching him. He said speechlessly, "Sister Hongxiu, aren't you going back? Your blood is almost dried up. Get lost, you brat." Zhao Hongxiu cursed. This time, Ninger's grievance has been cleared. "You can relax now." "Thanks, Sister Hongxiu." "Alright, you deal with these spirit beasts, I don't want to see your secrets." Zhao Hongxiu waved her hand and pretended to leave. "By the way, you and Ninger are about to start studying at the Imperial Beast Tamer University. Here's some advice." "What?" "At school, anything worth competing for, you must compete for it." "Compete for it?" Zheng Cheng looked at Zhao Hongxiu's retreating figure, his eyes filled with confusion. But now was not the time to think about this. He immediately summoned 2 Facehugger bugs from the spirit beast space. These basketball-sized parasitic creatures excitedly hissed. Climbing swiftly onto the 2 extraordinary spirit beasts, the sharp tail spikes precisely pierced into their necks. Hiss. The Red Flame Dog King and the Lava Armadillo King struggled weakly for a moment, then quickly fell unconscious. The abdomen of the Facehugger began to swell, and the alien embryo was injected into the host's body. Perfect. Zheng Cheng nodded in satisfaction, putting the 2 parasitized spirit beasts into the spirit beast space. In no time, they would metamorphose into 2 powerful extraordinary alien beasts. From the previous battle and the attitude of the Golden Feather Sacrifice, Zheng Cheng had also guessed something. No matter how many spirit beasts at the ordinary level there are, they are just cannon fodder. Only after reaching the epic level can they become true powerhouses. Then, Zheng Cheng collected all the corpses of the dead aliens. These aliens were still his spirit beasts after all. If someone else got their bodies for research, they might deduce the abilities of his spirit beasts, which would be a significant threat to him. After dealing with the spirit beasts, Zheng Cheng shifted his attention to the 2 dead red-robed priests. As extraordinary beast masters, they must have quite a few valuable items. Sure enough, after a careful search, Zheng Cheng found 2 exquisite space rings. This is a big win. He carefully took off the rings, and after probing with his mental power, he found that there were restrictions on them. However, such restrictions were nothing to him. With the death of the space ring's original owner, these restrictions would gradually dissipate with time. Or, he could have the people from the Extraordinary Bureau help him remove these restrictions. I'll study it slowly when I get back. Zheng Cheng kept the rings and finally looked around the battlefield. Although the battle was brutal and the losses heavy, the gains were equally astonishing. 2 embryos of extraordinary spirit beasts, 2 space rings, and... His gaze turned towards the direction where Su Kuan was being taken away. Most importantly, he had saved his brother's life. It's time to go back. Zheng Cheng took a deep breath and turned, walking towards the direction of the imperial capital. 2 days later, the morning sunlight poured through the curtains onto Zheng Cheng's hospital bed. He moved his shoulder and felt the injuries inside his body that had already healed. The medical team's treatment effects were indeed remarkable. The deep wounds that could be seen to the bone now only had faint scars. Although he possessed the life-sharing talent, allowing him to share life with his spirit beasts, he would still get injured. But because of the life-sharing talent, his injuries were not severe. If it weren't for Zhao Hongxiu's insistence, he wouldn't need to stay in the hospital. A few days of rest would have sufficed for recovery. "Mr. Zhang, your discharge procedures have been completed." A nurse in a white uniform entered the room, handing him a document. "The Golden Feather Sacrifice specifically instructed that after your recovery, you can go visit Miss Lien." Zheng Cheng's eyes lit up as he took the document. "Thank you." With Su Kuan saved, the actions of the Nirvana sect had been discovered, and Lien Yining's injustice had been proven. At this moment, she should have already been released. Walking through the bright corridor of the Extraordinary Bureau's headquarters, Zheng Cheng unconsciously quickened his pace. Turning the last corner, he stopped in his tracks. At the end of the corridor, in the rest area, a familiar figure was standing with her back to him in front of the floor-to-ceiling window.
Ening.
Zheng Cheng softly called out, his voice slightly tense. The graceful figure suddenly turned around, the sunlight dancing in her chestnut-colored hair.
Lian Yining's eyes widened, her lips slightly parted. Zheng Cheng.
She almost flew towards him but stopped abruptly just a step away. The two stood face to face, so close that they could smell each other's breath.
Lian Yining's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. How have you been these days?
Zheng Cheng was the first to break the silence, his gaze sweeping over her slightly thinner face.
Lian Yining lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the edge of her clothes. I'm fine, but you?
She suddenly looked up, her eyes shimmering with tears. Hongxiu Jia told me everything, you almost, to save Su Kuan.
It's all in the past.
Zheng Cheng smiled and shook his head, then, without thinking, reached out to brush away the tear that was about to fall from her eye. This intimate gesture stunned both of them, Lian Yining's face turning as red as a ripe apple in an instant.
Ahem.
Zheng Cheng awkwardly withdrew his hand and changed the subject. Su Kuan's condition has stabilized, but he's still in a coma. And the most important thing is, his soul has been eroded by the Qian Kuan Fa King, and the chances of him waking up are really too small.
But thankfully, he's still alive. As long as he's alive, there's hope.
Lian Yining nodded and led Zheng Cheng to sit on the sofa in the resting area. She skillfully brewed 2 cups of tea, her movements graceful like she was performing an art. Jin Yu Gongfeng came to see me this morning, inviting me to join the Extraordinary Bureau.
Really?
Zheng Cheng said excitedly, that's great, we'll be colleagues from now on. My dad originally wanted me to join the Beastmaster Association after graduation, but after thinking about it, I think the Extraordinary Bureau is better. Lian Yining took a sip of tea, stealing a glance at Zheng Cheng. Also, the Imperial City Beastmaster University is about to start, and we'll be classmates again.
Have you already registered? I'll go tomorrow.
The two chatted for a while, and suddenly, Lian Yining received a call from Lian Yushan. Zheng Cheng, my dad wants to talk to me, I'll leave first.
Alright, see you at school. After saying goodbye to Lian Yining, Zheng Cheng ran into Zhao Hongxiu, who was nibbling on an apple in the hallway.
The bandage around her waist had been removed, but she still unconsciously pressed on her right side when walking.
Hey, did the couple finish talking?
Zhao Hongxiu winked mischievously. Ninger's face was as red as a tomato. You're something else.
Zheng Cheng cleared his throat twice. Hongxiu Jia, can you do me a favor? Those 2 space rings? I knew you were thinking about that.
Zhao Hongxiu finished the apple in a few bites, tossing the core into a distant trash can with precision. Follow me.
The logistics department was located on the 3rd underground floor of the headquarters.
After passing through 3 heavy metal doors, Zheng Cheng saw a laboratory filled with various precision instruments. Zhao Hongxiu walked straight to an elderly man with graying hair. Old Zhou, help me remove the restrictions from these 2 rings.
The elderly man, called Old Zhou, pushed up his glasses, took the rings Zheng Cheng handed him, and placed them on a strange machine. Nirvana sex stuff?
The method's quite old-fashioned, half an hour should do. As the machine hummed, dark red patterns began to appear on the surface of the rings, slowly fading away. Zheng Cheng nervously watched the process, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table.
Why are you so anxious? Zhao Hongxiu slapped the back of his head. Aren't you about to study at the Imperial City Beastmaster University?
Take this time to listen to me talk about the top 10 hidden dragons.
Top 10 hidden dragons? What's that? You don't know? I don't.
Zhao Hongxiu's mouth twitched, wanting to laugh but unable to, her gaze strange.
She dragged over 2 chairs and sat down confidently. Every year, after the freshmen of Imperial City Beastmaster University enter, 1 month later, they hold the Hidden Dragon Battle. The top 10 not only earn the title of top 10 hidden dragons but also receive special focus from the school. Zheng Cheng's eyes lit up. What are the specific benefits? First, housing.
Zhao Hongxiu counted on her fingers. Regular freshmen live in 4-person dorms, but the hidden dragon members get their own villas.
Second, cultivation resources.
They get an extra 100 credits per month, equivalent to the purchasing power of 1 million Summer Kingdom coins. And then there's the guidance from famous teachers. Legendary or even epic level strong figures personally guide their cultivation and beast training directions.
Of course, there are also training resources suitable for their own spiritual beasts, and a lot more.
Zheng Cheng was excited, just about to ask for more details when Old Zhou's voice suddenly interrupted. It's done, the restriction has been cleared, but I suggest you check what's inside here, in case there are any dangerous items. Zheng Cheng's fingertips barely touched the first spatial ring, and a hot sensation immediately spread up his finger. He frowned, and his spiritual energy surged into the ring like a tide.
Whoa, this red-robed priest is quite wealthy.
Zheng Cheng whistled and began to examine it carefully.
The spatial ring was large, measuring 10 meters in length, 10 meters in width, and 10 meters in height, forming a space of 100 cubic meters. There were quite a few things inside, lighting up the entire space in a fiery red. On the left side, over 20 pieces of crimson crystal stones were piled up, each emitting a burning aura. On the right side, there were 3 fire-red beast eggs the size of basketballs, emitting a faint fiery glow. Next to these items, there were also a few jade bottles, beast control materials, and other miscellaneous items. Finally, Zheng Cheng's gaze was drawn to 2 uniquely designed pieces of equipment, emitting faint spiritual fluctuations. Zhao Hongxiu's voice came, "What do you have?" Zheng Cheng explained to the 2 and took out a portion for each of them. Standard fire attribute spirit beast equipment. Old Zhou leaned over to take a look. Red flame crystal, worth 11,000 per piece. Fire attribute spirit beasts can absorb its energy to enhance their strength. This beast egg is probably a 3-starred crimson flame snake. Each one can sell for around 100,000. It seems like this kid was preparing to cultivate his own spirit beast group. This is the fire spirit pill, also a material for cultivating fire attribute spirit beasts. These materials were all common spirit beast cultivation items. Old Zhou, being well-traveled, quickly recognized them. After a count, just these spirit beast materials and beast eggs were worth about 1.5 million. Then, Zheng Cheng took out the 2 pieces of equipment. The 2 pieces of equipment were a belt embedded with rubies and a pair of metal wrist guards. As soon as the belt touched the air, fine fire patterns appeared on its surface. The blaze belt increases the flame power of fire attribute spirit beasts by 20%. Zhao Hongxiu casually picked up the wrist guards to inspect. This is just a basic fire resistance gear. And this? Zheng Cheng nodded and took out the last item he found, a black-red token. The token was diamond-shaped, black and red, with a phoenix-like pattern carved on it, looking very majestic. This is? Zhao Hongxiu's face changed the moment she saw the token, the Nirvana Order? She snatched the token and ran her fingers over the phoenix design. Damn it, this is at least a bishop-level identity token. How could this be with a red-robed priest? Bishop? Zheng Cheng asked in confusion. High-ranking members of the Nirvana sect? Sort of. Zhao Hongxiu explained, the Nirvana sect, aside from regular followers, has the extraordinary red-robed priests. Above them are the 3 great Dharma kings of the Nirvana sect, and at the top is the sect master, Nirvana Lord. Nirvana Lord? Zheng Cheng hesitated. A legend-level powerhouse? Yes. Zhao Hongxiu explained further, these are the primary combat forces of the Nirvana sect. As for the bishops, they're mostly responsible for spreading the teachings. These people's strength isn't very high, but most are skilled in mental powers and possess spirit beasts with mental abilities. Mental manipulation, enchantment, seduction, illusions, deception, they use every means possible to recruit others into the Nirvana sect. Why would this person have a bishop's token? Strange. Just as Zheng Cheng was about to ask, the token suddenly and unexpectedly burst with a blinding red light. The phoenix pattern seemed to come to life, slowly moving across the token's surface. Bastard! Zhao Hongxiu gritted her teeth and said, quick, put it away. There are people from the Nirvana sect here. Seeing the urgency in their faces, Zheng Cheng asked curiously, Hongxiu, what's going on? The Nirvana token, besides proving one's identity. This is still something to prove between the Nirvana sect members. This bishop token is reacting, which means there are other Nirvana sect members within 1,000 meters. But this is the Extraordinary Bureau, covering hundreds of acres. How could there be Nirvana sect members here? So there's only one possibility, that someone from the Nirvana sect has infiltrated the Extraordinary Bureau. Zhao Hongxiu quickly took out another document and handed it to Zheng Cheng. Listen, you need to immediately check the second ring to see if there are any other prohibited items, then go to the logistics department to claim your reward. What about you? I'll report it to the director. This token will be confiscated for now. Okay. As their figures disappeared at the end of the corridor, Zheng Cheng followed the directions toward the logistics department. He took a deep breath and focused on the second spatial ring. This ring, belonging to the master of the lava pangolin king, was nearly the same as the first, with a space of about 100 cubic meters, but the items inside were haphazardly piled together. Looks like this person doesn't like to tidy up. The first thing that caught his attention was 7 metal boxes. When opened, they contained neatly arranged bottles of pale golden-colored potions, each labeled T7 Strengthening Agent. Zheng Cheng remembered seeing this on the Extraordinary Bureau's material list. It's a high-level nutritional supplement specifically for Earth attribute spirit beasts, each worth 20,000 Summer Kingdom coins. Striking it rich. Zheng Cheng carefully put the boxes away and placed them aside. Whether it was the previous Crimson Flame Crystal, Fire Spirit Pills, or the T7 Strengthening Agent now, they could all be used once the mutated Crimson Flame Dog King and Lava Pangolin King were hatched. This way, their strength would reach its peak in a short time. Walking while checking the contents of the spatial ring, it took a long time before he had gone through everything.
In general, the items in these two spatial rings were mostly various materials for cultivating spirit beasts. As for equipment, there wasn't much. After all, the previous battle with Zheng Cheng had been a life-or-death struggle, and everything they could use had already been fully consumed. Having so many materials left was already a good outcome. Soon, he arrived at the logistics department. A staff member blocked Zheng Cheng's path and said, "Hello, this is the logistics department. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed. How may I help you?" Zheng Cheng took out the document and identification, saying, "Hello, I'm here to claim my mission reward. Please wait a moment." The staff member took the document Zheng Cheng handed over and carefully checked the information on it. Zheng Cheng glanced at the staff member's name tag, which read Shen Ming, Logistics Department Level 3 Officer, and quickly scanned the document's content. Mr. Zheng Cheng, Level 1 Investigator, ID TX1147, confirmed to be correct. Shen Ming placed the document into the scanner, and the computer screen immediately popped up with a detailed reward list. He subtly scanned Zheng Cheng's face. So young? He looks like he just started university, but he's already a Level 1 investigator? Why haven't I seen him before? The school season, did he transfer from elsewhere? Impressive. In just a few seconds, Shen Ming's guesses about Zheng Cheng's identity flashed through his mind. Please take a look. Task reward details. Basic rewards. Cash, 500,000 Summer Kingdom coins, already transferred to your account. Standard material rewards. Spirit Beast Nutritional Supplements * 20 sets. Emergency Battlefield First Aid Kit * 5 sets. Portable Spiritual Energy Detector * 1. Special Rewards. Points, 2,800 points, including First Mission Bonus. Exclusive Equipment Custom Design Consultation * 1 session. 3D Realistic Simulation Battlefield Free Use * 1 session. These are all the rewards for your mission, including cash rewards, material rewards, and point rewards, all of which have been credited to your account. Point rewards? What are those? Oh, those are exclusive rewards for our Extraordinary Bureau investigators. Every investigator gets points after completing a mission, based on the difficulty of the task, the investigator's performance, and the evaluation by their supervising captain. Shen Ming explained, according to the information, this is your first mission, and it includes the first-time mission bonus, so you received a reward of 2,800 points. And the Extraordinary Bureau points can be used to exchange for various material rewards, certain item usage rewards, and even access to special areas. You can also exchange points for high-level treatment opportunities, high-star spiritual beast eggs, and more. They're extremely valuable. Shen Ming pushed up his glasses and brought up another screen. This is the points exchange list. You can take a look. There's an additional discount for first-time exchanges. Zheng Cheng leaned closer to the screen, where a dense list of rare materials appeared. Points exchange recommendations. Exotic Gene Stabilizer, 800 points. Portable Healing Pod, 1,500 points. Custom Spiritual Equipment, Basic Version 10,000 points. Exotic Gene Stabilizer? Custom Spiritual Equipment? Looking at these points exchange rewards, Zheng Cheng continued to scroll down. Soon, other options appeared in the points exchange. 3D Realistic Simulation Battlefield Free Use, Single Use 2,000 points. Exclusive Spiritual Beast Cultivation Recommendation, 1,000 points. Superpowered Spiritual Beast Treatment, 5,000 points. 1-star Beast Egg, 100 points. 7-star Beast Egg, vacant 500,000 points. The exchange options were densely packed, with many choices. At the very end of the page, Zheng Cheng even found the exchange price for a small world. Small world, varied value based on size starts at 3 million points. Starting price, 300,000 points. TSK. Looking at all these zeros, Zheng Cheng couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. His 2,800 points seemed a lot, but compared to these rewards, it was nothing. Zheng Cheng carefully examined the list and did not immediately exchange. He wasn't very familiar with these items, so he decided to wait and ask Sister Hongxiu before making any exchanges. Shen Ming seemed to sense that it was Zheng Cheng's first time exchanging materials and immediately said, "If you're unsure, you can wait and think it over. Once you're ready, you can log into the Extraordinary Bureau's official website, go to the Logistics Department, click on Points Exchange, and after the exchange is successful, the materials will be delivered to your door." Zheng Cheng's eyes flashed. "Thank you, then I'll leave now." "Hey, wait a minute, your custom equipment design hasn't been done yet." Shen Ming hurriedly stopped Zheng Cheng and said, "If you finish the design sooner, the equipment can be made sooner, and it will greatly enhance your combat power." Zheng Cheng nodded. He had already made plans for what equipment to design. He opened the spiritual beast space and took out a carcass, which immediately occupied half of the logistics department's office space. Whoa! Shen Ming was startled, but quickly came to his senses.
Mr. Zheng, do you want to turn your spiritual beast's carcass into equipment?
Yes. Zheng Cheng explained, I want the equipment department to make a weapon with strong penetration.
Alright, no problem.
Chen Ming quickly tapped on his tablet, recording Zheng Cheng's request. As for the carcass, it was the remains of a shadow abnormal. As a 7-star spiritual beast, the shadow abnormal had immense potential.
Unfortunately, it was ultimately killed by the Dreamweaver Spider Queen.
But it didn't matter, even in death, it would become one of the most important pieces in Zheng Cheng's hands. Leaving the logistics department, Zheng Cheng glanced at the time. Over 2 hours had passed, and there was still no news from Zhao Hongxiu. He took out his phone, ready to send a message to inquire when suddenly, a text popped up.
Zhao Hongxiu, in an emergency meeting. You should go report to the school first, and keep communication open.
First-level investigators must perform at least 2 missions each month, and I will notify you in advance.
Zheng Cheng replied with understood and then walked out of the headquarters gate.
Soon, a taxi stopped in front of Zheng Cheng.
Driver, take me to Imperial Beast University. Imperial Beast University? What a great place.
The taxi driver was a man in his 40s, with a dark complexion and a warm smile. He neatly helped Zheng Cheng put his luggage in the trunk, glancing secretly several times at the extraordinary badge pinned to the collar of Zheng Cheng's shirt.
Little brother, are you a freshman?
Mum. After the car turned onto the main road, the driver started talking. My son also applied last year, but he missed the mark by 2 points. Now he works at the Spirit Beast Feed Factory.
Spirit Beast Feed Factory?
It's the biggest Spirit Beast Feed Factory in our summer kingdom. They produce tens of thousands of tons of feed every day, and the pay is pretty good.
Ah, it's a shame.
If he had become a battle-type beast master, there's no way he'd still be working there.
But you, little brother, you're different. Anyone who can get into the Imperial Capital Beast Master University is a genius.
Zheng Cheng responded casually, his gaze sweeping over the bustling street scene outside the window. The streets of the Imperial Capital were much wider than his hometown, and pedestrians with spirit beasts could be seen everywhere.
Do you know about the top 10 hidden dragons of Beast Master University?
The driver suddenly lowered his voice and said mysteriously, my cousin almost made it last year. The storm wolf he raised is a 6-star.
Zheng Cheng became interested. You know a lot about the school?
Of course. The driver proudly slapped the steering wheel. I've been driving a taxi in the Imperial Capital for 20 years, and I've given rides to more than 800 beast masters. Last year, I even gave a ride to a student on the hidden dragon list. Listening to the driver talk endlessly, Zheng Cheng responded absent-mindedly, but his mind had already sunk into the spirit beast space. With a thought, the 20 bottles of Spirit Beast nutrition solution from the Extraordinary Bureau automatically flew out and landed in the center of the nest. With his mental focus, a simple incubation pool was quickly built. 2 3-meter-tall fire-red cocoons were carefully placed in the pool. The blood vessel-like patterns on the surface of the shells immediately became active, greedily absorbing the nutrients. The Crimson Flamedog King and the Lava Pangolin King, both extraordinary-level spirit beasts, were incubating the strange embryos inside their bodies. With the addition of these nutrients, their hatching might be accelerated. As Zheng Cheng's consciousness deepened into the spirit beast space, he carefully checked the current battle strength. The ordinary strange beasts, there were just over 40 left. At this moment, they had finished eating the Crimson Flame Dogs and Lava Pangolins previously collected in the spirit beast space. Their physical strength and injuries had all recovered, and they were now wandering in the mountains.
But thankfully, a few elite strange beasts still maintained their combat ability.
The Phantom Strange Beast, the Sky Rift Strange Beast Leader, and the Thunder Strange Beast, which currently had the largest presence. At the deepest part of the little world, the Strange Beast Queen and the Void Queen Strange Beast were still continuing to lay eggs. In just 3 days, another 200 Facehugger bugs had appeared, wandering in the nest, ready to parasitize living creatures. The most eye-catching, however, were the 2 giant cocoons soaking in the nutrient pool. Through mental sensing, Zheng Cheng could tell that the creatures inside had already completed 50% of their metamorphosis. The genes of the Crimson Flamedog King and the Lava Pangolin King were merging with the strange embryos, creating entirely new beings. It should take another 4 or 5 days for them to hatch, then. Zheng Cheng silently estimated that, based on the hatching time of the Strange Beast Queen, these 2 strange beasts would not take much longer. At this moment, a violent vibration suddenly shook the car. Zheng Cheng's consciousness was forced to return to reality, and he saw a pitch-black crack appearing in the distant sky, as though someone had slashed a knife through a curtain. From the crack, countless dark figures poured out. Creak! The taxi slammed on the brakes, and the tires left 2 black marks on the asphalt. The driver gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white. Oh my god. Zheng Cheng's gaze pierced through the windshield, and in the distance, the sky seemed to be torn apart by a curtain. A pitch-black crack stretched across the horizon. Countless dark shadows were spilling out from the crack like a black waterfall. Reverse!
Quickly reverse. The driver crazily turned the steering wheel, but he found that the entire street had been blocked by panicked people running away. A runaway car boom crashed into a streetlight, the alarm echoing through the sky. On the other side, several cars collided, flames and thick smoke rising as desperate cries and screams filled the air. Help! It's a beast! Run! My child! Where is my child? The cries came from all directions, and Zheng Cheng saw a mother, holding her baby, fall to the ground, with 3 decayed wolf-like creatures racing towards her. Rotting flesh dropped off as they ran, leaving behind sticky green smoke on the ground. Stay in the car and don't move. Zheng Cheng shoved the car door open and dashed out. Are you crazy? The driver tried to grab his sleeve. Those are the rotten flesh demon wolves. They spread plagues. Zheng Cheng had already rushed out, and the alien queen emitted an excited hiss in his spiritual sea, with over 40 ordinary aliens stirring restlessly in the spirit beast space. Pushing through the chaotic crowd, Zheng Cheng finally saw the situation clearly. Over 30 rotten flesh demon wolves were rampaging, their decayed bodies emitting a terrible stench, every bite leaving victims with festering wounds. A dozen police officers had formed a temporary defense line, with gunfire ringing out constantly. Step back. Civilians stay away. A blood-covered officer blocked Zheng Cheng's path, while constantly glancing behind him. Zheng Cheng showed his credentials, first-class investigator Zheng Cheng. The officer's eyes immediately changed. Sir. We're setting up a second defense line, but there are too many of these beasts. Before he finished speaking, an unusually large rotten flesh demon wolf broke through the gunfire, its rotten mouth heading straight for the officer's neck. Thud. 3 bone spikes pierced through the demon wolf's skull at once, and the wolf spider alien appeared from the shadows, using its sharp forelimbs to rip the wolf in half. The officer stood frozen, staring at the creature that had suddenly appeared and saved his life. My spirit beast. Zheng Cheng briefly explained. While releasing all the ordinary aliens, the octopus alien handles the left wing, the wolf spider alien guards the right, and the rift alien provides air support. The orders were concise. These rotten flesh demon wolves weren't very strong, mostly at the gold level. The tricky part was the virus attached to them, which was deadly to ordinary people. The officer who had blocked Zheng Cheng's path widened his eyes, almost stopping his breath. These monsters, which seemed even more horrifying and disgusting than the rotten flesh demon wolves, were actually the spirit beasts of the extraordinary officer before him? He suddenly jolted, realizing the situation, and quickly turned to run in one direction. Zheng Cheng gave him a quick glance but paid no attention, focusing his entire attention on the battlefield. The aliens emitted ear-piercing hisses, quickly forming a combat formation. The octopus alien wrapped its tough tentacles around the demon wolf's hind legs, while the wolf spider alien used its sharp forelimbs to pierce the demon wolf's eye sockets. The rift alien occasionally dove down from the sky, carrying away chunks of rotten flesh. The battlefield instantly turned into a gladiatorial arena between aliens and demon wolves, with Zheng Cheng standing at the center of the defense line, commanding each alien through the spiritual network. One rotten flesh demon wolf lunged at the octopus alien, its rotting teeth sinking into the shell, immediately burning its mouth with corrosive blood. But it ignored the pain and continued biting the alien's limbs, injecting the plague into the wound. Hiss. The octopus alien's wound began to fester, but it still held the demon wolf tightly. Another wolf spider alien seized the opportunity, leaping up and stabbing its forelimbs like a spear into the demon wolf's spine. At this point, in addition to Zheng Cheng's aliens, several other civilian beast masters, seeing the chaos here, summoned their own spirit beasts and joined the fight. Watch out for their corrupt fluid, don't let it touch your skin. Gold level rotten flesh demon wolves. Beast masters below gold level stay back. Shoot. Aim for their eyes. Damn it. In the distance, a young beast master's iron-armored rhino was already corroded with holes by the acidic fluid. Zheng Cheng immediately deployed 2 rift beasts for support, their acid projectiles hitting the magic wolf's eyes with deadly precision. The tide of battle gradually shifted, and with the relentless attacks of the beasts, the number of corrupted flesh magic wolves began to decrease. The ground was piled with the bodies of the fallen from both sides, the acid blood of the beasts mixing with the rotten fluid of the wolves, corroding the ground into bubbling pits. Sir. Deputy Chief Lin Dong from the East District Police Station reporting in. A middle-aged officer in his 50s jogged over, his uniform soaked in sweat. Behind him were 3 battered officers, each holding a recorder. As a Level 1 investigator of the Extraordinary Bureau, Zheng Cheng's position was undoubtedly the highest in the absence of the investigation team leader. What's the situation on the ground? Zheng Cheng maintained his control over the rift beasts while asking. Initial count shows 33 corrupted flesh magic wolves. Deputy Chief Lin Dong wiped the blood from his forehead. We've evacuated residents from 3 surrounding blocks, but... He hesitated, glancing up at the sky. The rift still hung there, and while no new monsters had emerged for now, there was no sign of it closing either. When will the Extraordinary Bureau's reinforcements arrive? Deputy Chief Lin lowered his voice. Though it's just a small-scale D-class rift, I fear. Before Zheng Cheng could answer, he suddenly felt several powerful auras approaching. He instinctively turned to look. From the direction he had just come, a figure appeared, swiftly flying toward them. Chapter 114, Man-Made? Crack. The crisp sound of ice crystals forming suddenly echoed. Zheng Cheng quickly looked up. In the air, Mu Rongshui stood on ice crystals, floating mid-air, with the ice phoenix spreading its wings behind her, scattering shimmering ice shards across the sky. Her cold, frosty face was furrowed in a deep frown, her eyes glinting with sharp cold light. It's someone from the Extraordinary Bureau. Captain Mu Rongshui. The investigation team leader has arrived. We're saved. Deputy Chief Lin Dong shouted excitedly, a look of relief flashing across his face as if he had survived a disaster. Other officers also looked up, shouting with joy. Zheng Cheng noticed a few drops of blood on Mu Rongshui's white sleeve, clearly from her hurried journey. With a wave of her right hand, the remaining 5 corrupted flesh magic wolves were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, their corrupted fluids suspended in midair. At this, Zheng Cheng couldn't help but slightly narrow his eyes. A beast master of the extraordinary realm, how incredibly powerful. It wasn't just their spirit beasts, it was their own strength as well. Casualties? Mu Rongshui landed gracefully, her voice as cold as her spirit beast. Lin Dong hurriedly stepped forward, sweat running down his cheek. Report, Chief. We've killed 28 corrupted flesh magic wolves, over 50 civilians are dead, and there's also. Before he could finish, a sharp ripping sound suddenly rang out from the sky. The rift twisted violently as though being torn by an invisible hand. More than 10 new corrupted flesh magic wolves sprang out, their decaying bodies dripping with foul-smelling mucus. Fall back. Mu Rongshui's eyes glowed with fierce cold light as she leaped into the air. The ice phoenix let out a clear, long cry, its wings stretching over 10 meters wide. A frigid ice storm swept out, instantly freezing the newly emerged wolf pack into ice sculptures. They fell from the air, shattered upon impact. Zheng Cheng saw that Mu Rongshui stumbled slightly as she landed, clearly exhausted by the large-scale freezing technique. Or perhaps, the wounds from her battle with the Nirvana Sex Qian Kuan Fa Wang hadn't fully healed yet? But she quickly steadied herself and, turning to look at Zheng Cheng, a hint of surprise flickered in her eyes. I heard from Hong Xiu that you went to report to the school, why are you still here? I encountered this on the way. Zheng Cheng pointed at the nearby wrecked taxi. The driver was hiding behind the car, trembling in fear. Mu Rongshui nodded and said nothing, her eyes fixed on the spatial crack. With Mu Rongshui's strong suppression, the situation at the scene began to stabilize. In the distance, the sound of rapid footsteps approached, and more than 20 members of the Supernatural Bureau in standard combat uniforms lined up and arrived. Medical team, take your positions. Logistics team, begin clearing the battlefield. Investigation team, scan the spatial crack immediately. Zheng Cheng watched these well-trained professionals quickly get to work, and his heart settled slightly. The Beast Tamers from the medical team summoned various healing spirit beasts. A tree demon, entirely green, was using vines to bandage the wounded. On the other side, the logistics team was using specialized containers to collect the frozen corpses of the demon wolves. With the arrival of the Supernatural Bureau, the entire battlefield began to calm down, and the rescue work proceeded in an orderly fashion. The technicians from the investigation team were busy around the spatial crack, testing the specific data of the crack. After a few minutes, the team leader, wearing thick lenses, suddenly let out a sound of surprise, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What's wrong? Mu Rongshui sharply sensed the anomaly and asked. Commander, look at this waveform. The technician pointed at the screen, his finger trembling slightly. The energy fluctuation of a normal spatial crack should be a smooth cosine curve, but this. Under his operation, the screen displayed a violently fluctuating jagged waveform. It was completely different from the smooth curve of a normal spatial crack's energy fluctuation. Mu Rongshui's gaze instantly became as sharp as a knife. Artificial interference? Most likely, the technician wiped his sweat, and the source of interference is probably within the city. Can you pinpoint the exact location? She asked in a deep voice. The technician showed a troubled expression. More data is needed, but the preliminary judgment is that it might be interference from the underground pipeline network. Or, there could be a special item that concentrates spatial nodes, then uses special spatial abilities to trigger resonance with the spatial nodes of other planes, thereby artificially opening a spatial crack. Listening to the technician's explanation, Zheng Cheng quickly understood what was happening. 100 years ago, with the revival of spiritual energy, the people of Blue Star gained the ability to become Beast Tamers, thereby controlling extraordinary powers. But at the same time, with the revival of spiritual energy, the energies from other worlds and other planes also began to stir. This stirring caused fluctuations and displacements of many worlds. As a result, different worlds often merged, approached, or even collided with each other. And spatial cracks were formed under such conditions.
Looking at the various data on the screen, Morong Shui nodded and said, I understand. Keep collecting the data. Yes.
Morong Shui pulled Zheng Cheng to a quiet corner, and the small ice phoenix on her shoulder vigilantly scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was eavesdropping.
What do you think? She asked directly, her gaze piercing. Zheng Cheng hesitated for a moment, then spoke his guess. Could it be related to that Nirvana order? Morong Shui's expression grew even more serious. I thought so too.
The underground pipeline network in the imperial capital is vast, if the Nirvana Church really. She didn't finish her sentence, but Zheng Cheng understood her concerns. The two of them silently gazed at each other, both seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes.
You go report to the school first. This matter has nothing to do with you now. Morong Shui finally made her decision, regaining her usual calm. I'll personally report this to the director. You just focus on your studies. Yes, Captain Morong. Morong Shui nodded, then turned and left.
Zheng Cheng also watched her retreating figure, along with the spatial crack that was gradually dissipating, and turned to leave. After waiting for a long time, Zheng Cheng finally managed to hail an empty taxi, which made him start to think about buying a car. Ignoring the driver's endless chatter about the spatial crack, Zheng Cheng fell into deep thought.
Is this spatial rift really related to the Nirvana sect? And what about that Nirvana token? Now that it's in Zhao Hongxiu's hands, who knows what they will find out? Most importantly, they attacked Lian Yining, kidnapped Su Kuan, and took a newly appointed king of Qiankuan law. What is the secret behind all of this?
Zheng Cheng pondered endlessly, but in the end, he could only close his eyes and rest. For now, all they can do is wait for the investigation by the Extraordinary Bureau. Hopefully, they can catch the spy hiding within the Bureau as quickly as possible. At that time, perhaps all the mysteries will be solved.
Hey little brother, up ahead is the Imperial City Beastmaster University.
The driver's words suddenly woke Zheng Cheng up, and when he opened his eyes, he saw a large number of vehicles ahead, all stuck together. People were walking briskly around, and the atmosphere was very lively. The driver smiled bitterly and said, It's always the busiest around here at this time of year.
I can't get through, how about you walk the rest of the way? Okay. Chapter 115, New Student Registration.
Zheng Cheng moved forward with the bustling crowd, each step feeling like he was being squeezed into a pot of boiling dumpling soup. The Imperial City was still hot at the end of August, and the air was filled with a mix of sweat, perfume, and the complex smell of street-side barbecue. A huge banner reading New Student Registration at Imperial City Beastmaster University glittered under the sunlight, with several long tables set up below it, each manned by 2 or 3 senior students in uniform.
Zheng Cheng squinted and noticed that their uniforms had different school emblems embroidered on the chest.
War Beast Academy, Auxiliary Academy, Cultivation Academy.
These academies represented different departments, and there were many applicants. At each table, there was a crowd, bustling with activity.
His gaze eventually landed on the relatively quiet table at the far right, where a sign read Strategic Beast Master Academy.
The Strategic Beast Master Academy was a newly established department at the Imperial City Beastmaster University.
It was said to be focused on cultivating strategic talents and had ties to the military.
Make way. Make way.
A reporter holding a camera roughly squeezed past Zheng Cheng, the microphone almost poking his eye. Zheng Cheng sidestepped to avoid it and realized that the area outside the campus had turned into a small market.
In addition to parents sending their children to school, there were dozens of media outlets with long cameras and short lenses.
Even more exaggerated were the recruiters holding company signs, who moved through the new students like sharks sensing blood.
Student. How about considering our Thunder Guild? Sign up and get a 3-star Spirit Beast Cup. Hey handsome, look this way. Tianqi Group's special training program, graduate and enter the core department directly. Beastmaster Weekly is interviewing you. What do you think of this year's Imperial City University admission policies?
Zheng Cheng was stunned by this scene. He knew that the Imperial City Beastmaster University, as one of the top institutions for cultivating Beastmasters in the country, was very popular, but he didn't expect the registration day to be as lively as a celebrity press conference.
Everyone, move aside.
A sharp cry suddenly rang out from the crowd, and the crowd quickly parted. Zheng Cheng turned his head and saw a girl with a high ponytail pushing her way through the crowd with one hand. She was wearing black tactical pants and a tight-fitting deep blue uniform jacket, with the silver star emblem of the Strategic Academy on her chest. What stood out most were her long legs wrapped in over-the-knee boots, each step taken with a model-like rhythm.
The girl walked straight to Zheng Cheng, sizing him up from head to toe. Zheng Cheng? That's me.
Zheng Cheng nodded, surprised that she could recognize him so easily. Suli, third-year student at the Strategic Academy, in charge of helping you with your registration. She extended her hand. Your documents were sent over in advance by Captain Zhou Hongxiu. Come with me. Zheng Cheng took her slender hand, feeling its cool yet firm grip. As Suli turned around, her ponytail swished through the air in a graceful arc.
The tips of her hair carried a faint scent of cedar. She walked very quickly, and Zheng Cheng had to quicken his pace to keep up.
Senior, are you also from the Extraordinary Bureau?
Sully nodded, saying, but I'm just a level 3 investigator, not as good as you.
One task and you were promoted to level 1 investigator. The Extraordinary Bureau hasn't had something like this happen in 10 years. Zheng Cheng's lips twitched.
He understood that his promotion to a level 1 investigator came too easily, so he shrugged.
Don't mind those people trying to recruit others. Sully said without turning her head, a truly powerful organization won't recruit people at the entrance.
Every year, new students at the Strategic Academy are highly sought after.
Once you're settled in, real invitations will come knocking. They bypassed the main registration area and went straight to the dedicated area for the Strategic Academy. The process here was clearly much simpler.
Zheng Cheng completed identity verification, dormitory assignment, and course selection in just 10 minutes. When he received the gold-embossed admission letter, his fingers slightly trembled. 3 months ago, he was just an ordinary person without a spirit beast, but now he stood at the top academy for Beast Tamers.
Life was like a dream, so fleeting. Strategic Beast Tamer Academy. Zheng Cheng softly read the words on the admission letter. Senior, can you briefly introduce it?
Sully took the dorm key and campus card handed to her by the staff and signaled for Zheng Cheng to follow. Let's talk while walking.
The biggest difference between the Strategic Academy and other departments lies in its focus. We not only train to control spirit beasts, but also to master strategic planning, resource allocation, and battlefield command.
She led Zheng Cheng through a tree-lined path, with moonlight sycamores planted on both sides, their branches glowing with every footstep.
Occasionally, spirit beasts of various shapes could be seen between the trees, some playing, others quietly lying at their owner's feet.
Did you see that three-tailed fire fox? Sully pointed to a small animal on the shoulder of a red-haired girl in the distance. That's the spirit beast of the top second-year student at the Beast Tamer Academy. Last year, it burned through half of the arena in the campus competition. But in front of a true strategic beast tamer, this kind of pure destructive power is nothing to mention.
Zheng Cheng pondered for a moment. So, the Strategic Academy focuses more on cooperation and tactics? Smart.
Sully snapped her fingers. To put it simply, the Beast Tamer Academy trains generals, while we train commanders.
Of course.
She suddenly turned around and almost collided with Zheng Cheng, who had followed closely behind. To command others, you must first have convincing strength yourself.
The distance between them was so close that Zheng Cheng could count her eyelashes.
It was then that he noticed that Sully's eyes were a rare silver gray, with a faint golden ring around the edges of her pupils, like a predator's feature.
We're here. Sully stepped back a little and pointed to a suddenly open square ahead. Zheng Cheng gasped.
What lay before him was a circular plaza as large as 4 football fields, the ground inlaid with black and white stones forming a Tai Chi diagram. Around the square stood 10 buildings of various styles, each with a crowd of people gathered in front of the door.
It's the club recruitment day. Sully explained. It's a tradition at the Imperial Capital University. During the first week of school, all clubs can freely recruit new students.
Zheng Cheng's gaze was drawn to the Gothic building in the center. It was pitch black, and a spirit beast sculpture in the shape of a gargoyle perched on the spire.
The queue in front was more than double that of any other club.
Night Rose, a club created last year by Yi Wumian, who was first in the top 10 hidden dragons. Sully explained, following his gaze, they only accept the top 10% of students from each department. The entrance exam is said to require battling a wild spirit beast at the golden stage. Just as Zheng Cheng was about to ask more, a stir came from the other end of the square. The crowd parted to make a path, and a boy in a white robe walked slowly forward. He was followed by a snow-white unicorn, and with every step it took, the air seemed to freeze.
Beneath the hooves, small white lights bloom.
Bai Chen, 4th-year student from the Auxiliary Academy, founder of the Wings of Holy Light Club. Sully's voice suddenly turned cold, a superficial hypocrite, relying on his family's background to oppress civilian students. Zheng Cheng sharply noticed the fist clenched by Sully, but wisely did not ask further. As they passed through the square, more and more eyes turned towards them, or more specifically, towards Zheng Cheng.
Is there something on my face? Chapter 116, Special Talents and the Strategic Academy. Zheng Cheng couldn't help but touch his cheek.
Sully chuckled lightly. You're quite the celebrity now. The feat of exchanging a 9-star beast for a 1-star one has already spread nationwide.
As students from the school you'll be attending soon, of course, they know about you. Zheng Cheng paused, helplessly saying, this hasn't blown over yet? Don't worry, it's not a bad thing.
Sully took out her phone from her pocket, swiped a few times, and handed it to him. Look, it's 3rd on the campus forum's hot posts.
Shock. Freshman Zheng Cheng spends a fortune for a beauty. Is it worth trading a 9-star for a 1-star?
The comments under the post have already exceeded 2,000, with all sorts of opinions.
The key point is,
Suli took back the phone, speaking meaningfully. The girl you traded for has just been ranked third in the school's top 10 campus beauties, and now everyone on campus is guessing your relationship.
Top 10 beauties?
Zheng Cheng's eyes flashed slightly. Even though Li Yingning was the most beautiful girl he'd ever seen, he hadn't expected her to only rank third. Teacher Jiang Yuqi, Captain Zhao Hongxiu, and Captain Mu Rongxue don't count. After all, they were already mature women, not girls.
So who could the top two be?
Zheng Cheng opened his mouth to explain but was interrupted by a sudden round of cheers. The fountain in the center of the square suddenly burst out with colorful water columns, forming the words "Welcome new students" in midair.
Figures of water-based spirit beasts appeared in the mist, dancing gracefully, which drew waves of admiration from the onlookers. Student Union's trick.
Suli curled her lips. They put on this flashy but impractical show every year.
Let's go, we're almost there.
After walking through several tree-lined paths, a uniquely designed building appeared before them. It unfolded in a pentagon shape, with each section inlaid with different colored crystals, refracting a dreamy halo under the sunlight. Above the main door was a plaque with the 6 powerful characters, Strategic Beast Control Academy.
We're here. Suli stopped. Your dorm is in Area B, room 307. Here's the key and the campus handbook.
Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock in the auditorium, the dean wants to meet all the freshmen.
Zheng Cheng took the items, hesitated for a moment, and still asked, "Senior, why are you being so nice to me?"
Suli tilted her head and looked him over, then suddenly pinched his cheek. "Because you're interesting. Anyone who dares to trade a 9-star for a 1-star is either crazy or a genius, and I bet you're the latter."
By the way, I almost forgot about this.
She took a USB stick from her tactical pants pocket. "This is the data on the new students eligible for the top 10 Hidden Dragons competition, including their spirit beast types and known skills.
Captain Zhao Hongxiu said you might need it. By the way, are you really going to compete for the top 10 Hidden Dragons position?"
Zheng Cheng hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Yeah."
That's great. Senior will be waiting to see you on the top 10 Hidden Dragons competition stage.
Suli waved. "Oh, and Junior, I'm also a reporter for the campus radio station.
You must not refuse an interview with me." Okay. Let's add each other as friends. If you need anything or have any questions, you can always ask me. Goodbye, Junior.
Goodbye. The two said their farewells, and Zheng Cheng, while thinking about what the senior had said, followed the floor guide to find Area B, room 307, and located his dorm. Unlike ordinary university dorms, the dormitories at the Imperial City Beast Control University Strategic Academy were very large. The layout is basically that of 4 rooms and a living room, with each new student having their own dedicated room. After all, the students who manage to get into the Imperial Capital Beastmaster University are all exceptional, outstanding individuals, so it's not unusual for them to receive special treatment in life. Zheng Cheng found his dorm, pushed open the door, and walked in. The living room was empty, with no one in sight. He shrugged, looked at the door marked with the name Zheng Cheng, took out the key given by the staff, unlocked the door, and walked in. The room was not small, about 20 square meters, with a floor-to-ceiling window that allowed a view of the outside, and the environment was quite good. Zheng Cheng let out a long sigh of relief, took his luggage out of the spatial ring, placed it in the nearby cabinet, and then lay down on the bed. He couldn't help but wonder what his roommate would be like. It was already past 6 in the afternoon. Zheng Cheng opened his phone and then realized that Lian Yining had already sent him quite a few messages.
"Zheng Cheng, have you arrived at school? I just got released from custody. My dad is going to take me to visit my relatives' home. I'll be back tomorrow. I got assigned to the Beast Warfare Academy. It looks like you've been assigned to the Strategic Academy. We're not far apart. By the way, Zheng Cheng, you have to make good connections with your classmates at the Strategic Academy. I heard that the new students there all have impressive backgrounds." Upon reading this, Zheng Cheng was filled with confusion. Impressive backgrounds? What did that mean? Up until now, he hadn't met many new students from the Strategic Academy. Most importantly, his roommate. Where was his roommate? He focused and quietly tried to sense something.
A few seconds later, Zheng Cheng's expression turned slightly strange. In the other 3 rooms, there was not a single roommate. Not just in his room, but there were hardly any new students in the entire B block. What was going on? He thought for a moment and was about to take out his phone to contact the senior sister Suli he had just added as a friend, asking about it. "Senior sister Suli, why are there so few people in the Strategic Academy? Also, my dorm only has me in it. Where are my roommates?" "Soon," Suli replied.
"Suli, Junior, don't you know?" "Zheng Cheng, know what?"
"Suli, let me explain simply. The Strategic Academy is actually for new students with Beastmaster family backgrounds, or for special students from the military, special talents, or even preparatory members from our Supernatural Bureau.
They all have to study at the Strategic Academy. Suli, as for the male dorms, there aren't any other people. Maybe they're living at their homes, maybe they're stationed at military camps. In any case, very few live at the school. Suli, you're lucky. You get to live in such a big dorm all by yourself. It's not like me, I have to squeeze into a room with 3 other people. Zheng Cheng looked at Suli's reply and then turned off his phone. After a moment of thought, he quickly understood something. The Strategic Academy, it was just like those so-called privileged students or donation-based students that people talked about. If the score wasn't enough, they passed the university entrance exam with the help of their family's power or background. For various reasons, the school took them in and created a new department to group all these students together. Interesting, so I become part of the privileged class? Zheng Cheng muttered to himself and then stopped paying attention to it. No matter what, he had already made it into the imperial capital Beastmaster University, and the Strategic Academy was still pretty good. Oh right. The top 10 hidden dragons. Zheng Cheng's eyes lit up slightly. He quickly took out the computer he had just bought and plugged in the hard drive that senior sister Suli had given him. I wonder what kind of people from this batch of freshmen are eligible to compete for the top 10 hidden dragon spots. At the same time, in front of the gates of imperial capital Beastmaster University, the crowd was surging, and the noise was deafening. The registration area was packed with new students coming to register, each accompanied by spirit beasts of various shapes. Some were huge, their presence commanding, others were small and delicate, yet exuding a dangerous aura. The quality of this year's new students is really high, huh? Look over there. That girl has contracted the 6-star Frostwing rainbow bird. They say it's even a mutated species. Heh, so what? That guy who just went in has contracted the 7-star Ironback Silver Dragon, one of the most ferocious breeds in the subdragon spirit beasts. A few senior students were squatting on the steps, munching on sunflower seeds while gossiping about the freshmen. This year, there are 30 new students with S-grade cultivation qualifications, 10 more than last year. Of course, this year is the year when Beastmaster families send their direct descendants to school. The hidden families and top forces have all sent people. I know, some of the lords who are under the rule of my summer kingdom have also sent hostages to enter. This year is really lively. I can already imagine how lively this year's top 10 hidden dragon competition will be. At this moment, a sudden stir came from the school gate. The crowd automatically parted, and a young man dressed in a snow-white robe slowly walked over. His face was cold, with a hint of arrogance between his brows. And on his shoulder, a 9-star spirit beast, the extreme cold ice dragon, was coiled. It's the young master of the northern snowy region, Han Wuchen. Oh my god, he actually contracted a 9-star extreme cold ice dragon? That's the legendary top-tier dragon-type spirit beast. I heard he's already a golden-level beast master, and the extreme cold ice dragon has the absolute 0 domain skill. It's almost invincible among its level. TSK, this person is sure to win one of the top 10 hidden dragons. Han Wuchen's expression was indifferent as his gaze swept over the crowd, finally stopping at the registration area, and he walked straight toward it. Just then, another exclamation came from the school gate. Look! That's Yan Wushuang from the Fire Spirit Archipelago. A red-haired young man walked over with big strides. He was tall, his skin faintly glowing with a fiery golden color, and he wore a constant warm smile on his face. And by his side, several girls dressed in light, breezy dresses surrounded him, laughing sweetly. Hovering next to him was a 9-star spirit beast, the sky-burning Jiaolong, burning with pale golden flames. A 9-star fire-type supreme spirit beast. I heard the flames of the sky-burning Jiaolong can burn anything. Even diamond-tier magical beasts will instantly turn to ashes if they touch it. Yan Wushuang from the Fire Spirit Archipelago. Damn, I heard this guy is a big flirt, and I've even heard he slept with all the girls from the Fire Spirit Archipelago. Bullshit. The Fire Spirit Archipelago, in terms of both area and population, is practically the capital of a country. It has at least several million people. How could he possibly have slept with all of them with his clones? I heard they've all reached Diamond tier, some even a step away from the Transcendent tier. Damn, people like him make me sick. I'm in my second year, still struggling in the Golden tier. How are these lords' children so strong? Of course. They're like leeches, sucking the life out of everyone in their territories. Dozens or even hundreds of thousands of people support one family. How could they not be powerful? Yan Wushuang's lips curled up slightly as he gave Han Wuchen a provocative glance. Clearly, these two geniuses from different top-tier forces had long disliked each other. On the other side, the school reporter, Lin Xiaolu, was quickly taking down information. She was accompanied by a 4-star spirit communication parrot, which was constantly relaying the latest news to her. This year's new students are really hiding dragons and crouching tigers. She muttered to herself, then opened her notebook to start organizing the data.
Looking carefully, her notebook was filled with data on many new students. These new students were all geniuses qualified to compete for one of the top 10 hidden dragon spots. This year's top 10 hidden dragon's strongest competitors list, preliminary prediction. Han Wuchen, young master of the northern snowy region. Contracted spirit beast, 9-star extreme cold ice dragon. Talent, absolute 0. Power assessment, diamond tier beast master, one of the strongest competitors this year. Yan Wushuang, heir of the fire spirit islands. Contracted spirit beast, 9-star level, burning sky flood dragon. Talent, flame of the world's end. Strength assessment, diamond realm beast master, supreme fire element. Lian Yining, genius of Chang'an City. Contracted spirit beast, 9-star level, fiery phoenix dragon. Talent, mysterious, unrevealed. Strength assessment, gold realm beast master, infinite potential. Ziyingsu, saint of the poisonous marsh. Contracted spirit beast, 9-star level, nether poison emperor butterfly. Talent, body of 10,000 poisons. Strength assessment, gold realm peak, strongest in poison. Lang Qianjue, son of the wolf king of the Tsanlong plains. Contracted spirit beast, 9-star level, howling moon sky wolf. Talent, moonlight frenzy. Strength assessment, gold realm peak, combat maniac. Zhang Tianquang, young master of the Black Dragon City Zhang family. Contracted spirit beast, 8-star level, abyssal demon dragon. Talent, dragon's might overawes. Strength assessment, gold realm peak, violent temper. Dongfang Hao, number 1 genius of Binhai City. Contracted spirit beast, 9-star level, storm thunder eagle. Talent, mastery over thunder. Strength assessment, gold realm beast master, unmatched speed. Zhou Xian, direct descendant of the Zhou family from the imperial capital. Contracted spirit beast, 9-star level, golden light peacock. Talent, illusionary light domain. Strength assessment, gold realm beast master, top scorer of the imperial capital's college entrance exam. Xiong Beishan, commoner genius of Rongcheng. Contracted spirit beast, 8-star level, furious rampage bear, mutated species. Talent, endless frenzy. Strength assessment, gold realm beast master, astonishing combat power. Lin Xiaolu finished writing the last word, taking a deep breath. This year's competition will probably be 10 times more intense than in previous years. After finishing, she uploaded this information to the school forum. With today's gathered data, the list of talented beast masters eligible for the top 10 dragon contenders was almost complete. TSK, Han Wuchen, Yan Wushuang, Ziyingsu, these are all heirs of foreign lords. Why is there a 1-star spirit beast in this data? Facehugger bug? What is that thing? You're behind the times, didn't you hear about the news 3 months ago? Zheng Cheng is the one who exchanged a 9-star spirit beast for a 1-star facehugger bug. Holy crap, it's him! No wonder it feels so familiar. Then what's the deal with him and Lian Yining? A dog licker and the goddess, of course. But Lian Yining is really worth being licked, she's ranked 3rd in this year's top 10 campus beauties. Just then, there was a commotion at the school gate. Look! It's Yun Wuyue from Donghai City. Her contracted spirit beast is the 9-star level Azure Sea Flood Dragon. Everyone gasped, another top genius appeared. Lin Xiaolu quickly recorded, muttering, this year, the Imperial Capital Beast Master University will surely be far from peaceful. In the dormitory. Zheng Cheng looked at the data that Suli had given him, as well as the constantly updating list of geniuses on the school forum, and couldn't help but feel a surge of fighting spirit. As expected of the highest university in the Summer Kingdom, there are so many 9-star spirit beasts. But with a little thought, it was clear. After a century of recovery, although Summer Kingdom's population has not yet surpassed the pre-catastrophe level, it is approaching 1 billion. And out of a population of 1 billion, it is no surprise that every year dozens, or even over 100, 9-star spirit beasts are born. Looking at the continuously updating list of geniuses, Zheng Cheng's eyes suddenly brightened and fixed on a name. Zhao Wuhan? I didn't expect you, little brat, to also come to the Imperial Capital Beast Master University. During the joint Beast Master entrance exam in Qinzhou Province, there were 5 Beast Masters with 9-star spirit beasts. Lian Yining, Xiao Tianyu, Bai Yue, Zhao Wuhan, and Qin Zhan. Among them, Xiao Tianyu died in the time-space gate. Bai Yue and Qin Zhan chose the Northwestern Beast Master University, staying in Qinzhou Province. While Lian Yining and Zheng Cheng chose the Imperial Capital Beast Master University. Unexpectedly, Zhao Wuhan also came to the Imperial Capital Beast Master University. Heroes from all over the world, it's really lively here. Chapter 118, S-Class New Student Treatment. At exactly 9 a.m. in the central auditorium of the Imperial Capital Beast Master University, over 2,000 new students were seated neatly. The entire auditorium was arranged in a circular staircase shape, with a wide podium in the center. Around the seats, various spiritual beasts were either lying, standing, or circling next to the freshmen. The air was filled with the unique scent of the spiritual beasts, and occasionally, one could hear a deep growl or a crisp cry. Zheng Cheng sat in the corner, his eyes scanning the surroundings. As expected from the Imperial Capital Beastmaster University? He sighed inwardly, glancing around. Almost every freshman had at least a 5-star spiritual beast with them, and many even had 8-star or 9-star top-tier beasts. Quiet. A deep voice suddenly rang out, and the entire hall fell silent. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the podium. An elderly man in a deep blue robe slowly walked out. His face was kind, but his eyes were sharp like an eagle's, seemingly able to see through people's hearts. Zheng Cheng's eyes narrowed. This elder was none other than the current president of the Imperial Capital Beastmaster University, Sky Dome Beastmaster, Qin Wuyo. Legend had it that his contracted spiritual beast was the peak 9-star Sky Dome Thunder Rock, a being whose strength had already reached the peak of the legendary realm, just a step away from the mythical realm. At the same time, this man was also one of the most powerful beastmasters in the Summer Kingdom, revered by countless people. Under Qin Wuyo's serious gaze, almost everyone in the hall stored their spiritual beasts into their beast spaces. This was the minimum respect every freshman showed to the president. Students, welcome to the Imperial Capital Beastmaster University. Qin Wuyo's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. From today onward, you will officially become members of this century-old prestigious school. He scanned the surroundings, his gaze passing over each freshman. 100 years ago, a great catastrophe struck, and the demon beasts ravaged the world, bringing humanity to the brink of extinction. It was the appearance of beastmasters that allowed us to stand firm once again. And today, you, the most outstanding young beastmasters of the Summer Kingdom, will bear the heavy responsibility of protecting humanity. His voice gradually grew impassioned, and an invisible force quietly spread. Zheng Cheng suddenly frowned. This is a mental fluctuation? He keenly sensed that the president's speech seemed to carry a barely noticeable hypnotic force that made one's blood boil uncontrollably. Or rather, fanaticism? Is this the effect of equipment? Or a special talent? Or the unique skill of a spiritual beast? Looking around, sure enough, most of the freshmen were already showing excited faces, their eyes gleaming with a fanatical light. Beside him, Lian Yining suddenly whispered, Zheng Cheng, did you feel something? Zheng Cheng nodded, mental hypnosis, or something similar. Do you think the president's actions might not be so good? Don't worry, after all, he's the president. He wouldn't harm us. Maybe he has other considerations. Kill all demon beasts. Protect humanity. I want to become stronger. Many freshmen even stood up excitedly, fists clenched, eager to rush to the battlefield immediately. However, Zheng Cheng noticed that in various corners of the hall, dozens of freshmen remained calm. Han Wuchen, Yan Wuxuan, Ziying, Yun Wuyue. These top-tier geniuses had clearly also sensed something unusual, and a trace of vigilance flashed in their eyes. As expected of those who are contracted with 9-star spiritual beasts. They are indeed not simple. The president's speech lasted for about half an hour, and when his final words, "May you live up to your mission," fell, the entire hall erupted into thunderous applause. Next, please welcome the freshman representative, Yun Wuyue, to speak. A graceful figure stood up from her seat and slowly walked towards the podium. She wore the standard uniform of Imperial Capital Beastmaster University, a deep blue fitted jacket paired with a pure white shirt and skirt, black knee-high socks wrapped around her long legs. Her entire aura radiated a cool yet confident temperament. This outfit accentuated her figure, making her appear tall and slender, with an S-curve that was incredibly alluring. It's Yun Wuyue, the unparalleled genius from Donghai City. I heard that her blue sea dragon is about to evolve into an adult form. She has entered the realm of extraordinary power. I know her. During this year's joint entrance exam in East Sea City, she fought alone against 3 9-star spirit beasts and defeated them one by one. A genius. This is what a true genius looks like. The crowd erupted in murmurs, all discussing the young girl on the stage. Yun Wuyue stood firmly in front of the microphone, offering a slight smile. Hello, everyone, I am Yun Wuyue. Her voice was as pleasant as a clear spring, yet carried an undeniable firmness. It is my honor to stand here and speak. At the same time, it is also our honor to join the Imperial Capital Beastmaster University. But what I want to say is... She suddenly shifted her tone, her gaze becoming sharp. Glory is not something you talk about. It is something you earn with strength. The entire hall fell silent, with many people intently watching Yun Wuyue. Only in the direction of other geniuses could the occasional sparks of passion, envy, or battle intent be seen. Even Lian Yining softly said, "Is she pretty?" She's quite pretty. She is ranked first in the school beauty list, unlike me, who's only third. Zheng Cheng, with a face full of black lines, could only reply, "She is pretty, yes. I know, all of you here are the pride of the heavens. But here, being a genius is just the starting point. The true strong are forged in blood and fire." She raised her hand, and a streak of blue light flashed. A translucent, crystal-clear image of a flood dragon appeared behind her. My Azure Sea Flood Dragon has once killed 3 diamond-level monsters on its own. And I, too, once fought the storm whale deep in the East Sea for 3 days and nights. So. She glanced around and said, emphasizing each word. If you want to become stronger, be prepared to shed blood. Imperial capital Beastmaster University does not need flowers in a greenhouse. What we need are warriors. The last sentence fell, and the entire auditorium erupted into warm applause again. Zheng Cheng couldn't help but nod inwardly. It seemed like she had the same tough, battle-loving nature as Red Sleeve's sister. This Yun Wuyue is not simple. President Qin Wuyo returned to the stage, smiling. Thank you, Yun Wuyue, for your wonderful speech. Next, I would like to announce an important decision. He raised his hand, and a light curtain unfolded in the center of the hall, displaying detailed rules. Due to this year's excellent new students surpassing previous years, after the university committee's deliberations, we have decided to officially implement the S-Class freshman treatment system. All provincial and state exam champions and 9-star Spirit Beast Tamers will automatically receive S-Class freshman treatment. The crowd immediately erupted into discussion, with many standing up. S-Class treatment? What's that? Sounds like it's really impressive. Seems like it never existed before. Humph. It's all for those princely heirs. People like us, ordinary Beast Tamers, don't even qualify. Ignoring the noise from the crowd, Qin Wuyo continued. Students who receive the S-Class treatment will enjoy the following privileges. 1. An additional 100 credits per month. 2. Priority in choosing top mentors for guidance. 3. Free access to the Spirit Beast Evolution Pool 3 times. 4. Exclusive tutors. 5. Exclusive single dormitories. 6. Every privilege announcement caused a wave of astonishment. 100 credits? That's equivalent to 100,000 Summer Kingdom coins. The Spirit Beast Evolution Pool. It's said to be a holy land that can increase a spirit beast's quality. The top 10 hidden dragons, surely this is all for those geniuses. Zheng Cheng's eyes brightened. Lian Yining beside him instinctively grabbed his shoulder. Provincial exam champions automatically get S-Class treatment? He was the champion of Qin province, so he would automatically get the S-Class treatment. At this moment, the president suddenly raised his voice. Finally, I want to remind everyone. S-Class treatment is not the end, but the beginning. A month later, we will have the freshman grand competition, competing for the top 10 hidden dragon spots. At that time, the number of S-Class treatment slots will be reduced to just 10. His gaze swept over geniuses like Han Wuchen, Yan Wushuan, Yun Wuwei, and finally paused on Zheng Cheng for a moment. The strong rise, the weak fall. This is the rule of Imperial Capital Beastmaster University. After the meeting, the freshmen left the auditorium in groups of 2 or 3. Zheng Cheng and Lian Yining walked out together, speaking in low voices. S-Class freshman treatment? We both have it, seems like this is the school's way of nurturing us. It seems different from what I imagined. Beastmaster University is even more competitive than high school. With this S-Class freshman treatment, the strong get stronger. Just as they walked out the door, they heard a familiar voice from behind. Zheng Cheng? Lian Yining. He turned around and saw a tall, long-haired young man looking at them in surprise. Zhao Wuhan? It was another genius from Qinzhou province, Zhao Wuhan. Ah, it's really you guys. Zhao Wuhan laughed loudly as he walked over. I told you, how could the top scholar from Qinzhou province be unknown? And Lian Yining, third on the school beauty list, impressive, impressive. Lian Yining gave him a glance and said, didn't you say you were going to stay at the Northwest Beastmaster University? How come you're here in the Imperial capital? Zhao Wuhan patted his chest. A real man aims for all directions. I, Zhao Wuhan, am determined to travel the world, and the Imperial capital will be my first battlefield. He leaned in and whispered, I heard you got the S-Class treatment? Zheng Cheng nodded, you too? Hee, just lucky. But the freshman competition in a month. Zhao Wuhan scratched his head, his expression suddenly serious. I've heard that some people have already set their sights on us S-Class freshmen. Zheng Cheng's eyes narrowed, who? Zhao Wuhan shrugged, anyone. The powerful 8-star Beast Masters, and even the heirs of the vassal lords and family Beast Masters, all want to get one more S-Class freshman slot. Every extra S-Class freshman slot will rapidly increase their power. The three discussed the matter for a while, ultimately deciding to take it one step at a time. Soon, they arrived at a fork in the road. Zheng Cheng belonged to the Strategic Academy, Zhao Wuwen to the Beast Combat Academy, and Lian Yining to the Beast Rider Academy. The so-called Beast Rider Academy mainly trains students to form contracts with mountable spirit beasts, flying dragons, giant wolves, thunder eagles, etc. Their courses include aerial combat skills, riding charge, high-speed evasion tactics, and so on, making it one of the Imperial Capital's top Beast Master University schools. The three parted ways, agreeing to have dinner together later, and then Zheng Cheng went to the Strategic Academy. As soon as he entered the academy, he bumped into someone familiar.
Senior Su Li, what a coincidence! What coincidence! I was specifically waiting for you here. Su Li walked over, smiling. You must have heard about the S-Class freshman treatment? Yes. I'm your companion, don't get the wrong idea. Our task is just to help you get familiar with the school quickly so that you can integrate into it faster. Su Li explained. Also, we are the link between you and the school. If you have any special requests, you can tell me, and I'll report them to the school. I see. As they walked and talked, Zheng Cheng asked, since the school treats every provincial top scorer and 9-star Beast Master this well, it can't be that simple, right? Su Li nodded. Of course, the school arranges such high-level treatment for each provincial top scorer and 9-star Beast Master. There must be conditions. Each semester, cultural grades must be above S-Class. Then there are practical assessments, dungeon rankings, and secret realm challenges. If you participate in each ranking, you must be in the top 10, or else all benefits will be revoked. Of course, the school also considers personal matters, so each student has 3 chances per semester to opt out of assessments. If you refuse the 4th time, all benefits will still be revoked. So Zheng Cheng, you have to work hard from now on. Zheng Cheng asked again, the school treats us so well, don't the other students have any objections? Of course, they do. Su Li continued to explain, so starting this new semester, it will give other students a chance to challenge themselves. All new students can challenge those who have received the S-Class treatment, but it's limited to 10 days. If they win the challenge, they can take the S-Class treatment. Every student with S-Class treatment must accept challenges. At least 3 times a day. Otherwise, they will lose their S-Class treatment. Zheng Cheng gasped, hesitating as he said, isn't the school afraid of conflicts between students? Conflicts? Su Li looked up and said, if there really is a conflict, the school has arenas set up everywhere, just go up and compete. Since the Great Disaster, all Beast Tamer universities have been training warriors, not useless people who only know how to talk. Zheng Cheng, you better be careful. From what I know, at least a dozen 8-star and even 7-star new students have their eyes on your S-Class treatment. Su Li smiled, her eyes narrowed. After all, the spirit beast you registered with is only a 1-star Facehugger bug. For almost all new students, you are a tempting target. Zheng Cheng quickly thought of something and smiled lightly. I understand, Senior Su Li, thanks for the reminder. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? Zheng Cheng chuckled. I actually want to see what kind of level the geniuses of this year's new students are at. Impressive. No wonder you're the man Captain Zhao Hongshu is interested in. Su Li gave a thumbs up and turned to leave. Alright, your first-year academy has arrived. I'm leaving now. If you need anything, contact me anytime. Thanks, Senior Su Li. Watching Su Li leave, Zheng Cheng took a deep breath and walked into the classroom in front of him. At the same time, in a villa somewhere on the school grounds, several figures were sitting together, reviewing the materials in their hands. Soon, a figure stood up. Young Master, based on the information of all S-Class new students this year, we have determined that the easiest person to challenge is this year's top scorer of the Qinzhou Province Joint College Entrance Exam. Zheng Cheng.